It is the year 2024. The Second Academy of Lijiang City is buzzing with the class awakening ceremony. For the average student, it is a ritual. For this young man, it is a matter of life and death. He crash-landed in this world a year ago, taking over the body of Zhou Yi. But fate gave him zero time to adjust. His mother passed away before he could even learn the rules of this new life. Then the nightmare deepened. His little sister, Zhou Yi, was struck by a mysterious, wasting plague. Medical bills piled up like mountains, and his meager part-time wages were just a drop in the ocean. That is why today is not a game. Zhou Yi must awaken a combat class. He needs to raid dungeons, spill blood, and stack cash to hire a high priest to save his sister. And destiny finally blinked, right in the middle of the ritual. Ding! The system awakened. A starter pack appeared, flashing with the golden glow of the hidden class, a super VIP class in a world of trash mobs. The goddess dropped her blessing, offering him 3 paths to glory: Light Mage, Holy Priest, or the Legendary Paladin. The Light Mage, pure long-range destruction. Sure, it hits like a truck with massive energy, but one wrong move and you are glass zero defense skills to save your skin. In a world crawling with alien monsters, being a glass cannon is a one-way ticket to the grave. The Holy Priest has insane survivability and that god-tier resurrection spell. But let's be real, their combat power is garbage. Relying on teammates, being a support, that does not fit his style at all. But the Paladin, that is absolute power, an iron fortress that can smash faces. Defense? Check. Offense? Check. It might lack flashy starter moves, but with the Holy Light talent, this is the one. Decision made. Zhou Yi locks it in. System alert, congratulations. Class change to Paladin. Level 10. The moment the ritual ended, the fakes came running to brown-nose him. Class rep, you are insane. Join my squad for the entrance exam? I need a carry. I am a summoner. We will crush the leaderboards. I am a mage. Let me leech some XP. Suddenly, a senior student shoved the noisy crowd aside like trash. His eyes gleamed as he sized Zhou Yi up. Not bad, kid. Go rest up today. Tomorrow, report to the principal's office. Back in the safety of his room, Zhou Yi finally had a moment to breathe and crack open his status window. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, and 10 unassigned points. The awakening didn't just give him a class, it juiced his base stats. Strength first, then Constitution. If you can't one-shot the beasts, you are wasting time. Zhou Yi's fingers flew across the system interface. 6 points dumped into Strength, 2 into Constitution, 2 into Agility. Boom! He could feel the raw power surging through his veins like liquid fire. This is what real power tastes like. System alert, first stat allocation detected. Paladin daily quest activated. Daily mission. Choose 2 rewards. Option 1, receive 10 extra attribute points. Option 2, receive random paladin gear. Accept or decline. Is that even a question? Zhou Yi slammed accept. System. Matching level appropriate trial dungeon. Match found. Objective. Eliminate E-Rank Goblin. Warning, take this seriously. Death in the trial means death in reality. The world warped, and Zhou Yi stood in a dimly lit mine. He scanned the shadows. A mine? Makes sense. Textbooks say goblins love these dark pits. They aren't carnivores by nature, but show them a human, and they turn into bloodthirsty psychopaths. A chill ran down his spine. Something was behind him. Zhou Yi launched himself into the air, barely dodging a sneak attack. It was his first real fight, and he wanted to test his raw specs without skills. He felt lighter, faster. That jump was superhuman. The quad stat boost was no joke, but arrogance kills. Just as he smirked at his own speed, a razor-sharp tail pierced his gut like a hot knife. Reality check. Zhou Yi stopped playing around. Skill activate. Self-healing. Level 1, grade C. In 30 seconds, his HP began to regenerate. Even a trash mob can kill you if you let your guard down. The goblin screeched and lunged again. No more mercy. Zhou Yi unleashed his combo, Holy Light Blade followed by Shield Charge. Holy Light Blade. Energy gathered in his arms, slashing out a cross of blinding light. The holy magic seared the beast, stunning it instantly. Shield Charge. Level 4. Grade D. He grabbed the stunned monster, driving it forward like a freight train before hurling it away. The impact damage was brutal. After a final flurry of punches, the goblin dissolved into dust. System. Goblin eliminated. Trial complete. Rank A, choose your reward. Option 1, 10 attribute points. Option 2, paladin skill. Option 3, random paladin gear. Stats and skills are the bread and butter of any awakener. Skills can wait. Free stats are king right now. But a weapon? That could save his life in the next hellhole. Thank God for the system. With his bank account sitting at zero, buying a sword was a pipe dream. He picked the stats and the gear. Ding. Received 10 attribute points. Received crude sword. He warped back to his room, weapon in hand. His phone buzzed, shattering the silence. An alarm flashed on the screen. 5 p.m. Hospital. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was watching the news from her hospital bed when the screen went black. The head nurse stood there, remote in one hand, bill in the other. Time to pay up? 10. 10,000. Zhou Yi's hands trembled as she took the invoice. Why is it so much? It used to be 5,000. Is this a mistake? My brother works 3 jobs just to scrape up 5,000. Where are we supposed to get this? The head nurse snapped back. You chugged extra meds, suppressors, stabilizers. We called a priest for you. You had 3 seizures mid-month and kept my staff running all night. For a sick girl, you have got a sharp tongue. If you think the math is wrong, check it yourself. Zhou Yi shrank back. I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. Listen up. If you ain't born with a silver spoon, don't act like royalty. Trash needs to know its place. If you can't pay, get out. Before the hag could finish spewing her venom, a heavy hand clamped onto her shoulder, making her spin around in terror. Yo, nurse. Did I just hear you trash-talking a patient? With a mouth that toxic, I wonder if you'll still be running your yap when we drag you to the director's office? The middle-aged dude flashed a smile that wasn't really a smile. Beside him stood a bodyguard, a hulking tower of muscle that made the nurse tremble. Definitely not the friendly neighborhood type. Reading the room, the witch scrambled to leave, but not before barking at Zhou Yi. Don't forget the medical fees today. The air grew tense. Who exactly are you guys? Zhou Yi tensed up, her mind racing. Were these debt collectors coming to break legs? The man whipped out a business card, grinning like a shark. Miss Zhou Yi, right? I'm a buddy of your brother's. Moments later, Zhou Yi kicked the door open, receipt in hand. Zhou Yi, I just went to pay, and the system said we have 100,000 credits. Do you have any idea what's going on? He tore his eyes off the bill to look at his sister. Spotting the 2 strangers, his guard went up instantly. Who the hell are you? The suit stepped forward. Greetings, Mr. Zhou Yi. I'm Zhao Wenbin, secretary to the mayor. We need to talk. He extended a hand. The mayor was the #1 boss in Guangxi City, and his secretary basically spoke with the voice of God. Why would a big shot like that seek out a nobody like me? Zhou Yi kept his cool and shook Zhao Wenbin's hand. Too many ears here. Let's bounce. Zhao Wenbin nodded enthusiastically, signaling the hulk of a bodyguard to stay behind and guard Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, news of Zhou Yi's hidden class had exploded across every channel. You couldn't walk 5 feet without hearing people gossip about the new legend. Take the 3 chicks at the cafe near Zhou Yi's table. Did you check the hot search? Second Academy just birthed a hidden class user. Think his name's Zhou Yi. Look, his photo leaked. He's kinda hot, right? Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin smirked at the man himself. Mr. Zhou, congrats on awakening the S-rank talent, Guardian of the Seraphim, and the Holy Knight class. Zhou Yi shrugged. Just dumb luck. In an awakening ritual, an S-rank is never just luck. That's destiny. The mayor has his eyes on you, kid. He's already ordered a media blackout so those vultures don't annoy you. He slid a box across the table. Inside sat a single, heavy key. We've prepped a stash of cultivation resources to get you ready for the college entrance exams. It's all locked in the city bank vault. This is the only key in existence. Anything else you need, just ask. Clearly, the mayor was betting big that Zhou Yi would become a powerhouse. It was a sweet deal, sure, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. The mayor was definitely expecting a return on this investment later. Seeing Zhou Yi hesitate, Zhao Wenbin dropped the ace up his sleeve. Starting today, a professional medical team will watch over Miss Zhou Yi 24/7. Plus, the mayor contacted a second awakening priest, level 36. They'll be in Guangxi City next month specifically to treat her. That sealed it. Zhou Yi immediately accepted the sponsorship. No hesitation. Back in the ward, Zhou Yi spilled the beans to Zhou Yi. Her jaw dropped. Bro, you literally just ascended to godhood. Can I be the shiny ornament on your legendary leg? Zhou Yi poked her forehead with a grin. Quit speaking nonsense and focus on getting better. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Every class gets exclusive skills, right? What's your killer move? That reminded him. Upon awakening, the Holy Knight class granted 3 skills. The offensive Radiant Blade, the recovery Slow Heal, and the buff weapon Blessing. Slow Heal restores life force. Let's test it. Zhou Yi placed a gentle hand on Zhou Yi's head and triggered the skill. It feels amazing, like a hot spring and a full-body massage at the same time. Zhou Yi watched her face relax. Feeling better, Zhou Yi? She snapped out of the trance, eyes wide with hype. The pain. It's gone. And my hands are actually warm. Bro, you're a beast." Zhou Yi looked at her with pure affection. Truth be told, he picked Holy Knight not just for power, but for this exact moment. Sure, paladins are basically combat nurses. He couldn't cure her completely yet, but easing her suffering, that was worth everything. The next day, Principal Luo Heng personally escorted Zhou Yi to the office, beaming like he won the lottery. "My phone's been blowing up since yesterday. Dozens of universities want you. Just this morning, 4 recruiters from the top 10 called. Play your cards right and grab the best resources. These recruiters are all Second Awakening elites, level 35 and up. If you get scouted directly, your future is set in stone." Zhou Yi cut to the chase. "Principal, which schools are we talking about?" "Rongyang University, Chuanan University, Anji University, and Hansheng University." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "The big 3 didn't call? The big 3 are arrogant. They only care about raw exam scores, not talent or class." As they reached the office door, voices boomed from inside. Chaos had already erupted. "Zhao Tianfu, Jingchuan is 4,000 clicks away. Did you fly a damn fighter jet here? Fighter jet, please. I took the ultra-long distance teleportation array. That costs a level 30 monster core per trip. You burn that much cash? For a genius, worth every penny. Chuan University is taking this kid. End of story. Dream on. Let the kid decide." Luo Heng pushed the door open, puffing his chest out. "Gentlemen, the genius student, Zhou Yi, has arrived." He started the introductions like a ring announcer. "This is Professor Zhao Tianfu from Rongyang University. Professor Li Bing from Chuanan, Miss Zhu Yu from Hansheng, and Mr. Yu Yuan from Anji." Zhou Yi bowed respectfully to the titans in the room. Their reaction was surprisingly positive. Despite awakening a legendary hidden class, the kid was as cool as ice. No arrogance, no pride, just pure, unadulterated focus. A rare breed indeed. Zhao Tianfu didn't waste a single second on pleasantries. Let's cut to the chase. Rongyang University is offering 2 million credits, plus 3 exclusive Holy Paladin skill tomes. Zhou Yi paused, calculating. For a normal working-class family, earning 6,000 a month was a struggle. But 2 million, that was generational wealth. And exclusive Paladin skills that money literally couldn't buy. Even a city mayor wouldn't hand out resources like this. "Ha! Is that all? Rongyang University is stingy as always." Li Bing sneered, stepping up to the plate with a smirk. "Come to Chuanan University. We'll drop 3 million credits instantly. 3 Paladin tomes every single year. And personal tutelage from a level 56 Third Awakening Paladin." Level 56. That was a powerhouse standing near the absolute apex of the Blue Star. To become the disciple of such a titan, his future would be paved with gold. Principal Luo was sweating bullets. But then, Zhu Yu from Hansheng University dropped the real bombshell. "My budget isn't huge, only 2 million credits, but if you join us, I will grant you a full set of Grade B cultivation resources immediately." Principal Luo gasped audibly. "Grade B?" He stared at Zhou Yi, his eyes screaming, "Take the deal." Grade B resources weren't just rare. They were practically extinct on the open market. You could feed that stuff to a pig, and it would evolve into a dragon. Yet, facing offers that would make kings tremble. Zhou Yi shook his head. His eyes were set on the summit. He wanted the big 3. The holy trinity of academies, Suhang University, Qingjing University, and the legendary Modu University. These weren't just schools. They were the playgrounds of gods, accepting only 1,000 geniuses a year. And not just humans, elves, giants, the ancient races, beings born with power stats that humans could only dream of, competing against monsters with superior bloodlines and the infinite wealth of the nation. Entering the big 3 wasn't just hard, it was a suicide mission. Zhao Tianfu snapped. His aura exploded. Rage twisted his face. "I thought you were a diamond, but you're just a fool who doesn't know the height of the heavens. I've seen your files. 18 years of poverty, 0 foundation. Your base stats are trash. You think you can compete with the Apex elites? Even if a miracle happens and you get in, you'll be the bottom of the food chain. Without proper guidance, you are nothing. You will rot in mediocrity." Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, knees trembling under the pressure. That killing intent, he thought. The old me would be kissing the floor by now. Principal Luo stepped in, shielding his student and flaring his own aura. "Teacher Zhao, watch yourself. Are you trying to crush my student on my own turf?" Zhu Yu watched the boy closely from the side. He withstood a high-tier aura for 3 whole breaths, she thought. This kid is a monster. Zhao Tianfu realized he had crossed the line. He retracted his killing intent. Recruitment isn't just about talent, it's about knowing your place. With that attitude, you're destined to fail. I'm out. Good luck, Principal Luo. Zhou Yi has dreams, too big for reality. The other recruiters shook their heads and followed him out. Principal Luo chased after them in a panic, leaving only the boy and Zhou Yi in the room. You have guts, kid. But Zhao wasn't lying. This country is crawling with geniuses. And the non-human races, they are born as warlords, far surpassing humanity. Touching the gates of the big three is harder than ascending to heaven. Zhou Yi looked her dead in the eye. My score will do the talking. 1 month left. With the system coursing through his veins, he would grind until he surpassed logic itself. The big three wouldn't choose him. He would choose them. Zhou Yi froze. That gaze. It reminded her of the blood-soaked front lines of the past. The eyes of a warrior. Have I been safe for too long? She thought. Have I forgotten the hunger of the wolf? I'm getting old. She smiled, a spark reigniting in her soul. Fine then. Show me a miracle, Zhou Yi. Until next time. Time flew like a beast on the hunt. In the blink of an eye, 1 month vanished. Exam day had arrived. The hall buzzed with terror. It's him. The examiner is Demon King Yang. We are doomed. Last time he set the test, the pass rate hit rock bottom history. Hey, did you hear? Zhou Yi rejected the direct invites to aim for the big three. You're joking, right? Talk about arrogant. Even the city's top seeds wouldn't dare say that. Who does he think he is? Just because he got a rare class, he's gonna crash and burn. Turning down millions. What an idiot. Suddenly, the crowd parted. Zhou Yi arrived. The trash talker froze, choking on his words as he stared at the boy. Why? Why does he feel different? The air around Zhou Yi was heavy, like a predator had entered the sheep pen. Dungeon unlocked. The holographic interface screamed. Instance, the gloomy dark forest. Level, 10 to 13. Difficulty, nightmare. Warning, map infested with shadow cats and minotaurs. Highly aggressive. Carnivorous tendencies. The students turned pale. The dark forest, that place has swamp terrain. Shadow cats are invisible assassins, and minotaurs have skin like iron. Demon King Yang wants us dead. Usually, the team cap is 3, but this time, it's 5. That meant the difficulty was off the charts. While despair spread like a plague, Li Shangyang stepped up. Listen up, do not be heroes. If you face death, use the teleport scroll instantly. Dying in the dungeon means dying in real life. Better to fail the exam than become fertilizer. The clock is ticking. All candidates. Enter the abyss. Li Xiangyang barely shut his mouth before bam. The candidates dissolve into streaks of light, teleporting straight into the instance dungeon. Giant screens flickered to life, broadcasting the live feed like a high-stakes esports tournament. Time for the spectator mode. First up, Class 1's Sun Chang. Job class, Warrior. Difficulty, Hard. Squad size, Solo. That's gutsy. Next, Class 1's Mu Chin. Assassin class. Difficulty, Hard. Another solo player. Then we've got the squad, Long Fei, Wang Fang, and Sun Jian. An elementalist, an archer, and another mage. 3-man team on hard mode. But then, Class 5's Zhou Yi steps up. Job class, Holy Knight. Difficulty, Nightmare. Squad size, 1. Freaking. Person. Rounding it out, Class 2's Jiang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, and Yong Erlang. Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Pharmacist. A full 4-man squad, just for hard mode. As expected of the Rocket class elites, aside from a couple of duos, they're all running solo to hog all the EXP. High risk, high reward. But the higher the score, the closer death breathes down your neck. Usually, only the seniors in the Rocket class have the stones to pull that off. The crowd was buzzing with gossip until a girl screamed, pointing frantically at Zhou Yi's screen. Yo, everyone look. It's Zhou Yi. He's soloing a nightmare tier dungeon. Meanwhile, over in the VIP seats, Director of Education, Jia Dao, sat there with his mouth hanging open like a fish. What is this? He slammed his fist on the table, turning his rage toward Principal Luo Heng. Holy Knights are support tanks. They're supposed to nuke enemies while backing up a team. Why the hell is Zhou Yi clearing an instance by himself? And he picked Nightmare difficulty? That has a mortality rate 40% higher than normal. Principal Luo, the city dumped a ton of resources into Zhou Yi this month to guarantee top results. If he dies inside that dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city administration goes down the toilet. This reckless behavior spits in the face of the government's training. Luo Heng forced a smile, trying to do damage control. Director Jia, chill. Zhou Yi isn't reckless. He's definitely got an ace up his sleeve. Back to the main event. Zhou Yi was on the move when his senses spiked a shadow blurred across the high branches at breakneck speed. Zhou Yi's face went cold. He whipped out his weapon, shifting into a combat stance. The one-edged bronze axe, a long-handled chopper. Attributes, strength +7, agility -2. Suddenly, a monster dive bombed from the canopy, claws extended, aiming straight for Zhou Yi's throat. Perfect timing. Go to hell. With a roar, Zhou Yi swung the heavy axe, cleaving the beast cleanly in two. System check. Strength 45. Constitution 51. Agility 43. Intelligence 52. Zhou Yi smirked, closing his status panel. Just 1 month. I'm only level 10, but my average stats are hitting 47 points. That's on par with a level 13 job holder. Looking at the whole Suhang province, I'm definitely sitting at the top of the food chain. He chuckled, breaking the silence. Too scared to come out? Fine, I'll bring the pain to you. He charged straight at the monsters hiding in the bushes, his weapon suddenly glowing with a holy golden aura. Weapon Blessing, level 4, C-rank skill. Condensed holy light boosts strength, physical attack power, and crit rate for allies within range. But right now, he's his own best ally. It was a slaughter. Zhou Yi was a tiger in a flock of sheep. 1 swing, 1 kill. No exceptions. Under the effects of his S-rank talent Divine Angel's Protection, his Holy Knight class skills were juiced up on steroids. The one-edged axe gained an extra 21 points of damage. A buff this insane. If the other candidates saw this, they'd be crying tears of blood from jealousy. After all, the college entrance exam limits gear to 3-star bronze or lower. But with his buffs, that axe in his hand was hitting like a 5-star weapon. In this exam, every single stat point is gold. This gap, it wasn't just a lead, it was an insurmountable wall between him and the competition. Suddenly, a pack of mobs tried to jump him from behind. Rookie mistake. Zhou Yi didn't even sweat. He spun around, whispering, soaring white blade. A cross-shaped beam of pure light exploded from his hands, slicing through the air and dicing the monsters into meat chunks before they hit the ground. I leveled Soaring White Blade to 5. It already deals massive light damage, but with the Divine Angel's Protection, it instantly deletes low-level trash mobs. Muttering to himself, Zhou Yi casually caught a severed monster limb claws in all midair. With a violent heave, he hurled it at a distant monster that had barely survived his skill. The claw transformed into a projectile of death. It skewered the beast through the gut, pinning it to the tree trunk behind it with a sickening thud. Outside the dungeon, the crowd watching the big screen erupted. Whoa, that was close. Senior Zhou's timing is god tier. He fired that soaring white blade the exact second they attacked. That's disgusting. In a good way, it was a total instant kill. So satisfying. Senior Zhou is an absolute beast. I've seen that axe at the mall. It's heavy as bricks. How is Senior Zhou swinging it around like a twig? Did he dump all his free points into strength? Hearing the chatter, teacher Tang Tianjun furrowed his brow. His veteran eyes saw what the students couldn't. Wrong. Look closer. Zhou Yi's speed is higher than the ghost cat's. It's not just movement. His casting speed is instantaneous. His magic power is overwhelming. Among his free attributes, his intelligence is definitely not low. The angle of his swing, the distance control, the force of impact, it's all perfectly calculated. The kid is a combat genius. Tang Tianjun shot a jealous glare at Li Xiangyang. How did a diamond like that end up in Class 5? Meanwhile, Director Jia's expression remained grim. Zhou Yi has strong combat instincts, but he's playing a stupid game. Going all out on the first wave of ghost cats is a waste of energy. Nightmare dungeons aren't just about strong monsters. They're about endless swarms. Even the best mages tap out when their mana runs dry. And that battle axe, it's a massive burden on a job holder's stamina. Swinging it once or twice is fine, but hundreds of times, continuous combat, he won't even have the strength to lift his weapon soon. Those ghost cats will tear him to shreds. Just then, the screen showed a fresh wave of monsters lunging at Zhou Yi, and the crowd gasped. Already, the next wave of ghost cats is here. He doesn't even get a second to breathe. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. At least 100 demon cats flooded the screen. Could Senior Zhou Yi survive this nightmare? The audience froze, hearts pounding, waiting for his next move. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi was a force of nature. He didn't just fight, he danced with death. Blending weapon mastery with skills, he slaughtered the wave in record time. As the final beast collapsed, the air warped. A swirling vortex materialized before him, expanding rapidly. The gateway to the next hell awaited. With a whisper, Zhou Yi stepped into the abyss without hesitation. But the moment he emerged, a massive horde was already waiting to tear him apart. Meanwhile, outside the instance, host G pointed at the screen, hype levels off the charts. Welcome back to the Oval livestream. It's your favorite host, G, bringing you the heat. Right now, we're watching the Second Academy's legendary ace, the S+ rank prodigy, the shining holy knight, Zhou Yi. He crushed the first stage of the Nightmare Dungeon with terrifying speed, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Do you guys understand what that means? 3:17. That destroys last year's provincial record by 29 seconds. Ji was so hyped, he practically ate the camera lens. The cameraman sighed, pleading, "Bro, please, stop blocking the shot." Nearby, a fangirl gazed at the screen, totally mesmerized. He hacked and slashed without stopping once. Just how high is Senior Zhou Yi's stamina stat? Jiang Feifei wagged her finger, jumping in. Director Jia said wasting energy on the first wave was stupid, but looking at this, I think the old man got it wrong. In the front row, Li Xiangyang snapped. Jiang Feifei, quiet down and watch. Director Jia might be wrong, but show some respect. Feifei giggled, covering her mouth. Oh, come on, Teacher Li. I see you grinning too. Li Xiangyang paused, touching his face in doubt. Is it that obvious? Am I really smiling that hard? Senior Zhou's entering the gate. Someone screamed, and the chatter died instantly. All eyes locked onto the giant screen. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi's eyes glowed. Appraisal activated. Enemy data flooded his vision. First up, the Minotaur. Level 14, Silver Tier. Skills: Berserk, Savage Charge, War Stomp, and Super Armor. Next, the Fluorescent Demon Cat. Level 12, Bronze Tier. Specialty: Light Magic and Healing Arts. Then the Flame Demon Cat. Level 13, Bronze Tier. Master of Fire, wielding Fireball and Flamethrower. Finally, the Cursed Demon Cat. Level 11, Master of Dark Magic and Curses. Zhou Yi analyzed the formation cold as ice. Standard demon cats are the warriors. Fluorescent ones are priests. Flame and cursed ones are mages. And that silver minotaur, the heavy damage dealer. Tank, healer, DPS. A classic raid party configuration. If the first stage was a street brawl, this stage was war against a disciplined army. The death rate just skyrocketed 100-fold. But there was no time to think. The monsters launched their assault instantly. Melee units charged. Mages chanted from the back. Suddenly, black shadow hands erupted from the ground. They grabbed Zhou Yi, locking him in place. He was a sitting duck. Fireballs and fangs were seconds away from impact. Outside, the crowd gasped in horror. Senior Zhou got hit by the curse. Oh god, he's done for. But inside the chaos, Zhou Yi just smirked. Warriors charging, priests buffing, mages casting. Not bad teamwork. He waited until the leader's claws were inches from his face. Only then did he raise his hands. Holy cross, boom. A massive cross of pure light exploded into existence. Golden radiance swallowed the entire horde. Holy cross. Rank B, level 4. A divine cross manifested behind him. It incinerated everything in range with holy fire for seconds. Agonizing shrieks filled the dungeon. When the golden light finally faded, the army of monsters was gone. Only charred corpses remained on the floor. Outside, Jia Dao's jaw hit the floor. Too strong. He wiped the trash mobs instantly. Who told me paladins were support class? That was a rank B area of effect god skill. Just like talents, skills have a hierarchy. 7 ranks from low to high. The higher the rank, the deadlier the power, and the rarer the find. Jia Dao narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping in. The government only issues rank C skills max. So where the hell did he get a rank B? This kid, Zhou Yi, he's hiding something. Back in the dungeon, the silence returned. Only the Minotaur remained standing. Zhou Yi pointed his blade at the beast. Just you left. Come get some. The Minotaur roared in response. It popped Berserk and Super Armor instantly. Then came the War Stomp. It smashed the ground, sending a shockwave fissure racing straight for Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi reacted fast, leaping into the air to dodge. But that was what the beast wanted. Caught in mid-air, he had nowhere to run. Savage Charge unleashed. It barreled towards him like a runaway train. With Super Armor active, nothing could stop its momentum. But Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He wasn't dodging. He was attacking. Aerial slash. Steel met bone, and he knocked the massive beast backward. He didn't let up. Arms crossed. Holy Blade Declaration. A cross-shaped energy wave slashed forward as he dashed in for the kill. The Holy Blade sliced deep. The Minotaur howled in agony, its massive frame toppling backward. In a flash, Zhou Yi was already above it. His weapon raised high, eyes cold. Think your skin is thick? He swung down without mercy, slicing the beast clean in two. The monster wasn't dead yet. Lying in a pool of blood, it glared at him with hate. Zhou Yi walked over, face void of emotion, and crushed its head under his boot. Silence. The Minotaur was definitely erased this time. The familiar vortex swirled open beside him. Zhou Yi eyed the portal. Next stop, the boss room. Outside, total pandemonium. The crowd jumped to their feet, screaming, "Holy crap!" He one-shotted a 4-meter Minotaur. That thing was Berserk. How is that kind of power even possible? Look at that handsome combo chain. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you. The crowd goes wild. But our protagonist just checks the clock. Stage 2 cleared in 59 seconds flat. Even teacher Jia Tao leaps to his feet, clapping like a maniac. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. His skill accuracy is surgical, his power control absolute. It is hard to believe this kid only awakened his class a month ago. Grinning, Jia Tao turns to his superior. Principal Luo, congratulations. The second academy is about to birth a legend. Principal Luo beams with pride. The tides of fate are turning. It is high time a genius rose from our humble ranks. Hope swells within the old man's chest. In the school's entire history, their best student only ever ranked 72nd in the province. But Zhou Yi, he might just shatter that ceiling. Suddenly, a student points at the screen in panic. Why isn't Senior Zhou Yi resting? He skipped the safe zone and charged straight for the boss room. All eyes snap to the display. It is true. Without a second of downtime, he steps into the vortex. Jia Tao slams his fist down. Reckless fool. Entering a boss fight without peak stamina is suicide. One mistake, and it is game over. Principal Luo quickly interjects. Zhou Yi isn't stupid. He must have a plan. We just need to have faith. Internally, however, the principal calculates the odds. Suhang Province is a massive battleground. It is crawling with prodigies. To crack the top 100, soloing a nightmare dungeon is the bare minimum. But when the difficulty is equal, the crown belongs to the fastest clear time. Back inside the instance, Zhou Yi steps into the third stage. The boss awaits, looming in the distance. He instantly casts Appraisal. Target identified, Minotaur King. Level, 16. Rank, Gold. Skills, unknown. Damn, the level gap is too wide. Analysis failed. Description: the sovereign of the Minotaur race. The beast roars. Human, you dare trespass in my palace? Prepare to meet your maker. The Minotaur charges, its massive axe cleaving the air. Zhou Yi counters instantly. Dawn Blessing, Courage Bestowal, Divine Grace, Guardian's Shield. Buffs activate in a blinding flash. Clad in full armor, he blinks behind the behemoth. He waves tauntingly. Over here, you overgrown calf. Full stats amplified. Form: Novice Paladin. The boss whips around in a fury as Zhou Yi launches his assault, but against the hero's strike, the Minotaur merely raises an arm. Blocked. Even with 4 amplification buffs, he cannot pierce the iron hide. Unbelievable. Zhou Yi dashes to the front, slashing with all his might. Clang. It feels like hitting a solid wall of steel. Sparks shower the ground. The monster bellows in rage. Boom. Its weapon smashes the earth, triggering a massive quake. Dust explodes upwards. Zhou Yi barely rolls out of the kill zone. He emerges from the debris, but a flash of purple light. Teleportation. The Minotaur materializes right in his face, hammer descending. Too fast to dodge. Crunch. He is sent flying like a ragdoll, smashing through 5 massive stone pillars. Thank the system for the paladin's holy armor. Without it, every bone in his body would be dust. He coughs, grinning. Good. That exchange wasn't wasted. Now I know how to take you down. Zhou Yi slowly raises his right hand. Spears of victory. Instantly, the air ripples with golden energy. Dozens of portals open around him. Golden tips emerge from the void. Fire. They streak across the hall like comets. Skill: Spears of Victory. Rank C, Level 3. Condensed holy power designed to obliterate evil. Upon impact, they deal massive devastation. But the Minotaur is ready. It spins its weapon, creating an impenetrable barrier. Deflected. 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 Not a single spear scratches its skin. Suddenly, a red warning flashes in his vision. Warning: mana levels critical. Replenish immediately. Zhou Yi ignores it. He keeps the barrage going, his mind racing. This beast is a tank. Its constitution and strength far outclass mine. A head-on collision, I lose every time. The standard strategy is kiting, hit, and run. But I don't have the time for that. Think. The exam isn't designed to be impossible. There is always a solution. Always a weakness. During the clash, I felt it. Its movements are heavy. Its agility stat is garbage. If I overwhelm it from all sides, it won't be able to keep up. Zhou Yi's eyes narrow. He spreads his fingers, redirecting the golden arsenal. Omnidirectional assault. It works. Several spears slip through the defense, piercing the monster's knees. Warning: mana depletion imminent. Zhou Yi clenches his fist. Detonate. The blasts force the Minotaur to one knee, but low agility isn't its only flaw. It has massive health and endurance, sure, but its resistance to stagger effects is surprisingly low. To kill it, I need a burst chain of high-damage skills, but the window of opportunity is razor-thin. If I mistime this, my mana hits 0, and I fail the exam. Calculations complete. The moment is now. While the beast is grounded, full power, Every remaining spear converges on the target. Boom. System alarm, mana critical. I wanted to use the ultimate, but there's no time. Zhou Yi roars, abandoning magic for steel. He charges through the smoke, one strike. He cleaves the Minotaur cleanly in two. System notification, forest dungeon cleared. Difficulty, nightmare mode. Time, 9 minutes 24 seconds. Grade, SSS. Congratulations, you hold the new server record. Zhou Yi stands amidst the dissolving particles, stunned. First place. Does this mean? I am the top scorer of Suhang District. Reality sinks in. He pumps his fist in the air. Yes, I actually did it. Memories flood back. It has been 1 year since I transmigrated to this world. Mother lost to sickness. My little sister critically ill. Debt piling up like a mountain. Zhu Yun's medical bills were suffocating me. But I never gave up. Even when my stats refused to increase. I trained my combat skills until I bled. I forged a will of iron. And now, with this system, my second life has truly begun. But my fate belongs to me alone. I have to seize this chance. I have to grind harder than anyone else. I've made up my mind there is no turning back. Zhou Yi shook off the adrenaline and reset his focus. He unequipped his armor and walked toward the vortex. Suddenly, the system pinged. System alert, you gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Level up, 11, 12. Level 13, loot obtained, rainforest belt, constitution plus 10, strength plus 7. Requirement, level 10. Check out the set bonus. While fighting in the jungle, you gain a passive buff based on constitution. Resurrection speed triple, health recovery triple, mana recovery triple, another drop. Rainforest ring, requirement, level 10. It grants the same jungle warfare buff based on your constitution. That's triple resurrection speed, triple health recovery, and triple mana recovery. Plus, 10 wild strawberries added to inventory. Note, consuming these restores mana. And finally, the Minotaur King card, gold tier. Enchantment material. If successful, equipment strength goes up by 20. Zhou Yi touted the portal and boom, the crowd went feral. Welcome back, Senior Zhou. I love you. You're my god. Senior Zhou is a beast, Brother Yi is too OP. Yi god. Yi god, Yi god, the noise was a physical wall. Zhou Yi actually flinched. Before he could adjust, click, click, click. The sound of shutters filled his ears like machine gun fire. A swarm of reporters pointed their lenses right at him. Flashlights blinded him. Through the glare, Principal Luo Heng and Director Jia Dao were marching straight toward him. Luo Heng was beaming. Clearing a nightmare dungeon solo in 10 minutes. The second academy hasn't seen glory like this in 100 years. With this run, the top scholar spot in Suhang District is yours, the director added. Your future is infinite. Zhou Yi smiled humbly. You flatter me. Suddenly, an engine roared, silencing the crowd. Whose car is that? Driving right into the exam zone. Is that the S400 Magic Sedan with flight mode? Doesn't that cost a whole mansion in the capital? Yep, that's the beast. The ride stopped near Zhou Yi. Director Jia opened the door like a valet. Results in 3 days max. We'll notify you the second they drop. Thanks, Director Jia. Zhou Yi slid into the S400. Luo Heng nodded. Go home. Rest up. Wait for the good news. But Zhou Yi didn't rest. He went straight to the hospital to see Zhou Yun. Zhao Wenbin had actually kept his promise after their last chat. Zhou Yun was in the VIP suite. A top-tier medical squad was monitoring her condition 24/7. As soon as he entered the elevator, a nurse smiled. Mr. Zhou, you're here, he nodded. Yeah, visiting Zhou Yun. I've got big news for her. Bet you crushed that exam today, right? She pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator rose, the temperature plummeted. It was freezing. The nurse shivered. Weird. Why is it so cold? Did the AC glitch out? Zhou Yi saw frost leaking through the elevator doors. His expression turned dark. Ding. Floor 26. The doors slid open and the nurse screamed. What? What the hell? The entire corridor was a frozen wasteland. People were frozen solid, turned into statues with terror locked on their faces. Zhou Yun. Zhou Yi panicked and bolted, leaving the nurse behind. Mr. Zhou. The nurse tried to call out, but the frost caught her. Instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Zhou Yi smashed through the ice wall of her room. Zhou Yun. He burst in and froze. Not from the cold, but from the sight. Zhou Yun was writhing on the bed. Lethal frost poured off her body, manifesting into a massive, terrifying ice dragon in midair. Someone was by the bed, pumping magic into her. Zhou Yi prepped an attack on the dragon, but the healer screamed, Yi, stop, don't hit it. Zhou Yi held back his strike. He stormed toward the girl. It was Sister Qing. Sister Qing explained frantically. If you hurt the dragon, the shock will shatter Zhou Yun's heart meridians. Zhou Yi frowned. Why is there a damn dragon? Her cold disease went critical. Qing gritted out. It flash froze everyone. I'm barely containing this room. You need to leave. Now. What about Zhou Yun? He yelled. Qing cut him off. Yi, without a high-tier priest, I'm useless. My magic isn't enough. Zhou Yi forced himself to breathe. I got this. He commanded internally, System. Dump all skill points into slow healing. Slow healing, level 4. Upgrade, max to level 10. Effect, party-wide recovery. Boosts health and mana. Duration extended. Immediately, Zhou Yi slammed the maxed-out healing spell onto Zhou Yun. Sister Qing gasped in shock. The mana in this paladin healing skill. It's insane. It's stronger than my level 23 priest magic. Zhou Yi kept the spell flowing. Sister Qing, I can hold the line here. Go find Secretary Zhao. Tell him he must get that high-tier priest. Now, it's impossible, Qing cried. The priest is booked until next week. Zhao already tried. Zhou Yi turned to her. His face was stone cold. Tell Zhao this. If he gets that priest here, I, Zhou Yi, will owe him an unconditional favor. Anything. Anytime. Sister Qing stared at his resolve. She nodded, turned around, and sprinted to find Zhao. Zhou Yi turned back to heal Zhou Yun. The frost attacked her every night for a year. Agony beyond imagination. A living hell. But the cold was getting stronger. He never thought it would leak out and destroy the surroundings like this. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and pumped more mana. Frost started eating his hands, but he didn't let go. Time ticked away. Darkness had totally taken over. Zhou Yi was running on fumes, his mana tanking hard. Suddenly, a green sphere crashed the party, bouncing off the walls like a rubber ball before smacking right into the ice dragon. The impact cracked the beast's icy shell, but seeing Zhou Yun wince in agony, Zhou Yi lost it. He screamed out, "Hey, back off. Don't you dare touch her." But the green orb didn't care. It slammed into Zhou Yi, sending him flying backward. Then a girl stepped out, carrying a paintbrush the size of a baseball bat. She waved her hand, totally mocking the ice dragon. Ha! That ticked the beast off. The ice dragon roared and lunged straight for her, but she wasn't scared. She swung that giant brush like a war staff, smashing it right into the dragon's skull. She didn't stop there. The brush danced in the air, painting glowing runes directly onto the dragon's scales. Her eyes flashed with an emerald light as she brought the weapon down for the finale. A magical formation exploded into existence. The dragon was blasted back toward Zhou Yun, shrinking down until it became a tiny sphere of frost, merging harmlessly into her body. Zhou Yun's expression finally softened. The pain was gone. Zhou Yi let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Safe. The healer girl turned to him, cool as ice. So, you're the famous Zhou Yi, huh? I've heard the rumors. Name's Kui Liena. Level 35, second advancement priest from Qingyun City. Zhou Yi gave a nod of respect. Liena scoffed. Director Jia practically begged me to save your sister. She eyed him up and down, sizing him up. If the old man hadn't sworn this kid was the provincial champion, I wouldn't have bothered breaking the rules, she thought. But seeing him resist that freezing aura for so long, the director wasn't lying. This kid is the real deal. Zhou Yi cut to the chase. Miss Kui, what's wrong with my sister? Can you fix it? Lena explained. The frost energy is taking physical form. It's a clear sign her bloodline is awakening. Zhou Yi blinked, stunned. Bloodline awakening? You know how it is. When the Eternal game first dropped, tons of players picked exotic races, elves, giants, demons. But when the game merged with our reality, those players started mutating. Elf players got the green eyes and pointy ears, the whole package. Giant bloodlines grew to be 3 or 4 meters tall. Over the last 200 years, they intermarried with normal humans. Generation after generation, the blood thinned out. The looks and powers faded away. Well, except for one rare glitch in the system, the awakening. Lena got serious. It's a gamble, a double-edged sword. If she awakens successfully, she gains insane power. Leveling up skills, learning magic, it'll be a walk in the park. But if she fails, paralysis at best, death at worst. Your sister is suffering because her body is too fragile to handle that raw power. If I'm right, she's got the ice bloodline, ultra rare. To survive it, her entire physical constitution needs an upgrade. There's only one item that can do that, the extreme ice lotus. But good luck finding it. The last one popped up at an auction 30 years ago. Some mystery buyer snagged it for 13 billion credits. You're on a clock, kid. In 3 months, that frost energy inside her is going to detonate. She won't be able to control it. The only other option is the grand sealing art to lock the bloodline away. Make your choice, then use this token to call me. But be warned, the price is her future. She'll never level up again. Liana vanished, leaving Zhou Yi staring at the communication token, lost in thought. 5 days later, Zhou Yi just crushed his daily grind. System screen popped up. Squats, 200. Push-ups, 200. Sit-ups, 200. Weapon swings, 200. Done and done. Daily quest complete. Select reward. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. Attribute points. He always stacked up on free stats. For a holy knight, constitution and wisdom were the meta. But ignoring the other stats, rookie mistake. He stuck to the 2-3-3-2 spread. Balance was the key to being invincible. Suddenly, ding. A new notification flashed in his face. Exam results published. Achievement unlocked. Congratulations, you are the #1 ranked player in the entire Suhang province, calculating rewards based on performance. Jackpot. Acquired God-level skill. Divine Art rank S. Acquired S-rank item, Cross of Resurrection. Acquired one-time God skill, Descent of the Deity, rank S. But wait, there's more. Rare skill acquired, Light's Judgment, rank A. Plus 30 free attribute points, and another 30 points. Ever since the exams wrapped up, Zhou Yi's face was plastered on every screen and news feed. Director Gale was already bragging to the press. The moment he changed classes to Holy Knight, I knew the kid was a legend in the making. That's why I personally told the city council to invest in him. It was all thanks to my brilliant eye for talent. A group of students watching the interview dropped their jaws. The provincial champion is a Holy Knight. Isn't that just a heavy support class? Don't play me, bro. Holy Knights clear dungeons at a snail's pace. A level 10 nightmare run? You kidding? He had to be hacking. One girl wasn't having it. She whipped out her phone. Shut up and watch this. I recorded the live stream. Receipts don't lie. The doubters gathered around, eyes widening. Holy crap, look at that damage. That holy cross hit harder than a high-tier mage's fireball. Weapon blessing, divine grace, courage blessing. Someone count his buffs. Does this guy ever run out of power-ups? Meanwhile, in a penthouse suite, a guy with fiery red hair glared at the screen. Clear time, 9 minutes, 24 seconds. He beat my record by 20 seconds. Zhou Yi, you're actually interesting. The redhead pointed a finger at a vase across the room. Boom! It shattered into dust. A twisted grin spread across his face. But nobody steals my spotlight. You're dead meat. The next morning, unaware of the target on his back, Zhou Yi was heading to see Zhou Yun. Buzz. His phone lit up. Notification. Bank transfer received. A massive sum just dropped from the government and the city education department. He immediately dialed Secretary Zhao. Mr. Zhao, because you absolutely crushed the exams, the government is awarding you 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Do you have a preferred district? Or should we pick for you? Zhou Yi smirked. Guess word got out that I'm the top dog now. You pick. I trust your judgment, Zhou Yi replied. Understood. Also, the recruiters from the top 3 universities are en route. Shall I send a limo to pick you up? Forget it. They're already here. Zhou Yi scoffed, staring down the man in front of him. The stranger flashed a practiced smile, handing over a card. I'm a talent scout for Rongyang University. Rongyang University? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, but before he could react, a mocking voice cut through the air. Didn't Rongyang University claim student Zhou Yi was too arrogant? You said he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so why show your face here now? The voice boomed as a massive figure leaned out of a hovering helicopter. The muscle-bound man sneered from the ladder. That fool Zhao Tianfu had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. He's already been fired for his stupidity. The Rongyang recruiter started sweating bullets, looking nervously at the prize student. Student Zhou Yi, if you choose us. Rongyang University is willing to offer 4 million credits, but the buff guy cut him off instantly. Whatever condition Rongyang offers, Magic Capital University pays double. Magic Capital University claims this dragon. The rest of you, get lost. The giant landed with a thud that cracked the pavement, his aura sending the Rongyang teacher into a trembling rage. Suddenly, a melodic voice whispered right in Zhou Yi's ear. Have you considered Qingjing University yet? Before the musclehead could grab him, a girl with purple hair and wings of light swooped down, snatching Zhou Yi and launching them both into the sky. Hovering above the chaos, the purple-haired beauty whispered, Student Zhu, Qingjing might lack some things, but not cultivation resources. We guarantee grade A resources for every single year. But her sales pitch was cut short. A massive magic circle materialized behind her, violently sucking her back down. A woman clad entirely in black stood there, her energy radiating danger. The woman in black spoke, her voice dripping with icy menace. To steal the top scholar, you use wealth and prestige. Anything Qingjing can give, my Suhang University can match. But snatching people in broad daylight? Drop him now, or don't blame me for getting nasty. The muscle-bound teacher leaped into the sky to join the party. Exactly. A force melon isn't sweet. Zhou Yi, Magic Capital offers grade A resources plus a full set of gold-tier battle gear. The purple-haired teacher, realizing she was outmatched, wisely floated down and released Zhou Yi. She quickly switched to a friendly smile. I wasn't kidnapping him. I just wanted a private, intimate chat with Student Zhou. Well, the choice is yours. Handsome. Student Zhou. I am Su Meyer from Suhang University, the woman in black declared. At Suhang, strength is king. Break into the earth or heaven leaderboards. And forget grade A. We'll feed you S-rank resources. Suhang has dominated the freshman exchange competition for 4 years running. That proves our training capability is #1 in the nation. The purple-haired teacher scoffed. Su Meyer, watch your mouth. Just because you won a few fights, you're getting cocky. Su Meyer smirked. Victory is the only truth. Miss. Son, maybe tell your students to train harder instead of crying. While the two lionesses tore into each other verbally, Zhou Yi stood there, calculating his next move. The benefits were all insane. Any of these schools would guarantee a golden future. But his goal wasn't just money. He needed raw combat power. The best place for my growth is. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi made his call. I choose Suhang University. Su Meyer instantly produced a glowing scroll. This is the special admission contract. Read it. If you're good, sign it. The muscle-bound teacher sighed, watching a legendary genius slip through his fingers. Su Hong snatched him first. Miss Sun from Qingjing didn't give up, though. If you hate it there, transfers to Qingjing are always open. Su Meyer shot a death glare at Miss Sunday. The air rippled without a word spoken. Silent casting, a technique only high-level mages could master. Zhou Yi, contract in hand, felt the pressure. He looked at Su Meyer with wide eyes. Forgive me for asking, but what is your class level, Miss Su? Second Awakening Mage, level 42. Zhou Yi was shook. She didn't look a day over 30. The world is vast, kid. Once you enter Suhang, you'll meet monsters even younger and stronger than me. Perfect, Zhou Yi grinned, his blood heating up. Lately, he had been crushing everyone in his age group. No challenge meant no growth. If Suhang was full of monsters, that's exactly where he belonged. Done, Su Meyer said, stowing the contract. You have 1 week to pack. I'll pick you up then. Huh? Suhang's enrollment is that early? Su Meyer winked. Naturally. Special recruits like you need early access to high-level training. We need to power level you fast so you can crush the competition at the National Freshman Exchange. 1 week flew by in a blink. After moving his family to a secure villa, it was time for Zhou Yi to depart. He entrusted his little sister, Zhou Yun, to Secretary Zhao's protection. He nagged his sister with a million warnings before finally climbing into Su Meyer's car. Seeing him look back, Su Meyer smiled. First time leaving the nest? Yeah, something like that. Well, brace yourself. Before Zhou Yi could process her words, the car drove straight into a rippling dimensional gate. Instantly, the cityscape of Suhang appeared before his eyes. We don't do long drives. Teleportation arrays are standard here. Zhou Yi looked around, jaw dropping. Cars were flying out of portals everywhere. Teleportation arrays? Usually the military hoards this tech. Back home, I needed city government approval just to use a small one. Suhang University partners directly with the military zone, Su Meyer explained, pointing ahead. We have a massive array right on campus. Safe and efficient. We're here. Zhou Yi stared at the sprawling campus, overwhelmed. This is just too extravagant. Come on, let's get you registered. Su Meyer beckoned, but as Zhou Yi scanned the area, he sensed a disturbance. A blur flew past him, a male student launching through the air like a rag doll. A girl with snow-white hair stood there, her eyes burning with fury. I told you. I'm not interested in getting to know you. That kick was a warning. Provoke me again, and I won't hold back. She turned and stormed off, leaving the crowd to swarm the fallen guy. Young Master Deng finally hit an iron wall. He tries to pick up freshman girls every year, but looks like he finally met a real demoness. Karma's a bitch. Zhou Yi locked eyes with a white-haired girl. Demonic runes? It was unmistakable. She carried the blood of the demon race. Su Meyer noticed his intense gaze. She offered a quiet warning. Many students and teachers here possess mixed bloodlines. If you encounter them in the future, keep a poker face. Don't look so shocked. Relax, Zhou Yi replied, his voice cool. Even if this whole school is filled with monsters, I don't care. As long as they stand on the side of humanity, they are my enemies. I'm not so blinded by my father's death that I hate an entire race without cause. Su Meyer nodded, impressed. Good mindset. Here is your student ID. She manifested a card from thin air. Zhou Yi scanned the data. Rank, credits, Let me break down the rules. Sumayer began. First, the ranking system. In this jungle, your rank is your life. The greater your power, the higher your status. Your current rank is based on the entrance exam results. You are sitting at number 1. You are the apex predator of the freshman class. But don't get comfortable. In 1 month, the freshman tournament begins. The leaderboard will be rewritten in blood. From this moment on, you are the target. Everyone wants to drag you down and steal your throne. Zhou Yi smirked, eyes flashing with confidence. If I'm already the king, I don't intend to abdicate. His arrogance was electric. Sumayer smiled and continued the tour. Next up, the credit system. Money means nothing here. Your starting credits depend on your rank. Credits are survival. Food, gear, potions, skill books. Everything costs credits. If you have enough, you can even buy S-class resources. You can buy god-tier skills if your wallet is deep enough. Besides your starting rank, there are 2 ways to earn more. Method 1, the mission board. Use your ID to accept quests online. Hunt monsters, complete tasks, get paid. Method 2, the monthly stipend. Based on your standing on the heaven and earth leaderboards. But remember, there are over 1,000 students here. The path to the leaderboards is paved with the crushed dreams of the weak. Don't get cocky. Now, the dungeons. First, the Goblin Underground City. Levels 17 to 21. Second, the Twisted Forest. Levels 23 to 26. And the third, Purgatory. Levels 28 to 31. You don't just need the level requirement to enter. You need to pay the entrance fee in credits. Power has a price. Until you're ready for the real deal, use the training zone. Spar with humans or battle mechs. Just remember, the strong have absolute rights. The strong hoard the resources. That is the only law of survival in this place. Just then, a group of upperclassmen walked past them in the opposite direction. The leader greeted Sumayer respectfully. But as the group passed Zhou Yi, whispers erupted like wildfire among the students. Who is that kid? Why is a teacher guiding him personally? We only got guided by seniors in groups of 10. This is favoritism. Is he a V, I, P, or something? Wang Li, the know-it-all of the group, scoffed. You guys are clueless. Only the top scholar gets a personal escort from a teacher. It's a power move. To get him adjusted fast, and to show off to future recruits. That guy, he's the real deal. So he's the champion of this year's batch? Hey, by Xiaosheng. What's his background? Spill the tea. The freshman, including the white-haired girl, leaned in with anticipation. Zhou Yi, top scholar of Suhang Province, level 13. Holy Knight. The crowd froze. Shock rippled through them like a shockwave. Are you kidding? A Holy Knight? That's a trash support class. Wait, the second place guy, Shenling Feng, is a level 14 berserker. How in the world does a healer beat a berserker? Hey, do you doubt my intel? Bai Xiaosheng snapped, offended. My reputation is flawless. Meanwhile, a girl in the back swooned. He's so hot though. He looks like an idol. The white-haired girl's eyes locked onto Zhou Yi, analyzing his aura. He was the alpha of the freshmen. Liu Jing saw his crush staring intently at Zhou Yi, and jealousy exploded in his veins like poison. He sneered loudly, making sure everyone heard. Top scholar, looks like a fraud to me. Overrated. Zhou Yi heard the insult and slowly turned his head. Liu Jing stepped out, chest puffed with false bravado. Liu Jing, level 13, Punishment Knight, rank 38. I doubt you possess the strength to be number 1. I challenge you to a duel. The senior leader frowned, annoyed. Hey, save the drama. Don't waste everyone's time. He patted Liu Jing's shoulder. Idiot, I just want my credit for guiding you. Stop making trouble. Liu Jing slapped the hand away. Sorry, senior. I'll make it quick. The senior fumed internally. This moron. The rankings are decided by the deans of the 5 great academies. They don't make mistakes. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A fight? On day 1? This was getting good. Free entertainment. Is Liu Jing trying to use the champion as his stepping stone to fame? Well, a Holy Knight isn't a combat class. He might actually lose this. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, looking at Liu Jing like he was a bug. Why should I accept a challenge from a nobody? What's in it for me? Liu Jing grit his teeth. 100 credits. If you win, they're yours. Zhou Yi calculated coldly. For future peace, I need to crush this insect completely. I need to make an example of him so terrifying that no one else dares to bark. Zhou Yi held up 3 fingers. 300 credits, pay up, and I'll fight you. Liu Jing's face went pale. The crowd gasped. 300? I'm rank 40 and I only have 400 total. Liu Jing is rank 38. That's basically his life savings. Damn, this top scholar is ruthless. He's trying to bankrupt him. Liu Jing hesitated, sweat forming on his brow. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw the white-haired girl watching. Pride overcame logic. Fine, 300. Let's go to the arena. Zhou Yi laughed, a sound void of warmth. Arena? You have guts. I'll give you that. But we don't need a ring. 3 moves. If you aren't on your knees by then, I lose. They headed to the stage, Sumair stepping in as the judge. 3 seconds on the clock. Liu Jing launches his assault instantly. His mind races with calculations. Retribution Knights and Holy Knights. Both are legendary hidden classes. But the Retribution class is built for explosive burst damage, while the Holy Knight is just a support healer. If I rush him before he buffs up, victory is mine. In that split second, Liu Jing glances at the white-hair girl below the stage. Watch me. She is definitely watching me. He hypes himself up. Liu Jing swings his blade. Skill activated. Blood Chi Slash. He chops straight at Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi dodges effortlessly. A single kick to the gut, and Liu Jing is eating the floor. How boring. Zhou Yi sighs, feeling a wave of disappointment. I thought he had some secret move. Down in one hit? What a letdown. A male student rushes over to check the wreckage that is Liu Jing. He reports to instructor Su. Ma'am, Liu Jing has 5 broken ribs and internal bleeding. He's out cold. Understood. Get a priest over here. Stat. Sumair replies coolly. She taps on the system interface using their student IDs. A moment later, she tosses the card back to Zhou Yi. 300 credits have been transferred to your account. The battle was over in a blink, leaving the freshmen with their jaws on the floor. The blood chi slash of a Retribution Knight is nearly impossible to block, yet he broke it with a single kick. Is this the power of the number 1 ranker? He is on a completely different dimension. Their strength stats must have a gap of at least 20 points. The girl with white hair cannot sit still anymore. She steps up, challenging Zhou Yi to a duel. Seeing her up close at the entrance, I finally realize. She is not just carrying the demon race bloodline. She is decked out in legacy tier gear. My first time seeing legacy equipment. Let's see what it can actually do. Zhou Yi activates appraisal to scan his opponent. Weapon, Dark Moon. Ancient Sword. Quality, 3-star legacy. Race requirement, human. Class requirement, swordsman. Effects, unknown. After a pause, Zhou Yi nods. You are on. Another duel is about to begin. Realizing this opponent is not just fodder, Zhou Yi decides to equip the Mystic Light War Hammer to handle white hair. Weapon, Mystic Light War Hammer. Quality, Gold SSS. Constitution plus 18. Intelligence plus 24. Effect, boosts all light skills rank B and below by 1 level. Source, the Gacha system. This time, even the sophomores and juniors are swarming in to watch. Look at that. Freshmen starting a war on day 1. Just chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, a captain of the Aurora Guild and a level 29 archer, happens to walk by. He spots Sumair and greets her, deciding to stick around for the show. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The signal drops, and they collide instantly. White hair unleashes Extreme Shadow Slash, rushing in with lightning speed. Zhou Yi counters. Square Explosive Hammer Strike. He lifts the giant hammer and smashes it into the earth. Area of effect damage explodes, pushing the enemy back. The skills collide with a deafening boom, blasting both fighters away from the impact zone. So strong. He is a total monster. White hair thinks to herself. She cranks up the intensity, using Demon Chi Slash to infuse her blade with pure darkness. She fires a massive wave of dark energy straight at him. But seeing the attack, Zhou Yi does not flinch. He screams in excitement. Magnificent. Finally, someone who can clash with me head-on. Keep it coming. Uplift strike. An upward attack to launch the enemy. Get up there. Reinforced continuous stab. A double strike mid-attack. Wave splitter, slash. A heavy forward smash that releases a shockwave. The wave causes multi-hit damage and knocks the enemy back. Ice Mountain Strike. A short leap forward, smashing the weapon into the ground. Multiple hit judgments detected. The final blow knocks the target down. They trade skills back and forth with perfect execution. Neither side gives an inch. It is a stalemate. The audience below stares at the ring, watching 2 figures moving at the speed of light. Their jaws drop in disbelief. Are these really just students? Li Dongsheng watches in deep thought before speaking. If that spirit swordswoman does not have a trump card, she is going to lose fast. The male student doubts him. Really? It looks like an even match to me. Li Dongsheng breaks it down. Reinforced block absorbs all damage. At first, out of 3 strikes from the Holy Knight, she only had to block 1. Now, she is forced to block every single hit with her sword. When defending against heavy weapons, you usually parry to save stamina. But Zhou Yi, he waits for an opening and crushes her with pressure. Furthermore, that guy has no intention of saving stamina. He is either an idiot, or he has absolute faith in his stats. From start to finish, the Warhammer has restricted the swordswoman's movement. She is forced to tank the hammer strikes with her blade. Seeing every hit land with heavy impact, someone in the crowd shouts out, "Such a beauty!" And he shows zero mercy. This holy knight is absolutely savage. Warm-up is over. Zhou Yi triggers Divine Grace, Courage Grace, Weapon Blessing, Dawn Blessing, Guardian Grace. Instantly, a massive pillar of light engulfs him. The pressure is suffocating. Is this his true form? While Whitehair hesitates, Zhou Yi activates Spear of Victory and points a finger. Seeing him casting, Whitehair seizes the chance. Ghost Shadow Slash. She closes the gap instantly to deliver a finishing blow. But Zhou Yi smiles arrogantly. "I knew you would try that." He swings his hammer down at her. Whitehair can only close her eyes and wait for the pain, but nothing happens. Want to keep going? Whitehair opens her eyes. Zhou Yi has cancelled the skill, leaning on his hammer, looking down at her. "I forfeit. Your offense was overwhelming. The result would be the same. You did not use your full power." Zhou Yi calls her out. He knows she never used her strongest swordsman skills or her inner dark attributes. Whitehair smiles like a blooming flower. "You caught me, huh? Just wanted to test my limits. I am not revealing my ace card yet. Besides, you were holding back too. I watched your exam video. Let's add each other on WeChat. We will fight again." After exchanging contacts, Su Meyer leads Zhou Yi away for the campus tour, feeling a sense of anticipation. Day 1, and he has already earned 600 points and terrified every elite special admission student. The legend begins. This year's freshman batch is absolute chaos. The rookie dorms are over at Little Peak. But let's be real. The dorms for normal students are basically at the bottom of the food chain. The elite recruits, they get the VIP treatment at the summit. We're not talking dorm rooms here. The special admission students get their own private luxury villas. Your rank determines your lifestyle. Higher rank means better loot and specialized support. This is your new crib. Su Meyer smirked, pointing at the massive mansion looming in front of them. Su Meyer swiped her keycard, suddenly remembering something important. She turned to Zhou Yi. "By the way, rumor has it you're hunting for the extreme cold lotus. A squad spotted one over in the Gale mountain range once, but a high-tier demon beast was guarding it. They value their lives more than the loot, so they bailed. That intel is 6 years old, though. No guarantees it's still there." Even with Su Meyer's uncertain tip, Zhou Yi made his decision. For the next few days, Zhou Yi obsessed over data on the Gale mountain range. It's a massive danger zone born from the collision of the Eternal Game and the Blue Star. The map is huge, packed with rare treasures, exotic herbs, and nightmare fuel monsters. Even experts who've undergone their third-class advancement dare not wander too deep. With Zhou Yi's current stats, if he runs into a high-level boss monster, his only option is to turn tail and run just to keep breathing. Luckily, the system hooked him up after the college entrance exams. It gave him a cheat skill, a literal extra life. No need to hesitate. Time to buy skills, gear up, and grind. Zhou Yi jumped onto the computer, browsing the skill shop. Ding! A system notification popped up on the screen. Scanning. Top ranker privilege confirmed. All paladin skills under rank A are free to learn. Physical immunity, added to cart. High efficiency, buying it. Long range nuke, mine. Free stuff tastes the best. Zhou Yi went on a shopping spree, grabbing every overpowered skill he could find. The only thing that actually cost him points was the jungle survival set. Preparation complete. It was time to hunt. Zhou Yi headed straight for the Gale mountain range. Mission: find the lotus, save his sister. But while he was prowling through the danger zone, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the forest nearby. Curiosity piqued, he grabbed his gear and sprinted toward the chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan had added Zhou Yi on WeChat, hoping to slide into his DMs. But ever since he said he was going to the mountains, the guy completely ghosted her. Bored and annoyed, she called her bestie to vent. "I met this totally weird guy. A rare breed, seriously. I challenged him yesterday, even used my charm skills during the fight, but he didn't even flinch. No love-struck gaze, nothing. Is he a robot?" Her friend gasped on the other end. "His willpower must be god tier to resist you." "Humph." Jiang Churan grumbled, making a split-second decision. "Fine. If he's at Gale Mountain, I'm going too." Deep in the mountains, a fierce battle was raging. Demons versus a squad of 4 girls. It was the ultimate team. Mechanic Zhu Rao, Summoner Wen Tianrun, Gunner Zhu Dan, and Swordsman Su Qinglian. They were fighting for their lives against a horde of demons. Zhu Rao drifted her tank, launching explosive discs into the fray. Click. Boom. The moment the demons stepped on them, they were blown to bits. A few survivors shrieked, charging blindly at the tank. Wen Tianrun stepped up. Summon. Ice Spirit Master. A massive wall of ice rose up, blocking the path. But they missed one, a shadow leaping through the trees, flanking them from behind with terrifying speed. 9 o'clock, Zhu Rao screamed. Zhu Dan spun around, her heavy cannon roaring. One shot, and the ambusher was deleted. She kept the trigger held down, spraying bullets. Now's our chance, she shouted. Su Qinglian dashed forward, her blade dancing in a blur of steel, slicing the remaining demons to ribbons. We did it. Zhu Rao cheered, laughing. Wen Tianrun turned to celebrate, but her face suddenly went pale. She shoved Zhu Rao aside. She frantically cast a spell, forming an ice shield over the tank's window. But a massive fireball from the forest slammed into them. The impact was too strong. The ice shield shattered into dust, and the tank flipped over like a toy. Everyone okay? Su Qinglian rushed over to check on them. Behind you, Wen Tianrun screamed. The squad looked past Su Qinglian in horror. A second wave of demons, looking like grim reapers, was charging up a fire spell to cook them alive. We used everything just to kill 4 of them. Are we seriously going to die here? Just as the girls were about to give up hope, a white blur burst from the forest. Zhou Yi, riding his white wolf. Holy storm. Light mana gathered, twisting into a devastating tornado, sucking the demons into the center. Light converges. The storm descends. As Zhou Yi finished the chant, a colossal sword of light fell from the heavens. Crash. It slammed into the eye of the storm, vaporizing the demon horde instantly. The area was engulfed in flames, but Zhou Yi calmly patted his pet. The white wolf understood. One massive breath, and the fire was extinguished. Zhou Yi walked over to the stunned girls, casting high-tier healing spells. Su Qinglian, holding the unconscious Wen Tianrun, looked up with teary eyes. She smiled weakly. Thanks, Junior Zhou. Wait, you know who I am? The Azure Phoenix Squad, ranked 2nd in the whole academy? Of course I know you, which makes me feel kind of bad seeing you like this. Su Qinglian blushed, then her expression turned serious. Junior, your light attribute is a hard counter to these demons, but it's too dangerous solo. Come back to our forward base with us. I've searched the outer zone for a month, and I still haven't found a trace of the Frost Lotus. The rookie tournament is in 3 days. I'll have to wait until it's over to try again. Zhou Yi weighed his options. Deal. Su Qinglian signaled Zhu Rao. The mechanic nodded, eyes gleaming. She began chanting. Metal scream. Soul of speed. Roar of the phantom. Mechanical spider assemble. The magic circle glowed blindingly bright. A massive mechanical spider tank rose from the ground. Zhou Yi and his wolf stared in pure awe. No time to explain. Get in, loser. Zhu Rao shouted, revving the engine. Su Qinglian noticed her teammate showing off. She's totally trying to impress the handsome junior, she thought, amused. On the way back, Zhou Yi broke the silence, his eyes narrowing. Hey, Senior Su, is the Hurricane Mountain Range always a playground for these demons? Su Qinglian didn't sugarcoat it. My squad has been stationed inside the Hurricane Mountain Range for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered this trash. Zhou Yi's mind raced, connecting the dots. That means these demons crawled out from the deepest parts of the range, or a dimension rift just cracked open nearby, letting the swarm spill out. Su Qinglian nodded grimly. Exactly. We need to hustle back to the base and alert the military district. Now, Zhou Yi flinched, surprised. Wait, doesn't the military have mages monitoring the entire zone? Let's break it down for a second. The Hurricane Mountain Range is crawling with magic beasts, so the army built a supply base at the entrance to stop them from raiding the city. Plus, they have military mages constantly scanning for energy spikes within the mountains. Su Qinglian heard Zhou Yi's question and frowned, her voice dropping an octave. They do, but these demons? Their level is too pathetic to trigger the alarms. Zhou Yi looked even more confused. A level 30 Trinean beast is considered pathetic. That's not exactly a walk in the park. Reading his mind, Su Qinglian explained. The mages focus their surveillance on the deep zones, watching for epic high-tier beasts or legendary grade threats. The otherworldly aura on these small fry is below the detection threshold, so they probably slipped right under the mage's radar. As she spoke, doubts started creeping into Su Qinglian's mind. But if it is a rift, why send low-level fodder here? It doesn't make sense. The moment the base's army spots them, they'll be wiped out. And if a rift is big enough for a level 30 beast, it can definitely fit a level 50 monster. Sending weaklings isn't just suicide. It exposes the rift's coordinates. Whatever. This isn't for us to figure out. We just need to deliver the intel. Right then, the air shattered with the roar of 1,000 demons screaming in unison. Meat! Fresh meat! Simultaneously, a beam of light tore through the sky and slammed into the earth, triggering a massive explosion not far from Zhou Yi's convoy. Demons! Someone's trapped over there. Zhou Yi felt a familiar energy ripple. That aura. He made a snap decision. You guys go ahead. I got business to finish. Ignoring their protests, he summoned his pet and bolted solo toward the explosion, riding like the wind. He would never forget that energy signature. Why is she here of all places? It wasn't just Zhou Yi. Another squad nearby had also noticed the chaos. One of them hesitated, watching the carnage. A level 20 Trinean beast. That girl won't last much longer. Should we jump in? Silence fell over the group. Finally, someone spoke up, voice cold. Better not. We're trapped here too, barely holding our own. If she can survive and wipe out those demons solo, she's a future legend. But right now, it's a tragedy. They all looked toward the explosion with pity in their eyes. Jiang Churen was covered in wounds, fighting for her life against the horde. She gritted her teeth, swinging her weapon. Damn it, they know my demon transformation has a time limit. They aren't attacking, they're stalling to exhaust me. The demons were smart, spreading out in packs of 10 across the plains. Even if she slaughtered the 8 in front of her, the surrounding swarm would instantly fill the gap. There was zero chance of escaping back to the base. If my transformation wears off before I break the circle. Jiang Churen's eyes turned icy sharp. Just as she prepared to unleash a desperate final skill, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, instantly vaporizing the silver-rank beasts surrounding her. Jiang Churen whipped her head around toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Zhou Yi came charging in on a white horse scratched at a majestic white wolf, looking like a literal war god. He screamed at the stunned girl. Jiang Churen, move. Behind her, a demon unhinged its jaw and let out a sonic screech so piercing that Jiang Churen couldn't handle it. Instinctively covering her ears with both hands, the monsters triggered their infernal body berserk mode, howling as they launched a coordinated suicide rush. Jiang Churen screamed a warning. Zhou Yi, run. That's the demon race's berserk mode. Her heart sank. Their power just doubled. Zhou Yi is absolutely not their match. If I self-destruct now, I have a 90% chance of taking it down and saving him. Suddenly, Zhou Yi flashed behind her on the white wolf, his arms sweeping around her waist to hoist her onto the mount. Jiang Churen gasped. Zhou Yi. At that exact second, a demon threw a lethal punch. The white wolf reacted on instinct, leaping forward to dodge. Zhou Yi, perched on the wolf's back, turned around and extended his hand. Light's retribution. Boom. A massive pillar of holy lightning slammed down, obliterating the entire area in front of him. Zhou Yi smirked. No wonder everyone wants to be a mage. The feeling of nuking monsters from a distance? Not bad at all. However, his flashy move caused way too much noise, attracting every single demon on the plains. They swarmed in, forming a massive encirclement around the duo. Total count, 180 demons. I could wipe them with an AoE skill, but they're too scattered right now. Zhou Yi murmured, placing 2 fingers on Jiang Churen's forehead. Jiang Churen, bait the ones on the left. Don't get greedy. Jiang Churen looked at him, confused. Zhou Yi? He didn't explain. He just started spamming buffs. Slow healing, Dawn's blessing, weapon blessing, divine gift. Jiang Churen's eyes widened. These are the Holy Knight squad buffs. She quickly opened her status window. Level 16. Swordsman, dual demon body state. Looking at her stats, strength, speed, vitality, intelligence, everything had spiked by 25%. She was left with her jaw on the floor. Zhou Yi didn't have time for her shock. Before she could speak, he leaped off the wolf, summoned his weapon, and targeted the nearest mob. He slammed his hammer down, causing the very ground to explode. Behind him, Jiang Churen dismounted. She stared at Zhou Yi's back, awestruck. Insane. All attributes up by 25%. That's basically doubling my combat power. As far as I know, no level 16. Heck, not even a level 20 Holy Knight can pull that off. By now, a group of monsters had reached her position. Without needing a command, the white wolf lunged, tearing into a beast with its fangs. Not the time to overthink this. I need to follow his lead. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Churen's expression turned serious. She drew her blade and joined the fray. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was moving at high speed, every swing of his hammer turning one or more monsters into dust. Out of nowhere, a shadowy freak sneaked up behind Zhou Yi, blade raised high to split his skull. Just as the steel was about to connect, snap. A purple whip cracked through the air, slapping the weapon out of the monster's hand and saving Zhou Yi's neck. He didn't even flinch as he turned around, seeing Jiang Churen wielding the Shadow Vine like a total queen. That skill gathers dark energy to lash out, dealing massive damage while stacking shadow debuffs. But man, being a Holy Light user really is like holding a giant kick-me sign for demons. The whole horde was swarming them now. Perfect. Zhou Yi casually tossed a Guardian Holy Light buff onto Jiang Churen and White Wolf, locking them inside a golden barrier. Stay put, he commanded. That B-tier spell isn't just for show, it pulls the squad into a safe zone, bathing them in sacred light and making them literally untouchable to physical damage for a solid chunk of time. Then, Zhou Yi went on the offensive. Holy Light Cross. A massive cross of pure energy materialized behind him, ready to wreck shop. It unleashes continuous light and fire damage to anyone dumb enough to stand near it. Level 7 Mastery, 200-meter range. It was game over. Golden light flooded the battlefield, igniting into holy flames. The demons didn't just burn, they were incinerated, screaming as they turned to ash. Jiang Churan's eyes went wide. She was totally shook. When the light finally faded, the trash mobs were gone, leaving only the tanky elites still standing. But darkness doesn't stand a chance against the light. Light gather, storm descend, divine light, storm. He summoned a literal tornado of holy energy to wreck a specific spot, dealing magical damage. Of the light attribute to everything in range, giant blades of light materialized in the air as soon as Zhou Yi spoke. Boom! They slammed into the ground, forming a prison of light around the surviving monsters. 1 second later, in the center of the ring, a vortex spun up, grinding the demons into mincemeat. Meanwhile, a squad hiding in the bushes nearby was watching, jaws on the floor. "Bro, is that guy even human?" one whispered. "Boss, should we go say hi?" The captain hesitated, sweating bullets. "Our squad is mostly level 24, and I'm only level 26. Even if we jumped him 6-on-1, we get clapped. That kid is a monster, and way too young to be this strong." The captain decided they had to get on his good side, fast. He wanted to make an alliance. But before they could move, a mechanical beast roared onto the scene. A high-tech machine skidded to a halt near Zhou Yi. It was Zhu Dan carrying Zhu Rao, Wen Tianrun, and Su Qinglian. Zhu Dan waved, "Yo, Junior Joe, the cavalry has arrived." But then they saw the carnage. They froze for a solid 5 seconds. Zhou Yi just glanced at them while chugging a mana potion. Ping. System notification. Congrats. You hit level 17. 15 stat points and 15 skill points acquired. Congrats. Level 18 reached. 15 stat points and 15 skill points acquired. Name, Zhou Yi. Level, 18. Experience, 132,442. Strength, 160. Constitution, 162. Intelligence, 172. Zhou Yi did the math. 180 demons equals 60,000 XP. Too bad there's a level cap on XP gain, he muttered. Could have farmed way more. He tossed the empty potion bottle aside. My mana pool is huge, but these high-tier skills drain it dry. He'd have to bug his teacher for a fix later. Finally, Zhu Dan's crew snapped out of it and hopped down. They walked over. Su Qinglian looked around, terrified. Zhu Yi, did you solo all of this? Zhu Dan chimed in. Zhu Yi, your power level is off the charts. Before he could answer, Jiang Churan collapsed onto the dirt. The girls rushed over. Is she okay? She's just tapped out. Zhou Yi shrugged. Mana exhaustion. The girls started helping her up. Su Qinglian stared at Zhou Yi intently. Be real with me. Did you fight anything? Weirdly strong. Zhou Yi rubbed his chin. The boss was a gold tier, level 23. Barely broke a sweat. Why? Su Qinglian frowned. Both humans and demons have commanders. If the big boss wasn't here, then the main army isn't here either. It's a trap. We need to RTB immediately. Zhou Yi nodded. This sounded bad. Back in the bushes, the stalker squad saw them packing up. Boss, they're bouncing. Do we move? The captain hesitated. Wait. Suddenly, the air turned heavy. A crushing, invisible weight slammed them into the dirt. Pure terror. Boss, what the hell? The captain stared out, face pale as a sheet. That energy. It's suffocating. A high-tier demon is here. The sky bled crimson as a massive barrier sealed the area. Then, the fabric of reality tore open, and a dragon forced its way through. Riding it was a humanoid figure oozing pure malice. The appraisal skill flashed the terrifying stats instantly. Monster, demon. Level 30. Legendary potential. Skill. Hidden. Mount. Fire dragon. Level 24. Gold potential. Skill. Flame blast. Meanwhile, back at the military base, the monitoring screens flash red. Alert, emergency, dimensional energy spiking. Analyzing data. Complete. It's a level 4 invasion. Coordinates locked, east of Hurricane Mountains. Longitude 111.454. The operator grabbed the mic, screaming into the comms. Level 4, invasion confirmed. All units, mobilize immediately. This is not a drill. Prepare for combat. I repeat, level 4 invasion confirmed. Snow Dragon Legion, Knights and Warriors. Cease training and get to the rally point now. Move, move, move. The Snow Dragon Legion wasn't playing around. Their healers were fully prepped. Mana circuits overflowing with raw power. Logistics had the cores and crystals distributed. They were locked, loaded, and ready for war. The mages zeroed in on the coordinates. Longitude 111.454, latitude 15.305. A massive teleportation circle began to glow, weaving the fabric of space itself. In a heartbeat, the elite troops snapped into formation within the golden arrays, looking like absolute units. A soldier rushed the platform to brief the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Zhou Yi reported with military precision, Grand Commander. The squad is assembled and awaiting your kill order. Commander Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He unsheathed his blade with a metallic ring that screamed violence. Pointing his steel toward the horizon, he roared, "Be the sword that shreds the thorns. Be the shield that guards our realm." The soldiers below erupted, their voices shaking the very earth. The sword that shreds, the shield that guards. Satisfied with the hype, Zhou Yi gave the order to roll out. But let's rewind the clock a few minutes. Deep in the demon's lair, the boss sat on his throne like he owned the place, glaring down at his minions. "Listen up, freaks. Every single one of you was handpicked by me, the cream of the crop. For 6 months on this blue star, we barely lost 10 guys. But now, right at the finish line, the demon lord's eyes burned with fury. Just before we bounce back to the holy world, 100 of my boys get wiped out. No way, we leave in half a day, but before we go, we're gonna make some noise." The demons below went feral, screaming, "All hail his highness. Let's wreck everything." Back to the present, the demon commander sat atop a massive fire dragon, staring down at Zhou Yi's squad like they were bugs. "Mercy? Not today. I'm gonna rip your souls out and roast them in hellfire." The boss raised his hand, and the air crackled. It was summoning time. Olamas, the son of the devil, popped his ultimate skill. Silver-ranked demons spawned in a flash. Gold-ranked demons materialized right behind them. Su Qinglian triggered her appraisal skill, scanning the mob. Her face went pale. Legendary rank boss. Gold rank knights. Silver rank shamans. We are so screwed. She gritted her teeth, stepped in front of Zhou Yi, and whipped out her weapon. "Zhou Yi, the Green Phoenix squad will hold the line. If you see an opening, you run. Don't look back." She's right. Zhou Yi, you have to survive. Zhu Dan joined the formation, her and the other girls forming a human shield around their carry. In their minds, it was simple. Zhou Yi was a freak of nature, a total genius. His talent was worth more than all their lives combined. They'd die to keep his potential alive. Suddenly, the sky tore open. A massive golden array lit up the darkness, grabbing everyone's attention. That crest. It's the Snow Dragon Legion. Those guys are all level 30 plus. The commander is a level 51 warrior. We're saved. The cavalry is actually here. While the girls were celebrating, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. If they teleported here, why are they hovering? Why haven't they landed yet? His suspicion was dead on. The demon commander burst into laughter, mocking them from above. "Ha ha ha. You humans are hilarious. You think you're safe. This barrier cuts off everything. Your precious army can't get in." Su Qinglian gasped. "What? That's impossible." She looked up in horror. High above, the golden soldiers were stuck, blocked by a shimmering crimson dome. Outside the red veil, Commander Zhou Yi turned to his advisor. "Wang Liang, talk to me. What's the holdup? Why did the teleportation coordinates drift so far?" Wang Liang pressed his hand against the red barrier, sensing the mana flow. His face dropped. "This is a forbidden spell. The Dark Flame Wall. It's C-rank demon magic. Space is locked down inside. Teleportation is useless. External attacks? Blocked. We need the firepower of 2 more legions to crack this nut. Otherwise, we just have to wait until it runs out of juice." Zhou Yi scowled. "Time check. How long until it fades?" Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Zhou Yi closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. The decision was made. Pull up their files. Get everything ready. When the barrier drops, recover the bodies and notify their families. Wang Liang bowed his head. "Understood, sir." But inside the dark flame wall, the game was just beginning. Zhou Yi's interface pinged loudly. Ding. Legendary demon detected. System alert. New quest issued. Achievement quest. Slay the demon commander. Failure penalty. None. Reward. S+ rank talent potion of fortune. Zhou Yi stared at the blue screen and smirked. Finally, a quest worth my time. Golden light erupted from Zhou Yi's body. He sidestepped Zhu Dan and the girls, walking straight into the danger zone. Su Qinglian grabbed his arm, panicking. "Zhou Yi, what are you doing?" The demon commander locked eyes with him. "That aura. It's thick with holy energy. So, you're the one who slaughtered my kin. I'll give you a warrior's death by making it slow and painful. I'm going to chop you into 100 pieces and listen to you scream." The demon kicked the fire dragon, and it dove straight for the kill. Zhou Yi shook off Su Qinglian's hand and drew his weapon. No fear. Just focus. The fire dragon opened its maw. Boom. A blast of magical fire shot straight at him. Zhou Yi, look out. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He swung his hammer, sending a golden wave of energy skyward. The two attacks collided in mid-air, destruction versus destruction. Zhou Yi's attack didn't just stop the fire, it tore right through it. The golden energy kept rising in slice. It chopped the fire dragon's wing clean off. The dragon shrieked, spiraling out of control, crashing toward the earth. The demon commander plummeted with it. Crash. The massive beast slammed into the ground, twitching once before going still. The demon commander rolled and landed on his feet, but he looked shaken. Zhou Yi wasn't done. He flashed behind the demon like a ghost, hammer raised high. The demon sensed the bloodlust and spun around, slashing blindly behind him. Clang. The blade only grazed Zhou Yi's shoulder armor, knocking a piece loose. But then, the demon saw a golden light rushing toward his face. Panic mode. He threw his weapon up to block and kicked off the ground to retreat. He looked at where he just stood. The ground was pulverized by Zhou Yi's hammer. The demon commander was sweating now. Internal monologue screaming, "What the hell? This kid is only level 18. How does he have the power to rival me?" Zhou Yi didn't chase immediately. He rested his hammer on the ground and cracked his knuckles, looking bored. "Not bad. You got some reflexes. By the way, you're the first legendary monster I've run into. Don't disappoint me. You arrogant human brat." The demon roared, charging forward with a thrust aimed at the heart. Zhou Yi grabbed his hammer and leaped into the air, dodging the strike effortlessly. Game over. He brought the hammer down, unleashing a massive cross-shaped shockwave that crushed everything below. The pure white blade landed a critical stun. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and roared, "Judgment of Light." But the stun duration was too short. Just before the lightning struck, the demon commander awoke. Flame demon shield. The barrier absorbed every ounce of the voltage. Zhou Yi grit his teeth. Even Judgment of Light couldn't finish him off. Normal attacks are useless against a tanky legendary demon like this. There was only one option left. The S-rank rewards skill from the system. The demon commander turned to his army, eyes glowing with malice. "My beloved warriors, tear him to shreds." The horde screamed, charging like a tide of death. But Zhou Yi stood still, calm. Suddenly, blinding holy light erupted around him. His body levitated, bathed in waves of golden mana. The battlefield went silent. All eyes were glued to the glowing figure in the sky. Zhou Yi raised both hands. The sky tore open into a massive vortex. A colossal hand descended from the void. The pressure was suffocating. Like a god was descending. The demon commander barely spoke before the entire dimension turned gold. The giant hand crashed down on him and his minions with the weight of the heavens. Boom. The earth shattered. Shockwaves tore through the valley. Su Qinglian stared blankly. Am I dreaming? Is this really Zhou Yi's power? Jiang Churen trembled as her succubus bloodline screamed in terror. Outside the barrier, Commander Sai gasped. That firepower. It rivals a magic crystal cannon. Did you identify the trapped students? Wang Liang nodded. They are from Suhang University. The one casting that spell? That is this year's top scholar, Zhou Yi, class Paladin. Commander C sighed. A top scholar, indeed. It is a tragedy the level gap is so massive. Give that kid a few years, and he would one-shot that demon. But right now, Commander C was right. Dust settled. The demon commander was still standing. His aura exploded, darker and more terrifying than before. His rage shook the ground. You dare touch a great being. Flame Legion, charge. Curse Legion, fire. Countless spells and claws rushed toward Zhou Yi from every direction. The commander sneered at his healer. He is just a level 18 paladin. Exactly. After that attack, his mana is definitely 0. Without mana, facing our army, he is dead meat. Our numbers alone will crush him. The demon commander grinned, savoring the victory. In the eye of the storm, Zhou Yi remained stone cold. Damn. Hand of God drained my mana dry. Equipment regen is too slow. I have to rely on myself. System window, open. Skill selected, Descent of the Deity. The ultimate secret art of the Paladin Temple. Mana cost, 0. Immunity to silence, active. Effect, borrows the power of the light god himself. Attributes boosted to the body's limit. All holy and light skills, plus 5 levels instantly. HP, stamina, and mana recovery multiplied by 20. But everything comes with a price. Once it ends, total exhaustion awaits. Boom! A pillar of divine light pierced the red barrier. It slammed directly into Zhou Yi. What the hell is this? The demon looked up and froze. Inside the light, a six-winged seraphim was embracing Zhou Yi. Holy feathers drifted down like snow, but where they landed, demons incinerated into ash. Commander C caught a feather. His eyes widened. It cannot be. Descent of the deity. Wang Liang, the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, looked confused. Commander, what is that? It is the apex of divine classes, a skill that channels the raw power and faith of a god. I saw a priest use this once. One move. He restored an entire legion to peak condition instantly. That spell alone held off 3 demon armies. The divine energy is limitless, like an ocean. Honestly, even without us, that kid could wipe out these demons himself. Below, the demon commander was losing his mind. Impossible. It is a high-tier secret art. He is level 18. How can a bug wield the power of a god? His mage advisor screamed, Highness, once descent starts, only a god-tier counter can stop it. If he finishes the ritual, we are all dead. The demon commander gritted his teeth. It is just a skill. I can break it. How long for the Dark Valley formation? 1 minute. Good. Prove your loyalty to me now. Yes, my lord. The mage roared to the army. All demons, listen up. Offer everything to the demon lord. He did not hesitate. Great demon lord Alima. I, Roskin, sacrifice my soul to you. Great lord Alima. I, Barda, offer you my existence. One by one, hundreds of demons chanted the suicide pact. Their souls were ripped out and devoured by the demon lord. Dark energy spiraled into a massive tornado. The seraphim looked down with cold disgust. Pathetic, ugly creatures. Paladin, accept my divine power. She guided Zhou Yi's hand, pointing directly at the demon lord. Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with holy fire. A beam of pure destruction erupted from his palm, aiming straight for the sacrificing demons. Kaboom! The world shook. A mushroom cloud of dust rose up, but when it cleared, the demon lord was still standing. He was holding a massive sun of black fire, Hellfire Orb. The ultimate racial talent, compressed fire elements reaching 15 million degrees Celsius. Without those sacrifices, I could not have cast this. The demon lord roared, hurling the sun. Die, Paladin. He hurled a blazing sphere of destruction straight at Zhou Yi. But damn, was he in for a rude awakening. As the smoke cleared, there stood our boy, completely unscathed, like an unmovable statue of war. The villain realized he was totally outclassed in this league, and scrambled for the escape portal like a coward. But Zhou Yi, no mercy, you filth. In the name of the divine, your sentence is death. With a single wave of his hand, judgment descended from the heavens. A pillar of holy light instantly obliterated the demon lord. I finished the mission, my glory. Return to the holy realm. The monster babbled his final delusions before turning into ash. The remaining demons lost their minds. Absolute chaos. The Lord is dead. The portal is shattered. We're trapped. How do we get back to the holy realm now? Finally, it's done. But the cost was high. Zhou Yi's energy hit 0. His vision went black, and he plummeted from the sky. Jiang Churan and the Azure team rushed in, hearts racing. The Snow Dragon Vice Commander barked orders immediately. Healers, check Zhou Yi's vitals. Move. Squad 1, Squad 2. Sweep the mountain for survivors. Everyone else, follow my lead. We secure the perimeter now. So heavy. Can't breathe. Something's crushing my chest. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I actually dying this time? Zhou Yi jolted awake, only to realize he was in a hospital bed. And the crushing weight was just a 50-kilogram Jiang Churen snoozing on him. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking totally adorable. Zhou Yi, you're finally back. You were out cold for 2 whole days. I gotta tell the others. Oh, and thank you for saving my life. Then smooch. She planted a quick kiss on his cheek and bolted, face totally red. Geez, that girl. Zhou Yi sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, the system screen flashed before his eyes. Daily quest failed. 200 push-ups, incomplete 200 squats, incomplete 200 sit-ups, incomplete. Man, I slept through 2 days of daily rewards. Better hope the achievement rewards make up for it. Quest, Demon Extermination completed. Calculating rewards. Congratulations. You obtained S-rank talent, Death Resistance. Effect, your body defies death and regenerates rapidly from any damage. Bonus item, S-rank Elixir Potion of Fortune, consumed to boost luck for 12 hours. A regeneration talent, Every class has healing skills, but the efficiency makes all the difference. But an S-rank called Death Resistance, this has got to be brokenly overpowered. Time to test it out. He summoned a dagger and without hesitation stabbed himself right in the chest. He pulled it out, and the wound closed at light speed. Whoa, that's insane. Fully healed in 2 seconds. With this, normal attacks won't even slow me down. My survivability just skyrocketed. But what about a lethal blow? A massive battle axe materialized in his hand. Actually, let's not tempt fate today. He wisely put the axe away. Let's check out this potion of fortune instead. Luck. Huh. How powerful are we talking? Like, trip and find a legendary weapon. Or help an old lady crossing the street and she turns out to be a grandmaster? Maybe I'll find god-tier gear in a bargain bin. The possibilities are endless. I better save this for a crucial moment. Just as he was closing the window, a notification caught his eye. New skill. Holy Flame Halo Rank A. Effect. Manifests a halo of holy fire. Grants fire element control. Buffs fire and light damage by 20% for you and your party. Holy Flame Halo. Is this a temple skill? Then, a memory from the Demon Lord battle flashed in his mind. Passive. Divine Angel's Protection. Rank S+. Bonded with a Holy Angel. Drastically amplifies all light and divine skills. Wait, let me reread that A-rank skill. Holy Flame Halo. Surrounds user in sacred fire, enabling fire manipulation. Increases fire and light damage by 20%. Area of effect buff for the whole squad. Since the Halo's a light skill, my passive boosts it further. That 20% buff just doubled to 40% thanks to the Angel's protection. If I stack this with my light punishment skill, I basically become a dual element mage wielding both lightning and fire. His power fantasy brainstorming was cut short. Knock knock. A stranger walked in, looking sharp. The man sat down with an air of authority. I am the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Mage Wang Liang. Student Zhou Yi. Your timing was impeccable. Because you crushed that portal, we captured a record number of demon prisoners. Zhou Yi played it cool. You flatter me. I just did what had to be done. But why is a vice commander here? Our commander wanted to thank you personally, however. He is currently occupied, so I am here in his stead. Your final attack wiped out half the Shadow Valley. Yet, miraculously, the traces of the demon descent remained intact. Thanks to that, we cracked their secret. The commander is briefing the High Council as we speak. Wang Liang produced a small crystal sphere. The room dissolved into a virtual treasure vault, items floating in the air. This is the Snow Dragon Legion's centuries of hoarded wealth. Take your pick, kid. Anything you want. Wang Liang grinned. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Are those high-grade S-rank treasures? After scanning the loot, he made his choice. Vice Commander Wang, do you have the S-rank Extreme Ice Lotus? Let me check the database. Wang Liang swiped through the hologram. Is this the one? That's it. Zhou Yi shouted, unable to hide his excitement. Consider it yours. Wang Liang kept a poker face, but inside, he was weeping rivers of blood. That's 100 million contribution points. 3 years of my salary gone. The commander is definitely paying for this. Listen up, kid. The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus is locked down at headquarters, so you are stuck here for a few days. If you get bored, I can toss you into a squad to hunt magical beasts in the mountain range. Wang Liang acted cold as he turned towards the door, but the moment he was out of Zhou Yi's line of sight, a smirk crept onto his face. I will let the rookies grind with him to build some camaraderie. Once Zhou Yi ascends to become a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Legion will bask in his reflected glory. My scheme is absolutely flawless. But just as Wang Liang was patting himself on the back, Zhou Yi's next words hit him like a bucket of ice water. Hard pass. I have to go back to school tomorrow for the freshman competition. Just mail the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus to my dorm room. I totally forgot this monster is still a student. Wang Liang let out a long sigh. Fine. The Lotus will be delivered in 2 days to Suhang University, Dormitory Building 001. And hey, if you run into trouble you can't handle in the Hurricane Mountain Range, call the Snow Dragon Legion immediately. With that, he vanished. Zhou Yi collapsed onto the sofa, a rare smile breaking his stoic face. Zhou Yun is finally saved. I actually owe a thank you to that wretched ghost demon. Without that loot drop, I never would have cracked the Snow Dragon Legion's vault. He glanced at the clock. It is almost 12 o'clock. Time to grind the daily quests before the server resets. Over at the Azure Bird squad base, Su Qinglian barely stepped out of the shower before her teammates swarmed her like fangirls. Captain, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Azure Bird squad. What do you think? Su Qinglian feigned indifference. I doubt he would agree to that. With his insane power level, solo leveling is way more efficient for him. Zhu Dan giggled. How do you know if we don't try? Besides, doesn't the captain want him on the team just as much as we do? Wen Tianrun chimed in with a smirk. Yeah, we have seen you sneaking off to visit Zhou Yi plenty of times. Su Qinglian didn't answer, but her mind drifted back to her last visit. She had actually asked him to join the party, but he had gently turned her down. Although Su Qinglian was disappointed, she couldn't exactly beg him to stay. However, before she left, She couldn't resist dropping a bombshell. Right, to thank you for saving our lives in the Hurricane Mountain range, here is a special reward. Before he could react, Su Qinglian planted a soft kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek and ran off with a dazzling smile. Back in the present, Zhou Yi touched his face, remembering a similar move pulled by Jiang Churen, and felt a little awkward. A special reward? A special thank you. Girls these days are getting way too bold. Meanwhile, Xu Yuzhou was briefing the higher-ups. According to the intel, the abyssal invasion this time is different from 3 years ago. The demons are rotating their forces in the Hurricane Mountain range. Our investigation confirms the enemy has mastered travel through medium-sized rifts. Are you certain about this? Do you realize the gravity of this report? Xu Yuzhou stood firm. Historically, otherworldly creatures could only invade Blue Star through massive spatial fractures. Since massive fractures are rare, the risk of a full-scale invasion was low. But medium-sized rifts? Those things are everywhere on Blue Star. If the abyssal creatures can pour through medium rifts, Blue Star is facing an extinction-level event. We triple-checked the data. The only silver lining is that only trash mobs under level 30 can squeeze through these medium cracks. The man with horns on his head immediately issued commands. If that is the case, we need a counter-strategy now. Counselor Yang, order every major legion in the country to sweep all medium spatial rifts in their territories. Immediately. Counselor Zhang, bring this to the International United Parliament. We need to see how the other nations react. At that moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Suhang University, spoke up. Commander Xu, did this critical intel come from an 18-year-old kid? Correct. Xu Yuzhou flashed Zhou Yi's profile on the big screen. This young hero is Zhou Yi, a newly awakened Holy Knight, top scorer of the Suhang province exams, and the #1 freshman at Suhang University. He cast the Divine Descent spell to crush the demons and shattered their teleportation matrix. His actions just saved us a world of hurt. The room fell silent in shock. A Holy Knight becoming the top scholar? That is unheard of. From Suhang, and his surname is Zhou. Is he a descendant of the Frost Zhou clan? A high-ranking official turned to the principal. Counselor Wang, when you get back to school, keep a close watch on this Zhou Yi for me. Will do. If he is a prodigy, let us know. Don't hoard him all to yourself, someone joked. Xu Yuzhou secretly admired Zhou Yi. The people in this room are the titans of the country. Gaining their favor means Zhou Yi is on the fast track to legendary status. 2 days later, the freshman grand tournament officially began. Drones buzzed over the campus broadcasting the announcement. Attention all students. The freshman grand tournament kicks off at 10:00 hours sharp. Get your gear and assemble at the arena immediately. As 0 hour approached, the Dean of the War Academy stood up, representing the Deans of Weapons, Elements, Tactics, and Logistics. I am Wu Mang, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Suhang University. This competition has 2 phases. Phase 1 is a dungeon speedrun. Your rank depends on the difficulty you choose and your clear time. Phase 2 is the free-for-all challenge. You get 3 chances to challenge a higher-ranked student and steal their spot. While Wu Mang spoke, Su Meyer stood on the sidelines, sweating bullets. Why haven't Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen shown up yet? If they don't make it to the arena, they will be disqualified. I shouldn't have told him about the Ice Lotus before the news was confirmed. This is a disaster. Su Meyer wasn't the only one noticing the empty spots. The other students started whispering. Hey, anyone see Zhou Yi? Nope. Do you think he forgot about the tournament? Probably. He hasn't been back to school in a month. Good for us. That is one less monster to deal with. Shen Lingfeng stood in the crowd, smirking at the gossip. Zhou Yi, you skipped training for a month to waste time, and now you don't even have the guts to show your face. The opportunity of a lifetime is right here, and you are throwing it away. Pathetic. Suddenly, the speakers boomed. Phase 1 of the tournament is starting. The silver-ranked dungeon is now open. As Wu Mang's voice faded, the seal shattered. The dungeon gate roared open, vomiting a tide of pitch-black flames that swallowed the sky. This year's rookies are rumored to be the strongest generation in history. To test their limits, the Academy pulled out all the stops. Beyond easy, hard, and nightmare modes, they unlocked the legendary Abyss difficulty. One student gasped, "Are you kidding? Abyss mode is actually open. No wonder the gate is burning with hellfire. It's insanity. Abyss difficulty is 10 times more terrifying than nightmare mode. But for me, this is just a game. Watch me crush Abyss mode in record time." With arrogant grins, the students geared up for the descent. Potions at the ready, legendary weapons equipped. Move out. As Wu Mang signaled the start, the dungeon data materialized in the air. Instance, Furball Glare. Level range, 12 to 19. Difficulty, Abyss. Party size, 1 to 6 players. Warning, a gloomy forest ruled by bloodthirsty furbolgs. Rumor has it, a single human isn't even enough for a small furbolg snack. In a flash of light, the rookies vanished into the dungeon. Wu Mang watched the screens, noting the brave souls choosing Nightmare and Abyss. Not bad, he muttered. At least they have the guts to face death head-on. But then, his eyes narrowed. Where are ranks 001 and 003? Sumair stammered. Report. They went to the Gale mountain range to grind levels. And they aren't back yet? Insolence, Wu Mang roared. This exam determines their entire future as awakened ones. How dare they be late? Just because they're top rankers, they think they own the world? Arrogant brats with no discipline. Dean, wait. Zhou Yi isn't like that. He's just. Sumair tried to defend him, but Wu Mang silenced her with a sharp wave. He needs a lesson in humility. If he doesn't show, he's disqualified. Put him in dead last. Just then, a figure dashed in, carrying Jiang Churan like a sack of potatoes. Sorry, traffic was killer. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate, he smashed the button for Abyss difficulty. They warped instantly into the instance. System alert. You have entered the Furbolg lair. Difficulty. Abyss. Warning. Monsters here have gone berserk. Please use your escape scroll if you value your life. Zhou Yi smirked. Let's hope it lives up to the hype. He instantly triggered a cascade of buffs. Dawn's Blessing. Gift of Valor. Divine Grace. Guardian's Shield. He drew his weapon, eyes locked on the target. Enemy identified. Furbolg Warrior. Level 17. Silver tier. Abilities. Haste and Berserk Strike. Behind it, an elite Furbolg. Level 18. Skills. Iron Will Aura and War Trample. The beasts roared, charging like freight trains. Zhou Yi just grinned. Finally, let's see if you can make me break a sweat. He launched himself into the air, bringing his hammer down like a meteor. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan unleashed her B-rank skill, Phantom Army Slash. Her blade danced, firing shockwaves that shredded enemy armor. Elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng was a walking inferno, channeling pure flame. Extreme Flame Fist. A devastating punch designed to vaporize single targets. Another top student triggered his C-rank art, Cyclone Heart-Shattering Kick. He spun in midair, slamming enemies into the dirt with a stun effect. But 16 Furbolgs swarmed him at once, burying him under sheer numbers. Back in the control room, the judges analyzed the chaos on the screens. The verdict was coming in. This year's batch is solid, one noted. The Furbolg lair is our brutalist test. Usually, rookies get stomped so hard they can't fight back. But this group? They're holding the line. Wu Mang barked an order to the tech team. Switch to screen 001. I want to see if he wasted a whole month playing in the mountains. The monitor flickered to life, showing Zhou Yi's feed. Dust and smoke choked the air. Then, the notification dinged. Stage 1 cleared. Enemies defeated. 16. Time elapsed. 5 seconds. The room went silent. Dean Zhu Huiyang gasped. 5 seconds? That's impossible. He only cast a support buff. How did the Holy Flame Halo incinerate them instantly? Song Qi, Dean of Weapons, frowned. There's only one explanation. His intelligence stat must be off the charts. Wu Mang hesitated, too experienced to jump to conclusions. High damage can come from anywhere. Stats, temporary buffs, artifacts. One skirmish proves nothing. But even with my experience, that halo is weird. What kind of skill is that? Whatever it is, that kid didn't waste his time. A grin crept onto Wu Mang's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remained oblivious to the shockwaves he caused. He raised his hand. Judgment of Light. Thousands of lightning bolts crashed down from the heavens, vaporizing the monster horde. Another system ping echoed. Stage 2 cleared. Enemies defeated. 200. Time. 1 minute 23 seconds. He didn't stop. Spear of Victory. Stage 3 fell in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Abyss difficulty conquered. Total time, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Rank SSS, new record established. Rewards incoming. Skill book, Hammer of Repentance, rank B+. Experience, 13,212. Stat points, 25. Skill points, 25. Description, a divine hammer strike that obliterates enemies with holy damage. System notification, as the first clear achiever, you have unlocked a hidden talent. Select one. Option A, Focus Aura, rank A-. Increases reaction speed by 30%. Grants 30% interruption resistance while casting. Option B, Swift Step, rank A-. Ramps up movement speed in combat, capping at 50%. Option C, Ironclad Guardian, rank A-. Boosts defense by 30% when equipping a shield. Zhu Yi's eyes widened. Wait, seriously? I can get a new talent just by clearing a dungeon. A pro player's true potential isn't just about skill. It all comes down to the luck of the draw with your talent roll. I only snagged this Holy Knight class thanks to my S+ tier talent, unlocking a hidden class at the Awakening ceremony. That has to be a perk reserved for silver rank dungeons or higher, right? I mean, I shattered records in the bronze competition, but I never saw a loot this insane. A pick, one of three choice. The system is actually being generous for once. At least I don't have to worry about getting stuck with a trash passive. Zhou Yi started crunching the numbers like a true gamer. Steadfast Guardian fits a meat shield tank build perfectly, but frankly, that playstyle is too passive for me. Swift movement isn't bad either, but compared to the focus aura, it's just tier 2 trash. In a real deathmatch, the split second between spotting an enemy and launching a counterattack is the difference between life and death. The stronger the boss, the faster they hit. That's why neural reaction speed is the ultimate stat to min-max. Faster is always better. Combat is chaotic and unpredictable. Focus aura reduces the risk of skill interruption, giving me the edge to flip the script when things get hairy. Suddenly, a dimensional rift oozing with dark energy tore open. A system notification flashed in his retina. Abyss mode dungeon cleared. Do you wish to challenge the hidden stage? That nauseating aura drifting from the portal was unmistakable. Hopefully, this bonus round offers some actual entertainment. Zhou Yi stepped through the gate without a shred of hesitation, eyes burning with anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the instance, the judges were losing their minds over his performance. Every expert was analyzing his brutal combat style. It was flawless. His elemental control was absolute perfection, his reflexes were god tier, and his adaptability was off the charts. The Abyss difficulty wasn't just for show. Zhou Yi is a total hybrid powerhouse. Not only does he master high DPS magic, but he also calculates buffs perfectly and fights in melee range like a berserker. However, his Holy Knight build is almost too versatile. If he keeps leveling like this, the resource cost will be astronomical, and he might end up master of none. Wu Mang listened to Zhang Ling, the tactical dean, and nodded in grim agreement. Yeah, that is a massive red flag. Once the rookie wars are over, I'll have a serious talk with the kid myself. Song Qi and Zhu Huayang immediately jumped in, trying to cut him off. Dean Wu, hold your horses. Zhou Yi hasn't picked a guild or academy yet. Let the headmasters handle the recruitment pitch. It's more professional that way. Exactly. We have to wait for Zhou Yi to make his move. His elemental mastery is insane. He practically belongs to the Elemental Academy already. And so, the war for talent begins. The tension in the observation room skyrocketed. Headmaster, looks like everyone is thirsty for this kid. It's a shame I arrived late and missed the full display of his power. Wang Hui smiled mysteriously, turning his gaze back to the screen. The moment Zhou Yi stepped into the hidden zone, the atmosphere turned heavy with the stench of death. A mountain of dry bones loomed in the distance. Zhou Yi frowned. This setup, did someone hold an evil god ritual here? He stared at a skeleton resting on a throne atop the pile of corpses, answering his own question. Where there is a god of light, there must be a corresponding evil god. It's not just the dark god. Evil god is the label for all those chaotic, insane deities. The difference is night and day. Worshipping light or dark just requires loyalty. But worshipping an evil god, that costs lives and pure souls. The infamous Blood Abyss tragedy a few years back was triggered by a Tier 3 fanatic of an evil god. That lunatic sacrificed an entire mid-sized city. Thousands of innocent lives wiped out in a single night. In exchange, he power-leveled from 54 to 89 in a heartbeat. Even though the Patrol Corp eventually vaporized him, the thousands of souls devoured by the evil god were gone forever. No respawns. Since then, the Central Xia Kingdom has a zero-tolerance policy. Worship an evil god, instant execution. But the cults keep growing. Desperate people will do anything for power. And it's not just humans. Beastmen, elves, even the angels. Anyone can fall into the trap of the evil gods. Lost in thought, Zhou Yi stepped onto the crimson runic circle. Instantly, thick purple smoke exploded around the throne, engulfing the skeleton. The boss woke up. Level 19 Undead Wraith Monster. Warning, Undead Chieftain. Evolve into a spirit body via evil god ritual. Fresh, pure meat. It's been ages. You humans smell delicious. Too bad for you. I'm an undead entity, totally immune to physical damage. If a warrior class saw this boss, they'd rage quit immediately. Zhou Yi casually rested his hammer on his shoulder, looking at the boss like it was a toy. Looks tasty? Come get some. He triggered his skill, Divine Light, Storm. A hurricane of holy light erupted at the target location, shredding everything in range with massive magic damage. That was his answer. Ha! Like throwing eggs at a rock. The boss mocked him, right before being sucked into the vortex and obliterated. But seconds later, the monster respawned, completely unharmed. It laughed maniacally. Human, I admit your holy light stings, but against the immortality granted by Lord Xia, you're just wasting mana. Seeing the golden aura intensifying around Zhou Yi, the boss sneered. Gathering that much power, planning a finishing move? Useless. Every struggle is futile against me. Once you blow your cooldowns, you'll be empty. And the next time I respawn, I'll feast on your soul. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yi smirked, raising his hand toward the wraith. A massive sphere of light blasted into the boss, eliciting a wretched scream. But even as it disintegrated, it kept yapping. I told you, you can't kill me. Absolute garbage. Zhou Yi didn't even blink. He stood his ground and began spamming, light sphere after light sphere, a relentless barrage that sent the boss to the Shadow Realm permanently. System. Dungeon cleared. Clear time. 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clearance rewards. Congratulations, you gained 7,113 EXP. Level up. You are now level 19. Loot acquired. Golden rank item. The Bear's War Horn. Immortality? Yeah, right. Just a glorified mana shield. Looks like you just have to burn through its energy pool to kill it. Before leaving the instance, Zhou Yi glanced back, analyzing the data. When he first entered, he sensed a chaotic, murky energy signature. It wasn't elemental magic. It felt disturbingly similar to his own God Descent skill. Confirmed. That was definitely the residual power of an evil god. Yo, check this out. Every time that Nether Soul Bear resurrected, its creepy aura faded just a bit. That means its immortality? It's totally fake. It has a limit. The trick to smashing this stage? Kill it. Again and again. Drain that evil god energy from the atmosphere until it runs dry. While Zhou Yi had already crushed the mission, the other noobs were still sweating buckets trying to survive the exam. Sure, some elites like Shen Lingfeng managed to take down the boss, but that hidden stage, that's where the real nightmare began for everyone else. 10 kills to wipe it out for good? Ha! Good thing I leveled up twice recently. I'll speedrun this trash in under 8 minutes. Shen Lingfeng smirked, feeling like a god as he exited the dungeon. God's hand? Does Zhou Yi seriously possess an S-rank skill? Dean Wu Qichin from the Logistics Academy just grinned like he knew his secret. Meanwhile, the other teachers started whispering. Zhou Yi must have cheesed it. Total luck. He took a shortcut. Oh yeah? If it's a shortcut, let the other rookies try it. Even our holy knight has his own dark secrets, doesn't he? An S-rank skill isn't something a kid from the slums gets his hands on. Just as that teacher was about to talk more trash, cough, the principal's warning cut through the air. The teacher shut his trap instantly, but he was confused. Why is the big boss covering for a student? Sumeyer locked eyes on Zhou Yi and gasped. Whoa, hold up. His level. Something is seriously glitching here. Level 19, the crowd went wild. For real? He was only level 13 when the rankings dropped. Even an abyss-level dungeon can't power level you up 6 stages. This guy is a monster. Actually, I know how he did it. Wang Hui stepped up to drop the lore. Zhou Yi didn't just chill. He went grinding in the Wind Mountain range and looted everything in sight. He was already level 18 when he walked in here. He soloed the entire Flame Demon Legion with his bare hands. This rookie tournament, it's a walk in the park for him. He's only here to grab the loot and secure his resources. Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the portal, feeling like a king, until he saw Zhou Yi already waiting. His jaw hit the floor. Why is he here? Did he speedrun it? Shen shook his head, delusion taking over. No way. He definitely failed the bonus stage and rage quit. I carry the glory of the 8 great clans. I will never lose to some peasant from the north. Shen Lingfeng fixed his face, acting cool. He walked past Zhou Yi with a death stare, ignoring him completely. Zhou Yi was just like, the heck? Is he salty? Did he wipe on the boss? Suddenly, a scream tore through the air. Zhou Yi looked up instantly. Jiang Qiren was free-falling from the portal. Watch out. Zhou Yi moved like lightning, catching her in his arms before she hit the pavement. Brother Zhou, I knew you'd be faster than me, she giggled, clinging to him like a koala. Big brother. Zhou Yi gave her a weird look. I'm like 2 months older than you. But Jiang Qiren just winked. That makes you my big bro. Fine, whatever. He just went with it. Suddenly, the sky started raining students. Everyone was getting ejected from the dungeon, but they weren't lucky enough to be caught by a hot guy. They looked like they'd been through hell inside that instance. Screams of agony filled the square. Medical team, move. Sumeyer shouted orders while rushing to heal a student who looked half dead. An hour later, everyone was finally out. Wu Mang snapped his fingers, sealing the dimension gate. Phase 1 is over. Time to reveal the rankings. Finally, the moment of truth we've all been waiting for. Shen Lingfeng was grinning until he saw the board. His face twisted in horror. Rank 1, Zhou Yi. Main stage, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Bonus stage, 1 minute, 12 seconds. Rank 2, Shen Lingfeng. Time, 13 minutes, 35 seconds. He got smoked. Rank 3 went to the lovely Jiang Churen. Top 4 and 5 followed, but Shen wasn't looking. He cleared the abyss difficulty 15 minutes faster than me? That's impossible. Shen Lingfeng snapped. He scrambled up a dragon pillar like a maniac, cursing internally. Zhou Yi, you stole my top scholar title, and now you take the Rookie King title? I don't care what cheats you used. Phase 2 is coming. He glared daggers at Zhou Yi. I will crush you beneath my boot. Of course, Zhou Yi didn't hear a word of this inner monologue. He just thought, why is that dude climbing the pillar? Weirdo. Then, Wu Mang clapped his hands. Boom. Floating arenas appeared in the sky. 3 challenges each. 5 minutes rest between fights. Let the chaos begin. Finally, PvP time. I challenge rank 7 to 154. I suck at monsters, but beating up people, that's my jam. While others picked safe fights, a roar echoed. I challenged Zhou Yi. Shen Lingfeng leaped into the arena, eyes burning with rage. Get up here, Zhou Yi. Jiang Churan leaned in, whispering fast. That's Shen Lingfeng, the rich kid who came in second. He's got the rare flame dragon bloodline. He wanted to be the king of Suhang, but you wrecked his dreams. That's why he wants to kill you. The gap between us is an ocean, and he can't even see it. Pathetic. Zhou Yi jumped onto the stage. I hope you don't disappoint me. Let's dance. Shen Lingfeng sneered. Holy Knight versus Berserker. Let's see whose class reigns supreme. As soon as the ref yelled start, Shen exploded with power, blood rage, crimson flame fist. He launched himself at Zhou Yi like a meteor. From the stands, Wang Hui nodded. Classic Berserker playstyle. He's trying to end this in one shot with a blitzkrieg attack. Wu Mang didn't hesitate, instantly popping blood rage and crimson flame fist to launch the opening strike. He wanted to cut off Zhou Yi's buffing phase before it even started. Zhu Huayang had to admit, Shen Lingfeng fought like a true noble heir, decisive and ruthless. But even with those sharp instincts, he was still one step behind Zhou Yi. The moment Shen Lingfeng realized his attack did 0 damage, his jaw dropped in pure shock. Holy Light Guardian. When did he even cast that? That's a B+ rank skill capable of tanking physical damage. It was the one move Shen didn't want to see. But he was too slow. Shen Lingfeng grit his teeth in frustration. Smart choice, Zhou Yi taunted. Your attack was definitely fast, but casting my Holy Light Guardian only takes 0.1 seconds. Zhou Yi smirked, summoning the massive hammer of repentance. I was hoping you'd give me a real show, so I held back. But sorry, you're just not exciting enough. With that, Zhou Yi swung the hammer high and slammed it straight into Shen Lingfeng's face. He crashed into the ground, his flame shield shattering instantly like glass. Where is this monster's power coming from? While Shen Lingfeng was dazed, he realized Zhou Yi had already closed the distance. The hammer was already rising. I can't dodge this. No, I refuse to lose. But the hammer came down, smashing Shen Lingfeng off the stage again. But this time was different. He activated the Flame Dragon physique. Catching the hammer with one hand, he launched a counterattack. He threw a punch at the speed of light. The Flame Dragon physique looks like that's the hidden power within his bloodline. Zhou Yi moved like a breeze, effortlessly dodging the high-speed assault. But inside, his mind was racing. First Jiang Churan, now Shen Lingfeng. Do all these elite classes come with broken bloodline cheat codes? I'm actually a little jealous. But even with your bloodline power activated, you're no match for me. Zhou Yi grabbed the arm that was wildly attacking him. He swung the hammer again, but this time, Shen Lingfeng dodged it. Even Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow at that one. My Flame Dragon bloodline has no weakness in close combat. Now, witness the true terror of my form. Dragon Breath. Shen Lingfeng opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire. The crowd went wild. Whoa, that's actual Dragon Breath. A pure bloodline skill. Shen Lingfeng was forced to use his ace. Since Zhou Yi didn't have a special bloodline, everyone thought he was done for. Zhou Yi is gonna lose. Jiang Churan was biting her nails in anxiety. But on stage, Zhou Yi calmly activated the Radiant Holy Halo. He absorbed every ounce of the Dragon Breath. Shen Lingfeng felt a chill down his spine. Zhou Yi's gaze was like a king looking down on a peasant. Impossible. Refusing to accept reality, Shen Lingfeng screamed and blasted another wave of Dragon Breath. Useless. Your fire obeys me now. Zhou Yi gathered the flames with his bare hands and hurled them right back at Shen Lingfeng. Time to end this farce. You think you can beat me with my own fire? Keep dreaming. I'll take control right back. Shen Lingfeng tried to dispel it, but the flames ignored him. Boom. The fire slammed into his face, knocking him out cold. Shen Lingfeng was out. Winner. Zhou Yi. The refs called it, and the medical team rushed in to scrape Shen off the floor. The arrogant Shen Lingfeng was dominated from start to finish. And the scary part? Zhou Yi hadn't even shown his full hand. If he went all out, how terrifying would he be? With his level advantage and insane battle IQ, crushing Shen Lingfeng was just a warm-up. True. Who levels up that fast in a month? While the crowd buzzed, a new challenger appeared. Wu Mang grinned, pointing at the stage. Check it out. Another provincial top scorer. A petite girl in Taoist robes is stepping up. I am Song Xiaolan, level 17 Spirit Taoist. Please guide me. A Spirit Taoist? That's a super rare hidden class in the Xia Kingdom. They specialize in talismans and sealing arts. It reminded Zhou Yi of the priest who suggested sealing arts for Zhou Yun's bloodline condition. Didn't expect to run into one here. Lucky me. Zhou Yi sized her up, planning his next move. Level 19, Holy Knight, Zhou Yi. Song Xiaolan smiled. You were holding back earlier, right? When we fight, can you show me your true power? Don't worry, I won't interrupt your buffing phase. The crowd exploded. Level 19? No wonder my identify skill failed. He's 3 levels above me. And he wrecked Shen Lingfeng without a single buff? That is absolute insanity. Isn't she the heiress of the Song family? The only clan with a free-roaming license? Zhou Yi grinned, intrigued. No mercy it is. Just as you asked, Song Xiaolan bowed. Deal. The battle began. Zhou Yi unleashed the combo. Dawn's Blessing. Gift of Courage. Gift of Protection. Song Xiaolan's jaw hit the floor. This is my peak form. Try to enjoy it. Zhou Yi flicked his wrist, firing a blinding beam of light straight at her. Okay. No holding back from me either. Song Xiaolan got serious, activating her Repentance Hammer Talisman. Dozens of talismans swirled in the air, forming a defensive barrier to block Zhou Yi's light beam. She chanted a spell, detonating the light beam in a cloud of dust. She tried to reposition, but when the dust cleared, Zhou Yi was gone. Panic set in as she scanned the arena. Then, a voice whispered right behind her ear. You think swapping spots will save your hide? Zhou Yi scoffed, his hammer swinging high in a lethal arc. But Song Xiaolan was not slow. She spun around, a talisman flaring into a mystic barrier. It blocked the ambush just in time. Still, her heart raced. When did he get this close? Damn, she thought. Even with full auto defense, that hit nearly crushed me. Fine. Time to bet everything on one risky move. Song Xiaolan fired a volley of fireballs to buy a second, then chanted the ancient spell, casting beans to soldiers. Zhou Yi grinned, clearly entertained by the show. Interesting. The Taoist bean soldiers, huh? At her command, the spirit army charged forward. A few casual swings from Zhou Yi shattered them, but the dust had not even settled before they reformed and attacked again. Individual power? Weak, Zhou Yi noted. But their regeneration is annoying, just like those specter bears from the dungeon. What a pain. Gotta cut the mana source to kill them for good. He kept fighting, leaving Song Xiaolan completely baffled by his calm. It made no sense. My formation can trap a level 30 job holder, yet Zhou Yi is handling it like a walk in the park. While she was lost in thought, Zhou Yi vanished like the wind reappearing right behind her. A hammer raised. I yield. I give up. Winner, Zhou Yi. He lowered his weapon, looking genuinely disappointed. Hey, didn't you say you wanted a proper brawl? We are not even in the same dimension. I admit total defeat, she giggled. But inside, she was thinking, I am not crazy. There are more matches ahead. I am not getting wrecked like Shen Lingfeng just to prove a point. Teach me next time. Okay. Song Xiaolan hopped off the stage. Zhou Yi twirled his hammer, staring down at the crowd with cold eyes. Anyone else got a problem? I am right here. Come and get it. Obviously, nobody wanted a beatdown, so they all invented a million excuses to avoid eye contact. Jiang Churan grinned. That is our Zhou Yi. All right. Sumair watched him too, finding him more pleasing to the eye by the second. Warrior strength, mage agility, and genius intellect. Zhou Yi's power level was completely shattering everyone's worldview. A teacher whispered in disbelief, is he really a commoner from the resource-starved north? He fights like a noble scion. He is top of the rookie leaderboards. Calling him a genius feels like an insult at this point. That is a straight-up monster. Meanwhile, Wu Mang watched the stressed deans and smirked. Round 2 was ending. It was recruiting time. It was obvious every academy would fight tooth and nail for Zhou Yi. Sumair knew it too, whispering to Wu Mang, Relax, Dean. I have got a plan. I will secure Zhou Yi no matter what. Elsewhere, the chaos continued. Since Shen Lingfeng was injured by Zhou Yi, students were lining up to challenge him, using him as a stepping stone to rank up. Shen Lingfeng's rank free fell like a stone. He could only rage in silence. Just you wait until I heal up. I will make you all regret being born. 30 minutes later, the free challenge round ended. The top 3, Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan, and Song Xiaolan. The freshman tournament was officially closed. The hierarchy had been established. Housing and credit points would be reshuffled now. But hey, even the bottom feeders did not need to panic about low scores. The school has plenty of ways to grind points if you hustle. Next up, the academy pitch. Our 5 deans will now explain their philosophies. Wu Mang stepped up first to represent the War Academy. The Dark Invasion era might be history, but make no mistake, job holders die on the battlefield every single year. Our goal? Forging ultimate combat power. We increase your survival rate in the most brutal hellscapes imaginable. That is the War Academy way. Next, the Elemental Academy. We only want those who seek the absolute truth of magic. I will guide you to the core of elemental power. Then, the Weapon Academy. Forget flashy skills. We master the blade itself. With just your body and a weapon, you will become a god of war. Then came the Tactics Academy. We forge commanders and efficiency experts. No matter your class, if you want to lead, you belong with us. A genius tactician saves thousands of lives. Finally, the Logistics Academy. An army marches on its stomach, right? Hello to all life class profession holders. The Logistics Academy is your true home. We might not be frontline fighters, but we master the essential arts that keep the world turning. Once you master your craft, even the strongest warriors will be begging for your help. Ha ha ha. The dean slapped his belly, laughing. The other deans looked like they wanted to disown him. Wu Mang coughed loudly. All right, that covers the introductions. Students, log in and make your choice. Jiang Churan turned to the star. Brother Zhou Yi, where are you heading? Zhou Yi stayed silent, eyes glued to his screen. Suddenly, Wu Mang spoke up. Student Zhou Yi, if you join the War Academy, I will personally become your private mentor. Zhou Yi blinked. Private mentor? Every mentor selects one elite disciple. You would get priority access to every resource I control. Plus, a welcome gift, 3 A-rank skill books and an A-rank resource token. Oh snap, the other deans were about to jump in too. Zhou Yi, listen up because this is serious. Choosing a private tutor isn't a game. If you join my Elemental Academy, I swear on my name, I'll deck you out in a full set of legendary tier gear. The dean of the Weapon Institute didn't even hesitate. He literally teleported right in front of Zhou Yi, cutting off the elemental dean mid-sentence. Talk about an aggressive recruitment strategy. He barked. Forget them. Join the Weapon Academy, kid. Anything you need to level up your power, it's yours. Unlimited access to the armory, no questions asked. Hey, I was here first. Dean Wu Mang shouted from the balcony, looking ready to throw hands. First come, first served, please. In this world, the only thing that matters is who brings the best loot to the table. Zhou Yi scratched his chin, looking a bit awkward. Why did he have this nagging feeling of déjà vu? Like he played this level before? The other students watching, they were practically choking on their jealousy. 3 deans fighting over 1 rookie. Is this the kind of VIP treatment the top scorer of the entrance exam gets? It really makes you want to rage quit life. Being a private student is like being the heir to a throne. You get the master's resources, their protection, everything. And the offers on the table were insane. An A-rank skill book is already a rare drop that people would kill for. But the Elemental Dean is tossing around legendary equipment like it's candy. Zhu Huayang and Songqi are really going all in on this gamble. The Weapon Academy wants a paladin? Weird flex, but okay. But why is the Elemental Academy trying to snatch a holy knight? While Wu Mang was mentally trash-talking his old friends, the principal dropped a bomb that silenced the room. Zhou Yi, become my direct disciple. The air froze. Every single pair of eyes snapped toward Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the bloodline fusion technique on you personally. You might ask, what the hell is that? It's a forbidden art. A technique that fuses the blood of other races into your very soul. This spell grants you a special bloodline. It's a cheat code for your physical stats, boosting your body to superhuman levels instantly. Every time you level up, you'll get way more free attribute points and skill points than a normal human. The crowd gasped. Principal Wang taking a student? This was front page news. Starting off with a forbidden spell, that's totally overpowered. You have to realize, Wang Hui's last top disciple is now the guild master of the Sky Dance Guild. That's the top guild in the entire nation. If Zhou Yi gets under Wang Hui's wing, he's basically set for life. It's an instant ticket to the big leagues, skipping all the grinding. Shen Lingfeng stood in the front row, his insides twisting with envy. That lucky bastard. If Zhou Yi hadn't shown up, I would be the rookie king. That offer should be mine. I could have had a backer as strong as Principal Wang Hui. Dean Zhu Huayang knew he couldn't compete with the big boss. He just smiled bitterly, accepting defeat. Who knew Zhou Yi's potential was this terrifying? Even the principal couldn't resist stepping into the ring to claim him. But the surprises weren't over yet. Wang Hui smirked and pulled out an item, handing it to Zhou Yi. This is a reward from the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. He sent a teacher specifically to deliver this to you. Shen Lingfeng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Is that a gold medal? Impossible. Even the Shin family, one of the 8 great clans of Ning'an, doesn't have a gold medal in their vault. What did Zhou Yi do to deserve legendary loot like that? Oh my god. Am I seeing things? That is the Medal of Honor. Song Xiaolin covered her mouth in shock. Jiang Churen was practically bouncing with excitement. It's the Golden Contribution Medal. My dad fought on the front lines for years and only got silver. It's the highest honor for those who crush obstacles and advance the civilization of our nation. A symbol of a true hero. Zhou Yi read the item description, totally confused. Since when did I save the country? Did I miss a side quest or something? As if reading his mind, Wang Hui explained calmly. Your performance in the Gale Mountains. I know everything. You earned this gold medal, kid. Wear it with pride. The Gale Mountains, but even wiping out a demon army usually doesn't drop a contribution medal. Is there a hidden plotline here I don't know about? Keeping his doubts to himself, Zhou Yi took the gift. Thank you, Principal. Dean Zhu Huayang laughed, teasing him immediately. Zhou Yi, why so formal? You're still calling him Principal. Zhou Yi wasn't slow on the uptake. He bowed respectfully. Teacher, I am honored to be your student. No time to waste, take me away. With a wave of his hand, Wang Hui wrapped Zhou Yi in spiritual energy and vanished. Wu Mang didn't miss a beat. He turned his grin toward Jiang Churen. But before he could speak, Song Qi cut him off. Student Jiang Churen, if you agree to be my personal disciple, I promise to give you the same VIP treatment I offered Zhou Yi. Song Qi, are you trying to block me on purpose? Humph. If Zhou Yi is taken by the principal, there's no way I'm letting you have Jiang Churen. The war for talent continues. Meanwhile, back with our MC, Wang Hui teleported Zhou Yi to his private villa. This place was basically a vault for his most brokenly overpowered items. If you ever have trouble, come find me here. But first, we need to pick the ingredients for your bloodline fusion. Zhou Yi looked around. This villa must be the principal's personal inventory space. We had to teleport to get in. This could be outside the province, or maybe even outside the country's borders. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up in front of Zhou Yi. Wang Hui gathered elemental energy in his hand. Listen closely. The bloodline fusion technique will fundamentally change your DNA. Most people get distracted by the flashiness of the forbidden spell, but they ignore the most critical item, the origin blood. That is the core of the transformation. For normal humans like us, our bloodline potential is capped. We hit a wall eventually. As you level up, the stat boosts you get start to diminish. That's why many high-level job changers, when they hit a dead end, choose to fuse with alien blood to break their limits. Zhou Yi was stunned. What? You mean even someone at your level, teacher? You still worry about leveling difficulty. Of course, once a job changer hits the third awakening, every single level requires an ocean of experience points. I am currently level 64. Monsters at my level, they are usually Lord-tier warlords. You can't just farm them like common mobs. I have prepared 3 types of origin blood for you. The Angel race, the Titan race, and the Giant Dragon race. These are all God-tier heritages. This technique will grant you a supreme bloodline. So, make your choice. Just pick one. This Angel origin blood, it's the essence extracted from the remains of a literal seraph. The angels are the kin of the god of light. If you fuse with this, you'll gain high-tier light affinity. You'll basically be a holy beacon of destruction. The Titan clan, they believe the thunder god was born to master the storm. Fusing with them means a massive buff to any lightning skill you spam. Then there's the ancient dragon clan, direct descendants of the dragon god himself. Purest bloodline means total domination over all beast-type mobs. Angels, titans, dragons. These aren't just mobs, they're high-tier races, level 60 minimum. Even with the system cheat, I'm still a noob regarding this world's lore. I can't just YOLO this decision. Keeping his cool, Zhou Yi turned to Wang Hui. Master, I need a pro tip here. In your opinion, which path should I take? Which one fits my current build? Most guys would lose their minds seeing 3 mythic tier origin bloods right in front of them. They probably just RNG it and pick whatever looks cool. But the fact that he's asking for a strategy guide now proves this kid has maxed out mental stats. Wang Hui smiled, silently approving the kid's stability. Then, he dropped the knowledge. The Titan and Dragon origin bloods are definitely OP, but mostly, they just boost your raw energy and mana pool. Considering your affinity with the light god, the Angel origin blood is the meta pick here. You might just trigger an evolution beyond anything we've calculated. After weighing the specs, Zhou Yi finally locked in his choice based on Wang Hui's strat. He chose the Angel origin blood. Looks like the Angel path is your destiny. You're my 5th disciple, by the way. There are 4 seniors ahead of you. I'll introduce you to the squad later. But Master, one question. Why did I get that outstanding service medal? Just wiping out a demon legion shouldn't drop loot that rare. Wang Hui's expression darkened. All right, no more secrets. Your raid on the Gale Mountain Demon Legion didn't just clear a map, it exposed their entire conspiracy. The military found out that otherworldly invaders can now breach through medium-sized rifts. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. The implications hit him like a truck. Wait, does that mean? Are there invaders camping out inside China right now? Exactly. Preliminary scans of the entire nation detected hundreds of signatures from different spatial tiers. Luckily, they're low-level trash mobs. The army can handle the cleanup for now. Battalions across the country are already grinding them down. In the future, the academy system will issue quests related to this. As my student, I expect you to be a powerhouse like your seniors. Dedicate your strength to the nation. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, determination burning in his eyes. Understood, master. Wang Hui handed over a metallic cube. The bloodline fusion needs some prep items. Go rest for now. Take this teleport device. Keep it safe. Use it to warp to my coordinates at 9 a.m. sharp. The next morning, Zhou Yi pulled up his system interface to check the rewards. Which one should I pick? Master said, bloodline fusion effectiveness depends on my base stats and my luck, basically my RNG. With that in mind, Zhou Yi selected the Fortune Elixir. An S-class consumable. Drinking this boosts luck stats for 12 hours. Let's hope this S-rank potion triggers a critical hit on the monster loot. Down the hatch, Zhou Yi chugged the elixir and immediately cracked open the random treasure chest. System alert. Congratulations. You obtained the S-class treasure Dragon Condensed Fruit. Dragon. Fruit. A rare drop grown from the corpse of a giant dragon. Consuming it boosts constitution and buffs magic damage. Zhou Yi actually jumped for joy. An S-class material? Finally. Every other random chest gave me garbage. That luck potion really turned my RNG from 0 to hero. Checking the time, it was almost 9. Zhou Yi activated the teleport device to warp to Wang Hui's house as planned. Upon arrival, he overheard Zhu Huiyang grilling Wang Hui. Principal, are you sure about this? The corpse of an angel godkin is incredibly scarce. Refining angel origin blood is harder than ascending to heaven. Even a drop of that stuff would start a war among the military legions. I've been hoarding it, waiting for someone worthy. And Zhu Yi, he's the main character I've been looking for. I'm completely satisfied with him. No regrets, no hesitation. Zhou Yi played it cool, acting like he heard nothing. Master. Dean Chu. Wang Hui scanned him, grinning. Excellent. You've optimized your physical state perfectly. Get over here. This is the bloodline fusion art I prepared for you. Shirt off. Sit in the center of the magic circle. Zhou Yi obeyed without a word. Wang Hui turned to his colleague. Dean Chu, fire up the engine. I'll handle the stabilization. Roger that. Zhu Huiyang nodded and activated the array, initiating the bloodline fusion. Instantly, light element particles swarmed Zhu Yi, wrapping him in a golden cocoon. But then boom, a piercing blue light erupted, shattering the gold. Zhu Huiyang's jaw dropped. That frost energy, it's insane. The kid has a hidden bloodline. In seconds, the entire villa was flash frozen into an ice castle. Zhu Huiyang looked at his own arm encased in ice, just from casting the spell. Unbelievable. If this kid switched classes to mage, this raw glacial power alone would make him a top-tier ice archmage. I knew his sister awakened the frost bloodline, so I figured he might have a trace of it. But angel blood is an apex bloodline. It usually crushes any trash-tier genetics during fusion. I didn't pay it much mind. But this? The angel blood and the frost blood aren't just mixing. They're at war. They're actually countering each other. For the frost blood to resist, its quality must be god tier. Zhou Yi's background isn't simple. Wang Hui furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Human variant bloodlines. They usually come from the OG players who logged into Eternal first. When the game merged with reality, the highest-ranked players kept their full legacy. That glacial power on Zhou Yi isn't just a random mutation. It's fighting the angel blood to a standstill. That means his ancestor was a high-ranking player from the early days. Otherwise, a descendant wouldn't inherit this kind of monster potential. If that ice bloodline doesn't pull its weight, the angelic power is going to flood Zhou Yi's system completely. Right now, it's a total war zone inside him. Ice versus angel. Even if the ice freezes out, the angelic essence is burning itself out in the clash. Wasting that much angelic primordial essence, that's a tragedy worse than flushing a Class A treasure down the drain. We're out of options. It's all up to Lady Luck now. If we force the ritual to stop, Zhou Yi goes into chi deviation and it's game over. Let's just pray the kid's got plot armor. Zhu Huiyang sighed. Inside, after enduring a hellscape of agony from the dual bloodlines, something unexpected triggered. System alert, consciousness gate unlocked. Enter mental realm. Suddenly, Zhou Yi found himself standing in a completely different dimension. In the distance, a glowing figure smiled. "My child, you have finally arrived." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Was this his spiritual see? While he was still skeptical, the entity continued, "Congratulations, my child. You've earned the Deus's blessing. I have been sent to grant you the ultimate power. You will be unshackled by morality, no rules, no limits. You will live solely by your own desires and absolute will. Now, do you accept this gift?" But beneath that holy veil wasn't a divine face. It was the twisted, sadistic grin of a demon. Ugh, gross. Why did looking at her make him want to summon the holy light hammer and smash her into oblivion? "Fear not, my child. Accept this blessing. You shall wield strength that this world has never seen." The bootleg angel reached out her hand, but a split second later, bam, she ate a massive hammer right to the face. Zhou Yi shouldered his weapon, feeling instantly refreshed. Much better. Always trust your gut, right? Meanwhile, the real angel, Hang Yao, was watching the whole show from a hidden realm. Seeing the smackdown, she burst into laughter. Her servant shot her a confused look. "Relax. I just found a human who's actually interesting." She waved her hand, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Little brat, don't you dare bore me now." Back in the mental world, the drama continued. The knockoff angel shrieked like a banshee. "What are you doing? You dare blaspheme against the divine? Punishment shall be swift. You will die without a grave. Kneel, right now. Beg for mercy and maybe, just maybe, I'll ask the Lord to spare your pathetic soul. Pass." Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at her, a clear declaration of war. "Arrogant brat," the fake sneered, that cruel smile returning. "You really have a death wish." She extended a clawed hand and clenched her fist. Instantly, thousands of chains erupted to bind Zhou Yi as countless blood-red eyes opened in the void. The imposter laughed manically. "Listen to those screams. This is the price you pay for disrespecting Lord Xia. Xia, you're a lackey of the evil god." Zhou Yi barely finished his sentence before getting slapped with energy. "Insolent fool. You've caught the master's interest. The master sent me specifically to cleanse you. You should be grateful. Lord Xia will guide you to the true path." Dark corruption began eating away at Zhou Yi's consciousness. Outside, a terrifying black aura exploded around his physical body. Recognizing the evil god's energy, Wang Hui instantly poured his power in to stabilize the array. How the hell is there corruption inside an angelic bloodline? Unless that angel was slaughtered by the evil god himself. Seeing the purification array rejecting his energy, Zhu Huiyang's face went ghost white. This is bad. Zhou Yi is in critical condition. That dark force is trying to obliterate the angelic essence completely. Suddenly, Wang Hui's eyes lit up. Wait a second. The angelic power isn't fading. It's surging. It's getting stronger. The ice and angel bloodlines were teaming up to crush the darkness. Inside his mind, Zhou Yi channeled that fusion to shatter the binding chains. The fake angel gasped in shock. "Impossible. I was consuming your soul. Where is this overwhelming holy divinity coming from?" Zhou Yi transformed into a warrior of light, massive ice wings unfurling from his back. He drew a blade of pure energy and drove it straight through the imposter's chest. The disguise shattered, revealing the true, grotesque form of the evil god's minion. The monster cackled. "Did you think that little scratch would hurt? Your resistance is adorable. You're just delaying the inevitable." The monster roared, launching another wave of iron chains. But the chains only smashed into a wall of ice. Before the beast could react, a magic circle lit up beneath its feet. Gotcha. Sharp ice spikes erupted upwards, skewering the creature. "Ha! Nice try. But your human power is nothing but a flickering candle compared to a god. I am the most devout apostle of Lord Xia. You mortals with your meat sacks could never comprehend the true nature of power." The minion expanded, growing to a titanic size. Thousands of eyes opened across its body, firing beams of pure destruction at Zhou Yi. But Zhou Yi danced through the barrage, dodging every lethal ray with ease. "Is that it? You bugs really only know how to run," the monster taunted. Chains wrapped around Zhou Yi, locking him in place for the ultimate move. But to the monster's horror, Zhou Yi snapped the bindings and deployed a barrier instantly. He tanked the hit and came out unscathed. What? The evil minion was shaken, but quickly regained its composure. It unleashed another storm of laser beams. Just like before, Zhou Yi weaved through the chaos, closing the distance to the main body. With a single, concentrated strike, Sun Finger, he vaporized the evil minion instantly. As the monster faded, a sphere of pure light descended. Zhou Yi reached out and claimed his prize. In the real world, a magnificent pillar of light slammed into Zhou Yi. Zhu Huiyang and Wang Hui watched, their jaws dropping in a mix of shock and ecstasy. The angelic ability. It completely purified the evil god's corruption. Fusing the angel and ice bloodlines wasn't just reckless, it was a stroke of genius. A spectral angel materialized, wrapping Zhou Yi in a gentle embrace before fading into stardust. The fusion ritual was a complete success. Zhu Huiyang stroked his long beard, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Zhou Yi, that kid's destiny is nothing short of legendary. To think he received the light god's blessing exactly when death came knocking, flipping the script from total disaster to absolute safety. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride. He beamed at his star pupil, his voice warm with concern. Zhou Yi, talk to me. How does your body feel? It seems your power level just skyrocketed. As Zhou Yi opened his mouth to reply, ding! A cascade of system notifications flashed before his eyes. System alert. Special bloodline detected. 6-winged seraphim. Innate talent unlocked. Light God rune. Rank A. With this rune, your affinity with light and ice elements is now off the charts. As your bloodline evolves, your command over other elemental magics will only grow stronger. Innate talent. Magic immunity. Rank B+. This grants a probability to completely nullify enemy spells and skills. We're talking dispels, purifications, and status effects. None of that non-damaging trash can touch you easily. A 6-winged seraphim bloodline. +2 inherited talents. Zhu Yi muttered in disbelief. Hearing this, Zhu Huiyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 6 wings. That means your fusion evolution was a flawless success. That is the absolute apex bloodline within the entire angelic race. Furthermore, the talents inherent to the seraphim don't just stop there. Once you level up, they can evolve all the way to rank S+. Master. Zhou Yi stammered, his eyes glued to the glowing text. I also unlocked an S+ secret art. Something called the Angelic Divine Body. Secret art, Angelic Divine Body, rank S+. Effect. Unleashes latent bloodline power, transforming the user into a 6-winged seraphim descendant. The higher your level, the more devastating the power release. Warning. Before level 50, angelic power is volatile and not fully refined. After activation, user enters a weakened state. Go ahead, Wang Hui commanded, eyes gleaming. Activate the secret art. Let's see just how monstrous your combat power has become. Following Wang Hui's order, Zhou Yi began to channel the energy. Boom! The angelic divine body activated, and a terrifying surge of celestial power erupted from his core. Zhu Huiyang's jaw hit the floor. This elemental fluctuation. It's insane. Wang Hui activated his spiritual sight, scanning Zhou Yi's aura. Excellent. With the secret art active, your power output has jumped 5-fold. Wang Hui nodded approvingly. Zhou Yi, give me a status report, quickly. Keep going, and my house's defense system is going to treat you like a hostile invader. Zhou Yi instantly cut the flow of power. The alarms died down as the villa returned to normal, but suddenly thud. A wave of nausea hit Zhou Yi. He quickly cast a healing spell on himself. Zhu Huiyang stepped forward, concern etched on his face. What happened? Feeling side effects? Even though the secret art granted godlike power, and he hadn't even fought a long battle, his entire body throbbed with swelling pain. Wang Hui stepped in to explain. The secret art skyrockets your combat potential, yes, but the Seraphim's energy is too tyrannical for your current physique. It drains you dry. Use it only as a final trump card. Zhu Huiyang watched the master and student converse, shaking his head in awe. A 6-winged Seraphim bloodline. 2 evolving talents, plus an S+ secret art. For the other freshmen, catching up to Zhu Yi isn't just hard. It's a pipe dream. Wang Hui continued. Judging by how violent your awakening was, I'd wager your sister's ice bloodline is just as terrifying. If you want her to awaken properly, don't cut corners. Take that extreme cold ice lotus and refine it into an extreme cold pill. Suhang University has a specialized alchemy department. Just place an order through the school system. Now, go back and get some rest. Wang Hui patted Zhou Yi's shoulder. As soon as the boy left, Zhu Huiyang's smile vanished. His face turned grave. Principal, why was he targeted by the evil god's energy? If anything happens to that kid, it wouldn't just be a loss for Suhang University. It would be a catastrophe for all of Huaxia. Zhou Yi survived only because the light god watched over him. Wang Hui replied darkly. I'm launching a full investigation. No possibilities will be ruled out. Back in his dorm, Zhou Yi's mind was racing about his sister. To refine the extreme cold pill, he had the lotus, but he still needed an A-rank treasure. Ice Prism Grass. The Snow Dragon army is already shipping the lotus to me, Zhou Yi calculated. As for the Ice Prism Grass, bronze medal gave me 500 credits, silver gave 1,000, and the gold medal, a massive 2,000 credits. I'm loaded. I can easily snag it from the school store. Knock knock. It was Sumeyer, sent by Dean Wu to deliver the War Academy's promised resources. Strange, Sumeyer thought. It's been one day, yet he feels heavier. This isn't just a level up. It's the crushing pressure of a noble bloodline. She was secretly shook. Zhou Yi, however, looked confused. Miss Su, I chose Master Wang Hui as my mentor. Why is Dean Wu sending you with resources? Su Meyer smiled. Principal Wang is your personal mentor. But your classes, you're still a student of our War Academy. Besides, this loot is allocated by the War Academy itself. Every top-ranking freshman gets their share. I see. But wait, why are you representing the War Academy? Miss Su, aren't you a mage? Since when are mages allowed to teach the brawlers? Su Meyer cracked a joke before handing over the goods. Here's the list. A-Rank Treasure, Heavenly Mountain Dragon Root. A-Rank Treasure, Ice Prism Grass. A-Rank Weapon, Chaos Dagger. B-Rank Gear, White Bear Chestplate. B-Rank Material, Wind Chasing Mithril. B-Rank Material, Earth Dragon Blood. And 3 C-Rank Skill Books, Frost Finger, Ice Beast Armor, and Light Blade. It was a mountain of treasure. But Zhou Yi only had eyes for one thing, the Ice Prism Grass. Perfect. With this and the Lotus, the Extreme Cold Pill is in the bag. This pill is the absolute jackpot. It boosts the awakening chance of the Frost bloodline like crazy. Definitely lived up to the hype of the fooling brand. Once I snag that Extreme Ice Lotus and grab some side materials, I can craft the ultimate Frost pill. Just gotta sign off on the delivery first. Su Meyer didn't waste a second. Business is over, now listen up. Your power level is legit, so grinding in the Gale Mountains isn't the problem. But the inner zone? That's a death wish for the arrogant. Don't go playing hero unless you're 100% sure you can survive. Her expression darkened a bit. Every year, Suhang University churns out geniuses. But true legends? They're as rare as dragon scales. You have to understand, too many hotshots get wiped out by the unexpected before they even scratch the surface of their potential. Don't roll your eyes at me, kid. Caution keeps you breathing. I couldn't exactly tell her my system makes me invincible. The danger level was already calculated. I played the good student card. Loud and clear, teach. I won't forget it, but hey, I need to pick your brain about something else. My power just spiked again. Got any safe spots for live combat drills? She looked at me like I was a freak of nature. You absolute monster. She sighed but led me to a hall packed with mechs. These combat droids are all yours. You can tweak the difficulty settings to whatever nightmare you prefer. They scale from level 1 to 10, and heads up, the more bots you activate, the harder they hit. It's not addition, it's multiplication. At level 10, these tin cans can stomp a level 20 pro. And don't worry, the system records your humiliation in high definition. Surveillance bots will track your vitals and combat data in real time. You'll get a full breakdown report once the dust settles. You can bail out whenever. But seriously, start on easy mode. Don't be a hero on day 1. I've got a class to teach. Pace yourself. She pointed at the floating orb. Just give the command to the visual sphere when you're ready to bleed. The second she left, I smirked. Visual sphere, wake up. Level 7 combat mode. Let's see what these toys can do. Command accepted. Combat monitoring. Active. Deploying 50 training units. Warning. Level 7 combat initiated. Instantly, a storm of bullets rained down. But for a guy like me, please. I danced through raindrops. Dodging this trash was boring. Time to switch to offense with the power of Frost. Fresh from the Frost bloodline fusion, one punch pulverized the giant mech into scrap metal. Okay, this ice power isn't just for show. Feeling cocky, I unleashed the Frost storm. Whoosh! One move, and the entire droid army was frozen solid. Congratulations, level 7, cleared. Result, 50 units destroyed. Time, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Rating, S-Class. This Frost crowd control is insane, but level 7 was a snooze fest. Would max difficulty actually make me break a sweat? Only one way to find out. Hey, visual sphere, crank it up to max. Level 10. Now. Standard units critical. Initiating level 10 protocol. Upgrading hostiles. The bots started morphing before my eyes. Level 10. Superhuman class online. These things had stats matching a level 25 awakener. Now we're talking. Supreme AI authority, active. Warning. If life signs drop, emergency stop will engage. Music to my ears. Finally, I can cut loose without holding back. 3, 2, 1. A bot blasted me with my own Frost power. I barely jumped in time to dodge the impact. Okay, that's new. I activated Ice Light Mirage. Bending light and frost, I created crystal clones to mess with their sensors. Catch me if you can. I swung the Holy Light Hammer to smash its gear. Clang. It copied my move perfectly and knocked the weapon right out of my hand. It's mimicking my skills. The visual sphere must be syncing my combat data to the bots in real time. Clever girl. Weapon module optimized. Before my eyes, the cannon on its arm shifted and twisted into a mechanical wolf. It copied the Gale Wolf 2. Tricks won't work. Brute force it is. I rushed in and, bam, sent the robo-wolf flying into next week. Angelic form, activate. I glowed with divine energy. Try copying this, you scrap heap. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Churan was riding high. Since becoming Dean Song's disciple, her stats had skyrocketed. But that level 7 trial? Still a wall she couldn't break. Time for a rematch, she thought, scanning her fingerprint at the training hall. But the door stayed shut. Error. Training units critically damaged. Maintenance required. Please return tomorrow. What? This was the rookie zone. Most people wiped at level 6. Even her genius Zhou Yi shouldn't be wrecking the place at level 10. Who the hell is in there? Back inside, I was done playing. Holy light chains erupted from my back like golden vipers. The chains locked the bot down tight. Eyes of truth, open. I scanned its frame, hunting for the fatal flaw. Ping. Target acquired. The energy core in the chest. Checkmate. I put everything into one punch. Kaboom. The bot disintegrated and took half the room with it. Level 10. Conquered. System alert. Facility critical damage. Please. Don't come back for a week. Challenger. Victorious. Jiang Churan stood outside, trembling. Level 10. Cleared. She tiptoed closer, terrified but dying to know. What kind of monster is inside? Student Zhou Yi. Congratulations on crushing the level 10 combat trial, clocking in at 5 minutes, 32 seconds. Overall rating? Absolutely god tier. Physical damage maxed out at over 27,000. Single target magic damage hit 56,000, and his ultimate combo burst, a staggering 106,000 damage. If that stupid cyber wolf hadn't tried a sneak attack, I would have cleared this whole thing with my eyes closed. Damn, I really need a battle pet to watch my back. Just as he was strategizing, a familiar voice cut through the noise. Zhou Yi. Hey, Jiang Churan ran over, practically beaming with excitement. Did you finish the bloodline fusion ritual? How did you get this strong in just one day? No big deal. Just wrapped it up this morning. I'm rocking the six-winged seraph bloodline now. Jiang Churan's eyes sparkled with pure envy. That's insane. That's a super rare divine bloodline. My phantom bloodline is decent, high-tier stuff. But compared to yours, it's nothing. Zhou Yi laughed it off and asked her to lead the way. Take me to the spirit pet market. I need to contract a beast and boost my combat power. She agreed instantly. 1 hour later, amidst the chaos of the market, a silver rank crimson flame tiger cub. Potential growth up to level 20. Yours for just 110 academy points. Dragonhorn rhino. Adult form level 19. Pure dragon bloodline. 210 points. Only one left. First come, first served. Jiang Churan guided him through the stalls. So, Zhou Yi, see anything that catches your eye? Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. I actually tamed a Gale wolf back at Hurricane Mountain, but after I took down the demon wolf king, I passed out. Missed my chance to contract it. Total bummer. I'm hoping to find a Gale wolf cub with wind element talents to fill that void. The moment the words left his mouth, a seller shouted out, Gale wolf cub, right here. A guy in glasses stepped up with a greasy, welcoming smile. Yo, fellow students. I'm Liu Zhixue, 3rd year, Logistics Academy, level 22, Beast Tamer. I've got a Gale wolf cub I raised myself. Want to take a look? Jiang Churan whispered some advice. Tamers are support class professionals. Since he's a student at our Suhang University, his stock is probably way better than the random junk sold by these street hustlers. Zhou Yi nodded. All right, show me. Liu Zhixue lifted a small beast with mismatched eyes, talking a mile a minute. This little guy is only 10 days old. His mom was a silver rank Gale wolf. My appraisal confirms his potential is regressed silver tier. If you want him, he's yours for just 60 points. Zhou Yi looked disappointed. Regress silver? Do you have any gold rank ones? Gold rank? Kid. Are you dreaming? You won't find one in this entire market. If a gold rank Gale wolf ever shows up, I'll let you know. But trust me, the price tag will be astronomical. Forget it. Let me see this one. Zhou Yi picked up the tiny Gale wolf. The pup seemed to like him, letting out a soft, affectionate whimper. Zhou Yi. Something feels off. It's way too small. It's definitely malnourished or stunted. Liu Zhixue looked a bit nervous at her comment. Gale wolves are naturally small. This is standard size for a cub. Zhou Yi lifted the pup high, a smirk playing on his lips. No problem. I'll take him. Remember this. There are no trash pets. Only trash masters. I see his future. Transaction complete. Liu Zhixue grinned, handing over a scroll. Here's a complimentary contract scroll. That'll be 60 points total. Bind him now. You can store him in your dimensional space. Super convenient, right? Internally, Liu was laughing his head off. That cub was the runt of the litter. The worst stats I've ever seen. I thought I was stuck with it, but this rookie actually bought the trash. Good thing he paid up front. If that thing dies or drops rank during the contract process, not my problem anymore. Come on, little guy. I know you're destined for more. Zhou Yi began the ancient ritual to form the contract. Earlier, he had consumed a fortune elixir. 12 hours of absolute god-tier luck was still coursing through his veins, and the defective product began to change. A supreme transformation. The crowd gasped in horror. That blinding violet light. Is that an epic rank beast? No way. An epic rank hidden in this dump? Talk about luck. Hey kid, sell me that Gale wolf. I'll give you 1,000 points right now. Zhou Yi, you have the eyes of a hawk. That wasn't a defect. It was a dormant epic bloodline. The moment it touched your mana, it awakened its true potential. Zhou Yi scratched his head, pretending to be humble. Epic rank? Huh. Guess I underestimated the power of that fortune elixir. The crowd's jealousy was suffocating, but Liu Zixue was grinding his teeth in rage. I just sold a legendary beast for pennies to a freshman. Zhou Yi, you haven't named him yet. Jiang Churan reminded him. He thought for a second. Let's call him Little Ash. But the happy moment didn't last. As they played with Little Ash, Liu Zixue stepped in, his face shameless. Student, hold on. There was a mistake. I sold that to you at the price of a regressed silver tier. If you want to keep it, you need to pay the real price. Add another 1,500 points. Or cancel the contract and give the beast back. I'll refund your 300 points. Make up your mind quickly. If you don't play nice, don't blame me for getting rough. The crowd began to whisper. Liu definitely knew what he was selling. He's just greedy. But the Liu family runs the logistics here. Yeah, that freshman is in trouble. He can't keep an epic beast. Liu won't let this go. That wolf is as good as gone. The pressure was mounting. I've never heard such garbage in my life. Sold is sold. And you want to rob me? Zhou Yi's aura suddenly exploded. His face darkened with killing intent. Stop dreaming and get the hell out of my sight. One look. That's all it took. Liu felt the terror of death itself crashing down on him. He's just a freshman. So why is his pressure so terrifying? As Zhou Yi took a step forward, Liu's legs turned to jelly. He stammered, pale as a sheet. Brother, my bad. Total misunderstanding. It's all yours. Keep the wolf. Just don't hurt me. You know what to do. Best not let me see your face again, or you'll pay the price. Saying this, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan turned and walked away. The soft sensation on her hand delighted Jiang Churan endlessly. Brother Zhou Yi, can I come over later to play with little Kui? Anytime works. Just then, bystanders finally recognized him. Wait, that looks like Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman, the Principal Wang Hui's exclusive disciple. I heard he even got the gold contribution medal. Liu Zixue always acted crazy relying on the Liu family, but he finally kicked an iron plate this time. Make way, make way. Oh snap, is that Liu Wucheng arriving? Is he here to back up his little brother? Liu Wucheng stormed through the crowd to Liu Zixue. Seeing him, Zixue immediately whined, Big brother, you have to get justice for me. Before Liu Zixue could finish, a heavy boot smashed into his face. You useless trash. Do you have any idea what a freshman with a gold contribution medal represents? Others might spare you. Consider it your lucky day. Don't be an eyesore here anymore. Scram as far as you can. Clutching his swollen face, Liu Zixue wondered what kind of monster he had provoked. Meanwhile, back with our protagonist. It really is a Gale wolf. An epic-grade cub this small, yet it can already instinctively wield wind elements. Just as Zhou Yi was checking little Kui's stats, the Snow Dragon Legion delivered the extreme Ice Lotus right to his hand, making him grin ear to ear. The Legion's efficiency is terrifyingly high. It hasn't even been 3 days since I left the Gale Mountain Range. The Extreme Ice Lotus is finally mine. With the Extreme Ice Pill, Little Yun's bloodline awakening crisis will be easily solved. Remembering mentor Wang Hui's words, Zhu Yi booked an alchemist immediately. We have booked Master He Tian, a level 9 alchemist, for you. Since the materials and security for an S-rank heavenly treasure are incredibly precious, please proceed to the alchemy department for detailed discussion. Receiving the notification, Zhou Yi rushed over without wasting a second. Unfortunately, Master He Tian was in a meeting. Only his student, Lin Yi, was on duty. What kind of pill do you need? If there are questions, I can answer first. S-rank medicine. Extreme Ice Pill. As Zhou Yi spoke, he pulled out the raw materials, making Lin Yi gasp in shock. S-rank Extreme Ice Lotus. An A-rank ice spire grass. You look like a freshman. How do you have such rare treasures? Zhou Yi smiled humbly. Pure luck. Since you have the lotus and the grass, you just need to pay an extra 800 academic points for the S-rank crafting fee. Leave your contact info. Once the master finishes the pill, I'll notify you. After exchanging info, Zhou Yi headed straight to class. There, he overheard two students whispering. Did you know? Lately, creatures from the other world have been spotted in many places. Really? You haven't heard. Many legions and guilds are being recalled from the front lines. My buddy in the army leaked it. They say traces were found all over the nation. It seems news of the otherworld invasion is spreading like wildfire. Zhou Yi was deep in thought when someone tapped his shoulder. Song Xiaolan, you're in this class too? Of course. My mentor is Dean Wu Mang. Looks like we're classmates now. Song Xiaolan extended her hand, grinning playfully. Student Zhou Yi, please take care of me in the future. She laughed. You're so strong, expecting me to teach you is impossible. But if you need help, just ask. Right then, the monster studies teacher walked in. And it was none other than Sue Meyer. Before we start, I have important announcements for everyone. As the rumors say, otherworld creatures have indeed appeared within the country. Although these ones aren't too powerful, the nation takes this very seriously. Facing this potential threat, the Legion has entered Level 3 combat readiness. School resources are also being doubled. Our Suhang University is increasing resource allocation by 70% for ranked students every month. At the same time, completing school missions will now grant significantly more academic points than before. The Abyss Mode authority for the 3 major dungeons is opening. However, you'll need to spend points to buy Abyss Stones to unlock it. The students exploded into discussion. The country is dumping resources. They are determined to raise powerhouses at any cost. Abyss Mode is finally open. I'm going to get so many resources. Even mission rewards are buffed. The school is making big moves. Calm your excitement. Sue Meyer stood at the podium and snapped her fingers. A wave of energy instantly silenced the students. No matter how resources change, as students, your only job is to focus on becoming stronger. It seems I'm not the only one improving. Teacher Sue is much stronger than when we first met, Zhou Yi thought. All right, let's begin today's lesson. Books flipped. Hours passed. Class dismissed. I'm already level 19. I have the Lotus, so no need to return to the dangerous Gale mountain range. The Goblin dungeon in Abyss Mode. That's the ideal grinding spot for my level-up experience. While Zhou Yi pondered, he spotted Jiang Churen nearby. Jiang Churen, why are you here? I heard dungeon rewards increased. I wanted to invite you to try it with me. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon hall, Jiang Churen asked, Brother Zhou Yi, which difficulty are you challenging? Abyss level. And you? Jiang Churen waved her hands frantically. Abyss is way too hard. There's a huge gap between us. I can probably only handle hard difficulty. Zhou Yi held her hand gently. It's okay. Once I clear Abyss, we'll team up and challenge it again. It's a promise then. I'll try hard mode first. Good luck. Jiang Churen replied shyly before turning to leave. Suddenly, a new arrival sent the hall into an uproar. Ji Mingxuan, why is he here? Long time no see. Even the top expert is here to challenge the dungeon. Yo, haven't you heard the rumors? Shatter the clear record for the Abyss tier dungeon, and a legendary innate talent is yours for the taking. It's no rumor, it's a fact. Without a miracle encounter, those talents are impossible to grab. No wonder Ji Mingxuan scrambled here like his life depended on it. Ji Mingxuan, level 23 mage, sitting pretty at rank 86 on the Earth leaderboard. Boring. I've got a date with Destiny in the Abyss dungeon. Zhou Yi scanned the rival's stats with a dismissive smirk. He didn't hesitate. He locked in the Goblin dungeon. Difficulty, Abyss. The lobby erupted into chaos. Zhou Yi, isn't that the top-ranked rookie from the entrance exam? Ha! A level 19 Holy Knight challenging the Abyss? Talk about having a death wish. He clearly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Total arrogance. There go 400 academic credits, straight down the drain. Ji Mingxuan scoffed from the sidelines, eyes dripping with disdain. Seems getting a few resources has inflated someone's ego to bursting point. System alert. You have selected the Abyss difficulty challenge. 400 credits have been deducted to exchange for the Abyss Magic Stone. Teleportation complete. Welcome to the Goblin Undercity. Warning. Abyss tier monsters are in a frenzied state. Aggression levels maximized. If you sense death approaching, crush the Abyss Magic Stone to escape immediately. Zhou Yi looked around. Why is this place such a wreck? Did the goblins destroy their own city? Deep in thought, a shadow lunged from behind. A goblin ambusher. But Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. One casual wave of his hand sent that trash straight to the afterlife. But seconds later, the shadows came alive. A literal army of goblins swarmed him from every angle. Level 22 Goblin Warriors. Silver potential. Skills, ambush, and cleave. Looks like they brought the whole family. Good. The stronger the enemy, the sweeter the victory. Zhou Yi swung his mace. A single strike painted the walls with them, wiping out the vanguard. But another wave instantly materialized from the darkness. I see. A war of attrition. The difficulty lies in the endless waves of suicide bombers. They're trying to drain my mana reserves before the main event. I need to conserve energy. Can't waste the heavy artillery before the boss fight. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed. Time for the phantom light strike. His weapon became a blur, moving at light speed. A symphony of destruction sliced through the air, executing the entire horde with surgical precision. System. Victory. You have annihilated the goblin group. Receive 11,236 experience points. Level 19. Progress bar at 22,000 out of 54,000. Man, high-level grinding is a pain. Even slaughtering this many trash mobs barely moves the bar. The boss better drop a massive XP bomb to push me past level 20. He pushed deeper into the darkness. There it is. The boss, monster, Goblin King, level 24. Epic potential. Skills. Unknown. Warning. The Goblin King has led his kin to conquer human cities. A wretched human brat. Welcome to the kingdom of death I've prepared for you. You dare slaughter my kin? Die, worm. The king roared, killing intent exploding. The king's massive axe crashed down. Zhou Yi leaped, barely dodging the shockwave. Fast. For a giant lump of muscle, this guy moves like the wind. Zhou Yi charged, gathering his aura for a counterstrike, but as his attack landed, clang. Useless. The boss had entered super armor state, immune to all physical damage. Not only that, a reflective shield activated. His physical strike just bounced off. It was like trying to smash a tank with a toothpick. Physical attacks are a no-go. Fine. Let's try magic. Zhou Yi switched tactics instantly. Arcane chains bind him. The king froze, locked in place by glowing magical shackles. Checkmate. Zhou Yi unleashed a palm strike, blasting pure energy. The boss evaporated in a single beat. System. Congratulations. Abyss dungeon cleared. Clear time. 10 minutes and 56 seconds. New server record established. You have slain the boss. Rewards. 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. Really, that was the terrifying Abyss boss. I one-shotted him, and here I was, saving up mana and prepping my ultimate moves for a legendary duel. What a letdown. Just then, a golden notification flashed before his eyes. New record achievement unlocked. You have received the talent, Rapid Casting, Rank A. Effect, spellcasting speed drastically increased. Low-tier spells are now instant cast. Jackpot. Breaking the record. Actually gave me a new talent. With Rank A Rapid Casting, my combat power just leveled up to a whole new dimension. Time to bounce. Shame I didn't quite hit level 20, though. Well, I've got credits to burn. Next time, I'll drag Jiang Churen in here and power level her through the abyss. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon lobby, challengers were teleporting out left and right, traumatized by the abyss difficulty. They stared at the leaderboards, trembling and whispering in fear. It's impossible. Has anyone actually cleared it? The abyss mode is a death trap. I was surrounded by hundreds of silver tier elites the moment I spawned. If I hadn't crushed my escape stone, I'd be goblin food right now. No wonder it's abyss difficulty. The intensity is insane. Only monsters like Ji Mingxuan from the Earth leaderboard stand a chance. Jiang Churan stood in the crowd, clutching her chest. Thank God I picked normal mode. I breezed through it. I just hope Big Brother Zhou Yi is safe. Surely he can pass, right? Hey, did you hear? Someone actually beat the abyss mode for the freshman exam. No way. Who? That level 19 paladin, Zhou Yi. The guy who topped the entrance rankings, did he seriously set a new record? Suddenly, someone screamed. Look, the record board updated. Eyes widened in disbelief as a trembling finger pointed upward. Is that really Zhou Yi at the top? Number 1 Zhou Yi. Difficulty, Abyss. Progress, 100%. Time, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. Validated. Fastest clear in history for the Goblin Dungeon Abyss mode. The hall exploded into chaos. Someone actually soloed the Abyss, and he cleared it? Zhou Yi? Who is this god? Is he a senior masquerading as a rookie? That guy might be the rookie king. But let's be real. Even if he is cracked at the game, soloing a level 24 epic Goblin King, that is straight up impossible. I am just a newbie in this freshman tournament too. But seriously, it has only been a few days. How did Zhou Yi level up that fast? It smells like hacks to me. Just wait a sec. Brother Mingshuan entered the dungeon later than Zhou Yi, so obviously, he is going to finish later. A confident guy laughed, trying to hype up his idol while thinking. The moment Brother Mingshuan drops a new record, Zhou Yi's rank is going to tank hard. But then boom, Ji Mingshuan stumbles out of the portal looking like he went 10 rounds with a truck. That fanboy panicked and rushed over to catch him. Mingshuan groaned, "This abyss-level dungeon is broken. It is way too hard. I wasted so much gold-tier gear and still took the L." Ji Mingshuan cursed under his breath, then realized the crowd wasn't worshipping him like they were just a few minutes ago. They were all glued to the leaderboard, buzzing with excitement. He was confused, but he brushed it off and chugged a healing potion to fix his face. Only when a lackey dropped the bomb, Zhou Yi cleared the abyss mode with a glitched-out speed run time did Mingshuan choke on his potion. Spit take. Look at the board. Zhou Yi is out. No freaking way. He is only a level 19 rookie. What kind of cheat code did he use to clear the abyss? How could I lose to him? I need answers right now. He took forever to come out. He definitely exploited a bug. Ji Mingshuan raged, smashing his potion bottle on the floor. He plastered on a fake smile and walked over to confront Zhou Yi. But before he could even start his villain monologue, Zhou Yi ignored him completely and walked straight to Jiang Churan. "Congrats on the clear, big guy. I barely scraped by on hard mode. It feels like you were sprinting ahead while I am stuck in the dust." Zhou Yi patted Jiang Churan's head, giving her that main character comfort. "Don't stress it. The Goblin King is actually pretty easy. I will teach you the cheese strats to beat this level. Besides, I have got credits to burn. I will power level you through a few runs until you master the mechanics. Then you can solo the Abyss difficulty too." While the lovebirds were having their moment, the crowd was still hyping up Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Ji Mingshuan sat in the corner like a rejected NPC, realizing that in Zhou Yi's shining aura, he was just yesterday's news. True to his word, Zhou Yi took Jiang Churan into the Abyss dungeon for a duo run. He fought while buffing her stats, acting like a live tutorial guide, pointing out the goblin weaknesses so she could one-shot them easily. Everything was smooth sailing until they reached the final room. The Abyss-level boss? Yeah, that thing does not play around. "Brother Zhou Yi, how did you clear this? It looks insanely tanky. Actually, its magic resistance is trash. You can melt it down easily with high-tier magic skills." Hearing that, Jiang Churan stepped up. Since the boss was weak to magic, she decided to test the mana within her succubus bloodline. Skill: Demon Blade. She unleashed a massive, dark energy slash. The demonic power hidden in the attack was supposed to explode on impact, dealing extra dark damage. But instead of nuking the boss, the attack actually buffed it. The monster absorbed the energy and got even stronger. The boss stomped the ground, triggering a massive earthquake. Shockwaves rippled out, knocking them back and threatening to stun-lock them. Zhou Yi flared his aura to tank the hit, shouting over the noise, "Churan, you good?" "I am fine, Brother Zhou Yi, but this is my fault. I could not control my mana, and now I just fed the boss a power-up. Don't blame yourself. Let me test a few counters and see what sticks." Zhou Yi launched a light punishment skill at the boss, but it just bounced off the monster's shield. Denied. That is weird. The skill barely scratched it. Its magic resistance must have skyrocketed. Zhou Yi thought to himself, "This is getting spicy. Let me try one more thing. If we cannot win, just crush the Abyss crystal and bail out. Remember, this is just a training run. Don't get yourself hurt." Zhou Yi cast magical chains to bind the beast, but the boss flexed and shattered the magic bindings in a single second. Seeing this, Jiang Churan spiraled into guilt. "I messed everything up. I made the dungeon impossible. What do I do? What can I do?" Her negativity was the key that unlocked the demoness inside her. "That is right, it is because you were too weak. If you could fully control the demonic power in your succubus blood, you wouldn't be standing there watching Brother Zhou Yi struggle. You have to get stronger to help him. It is time. Unleash your true self. Power up." Jiang Churan muttered like she was hypnotized, her eyes turning a deadly shade of crimson. Up front, Zhou Yi was about to activate his angelic god body to tank for her, when suddenly, whoosh, a blast of dark energy flew from behind him, slicing the boss's weapon arm clean off. "Churan," Zhou Yi froze, staring at the girl behind him. "Brother Zhou Yi, let me handle this trash." Jiang Churan, now looking like a total femme fatale, smiled seductively. "Why can't I absorb this magic? It is eating away at my power." The boss screamed in panic. "Don't rush, that was just the appetizer." Jiang Churan waved her hand, force-feeding more mana into the boss. "You want it? Take it. Take all the magic you can eat. You look absolutely disgusting right now." Jiang Churan looked at the boss with pure disgust, then launched a finisher that sent the monster straight to the afterlife. System alert. Student Jiang Churan has defeated the Goblin King boss. Rewards. 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points finally turned that ugly monster into dust. Jiang Qiran retracted her power, then slinked over to Zhou Yi, getting way too touchy-feely. Talk about a culture shock. It took him a second to realize the vibe was off. He asked coldly, "Hey, is that really you, Qiran?" The demoness froze, then slowly shifted back into the innocent Jiang Qiran. She looked down, totally embarrassed. "Brother Zhou Yi, that was." "Yeah. Everything that just happened was the demonic power in my bloodline acting up." Zhou Yi tilted her chin up, inspecting her face for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank God. I thought the demon took over your mind permanently. No way, I am still me. Anyway, Qiran, let's keep the grind going. We are running this dungeon again. Trust me, once you get the hang of these demons' patterns, soloing the Abyss level will be a total walk in the park. Besides, the Goblin King is practically our old buddy by now. You think that monster understands our vibe? Whatever. Bosses are just loot piñatas waiting to get smashed. But hey, if students want to snag the legendary loot drops, they need to start using their brains." Zhou Yi grinned, a look so wicked it would make the Goblin King sweat even from the afterlife. Outside the dungeon, the crowd was losing their minds over Zhou Yi's clear record. Then, boom, the scoreboard glitched and flashed a new time. Someone had crushed the old record by a whole minute. And the name on top? Zhou Yi again. The crowd was shook. Are you kidding me? Zhou Yi again? Can he let anyone else have a moment of glory? He speedran the dungeon even faster this time. The guy is an absolute monster. Suddenly, the leaderboard flickered again. A new name skyrocketed past Zhou Yi's record. Rank 1, Jiang Qiran. Abyss difficulty. Completion, 100%. Time, 9 minutes and 23 seconds. Confirmed. It was the fastest clear in history for the Abyss Goblin dungeon. Isn't this supposed to be for newbies who struggle on hard mode? Now they're soloing Abyss like it's a tutorial. Jiang Qiran is the number 2 rookie for a reason. With Zhou Yi coaching her, who knows how high her power level has climbed. Watching this, Ji Mingxuan's lackey clutched his head in despair. "Boss Mingxuan, I finally get how you feel. Realizing the gap between us and these geniuses. It's a soul-crushing kind of helpless." Ignoring the noise, Zhou Yi and Jiang Qiran kept grinding. They each soloed the Abyss again, then teamed up for a duo run before heading back to the lobby. Jiang Qiran looked over with bright eyes. "Hey, Zhou Yi. I heard the Elemental Academy is popping off fireworks for the freshmen tonight. Want to go check it out together?" Zhou Yi smiled. "Sounds sick. Perfect chance to chill after that grind." So, the dynamic duo headed straight for the Elemental Academy. Checking out the scenery, Zhou Yi couldn't help but geek out. This place lives up to the hype. Even the streetlights are powered by magic arrays. Crazy how we farmed dungeons until it got dark without even noticing. We got a massive haul from the Abyss run this time. Honestly, couldn't have done it without you. Nah, don't sweat it. Your skills did the heavy lifting. I just played support. Zhou Yi replied with a humble smile. Suddenly, a massive statue caught his eye. He stopped in his tracks. Who is that giant? That's the mage, Wei Yang. People call him the Guardian Dharma God. Legend says he soloed multiple waves of the Alien Legion. His battle stories are basically myths now. It sucks though. In the great final battle, a Lord-tier demon sucker punched him from the shadows. He went out in a blaze of glory. His soul was completely obliterated. No resurrection spell could bring him back, a true hero. Man, my history knowledge is trash. Can you give me the cliff notes on the Dark Era? Sure thing. Jiang Qiran started the lore drop. To understand the Dark Times, you gotta start with the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting in the year 254, awakened users with insane natural talents started popping up everywhere. That was the Golden Age. Legends like the Gale Sword Saint, Shang Pinghai, and the Blazing Blade Saint, Li Xiaoyang. Those OGs are still holding the front lines today. But just when humanity was ready to clap back at the other worlds, the Dark Era descended. The alien creatures launched their most insane invasion yet. The top-tier powerhouses of the Golden Age, they faced the alien threat head-on. One by one, they sacrificed their lives to hold the line. After a 30-year war and millions of awakened soldiers dying, we finally earned this peace. It was bought with blood. But now, the alien invasions are ramping up again. I'm scared that, hey, maybe it's just your imagination. Don't stress it. Zhou Yi patted her head, acting the cool big brother. This new wave of monsters is just trash mob leaking through cracks. They're weak. Besides, we aren't the same as before. If darkness falls again, those aliens are the ones who should be scared of us. Jiang Qiran giggled at his cocky attitude. You're right. We've been powering up for this exact moment. We're ready to war. Just then, a firework shot into the sky. Boom! The night exploded in color. Jiang Churan grabbed Zhou Yi's hand, excitement taking over. Let's hurry. The view from the front is going to be lit. Yeah, Zhou Yi grinned. The next day, our MC hopped on a train to visit his little sister. Sister Qing, where is he? Why isn't Big Bro here yet? Chill out. Your brother called. He's almost here. As soon as Qing spoke, Zhou Yi walked through the door. Brother, welcome home. Zhou Yun launched herself into a hug. Zhou Yi caught his sister, beaming like an idiot. I was worried about your health on the way here. But seeing you this energetic, I'm relieved. Zhou Yi, you're back. Zhou Yi looked at Qing and smiled. Sister Qing, long time no see. So, how long are you staying this time? Probably 3 or 4 days. I took leave specifically to finish Yu Yun's final treatment. That's it. So short? Zhou Yun pouted, clearly bummed out. But a second later, her eyes sparkled. Bro, did you bring a present for your adorable sister? Obviously. I brought you some epic loot from the Abyss dungeon. Zhou Yi pulled a horn from his inventory. Just blow this, and a gold-tier spirit bear will summon instantly to protect you. Zhou Yun clapped her hands, hyping him up. As expected of my big brother. That sounds insanely overpowered. Zhou Yi ruffled her hair. Trust me, once you're cured, you'll be just as strong as I am. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao arrived with Kui Liena. Secretary Zhao, Miss Kui. You made it. Mr. Zhou, I called Miss Kui last night. She drove from the neighboring city overnight just to get here. Kui Liena laughed. Secretary Zhao, please. An invite from Zhou Yi. A nobody like me wouldn't dare ignore that nowadays. Zhou Yi stayed humble. Miss Kui, you're exaggerating. I owe you big time for coming all this way. Oh, I almost forgot. Congrats, kid. Not only did you grab the Extreme Frost Lotus, but you actually refined it into an Extreme Frost Pill with even better effects. The Extreme Frost Pill? Secretary Zhao's jaw hit the floor. An S-tier pill is basically priceless. Zhou Yi scratched his head, playing it cool. Honestly, I only pulled it off thanks to a tier 3 alchemist my teacher introduced me to. We gotta speedrun this final healing ritual for my sister, like, right now. Main quest priority, everything else can wait. A moment later, Zhou Yun tugged at Zhou Yi's pants, eyes wide with panic, asking, Bro, are we seriously gonna be okay? Chill out, kid. Stop stressing. I got this. Just pop this pill later and your ice bloodline will finally wake up. That freezing energy won't glitch out on you anymore. Zhou Yi handed the extreme cold pill to Zhou Yun with a confident smirk. Zhou Yun grabbed the pill, stepped into the magic circle, and put on her game face. All right, bro, I'm locked and loaded. Let's do this. Zhou Yi didn't waste a second, spamming high-tier buffs like Dawn's Blessing, Guardian's Grace, and Courage Boost on Zhou Yun, setting the perfect stage for Liena to work her healing magic. Even though I'm a second-class priest, my holy light purity feels kinda mid compared to Zhou Yi's. The guy is a total monster. Liena was deep in thought until Zhou Yi snapped her out of it. Yo, Miss Liena, time to boot up the formation. Right? Piece of cake. Liena flared her power to activate the circle, shouting for Zhou Yun to swallow the pill. Boom. In a split second, a massive wave of freezing ice energy exploded outward. The blast forced everyone to back up. Zhou Yi. Zhou Yun's ice aura is going nuclear. Is she gonna be alright? Qing screamed in panic. Relax, I'll handle it. Zhou Yi cast Holy Flame Halo, melting the incoming frost like it was nothing, and grinned. With the extreme cold pill working, this is the last time her ice goes berserk. Trust me. Liena scanned Zhou Yun's stats and cheered. The boss level is cleared. Now we just gotta wait for the install to finish on her bloodline awakening. Finally, the healing process hit 100% completion. Zhou Yi rushed over to his sister, hype levels rising. How's the status? Feeling okay? I think the debuff is totally gone, bro. Zhou Yun chirped happily. Quick, check your character profile. Did your stats change? Zhou Yun tested her power and gasped. Looks like the ice bloodline unlocked a passive talent. Ice element control. Me and the ice are practically syncing minds right now. I can control it like an extension of my own body. Wait, since when does Awakening drop free talents like that? Usually, you don't get bonus skills from a basic Awakening. But you're my sister, and that ice bloodline is S-tier rare. Zhou Yi replied proudly, thinking to himself, we both got massive perks from this bloodline. Was our ancestor some kind of legendary ice mage? Even if they were OP back in the day, looking at how broke we were, the clan definitely fell off hard. Zhou Yun's bloodline is awake, but let's run a full system diagnostic just to be safe. Miss Liena? You got it, Captain. Liena agreed cheerfully. Just then, Secretary Zhao stepped up. Mr. Zhu, Miss Yun is fully recovered and powered up with the ice bloodline. The mayor is super impressed. He sent a truckload of cultivation resources for you too. Zhou Yi shook Secretary Zhao's hand. Thanks. Appreciate the loot. I gotta head back to the academy soon, so keep an eye on Zhou Yun for me. Yeah. Don't worry. It's my honor to help. Watching Zhou Yun laugh with Qing, Zhou Yi asked, So, have you picked a class to main in the future? Duh. Mage class, obviously. Zhou Yi nodded. Solid pick. Fits your build perfectly. Once you hit level 10, I'll snag you a hidden class scroll for mages. Yes, I can feel the dark power inside me stirring. The day of our chaotic liberation is near. Dark power? Zhou Yun's sudden villain monologue and evil glare made everyone freeze. Lena panicked and rushed over. Did I miss a spot? How is there dark energy? Suddenly, Zhou Yi remembered the cringe-worthy days when they were little kids, back when they hadn't awakened any powers and used to cosplay as superheroes saving the world. Don't let the darkness consume you. We must seal it to protect the peace. That was 3-year-old Zhou Yun speaking. Back in reality, seeing his sister about to drop more cringe anime lines, Zhou Yi grabbed her and dragged her out. Come on, edgelord. Let's go test your actual ice magic. Save me, Sister Qing. My brother is trying to execute me for the greater good. I'm sure she's gonna be a top-tier mage one day. Yeah, she's not usually this weird. Secretary Zhao and Qing tried to cover for her Chunibyo behavior, but Liana stood there serious, thinking, dark power? Really? The awakening barely finished before Zhou Yi forced his sparring match. Bro, I summoned the spirits. Freeze everything in my path. Zhou Yun blasted a wave of raw ice straight at Zhou Yi, but it slammed harmlessly into his guardian holy light. Looks like your HP is full. Good. Time to set up your training schedule. Zhou Yun tried to bail immediately. Ouch, bro. I think my ice allergy is flaring up. I can't train like this. But Zhou Yi wasn't buying it. He dragged her into hell training anyway, ignoring the drama. After a brutal workout session, Zhou Yun was lying dead on the floor. Bro, I didn't know cultivation was this much of a grind. The great mission of saving the world? Yeah, you can handle that solo. You're hopeless. Zhou Yi sighed and summoned Kui. This is Kui, my new pet I just contracted. He's gonna be your training buddy. Don't let a slime beat you, okay? That would be embarrassing. Fine. If Kui is with me, I'll grind my levels seriously. Zhou Yun petted Kui, eyes sparkling. Follow me, minion. Let us sign a dark contract of eternal alliance. Zhou Yi laughed at Kui's expression, which was 30% reluctance and 70% despair. Sorry, Kui. Just take one for the team. A few days later, Zhou Yi packed up Kui to head back to school, but was shocked to see Su Meyer waiting at his door. Miss Su, what are you doing here? The National Freshman Tournament. It's about to start. Universities versus colleges. It's a 5-man team battle, and I'm here to recruit you. The faculty just wanted one thing, the finalized roster for our school's expedition team, since I crushed everyone to take the #1 spot in the freshman tournament. Naturally, the heavy crown of team captain landed squarely on my shoulders, and the privilege of handpicking my squad, that was all mine to command. No sweat, Zhou Yi replied with a casual grin. Here's the data on the top 10 rankers, excluding your majesty, of course. Pick 4 to ride into hell with you. Zhou Yi didn't even blink. Simple. I'm taking the top 4 ranked freshmen. Pure power. Su Meyer frowned, her voice sharp with disapproval. You're being too reckless. In team battles, dragging the fight into late game is standard procedure. It's a test of endurance and sustainability. That's why a priest class to keep the team's HP topped off is absolutely critical. Sure, you're a holy knight with some buffs, but your healing output is trash compared to a dedicated priest. For a 5-man squad, skipping a healer is suicide. Zhou Yi's smirk didn't waver. Who needs healing? If we wipe the floor with them instantly, recovery becomes irrelevant. Listen, Miss Su. For the solo matches, taking the championship is barely a warm-up for me. And as for the rest, in the team brawl, once I pop my angelic bloodline, I could probably solo their entire squad while my team watches. In the freshman tournament, Zhou Yi's power level was already broken compared to the noobs. With him as the carry, a healer was just dead weight. Total annihilation was the only strategy. Realizing she couldn't win this argument, Su Meyer sighed in defeat. Fine, if you're that cocky, I'll send this list to Dean Wu. By the way, is your sister's bloodline issue resolved? Yeah, it's handled. I actually gotta thank you for the intel on the extreme Frost Lotus. That's a relief, Su Meyer replied, her expression softening. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Zhou Yi's mind. Hey, Miss Su, do you know where I can farm a hidden class transfer scroll? A hidden class scroll. Is this for your sister? Zhou Yi's gaze turned serious. Ever since I found out those otherworld creatures came through a medium-sized rift, I felt this pressure crushing down on me. I need Zhou Yun to have the power to protect herself, and fast. You really think of everything, she noted. The school website lists them. But getting your hands on one isn't just about money. Su Meyer dropped the hint and vanished. Zhou Yi was confused for a second, but checking the school portal cleared things up fast. The restrictions on buying a hidden class scroll were insane. Minimum level 25. Must have an S-rank evaluation. Complete school missions with S-rank difficulty or higher. Secure a top 10 spot on the Earth board or top 100 on the Heaven board. So that's how it is. They really don't want just anyone getting this power. Even the cheapest scroll cost a staggering 20,000 academic points. Looks like Zhou Yun has to wait. No way I can speedrun this instantly. But give me half a year, and I'll crush those requirements. Just then, the system chimed with a new quest notification. Detected. National University Freshman Exchange Competition. Imminent. Achievement mission unlocked. The system continued. Rewards will be calculated based on the host's total domination and ranking in the upcoming tournament. Zhou Yi read the prompt, and his blood started pumping. The last two achievement rewards gave him god-tier power-ups. Looks like I can't hold back. I'm going to have to stomp everyone to get the legendary loot. Meanwhile, in the Ivory Tower, the deans were gathered, plotting for the upcoming national exchange. Zhou Yi's roster for the team battle had just landed on the table. Let me break it down. One elder announced, Captain, Holy Knight Zhou Yi. Then we have Spirit Swordsman Jiang Churan, Taoist Song Kailan, Mage Tang Lingxi, and Warrior Wei Taixin. Dean Wu Kei Qin frowned immediately. Wait, where's the healer? Dean Song Qi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Isn't this formation too risky? Without a support to heal, their margin for error is basically zero. While the other old fogies panicked, Zhu Huayang smirked. I disagree. I think this lineup is perfect. With Zhou Yi's capabilities, adding a healer is just redundant. He thought to himself, once that kid activates his bloodline fusion, none of you realize just how broken Zhou Yi is. Even without teammates, he could probably 1v5 the team battle and win. Think about it. Zhou Yi provides buffs, has insane defense, and his DPS output is higher than anyone else's. He's literally playing 3 roles at once: swordsman, tank, and support. Finally, Zhang Ling, the Dean of Tactics, broke his silence. I have no objections. With Zhou Yi's power, brute force is a valid tactic. He creates his own advantages. Song Qi thought for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll approve it. Let's hope Zhou Yi can shock the world in the exchange match. It's decided then, Dean Wu Ma announced. The roster is set. Now, training. Dean Wu. I'm leaving their training regimen in your hands. These kids are strong, but their teamwork needs serious polishing. Consider it done. I'll have Su Meyer notify them. Assembly at the War Academy in 3 days. Back to our main character. While Zhou Yi was grinding his daily quests, a message popped up from mentor Wang Hui about private tutoring. First session since I became his disciple, betting he's going to teach me a killer move. But first, gotta claim my daily loot. Select your reward. Option 1, 15 attribute points. Option 2, 15 skill points. Option 3, random skill book. Option 4, random loot box. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He smashed the button for skill points. Instantly, power surged through his veins. As long as I keep grinding these dailies, I get free stats and skills. With this system, leaving the rest of the world in the dust is just too easy. The next day, Master Wang Hui and Zhou Yi hit the training grounds. Staring down a pack of level 23 demon wolves, Zhou Yi scoffed, "You teach. Want me to clear this trash?" "Chill out," Wang Hui replied calmly. "This is Sky Martial Guild territory, a prime grinding spot. But speak of the devil." Before the words left his mouth, a massive shadow blotted out the sun. A dragon roared, sending the wolves scrambling in terror. Zhou Yi's jaw basically hit the floor. "Meet the level 62 epic dragon," Wang Hui smirked. "That beast belongs to your senior brother. It's the bouncer of this entire forest." If the pet was this broken, how strong was the master? Wang Hui beamed with pride. "Back in the day, your senior brother was already on my level. He hit level 64 and his combat specs actually surpassed mine. That's why I handed the Sky Martial Guild over to him without a second thought." Zhou Yi couldn't help but fanboy. Level 64 at age 30? That's some god-tier talent right there. But listen, Wang Hui got serious. "I've seen a lot of hunters, kid, but you're different. Grind hard, and you'll leave your senior brother in the dust. All right? Eyes on me, Lil Yi." Time for a little demo. Wang Hui fuses Holy Light and Shield skills, the air crackling with energy. 2 massive barriers materialized, crushing inward until they collided. Boom! The impact was absolute chaos. The earth was flattened instantly. Zhou Yi stared, totally shook by the raw power of a 3rd advancement class. Wang Hui tossed him a skill book. This is your first lesson. Link your mind to the book and burn some skill points. You know the drill. Got it. Zhou Yi closed his eyes, synced up, and ding. New skill acquired. Holy Light Shield Wall, rank A+, level 1. It summons 2 energy barriers that crush enemies between them like a hydraulic press. It deals massive light damage on impact. Best part? Allies can phase right through, but enemies get brick-walled. Note Paladin Legacy skill. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow after reading the data. Wait, a Paladin exclusive? How do you have this? He asked. Wang Hui explained. Your senior sister invented this back when she was a 3rd advancement Paladin. She passed it to me, and now, I'm passing the torch to you. You got it unlocked? Let's see what you got. Zhou Yi fired it off. The explosion was small, but Wang Hui nodded approvingly. Not bad for level 1. This skill is your ace in the hole for the team tournament. Use it to zone enemies and control the map. Now that you've got the theory, let's get messy. Practical exam time. Suddenly, the dragon Glaron swooped down behind the master. Glaron here is going to stir up a monster horde just for you. How much XP you farm tonight depends entirely on how hard you fight. Don't disappoint me. Bring it on. Zhou Yi grinned. Glaron let out a deafening roar, driving the local monsters into a frenzy. Target locked. Zhou Yi. A beast lunged from the bushes, aiming for his neck, but Zhou Yi was already 2 steps ahead. Slash. 1 hit, 1 kill. He unleashed his entire kit, cycling through light and ice buffs like a pro. He slaughtered waves of mobs until the sun cracked the horizon. Breathing heavy, he looked wrecked. Wang Hui chuckled. Going a bit hard, aren't we? You drained every drop of stamina and mana. Weren't you worried about getting overrun? Why worry when I've got you watching my back? Zhou Yi downed a potion. Damn, that power leveling rush is addictive. System alert, level up. You are now level 22. 20 stat points and 20 skill points acquired. Zhou Yi dumped them all immediately. He boosted Holy Light Shield Wall to level 3. Wang Hui was stunned. I expected 100 kills. You took down nearly 400. Couldn't have done it without the carry. Teach. Solo leveling would have taken me months. Zhou Yi said gratefully. Wang Hui got serious again. Listen, you're bold for running a team with no healer in the tournament. Stay frosty out there. Zhou Yi smirked. Relax. With me in the lineup, that trophy is already ours. Meanwhile, at the Gale Forest rest stop, the speakers blared. The National Freshman Tournament is about to begin. 218 schools entered the fray. But wait, bystanders stared at the screens. Is that a glitch? Suhang University is running 0 healers? That's a suicide strat. Only noob schools try that. Just then, Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan walked past the gossipers. Hearing the trash talk, they checked the roster. Yup, Captain, Zhou Yi, Vice Captain, Jiang Churen. Zhu Dan burst out laughing at the online forums. Look at these clowns. No healer equals auto loss. Hilarious. Zhu Rao shook her head. These idiots have no clue what kind of monster Zhou Yi actually is. The gossiping girls shot them a dirty look. Excuse me, who asked you? Nearby, the elegant Su Qinglian watched the drama. She turned to Wen Tianrun. Run, tell the staff to put their tab on me. She smiled to herself. With Zhou Yi leading the charge, who needs a healer? This year, victory is inevitable. Back at the dojo, Zhou Yi was busy smashing training bots. But since hitting level 22, these tin cans were way too fragile. The training was becoming a total waste of time. Just as Zhou Yi was about to reach out to Sumeyer for advice, his phone buzzed. It was her. Dean Wu was kicking off the special training immediately. Every student selected for the exhibition match had to report to the War Academy Hall right now. It wasn't just the usual suspects like Jiang Churen and Song Xialan. 2 new powerhouses had joined the fray. Wei Tiexin, a level 18 warrior, and Tang Lingxi, a level 18 mage. The squad was assembling. While the team sized each other up, Dean Wumang activated his appraisal skill on Zhou Yi. His eyes widened. Under Principal Wang's guidance, Zhou Yi's growth speed was abnormal. Jiang Churen caught the vibe and whipped around, staring at him. Wait, did you level up again? Zhou Yi shrugged, playing it cool. Just got lucky. The professors really helped me out. Listen up, we're burning daylight, Wumang barked. To prep you for the National Freshman Exchange, I'm taking over as your drill instructor. I'll handle the team combat tactics personally. As for individual duels and survival modes, you'll get specialist training for that later. But today is all about synergy. I'm testing how well you fight together as a unit, no lone wolves. Your mission, form a squad and crush the Goblin dungeon. And not on normal difficulty, we're talking Abyss mode. The Academy is covering all costs, so go wild. Suddenly, it clicked. No wonder Instructor Su was pushing everyone to hit level 18 so hard. It was all prep work for this hellish difficulty run. The team's stats were solid. A full party against Abyss mode? This should be a walk in the park. Tang Lingxi stole a glance at Zhou Yi. Rumor has it this guy soloed the Abyss difficulty alone. With him leading and the four of us backing him up, defeat isn't even an option. Catching her stare, Zhou Yi flashed a blindingly bright sunshine smile. Tang Lingxi's face went red, and she practically dove behind Wei Teixin for cover. Zhou Yi blinked, totally confused. Is my smile that terrifying? But there was no time to dwell on it. Briefing over. The five-man squad stepped into the portal. Inside the instance, Zhou Yi's aura shifted. This is our first run together. Follow my lead on tactics. You got it. The team shouted in unison. Wei Teixin, you're on point, draw, aggro, and tank the hits. Jiang Churan, Tang Lingxi, you two are the DPS cannon. Song Xialan, backline support and burst damage. And me? I'll keep everyone buffed and alive. Zhou Yi laid out the plan perfectly. Orders given. Enemy spotted. A horde of goblins surged forward. Wei Teixin launched herself to the front, smashing her fist into the earth. Boom. The shockwave sent the monsters flying. She stared at her own hands in shock. My skill, power, it's up by at least 40%. Is this the captain's buff effect? It's insane. Tang Lingxi watched Zhou Yi work and her jaw dropped. No way. His casting speed. In less than a second, he stacked 3 separate buffs. I'm a specialized mage, and even I can't weave spells that fast. Snapping out of it, Tang Lingxi unleashed her ice magic, freezing the goblins in their tracks. Seizing the opening, Jiang Churan blurred forward, her blade painting the air with deadly arcs. Churan, Teixin, watch out, ambush. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the noise just as a dark cloud of arrows screamed toward them. Clang. Wei Teixin reacted instantly, deploying shield wall to intercept the volley. But Jiang Churan narrowed her eyes. Something was wrong. Since when do these dungeons have archers? She checked the enemy stats. Monster, Goblin Archer, level 23, rank, Silver. Skills, Snipe, Ambush. Zhou Yi scanned the data and smirked. Looks like the dungeon scaled up because we have a full party. These goblins evolved. He raised his hand. Punishment of light. Beams of holy energy vaporized the archers instantly. I'll handle the annoyances. You guys focus on the main force. He had to be careful. If he wiped everything out himself, the team-building exercise would be a total failure. Understood. Jiang Churan and Wei Teixin shouted. Seeing the momentum, Song Xiaolin got fired up. She whipped out her talismans, raining magical destruction on the mob. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Dean Wumang watched the feed with a satisfied grin. Compared to the rookie tournament, his casting speed hasn't just improved, it's doubled. Wumang noted. Some spells are practically instant. Sumayer analyzed the data. After clearing the Abyss solo, he must have awakened a talent related to casting haste. His growth rate is frankly terrifying. He's barely enrolled, and he's already dragged Jiang Churan to the top of the Abyss leaderboards. Wumang chuckled darkly. That's exactly why I need to push him. I may have tweaked the difficulty settings a little bit for this run. Back in the dungeon, the massive goblin horde was getting absolutely dismantled. Zhou Yi's buffs turned the team into a meat grinder. Jiang Churan scoffed at the approaching monsters. Shadow slash. Her figure blurred, striking dozens of times in a split second, leaving only pixelated remains behind. The backline wasn't slacking either. Song Xialan crushed a talisman in her palm. 5 Thunder's Orthodoxy. Lightning crashed down, frying the enemies. Tang Lingxi summoned a freezing tornado that swept the battlefield. Teixin finished them off with an ultimate. On it, Wei Teixin launched herself skyward. Sky Splitter Strike. She rained down a barrage of kicks, shattering the earth. By the time she landed, the mob was wiped out. The power coursing through her was intoxicating. With these buffs, I feel invincible. This is pure euphoria. Wei Teixin looked around, hungry for more. Is that it? Are we done? Tang Lingxi nodded. My spirit summon says the area is clear. But Zhou Yi laughed, cutting the celebration short. Don't get cocky. That was just the warm-up. The boss room is next. Stay sharp. Wei Teixin cracked her knuckles, grinning wildly. Let him come. Brother Yi, your buffs made my strength double. With your support, we're basically bulldozing this place. Song Xialan cheered. Exactly. Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. To be honest, Student Zhou could probably solo this whole dungeon. His power level. It's truly humbling. Zhou Yi rubbed his temples, a headache already brewing. Are you girls seriously obsessed with setting goals for me? He groaned. Jiang Churan didn't say a word. She just covered her mouth, smirking at his misery. A moment later, the squad pulled up to a massive, ominous gate. Wei Teixin asked, the final boss has got to be in there, right? Yeah, Zhou Yi replied. but as they got closer, his sixth sense started tingling. Something about this vibe felt totally off. Whatever, let's just crash the party, he decided. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi shoved the heavy doors open. The second they stepped inside, a massive boss monster loomed over them. It sneered, looking down at the intruders. Took you long enough, it grumbled. Bunch of morons. System alert, Goblin King, 2nd generation. Level 25. Potential, epic rank. Skills, unknown. Note, this guy took the throne after the old king kicked the bucket. Tang Lingxi gasped, her face going pale. A level 25 epic boss? Are you kidding me? Since I have guests, the boss taunted, I prepared a little welcome gift for you trash. The monster let out a twisted laugh and raised its weapon. A gargantuan fireball, literally the size of a house, hurled toward Tang Lingxi. That's just a fireball spell? Why is the damage scaling so insane? Tang Lingxi muttered in shock, completely frozen in place. Her brain lagged as she watched the blazing death spiral toward her. Lingxi, move your ass. Wei Texan roared, diving in to shove her out of the kill zone. He instantly threw up a defensive shield to tank the hit, but the impact was way heavier than he expected. The shield didn't even last a full second before spiderweb cracks appeared. No way. I can't hold it. Wei Texan grit his teeth. The moment the words left his mouth, the shield shattered into dust, leaving him wide open to the inferno. Damn it, he thought, panic rising. Even with the captain's buffs doubling my stats, I can barely block a basic auto attack from this thing. The boss cackled maniacally, enjoying the show. Don't be in such a rush to die, the monster mocked. I prepared this graveyard just for you. Turn to ash. It didn't stop there. Its hands moved in a blur. It started spamming fireballs like a cheat code, launching a barrage at the group. One was bad enough, but a whole rain of them, the despair in the room skyrocketed. But this is exactly when a true captain flexes. Everyone, fall back. Zhou Yi commanded, his voice cutting through the panic. He stepped to the front line, channeling his frost power. A massive wall of ice, way thicker than Wei Texan's shield, rose up to intercept the bombardment. Captain, watch out. That's not normal fire magic, Tang Lingxi shouted a warning. But as she looked closer, she saw something wild. The ice wall drained the energy right out of the attacks, shrinking them down to the size of ping-pong balls. Come here, Zhou Yi muttered. He sucked the mini fireball right into his palm. He crushed it with a squeeze, watching it fizzle out. Okay, this guy's actually annoying, he admitted. His power level is way higher than the scrub we fought earlier. Hearing that, Song Xiaolan stepped up with a confident grin. All right then, let me take the lead on this one. Her hands flew through signs, summoning a swarm of talismans around the boss. Destiny reveals the path. Spirit guide the way. Divine talisman explosion. She snapped her fingers. Boom. The talismans detonated instantly, engulfing the boss in a chaotic inferno. But a second later, the boss literally inhaled the fire. It crushed the remaining talismans in its bare hand, looking completely bored and unscratched. Song Xiaolan's jaw dropped. 0 damage? Are you serious? Tang Lingxi narrowed her eyes, getting serious. Sisig Xiaolan, let me try my magic. She cast Fire System Magic, long arrows, launching a volley of flaming projectiles straight at the monster's face. Let him taste my blade too. Jiang Churin screamed. She activated Demon Blade, slashing out waves of dark sword energy. The two attacks merged in mid-air, slamming into the boss with a deafening explosion. A shockwave rippled out, shaking the entire dungeon. But when the dust settled, the boss was still standing there, chilling inside a purple energy shield. Cute, but playtime is over. The boss opened its mouth, and a dark purple orb began to form. It sucked in the surrounding energy, growing larger and more unstable by the second. Finally, it fired a devastating beam right at them. Tang Lingxi's hope crumbled. The level gap is too massive. We can't beat a stat check like this. Just as the team was about to give up, Zhou Yi stepped forward again. Chill out, you've got me. A golden barrier erupted from him, blocking the boss's ultimate attack dead in its tracks. With Zhou Yi on the field, the monster's kill shot was neutralized instantly. Wei Texan cracked his knuckles. Brother Yi, let me try to melee this ugly freak. Zhou Yi smiled, putting a hand on his shoulder. Sit this one out. A level 25 epic boss is a bit out of your league right now. I'll handle the trash cleanup. Zhou Yi's eyes glowed as he activated Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth reveals enemy weaknesses and hidden stats. I knew it. This Goblin King is only 1 level higher than the last one, but his stats are doubled. If I trigger my S-rank bloodline technique, I can multiply my own power to match him. Targeting me specifically like this. This has Dean Wu's fingerprints all over it. Fine. If you want a show, I'll give you a show. Divine Angel form. Activate. Zhou Yi transformed instantly, wings unfurling. Left hand wielding holy light, right hand wielding frost power. Outside the instance, Sumer looked worried. Dean, isn't this difficulty setting a bit toxic? Is it really necessary to go this hard? Dean Wumang shrugged. Their current strength is decent, sure, but the other academies have monsters of their own. In the exchange tournament, the geniuses from Demon Capital and Holy Capital will be nightmares. I need them to taste a crushing defeat now so they understand how brutal the real world is. Sumer scoffed. Defeat. She laughed. Dean, you are seriously underestimating Zhou Yi. Wumang smirked back. I hope he slaps me in the face with his power then. Back in the dungeon, the boss stared at Zhou Yi's new form with greedy eyes. Interesting. You turned into a glowing bird, man. Use whatever tricks you want, kid. I'll bury you all the same. Zhou Yi didn't talk, he just fired a light impulse beam. The boss roared. You've got guts, little brat. But remember, you're the challenger here. It countered with world-destroying hellfire. The two apocalyptic attacks collided head-on. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the air, sending shockwaves blasting in every direction. Jiang Churan slammed her blade into the earth. Channeling every ounce of her magic, she shielded the team inside a protective dome. Song Xiaolin stared, mouth agape. Is this really Zhou Yi's true power? The realization hit her like a truck. The gap between them and Zhou Yi? It wasn't just a gap, it was a whole different dimension. Song Xiaolin turned to Jiang Churan, her voice trembling. Jiang Churan, has classmate Zhou Yi ever used this form before? Jiang Churan smiled nervously. First time for me too. Looks like brother Zhou Yi is finally taking the kid gloves off. The first clash ended, and both the boss and Zhou Yi stood their ground, not a scratch on either of them. Perfection. The boss bared its fangs in a twisted grin. Little brat, is that all you've got? Change your shape all you want. You'll never defeat me. We'll see about that. Zhou Yi didn't waste breath. Chains of holy light erupted from his hands, flying toward the beast, binding its limbs and locking it down tight. While the boss was still processing the chains, Zhou Yi unleashed the spears of victory. A rain of light-forged blades crashed down from the heavens, piercing the monster's hide. My turn on offense. The tables had turned. Zhou Yi followed up with a radiant flame storm, summoning a tornado of fire that swallowed the boss whole. No more basic attacks. This was a legendary combo. Zhou Yi was dishing out catastrophic damage numbers. You little rat, the boss roared in agony, its HP plummeting. Zhou Yi smirked, his eyes cold. Don't cry yet, I'm just getting started. He dashed forward, driving a fist straight into the monster's screaming maw. Thunderbolt beam. A moment later, as the dust from Zhou Yi's skills settled, the boss reappeared, oozing black blood from its mouth, looking weaker than a kitten. It seems. You still haven't used your full strength, the boss wheezed. I couldn't satisfy you? My apologies. Zhou Yi chuckled darkly. Yeah, kinda disappointing. Wanted to test the hand of God in my six-winged seraphim form, but I guess that's for next time. He looked down at the dying beast. Since you've got one breath left, let me help you expire. With that, Zhou Yi raised two fingers. Energy condensed at the tip, aiming right for the kill. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wu Mang was freaking out. What a monster. That boss was customized to be a nightmare. Even a level 26 professional would get wrecked. Zhou Yi's power level is just irrational. Wu Mang whipped around to Su Mir. Miss Su, do you have his combat data from the training grounds? Su Mir smiled, cool as a cucumber. I do. Before he jumped in here, he did a quick warm-up run. It only took him 6 minutes and 12 seconds to casually clear the level 10 combat challenge. Wu Mang laughed in disbelief. No wonder you and Zhu Huayang act like he's the chosen one. Su Mir grinned back. Well, now he's proving it right in front of your face. Back inside the instance, the boss disintegrated under Zhou Yi's final strike. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. Abyss difficulty dungeon cleared. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. The loot distribution began. Suddenly, a golden light of leveling up enveloped Tang Lingxi. Her jaw hit the floor. I just got 8,000 experience points. Wei Tiexin was just as shocked. Me too. 8,000 exp, just like that? One run of Abyss difficulty gave us more juice than a whole week of grinding outside. Everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Yi. He had powered down, returning to his base form. A personal notification floated beside him. Congratulations. You have gained 11,236 experience. Congratulations. Gained 10 free attribute points. Gained 10 skill points. Zhou Yi mused to himself. Keep this up, and I'll be hitting the next tier in record time. Right then, Jiang Churan rushed over, eyes full of worry. Brother Zhou Yi, how are you feeling? Are you hurt? Zhou Yi stood up, dusting off his clothes like it was nothing. I'm good. Just burned a lot of mana. Let's see what goodies this boss dropped. Roger that. The squad gathered around the spot where the boss fell. A golden chest sat there, waiting. They cracked it open, and the loot dazzled their eyes. Gold tier weapon, Staff of Flames. Level requirement, 24. Gold tier armor, Fire Spirit Shield. Level requirement, 24. Gold tier accessory, Ring of the Flame Demon. Level requirement, 24. Wei TXN shouted, "This loot is insane. All gold tier gear? Brother Yi, your drop rate is broken." Zhou Yi laughed. "Guess Lady Luck likes me today. Do any of you guys need these 3 items?" The team looked at the gear, then shook their heads. Wei TXN spoke first. "Level requirement is way too high for me. I can't equip that stuff." Tang Lingxi chimed in. "Fire attributes don't mesh with my build. Useless to me." Zhang Churen nodded. "Doesn't fit my class or Sealan's either." Song Sealan stepped up. "Classmate Zhou Yi, you did the heavy lifting. These should all go to you." Zhou Yi didn't play the humble card unnecessarily. He swept the items into his inventory. "Shame you guys can't use them. I'll take them for now, auction them at the academy, and convert it to credits. Then I'll split the profits evenly with everyone." Wei TXN panicked. "Whoa, no way, Brother Yi. You deserve at least 70% of that cut. Without you, we would have been toast in there." Song Sealan blushed slightly, nodding. "He's right. You were the MVP. I barely did anything." Zhou Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Even split. That's final. This way, nobody has to worry about academy credits for a long time." Zhang Churan smiled sweetly. "Just take it, guys. Brother Zhou Yi isn't exactly hurting for credits anyway." Since he put it that way, they couldn't argue. Everyone accepted the offer happily. "All right then." Loot sorted. Zhou Yi got serious. "Listen up. Our goal isn't just winning the championship. It's about defending the school's honor." Wei Taixin pumped his fist. "Brother Yi, I won't let you down. Next training session, I'm going double time." Song Jialan added, "Classmate Yi, I'll give it everything I've got." "Captain, same here." Zhou Yi nodded, satisfied. "Good. That fire in your gut is what we need. I believe in this squad. We're going to crush the exchange competition." As Zhou Yi's team stepped out of the dungeon portal, a slow clap echoed through the hall. It was Wu Mang. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the abyss difficulty I personally designed." "Dean Wu, Miss Su." Wu Mang couldn't stop grinning. "You kids, your performance was absolute perfection. Way beyond my expectations. Naturally, especially you, Zhou Yi. You're the wild card that defied all my expectations." Zhou Yi scratched his head, grinning like a goofball. "Hey, I just did what any decent player would do." Wu Mang narrowed his eyes, testing him. "Regarding the top spot in the exchange match, do you have any thoughts on taking the championship?" Zhou Yi clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. "First place isn't just a goal. It's ours for the taking." "Excellent. That's the kind of arrogance a champion needs." Su Meyer chimed in with a tactical shift. "Zhou Yi's stats are broken. He's a true all-rounder. We can build 2 completely different battle strategies around him. We'll bait them by placing him in the support position, first masking his true destructive potential. Then, when the enemy drops their guard at the critical moment, he switches to DPS and unleashes hell. If we play our cards right, that championship trophy is practically already in our inventory." Wu Mang smirked, loving the deception. "Brilliant idea. I can't wait to see the looks on those old fogies' faces when Zhou Yi goes full power. But raw talent isn't enough." Su Meyer's tone turned sharp. "The team's synergy is still lukewarm. You need to forge a bond stronger than steel." "Agreed. Starting tomorrow, we target your weak points. Get ready for a special training regime from hell. Dismiss for today. Go recharge your stamina. Oh, and to keep things spicy, we've prepared some educational punishments if you slack off." A chill ran down Zhou Yi's spine. "Punishments? Care to drop a spoiler? Teach? No spoilers. Ruining the surprise takes all the fun out of it. We're out." With a mysterious wave, Su Meyer and Wu Mang vanished. Miss Su, wait, but she ignored him, her silhouette fading into the distance before he could protest. "Well, guess we're on our own." Zhou Yi turned to his squad, eyes focused. "You heard them. Let's grind until we drop. We're bringing that trophy home." The team roared in unison. Yeah, time flew by. Cut to a standard day at the dungeon entrance. Mob character. A sighed heavily. "Man, the nightmare difficulty goblin dungeon is insane." Mob character B nodded. "Tell me about it. I wiped twice already. It's impossible. If nightmare is this brutal, I don't even want to think about the abyss difficulty. That's straight up suicide." Suddenly, a confident voice cut through the gloom. "Tang Lingxi, think we can speedrun the abyss mode in under 10 minutes this time?" The The bystanders whipped around, stunned by the audacity. They saw a squad of 5 walking past, laughing like they owned the place. The girl with raven black hair had spoken. It was Zhou Yi's team gearing up for a dungeon dive. Answering Wei Teixin, Tang Lingxi smirked. With our grinding sessions and the captain's insane buffs, 10 minutes is basically a casual stroll. Wei Teixin cracked her knuckles. True. Plus, Dean Wu gave me some secret cheat codes yesterday. Tang Lingxi laughed. Then show me what you've got. As Zhou Yi's squad vanished into the portal, Mob A blinked. Speedrunning Abyss mode like it's a racing game? Who are those guys? Mob B recognized them. That's the ace team representing our academy in the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Mob A's jaw dropped. Freshmen? No way. Usually, the top dogs are level 19 max, but their lowest level is 20. That's broken. And that guy in the lead. His aura is different. Not bad at all. Mob B pointed at the floating leaderboard, shaking his head. Different. Look up. That's Zhou Yi, the guy sitting on the #1 spot for dungeon clear records. A random passerby looked up and gasped. Zhou Yi? Even the top rankers on the Earth leaderboard can't touch his times. Meanwhile, about 7 minutes into the raid, step aside, brats. The boss roared, unleashing the world-ending meteor fire. Wei Teixin grinned like a maniac. Finally, I've been waiting to smash that face in. She roared, her gauntlets glowing crimson as she punched the fireball into oblivion. Boom. In her mind, she replayed the training. Thanks to the teacher's guidance, my defense is now impenetrable. Suddenly, the boss's voice boomed. Weaklings will always be weaklings. You think a tiny power-up makes you a god? Know your place. Wei Teixin froze. A massive fist appeared right in front of her face. Fall back. Zhou Yi flashed forward, intercepting the blow before it could land. He punched the boss's fist head-on. Crunch! The boss's arm twisted and shattered. My arm, you insect. Zhou Yi looked back at his tank with a confident smile. Teixin, blocking that first nuke was impressive. Now, let's show this ugly freak the power of teamwork. Tang Lingxi stepped up. Rest up, tank. We'll take it from here. The boss screamed in fury. Damn you. I'll kill you all. But before it could move, golden chains erupted from the ground. Zap. High-voltage lightning surged through the chains, frying the monster. Arg. Zhou Yi yanked the chain taut. Does it hurt? Good. Scream all you want. No one is coming to save you. Song Shaolin stepped forward. Target locked. Her hands moved in a blur of hand signs. Forbidden art, heaven sealing, earth lock. Countless talismans plastered the boss, sealing its movement. Tang Lingxi raised her staff. Time to test the move, Miss Su taught me. Lightning magic, thunderfall, a pillar of pure electricity crashed down from the heavens. Finally, Jiang Churen dashed in. Final strike, with a flash of steel, the boss's head went flying. Ding! System. Congratulations on clearing Abyss difficulty. Clear time, 8 minutes, 36 seconds. Distributing rewards. Moments later, the squad emerged, looking fresh. Wu Mang walked up, clapping slowly. Not bad. You broke the 9-minute barrier. Even I can't find a flaw in that performance. Zhou Yi blinked. Dean Wu, what are you doing here? Wu Mang's expression turned serious. I'm here with an update. The date for the exchange match is set, 1 week from now. Pack your bags. Tomorrow, we move out to the tournament grounds, Qingjing University. Hearing that name, Song Xiaolin practically screamed. Hell yeah, the exchange match is finally here. Jiang Churen clenched her fists, practically vibrating with excitement. All that hellish training was for this exact moment. Wei Teixin grinned, a dangerous light in his eyes. Time to unleash the beast. I've been itching for a real fight after all that grinding. Tang Lingxi wondered aloud. Qingjing University. Huh? Wonder what kind of monsters they're hiding? As for Zhou Yi, he just cracked his knuckles. A wicked, expectant grin spread across his face. Dungeon bosses are boring as hell. Finally, I get to crush some so-called geniuses from other schools. The next day, right on schedule, Wu Mang arrived to escort Zhou Yi's squad to the arena. But before they left, he dropped a serious warning. Safety first, kids. We're bypassing the scenic route and taking the school's private warp gate straight to the heart of Qingjing University. At the warp point, Principal Wang Hui and the deans were already waiting. After the pleasantries, the principal looked dead serious as he addressed the students. You are the elite of the freshman class. You carry our legacy on your shoulders. We've owned the championship title for 4 years straight. Bring home that 5th trophy. Do not disappoint me, sir. Yes, sir, the team roared in unison. With a nod, Wang Hui signaled Zhu Huiyang to fire up the array. In a flash of blinding light, Zhou Yi, Wu Mang, and Su Meyer vanished and reappeared at Qingjing. Zhou Yi blinked, actually impressed. We're here already? Isn't this place like 2 million kilometers away? Sumayer laughed. That's the power of Dean Chu's magic for you. A train would take days. But this is ultra-long-range teleportation. You mean to be at least a third awakening mage to pull off a stunt like this. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, "Welcome, faculty and students of Suhang University, to the grounds of Qingjing. It's an absolute honor to host you, Old Cheng." Wu Mang grinned, striding forward to clasp hands with Cheng Yongchun, a legendary third awakening mechanic. "For an old friend, I had to come pick you up personally." Cheng Yongchun beamed, his sharp eyes scanning Zhou Yi's squad. "This batch you brought, they've got a dangerous look in their eyes. I heard your rookies are monsters this year. Well, we'll settle it in the arena. Count on it." After the greetings, Wu Mang turned to his students. "Listen up. The opening ceremony kicks off on the 10th. Once that ceremony ends, it's war. You've been grinding for a month, your bodies are at their absolute peak limits. No intense training for now, chill out a bit. But watch your backs, Qingjing is flooded with tourists, and alien spies love to hide in the crowd. During events like this, foreign races love nothing more than to assassinate our brightest human talents. Don't become a statistic. That's all. Go have fun, but stay sharp." Dismissed, the group followed a sleek guide robot to their quarters. Private suites have been prepared. "Welcome to the Qingjing Residential District. I am at your service, 24/7, the bot chirped. "I'm good." The robot's service was cool, but Zhou Yi had other plans. He stared out the window at the futuristic city, then mentally summoned his status window. He dumped all his hoarded XP. Boom! Level up. He hit level 23, scoring 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Level 24 is still a grind away. And my skills? Still stuck at C and B rank. He needed that second awakening fast. Once I ascend, a holy knight like me unlocks B+ skills minimum. I could even snag the A+ rank skill, Orbs of Revelation. Light orbs to buff the squad to God mode, dark orbs to nuke the enemy. But third awakening, that's a distant dream right now. Whatever. First priority, crush this tournament and clear the system achievement. Then we talk power. 1 week later, the 157th National Freshman Exchange Tournament of the Grand Xia Kingdom officially began. First match, Suhang University versus Rongyang University. The stadium roared like a beast, leaving Zhou Yi in awe. No wonder everyone kills to get into this tournament. The energy here is absolutely electric, a total spectacle. Jiang Churan leaned in, eyes sparkling. "This is just the appetizer. Wait for the finals. The crowd size will double, easy." While Zhou Yi's crew was vibing, the Rongyang University team looked like they were marching to their execution. "Just our luck. We drew Suhang. We're practically free XP for them. Suhang is the defending champ. Anyone facing them is basically destined to lose." Hearing his team wimp out, the brown-haired captain scoffed. "Cowards, stop shaking. We were top 30 last year. We can at least put up a fight." Meanwhile, the crowd whispered, "Hey, check the holy knight in the back. Is he seriously level 23? That level gap is insane. Thank God he's just a support class. If he was a DPS, this match would be a massacre. Rongyang is toast either way. The real question is, can they force Suhang to reveal any secret weapons?" On the stage, brown hair clocked Zhou Yi's level. Sweat trickled down his back, but he barked. "Don't be intimidated. Suhang is strong, sure, but levels aren't everything in a real fight." Both teams locked into formation. Initializing battlefield. Defensive barrier, active. The AI announcer began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Rongyang prepared to blitz, but brown hair screamed, "Hold, defensive formation. Let's see what they've got first." In that split second, Zhou Yi casually flicked his wrist. A brilliant golden halo erupted, wrapping around the entire Suhang squad. Boom! Their stats shot through the roof instantly. The audience gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. "Did you see that? Multiple high-tier buffs in a fraction of a second. That's Captain Zhou Yi for you, an absolute monster." Cheng Yongchun couldn't hide his shock. "Old Wu, that paladin captain, Zhou Yi, he's actually the real deal. Boosting the whole team's stats by 50% is insane." Wu Mang smirked, his chest puffing with pride. That's why the paladin is a hidden class. Their true terror lies in massive battlefield dominance with huge AoE buffs. Even in a small skirmish like this, his impact is undeniable. Cheng Yongchun stayed silent, but his mind was racing. Thank God our school squad has a few aces up our sleeves. Otherwise, facing Zhou Yi alone would be a total nightmare. Now, let's see if Rongyang University can survive the slaughter. But for the poor souls at Rongyang University, Zhou Yi's crew didn't look like students. They looked like demons straight out of hell. One guy was shaking so hard his weapon clattered to the floor. "Captain, what's the plan?" The brunette's face was ghost white, trying to act tough. Maybe I can tank it. Zhou Yi scanned the battlefield and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Looks like our opponents are nothing but trash mobs. Let's keep it simple, guys. Full frontal assault. Crush them all in a single strike. Jiang Shuren and Song CLN nodded in sync. Understood, but Tang Lingxi was already hyped, conjuring a roaring fireball. Captain, let me kick this party off. She didn't wait for an answer. Countless flame missiles locked onto the Rongyang squad. Fire magic, blazing arrow storm. The ambush was brutal. The Rongyang students could only grit their teeth. Like shield, absolute defense. Their captain strained against the pressure. Blocked it. Ha! Is that the best they've got? But his teammate's face suddenly drained of color. Captain, look out. Round 2 is incoming. Wang Taixin launched herself like a human cannonball, eyes burning with killing intent. Void-shattering fist. Boom! Her punch obliterated their barrier like glass. Before they could breathe, Jiang Shuren descended from the heavens. Demon blade slash. Lightning crackled, and the combo detonated in a massive explosion. The relentless barrage annihilated the Rongyang squad instantly. They were completely cooked, lying broken on the ground, unable to lift a finger. The system voice boomed through the arena. Match ended. Winner, Suhang University. The drone hovered high above. Thank you for that spectacular display of violence. Stay tuned for the next bout. As the adrenaline faded, Jiang Shuren let out a dramatic groan. Oh, my solo match is against a warrior, but I'm number 27. The weight is gonna kill me. Song Shilen sighed even louder. You think that's bad? I'm number 45. I'll be an old lady by the time I fight. Zhou Yi chuckled at their misery. Guess I'm the lucky one. Match number 6 against a swordsman. I'll be up in the second batch. The girls looked at him with pure jealousy. Must be nice. Meanwhile, the crowd in the stands began to buzz with rumors. Yo, Zhou Yi barely lifted a finger in the team fight. I really want to see what that guy is actually capable of. But he's a paladin, a support class. Can he even handle a 1v1? Bro, he's the captain. He's definitely hiding some monster power. Finally, the moment arrived. The crowd erupted. Zhou Yi, let's go, brother Liu. As the fighters stepped into the ring, the system announced the matchup. Solo match number 9. Suhang's Zhou Yi versus Chuanen's Liu Qiang. Fighters prepare. Zhou Yi's opponent was Liu Qiang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanen University. He smirked, eyeing Zhou Yi like fresh meat. He's just a filthy support main, Liu Qiang thought. Jackpot. This is going to be the easiest win of my life. His fan club was already celebrating. Hey, isn't that the Suhang captain? Yeah, looks like a tough fight. Proofed, please. He's a paladin. What's he gonna do? Heal himself to death. Brother Liu is gonna crush him like a bug. The countdown hit 0. 3, 2, 1, fight. Liu Qiang didn't waste a second, charging in with his blade raised high. He sneered as he closed the distance. Hey, surrender now, and I'll let you walk away with a shred of dignity. Zhou Yi just stood there, laughing. Surrender? Ha! Survive one of my punches first, then you can talk trash. Liu Qiang roared, swinging his blade down. You arrogant little brat, die. Scorching fire slash, whoosh. Zhou Yi sidestepped the attack like he was taking a stroll in the park. What? Liu Qiang gasped. How is he that fast? He gritted his teeth. Whatever. It ends, now. But suddenly, crack. Ice crawled up his legs, locking him in place. What the? When he looked up, Zhou Yi was already midair, fist cocked back like a loaded gun. Dirty tricks. Liu Qiang screamed, exploding his mana to melt the ice prison with a burst of flames. He swung his sword in a desperate rage. Trash talent. Xiaolang. Zhou Yi caught the blade, with his bare hand. Liu Qiang's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He blocked it? Game over. Zhou Yi buried his fist deep into Liu Qiang's gut. Gah, impossible. The impact launched him flying backward like a rag doll. The crowd went dead silent, then erupted. Wait, what just happened? Did the Suhang captain just one-shot him? I couldn't even see his movement. A teacher in the stands shook his head. Liu Qiang got cocky. You never underestimate the captain of Suhang. Support class or not, that boy is a combat monster. On the arena floor, the dust began to settle. Liu Qiang lay in a crater, face covered in blood, twitching helplessly. He was done. The system drone zoomed in for the verdict. Unable to continue. Winner, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi dusted off his hands, looking bored. Pathetic. Way too weak. He couldn't even handle a basic C-rank punch skill. What a joke. The audience lost their minds. Did you hear that? Just a C-rank skill? He destroyed him in seconds, and I bet he wasn't even using half his power. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Zhu Yu from Qingjing University couldn't believe her eyes. It's only been a few months since the Lijiang recruitment. How did his power level skyrocket like that? Dean Cheng smirked, rubbing it in. Amazing, isn't it, Miss Zhu? To think, he almost ended up at your school. Zhou Yi was kicking himself, saying, damn it, if I knew, I would have gone all out for that top spot. Then he grinned. But with Zhou Yi here, aren't we basically cheating? It's going to be a massacre. Song Xiaolin, the level 19 sharpshooter, locked eyes on Zhou Yi with a smirk. So, this is the special guy Xiao Ran wouldn't shut up about. His specs are insane. Support, melee, magic. He's a jack of all trades. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaobai, the level 18 priest, was sweating bullets, that casting speed. It's glitching out, she thought. Even the elite ice mages in my clan can't throw spells that fast. Suddenly, her bracelet lit up like a flare. Xiaobai froze. Hold up. This is the family relic, resonating. Is he, an awakener of the legendary Frost bloodline? Seeing her freeze up, Song Xiaolan leaned in. Yo, Xiaobai, you good? Xiaobai flinched, gripping her wrist tight. I'm totally fine. She didn't waste a second. Sislan, something came up. Gotta bounce. Song Xiaolan was left standing there, totally confused. Okay. Xiaobai dashed to a quiet corner and dialed Chu Heng. He picked up on the first ring. His voice came through, Xiaobai, ain't it match day for you kids? Why are you calling your old man now? And on the encrypted company line, hearing his voice, Xiaobai couldn't hold back. Dad, listen. I found him, a Frost bloodline awakener. And he's a Chu, the purity in Chu Yi's veins. It's gotta be over 70%. Chu Heng froze, his mind blown. Are you for real? 70% purity. You certain about that? 80% sure. But I need to get up close to confirm. Chu Heng took a breath, adjusting his glasses with trembling fingers. All right. Set it up so I can meet this kid. I'll run the background checks immediately. We need to know if this Chu Yi belongs to our clan. Phone down, he stared out the window, hope rising in his chest. Chu Yi. If he really has the Frost bloodline, the Tianlin Chu family might just be saved from ruin. Meanwhile, the arena was going absolutely nuts. Chu Yi. Li Xin. Li Xin's buddy nudged him, laughing. Yo Xin, don't hold back on the poor guy, all right. Li Xin flashed a nasty grin. Relax. My only worry is that this scrub won't survive my full power. But wait. He cut in, voice grim. Lil Xin, watch yourself. Chu Yi is no joke. Even I can feel a dangerous vibe coming off him. Like, lethal dangerous. Li Xin's smirk vanished. Got it, brother Wei. Instantly, he flared his aura, ready to throw down. His buddy gasped, pure hype in his voice. That's our boy. With that level 18 Gale armor, Chu Yi won't even be able to touch a hair on his head. Qin Feng laughed. For real. Chu Yi's gonna be crying for his mama by the end of this. The countdown began. The stands erupted into chaos. Chu Yi is the GOAT. Let's go, Su Hang. Crush him. Magic capital. Let's go, Li Xin. Chu Heng rushed in, catching his breath. Just in time. Chu Donger looked around, unimpressed. Not bad. Almost as good as our clan's training grounds. Suddenly, Xiaobai popped up behind them. Donger spotted her instantly, eyes lighting up. She tackled her sister with a hug. Xiaobai squeezed back, confused. Dad, Donger, what are you guys doing here? Chu Heng kept his cool. We're here to vet this Chu Yi kid. He might be from the Lost Main branch, separated during the Dark Era. The Patriarch sent me to verify the bloodline. Plus, I wanted your sister to see what a real top-tier rookie looks like. Donger rolled her eyes hard. He's just a support paladin. What's so special about a glorified healer? Xiaobai shut that down immediately. Donger, check that attitude. So what if he's a paladin? If his bloodline purity really hits 70%, he could awaken the clan's legendary hidden class. Donger's jaw dropped. Sis, for real? Even our best geniuses only hit 40%. Is 70% actually possible? Chu Heng cut in, voice stern. Donger, I told you to show some respect. By lineage, he be your older brother. Donger crossed her arms, stubborn as ever. Even if he is family, he's got to prove he's strong enough to be my brother first. Xiaobai sighed, patting her shoulder. All right, chill out. Dad's here now. We'll test his bloodline soon enough. For now, let's just watch him fight. Donger finally gave in. Fine, whatever. The arena speakers boomed. Round 3, match 1 is about to begin. Fighters, enter the arena. Li Xin, magic capital. Chu Yi, Su Hang. Li Xin stepped up, armor gleaming. I was gonna go easy on you, but my captain says you're a threat. So, consider yourself unlucky. I'm going all out. Chu Yi just shrugged, totally unbothered. Oh, good luck with that. Chu Yi scanned him, thinking. So their captain sensed my power level. Not bad. Magic Capital University isn't full of idiots after all. He stared Li Xin down. Wait, he's only level 18. That's a whole 5 levels below me. If I hit him with a single holy smite, he might actually die, or at least enter a coma. Li Xin, the level 18 pugilist, took his stance. But the moment Li Xin met Zhou Yi's gaze, he flinched like he'd seen a ghost. Zhou Yi sighed, rubbing his temples. Tomorrow's the big showdown with Qingjing University. I gotta keep my ace cards hidden. Can't show off too much magic today. Looks like it's melee only. Fighting with handcuffs on sucks. The digital referee flashed above them. Fighters, ready, fight. The countdown hit 0, 3, 2, 1, fight. Instantly, Zhou Yi triggered his blessing of protection, unleashing a blinding pillar of holy light that dominated the arena. The glare forced Li Xin to shield his eyes. He sneered at Zhou Yi's flashy entrance, thinking, "Ha, nice light show, pretty boy, but it's just empty flex. You're all bark and no bite." Wasting no time, Li Xin dashed forward with arrogance burning in his eyes. He launched a dirty low kick, but Zhou Yi blocked it like he was swatting a fly. "Is that your best?" Zhou Yi thought, unimpressed. He countered instantly with a holy light elbow strike. Li Xin barely scrambled to raise his guard in time. Impact! Agony shot through Li Xin's arms. Damn it! Why is my armor useless? Before he could process the pain, Zhou Yi sent him flying with overwhelming force. Li Xin smashed into the barrier with a sickening thud. The crowd went dead silent. A support class was absolutely wrecking a fighter class. This was history in the making. What the hell is happening? Li Xin, possessor of the A-rank Ironbone talent, was actually bleeding. His defense should have been impenetrable. Battered and bruised, Li Xin struggled to his feet. "You monster. Are you secretly from some ancient martial arts dynasty? How else could your combat skills eclipse mine?" Zhou Yi just waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, bro. I just work out a little. Good genetics, maybe." Then, the real beatdown began. Zhou Yi unleashed the holy fist barrage, a storm of punches. Li Xin gritted his teeth, his pride shattering. Damn him, his pressure is insane. I can't even find an opening to run. Li Xin was being driven into a corner. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's gaze turned icy. Time to wrap this up. Terror gripped Li Xin's heart as he saw the final blow coming. He knew he couldn't stop it. "Wait. Stop. Zhou Yi. I surrender. I quit." Hearing the plea, Zhou Yi jerked his fist to the side at the last second. Yet, the sheer wind pressure alone blasted Li Xin across the arena like a rag doll. He crashed to the floor, his expensive armor reduced to scrap metal. The system announced, winner, Zhou Yi. Congratulations to Zhou Yi for advancing to the 4th round. Zhou Yi rubbed his neck awkwardly. Man, holding back is harder than fighting. Keeping a low profile is a total pain. I might have used a bit too much muscle there. Meanwhile, the spectators were losing their minds. Is this a joke? My brain can't process this. Since when do holy knights fight like berserkers? He took down a fighter with his bare hands. Where's the logic in that? Zhou Yi's melee prowess was the stuff of nightmares. But then, he walked over to his fallen foe, switching back to his role. Holy light recovery. As the medical team rushed in, Zhou Yi shrugged apologetically. Sorry about the mess. He tapped out way too late. I couldn't hit the brakes in time. As he walked past the stunned nurse, Zhou Yi added, I tossed a healing spell on him to keep him alive. He's all yours now. You understood, the nurse stammered. But when she looked down at Li Xin's trembling form, her jaw dropped. Good heavens, the damage is catastrophic. Li Xin groaned in agony. My bones. The nurse shook her head. Even with magic, this is going to take days to heal. I can't believe a holy knight caused this level of destruction. He's a human bomb. High above in the VIP box, Chu Serena smirked. See, I told you. Zhou Yi is a beast. He's leagues above the so-called geniuses of our clan. Chu Heng nodded, his expression grave. He crushed a heavy armor user with one punch. That is monster-level, raw power. With the ice bloodline and a hidden class attribute. He's dangerous. Chu Donger pouted, her pride stinging at the praise for an outsider. She crossed her arms and huffed. Fine, I admit he's strong. Are you happy now? Chu Heng laughed heartily at her reaction. Haha, looks like Zhou Yi has won over our little princess. He turned to Serena. Arrange a meeting. I want to talk to this kid. Serena nodded obediently. Just then, the arena speakers boomed. Next match. Jiang Churan of Suhong University versus Jiang Feng of Demon Capital University. The tournament has reached its boiling point. Who will rise to the top? Let's find out. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Yi analyzed the field. That opponent is weaker than Li Xin. Little Churan should handle this with her eyes closed. In the ring, Jiang Feng was already sweating bullets. Damn it. Why are the Suhang students such freaks this year? I can't hold on much longer. Ignoring his panic, Jiang Churen surged forward like a valkyrie. Let's end this now. The killing intent radiating from her paralyzed him. His eyes bulged in pure terror. No. Wait, too late. Shadow slash. A storm of blade auras cut right through him. Jiang Feng collapsed before he even knew he was hit. The system declared. Opponent incapacitated. Winner, Jiang Churan, advancing to the 4th round. The stadium erupted again. Unbelievable. The demon capital student couldn't even fight back. Su Hong is dominating. It's not just Zhou Yi. Jiang Churan is a monster too. The team battle against the elites tomorrow is going to be legendary. Down. Nice work, little Churin. That final move was absolute cinema. Jiang Churin brushed her hair back, modest as ever. I just got lucky. He wasn't exactly a challenge. Then she smirked playfully. Of course, if I had to fight you, big brother Zhou, I'd surrender instantly. Zhou Yi laughed nervously. Please, I could never raise a hand against you. Suddenly, a voice called out. Student Zhou Yi, please wait. Zhou Yi turned around, confused. You? What do you want now? It was the girl from the VIP box, breathless from running. I am Chu Serena, of the Heavenly Chu clan. We need to talk about your ice bloodline, that level of purity. You have to be a lost descendant of our clan. Zhou Yi frowned. Ice bloodline? What are you talking about? The Heavenly Chu clan. Jiang Churan whispered, eyes widening. Brother Zhou, watch out. They're the real deal, an ancient family, just like my Jiang clan. The Chu clan of Tianlin province, a titan that had stood tall for centuries. Their roots ran deep, and their power was undeniable. Jiang Churan broke the silence. But rumors say the Chu clan is dying out. Their legendary frost bloodline has become rare. Right now, they are desperate for anyone who can awaken it. Brother Zhou Yi, you could drain them of every resource they have. Churan's blunt honesty made Chu Selena blush. Well, technically, that is true. But Zhou Yi's reply was cold and dismissive. I don't need their charity. However, you claim I belong to this Chu clan. Do you have any actual proof? Without hesitation, Chu Selena pulled out a glowing crystal. Perfect timing. My father just arrived with a bloodline stone. If you truly carry our blood, this stone will resonate with your soul. It never lies. Zhou Yi reached out. Fine. Let's get this over with. The moment his skin made contact, boom. A massive surge of energy exploded from the stone. Chu Selena screamed in terror. Zhou Yi, the purity. It's over 90%. But Zhou Yi just smiled, calm amidst the chaos. I definitely felt a connection. Who knew a simple exchange match would unlock the secrets of my heritage? The test was undeniable. Chu Selena stepped forward, her voice trembling. Student. No, brother Zhou Yi. My father wants to meet you. Now, Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. Lead the way. He turned to Jiang Churan. Churan, you head back first. I have business to attend to. Churan grinned, her eyes flashing playfully. Sure thing, but don't let them pressure you, brother Zhou Yi. The Chu clan might be big in Tianlan, but they are nothing compared to my Jiang family. Chu Selena snapped back, hey. Our family is plenty powerful. Moments later, Selena led him deep into the facility. She froze at the door. Brother Zhou Yi. My father and sister are waiting inside. Zhou Yi's mind raced with dark thoughts. Back when Zhou Yun was dying, when he was at his absolute lowest, the Chu clan never lifted a finger. Now that I've awakened my power, suddenly they show up? Hypocrites. Before he could spiral, the heavy doors swung open. Chu Heng stepped forward, an imposing figure. You finally arrived. Selena bowed respectfully, but her father walked straight to Zhou Yi. Greetings, young friend. I am Chu Heng. Zhou Yi kept his face neutral and shook the man's hand. Zhou Yi. Chu Heng laughed heartily. I've heard the legends about you. Seeing you in person, you are truly extraordinary. His necklace began to glow violently, and that bloodline. It is pure perfection. Realizing he was losing his composure, Chu Heng cleared his throat. Listen, your father and I share the same great-grandfather. That makes Selena your distant cousin. It is a tragedy your father passed away so young. Zhou Yi's voice was ice. That is ancient history. Chu Heng's eyes burned with greed. Let's get to the point. Zhou Yi, return to the main family. We want you to reset your class to the Hidden Frost job. If you do, the entire clan will back you, unlimited resources. We will power level you to the 3rd awakening in no time. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Hidden class? I am already a holy knight. You think I can just switch paths now? Chu Heng waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry about the details. We have prepared a supreme class change item just for this moment. With your bloodline purity, you would be a god in the Frost class. Zhou Yi fell silent, calculating. Reset my class? Give up the strongest support job? My system is bound to the Holy Knight class. The Holy Light is the only reason I leveled this fast. I grew from a nobody to a powerhouse because of my current path. Their so-called hidden class, it's trash compared to what I have. After a long pause, Zhou Yi spoke. So, what you were saying is, if I don't change my class, I get nothing, correct? Chu Heng didn't blink. That is correct. But think about it. Once you switch, our library is yours. Every skill book you could ever want. You will never have to worry about resources again. Zhou Yi shook his head slowly. No, the resources sound nice, but I refuse. Chu Heng's face went pale. Panic set in instantly. He started throwing out desperate offers. Wait, listen. When you reset, we'll refund all your skill points. Your stats won't drop. Join us, and in less than 6 years, we guarantee you'll hit level 50. You'll reach the third awakening. Zhou Yi cut him off, his voice sharp. 6 years. Your offer is a joke. I can get better loot just by attending school. I don't need your help to level up. And more importantly, I like being a holy knight. Chu Heng looked at him like he was insane. A holy knight? That is just a support class. A servant's job. The Chu clan offers you a path to royalty. How can you be so blind? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed dangerously. Just a support, the insult struck a nerve. Rage began to simmer beneath his calm facade. Is that all you see? You people are shallow, ignorant. He smirked, a cold, terrifying expression. Tomorrow, we face Qingjing University. I will show you what a support class can really do. Zhou Yi turned on his heel and walked away. He didn't even look back as he waved. Selena, I'm leaving. I'll see you in the arena. Selena panicked, reaching out. Brother Zhou Yi, wait. But he was already gone. She turned to her father, furious. Dad, why didn't you stop him? Chu Heng's face was dark. Let him go. He is an arrogant brat who doesn't know the limits of a holy knight. Let him see the true power of Qingjing University tomorrow. When he gets crushed, he will come crawling back to us on his knees. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the back of the room. Hold on, I have something to say. Chu Donger popped her head up, looking bored. Dad, aren't we being too nice to him? Why are we begging an outsider to join us? It's pathetic. Selena could only stand there, awkward and ashamed. Zhou Heng let out a jagged sigh, the weight of the family legacy crushing his shoulders. Fine, listen up, because I'm only saying this once. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. Our Zhou family ancestor. He was a legend. The very first awakener on the blue planet to unlock the glacial bloodline. Under his reign, our clan didn't just grow, we exploded into power. Generation after generation, the ice in our veins ran deep. We even birthed a few third advancement powerhouses. But then, everything went to hell. The dark era descended, and the world changed forever. Zhou Heng's eyes darkened as he recounted the nightmare. When the abyssal dimension cracked open and demons flooded our world. Our ancestor didn't hesitate. He led our strongest warriors straight into the fire. But that expedition was a death sentence. He vanished deep within the dimensional battlefield. Without his god-tier protection, every single third advancement elder was wiped out. 5 of them tried to cheat death using forbidden resurrection arts. But you don't mess with a demon lord without consequences. They were slapped with an eternal curse that stained their very souls. Zhou Heng slumped into his chair, the energy draining out of him. Since that catastrophe, the glacial bloodline has been dying out. Our awakening rate tanked. We're at less than 1% of our glory days. This curse isn't just a debuff, it's a genetic shackle. No matter how much we breed, we can't cleanse it. We can't purify it. We have no heir, no future. The Zhou family looks like a titan on the outside, but inside, we're rotting. A twisted smile crept onto his face. That's where Zhou Yi comes in. That kid, his glacial bloodline is pure, insanely pure. If he returns to the main family, we'll dump every resource we have into him. We'll make him a god. He could surpass the ancestor himself. His voice turned grim. Right now, Zhou Yi is riding high on his solo win streak. He's cocky. But wait until he faces the monsters from Qingjing University. He'll realize that without the Zhou family backing him, he's just one guy against an army. Zhou Donger tilted her head, confused. Dad, but what if Zhou Yi actually claps them? Zhou Heng choked on his words. That's, well. Suilina stepped in, smacking Donger's head. Whose side are you on, brat? You're fighting tomorrow too. Donger rubbed her head, tearing up. Ouch. I was just asking what if, okay? Chill out. The next day, the arena was an ocean of noise. Getting a ticket for this showdown was harder than a boss raid. Yo bro, you here for the Suhang versus Qingjing grudge match? You know it. This is the clash of the titans. Top-tier university warfare at its finest. Can't believe it's already the finals. This pacing is insane. The crowd buzzed with theories. Can Zhou Yi keep his win streak alive against the elites of Qingjing? Qingjing has the home turf advantage. This smells like an upset. Up in the stands, Zhou Dong'er bit her lip. My team is statistically stronger, sure. But big brother Zhou Yi, is he actually going to dominate? Suddenly, the system announcement blared through the speakers. Let's welcome the representatives from Qingjing University and Suhang University. The moment the teams walked out, the stadium erupted. Absolute chaos. Suhang. Qingjing, Suhang. The second his foot hit the stage, Zhou Yi didn't waste a breath. Mystic Light War Hammer, manifest. A massive glowing hammer slammed into the ground, cracking the floor. The audience gasped. Jaws dropped. A war hammer. I thought Captain Zhou Yi was a meta slave, but he's rocking a heavy weapon. I mean, he's a paladin, so it fits the lore. But his vibe is different. Yeah, I can feel the pressure from here. It's suffocating. Just looking at his silhouette gives me the creeps. Zhou Donner's eyes went wide. What the heck? His aura. It's 10 times heavier than yesterday. Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Don't tell me. Was he holding back his true power this entire time? On the enemy side, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, scoffed. Ha! Zhou Yi is standing on the front line. Does this guy seriously think he can solo tank and carry? Song Xialan, the level 19 archer, shrugged. After his solo performance yesterday, he probably thinks he's invincible. Kui Lina, the level 18 priest, frowned. Don't get cocky. His level is higher than anyone on our roster. Lu Zhou, the level 20 mage, sneered. Please. He's just a paladin with a few DPS tricks. High level doesn't mean high skill. Wang Xuan, the level 22 mechanic, laughed cruelly. For a captain, that aura is pathetic. Weak sauce. Li Yuan's expression turned icy. Last year, Suhang humiliated us in the team battle. We lost first place because of them. That ends today. He stabbed his greatsword into the arena floor. Listen up. Our enemy hasn't changed. It's Suhang. And I want blood. Focus up. 100% effort. I don't care if you break their bones or leave them crippled. Destroy them. The team shouted in unison. Sir. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Dean Cheng nudged Wu Mang. Hey, old Wu. Zhou Yi is playing support and DPS. Can he actually multitask like that? Don't try to be a hero and end up losing the war just to win a battle. Wu Mang grinned, leaning back. Ha! Relax. The arena doesn't lie. I've got full faith in my boy. But his confidence made Dean Cheng nervous. Freshmen usually have limited skill points. Jack of all trades, master of none, right? Does old Wu have a secret weapon he hasn't revealed yet? Back in the arena, Zhou Yi cracked his neck. Plan A. Just like training. I'm rushing in. You guys play off my chaos. Wang Txin pumped his fist. Let's go. Haha. Brother Yi is going full try-hard mode. Finally, I can just sit back and get carried. Even if it's Xingjing, they're gonna get wrecked. Zhou Yi shot him a look. Don't get lazy. They were second place last year for a reason. If you take damage, run to me. I'll patch you up. The team nodded. Got it. The system countdown thundered. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Zhou Yi didn't wait. I'm going in. He launched himself like a cannonball. Skills flashed around him in a blinding sequence. Divine Grace, Guardian's Blessing, Dawn's Light, Courage Boost. The giant screen lit up with the commentary. Unbelievable. Facing the titans of Qingjing, Zhou Yi shows zero fear. He's choosing a head-on collision, a solo charge. The crowd lost their minds. Are they evenly matched? Shouldn't they poke from a distance first? This isn't strategy, this is pure arrogance. He's sprinting and casting buffs simultaneously. That's god-tier micromanagement. Li Yuan's adrenaline spiked, a twisted grin plastering his face as he sneered. Humph. In such a rush to dig your own grave? Perfect timing. We've prepared a catastrophic long-range surprise just for you. Standing in the backline, Helan drew her bowstring to the limit. She unleashed the soul-chasing arrow. The projectile screamed through the air, locking onto Zhou Yi instantly. Yet, facing this lethal strike, Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. As the deadly shafts closed in, Helan shouted with manic excitement, That's my A-rank skill, the soul-chasing arrow. It locks onto your coordinates. There is no escape. Without a tank to soak up the damage, Zhou Yi, let's see how you survive this porcupine treatment. As the steel tips threatened to pierce his skin, Zhou Yi sighed, annoyed. How troublesome. With casual indifference, he snatched the arrow out of thin air and crushed it. His raw power left Helan trembling in disbelief. What? He crushed it with his bare hands. That was my soul-chasing arrow, an A-rank skill boosted to level 8. Beside her, Li Yuan scoffed coldly, trying to mask his shock. He's a paladin, a meat shield class, so his defense stats are naturally high, but his luck ends here. Once Lu Zhou finishes chanting his spell, let's see him block this. At that moment, mana surged violently around Lu Zhou's staff. He unleashed the gathered energy, screaming, "Eat this, Zhou Yi, my ultimate destruction magic." A blazing entity materialized from the void, Extreme Fire Phoenix. The mythical bird shrieked, spitting a massive fireball directly at Zhou Yi. The sphere expanded into a colossal inferno. Phoenix Breath. Zhou Yi leaped backward, dodging the initial blast. But Lu Zhou wasn't done, triggering the follow-up Extreme Fire Phoenix Flame Rush. As the fiery beast dive-bombed him, Zhou Yi stood his ground, looking bored. "Just fire? Is that it?" Lu Zhou roared in fury. "You're not running? Then die. I'll handle Zhou Yi personally." Up in the spectators' stands, the crowd gasped. As expected of Qingjing University's top ace, that Extreme Fire Phoenix is an A+ rank skill. With power like that, it's unblockable. I wonder how Zhou Yi will survive this meltdown. Zhou Yi is charging in solo. That's way too arrogant. Zhu Yu chuckled from her seat. Honestly, Zhou Yi should have run away. That would have been the smart play. With his speed stats, he might have made it back to his team for protection. Hearing this, Sumei burst out laughing. "Run away?" Zhu Yu snapped. "Sumei, what's so funny?" Sumei replied coolly, "Sorry, but hearing you think an A+ skill is enough to make Zhou Yi flee, I couldn't help but laugh." Zhu Yu gritted her teeth. "Humph, just wait until he loses. You'll be the one crying." Sumei smirked. "Is that so? I hope your friends actually have the skill to back that up." Inside the arena, the sight of Zhou Yi walking into the fire terrified the audience. Zhu Yu sat there, dumbfounded. What is happening? Suddenly, a majestic aura erupted, wrapping around Zhou Yi like a cloak. His status window flashed with a legendary name, Holy Flame Light Wheel, Rank A. The Wheel of Light condensed divine fire, granting him absolute dominance over the fire element. It buffs light attributes for him and his allies, and reduces incoming fire damage by 20%. The effect lasts for a set duration. Zhou Yi commanded with regal authority, "Holy Flame Light Wheel. Absorb it all for me." Lu Zhou screamed in pure horror. How is this possible? The phoenix was being sucked toward Zhou Yi. He looked at the bird and taunted, "Come here, little spark, become my power." In a blink, the phoenix was completely devoured and tamed. Watching from the rear, Song He Lan smirked arrogantly. "It seems Qingjing University doesn't understand the true terror of our paladin captain." Jiang Churen added, "Even Shen Lingfeng with his flame dragon bloodline couldn't scratch brother Zhou Yi, so what chance does a generic fire skill have?" Holding the miniature phoenix in his palm, Zhou Yi smiled. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but with my holy flame light wheel, I command the fire element now." In the stands, eyes were popping out of sockets. The crowd whispered in fear, "A god? I swear I just felt the presence of a deity. This is terrifying." Zhou Yi actually possesses a god-bestowed skill. Zhou Yi really deserves the title of God Yi. Zhu Yu was shaking, furious and confused. God-bestowed skill? How can he have a god-bestowed skill? Even third transition job holders can't easily get the Holy Flame Light Wheel. What makes Zhou Yi so special? Sumei smiled. Maybe he's just lucky. Geniuses often have miraculous encounters. Zhu Yu refused to accept it. Don't get cocky. We still have plenty of trump cards left. Sumei shrugged. Like I said, I hope you actually have the power to back that up. Her nonchalant attitude was driving Zhu Yu insane. Meanwhile, Zhu Donner looked at Zhou Yi with sparkling eyes. She asked, "Dad, what exactly is a god-bestowed skill? Why is everyone freaking out?" Zhu Heng replied solemnly, "Because god-bestowed skills are unique singularities." He explained, "You cannot learn them from skill books. You cannot inherit them through lineage or training. Only a chosen one, directly blessed by a deity, can wield such power. It is undeniable now. Zhou Yi's Holy Flame Light Wheel was gifted personally by the God of Light." Zhu Heng's eyes grew distant as he recalled the past. The Zhu family holds the Ice bloodline. We once had many followers of the Ice Goddess, but ever since the bloodline was cursed, the goddess's favor vanished. He lowered his head in defeat. Therefore, any professional worthy of a god's blessing possesses potential beyond measure. The terms we offered might be too insignificant for someone like Zhou Yi. Zhu Donger turned to him. "So, we made this trip for nothing?" But Zhu Heng's voice hardened. "No, there is still a chance. After this match, I will negotiate with Zhu Yi personally. He might be the key to the Zhu family's revival. I will not give up easily." Back in the arena, Lu Zhou stared at Zhou Yi, his mind completely blank. How? Where did my extreme fire phoenix go? Seeing his teammate paralyzed by shock, Li Yuan patted his shoulder grimly. "I don't know how he did it, but fire magic is useless against him. Lu Zhu, snap out of it. Switch elements and attack him with a different skill." Lu Zhou shook his head, regaining focus. Understood. Li Yuan raised his sword high, commanding the squad. He lan. Keep suppression fire on him. Do not let him close the distance. We can't let this guy rush us. He lan screamed, unleashing a chaotic volley of arrows. No sweat. Lu Zhou jumped in, hungry for some action. A wicked grin twisted his face. Zhou Yi, don't get too full of yourself. We've got the perfect counter for you. Boom. A massive rock wall slammed down, cutting off Zhou Yi's vision instantly. Lu Zhou roared, Rock Fortress. At the same time, he lands arrows curved in from the flank Gale arrow dance. Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. You think this little toy castle can stop me? Nice idea, losers, but way too naive. He stood his ground and raised a hand. Holy Light Heart Shield. Instantly, a radiant barrier materialized, swatting away the arrows like annoying flies. Zhu Xiao Trina's jaw dropped when she saw the skill. No way. Isn't that the A-rank Holy Light Heart Shield? And that level. It's insane. Even He Lan had to give props. Zhou Yi's defense is solid, I'll give him that. But at least we stopped his rush dead in its tracks. Zhou Yi nodded, looking bored. Yeah, you guys actually messed up my combat rhythm a bit. Guess I'll have to switch to long-range mode. Time to scatter your little formation. Suddenly, Li Yuan felt a chill down his spine. He screamed, bad news. Everyone back off, now. Too late. Zhou Yi summoned a colossal vortex of fire that swallowed everything in sight. Holy Flame Storm. Li Yuan leaped backward, terrified. Dodge it. That tornado will disintegrate anything it touches. The power level is off the charts. He Lan scrambled to get out of range. She was shaking in her boots. A holy flame storm this big? If I get sucked in, it's instant game over. Suddenly, Li Yuan froze. Wait, where the hell is Lu Zhou? Don't tell me he's still in there. Yep, Lu Zhou was trapped in the eye of the storm, fighting for his life. He cursed through the heat. Damn it. Is this guy seriously a holy knight? His elemental damage is scarier than a freaking mage. Seeing Lu Zhou barely hanging on, Zhou Yi smirked. Looks like the heat isn't high enough yet. Don't worry. As the extreme fire phoenix, I'll make sure you're cooked to perfection. The flames roared louder, and Lu Zhou's shield shattered into dust. Zhou Yi's eyes went cold. Burn. Inside the inferno, Lu Zhou let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. His staff dropped and snapped in half. When the wind died down, Lu Zhou was lying there, looking like a piece of burnt toast. He twitched on the ground, whimpering, Help. Save me. Zhou Yi looked disappointed. Couldn't finish you off in one hit. My bad. But you won't be that lucky next time. That arrogant attitude made Li Yuan snap. He exploded with rage. You cocky bastard. Zhu Xiao Trina, patch Lu Zhou up fast. I'm taking Zhou Yi down myself. Zhu Xiao Trina nodded. On it. Zhu Yi raised his mace. Perfect timing. A beam of golden light shot straight at Li Yuan. Radiant slash. But Li Yuan stood his ground, sneering. Humph. Watch me face tank this. The moment the attack landed, Li Yuan popped his defense. Parry shield. A massive spectral shield hovered in the air. Zhu Xiao Trina gasped. That's the captain's signature move. The radiant slash slammed into the parry shield, triggering a massive explosion. The dust settled, and Li Yuan dropped to one knee, panting hard. Damn, this Zhu Yi is a monster. His raw power is terrifying. No wonder Li Xin's steel talent got wrecked. Even I can barely block a few hits. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes blazed with determination. He screamed like a maniac, but I'm not some scrub you can walk over. He launched a counterattack instantly. Fury slash. Zhou Yi just casually swatted it away with his mace. He scoffed, all bark, no bite. Seeing his best move get deleted in a split second, Li Yuan stood there, stunned. How? How is that even possible? What gives him the right to just block that? That strike usually one-shots. Level 20 gold rank beasts. Li Yuan refused to accept reality. He gripped his sword and charged again. I don't believe it. Just as he jumped for an overhead slash, Zhou Yi was already waiting with his mace. Humph! Then I'll just beat you until you do. Their weapons collided, unleashing a shockwave of pure power. The impact made Zhou Yi grin like a predator. He was actually having fun. Now this is what I'm talking about. As expected of the Qingjing University captain, you're the first guy my age who can actually match my strength. Li Yuan was struggling to hold on. Damn it. Zhou Yi's stats are way higher than mine. If this keeps up, my stamina bar is going to hit 0 real fast. A second later, clang. Zhou Yi smacked Li Yuan's sword right out of his hand. You can't even hold onto your weapon? Tapped out already? That was quick. Zhou Yi dashed in, screaming, Get back. Li Yuan froze, eyes wide. Crap. Can't dodge in time. Just as he was about to get wrecked, A barrier popped up, saving Li Yuan from a critical hit. Zhou Yi clicked his tongue, annoyed. A sure kill strike got blocked. Seriously. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over Zhou Yi. A giant robot had appeared out of nowhere. He spun around, activating Holy Light Guardian. But the mechanical centipede's horn slammed into it, cracking the barrier instantly. Smash! Zhou Yi's defense shattered. Furious, he struck back. Break! After the exchange, Zhou Yi landed, analyzing the threat. That robot's stealth attack was heavy. It pierced my level 9 Holy Light Guardian in one hit. Li Yuan scrambled up, wheezing, and looked at his savior. Xiao Xuan, thanks for the save, man. Wang Xuan replied coolly, just doing my job. If I didn't step in, we would have taken the L right there. Leave Zhou Yi to me. You guys handle the others. Wang Xuan slowly began to unleash his full arsenal. I was saving this specifically for Wei He from the Magic University. But I never expected Zhou Yi alone to push our entire squad to the brink of destruction. Wang Xuan summoned another mecha unit. This time, it was the GX-100 Killer B level 21 Silver Rank Aptitude. He wasn't done. Deploy. S-Class Light Rocket Android, level 21 Silver Rank. And the BT-200 Cavalier, level 22 Silver Rank. An army of steel rose up. Facing the wall of steel, Zhou Yi smirked in disbelief. Humph. Wang Xuan is only level 19. Yet his toys are already ranked 21 and 22. Up in the VIP box, Wu Mang shot a grin at Dean Cheng. Dean Cheng, you sly fox. Looks like Qingjing University was hiding a monster all along. Dean Cheng puffed out his chest, radiating confidence. Naturally, he gazed proudly at his prodigy. Wang Xuan possesses the S-rank talent, Heart of the Machine, creating bots above his own level, child's play. Wu Mang's eyes lit up with interest. An S-rank talent? That explains the insane specs. This team battle, it's all going to come down to these two titans. Back in the arena, Zhou Yi's smile turned feral. The mechanic's classic human wave tactic. Huh? His aura flared, eyes burning with battle lust as he shouted, "Come on then. Let's test the density of this scrap metal." Wang Xuan snapped, commanding his legion forward in a rage. You dare charge my army solo? You are courting death. The air scream as thousands of rounds shredded the space between them. Lethal metal rain poured down on Zhou Yi. Above, killer drone bees swarmed like a plague, blocking the sun. Heavy tanks thundered from the rear, unleashing an artillery barrage. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Gemini Heart Shield, activate. Staring down the infinite barrage with ice-cold eyes, he roared, Scram! The shield expanded, blasting back every bullet and bot with a shockwave of pure force. Counterattack. Zhou Yi unleashed the Holy Cross of Light. A massive, blinding crucifix materialized, wrapping his body in divine energy. The machines overloaded, sparks flying before boom. Instant scrap metal. Wang Xuan watched his creations disintegrate in horror. Damn it all. Those were fire-resistant alloys. How did they melt? Desperate, Wang Xuan whipped out a holographic keyboard. You think that's all I have? I have plenty more where that came from. Fingers flying across the keys, he printed a fresh army instantly. Wang Xuan grit his teeth. I don't believe your spirit power is bottomless. Drown him in steel. Charge. Meanwhile, on the other side of the chaotic battlefield, Wang Txin was casually smashing bots, laughing his head off. Ha ha! Poor Wang Xuan doesn't know Brother Yi is the king of crowd control. Zhou Yi glanced at the system timer, his mind racing like a supercomputer. Time's up. The ultimate crowd wiper was ready. Divine Storm, Wang Xuan's face went pale. Not that broken skill again. Retreat. Now. Too slow. The Divine Storm erupted, a hurricane of light obliterating every single machine on the stage in a heartbeat. Red warning lights flooded Wang Xuan's HUD. Unit 74 lost. Signal dead. He ground his teeth, veins popping. 13 elites gone in a second. Bastard. He inhaled sharply, calming his raging heart. The swarm won't work on this monster. Fine. Time to unleash the nightmare. He slammed the summon key. Come forth, HX. The Arbiter. A colossal shadow descended, its maw gaping like a mechanical shark hungry for blood. It pulsed with terrifying energy, ready to laser the world into oblivion. Enormous mechanical claws shifted, locking into combat mode. Wang Xuan screamed like a maniac. Arbiter, fusion. The cockpit opened, swallowing him whole. Man and machine became one. The mech expanded, a towering titan crashing against the arena's barrier. The system alarm blared, warning. Restricted space detected. Emergency, maximizing defensive field. The audience gasped, terror gripping their hearts as the giant loomed over them. Are you kidding me? This is too much. An epic tier mechanical construct in a college tournament? That is a literal boss monster. Level 23. Epic rank. HX Arbiter. A spectator shook her head in disbelief. This year's rookies aren't students. They're monsters. Seeing the ultimate weapon, Li Yuan cackled like a villain. Waha! Brother Xuan finally brought out the Arbiter. He sneered at Jiang Churen. Game over. You guys are finished. But she ignored his trash talk, her eyes locked on the battle, diving back into the fray. Slash. She nearly took his head off. Humph. Brother Yi never loses. Li Yuan scrambled back in panic. You crazy witch. Why so serious? Inside the Titan, Wang Xuan's voice boomed like thunder. Zhou Yi. Open your eyes and witness true destruction. A barrage of warheads screamed toward him. Zhou Yi didn't blink. Coverage fire. Head-on collision is suicide. He launched himself into the air. A blur of motion, weaving through the explosion zone like a phantom. Is that all you got? He thought, mocking the missiles trailing behind him. Can't you show me something fresh? But he didn't realize a hidden warhead was locked onto his face. Reflexes engage. He twisted mid-air, barely dodging as the shell detonated. The shockwave rattled his bones. Damn, that was a close shave. Wang Xuan laughed maniacally from the cockpit. Run. Scurry like a rat. He unleashed hellfire, not giving his opponent a second to breathe. Nowhere left to hide, is there? Forced into a corner, Zhou Yi drew his heavy mace, smashing the incoming projectiles out of the sky. Suddenly, the Arbiter reached back, drawing a blade the size of a building. Shing! A vertical slash tore through the very earth. The arena floor cracked in two. Wang Xuan's amplified voice sneered. Is dodging your only skill? Zhou Yi, slash after slash rained down. Is everyone from Suhang University a coward like you? That crossed the line. Zhou Yi's eyes went cold. He snapped back. Running? Fine. You want a head-on collision? You got it. Got him, Wang Xuan thought, grinning. Fell for the taunt immediately. What an idiot. He pushed the throttle, looking down on his enemy. If the captain is this easy to bait, Suhang is finished. The Arbiter brought its colossal sword down for the kill. But this time, Zhou Yi didn't move. He swung his mace up. Clang. The tiny weapon knocked the giant mechanical blade aside like a toy. God's hand. A blinding singularity erupted above him. It wasn't just blocking, it was devouring. The Arbiter began to glitch. Even the system AI panicked. Arna barrier energy is being consumed. Critical failure. Suddenly, the arena system screamed a red alert. Emergency protocols initiated. The defensive mechanisms surged upward, locking the shield down tight. Every match was overseen by a high-grade light magic stone, ready to reboot the barrier the second things got too intense. Over by Li Yuan and Jiang Churen, that blinding light caught their attention instantly. Seeing Li Yuan charging in like a madman, Jiang Churen dodged back instinctively. Jiang Churen glared at Tang Lingxi and screamed, "Fall back." On Song Xiaolan's side, arrows were flying like deadly rain. Song Xiaolan and Wang Tixin scrambled to retreat. The moment Jiang Churen gave the order, the duo exchanged a knowing look and vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Li Yuan sensed the vibe shift immediately. He barked a loud command. Stop the pursuit. But Lu Zhou grit his teeth, shouting, "They are running like cowards. Why aren't we hunting them down?" The Qingjing University squad huddled up fast. Li Yuan stared at that surging energy source and muttered, "Something is wrong. This power level, it feels completely unnatural." Just then, a colossal hand of light materialized from the energy storm. The crowd screamed in pure terror. What the hell is that? Inside the mech, even Wang Xuan felt true fear gripping his soul. A god-tier skill? That terrifying aura. That is absolutely an S-rank ability. Wang Xuan's face went pale as a ghost. Even though he was only one rank above the A+ Arbiter, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Yet, a twisted excitement began to bubble up inside him. Wang Xuan laughed maniacally. No. How can I feel fear before the battle even starts? It is just a god-tier skill. I do not believe you are invincible. Wang Xuan fused with the Arbiter like a man possessed, unleashing a frenzy of attacks. Arbiter, limit break. The chain sword roared to life, spinning at maximum velocity. Wang Xuan unleashed a chaotic storm of slashes, his face twisting into madness. He launched a combo strike, sending a barrage of steel straight at that giant hand of light. He actually thought he had the win in the bag, but a blinding flash of light shattered his delusion in an instant. The giant hand crushed down on the Arbiter with absolute dominance. A massive shockwave exploded outward, rocking the entire stadium. The spectators were shaking in their boots. Screams filled the air as the impact wave hit. On the stage, pieces of the shattered mecha flew toward Zhou Yi. He just kicked the debris away coldly, like it was trash. After that one strike, the Arbiter was reduced to scrap metal, and Wang Xuan was totally knocked out. Song Xiaolan stared blankly, whispering, "We." Her voice cracked. "We lost." Wang Xuan, broken and in agony, reached a trembling hand upward, calling out, "Zhou Yi?" His voice shook uncontrollably, but the only answer he got was Zhou Yi's cold, retreating back. The entire arena erupted. Damn, that holy light is overpowered. It was like a nuclear explosion. The whole crowd started chanting his name in unison. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Our MC walked through the thunderous applause with a smirk. Dean Cheng stared blankly, murmuring, "The hand of God's skill, God tier. Our Qingjing University losing to that is no disgrace." His heart ached, though. He really thought with Wang Xuan, the championship was in the bag. Watching the match replay, Dean Cheng was sweating bullets. Who could have predicted a total freak of nature like Zhou Yi would show up? Melee, support, magic. It does not matter what class, he is insanely strong. Truly omnipotent. Dean Cheng turned to leave, defeated. Before walking away, he spoke to Wu Mang. "Dean Wu, your Suhang University has a real monster this year. I have been teaching for over 30 years, but Zhou Yi shines brighter than them all." He sighed with regret. "Out of all the geniuses I have ever seen." Wu Mang just laughed. The stands were going wild for Suhang University. Suhang University. Zhou Yi. Suhang University. The cheers were deafening. Jiang Qiren looked at the scene, totally overwhelmed. This is absolute madness. Wang Tiexin walked by, grinning like a fool. Too easy. Qingjing University was nothing special after all. Song Xialan shot him a skeptical look. Easy? Without Zhou Yi, we would not stand a chance against that Wang Xuan guy. Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. Facts. A level 23 epic tier mecha. Without classmate Zhou Yi, we would have lost 100%. Wang Tiexin laughed heartily. Everyone keeps saying what if, but the reality is we do have brother Yi, do we not? Jiang Qiren giggled and replied. In 2 years, when the stadium expands, the freshman exhibition match will hold 200,000 people. She beamed. With the live stream and the hype from this battle, the name Zhou Yi is going to be famous across the entire Zhongsha country. Zhou Yi teased her gently. "You little brat, you are getting less polite by the minute." Meanwhile, in a shadowy room, a woman was watching the live stream. She analyzed coolly. "Zhou Yi's strength is not bad." She spoke with arrogance. "A supreme talent like that is exactly what our Tianwu guild needs, but his level is a bit low. We will recruit him after his second-class transfer." A man stepped forward and suggested, "Tianwu is the top guild in the nation. Even logistics staff need to be level 30 with a second transfer. But after this fight, Zhou Yi's combat data will be on every top guild's desk. If we wait, it might be too late to recruit him. Do you not think?" She shot him down instantly. No. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she looked at Zhou Yi on the screen. "With the old guild master here, even if we cannot grab him right this second," she smiled confidently. "That little junior brother of mine will eventually belong to the Tianwu guild." Back at the hospital, Wang Xuan's room was full of panic. Doctors were arguing frantically. "Keep the recovery spells and spirit focus running. Log all mana usage before you drain out." Everyone was fighting to save Wang Xuan's life. It was total chaos. "Second healer squad, get ready to tag in. The first squad is tapped out." Damn it. Why is this holy light so violent? Even the dispel magic cannot scrub it off. Zhou Yi hit him way too hard. Li Yuan spoke up somberly. If the arena shield had not triggered, Brother Xuan would not just be hurt, he would be dead. And we would be collateral damage. The team bowed their heads in shame. Li Yuan stepped up. "Dean, we are sorry. We lost. We wasted the school's resources." Dean Cheng waved his hand. "Do not blame yourselves. Zhou Yi is simply in a league of his own. Yo, check this mess." The mighty Qingjing University got wrecked in the team battle, scraping by with a pathetic third place. The crowd was losing their minds, like, "Third place? You kidding me, Dean? We took a massive L against Suhang, but at least we stomped Maju University. Real talk, Dean, if we'd lost to those Maju clowns, our rep would be in the trash. Total humiliation." Dean Cheng shot a cold glare at Wang Xuan. Dude was battered, and all 200 of his mechs, scrap metal, completely fried in that last clash. Qingjing was out of fighters who could handle Maju's heat. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan is laying in a hospital bed, marinating in pure salt and holding a massive grudge. "Zhou Yi, I ain't swallowing this loss," he thought. "Yeah, you're strong now, but wait till my second awakening. My heart of machinery is going to unleash that S-rank god-tier power." Wang Xuan gripped the bedsheets until his knuckles turned white. "Next time we throw down, I'm burying you. That's a promise." Meanwhile, in a private room, Zhu Heng was practically on his knees. "Zhou Yi, my bad. I was blind, okay? I thought paladins were just heal bots. I didn't know a holy knight could output damage that breaks the charts. I've lived a long time, kid, but you're the only one I've ever seen pull off that kind of madness. You're a straight-up genius, a one-in-a-million monster. But Zhou Yi wasn't buying the hype. He cut through the flattery like a knife. Mr. Zhu saved the fake praise. What do you actually want? Zhu Heng chuckled. I like that attitude. Straight shooter. All right, look, I talked to the main clan. The clan leader and the council of elders made a pact. If you come back to the family, they'll dump every ounce of the clan's resources into making you a god. The leader and the elders? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Seeing his confusion, Zhu Heng broke it down. The Zhu family is massive, kid. Every year, the different branches fight like dogs for resources. If you want a slice of the pie, you gotta prove you're the alpha. It's a mess of factions and politics. The biggest gangs in the family are the clan leader's crew and the council of elders. Zhu Heng pushed up his glasses, getting serious. Normally, those two sides wouldn't spit on each other if they were on fire. But for you, Zhou Yi, they actually shook hands. That's how much they want you. Hearing that the whole toxic family united just for him threw Zhou Yi off a bit. But hey, having the Zhu family's heavy hitters backing him, not the worst idea. The main branch sounds chaotic, sure. But I've got my master, Principal Wang Hui. Even without the Zhu family's drama, I can grind resources and level up fast on my own. Zhou Yi did the math. The real game changer isn't a clan, it's the cheat code living in his head, the system. Decision made. Hate to break it to you, but I'm not resetting my class. That answer hit Zhu Heng like a truck. The old man looked crushed. Is this it? Zhu Heng moaned. Is the Zhu family really gonna stay in the trash tier forever? Seeing the guy look so pathetic, Zhou Yi decided to throw him a bone. Chill out. I know someone with the ice bloodline. She might be interested in that hidden class inherited by your family. Zhu Heng started banging his head against the wall. No, no. The three great hidden classes need high purity. Basic ice bloodline is trash. You can't just switch classes with weak blood. Zhou Yi pointed at him. My sister's bloodline purity is at least triple yours, old man. So, is that high tier enough for you? Hearing that, Zhu Heng's eyes snapped open, glowing like high beams. He grabbed Zhou Yi's hands, trembling. Your sister awakened the ice bloodline too? The old guy started vibrating with pure hype. He let out a maniacal laugh. Yes, the Zhu family is gonna rise again. I can finally look my ancestors in the face. The heavens haven't abandoned us. Wait, 3 times my purity? That's near perfect 10-point concentration. She's a monster. She can pick any of the 3 great hidden classes. Any of them. He was losing it. Zhou Yi thought, this guy is cracked. Gotta calm him down. Yo, put a lid on it, Zhu Yi said. Don't celebrate yet. We have to actually ask her if she wants to deal with your family's training arc. Zhu Heng nodded like a bobblehead. Right, right. Whatever you say. When do we meet her? Now? 5 minutes ago? Zhou Yi pondered. For me, joining the Zhu clan is pointless. I can't switch classes, and I'm already set. I've got the system and Master Wang Hui feeding me loot. But for Zhou Yun, this is a different story. I can give her gear, but I can't match the full power leveling infrastructure of an ancient clan. Plus, the Zhu family left our parents to die. If they pour everything into Zhou Yun now, I'll consider it their reparations. He dialed her number, heart rate spiking a little. I left little Kui with her. Hope she hasn't traumatized the poor thing. The phone barely rang before she picked up. Video feed on. Zhou Yun was squeezing the life out of little Kui, screaming, Big brother. Zhou Yi sighed. Yep, knew she'd be smothering him. She spun the poor creature around like a rag doll. Your fight was insane. You totally crushed them. Half the girls at my school are thirsty for your number now. But don't worry, I blocked them all. She rattled on. My future sister-in-law has to be S tier. Strong. Like, super strong. I'm talking broad shoulders, ripped arms, thick muscular legs. She needs to be able to bench press a great sword, but also delicate enough to sew your clothes. Zhou Yi cut her off. Okay, enough fan fiction. Listen up. I got serious business. The Zhu family reached out. They've got 3 legendary hidden classes unlocked for the main bloodline. Ice Archer, Bone Ice Swordsman, and Glacial Master. Archer and Swordsman are physical DPS. Glacial Master is pure magical destruction. With your bloodline stats, you can pick any of them. Zhou Yun didn't hesitate. She stared at the holograms and pointed. Mage build. Definite. I'm taking that one, bro. Casting massive ice spells just vibes with me. Zhu Yi dropped the bomb. All right. But if you accept their roadmap, you have to go to the Zhu family HQ in Tianlin province. That means a 3 to 4 year training camp. No breaks. You better think this through, he warned. Zhou Yun fired back without hesitation. I've already made up my mind. She looked at him with pure admiration. My big brother shines like a superstar. so there's no way I'll let myself be a dim shadow beside him. She kept her true thoughts hidden. If I rely on the Zhou family's vault, I won't have to drain my brother's personal stash. I refuse to be dead weight anymore. With the decision made, Zhou Yi gave his word. Once I wrap things up here, we're heading straight for Tianlin province together. And just like that, the siblings' pact was sealed. After settling things with Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi marched toward the freshman arena. The system voice boomed, welcoming the crowd with electric energy. Welcome, everyone, to the 4th round of the National University Clash. Today, we witness the rise of the Elite Eight, the absolute prodigies who will advance to round 5. The system continued, ramping up the hype. But first, let me reveal the rewards from the Xie Job Alliance for our top 8 soloists. The system projected an image of a glowing vial and S-grade magic potion. The audience lost their minds. Holy crap, S-grade? The Xie Alliance is balling out of control. That's insane generosity. Even third-turn job changers would kill for that loot. Jiang Churan turned to him, eyes wide, whispered, Brother Zhou Yi, last year the champion only got an S- potion. Zhou Yi replied calmly, that's because this year, the Alliance is desperate to raise true monsters. Jiang Churan nodded in agreement, true that. Suddenly, the system dropped another bomb. The final 4 would receive full S-grade resources. But for the solo champion, a hologram of a new weapon materialized. The king of the arena will claim a legendary tier artifact, forged by the legendary blacksmith, Grandmaster Qi Jun. Even Zhu Yi's composure cracked. A legendary weapon? That was the absolute peak of human forging technology god-tier gear. The rewards were too intoxicating. Every contestant's blood began to boil with greed. They had to take the throne. With the prizes revealed, the system ordered all fighters to the staging area. Jiang Churan walked ahead, flashing a charming smile at him. Brother Zhou Yi, make sure you root for me, okay? Zhou Yi gave her a nod of encouragement. You'll crush it, no doubt. Meanwhile, his own opponent stepped onto the ring. The face-off had officially begun. Feng Qiang strapped on his armor, grinning, Zhou Yi, I know you're a beast. He swung his greatsword and roared, but don't think I'm some pushover. Inside, he was practically laughing. Most job changers are idiots who balance their stats, but not me. Feng Qiang's confidence soared as he thought, I dumped every single point into pure strength. In a clash of power, I'm invincible. The system signal blared, match start. The second the bell rang, Zhou Yi charged, hammer in hand. Feng Qiang rushed to meet him, laughing wildly, coming right at me. Zhou Yi, you got the guts to face tank this. He struck first. Violent slash. 2 massive forces collided in midair. But in a split second, the steel of his blade screamed and cracked. A heartbeat later, Zhou Yi's hammer shattered the sword into dust. He didn't stop, smashing the hammer straight into Feng Qiang. The guy crumpled to his knees, gasping, Impossible. I maxed out my strength. How could you overpower me? Zhou Yi rested his hammer on his shoulder, sneering coldly. Is that all you've got? The entire stadium erupted. A pure strength build got completely stat-checked. Just how terrifying was Zhou Yi's raw power level? Zhou Yi's stats were a total mystery. People were seriously screaming hacks. The Magic Capital University team screamed from the sidelines. No freaking way. A contest of strength, and Brother Feng lost. Dean Su Chichen analyzed the situation. With his gear buffs, Feng Qiang's strength is around 370. To crush him with one hit like that, Zhou Yi's strength stat must be over 450. He recalled the horror of previous matches and felt a chill of awe. And his intelligence stat is sky-high too. The kid's a dual stat monster. Dean Su turned nervously. What are your odds against Zhou Yi? He calculated for a second before replying. 3 in 10. Back in the ring, Feng Qiang forced his trembling body up, gritting his teeth. I haven't lost yet. Feng Qiang stood tall and screamed, Come at me. A knight dies standing, I never kneel. Zhou Yi looked at him with newfound respect. I respect you as a real man. Feng Qiang launched a desperate attack, Void Slash. Zhou Yi matched him instantly, swinging his weapon, Hammer of Repentance. The heavy hammer slammed into Feng Qiang with the weight of a mountain. He screamed in agony as he was launched across the arena. The Magic Capital team panicked, yelling, Stop the match. We surrender. We give up. The system processed the signal instantly. Magic Capital University surrenders. The winner is Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was instantly drowned in a tsunami of cheers. Zhou Yi is the strongest. Zhou Yi, I love you. Meanwhile, the healers rushed to Feng Qiang, shaking their heads. Holy light damage again. This stuff is a nightmare to heal. Hurry up. Stop complaining. His opponent was Zhou Yi. What did you expect? The medics carted Feng Qiang away. Fast forward to the next day, the Suhang University team gathered in the strategy room. Coach Wu Meng spoke up. Excellent work. Suhang has secured 2 spots in the Elite 8. He turned to praise Song Xiaolin. Your advancement was a nice surprise. Don't hold your breath for the final 4, but give it everything you've got. Song Xiaolin beamed. Understood, coach. Then he turned to Jiang Churen. Churen, you have the skill for the Elite 8, but you have rotten luck you're up against Wei He, a C player for the championship. Wu Mang's voice got serious. The Elite 8 has 2 final spots open for the loser's bracket. I hope you can clutch it out and grab one of them. He finally turned to his ace, Zhou Yi. I don't need to worry about you. Your mission is simple. Bring home the solo championship trophy. Zhou Yi accepted the order calmly. Consider it done. Wu Mang continued. Tomorrow's team battles are against small fry colleges. He glanced at the bench warmers. So, the reserve squad can go out there and grind some XP. With the roster set, Wu Mang broke down the tactics for the next day. Jiang Shuran sat in the corner, deep in thought. The loser's bracket of round 4. They called it the Cruel Resurrection. 70 fighters, fighting for just 2 spots in round 5. But if I can just make it to the top 4 in round 6, I get those rare S-grade resources. Jiang Shuran's eyes burned with determination. I don't care how rich my family is, S-grade resources are something money just can't buy. If I can secure this artifact, my cultivation will ascend to a whole new realm. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Zhou Yi, your true power is no longer a secret. Wu Mang grinned, hyping him up. With your current strength, you could wipe out a standard university squad solo. However, tomorrow's team battle is focused on their training. Just play the Guardian. Try not to intervene unless necessary. Zhou Yi nodded calmly. Understood. Suddenly, 2 girls walked in. Their eyes went wide with shock. Whoa, it's God Zhou. That scream summoned a horde of fangirls. They swarmed him like a zombie apocalypse. Student Zhou Yi, it's really him. The living legend, Zhou Yi. He's even more handsome in person. I can't breathe. He's looking right at me. Zhou Yi blinked, completely overwhelmed. You guys are? They answered in unison. We're your biggest fans. Can we get an autograph? He stood there, blank-faced. Autograph. Instantly, a mountain of photos was shoved in his face. Me too. Sign mine too. I want one. Thank you, God Zhou. You're breathtaking. God Zhou, we'll be cheering for you in the next match. Fighting. Oh my gosh, look, he's blushing. He's so cute. God Zhou, please take care of yourself. Don't get a scratch on that face. Zhou Yi stared at the photos, his expression darkening. Is this supposed to be me? Song Xiaolan sat nearby, teasing him. You're quite the celebrity, aren't you, Zhou Yi? Meanwhile, a dark spirit whispered inside Jiang Churen's mind. Will they steal brother Zhou Yi away from us? So worrisome. If you don't keep up, he'll leave you in the dust. Jiang Churen's eyes hardened with resolve. 70 candidates, only 2 spots. I will claim 1, she whispered to herself. Brother Zhou Yi, I won't let you down. Sensing her agitation, the spirit within her cackled with glee. At that exact moment, a cold shiver ran down Zhou Yi's spine. He whipped around, confused. Why do I feel like a predator is staring right at me? That night, the 4th round of individual matches commenced. The contestants were teleported into a savage, untamed jungle. Confusion spread among the students. A forest? Doesn't the map change every year? Last time it was a castle. A student spoke up to explain. This round's data comes straight from the military front lines. The professors and military elites combined their intel. The AI synthesized real battlefield data to create this instance. A girl holding a staff scanned the area, on high alert. To make the simulation as authentic as possible, the initial generation uses randomized settings. No 2 years are the same, she continued. That means the monsters we face will be completely unpredictable. Jiang Churan moved cautiously, analyzing the terrain. This humidity, something feels off. A student asked, so, what's the plan? We should. His voice was cut off by a mechanical chime. The system announced, welcome students. Current instance, the Phantom Forest Maze. The system began to list the rules. Every 30 minutes, mysterious beasts will spawn near the desolate village. Prepare for 3 waves of attacks. These creatures live only to devour. Your objective, exterminate them before you become their meal. The top 2 slayers will advance to the 5th round. Before the countdown, the system added a note. This instance poses no threat to life. Return scrolls are disabled. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. Just killing mobs? Simple enough. Yeah, nothing to sweat about. We've run dungeon drills 100 times. This is a cakewalk. But Jiang Churen remained silent, her instincts screaming danger. Unknown monsters. Random spawns. This feels too easy. The system blared. First wave approaching. A thick purple mist rolled in out of nowhere. Jiang Churan locked onto the source. Here it comes. But as the mist cleared, nothing. Only the leaves rustled in the eerie silence. Jiang Churan frowned, still not showing themselves. Suddenly, a student behind her clutched his neck. Arg! Itchy! He cursed, scratching violently. Damn it, why does it burn? Jiang Churan spun around, eyes widening in horror. Purple growths were erupting from his skin. Itches. It itches so bad. The more he scratched, the faster it spread. Help me. Someone help. He lunged at Jiang Churan, eyes wide with madness. Make it stop. Please, student, help me. Moments later, he collapsed, defeated by the invisible enemy. The system chimed. Lin Shu of Ming City University. Devoured. Ejected from instance. Jiang Churan's mind raced. I didn't see an enemy spawn. Is it a stealth type? Chaos erupted as more students fell. Screams of agony filled the forest. What's happening to us? Panic took hold as they realized they were fighting a ghost. They watched their allies drop one by one. Where is the attack coming from? How do we fight what we can't see? We can't even target them. What is this? Amidst the hysteria, Jiang Churan remained an island of calm. Panic is death. Think. Find the weakness. Every monster has a flaw. Jiang Churan analyzed rapidly. Invisible, ethereal, or do they not exist physically? To infect so many instantly, it must be contagious. But the vector, as she analyzed, a tiny purple speck drifted onto her arm. It began to burrow into her skin. Jiang Churan's gaze turned razor-sharp. Spores. Without hesitation, she summoned a flame, incinerating the parasite. The truth clicked into place. So that's their game. Jiang Churan shifted into her spirit form. Her voice projected over the chaos. Listen up. The air is filled with spores. Once they touch you, they grow. Use fire arts to shield yourselves. Burn them away. Following her command, the survivors ignited their auras. Flames roared to life, creating protective barriers. But despair swallowed those without the fire attribute. Damn it. I'm a warrior class. I don't have fire skills. Someone, help me. Please. A cold silence answered them. Sorry. This is a competition. There are no allies here. Moments later, the screams died out. The defenseless were consumed. The system's voice rang out, cold and indifferent. Alien of Royal City University. Devoured. Zhao Xiaojie of Liumian Academy. Devoured. Dungeon connection severed. The attempt by the Green Vine Academy had failed miserably, their team wiped out by the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. Burning the spores is useless, she muttered. I need to kill the source. Suddenly, grotesque mushrooms erupted from the tree trunks. They bared their fangs, spewing a toxic fog. Found you, she smirked, locking onto the main body hiding above. She launched herself into the air, a blur of motion. As her blade connected, the system chimed. Suhang University's Jiang Churan slays the demon. Point +1. More monsters surged from the ground like a nightmare tide. But fear. She didn't know the meaning of the word. Black Flame Phantom Strike. The system notifications went crazy. Jiang Churan eliminates target. +1. While she dominated the forest, the rookie arena was heating up. The team battle was about to explode. The system voice boomed across the stadium. Teams are in position. Defensive barriers activated. Suhang University versus American High. Fight. The moment the barrier fell, chaos erupted. Both sides charged, adrenaline pumping through their veins like rocket fuel. No hesitation, just pure aggression. The redhead roared, unleashing his signature move. Blast Wind Storm. A tornado of searing flames ripped toward the enemy, but the cloaked opponent countered instantly with a wall of water. Fire and water clashed in a violent explosion of steam. The water blades sliced through the fire tornado. But suddenly, Tanwei lunged from the shadows, shattering the water blade with his claws. Too weak, Tanwei scoffed, his eyes full of mockery. Your water pressure is a joke. He was too busy gloating to notice the arrows screaming toward his back. Clang. Sparks flew as Zhou Yi stepped in, blocking the arrow with his shield at the last second. Tanwei. Zhou Yi's voice was ice cold. Don't let the thrill of battle rot your brain. Watch your six. He didn't wait for an answer, turning his glare to the blonde girl behind him. Shang Jing. Your job is to keep us alive, he snapped. Eyes open, ears sharp. I won't tolerate a mistake like that again. Zhang Jing flinched, terror filling her eyes as she squeezed them shut. Yes, sir, she squeaked. The enemy redhead grit her teeth in fury. Treating us like training dummies? The audacity. The guy in blue armor roared, his pride wounded. Brothers, are we gonna let them disrespect us like this? The team screamed back in unison. Hell no. Charge, the leader bellowed. Crush them. Make them pay. They rushed forward in a desperate wave. But then ping, a notification sound cut through the tension. Zhou Yi froze, checking his phone mid-battle. It was Jiang Churan, flexing her victory. Advance smoothly, she texted. Zhou Yi sighed, shaking his head. This girl. Seriously. The cloaked enemy saw this and felt his blood boil. This was the ultimate insult. Checking your phone in a deathmatch, he screamed, lunging forward. I'll teach you some respect. 1 second later, he was face down on the floor, knocked out cold. The system announced the verdict. Team battle winner, Suhang University. By the next morning, the news of the rookie tournament had set the internet on fire. The 4th round of individual qualifiers had ended. Tomorrow at dawn, the brutality of round 5 would begin. From 8 elites, only 4 would survive to advance. Then came the semifinals. 4 fighters, 2 spots, 1 destiny. The finalists emerged, Zhou Yi and Wei He. A streamer jumped onto the scene, broadcasting live to millions. What is up, guys? Today is the day we've all been waiting for. The championship showdown. The streamer put on a dramatic, sad face. In this corner, we have Zhou Yi, an orphan from the slums with a tragic past. With 0 resources, he clawed his way up from hell. A self-made monster who became the strongest holy knight in history. Then his voice shifted to awe. And his opponent, Wei He, the chosen one. A century-old bloodline. A genius born with a golden spoon and god-tier talent. The streamer grinned, hyping up the chat. Who will take the throne? The peasant king or the noble prodigy? Let's get the hype train moving. I'll be live streaming the carnage, so smash that like button. The comment section exploded instantly. Everyone had an opinion. God Yi versus the king. This team battle is going to be legendary. Nah Wei, he's going to crush him. It won't even be close. Did you see Wei, his last match? The guy is a savage. True, his fighting style is brutal. I don't think Zhou Yi walks away from this one easily. Man, it sucks that Goddess Jiang got eliminated by Wei He earlier. An all-Suhang final would have been epic. Suddenly, the roar of helicopter blades tore through the sky. The crowd parted like the Red Sea as the chopper descended. This was a superstar entrance. The doors opened, and the crowd went nuclear. It's Suhang University. As the team stepped out, waves of admiration washed over them. Goddess Jiang, you look stunning. God Yi, I'm your biggest fan. Song Xialan, don't give up. You'll get him next time. Zhou Yi, sign my shirt. Everywhere he walked, the chant grew louder. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, look up. Another chopper, someone shouted. Magic City University has arrived. The cheers shifted instantly, the rivalry igniting the air. Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Dean Su stepped forward, greeting his rival with a polite smile. Good morning, Dean Wu. Today, our students decide who stands at the peak. Competition second, friendship first, right? Dean Wu smiled back. Good morning, Dean Su. But internally, he was sneering. With Wei He's power, you think your trash student stands a chance against my prodigy. Keep dreaming, old man. Across the field, Wei He locked eyes with Zhou Yi. The air crackled with tension. Zhou Yi. Finally, Wei He thought, his gaze intense. I will crush you. The championship is mine. The moment of destiny had arrived. Before stepping into the arena, a chilling smile crept onto Zhou Yi's face. The system voice echoed like thunder. Welcome, challengers. Zhou Yi versus Wei He. Enter the arena. The battle begins now. Audience, please take your seats. Countdown, 5 seconds. The stands were shaking with the stomping and screaming of the fans. Let's go. God Yi, show them hell. Wei He, don't you dare lose. Destroy Suhang University's arrogance. Man, watch the kicks. Who stepped on my fresh sneakers? It's packed in here. Up in the VIP box, Zhou Heng and Old Master Zhou are glued to the match. 3 seconds on the clock. The old man speaks up. That Wei He kid, a total freak of nature since birth. The Wei family dumped every resource they had into him. He's built different, totally pay to win. Can Zhou Yi actually pull this off? Zhou Heng doesn't hesitate. Absolutely. He's crunched the numbers, and Zhou Yi's growth rate, it's straight up terrifying. His stats are broken compared to everyone else. Top tier. Zhou Heng locks eyes on the screen and drops the truth bomb. Wei, he might be the golden boy of his generation, a legit genius. But looking at Zhou Yi, it's like seeing the ghost of the ancestor reborn. Time's up. The system screams start. Zhou Yi doesn't waste a millisecond. God's grace activated. Courage blessing. Holy cross. Holy guard. Weapon blessing. Full buff mode. Wei He launches himself like a missile. Blade aimed right for the kill. He leaps into the air, pure rage plastered on his face. He swings hard. But Zhou Yi erupts in golden light. Bam! The two forces collide, and the sound is deafening. Earth-shattering stuff. Wei, he glares, trying to intimidate him. But Zhou Yi, ice cold. Zhou Yi swings back, but the guy's quick, he jumps clear. Wei He dives back in, eyes sharp as daggers. Wei, he's losing it. eyes bloodshot, roaring like a beast. Berserk. Red aura explodes everywhere. He grips his blade and screams, scorching fire blade art. He goes full offensive, slashing wildly with razor-sharp strikes. But Zhou Yi, he's dancing through them like it's nothing. Total chill. Zhou Yi sidesteps the attacks, his brain working overtime. Berserk, he thinks. The signature move of a berserker class. All 4 main stats get a massive steroid boost. But there's a catch. Once that 3-minute timer runs out, he'll be weak as a kitten. But it's not just the berserk buff. He's spamming the scorching fire blade art. It's a hybrid move physical combat mixed with nasty fire magic damage. Zhou Yi keeps weaving through the deadly combo. He shoots forward like a human arrow. Zhou Yi braces for impact, thinking to himself, this guy really is the #1 rookie at the Magic University. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpens. No fear, 0. He screams in frustration. Thunder Slash. The blade glows with a sinister red ring. Thunder Slash. An A-rank warrior skill. It's all about extreme speed and devastating cutting power. The higher the skill level, the harder it hits. At max potential, you're swinging that sword as fast as literal lightning. His eyes are manic. I grinded this move 10,000 times. It's level 9. No hesitation. He brings the blade down. Boom. A massive impact. Zhou Yi catches it with his hammer. Sparks fly everywhere. He grits his teeth, totally shocked. How is he this strong? He pours more power into the blade. My war saber weighs 1,000 pounds. Add the thunder slash momentum, the kinetic energy should be insane. I could slice through reinforced alloy with this. Yet, looking at Zhou Yi's face, stone cold. Not even a flinch. I'm losing the overpowering contest. I can't beat him on brute force alone. Zhou Yi shoves him back, sending Wei He flying. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's weapon morphs into blinding gold light. Holy Cross level 9. B-rank skill. Zhou Yi raises his hands, and the light forms a gigantic, heavenly broadsword. He smirks, confident. I knew you'd pull that. He drops to a knee, face twisting. Battle Maniac. Red aura erupts to clash with the gold. It's a showdown. Even Dean Su is freaking out witnessing this power. The two energies crash into each other. Boom. Explosion. When the dust settles, He is kneeling in the crater. It looks like he's covered in a layer of energy armor. He stands up, his grin getting wider and creepier. His hand tightens on that massive blade. A system window pops up for Zhou Yi. Target analysis. He. Awakening talent, Battle Maniac, rank S. While active, all his stats skyrocket. And get this, he takes 80% less damage. But there's a price. When it ends, all that suppressed damage hits him at once. Doubled. Brutal backlash. He blitzes forward. Zhou Yi's mind races. He popped his ult this early. He wants to end this fast. Battle Maniac only lasts 2 minutes tops. The smart play is to kite him until he burns out. But honestly, even with 80% damage reduction, I can still crush him. He slashes. Zhou Yi parries every hit. Clang, clang. The arena shakes with every impact. He attacks furiously, thinking, dragging this out against a holy knight with healing skills. That's suicide. Total rookie mistake. That's why I went all in. Berserk plus Battle Maniac. I maxed out my power instantly to one-shot him. Kaboom! Another explosion. The crowd goes wild. One guy yells, why is he tanking those hits head-on? He is peaked right now. The smart move is to stall. If God Yi is fighting back, he must be insanely confident in his own raw power. I believe in God Yi. On stage, he is a blur, slashing a deadly arc. Zhou Yi leans back, matrix dodging the steel by an inch. Zhou Yi raises a hand. Flash of gold. Victory spear. A massive sigil appears in the air, and a gigantic golden spear materializes behind him. He, wrapped in his blood-red aura, roars. Bring it on. Boom. The explosion rocks the stage. He laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha. Your victory spear is useless against me. Zhou Yi stays perfectly calm, fingers tapping his forehead to cast. You're celebrating a little too early, buddy. Light's punishment. Bam, bam, bam. Holy lightning rains down relentlessly. He throws up a shield, gritting his teeth. Damn, that's the strongest offensive spell for a reason. He parries the bolts, arms shaking. Even with 80% reduction, this hurts like hell. If I hadn't popped Battle Maniac, one hit would have knocked me out cold. He looks up. The lightning storm is fading, Naprotes. But Light's punishment has a cooldown. 1 second between bolts. He stomps the ground, shattering the floor. That's my chance. I just need to exploit that 1 second gap in the cooldown. I'll take him down right now. He dashes forward, zap. A bolt of lightning slams right into his face. He He freezes, eyes wide with panic. What? How is that possible? How on earth was that light of judgment so fast? I memorize every single skill in his arsenal. Could he have leveled it past 20 already? The lightning crashed down on Wei He like a hammer from the gods. That tiny orb unleashed a blast so violent it was straight up savage. Yo, let me remind you, we are watching the grand finale of the National Rookie Tournament. The crowd couldn't even look. Too brutal, they gasped. One girl screamed, covering her eyes in terror. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan just smirked like he knew it was coming. Wei, he let out a gut-wrenching scream. Why? He thought, panic setting in. We were only 10 meters apart, but suddenly, Zhou Yi seemed to tower over him like a titan. Wei, he felt like an ant, ready to be crushed by a single finger. It was an impassable wall, a hopeless gap. I don't believe this, he roared. A crimson light pulsed in his palm. Gritting his teeth, eyes rolling back, he unleashed his secret art. Heavenly Shadow Blade, boom. A massive explosion swallowed the stage in dust and debris. But when the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi stood tall, unmoved, unfazed, just a single scratch on his cheek. He glanced at the wound, then slammed his red blade into the ground. Crack, the floor shattered. Above him, a rain of steel began to fall. Zhou Yi watched the scene, thinking, body weaponization. Legend says the Wei ancestor fused his soul with demon magic during the Great War. He could craft 10,000 blades and wipe out a city in a blink. Now, thousands of gloomy red swords hovered before Zhou Yi. Wei He isn't at his ancestor's level yet, but seeing this form in person, definitely an eye-opener. Zhou Yi chuckled. Guess I'm done playing around. Suddenly, the sky rained steel. Thousands of blades plummeted at light speed, but Zhou Yi just flicked his wrist. If I use the same old moves, the crowd will get bored, he teased. Time to debut my custom fusion skill. Watch this. A bone-chilling wind swept through the arena, frozen miles. A massive blue vortex swirled around him as he channeled the energy. He took one step, and ice exploded from his foot, instantly devouring the entire ring. The drone cam went wild. Folks, Zhou Yi's skill has completely iced over the stage. We can't see a thing down there. The crowd went nuts. What's happening? Damn it, what kind of ult is this? Ice magic. The elder shot up from his seat. Elder, Zhou Heng gasped. The old man was trembling, pointing a shaking finger. Zhou Heng, did you see that? That is pure elemental ice power. Inside the mist, Zhou Yi cast his spell, freezing the falling blades in midair. The swarm of swords was trapped in ice and bound by golden threads. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, eyes sharp as daggers. Break. Golden spikes pierced the ice, shattering everything into dust. Zhou Yi grabbed his pendant, protected by his golden aura. Shards flew like shrapnel. Wei, he was blasted away. He hit the ground hard, coughing up black blood. The ice faded. Contestant Wei, he is unconscious, the announcer roared. The winner is Zhou Yi. The stadium erupted. He won. Zhou Yi takes first place. Senpai is a beast. Congratulations to Zhou Yi. And respect to Wei He. They gave us a legendary showdown. Hands down, the best fight in the last 10 years of the exchange. Give it up for the supreme genius of our generation. Zhou Yi raised his hand, smiling as fireworks painted the sky. The singles tournament has concluded, the drone announced. Next up, team battles and survival mode. Stay tuned. Wu Mang grinned. To use the Wei clan's secret art at his age, body weaponization, any other year he would have been #1 easily. Too bad he ran into a monster like Zhou Yi. Jiang Shiran played with her hair, beaming with pride. Wu Mang watched Zhou Yi yawn as he walked off. Scary thing is, I thought he'd need the angelic divine body to win, but he just combined light and ice like it was nothing. The younger generation is terrifying. Wu Mang patted Zhou Yi's shoulder. Good work, kid. You finally brought the singles trophy home for Suhang University. Song Xiaolin chimed in, for real. We've dominated the team battle for 4 years, but the singles title always slipped away. Brother Yi saved our reputation. Wang Texan smirked, bursting with confidence. Tomorrow we face Magic Capital University. With Wei, he out of commission. They're toothless. That team trophy is basically already in our pockets. Song Xiaolin sighed, hey, stay humble. Don't get cocky. Jiang Shiran hugged Tang Lingxi, grinning. Brother Zhou Yi, little Z was wrong earlier. You definitely pull off the Grand Mage look. Tang Lingxi turned beet red, pulling her hat down. Ah, student Zhou. I was just. Brother Zhou Yi, Jiang Shiran chirped. Let's go celebrate. Tonight is on us. Zhou Yi just scratched his head, smiling. Cut to the city nightlife. The game Eternal merged with reality 300 years ago. Monsters, new races, and the rise of the chef class exploded the culinary world of the Blue Planet with thousands of new flavors. And here in the East District of Qingjing City lies the famous food street. Whether it flies in the sky or burrows underground, if it moves, it becomes a five-star meal to satisfy any craving. Peddlers shouted their exotic menus. Dragon meat, grilled to perfection. 20-year-old hatchling, melts in your mouth. Wolf King blood jelly, boosts your energy and your beauty. Deep sea monster balls, made from level 30 tyrant fish. Crispy, chewy, absolutely delicious. Song Xialan linked arms with Tang Lingxi. Ooh, look at that. That looks tasty. Tang Lingxi smiled, munching on a candied fruit. Ahead of them, Jiang Churan and Zhou Yi laughed together. But watching from the shadows, Liang stared at Jiang Churan. Top-tier quality, he muttered. He tossed 2 skewers to his lackey and adjusted his cap. 100 points. 100 points. The creep jumped out of his skin. The hell are you doing? Liang sneered at him. A top-tier goddess like that. You only see one in a lifetime. Skip her, and you'll regret it until you die. The guy blinked, surprised. She's already got a boyfriend. Liang scoffed. So what? Just means I have to make a move and steal her, right? Zhou Yi whipped around. Face like ice. Eyes glowing a blood-curdling red. Liang froze, terror gripping his heart. The other guy mocked him. Giving up already? That's not your style, man. Liang pointed his shaking finger at Zhou Yi, stuttering. Yi. Cut to later. Jiang Churan bent over, gasping for air. This food paradise. The name is no joke. We've been walking for an hour and haven't even seen half of it. Song Xialan linked arms with Wang Taixin. It's 6 massive streets connected together. Obviously, it's not a quick walk. She ordered the boys. You two grab a table and hold the fort. We're going to hunt for snacks. Wang Taixin scratched his head. I want to rest too, though. Song Xialan shoved him from behind. Rest your brain, idiot. Give the lovebirds a moment alone. You trying to be a massive third wheel? Tang Lingxi stopped, eyeing a specialty shop, Black Willow wine, 50 years aged. The landlady beamed. Black Willow fruit boosts agility stats. 800 milliliters per bottle. Drink it solo or gift it either way. It's top tier. Jiang Churan pointed immediately. We'll take a bottle. The boss set down a jug and 2 small cups. That will be 200,000 credits, valued guest. Please settle the bill. Ping! The transfer notification rang out instantly. Jiang Churan held up her cup, eyes locked on Zhou Yi. Brother Zhou Yi, congrats on taking the championship in the singles match. Clink. Cheers. Zhou Yi replied. Jiang Churan downed the whole cup in one breath. She frowned, suspicious. Huh? The alcohol content feels kinda weak. 10 minutes later, Jiang Churan was wasted, face burning red. She squinted at him. Why? Why are there 2 brother Zhou Yis? Zhou Yi stared at her. Drunk already? That fast? Jiang Churan giggled, counting on her fingers. 1 Zhou Yi, 2 Zhou Yis, 3 Zhou Yis. Zhou Yi sighed heavily. A level 19 class holder can't get drunk on normal trash booze. But this, Black Willow wine is brewed from D-rank spiritual treasures. Low proof, but it hits like a truck. Zhou Yi stood up. It's getting late. Little Song and the others aren't back yet. Let's go find them. Jiang Churan reached out, whining cutely. Brother Zhou Yi. I don't want to go. Before she could finish, a sultry voice cut in. Hey, handsome. A woman held an empty cup, giving him the look. I'm all dry here. Care to buy a lady a drink? Zhou Yi side-eyed her. He pointed at the table behind him. Half a bottle left. 100,000 credits. Pay up and it's yours. The woman laughed loud. You're funny, handsome. I like that. How about we go somewhere quiet and talk? Jiang Churan's face flushed with panic, hair messy, lips parted. Then she snapped. She shoved the woman away, screaming, You're too close. The woman leaned in, whispering in Churan's ear. Little beauty, that's not nice. I can see you two aren't dating. Why block his peach blossom luck? Inner monologue, Zhou Yi. The strongest rookie this year. And Jiang Churan his friend. Everyone thinks she's his girl, but I know the truth. They aren't lovers. Her predatory eyes scanned them. A clueless boy and a girl who just learned what love is. It'll take ages for them to break the ice. This is the perfect chance for me to strike. If I can get Zhou Yi on his knees for me, all those resources he wins become mine. She stepped closer to him. Right, big brother? What do you say? Jiang Churan stammered, face exploding with heat. You. Suddenly, Zhou Yi grabbed her hand. Churan froze, staring at his grip. Zhou Yi's face didn't flinch. I don't mind if Jiang Churan blocks my luck. He pulled Jiang Churan away, dropping a bomb over his shoulder. Besides, looking at you, you're pretty mid. I wouldn't call that luck anyway. The The woman's jaw dropped. Mid, Zhou Yi dragged Churan through the crowd. Jiang Churan dug her heels in. Brother Zhou Yi. He stopped and turned. She looked up, face glowing red. I like you. Zhou Yi blinked. Jiang Churan. Her cheeks were on fire. I know. I shouldn't say this before the big match, but I hate seeing all those girls around you. When I see them, I just want to. A dark, murderous aura flared behind her. Kill them all. Jiang Churan lunged into his chest. Let me be your girl FR. She collapsed against him, fast asleep. Wang Txin froze, bun, halfway to his mouth. Huh? Song Xiaolin, Wang Txin, and Tang Lingxi stood there holding snacks, eyes popping out of their skulls. Next morning, blue skies, white clouds, alarms screaming. Jiang Churan woke up, memories flooding back. I like you. She shot up in bed. She peeked out from the covers, face burning. Wu Ming spotted her. Jiang Churan, you're up late today. Come eat. Wang Tixin waved. Tang Lingxi, Song Xiaolan, and Zhou Yi all looked her way. Zhou Yi quickly turned around, burying his face in his bowl like a starving beast. The girls squinted at him suspiciously. Jiang Churan pulled out a chair, mind racing. Was it a dream? Please tell me it was just a dream. She picked at her food, looking totally dazed. Zhou Yi acted cool, like nothing happened. Tang Lingxi and Song Xiaolan huddled together, watching her. Flashback to last night, Zhou Yi held the sleeping girl, looking at the trio. Do me a favor. Pretend you didn't see that. Song Xiaolan frowned. Why though? You two obviously like each other. Zhou Yi looked down at the sleeping Jiang Churan. The Jiang family of Xingchuan. They're an ancient clan. Existed way before the eternal game descended. Centuries of power. A top-tier heavyweight family in China. I have a little fame now. I'm Wang Hui's personal disciple. Looks good on paper. Sure. Zhou Yi looked up at the night sky. But compared to the Jiang family, I'm nothing. I won't put Jiang Churan in a tough spot. He clenched his fist. When I have absolute power, clans, families, factions, they'll all be dust beneath my feet. It's just a matter of time. Song Xiaolin hid a grin behind a piece of bread. Brother Yi, you're a true gigachad. I support you forever. I'm officially the captain of the Zhou Ran ship. Zhou Yi's sweat dropped. Wu Meng slammed his chopsticks down on the table. 10 universities entered the arena for the national finals. It is a battle royale between the top colleges of the country. Every school has to fight every other school. That is 45 matches of pure chaos to decide the top 3 kings of the hill. Today is match number 9, the big one. If we win this, the championship trophy is basically ours. Dean Su looks at the squad. Don't get cocky just because you're fighting Suhang University. The team yells in unison. Understood. Wu Mang throws a fist in the air, all hype. Dean Su turns to the girl in the corner. Sun Xiao, you're subbing in. Don't let the pressure crush you. Jiang Feng steps up. Sun Xiao is a summoner. She is our secret weapon. The order is simple. Protect the girl at all costs. Dean Su sighs. As a teacher, I should be giving you a pep talk right now. But let's be real. With Wei He in a coma, our team's power level has tanked hard. And with a monster like Zhou Yi on the other side, taking first place feels like a fever dream. Dean Su thinks to himself, I never expected a rookie to be that broken. If our fighters are level 1, Zhou Yi is a level 3 boss. The guy isn't human. He is a glitch in the system. No, scratch that. He is a literal monster. A guy who can solo every top university without breaking a sweat. Dean Su clenches his fist, eyes burning. But listen to me. Even if we lose, we do not lose our pride. We are Madu University. Do not let them look down on us. Leave everything on that stage. Can you do that? The students scream back. Yes, sir. Let's go. Dean Su leads the charge. 5 warriors marching behind him with killer intent. But inside, Sun Tiao is spiraling. Even if Wei He was here, we'd still be toast. Is Mada University destined for 3rd place again? She pauses. Wait. 7 years ago, the captain was out. The team was an underdog. It was Madu versus Suhang back then too. Sun Qiao touches her face, a spark of hope igniting. Can I do it? Can I pull off a miracle comeback like the legends of the past? The drone camera buzzes overhead, the announcer's voice booming. The main event, Maju versus Suhan. The match you have all been waiting for is about to start. But first, let's talk loot. The Jiayan Professional Alliance has dropped some serious rewards for the top 3 teams. For the 3rd place squad, every member, including subs, gets a full set of 3-star gold gear. For the 2nd place team, you are looking at a full set of 4-star gold gear. But for the champions, the Alliance is going insane. Every single member gets a full set of 2-star epic gear. The crowd goes feral. Whoa, that is filthy rich. I am so jealous. The prize pool is double what it was last year. That is rich people money. I want to fight them just for being so rich. Zhou Yi strokes his chin, doing the math. Sure, a legendary weapon from the solo tournament is worth more than an epic set, but we are talking about a team prize. 7 pieces. Helmet, armor, belt, boots, weapon, necklace, and ring. 10 people on the team. 70 pieces of epic gear? That is worth 2 legendary weapons easily. Wang Tixing cracks his knuckles, grinning like a shark. Haha, payday came early, boys. Those epic items are as good as mine. The announcer cuts in. Prizes set. Suhang University, step up. Madu University, step up. Both teams march to the center. The crowd chants like a war cry. Suhang. Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. Madu, let's go. The fighters take their stances. Zhou Yi looks bored. 3, 2, 1, fight. Sun Qiao's face goes cold. The air freezes. Zhou Yi's squad rushes in. Attack. Zhou Yi grips a massive hammer. Wang Tixin is laughing maniacally. Sun Qiao raises her hand, mana gathering into a blinding sphere. She chants the ancient words, I summon thee, Baby Dragon Rias, Killer Bee Jack, Giant Serpent Hadida, Hell Guardian Sebius, Lion King Kamala. 5 beasts materialize from thin air, surrounding Sun Qiao like a fortress. The spirit beasts roar, charging straight at Zhou Yi. The Lion King screams, blasting a wave of golden energy. Tang Lingxi raises her staff blocked and reflected. She sends the blast right back. The killer bees swarm, tails twitching. Song Xiaolin weaves a spell, talismans flying out. The paper charms stick to the bees' tails. Song Xiaolin snaps her fingers. Boom! The bugs explode like fireworks. Meanwhile, Wang Taixian is wrestling the giant snake. Jiang Churen spins her weapon, a whirlwind of steel. She slashes through the Hell Guardian. Zhou Yi dances through the chaos, dodging attacks like water. His eyes sharpen. Not bad. Real combat really levels you up. Their teamwork is 30% better than the data said. Jiang Feng and the blonde girl are stunned, jaws on the floor. Sun Qiao stays calm, casting another spell. Zhou Yi clears the mobs with his single swing. He throws a devastating punch straight at Sun Qiao. She doesn't even blink, she just closes her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, glowing with eldritch power. A massive hand rips through the void, catching the hammer. Zhou Yi frowns. What is this pressure? Sun Qiao grits her teeth, pouring mana into the summon. The beast, Lingyan, with eyes like burning coals, catches the attack. It slams a fist down. Zhou Yi grinds his teeth, forced to block. The ground beneath him shatters. Lingyan roars, a blue circle igniting as it fires a storm of energy darts. Sun Qiao gasps. She tries to summon Hadida for defense. But Lingyan, the beast grabs the snake by the throat. It squeezes. Rip! Lingyan tears the snake's head off. It glares at Sun Qiao. Stop with the cheap tricks. Why did you summon me, human? Sun Qiao trembles, shielding her face. Fight! She points a shaking finger at Zhou Yi. Destroy him. The stats appear. Lingyan. Level 24, Legendary Rank. The Infernal Ape King. A naturally born legendary rank disaster master of flame. These things are rarer than a shiny pull in a gacha game. Seeing one, it's a toss-up between hitting the jackpot or signing your own death warrant. As the beasts unleash a roar that shook the arena, Zhou Yi's gaze hardened. A legendary rank summon. The Infernal Ape King. The monster locked eyes with Sun Qiao and sneered, Prepare to welcome your demise, human. Sun Qiao frantically waved his hands, terrified out of his mind. Wait, hold up. I didn't mean to summon you. Debris exploded everywhere as he cowered. I didn't mean it. The Ape King lunged. Wang Tixin's jaw dropped. How the hell is that a legendary rank summon? Tang Lingxi didn't hesitate, gripping her staff to cast Aqua Shield. A sea of blue light erupted, wrapping them in a protective embrace. The Ape King dodged with terrifying speed. Song Xiaolin threw her hands out, chanting the incantation loudly. Yellow Earth as the foundation. Spirit of the land as the source. Earth spirits of the 4 directions, heed my command. A massive rock wall jutted up, she thought. The Aqua Shield is A+ rank defense, and Xiao Sai boosted it to level 8. It tanked a combo from the Qingjing assassin earlier without a scratch. But against this Infernal Ape King, it can't even withstand a single casual hit. Crack. One punch from the Ape King pulverized the rock into dust. Wang Tixin dashed in front of Song Xiaolin, activating Iron Fortress. A crimson barrier materialized instantly. The beast leaped high, clasping its massive hands together like a hammer, and slammed down on the shield. Boom! Song Xiaolin gasped, turning back. Thank God for Brother Yi's buffs. He more than doubled our skill efficiency. Without him, that ape would have smashed right through my defense. Legendary beasts are insane. Brother Yi, what's the play here? Zhou Yi raised his hand, casting Sacred Aegis. A glowing sigil flared to life. The infernal ape king slashed its razor-sharp claws straight at him. Zhou Yi glanced back at his squad. "Leave the match to me. Get off the stage. Now." Song Xiaolin, Tang Lingxi, and Wang Teixin shouted in unison. "Say what?" Wang Teixin tried to laugh it off. "You joking, boss? That's not some student from Magic City U, that's a legendary monster. It doesn't hold back. One hit and we're toast." Zhou Yi stared him down cold. "Do I look like I'm cracking jokes? I have a plan to handle the red flame ape. But once the real fight starts, I can't waste energy protecting you guys." Jiang Churan looked at him, her eyes swimming with worry. "Brother Zhou Yi, we don't need protection. We can fight." Tang Lingxi added desperately. "My power might be small, but I want to contribute something." Song Xiaolin's eyes went wide. "Brother Yi, we're a team." Wham! Another heavy punch from the beast. Zhou Yi explained rapidly. "Against a legendary beast, one slip-up means death. Even if the healers revive you, you lose 30% of your stats and enter a 3-month weakened state. No combat training allowed. Have you calculated that cost?" Zhou Yi placed a gentle hand on Jiang Churan's head, ruffling her hair. "I know you're scared I can't handle it solo, but the truth is, your presence is the only thing distracting me." Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Churan with soft eyes. "Besides, it's just a little legendary beast." The crowd below went wild. A girl screamed, "What a god-tier plot twist. It's like the scene from 7 years ago all over again." Summoner Sun Qiao, the sub from Magic City U, actually pulled a legendary beast. The MC grabbed the mic, shouting, "Can Zhou Yi turn the tide of this disaster? Who will take the team championship?" The redhead smirked viciously. "Ha! A legendary beast is game over. Zhou Yi is dead meat. Just like gear, beast aptitude is ranked bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. Even at the same level, different aptitudes mean a massive power gap. Take the skill charge, for example. On a bronze beast, it hits like a weak F rank or E rank human attack. But in the hands of a legendary beast, that same skill hits with at least A rank power, maybe even S rank. And what's scarier, legendary beasts have insane resistance to debuffs and HP bars that stretch for miles. The Goblin King in the Suju Abyss dungeon, that was only epic rank. To see a legendary beast in a friendly exchange match, it's absolutely mental. The undefeated myth of Zhou Yi ends today. The commentator gasped. "What's happening? Why are they forfeiting?" Song Xiaolin, Tang Lingxi, and Wang Teixin all had glowing rings appear under their feet, the sign of voluntary exit, granting invincibility. Zhou Yi turned back to look at Jiang Churan. She understood instantly. Jiang Churan declared, "I forfeit too." Pixelated fragments of light surrounded her. Zhou Yi stood his ground, holding back the beast with one hand. Jiang Churan paused. She looked back, her voice firm. "Brother Zhou Yi, win this." The Ape King slammed a fist into the barrier. Zhou Yi leaped away, dodging the impact. The beast roared in fury. Red aura flared around its arms. The ground cracked and shattered, sending debris flying through the smoke. But then, 2 drops of red blood splattered on the floor. The infernal Ape King stared pitifully at its severed tail tip. I'm bleeding?" Zhou Yi transformed. Hovering in the air, wielding a massive golden hammer, bathed in divine light, Jiang Churan and the others are safe offstage. Now I have nothing to worry about. Let's see just how tough this legendary beast really is. Dan Wei stuttered in shock. Am I dreaming?" Sun Qiao gasped. "Zhou Yi actually damaged a legendary beast?" The infernal Ape King glared at Zhou Yi. "Human, I sense a high-tier bloodline aura on you." The beast thought, "My race is born legendary. We are kings destined to rule absolutely. But in my memories, Mother warned me. There are supreme bloodlines that we must never, ever offend." The memory of his mother embracing him flashed by. And now, for the first time, I feel that supreme bloodline on a human. If he wasn't so pathetically weak, I would risk the summoning backlash to flee instantly. Luckily, he's just a lucky human who fused with a supreme bloodline. He hasn't unlocked its potential yet. The Ape King raised a fist wreathed in energy. "I was careless. Human, prepare yourself. I won't hold back anymore." It launched itself into the air. Blue energy swirled around its hand, eyes glowing crimson. It summoned its weapon, a spiked flail connected by a heavy chain. The Ape King gripped its weapon tight. Zhou Yi stood calm amidst the chaos. "Bring it on." He extended his hand, chains of light. A golden chain shot out like a viper. The blazing spirit ape roared, smashing its weapon against the chains with a deafening clang. But Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He instantly unleashed the light brilliance spell. Boom. A massive surge of azure energy detonated. The ape got knocked back, dragging its weapon through the earth to stop the momentum. its red eyes burning with rage. Zhou Yi's eyes widened, not a scratch on it. Elder Zhu completely lost his cool, shouting, "Stop the match. Cut the feed right now. We can't let our family's future get destroyed here." Zhu Heng spun around, sprinting for the exit. "I'm finding Wu Mang immediately." Elder Zhu screamed at his back. "I don't care if we offend Suheng University. We have to save Zhou Yi." Dean Cheng looked anxious too. "Professor Wu, give it up. If Zhou Yi dies here, Central Xia loses a future general." The crowd buzzed in agreement. "Facts. That kid is destined to rule a region. Dying in a tournament is for idiots." Zhu Heng burst into the room. "Professor Wu, I'm begging you, throw in the towel. The Zhu family will pay 100 times the penalty." Even the assistant next to Wu Mang nodded. "We can't sacrifice a genius for a meaningless rank. Hurry up and call it." But Wu Mang just dug a finger in his ear, totally bored. "You think I'm stupid?" He flashed back to the principal's question. "What is Zhou Yi's true limit?" The principal had said, "Relax. Unless it's a legendary beast above level 26, Zhou Yi eats them for breakfast." Wu Mang watched the screen intently. After level 20, the power gap between ranks is basically a canyon. Humans or beasts, it doesn't matter. Even with equal stats, a level 26 beast stomps a 24. Zhou Yi just hit 24. He's still 2 levels short of the danger zone. He smirked, expecting him to win. Impossible. Zhu Heng looked ready to cry. "Bro, aren't you afraid he'll actually die?" The spirit ape raised its weapon high, eyes glowing, and smashed down. Zhou Yi shouted, "Light of judgment." Zap! A bolt of lightning fried the beast. It howled in agony. The beast thought, "This holy power. My limbs are going numb." Zhou Yi didn't let up. "Have another one." Light of judgment. The monster screamed again. It blocked a hit and roared. "Human, show me what you've really got." Hovering above, Zhou Yi calculated. "My light of judgment is already an A-rank skill at level 14. With the holy light buff and my S+ talent, plus the angelic transformation, my stats just doubled. This firepower could instantly delete an epic rank goblin in an abyss dungeon. But against this guy, it's just superficial damage. He heals instantly. It's like I never even touched him." Zhou Yi frowned. "That regen is totally broken." Whoosh. The ape teleported right in front of him. Golden energy flashed, chains whipping around the beast. It looked up, absolutely livid. "These tricks are annoying." Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. "I've beaten a legend-ranked demon before, but that demon was hard countered by my light attribute. It was an elemental mismatch. I never saw a legend's full potential. I need to analyze this mob if I want to win next time." Suddenly, the ape's attack speed spiked. He's getting faster. That means his resistance to light magic is building up by the second. This is bad. Insane adaptability. No wonder humanity almost went extinct in the Dark Era. Monsters are just built different. The attacks rained down. Zhou Yi spread his arms, chanting fast. "Divine grace, guardian shield, self-blessing, courage of the gods. I need to stack the opening buffs before the angel transformation takes full effect. Once I'm in angel form with these enhancements, that's my true peak state." The spirit ape launched into the air, shattering the arena floor. Li Xin gasped. "No way. Zhou Yi can get even stronger," a bystander noted. "Lucky, if the summoner dies, the summon goes poof." Jiang Feng scoffed. "You think he forgot that?" The lion roared. Jiang Feng shouted, "Focus up. Protect Xiao Qiao at all costs." Li Xin nodded. "Got it." The trio took their stance, but then Zhou Yi emerged. His body was wrapped in golden aura, holding divine lightning like a spear. The ape wasn't done either. Crimson flame armor materialized, and it fused its weapons into a colossal staff. At the same time, a massive golden palm, huge as a mountain, crashed down. The collision shattered reality itself. Boom! The hand hit the earth. The shockwave annihilated everything in its path. The crowd screamed, scrambling in terror. Suddenly, the third-turn mage from the Xia Flame Alliance stepped forward, flipping open her grimoire. Time to work. Water droplets swirled and converged as she chanted. Aegis of the Tides. A whirlpool shield formed, blocking the raging inferno. The black-haired guy exhaled. Whew! Clutch save. The pink-haired girl clapped. Thank God. That's the Xia Flame Alliance for you. We're safe. The guy in the t-shirt was shaking. I thought I was dead meat. I was seriously wondering if a priest could resurrect my ashes. But the third-turn mage, she wasn't smiling. Her fingers danced over the pages. We predicted a fierce battle. We cranked the barrier up to level 7. That should stop a full power hit from a peak second-turn mage. She froze, staring at the destruction. But Zhu Yi, his single attack just pulverized it. This hasn't happened in a century. Central Xia has birthed a true monster, a glory for humanity. The dust cleared. The team stood frozen, watching the lightning fade. And there stood the blazing spirit ape, looking absolutely murderous. Smoke hissed from its grated teeth. It thought, damn human, relying on light and ice elements. You're gonna pay. The corruption in my blood is eating away at my regeneration. Damn you humans. Damn your holy light. The beast smashed the earth in a frenzy, cracking the ground beneath it. I am a great demon. How can I fall here? But then, Zhou Yi descended like a meteor straight for its face. He was a speck of dust compared to the behemoth, yet his fist carried the weight of a mountain. The monster toppled backward, roaring in agony. In a flash, he launched himself forward. Die. Zhou Yi delivered a devastating kick, shattering the beast's balance. At that moment, a brilliant golden light bathed the arena. Debris exploded into the air. The spirit avatars of the bird and lion wailed in terror. Jiang Feng and Sun Chao stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down their spines. Do you yield, or do you want to die? Sun Qiao closed her eyes, extinguishing her magical aura. We. Her voice echoed across the silent stadium. We surrender. Dean Su exhaled a heavy breath of relief, while Elder Zhou couldn't hide his proud grin. Moments later, the commentary booth exploded with excitement. The victors of this team battle are Suhang University. Let's hear it for the new champions. Give it up for the MVP, Zhou Yi. Without his miraculous comeback, this legendary battle wouldn't have been possible. The crowd roared his name like a chant. Zhou Yi. God Yi. The announcer continued. After 45 grueling matches between 10 universities, the preliminaries are over. Here are the final standings. First place, undefeated with 9 wins and 0 losses, Suhang University. Second place, with 8 wins, Magic Capital University. Third place, 7 wins, Qingjing University. The cheers were deafening. Suhang, Zhou Yi, God Yi. Suddenly, a brown-haired commentator leaned into the mic. It is terrifying to think Zhou Yi is only 18. With combat power like this, his name is destined for the apex of China's professional scene. On the field, the golden aura faded. Zhou Yi returned to his normal form, panting and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Zhou Yi. It was Jiang Churen. She rushed to his side. How does the angelic body feel? Nearby, a cameraman frantically signaled his crew. Quick, zoom in on the couple. My ratings depend on this ship. The livestream view count skyrocketed to 50,000 instantly. Zhou Yi gently patted her head. Sorry for making you worry. The level up left me a bit drained, but I'm fine. The chat went wild with comments. Confirmed, they are definitely a couple. I knew my eyes didn't deceive me. Others cried in the chat. Please, stop feeding us this dog food. My single heart is shattering. God Yi belongs to the people. Another fan typed, Fairy Churin is a goddess. Suddenly, a massive hand blocked the camera lens. Cough. The chat raged immediately. Who dares block the view? We were just getting to the good part. Admin, ban that guy. I'll drop a super rocket if you remove the hand. But the hand belonged to the terrifying instructor, Wu Mang. Crunch. He crushed the camera with a grip of steel, smiling menacingly. No private streaming after the match. Do I need to teach you the rules again? The blood drained from the students' faces. Wu Mang turned his gaze to Zhou Yi, his tone shifting. Head back to the villa. It is time to brief you on the final stage. The survival game. A survival game? Later, back at the base. The survival game is the grand finale. All contestants from the 10 universities will enter a free-roaming dungeon. Wu Mang clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grim. Unlike the simulations in round 4, this is reality. This is a genuine open-world dungeon. Anything can happen. Even the strong will fall if their luck runs out. You could be eliminated the moment you step inside. He displayed a hologram. Slay monsters to earn points. A high-tier kill grants 100 points. The rules are brutal. If you are forced to use the surrender flag, you lose 500 points instantly. The enemy who forces your surrender gains those 500 points. Eliminate a rival team, and you steal half their total stash. The team with the highest score after 7 days takes the crown. He pointed to the map. The dungeon is massive. However, the playable area will shrink daily. You must keep moving toward the safe zones. Fail to reach the safe zone in time, and you are eliminated. Also, remember this, your spawn points are completely random. If you encounter the void boundary, run. A shadow of deep grief crossed Wu Mang's face. The spatial rifts in the void can shred a third advancement warrior in a heartbeat. The students gulped in unison. Understood. That night, footsteps echoed in a dark corridor. It was Dean Su. He approached a secure facility, and the steel doors slid open automatically. The air inside was suffocatingly heavy. A voice cut through the silence. Dean Su. You kept us waiting. Su walked to the table. Why gather the team leaders of Suhang University at this hour, Dean Cheng? Dean Cheng replied calmly. Dean Su. barring any accidents. Su Hang is set to take first place in the survival match. He paused, his eyes narrowing. But are you truly satisfied with that? Meanwhile, in a different location, a blue-haired girl channeled her mana. A drone hovered above her, broadcasting live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of the National Freshman Tournament. The survival game begins now. This marathon lasts 7 days and 7 nights. No stadium audience, watch it all exclusively on the app. Let me introduce the battlefield. A massive, ancient stone structure began to materialize through the mist. The announcer's voice trembled with hype. This is no ordinary simulation. Intel confirms this is an ancient relic, a battlefield of the beast clans. Behold, the imperial ruins of 10,000 beasts. The contestants' eyes burned with anticipation as the gates opened. Yo, listen up. A voice cuts through the air. You don't need a calendar to know what time it is. It's beast battle time, and the forecast calls for 100% chaos and danger. The wilds are crawling with high-tier demon beasts lurking in the shadows. We're talking razor-sharp claws and gnarly fangs just waiting to tear you apart. So you better stay frosty and ready to throw hands with anyone daring enough to rush in. He continued. Every inch of this dirt, every innocent-looking rock, could be hiding a forgotten legendary artifact, or maybe some god-tier loot buried deep. But only the insane, the brave and smart have the guts to dig up these dark secrets. Some rookie hears this and gets all starry-eyed, shouting, artifacts, rare loot? If I snag one of those, am I set for life or what? The black-haired dude nearby cringes hard. He thinks, bro, which school raised such a noob? The military definitely swept this dungeon clean ages ago. You really think they left any treasure for us? Just then, the massive gates creak open. The announcer screams, contestants, grip those weapons tight. Trust your gut. Face the danger. We are waiting for a legend to be born. Black hair spots Zhou Yi and starts sweating bullets immediately. Please, God, don't let me run into that monster in the early game. Even in a basic T, that guy radiates pure boss energy. Then there's the other dude. Long cloak dragging near his ankles, mysterious vibe, looking expensive and deadly. It's Zhou Yi and Wei He, standing back to back like absolute units. Zhou Yi's brain is working overtime. Even if we touch, the teleporter is going to scatter us. It's going to take a sec to find the squad again. While he's lost in thought, he hears footsteps. Wei He is dipping. Zhou Yi spins around instantly. Humph. Wei He pops a speed buff. 1,000-mile dash. Gone in a blink. Zhou Yi just smirks. Moron. You have 0 points right now. Why would I waste energy crushing you? He summons a massive hammer, looking totally demonic. You gotta fatten the rabbit up before you slaughter it, right? Meanwhile, deep in the woods, a flash of green light. It's Helan, eyes shut, entering total focus mode. She senses a red blur jumping through the canopy. She freezes, locking onto the hostile signal. North side, 1,000 meters out. Can't ID the school uniform yet. She snaps one eye open, drawing her bowstring taut. Could it be Zhou Yi? Twang. The arrow screams through the air. The target spots the incoming death. Spirit arrow. Wei He jukes hard. Yo. Helan. Friendly. It's me. His sharp gaze freezes the arrow midair. Helan chills out. Lucky, you shouted. Nice reflexes. Why are you running like a maniac, though? He scratches his cheek, acting awkward. Did you run into the Suhang University crew? Internal monologue time. Can't tell her I burned a flash step just to run away from a monster like Zhou Yi. They start walking, she explains. Nope, my plant empathy skill. Scans everything within 10 miles where there's greenery. And congrats, you're the only living thing I picked up on the radar. He nods. Cool. Since we have that pact, let's roll together. Safety in numbers. She agrees. Bet. Somewhere else. Back in the real world, Black Hair is watching the stream, totally confused. Yo, Suhang and Qingjing are teaming up. What is that about? Glasses guy chills on his bed, reading a book. Relax. Their power levels are close. They're too scared to fight each other yet. Plus, this dungeon is a death trap. Teaming up early is the big brain play. The survival drama gets way juicier later on. It's only day 1. By day 7, the trackers go live. That's when the real PvP bloodbath starts. The kid nods. Ah, makes sense. Back in the arena, a horde of freaky monsters charges in. Zhou Yi just drops 2 fingers like a judge. Drop, boom, instant wipeout. System pings, points plus 100. Elsewhere, green goblins rush out, screaming, human trash. You're in my hood now. Get him. Kill. Kill. Zhou Yi doesn't even flinch. His right arm flares with blue energy. Ice Age, baby. Freeze frame. The mobs turn into statues. He snaps his fingers, crack, and the ice shatters. Next up, giant spiders. Points raining down. Plus 500. Plus 50. He swings his hammer blindly behind his back. Splat. Spider pancake. System goes crazy. Plus 1,200. Area clear. Zhou Yi smirks and taps the blue interface. Took down the big bad. Let's see how fat my score is. He pulls up the stats. A mechanic is a one-man army. I can scout with bots to dodge the bosses, farm the trash mobs, and split push all at once. Dean Wu wasn't lying. This is a playground for summoners and mechanics. Leaderboard check. Rank 1, Zhou Yi. 15,792 points. Rank 2, Wang Xuan. 5,000 points. Rank 3, Li Mengzi. 2,000. Gap is massive. Now, where is Jiang Churan? Helan, Wei Tiexin, Tang Lingxi, all doing okay. There she is. Rank 9, Jiang Churan. 2,049 points. Rank 10, Wang Jiexin. Rank 11, Helan. Wait. Zhou Yi freezes. His eyes go wide. What the hell? Tan Wei and Zhang Tai aren't S-tier gods, but they aren't scrubs either. They should be mid-pack at least. Why are they tanking so hard? Rank 72, Tan Wei, 540 points. Rank 81, Zhang Tai, 470. Zhou Yi's hand stops. His face drops in shock. Tan Wei is out. The status flickers. Rank 72, Tan Wei. Eliminated. His mind races. 3 ways to get booted. Traps, beasts, or PvP. The circle hasn't started shrinking yet. It's not a trap death. They haven't reached the red zones. Zhou Yi grips his weapon, remembering a terrifying giant snake. Something is wrong. Just because Tan Wei is sitting on the bench doesn't mean he's weak trash. Trust me, among all the players in this tournament, his power level is easily upper tier. The guy moves like a shadow, taking 0 unnecessary risks. If he runs into a monster stronger than a boss, he's got the skills to ghost them instantly. Suddenly, a chill ran down Zhou Yi's spine. Could the other players be forming an alliance? He recalled those snakes from earlier, their smiles dripping with malice. In this secret realm, you don't just watch out for beasts, you watch your back. The weaklings are teaming up to hunt the strong, turning this survival game into a massacre. They're hunting down solo players like prey. Since the teleportation spawns are random, every squad should have been scattered to the winds at the start. Cooperation should be impossible this early in the game. But before he could analyze it further, the announcer's voice boomed across the sky. Attention all contestants. The barrier is collapsing. You have 3 hours to reach the safe zone, or you will be eliminated. Move or die. Hearing that, Zhou Yi froze. 3 hours? Somewhere nearby, a blur of motion tore through the ravine with lightning speed. The figure cursed. Just my rotten luck. It was Zhou Yi, pushing his body to the limit. His mind raced as fast as his feet. The safe zone has never shrunk this aggressively before. I have to go full throttle if I want to make it inside the barrier before time runs out. Tan Wei's situation will have to wait. Suddenly, a flash of azure light exploded on the mountain peak. Zhou Yi drifted, changing course straight toward the signal. Zhou Yi activated his movement arts, rushing the peak where he sensed Tang Lingxi's aura. She was mid-battle, blasting a girl with water arrows when Wu Kang tried a dirty sneak attack. Tang Lingxi whipped around, eyes blazing. He launched a heavy strike, sneering. You're as annoying as a third-rate side character. She instantly manifested a shield to tank the hit. A split second later, she countered with a rock hammer art. A massive, spiked sphere materialized above his head. The hammer crashed down, flattening Wu Kang. His eyes bulged in shock. Tang Lingxi frowned, dusting off her hands. What a drag. Didn't your master teach you never to underestimate your opponent, or do you just have brain damage? Suddenly, Luo Sheng leaped from the shadows to ambush her. Tang Lingxi shifted into a combat stance. Did you think I forgot there were 2 of you rats? She slammed her staff into the earth with tremendous force. Before he could land a hit, rocks swarmed him like angry hornets. Stone bind. Luo Sheng was encased in a sphere of earth, crushing him right alongside Wu Kang. Both ambushers were immobilized. Tang Lingxi panted, sweat beading on her forehead. Are you going to tap out, or do I have to break a few bones first? A slow, mocking clap echoed through the clearing. Tang Lingxi's eyes widened as she spotted Li Jian lurking in the corner. Seriously? Another camper? He stepped out, looking at her with twisted admiration. I never expected Suhang University to hide such a top-tier elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang's talents were being suppressed by her teammates. What a waste! The moment he stopped talking, his pack of hounds lunged at her throat. She glared at him, shouting, "Shut your trap." She unleashed a barrage of water arrows, shredding the incoming beasts. But in that chaotic second, a shadow hound materialized behind Tang Lingxi, sinking its fangs into her arm. Li Jian laughed maniacally. Perfect. Rip her arm off. He sneered internally. Without her staff, Her casting speed and damage are garbage. She's defenseless. There is no way she can beat me now. Fearless, Tang Lingxi smirked, a dangerous glint in her eye. If you see an opening, you better make sure it's real. A magic circle instantly ignited beneath her feet. Li Jian's face went pale, screaming, "How can you cast without a staff?" The air screamed as a massive explosion detonated. The shockwave blasted Li Jian backward, vaporizing his hounds instantly. As the smoke cleared, the system interface popped up. System alert, contestant Li Jian from Qingkang University has sustained critical damage. Status, comatose. Elimination confirmed. Contestant Tang Lingxi receives 1,050 points. But the victory came at a cost. She collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, my mana is completely dry. Seeing her vulnerable, one of the trapped rats, Wu Kang, threw a dagger with killing intent. Suddenly, a foot intercepted the blade out of nowhere. Wu Kang watched in horror. What the hell? Standing there, blocking the path of death, was Zhou Yi. His eyes burned with fury as he raised his leg. You are courting death. His kick landed like a cannonball, creating a sonic boom. Tang Lingxi weakly lifted her head. With her last ounce of strength, she whispered, "Brother Yi," before blacking out. The system immediately announced the judgment. System alert, contestant Wu Kang from Yueki University has sustained critical damage. Elimination confirmed. Contestant Zhou Yi receives 1,240 points. While Zhou Yi was healing Tang Lingxi, his instincts screamed. He glanced sideways. That rat Luo Sheng was preparing one final desperate sneak attack. Zhou Yi shot him a look so full of bloodlust it froze the air. Terrified, the system announced that Luo Sheng from Chaoyang University had forfeited. Contestant Tang Lingxi receives 1,860 points. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Those three were definitely working together. They entered this match specifically to hunt Lingxi. This wasn't random. It was a hit job. He scooped her up and moved to a concealed location. Suddenly, his AI bracelet buzzed. Rank 69, Zhang Jie, 680 points. Eliminated. Tang Lingxi woke up just in time to see the same notification. Rage boiled over in her voice. Zhang Jie must have been jumped by these shameless scumbags too. She turned to Zhou Yi, confusion mixing with anger. Brother Yi, this whole setup reeks of a conspiracy. The spawn points are supposed to be RNG. How did they group up on day one and pinpoint our exact coordinates? Zhou Yi's expression darkened. I'm guessing they used some forbidden technique to track everyone's location. Tang Lingxi screamed in frustration. That's cheating. How dare they rig a national tournament like this? Look, he added with a dismissive shrug. If some freak actually possesses a special skill like that, the rules can't touch them. You can't call it cheating just because they're overpowered. But if they're playing dirty in the shadows, his eyes practically glowed with murderous intent. I'll make sure they lose everything. Total destruction. I'll ruin them. Tang Lingxi's voice trembled, eyes wide with worry. Jiang, Churan, and the squad. They're scattered. Surrounded. I'm scared. Zhou Yi's gaze softened, his voice a gentle shield against her fear. 9 schools teamed up just to drag me down, he scoffed. For 6 days, they chipped away at my strength. And now, they're coming for the kill, shot on the final day. Getting surrounded, that was destiny knocking. But he didn't flinch. A smirk played on his lips as he dropped the ultimate truth on them. In the face of absolute power, your little schemes are trash. Everything they did to us these past 6 days? Oh, I'm paying that back double, with interest. His insane confidence made her cheeks burn. Brother Yi, she whispered, heart racing. He grabbed his sword, ready to bounce, but tossed one last protective order over his shoulder. You're still hurt. Chug that potion and stay put tonight. I'm gonna go exterminate every beast in this area code. Don't move. Days later, the sky buzzed with drones. November 20th, 2064. The final day of the survival match is officially online. It was the National Freshman Showdown. 74 players left to unleash a total massacre and claim the throne. Let the bloodbath begin. Player coordinates are now live on your A.S. bracelets, the system announced. Get ready, folks. We're about to witness the birth of a legend. The crowd went wild. The hype was real. Everyone was dying to see who would survive the final kill zone of this brutal tournament. Suhang University was down to the wire. Just Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi, and Jiang Churan left standing. Against them, a massive army of 71 haters from 9 different schools. The odds were impossible. Could Zhou Yi actually solo an alliance of 9 schools? Suddenly, the drone pinged a new location. The vast, unforgiving desert. A squad lay in wait, eyes peeled on the horizon. Heads up, one shouted. Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi are heading straight for our trap. Wei he scanned the map and barked orders like a general. Jiang Churan is northwest. She's tough, sure, But she's no freak of nature like Zhou Yi. She's got 10 bogeys closing in. Song Jialan, take 5 elites, link up with that squad, and take Jiang Churen out of the game. Permanently. We've got 47 fighters here just for Zhou Yi. Song Xiaolan didn't hesitate. Done. As soon as the orders dropped, the tension skyrocketed. Wei, he turned to the mob, voice booming to boost morale. Clocking his speed, that monster will be at our doorstep in about 60 minutes. This is it. Our ranking depends on this brawl. Wake up. Give 100%. Get ready to fight for your lives. Meanwhile, steel flashed in the distance. Jiang Churan was wrecking house. Anyone dumb enough to rush her got instantly stomped and sent flying. Song Xiaolan stepped onto the battlefield, smirking. Yo, Jiang Churan. Been a while since we actually threw down for real, huh? She drew her bow, aiming right at Jiang Churan's heart. Call it bullying if you want. Once this tournament's over, we can play fair. But not today. Jiang Churan let out a cold laugh. Little Lan, why wait? Boom. Her aura detonated like a bomb. She glared, eyes blazing with rebellious fire. Zhou Yi's been carrying the team, so you losers thought I was an easy target? Think again. Today, class is in session, and I'm teaching you a lesson. Song Xiaolan froze. What the hell? It was the succubus transformation. She couldn't believe it. Jiang Churan actually mastered the succubus bloodline. Even with 24 of us, we have to go all out. Song Xiaolan panicked, firing arrows like a machine gun to cover the mob and screaming orders. Get her, she screamed. Meanwhile, deep in the desert, 2 massive beasts were locked in a savage deathmatch, tearing each other apart. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure crushed the air. The beasts bolted in fear. Wei He and Wang Xuan stood their ground. Until the earth started shaking violently. Sandstorms raged. Wei Yi, he squinted through the dust. Zhou Yi. As the words left his mouth, a colossal shadow tore through the storm. A giant had arrived, riding atop the giant like kings, Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. Wei Yi sneered, trying to look tough. Zhou Yi, you should feel honored, man. We gathered 47 of the absolute best elites just to take you down. Zhou Yi just laughed, a sound dripping with pure mockery. Really? 47 elites? Please. His eyes swept over them like they were bugs. All I see is a pile of trash waiting to be taken out. The insult hit home. The crowd exploded. You cocky little punk. But Zhou Yi didn't blink. He just tilted his head, smiling. What's wrong? Did I stutter? Aren't every single one of you losers my leftovers? He pointed a finger right at their faces, challenging the whole world. You needed an army to wipe out half of Su Hang's team. Now you're teaming up again? Pathetic. Without your little gang. You wouldn't even have the guts to look me in the eye. Bring it on. You're weak. Even together, you're nothing. They were foaming at the mouth with rage, but Zhou Yi stood tall, a god looking down at mortals. I'll show you. A million ants can't kill a dragon. War broke out. Wang Xuan moved first, unleashing his ultimate. Blood Arbiter. His crew was right behind him, powering up their skills. Flames heed my call. Blazing blade art. The mob rushed in. Zhou Yi leaped off the giant, shouting back to Tang Lingxi. Wait there. Ding. System notifications flooded his vision. Bravery bestowed. Boom. He hit the ground like a meteor, shaking the battlefield. Zero hesitation. Weapon in hand, he charged into the horde. The system glowed. Blessing of the Dawn activated. One swing was all it took. Bodies flew through the air. Every strike cleared a path of destruction. A student gasped, watching the carnage. He's too fast. But another guy gritted his teeth in denial. He's just a freshman. There's no way he beats 47 of us. No way. A wall of summoned beasts blocked his path. Zhou Yi didn't stop. He dove straight into the nightmare as a claw reached out to crush him. Fist clashed against fist. Zhou Yi's power didn't just hit it, obliterated that monster instantly. But the other players, they weren't done yet. Angel Body Field, Guardian of Light, Mana Defense. They popped every shield they had. Zhou Yi smashed through one layer, sure, but the barrier still held strong. The pink-haired trio smirked, thinking they were safe. 6 layers left. We totally blocked him. He can't touch us. Zhou Yi actually laughed at their ignorance. Blocked me. He pointed a finger, grinning like a predator. That was just the warm-up. Suddenly, the sky itself seemed to fall. A colossal hand materialized from the heavens. Wang Xuan's face went ghost white. The rest of the squad? Frozen stiff, paralyzed by sheer terror. Survival instinct finally kicked in. Screams erupted, dodge, run for it. Move or you're dead. While everyone scrambled like rats. Wang Xuan stood his ground. Wei, he screamed, Wang Xuan, are you crazy? The system was flashing red alerts. Danger, critical level, but he didn't budge. Wang Xuan grit his teeth. Even if it's a 0% chance, I'm taking the shot. This was the counter-strat he cooked up during his replay analysis. He frantically assembled metal plates based on his calculations. I studied that match. I know his moves. I watched the Hand of God replay 100 times. It looks invincible, but the energy is scattered. He welded the plates, desperate. If I build a dispersed kinetic shield, maybe, just maybe, I can survive one fatal hit. Shield assembled. Zhou Yi's Hand of God descended like a meteor. Wang Xuan roared, adrenaline spiking, "Come and get some." Boom. The Hand of God crushed the barrier like it was paper. The ground shattered, dust choking the air. Zhou Yi hovered above the destruction like a literal deity. "Your lives are in my palm," he announced, cold as ice. "Surrender or die." But Wei He, that guy wasn't ready to fold. "Zhou," he screamed, launching a desperate strike. Flame lock wind. A torrent of fire roared toward the target. Wei, he gasped for air, totally drained. If Zhou Yi blocks this, his back is open. Right on cue, the rest of the mob rushed in for the kill. Hurricane slash. Azure silver sword. They unleashed everything, ganging up on him. Wei, he smirked. "We got him now. The trap is set. Even if they couldn't knock him out, they'd at least cripple him." Seeing the ant swarm approaching, Zhou Yi just sighed. "You guys really don't get it." He blocked the attacks with one hand. "I've been way too soft on you, no more mercy." He unleashed light of judgment on every single one of them. Wang Xuan hit the dirt, totally defeated. He's even stronger than before, he realized bitterly. He expected a war, but this was a massacre. It was a total stomp. If I knew he was this OP, we wouldn't have bothered teaming up with those 9 other schools. He stared at the surrender button. Humiliation washed over him. Great. Now I'm the laughingstock of the entire country. Up in the VIP box, Director Wu laughed his head off. 9 schools teaming up. Dean Cheng, you really went all out just to stop Suhang University, huh? Dean Cheng played dumb, keeping a poker face. Director Wu, whatever do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Wu rolled his eyes. Cut the act, we're all pros here. He started listing names like a grocery list of conspirators. Wei He from Magic City, Song Xiaolin from Shengjing, Li Jian. You think we're blind? Any idiot can see what you're pulling. He leaned in, voice dropping. Regular schools don't have the guts for a stunt like this. Magic City is safe at number 2. They wouldn't risk this mess. Only Capital City, the host, has the clout to organize a 9-school gang squad. Dean Cheng sweated internally. Capital City was getting wrecked. I had to do something to save face. This alliance was my only card. Flashback to the secret meeting. He had slammed the table. Dean Su. If Suhang takes first place in all 3 major events, where do we put our faces? We'll be a joke. Dean Su wasn't having it. Don't use us as excuses. Cheng. We're happy with second place. We ain't trying to fight for the throne. My Magic City University has been 3rd for years. Second place is a dream for us. We're not greedy. Cheng played his ace card. Join the alliance, and Capital City will gift each school an S-class resource. Call it A. Cooperation fee. That got Dean Su's attention. S-class resources change everything. It was a bribe he couldn't refuse. Dean Su smirked. Make it 2 points. Non-negotiable. Cheng grit his teeth but had no choice. Fine. Deal. Here's the plan. Cheng instructed the room. Don't eliminate each other. Work together. Target Suhang. Take out everyone from Suhang University. Except Zhou Yi. Leave the boss for last. If you see Zhou Yi, run. Wait until everyone is gathered, then crush him with numbers. Back in reality, Director Wu stared down the guilty deans. You guys are usually big shots. Why so quiet now? He turned his gaze. Dean Feng He. Feng, he jumped. Huh? Me? Wu narrowed his eyes. You're supposed to be a man of virtue. Isn't this dirty trick beneath you? Feng, he didn't even blink, smooth as a fox. Director Wu, that's harsh. It's called strategy. Cooperation is part of the game. We didn't break a single rule in the book. Wu scoffed, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. You think cheap tricks can stop a monster like Zhou Yi? Don't make me laugh. He looked at the screen. Real power crushes your little schemes every single time. Don't think for a second that your cheap tricks can handle a boss like me. Real powerhouses don't flinch at a challenge. Suhang University is taking the #1 spot, no matter who tries to target us. Meanwhile, another player smashed the teleport button, expecting an easy exit. But the system, it flashed a massive red warning. Error. Teleportation failed. Please wait patiently. Yeah, right? Wang Xuan freaked out, screaming. What the hell? Outside, the losers Zhou Yi had just wrecked were groaning in agony. It hurts. I surrender, damn it. I need a healer, now. Why is the exit broken? Wang Xuan's gut twisted. He sensed something was seriously wrong. We're in trouble. Suddenly, Reality glitched. A bizarre rift tore open the void, and from the shadows behind Zhou Yi, a pair of colossal, terrifying eyes snapped open. The deans watching the screens froze in shock. Wu Mang stared blankly, his mind racing. Why is that monstrosity inside the secret realm? Dean Cheng roared, "Hurry up. Force teleport every student out of there now." But down at the control console, chaos erupted. The operator looked like he'd seen a ghost. The space-time coordinates are unstable. I can't trigger the teleportation magic. The deans lost their cool, panic spreading through the room like wildfire. Those students are the future elite warriors of our Xia country. If they die in there, it's a devastating blow to the entire nation. This is a global live stream. If our rivals see this mess, our national reputation is going down the drain. We have to save those kids, whatever the cost. Even Wu Mang was sweating bullets, terrified for Zhou Yi's safety. Suddenly static. The screen glitched out, and the broadcast signal died completely. "Please reconnect." That message mocked them. The deans went wild, screaming at each other in the confusion. "We're blind at the most critical moment." "What are you doing?" "Back in the arena," someone yelled. "Did you see that freakish monster creeping up behind Zhou Yi?" "I didn't see it." Hearing the warning, Zhou Yi spun around on instinct. The void beast grazed past him. He summoned his weapon and smashed a heavy blow at the shadow, but it vanished into thin air. Zhou Yi frowned, confused. "It's gone?" Just then, Wang Xuan's mech slammed onto the ground nearby. Sticking the landing, Wang Xuan looked grim. Zhou Yi asked, "You know what that is?" Wang Xuan didn't hesitate. "That is a void beast. It's been sealed in this secret realm for ages. We haven't seen one of these nightmares surface in decades. It's a legend from the old generation's war stories. A creature born in the endless void, defying all logic and understanding. It phases through space-time cracks like a ghost, shifting between reality and nothingness. But its scariest power, it can literally tear space apart. It creates chaotic time turbulence. Get sucked in, and you're deleted from existence." Zhou Yi started to ask how it escaped, but a blood-curdling scream cut him off. The void beast fully materialized. Students shrieked in terror. "What the hell is that thing? Run for your lives." Zhou Yi wasn't running. He cocked his fist, energy surging. He threw a punch with apocalyptic force. Feeling the pressure, the beast's eyes snapped open. Too fast. It warped right in front of him and slashed his legs twice. Blood sprayed, and Zhou Yi gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open, dragging him in like a black hole. But panic, not his style. He launched a counterattack straight into the abyss. He fought the gravitational pull, but the void beast was cunning. It lurked inside the rift, ready to strike from the shadows. Zero hesitation. Zhou Yi roared, "Holy fist." The blast tore through the atmosphere, screaming like angry lightning across the sky. A brilliant dark pink arrow flew in to help, but the void beast seized control of it in a split second. Complete shutdown. Su Ran tackled Zhu Yi, shielding him from the shockwave. They slammed into the cold ground, skidding across the battlefield under the immense pressure. Song Shilan gripped her bow tight, shouting orders. "Form up. Everyone focus fire on that monster." Dust and white smoke swirled around them. Su Ran pushed herself up, realizing she was sitting on Zhou Yi. Beneath her, he looked exhausted, the battle taking a heavy toll. He gasped, struggling to speak. "Zhang Churan, why are you here?" She breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing I made it in time," she explained quickly. "I noticed no one could exit the instance. I guess something went wrong, so I came back to find you." But there was no time for romance. Zhou Yi sensed a spike in danger. The void beast had switched targets. A flash of golden energy intercepted the attack just in time. Boom. The earth shattered, cracked spider webbing everywhere from the impact. Song Xiaolin was too close. The blast wave swept her away. Su Ran screamed in horror. Song Xiaolin. Zhou Yi grit his teeth, barking orders. "Jiang Churen, I'm poisoned. I need a minute to purge this toxin. Protect the other students." The void beast went berserk. Now, it stood toe-to-toe with Jie. Its razor-sharp claws descended like a guillotine. Su Ran flashed in, throwing up a shield just in time. Jie stumbled back, trembling, his words failing him in the face of death. I, he stuttered. But the beast wasn't done. Its other massive hands swept across, aiming to crush him like a bug. Death was inches away when a familiar voice barked. "Charge up. Move. Sonic charm. Activate." Jie bent backward, his spine nearly snapping to dodge. He barely escaped the fatal blow. The void beast roared in frustration. "You little mongrel. You dare defy me?" Cheng Shan was dancing on a knife's edge, dodging attacks from a monster that outclassed him in every way. Where the hell did this thing come from? He struggled to hold the line, but hope was fading. A terrifying aura crushed down on them, accompanied by a cruel, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. You are nothing. Just a bunch of ants deluding yourselves into fighting the god of space and time. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi triggered self-heal and death resistance. This beast's power is too glitchy. Get too close, and it rips open. That dimensional rift is a total death zone. Get close, and you're toast. Try to snipe it, it just vanishes. The whole battlefield is absolute chaos. A massive raid party of players gathered, but against that ferocious monster, they were useless. And in the middle of that nightmare, Olivia was about to get wrecked until a pink energy whip snatched her up. Soren played the hero, tossed her to Lindsay, and immediately dove back into the fray. Lindsay caught the baggage and agreed to help, but Olivia, she completely lost it, screaming like a banshee. It's over. We're cooked. Lindsay tried to ice seal the girl's frozen arm. Chill out, let me patch you up first. But Olivia's face went pitch black with terror. We're done for. No one's walking out of here alive. It's a graveyard. Lindsay tried to hype her up, putting all her faith in their ace. Pull yourself together. Zane is a beast, he'll save us all. But Olivia wasn't hearing any of it. That's not what the teacher said. Lindsay grabbed Olivia's good arm, annoyed. What do you know? Huh. Olivia was spiraling hard, her words turning into a panicked mess. No, it's wrong. It's all different. Why is everything different? It wasn't supposed to be like this. And then she dropped a truth bomb that made Lindsay freeze, turning her whole world dark. Outside, the war between the Void Beast and the elite students was popping off. Flashes of ultimate attacks lit up the horizon like fireworks. The more Lindsay listened, the more her eyes widened in pure horror. Suddenly, a razor-sharp energy slash ripped through the air from miles away. Instant kill. It sliced an innocent bystander cleanly in two. Lindsay didn't waste a single frame, she spun around immediately. She had to fix this mess before the situation went from bad to critical. But the battle had hit its climax. Soren was literally inside the beast's mouth. Those jagged fangs clamped down tight on the Void Beast. Zane, Vance, and Lindsay realized the truth, but they were too slow. Before Zane could even reset his stance, shockwaves blasted him back. But he didn't care. He charged straight at the black hole, devouring everything in the distance. Soren! Lindsay screamed from the backline. Zane, listen. She desperately tried to explain the mechanics. The academy director, he planted Void Guide butterfly eggs on us. The mothers use a special frequency to track those eggs from thousands of miles away. It all made sense now. That's why the top players from all 9 universities were herded together like sheep in a pen. Zane whipped his head around so fast that Vance nearly jumped out of his skin. Bro, I didn't know. I swear. I thought it was just bad RNG. Lindsay explained, dropping the lore. But those butterflies, they're the Void Beast's symbiotic partners. That's why it's here. It thinks we stole its babies, so it's going aggro. Soren is probably done for. Zane stared at his glowing hand, calculating a plan. Lindsay, do me a solid. Find every single bug egg on everyone. Find the mother too. She instantly realized what crazy play he was about to make. You want to? Zane's aura exploded, life force surging through every cell in his body like a reactor meltdown. I failed to protect Soren, but to get her back, I'll flatten this dungeon and tear through the void itself. His golden eyes burned with zero hesitation, pure determination. Make me the bait, but suddenly, a new player entered the chat. Zane, I can leash that monster. Tyson wheezed, struggling to even stand up. My clan has a forbidden sealing art. It can cage things way above my level, but OP skills always come with a nasty cooldown. The catch is, popping that ult drains every drop of mana you have instantly. If you can't tank the backlash, it's instant death. Tyson looked down, completely defeated. And I'm too weak to cast it. Lindsay snapped back, then why even bring it up? Genius? But they were out of options. Zane grabbed onto that final lifeline. I'll do it. Teach me the combo. Using Tyson's method, Zane made his move. A mystical butterfly construct lit up, scanning the mountain of eggs. Boom! In a split second, the eggs detonated. Smoke cleared, and reality itself started to crack. Zane clenched his fist, fueled by pure rage. He shifted forms, ready to face the boss. Zane isn't a summoner class, so he needed a catalyst to make this work. But wait, the summoner is the best tool. He made the call. I'll dump all my mana into this eye. Let's make it the beacon. Zane teleported like a glitch, swinging his hammer wildly. Hold this. Trigger the seal. Seeing this kid still standing, the Void Beast finally got nervous. What? How are you still fighting me? It sighed, trying to act superior. Too bad. Struggling is used, bam. A blinding light slammed straight into its body. Zane's gold hair whipped in the shockwave. The beast was actually shook now. How is this possible? Zane raised his hammer. You ain't going nowhere. It laughed maniacally. Idiots. Haven't you realized you can't catch a ghost? The rift started sealing shut. It tried to act cool, but it was sweating. And guess what? Zane caught up. Oh snap. Not good. The Void Beast panicked. Zane delivered a god-tier smash, shattering the beast's own dimension into pixels. You punk. The beast's rage finally exploded. You got lucky once and think you're the main character? Space shards flew at Zane like daggers. Arrogant human. Open your eyes and witness the true power of a space-time god. In that split second between life and death, a memory sparked in the darkness. Zhou Yi, listen closely. Sun Qiao's advice echoed. A summoner's mana isn't just for calling beasts, it's a key to cross dimensions. I grabbed that chance. Not only to shatter the seal, but to lock this monster inside the dimensional rift. But damn it, my mana is running on empty. I can't guarantee a perfect shield. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He unleashed the sacred Gale, followed by the Judgment of Light to cover his own hide. The more desperate the situation, the faster his tactical mind spun. Dragged into the chaotic time-space turbulent flow, every second became a war for survival. He launched a frenzy of attacks, forcing the Void Behemoth to expose a weakness. Exhaustion? I don't care. He fired his ultimate move, Sacred Fist Barrage. Through the agony of 1,000 cuts, Zhou Yi held the line, waiting for that one perfect instant to trigger the secret art. The Void Behemoth, thinking it had the upper hand, got cocky. You arrogant little punk. Don't get too full of yourself. I swear I will make you pay for. Shut up. Before the beast could finish, Zhou Yi's trembling hand rose up. I'm at my limit. But the Judgment of Light flared to life, guided by his sheer willpower. Forceful condensation. The seal formation locked onto the beast's soul and body. Its movements turned sluggish, its attacks silenced in an instant. But this was a Pyrrhic victory. Kill 1,000, lose 800. Zhou Yi was totally drained. Activating the Seraphim avatar twice had burned through way too much mana. A mystical light slowly took shape amidst his whispered incantations. He kept spamming skills despite the fatigue. Only when the beast realized it couldn't move did the panic set in. You! The beast stared as Zhou Yi's fingertip, bathed in holy light, twitched. Celestial Spirit Seal. The cage formed instantly, trapping the Void Behemoth at his command. What could it do but curl up and wait for capture? Zhou Yi, completely spent, let himself freefall into the abyss. Flashbacks hit him like a truck. The pressure to win the 5th consecutive championship for his school. And then, Jiang Churen's gentle whisper. Buried memories surged up, shaking his sleeping heart awake. He saw a vision of her descending, watching him with intensity. Or was it her succubus form, brushing his lips? It felt real. Like she was transferring her life force directly into him. In that trance, amidst his ragged breathing, his gaze locked onto something. Jiang Churen, holding a mesmerizing heart, calling out to him. Remember, come find me. That was the wake-up call. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a bizarre, crimson fury. The tyrannical Zhou Yi returned. He poured every last drop of strength into one final lock. Stay right there, you filth. The beast panicked. What the hell? Strips of golden holy text linked together, turning into infinite chains that bound the Void Behemoth tight. No more arrogance, no more threats. Absolute domination forced it to its knees. I surrender, please, I give up. The system chimed in. You have suppressed the demonic beast. Do you wish to bind it as your summoned beast? Zhou Yi ignored the epic loot. He only had one question for the trash. Hand over Jiang Churen. The beast wheezed, confused. Who? It screamed as Zhou Yi tightened the magical noose. My eyes. Ah. Okay. I know. You mean the girl? Ha ha. She's fine. She's perfectly safe. In the frozen zone he had missed, a bud suddenly stirred. Petals shaped like the cosmos gently unfurled. It was the chronospace lotus. And sleeping soundly within its flow was Jiang Churen. Tang Lingxi, waiting anxiously outside, tilted her head. She finally saw it. A safe and sound Zhou Yi returning from the void. The surrounding students swarmed in. How is Jiang Churen? Zhou Yi, did you actually tame the Void Behemoth? But the haters plotting his downfall started hesitating. Hey, the teleportation is back online. Should we still attack him? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi gently took Jiang Churen into his arms. She woke up, blushing. Second brother. Zhou Yi didn't say a word. He just stretched, grabbing his giant hammer and pointing it straight at the heavens. Wang Xuan yelled out, shocked. Zhou Yi, what is the meaning of this? His lackey chimed in. What do you think you're doing? The answer they got sent chills down their spines. The match isn't over yet. The crowd freaked out. Huh? Has Zhou Yi gone insane? Zhou Yi stood there, weapon on his shoulder, staring them all down like a boss. Surrender your points or fight me. What's it gonna be? What choice did they have? They all folded. I actually respect the hustle. Even now, you're still. We were never enemies to begin with. News flashed, Sun Qiao from Magic City University forfeited. Song Xiaolanqin explained with a smile. True, we just wanted to make sure you were okay. Even the ace from UAQ University, Chao Yang. He admitted defeat, helpless against Zhou Yi's overwhelming lust for victory. He calmly extended his hand. Zhou Yi's point total started climbing at a terrifying speed. 10,000, 50,000. He sucked them all dry, leaving the group cursing. Once they were all gone, what's left to fight for? As soon as the coast was clear, Zhou Yi went limp, scaring the soul out of the girls. Second, brother. Tang Lingxi supported Jiang Churan while checking his wounds frantically. His voice was barely a whisper. I'm totally out of mana. If they had tried anything, I would have been finished. His eyes were losing focus, but his spirit was still blazing. Top 3 on the leaderboard. It's us. We took the survival match. First place belongs to the legend Zhou Yi, with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Jiang Churan and Tang Lingxi. Seeing the system confirm the win, Zhou Yi let out a weak chuckle. As captain, I didn't shame Suhang University. The live scoreboard updated instantly. Suhang University takes first place with 500,000 cumulative points. Qingjing University takes second. Magic City University took third by a landslide gap. The National Freshman Survival Competition has held 183 seasons. It has birthed countless geniuses. The host gave a heartfelt speech. Among these prodigies, many became the pillars of our nation, and you all represent the hope of our country. The hope of humanity, but the students, they didn't care about speeches. Tomorrow we can pick our epic tier gear. So hyped. 20 days of hell fighting. Finally some relaxation. Tonight, I'm eating until I burst. But Zhou Yi? After a quick rest, he was back to business. He scanned the system notifications. Congratulations. You received congenital earth milk, 50 free attribute points, and 50 skill points. Joy exploded in his chest. God-tier talent. God-tier skills. God-tier resources. What started as a nightmare turned into the sweetest loot drop ever. A 20-day marathon. First place in every category to clear the mission. This was way harder than the college entrance exams or hunting demons. Who knew the rewards would be this insane? A grin spread across Zhou Yi's face that he couldn't hide. An S+ rank sword Dao talent. An S+ skill and a legendary treasure. This is going to skyrocket my leveling speed beyond comprehension. Of course, I accept. Light flooded every single cell in his body. The sensation was so intense, he nearly drowned in the rush. Is this the legendary power of the divine sword heart? Pure, high-level energy swirled and gathered above Zhou Yi's head. It only faded away once he had brought it under his total control. He felt dazed, like waking up from a century-long slumber. The world looked chaotic, shimmering with golden light. First thing in the morning, time to test out this upgrade. He barely flicked his wrist, yet the ground exploded as if hit by a bomb. Zhou Yi stood amidst the rising dust and smoke, lost in deep thought. A casual wave caused this much destruction. This power is absolutely insane. But it seemed the divine sword heart gave him more than just brute force. He inspected the gift closely. It was sharper than the aura of any blessed weapon. This wasn't just skill, it was mastery. A specialized attack aura manifested from thin air. It went way beyond his expectations. He raised his hand to cast it again. Usually, this takes decades of grinding. Only pro players and master swordsmen unlock sword chi after endless training. Yet, here he was, wielding it like a toy. The blinding light sliced the very air in half. Before, he was just scraping by. Now, he felt like a grandmaster of the blade. With a few more skills under his belt, he'd be unstoppable. Take the system's Flash Strike skill, for example. Combine a basic attack with Flash Strike, damage hits 18, and that is just at level 1 enhancement. The slash carried massive pressure, pulverizing the stone wall into dust, just as he calculated. Once he levels up, Flash Strike, the damage won't just double, it'll skyrocket. But Zhou Yi didn't let it go to his head. He sighed, keeping his cool. Theory crafting is useless without practice. He needed a real opponent, a sword expert to clash with. Only then could he measure the true limits of the power the divine sword heart granted him. No sooner thought than done. He dialed Jiang Churan immediately. Brother Zhou Yi, you called me here in a rush. To fight. His choice of opponent made perfect sense. She was the heir to the main line of the Jiang family. She'd been swinging a sword under strict guidance since she was 3 years old. Burdened by duty, she trained relentlessly. 10 years of blood and sweat earned her the title, the Genius Sword Maiden. Churan blushed, thinking to herself, Brother Zhou Yi is stronger overall, but in pure tactics, I can definitely take him. The moment the duel began, the atmosphere around Zhou Yi shifted instantly. Jiang Churan, don't hold back. Give me everything you've got. She didn't flinch. She took her stance, eyes blazing with focus. "Watch out, brother Zhou Yi." Chiran lunged, her weapon unleashing a strike with overwhelming force. It was brutal enough to snap the practice sword he was holding in two. But this was exactly what Zhou Yi was waiting for. While she was still midair, he made his move. Panic flashed in Chiran's eyes. "Humph, I knew it," soared Chi. She landed gracefully, gasping in awe. "Brother Zhou Yi, your talent for the sword is actually this terrifying." But she had no time to breathe. The next attack was already in her face. Chiran didn't back down, using every ounce of her experience to block. The Demon Shadow sword countered with sky-high energy. They traded blows, a blur of steel and sparks for 100 rounds. Neither of them noticed Wu Meng stepping out of the shadows. Am I dreaming? Since when is Zhou Yi a sword god? The old director watched, analyzing every move with a critical eye. Zhou Yi's attacks felt majestic. Like a descending deity, Jiang Chiran's style was fast, weird, and tricky. His veteran eyes saw the truth. It looked like Chiran was holding her own against Zhou Yi, but that was a lie. Zhou Yi had higher skills and higher levels. He was intentionally suppressing his power. He lowered his speed and strength just to match hers. The moment her weapon slipped, Wu Meng flinched. If that blade connected, the shockwave alone would shatter her arms. But Zhou Yi caught her treasured blade with his bare hand. She panted, completely gassed out. "Brother Zhou Yi, stop, I surrender." Zhou Yi's expression softened instantly. "You okay?" She nodded, reassured by his care. "I'm fine. Just completely out of mana." As they stopped, the director clapped, walking over. "Amazing. Simply amazing. Zhou Yi, you're a sword master. Why hide this during the competition?" Zhou Yi jumped. "Hello, Director Wu." He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "Haha. Just keeping an ace up my sleeve, you know?" Inside, his heart was pounding. His new talent had crazy unlock conditions. No dungeon records, no class change ceremony. It was suspicious. Claiming he just got a new talent was risky. He couldn't fool the old fox easily. He quickly changed the subject. "Director, were you looking for me?" Wu Meng took the bait. "I'm here to take you to the Alliance Celebration Banquet, but I have news." The crime scene flashed through Wu Meng's mind. Feng He is dead. When the fire investigator from the Alliance found him, he was already a corpse in his dorm. Wu Meng explained the details of the crime. They questioned Feng He's students. He tricked them. Claimed insect eggs were tracking devices for safety in the secret realm. Promised them S-rank resources as a bribe. That traitor plotted this for a long time. He lured them into the laundry room and planted the eggs in their clothes while they weren't looking. Unfortunately, the trail ends there. He admitted they hit a wall. The students knew nothing else. Zhou Yi frowned. "So the clue is gone?" Wu Meng shook his head firmly. "Don't worry. The Alliance is digging into everyone Feng he met in the last 10 years. Results in a week. Now, let's go. The party is starting." He then dropped the real bomb. "Top factions from Central Xia will be there. Their goal? To recruit you. They want you in their guilds, their teams." Wu Meng led the way, explaining the glitzy trap awaiting them. "To hook you, they'll offer luxury beyond your wildest dreams. Money, beautiful women, power, resources." And sure enough, the moment they arrived, the sharks began to circle. But beware. Accept their gifts, and you belong to them forever. As your team instructor, I won't stop you from joining any faction you want, but listen up. Make your choices carefully, or you'll regret it. Suddenly, a round of applause broke the tension, grabbing every eye in the room. "Listen close." Feng Yu's voice boomed across the hall. "You are the elite, the absolute best students from the top 10 universities and colleges. You survived the hellish National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Getting to this point was no walk in the park. Because you proved your strength, every single one of you has earned a reward from the Xia Yan Professional Alliance." He didn't waste time, handing out exclusive black bank cards to each survivor. Inside is 20 million Zhangxiao credits, courtesy of the Alliance. The crowd instantly buzzed with greed and excitement. That is life-changing money right there. But that is not all. Your authority level within the Xia Yan Professional Alliance has just been power leveled to elite outer member status. That is the highest rank you can get without being in the inner circle. The perks Feng Yu was dropping sounded absolutely legendary. From now on, at any sanctuary base in the nation, you get a 20% discount on gear and potions. And of course, for those ambitious enough to aim for the top, if you want to become a core member of our alliance, you can contact me directly. Zhou Yi listened to this grand recruitment pitch and had to admit he was impressed. 20 million per person? With 100 contestants, that is 2 billion credits dropped like it's nothing. The Xiaoyan Alliance is filthily rich. The mob around him couldn't stop whispering. 20 million credits. We have never seen that kind of cash before. With this, I can buy a B+ rank resource. We basically just won the lottery. Zhou Yi's sharp mind analyzed it instantly. It was a flex, sure, but the most direct way to show their overwhelming power. Just then, the system notification chimed. Solo battles, team raids, survival mode, the rewards for the top 3 will drop tomorrow. Feng Yu raised his glass high, toasting every guest in the hall. The victory banquet officially begins now. Eat, drink, and feast like kings. The crowd roared back with energy. Yes, sir. Wu Mang wasted no time rallying the squad. A toast to Suhang University. We took first place in the exchange tournament. The champions raised their glasses, soaking in the glory of the moment. Tan Wei grinned like a fool, rushing over. Second, brother. We only grabbed the championship trophy because you carried us hard. This drink is for you. Wu Mang nodded, dead serious. He is right. Respect must be paid. If not for Zhou Yi, our school would have been dead last among the big 3. Suddenly, a horde of beautiful girls swarmed in like fanatical stands. I need to toast you too, brother Zhou Yi. Me too. Don't forget me. It felt like the entire room was trying to clout chase and say hello, us included. The awkward harem situation made Zhou Yi sweat a little. Are you guys trying to get me drunk on purpose or what? Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice cut through the noise. It was Chang Shan, Zhou Yi. He bowed with total respect, seizing the chance to give thanks. If it wasn't for you back there, I would have died before a healer could even touch me. You saved my life. If you ever need me in the future, I will walk through fire for you without hesitation. He downed his drink in one gulp, a warrior's blood oath. Jiang Churen stood on the sidelines, watching the spectacle with wide eyes. It looks like brother Zhou Yi has unlocked a new achievement, cult leader. Right on cue, Wang Xuan shoved Chang Shan aside to get a piece of the action. Me, too. I'm in too. Little Chui Lina watched from the back, her instincts tingling. Dad, am I tripping? Or does the holy aura around Zhou Yi feel way more intense than before? Zhu Heng's expression was grim and certain. It is no illusion. His aura has already surpassed most second transfer holy class users. The information hit her like a truck. What? It has only been a few days. The old man couldn't believe it either, but the evidence was right there. It means his power leveled up again. His growth speed is frankly terrifying. As the banquet wound down, the night faded into the next morning. A futuristic aircraft descended onto the campus grounds. The sleek metal beast touched down smoothly as the students watched in awe. The hatch slowly hissed open. Once the systems were green, Feng Yu called out from the cockpit. Everyone on board. You have to go to the Jia Yan Alliance headquarters to claim your rewards. HQ is located in the Dingshan district of Qingjing City. The only way in is through a dedicated combat transport. Tan Wei sat inside, geeking out over the high-tier tech. Whoa, this is the latest model. The X-Zone 1000 Ghost Fighter. Jiang Churen, sitting in front, dropped some knowledge. The Zone 1000 Ghost is from the biggest military corp in Zhongsha. It hits Mach 3 in just 10 seconds. Her words just hyped up the fanboy Tan Wei even more. Yes, that's the one. This bad boy costs nearly 1 billion credits. Meanwhile, Feng Yu completed the pre-flight check. Sit tight and brace yourselves. As soon as the engines fired, Tan Wei, who forgot his seatbelt, got launched. The G-force hit harder than a breakup. He bounced around the cabin like a pinball. The jet moved so fast it left nothing but a streak of light in the sky. By the time the jet finally stopped, Tan Wei was seeing galaxies spinning around his head. Jiang Churen faced a similar crisis, but plot twist, she landed straight into Zhou Yi's lap. Panicking, she scrambled back to her seat the second her soul returned to her body. Her face was burning red, and Zhou Yi tried to break the awkward silence. That was fast. The Dingshan district is 20 kilometers away, but we will be there in 20 seconds. Just like that, they arrived at the security checkpoint. The massive machinery of the base was operating like clockwork. Feng Yu switched to tour guide mode. The Dingshan ground base has 40 entry tunnels and 15 aerial gates. External combat jets have to undergo a full-body scan before entering the sector. Queue up. A security drone buzzed over to scan their biosignatures. Beep. Registration number 00638. The Xia Yan Alliance jet has special clearance. Access granted. They flew through the teleportation gate. Inside was the headquarters, a magnificent fortress of power. Jiang Churen looked out the window, mesmerized. Wait, isn't that the flag of Qingjing University? Feng Yu grinned, explaining the view. Yeah, that is the floating island of Qingjing University. Besides the school grounds, legions and guilds had already claimed the summit of Peak Mountain. But Zhou Yi stood apart, his eyes locked on the Xia Yan Alliance's floating mechanical fortress. The mana fluctuations were off the charts, every machine bristling with defensive wards. Finally, the hatch opened, and the students began to disembark. They marched in single file like soldier ants. Feng Yu announced, "Welcome to headquarters." Suddenly, a strange noise caught Wang Xuan's ear. Make way. He turned and his jaw dropped. A colossus blocked his view, a massive dragon. Another student laughed, stepping in to explain. That's a mythical beast. Taming a level 60 creature as a pet, the owner must be a third advancement powerhouse. Feng Yu laid out the protocol. For your rewards, head to the main office. Staff members will guide you. Everyone was quickly paired off. Student Wang Xuan, follow me. Jiang Shiran, this way. Wei He, move out. But the MVP. He got the VIP treatment from Feng Yu herself. You took first place in the solo, team, and survival matches. A Triple Crown winner deserves my personal escort. Right this way. The corridor was long, so she broke the silence. You were the absolute star of the exchange competition, you know. The Xiaoyan Alliance has its eye on you. Have you considered becoming a core member of our faction? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not looking to join any faction right now. She blinked. You won't even hear our offer? Our rules are few. No thanks. He saw right through the trap. Rules were still chains. Besides, I is just a first-year student. I can't be tied down yet. Feng Yu smiled, expecting this arrogance. True geniuses always have their own path. Ha ha ha, no rush. They stopped before a sealed chamber. Her eyes lit up. Your rewards are split into 3 tiers. First up, the solo champion prize. 1 custom-made legendary weapon. For the team match, a full set of custom epic tier equipment. And for the survival match, pick any item from our resource vault. She kept talking as she led him deeper into the facility. I'm taking you to Grandmaster Qi Jun, the Alliance's supreme artificer. He will personally forge your legendary weapon. Here is his sanctuary. The heavy door groaned open, releasing a blast of scorching heat and a haze of mystical steam. Feng Yu stepped forward. Grandmaster Qi, the solo champion, is here. The old man's aura was suffocating, heavy enough to crush a weak soul. A deep voice rumbled, You are Zhou Yi? Unfazed by the killing intent, he bowed slightly. Grandmaster Qi, yes, I am Zhou Yi. The old man's sharp eyes scanned him like a laser. He seemed pleased, his tone softening. Not bad. You are currently level 23. Standard scaling is +5 levels. I will craft you a level 25 legendary weapon. Speak. What do you need? Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. I need a longsword. Attributes focused on strength and intelligence. Feng Yu watched in awe. To perfect his craft, Grandmaster Qi had mastered a terrifying ocular technique. An ordinary class holder would have collapsed under that gaze. But Zhou Yi? He truly was the all-round champion. He didn't even blink. Instead, Zhou Yi continued listing his specifications calmly. I don't need flashy effects. Just ensure it complements my Holy Knight class and delivers maximum raw damage. His mind raced with the math. Gold gear boosted 2 stats. But legendary gear, that would boost all 4 main attributes. As a Holy Knight, I'm a hybrid. I need to slash and cast spells. Strength and intelligence are non-negotiable. Qi Jun nodded solemnly. I have watched your combat replays. Your style is sharp and aggressive. A sword fits you perfectly. His eyes gleamed as he summoned the brilliant sun Holy Light Stone. I have an idea. Feng Yu gasped, recognizing the gem instantly. That stone only dropped in the Sanctuary Ruins dungeon, an epic-grade material with a drop rate of less than 10 a year. Even Zhou Yi was shocked. The brilliant sun Holy Light Stone. Qi Jun switched to lecture mode to explain the artifact's value. This is a treasure from the solar core. A weapon forged with this will obliterate undead, demons, and creatures of darkness with holy fire. Lecture over. He focused his mental energy and roared, summoning the meteorite silver steel. Rare ores erupted from the lava. Gold-grade meteorite silver, legendary-grade abyss, obsidian, and epic-grade spirit fragments. He threw in a gold dragon's soul core and legendary holy spirit tears. With a wave of his hand, flames swirled around the heart of blaze, void essence, and sands of time. Finally, the eye of the storm. Qi Jun wove hand seals with frantic speed, refining the essence in the magma crucible. Thousands of degrees of heat triggered a volcanic eruption. Boom. The holy blast purified the dark materials, making the spirits inside scream in agony. It burns. I'm fading. Ignoring the wails, he shaped the molten pillar with his supreme technique, the divine thunder hammer. The vortex sucked the dark spirits in as lightning coated the hammer. Power condensed, exploding into a blinding orange glow. Feng Yu and Zhou Yi watched, mesmerized by the violent artistry. Clang. The heavy hammer smashed down, pulverizing every impurity. Qi Jun poured the liquid fire into the mold. Stress dissolved. The metal became pliant yet stable as the earth itself. He gripped the solidified blade with tongs. Light flowed across a surface, smooth as a mirror. Clink, clink. He tapped the edge, testing its resonance. Runes were carved, pulsating with mana. The divine weapon was born. Hiss. He plunged it into the water for the final quench. Demon-slaying aura, Check. Runes popping off like neon lights? Check. Magic flowing like a river? The 10,000 Dharma fusion artifact was being born. War God's soul slammed into the blade. Fearless vibes only. Qijun hammered that metal like a maniac, CLAing. The edge was sharp enough to cut the wind itself. Sparks exploded like fireworks. Feng Yu threw up a shield just in time. The final product dropped, and the old man wiped his sweat, grinning. Excellent. The radiant holy sword, pure gold, radiating authority. It looked tough enough to pierce the fabric of reality itself. Absolute unit of a weapon. Qijun took a deep breath and roared. With a massive swing, he threw the sword with insane speed. It was just a blinding blur of light. Zhou Yi snatched it out of the air, snapped it up like a pro. Heavy. He lifted it, admiring the craftsmanship. The old master was wheezing, but he had one last lesson. Legendary gear needs a boss to serve. Unleash your aura, kid. Crush its will and make it yours. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. Eyes shut. Focus. He poured his spirit into the steel until lightning crackled around them. A clash of energy. System alert. Six-winged angel bloodline detected. The blade shone like a mirror, and the wooden grip felt like destiny. He smirked internally. 4 major attributes boosted, 3 special effects. This wasn't just legendary, it was broken. Especially that first strike speed buff. Enemy swings once, I swing 3 or 4 times. It is game over before it starts. Qijun saw that look on his face. He knew the kid was hyped, but suddenly, Zhou Yi froze. The old man looked totally different. Master Qijun, what the hell happened to you? The old smith waved a tired hand. High-tier crafting drains mana, kid. Turning into a raisin is part of the job. Feng Yu whispered in his ear. Creating legendary gear is a grind. Usually takes forever. Only a genius like Master Qijun could speedrun this. Normal smiths would need 2 or 3 months, easy. The master turned his back, waving them off. Get out of here, you brats. I need a nap. Listen up. That sword is mostly holy-type mats. If you upgrade it later, stick to holy stuff, or you will ruin the stats. Don't be an idiot. Zhou Yi bowed low, full of respect. Thanks, Master Qijun. Feng Yu grabbed him before he could get sentimental. Let's go. Team rewards are next. Meanwhile, Qijun just cannonballed into the boiling lava like it was a hot tub. Splash. Next scene. Total awkwardness. A squad of bunny girl cosplayers swarmed him with measuring tapes. Hello there, student Zhou Yi. We are the team for your epic set. A purple-haired baddie lifted his chin. So, what is your pleasure, handsome? Any special requests? Zhou Yi yanked his shirt down, blushing hard. Light armor, strength, and intellect stats. Just keep it practical, okay? She winked. Got it. 1 month. We will have a special courier drop it at your school. See ya. Business done. The girls started whispering loud enough to hear. Snatch waist, jacked muscles. Totally innocent type. He was a lamb in a den of wolves. Feng Yu sighed. Fresh meat getting played. Snap. She pulled up a holographic menu. Focus up. Survival match reward time. Pick your poison. A digital ring spun around them. You get to choose one item. Zhou Yi scanned the wall of text. So many options. Most people would lose their minds. But he stayed ice cold. S-rank lifesavers everywhere. People would kill for these. But he pointed straight at one thing. I want that one. Feng Yu raised an eyebrow. Space jump stone? Good for running away. Sure. But why not the resurrection item? That is the meta pick. No hesitation, I am sure. He had a secret plan. Resurrection is rare, yeah, but I already have the reincarnation cross from the system. The jumpstone gives me tactical options. It is the smarter play. Fine. It is yours. She handed over the glowing green gem. Zhou Yi grinned at his new toy. Suddenly, a voice screamed in his head. Let me out. Let me out. A frantic pleading from deep inside. Zhou Yi flinched, his expression darkening. You okay? She asked. You look pale. He forced a laugh. Just tired. Adrenaline crash, you know. She handed him a business card. Mission complete. You got your loot, and I am done here. If the gear sucks or the sword breaks, call me. I handle complaints. The others are waiting in the lobby. Let's bounce. Back at the hub, the sisters Xiao Cui and Cui Liana spotted him and sprinted over. Brother Zhou Yi, he turned. What's up? Need to talk in private? They shook their heads. Nah, just saying bye. The teleport array kicks in this afternoon. I am heading back to the clan with Dong-Er. Shadows loomed. Unseen by anyone, a nasty little beetle watched from a dark corner, spying. If you can, bring Zhou Yun to Tianlan province. The Zhu family will treat you both like royalty. Seriously. Zhou Yi nodded. Deal. When she graduates in 6 months, we will come visit. Safe travels. He watched them leave, but the moment they were gone, his gaze snapped up. sharp as a blade. Flash! He teleported to the branch where the bug had been. Nothing. He frowned. Was that stare just my imagination? A voice shouted from below. Brother Yi, we are hitting the market for snacks. You coming? Zhou Yi flat out rejected the request. I ain't going anywhere. A moment later, he slammed the door shut, locking the world out. His mind was a chaotic mess right now. Was the old battle wound still throbbing, or was his spirit just on the verge of snapping completely? Suddenly, a headache from hell split his skull open. It felt like giant, invisible jaws were chewing on his brain matter. A voice boomed out of nowhere. Human, release me at once. Strange runes lit up the floor, glowing with eerie light. And from the center, a monstrous shadow began to rise. Zhou Yi knew exactly why this freak showed up, but he kept his cool and sighed. You signed the soul contract, idiot. Why struggle when you've already lost? The void beast roared, its ancient pride shattered. Don't make me laugh. I've lived for thousands of years. You think I'll take orders from a milk-smelling brat? If not for that weird final spell you used, you wouldn't even be able to scratch me. Zhou Yi didn't care about its ego. He started listing its crimes like a grocery list. You injured 63 people. You sent 10 innocents to an early grave. The Xia-Yan Alliance spent a fortune fixing your mess. If they find out the ringleader is still breathing, well, what do you think happens next? The Void Beast wasn't backing down. Ha! Threatening your elders? Is that the only trick you have? Zhou Yi was running out of patience with his stubborn ox. The Alliance's third-turn mages can use the soul-devouring art. They'll wipe your mind clean, turn you into a mindless puppet meant to obey orders. Maybe you aren't scared of that, but even dead, your body parts sell for a high price on the black market. Triggered by the insult, the beast spat out a curse. You filthy. But then, Zhou Yi flipped the script. He tossed over an S-rank space jump stone. Fighting me left you wrecked. I can't take a cripple to the healer, so shut up and absorb the energy. The void beast froze. It stared at the stone. Greed and suspicion warred in its ancient eyes. Zhou Yi dropped a sudden deadline. 1 year. He let that sink in before making the offer. Your energy is useful to me. Serve me for 1 year, and I'll void the contract. I'll give you back your freedom. The beast hated humans to its core. It wasn't going to be swayed easily. Why the hell should I trust a human like you? Why explain? Zhou Yi went full gangster mode. You don't have a choice, bro. Trust me, or choose the path of death. Pick one. To seal the deal, Zhou Yi pulled out another item. Here, your vitality core. I'm returning it. The void beast took it with trembling claws. It placed it on its head, treating it like the most fragile treasure in the world. Zhou Yi turned to leave. Wait up. The beast tossed the stone into its mouth, crunching down. Since you paid up, there's something you might want to know. The void beast spoke slowly, savoring the secret. That girl, Xiao Ye, she said something when I captured her. Then came the shocking twist. She isn't a real human being. Meanwhile, at the shopping district, merchants were screaming their lungs out. Blazing fury sabers, now with fire effects. Only 998. Don't hesitate. Best price in town. Buy battle armor, get a free nail clipper. No scams here. Amidst the noise, Jiang Churen was busy. She was trying on jewelry at a stall. Nadia was hyping up the goods. Young miss, check this hairpin. Inlaid with frost crystals. It levels up your aura and boosts defense. She kept listing the buffs. The gem has wood mage mana infused in it. It speeds up healing regeneration. Perfect for a class holder who is both beautiful and strong. Suddenly, Zhou Yi stepped out of the shadows. He gently slid the hairpin into Jiang Churen's hair. This suits you way better. Jiang Churen couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Brother Zhou Yi. But she was confused. I thought you said you weren't coming? He smiled, playing it cool. Finished my business early. Figured I'd check up on you and buy some souvenirs. Seeing the chemistry, Nadia smirked. Oh my. Handsome guy, beautiful girl. This scene is too perfect. I ship it. Totally ship it. Just then, a stuttering voice ruined the mood. And Miss Jiang? 3 pairs of eyes turned to look. The owner of the voice was none other than Wang Hao. I didn't expect to see you here. It must be fate. Ironically, Jiang Churen had no clue who this clown was. Who are you? Ignoring the cringe, he bowed respectfully. Miss Jiang must have forgotten. I am Wang Hao, nephew of Wang Batian, the 3rd generation, second-rate genius of the Thunder Prison Wang family. Nadia almost burst out laughing. First time I've heard someone brag about being a second-rate genius. Ha ha ha, Wang Hao kept rambling. Last year, for your birthday, I sent you the Ice Soul Sword. Jiang Churen looked bored. The Wang family again? You guys are like haunting ghosts. Zhou Yi read the room perfectly. I saw a snack street on the way here. Let's go grab a bite. He put his arm around her shoulder. We got things to do. Beat it. But someone couldn't handle the disrespect. Bastard. Wang Hao summoned a ball of lightning in a rage. Insolent trash. A peasant daring to touch the pearl of the Jiang family, he screamed an order. On your knees. Now. He hurled the lightning ball straight at Zhou Yi, but before it could singe a single hair, boom, a golden barrier blocked it instantly. Wang Hao was shocked, but used his insight skill. He saw Zhou Yi's stats and sneered. Just a paladin hiding in a turtle shell, low level. Trash class. Crushing you will be easier than flipping my hand. Jiang Churen was furious. How dare you insult my boyfriend? But Zhou Yi stepped in. What kind of man hides behind his girl? He stepped forward to issue a challenge. Fine. I'll play with you. Zhou Yi set the rules. 3 moves. If you can even touch the corner of my shirt, I'll apologize. But if you fail, you get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Oh, and if you break anything, you're paying. The crowd smelled drama and swarmed in. Showtime people. Young bloods going at it in the street. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Who are you to challenge me? He unleashes full power without hesitation. You're seeking death. Thunder rain strike. Lightning bolts rained down from the heavens, but they shattered against the barrier like glass. Zhou Yi stood inside, completely untouched. He looked as majestic as a descending god. The crowd went wild. Look at that. He didn't even know his own limits. He can't even scratch the guy's defense. Wang Hao started to sweat. He tried to cope out loud. That turtle shell is tough, huh? Probably dumped all your stats into defense. Ridiculous. But inside, he was screaming. Damn it. How is his defense this broken? But the so-called second-rate genius wasn't ready to fold yet. Energy surged around him as he instantly summoned 2 Gale Thunder Panthers, but a dark smirk played on his lips that was merely the appetizer. Witness my ultimate art Shadow Thunder Strike. You filthy peasant, I'll teach you the despair of offending the Wang family. The beasts obeyed their master's bloodlust, lunging straight for Zhou Yi's throat. Against this level of threat, Zhou Yi finally got serious. Weapon manifest, soul starfall, cross of salvation. He unleashed 2 blinding artifacts of holy light to meet the charge head-on. Boom. In a heartbeat, the Thunder Panthers were vaporized, not even dust remained. Wang Hao barely shielded himself from the shockwave, and for the first time, terror gripped his heart. Impossible. Who the hell is this guy? While Wang Hao looked like a mess, Zhou Yi stood there, completely untouched. He hadn't even broken a sweat yet. His mind raced, frantically scanning the database of elites. No, I've never seen him before. He's not on the great family's genius ranking list. He's just a trash tier, holy knight. A support class can't be stronger than me. Refusing to accept reality, Wang Hao's hand trembled as he unsheathed his blade. I don't believe it. Try blocking this. Moving like a streak of pure electricity, he closed the distance instantly. Lightning flash, slash. But Zhou Yi's reaction speed was god tier. Holy cross judgment. Instantly, a pillar of blinding judgment light crashed down from the heavens, targeting Wang Hao's position. Debris exploded everywhere. From his high vantage point, Zhou Yi stared down at the loser face planting the dirt with cold eyes. So this is a lightning genius? How disappointing. It took full minutes for Wang Hao to even lift his head from the smoking crater. Meanwhile, a bystander's eyes went wide. Wait, that aura, that face. Why does he look so familiar? I've seen him somewhere. Holy night. Wait. The realization hit like a truck. He grabbed his coworker in a panic. Dude, that's him. That's Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman from this year's exchange tournament. The other guy gasped. No wonder. And the beauty beside him. That's the goddess Jiang Churen. The gossip was loud enough to pierce Wang Hao's ringing ears. Wiping blood from his lip, his soul shook with disbelief. A freshman? I lost to a damn rookie. Watching their silhouettes fade into the distance, a dark vow formed in Wang Hao's twisted heart. Zhou Yi, enjoy your life for now. Just wait until my big brother returns. You're dead meat. His gaze shifted to the girl, hatred boiling over. And you, Jiang Churen. You cheap flirt. Daring to play games with the Wang family, my brother will make you regret being born. The next day, under the warm morning sun, the champions arrived. The crowd parted, whispers spreading like wildfire. It's the representative team from Suheng University. Look, it's Zhou Yi. He looks even more godlike in person than on the broadcast. Tisk, tisk, truly goddess Jiang. That figure, that face. I'm a girl and even I'm swooning. Wu Mang grinned, dripping with polite sarcasm. Thank you for the warm hospitality. Qingjing University. Cheng Tian was fuming inside, hating that he was just a background character in their story, but forced to smile. This year's exchange match really put Suheng on the map. We were happy to be your stepping stones. The old fox couldn't stop grinning as he delivered the humble brag. Oh, come on, don't say that. Competition is secondary. Friendship is eternal. The opponent twitched visibly. Haha, right. I'm just third place. Time was up. The mages signaled urgently. Activate the teleportation magic array. Mana surged as the chanters shouted in unison. Song Xiaolan waved to her new friend. Bye, Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan flashed a dazzling smile. See you next time. Little Lan, one last clash of wills. Next time, I'll crush you. Keep dreaming, loser. Bye. Flash. The teleportation array swallowed them whole. They rematerialized instantly in their own campus hall. Principal Wang Hui stood there with open arms. Welcome back, our glorious little heroes of Suhang. Greetings, Principal. Dean Chu, Dean Song. The three students bowed in unison. The old man beamed, unable to hide his pride. Suhang is dominating the headlines. Every news outlet is talking about our championship. Song Yi nodded approvingly. You all perform magnificently. Rest easy now. Now, for the main event, the rewards. The exchange match isn't just a game. It's a war to prove which academy reigns supreme. Victory demands tribute. He called forward the 5 substitutes. Even from the bench, their presence had been felt on the battlefield. His voice boomed through the hall. 5,000 academic credits for each of you. Their jaws dropped to the floor. Let me break it down for the rookies. An entry ticket to a deep abyss goblin dungeon costs 500. That's 10 high-level runs for free. An average student would have to grind missions for a full year to see that kind of wealth. But the ceremony wasn't over yet. Jiang Churen, Song Xiaolan, Wei Tiexin, Tang Lingxi, your performance was exemplary. Your reward, 20,000 credits each. Thank you, Principal. And finally, the MVP, the captain, the man who conquered both the team and solo rankings, Zhou Yi. He crushed Wang Xuan. He dismantled Wei He. He single-handedly turned the tide of the survival match to save his team. Therefore, Wang Hui declared, you are awarded 100,000 Suhang credits. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with greed. 100,000. The crowd lost their minds. That's equivalent to 3 billion credits in hard currency. Zhang Zhe scoffed at the whispers. Idiot. Who calculates like that? 100,000 can buy S-rank divine skills from the vault. Money is trash compared to resources. With 100,000 credits, you could feed a pig enough elixirs to make it a supreme magic beast. Bonk. Xu Qiang smacked his friend upside the head. Watch your mouth. Are you comparing Brother Yi to a pig? Ouch. I didn't mean it like that. Another student sighed in awe. It's insane numbers. But Brother Yi earned every single point. Zhou Yi smirked, already shopping in his mind. Perfect timing. I was running low. This covers my entry fees for the next grind. The Twisted Forest Dungeon. Level 23 to 26 restrictions. I'll raid it later today. The ceremony concluded, and Wang Hui addressed the tired heroes. Suhang rewards its legends well. Now, go rest. Yes, sir. As the crowd dispersed, Zhou Yi stepped forward. Teacher, the principal paused. What is it, my boy? Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. Teacher, there is a matter I need your guidance on. Wang Hui had already figured out his student's game. You're asking about Feng He, aren't you? The dean of Qingshang University? Zhou Yi nodded sharply. That's exactly it. But Wang Hui wasn't ready to spill the dark truth just yet. This mess was way too deep. It was classified intel that even the big shots like Wu Meng or the dean himself weren't allowed to know. Keeping my mouth shut was for your own protection, kid. But then again, one sentence from Zhou Yi had frozen him in his tracks. If the kid was already this deep in the muck, could he really be kept on the sidelines? Wang Hui turned around, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Zhou Yi just sliced a rift into thin air. The Void Beast's companion spoke to me. Zhou Yi said calmly, capturing it wasn't the work of a human. Does this link back to Feng He? Staring into that spatial tier, Wang Hui let out a heavy sigh. Damn. I assumed your deathmatch with the Void Beast was a desperate struggle just to drive it away. I never imagined you had the juice to actually tame the thing. There was no point hiding it anymore. Wang Hui reached into his inventory and pulled out an ancient tome. Since you've seen this much, I'll tell you the truth. His voice dropped an octave. Feng He is a pseudo-human. A what? Zhou Yi frowned at the unfamiliar term. Pseudo-human. Wang Hui flipped through the book, revealing pages filled with archaic runes. Half-human, half-demon monstrosities. Creations of the Chaos God. The seed of chaos, they look like us on the outside, but inside. A heart of pure darkness. They are monsters born to serve the evil god. Wang Hui's tone was dead serious as he laid out the facts. The Void Beast rampaging? That was Feng He's doing. A blood oath. A twisted offering of loyalty to his dark master. He broke it down further. Death and chaos. The two flavors the evil god loves most. Zhou Yi recalled the rumors swirling around campus. So, the guy's dead then? Wang Hui shook his head grimly. That's just the cover story we fed the public. The reality is far uglier. When we cornered him, he shed his human skin, transformed into a full servant of chaos, attacked our agents, and vanished. Wang Hui looked his student dead in the eye. Zhou Yi, think fast. Why did Feng He choose the exchange tournament to make his move? Zhou Yi didn't hesitate, because that's where the elite freshmen of the nation gather. A massacre there would shake the country to its core. Wang Hui nodded, but raised a finger. That's reason number one. But there's something darker. The real target was the ground beneath our feet. The Myriad Beast Void Realm dungeon sits right on top of the Chaos God's seal. Wang Hui's eyes grew distant, looking back into history. Why do you think it's called the Myriad Beast Void? 1,000 years ago, a legendary war of the beast clans took place here. But the trigger wasn't territory. It was the descent of the Chaos God, the Lord of Entropy. It was a battle for survival. The Chaos Lord tried to rip through the dimension, using the rifts in the Void Realm to descend upon the human world. The beast clans sacrificed everything. They burned their entire civilization to seal that monster away. Zhou Yi frowned, absorbing the weight of this lost history. Feng, he wasn't just causing trouble. He was using the Void Beast like a radar, probing for cracks in the seal. If he finds out you tamed his tracker, he's coming back. For you. Suddenly, a magic circle flared to life beneath their feet. Wang Hui sighed, shifting gears. Decades ago, the Heavenly Feather Guild scored a legendary skill book, an attack skill, from the angelic god race. I was saving it for your graduation gift, but with a target on your back, you meet it now. Moments later, standing before the massive vault of the Heavenly Feather Guild HQ, Wang Hui led the way, dropping knowledge as they walked. This vault is the heart of our guild. Rare skills. Century-old divine artifacts. It's all in here. Security is tighter than a drum. See those guards. 2 level 60 legendary beasts. Greenleaf Earth Lions. He pointed to the glowing inscriptions on the gate. And check out the magic prohibition runes. You try to cast a spell here without permission, the runes will suck your mana dry and use it to reinforce the door. Even a third awakening powerhouse couldn't smash through this. Sitting by the entrance, Yang Ba looked up, surprised to see visitors. Yo. Wang Hui grinned. Old Yang. Stuck on guard duty this month. Huh. The big man laughed, easygoing. Shift changes tomorrow. Perfect timing, actually. Let's grab a drink later. Zhou Yi observed the guards silently. The guy was suppressing his aura, but his mana fluctuations, stronger than the Dean's. He's a third awakening class, no doubt. Wang Hui cut to the chase. Drinks later. First, hand over the Divine Holy Lightning skill book. Yang Ba's eyes twinkled. Oh ho, for your new star pupil. Nothing got past this guy. Wang Hui smiled, making the introductions. Spot on. Zhou Yi, meet my brother in arms. We went through hell and back together. Just call him Uncle Yang. Zhou Yi bowed respectfully. Hello, Uncle Yang. Yang Ba grinned, recognizing the kid. I watched your matches, kid. A young hero, just like they say. Zhou Yi scratched his head. Flustered. You flatter me, sir. Yang Ba began unlocking the vault, dropping some wisdom as he worked. Modesty is cute and all, but don't overdo it. Look too weak and trouble comes knocking at your door. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. Old Yang, cut the lecture. You're always nagging. That's why the kids can't stand you. Yang Ba scoffed, unbothered. Ignore your elders and you'll pay the price. Mark my words. He reached into a glowing halo of light and pulled out a thick tome. He tossed it to Zhou Yi. Here, catch. Wang Hui chimed in with advice. You've got skill points stacked up, right? Dump them into this immediately. Max it out. Zhou Yi gripped the book tight. Understood. He checked his status window. Daily quests have been generous lately. I'm sitting on a mountain of points. He stared at the skill book. System. Initiate learning sequence. Flash. The book dissolved into particles of pure light. Information flooded his mind. In his mental space, a 6-winged seraph descended, wielding a blade of blinding gold. System alert consumed 100 skill points. Skill acquired. Holy Lightning. Angelic Stance. Rank S. Level 1 effect. Resistance to abnormal status plus 50%. Lightning attribute damage plus 50%. Duration. 14 seconds. The avatar of light slashed through the darkness. Another notification popped up. Consumed 100 skill points. Skill acquired. Holy Lightning. Blade of Heaven's Punishment. Rank S. Level 1 effect. Infused weapon with Holy Lightning. Extreme speed slash. Inflicts lightning attribute damage. Golden chains erupted from the void. Consumed 100 skill points. Skill acquired. Holy Lightning. Heavenly Prison Lock. Rank S. Level 1 effect. constructs a cage of holy lightning to immobilize targets, while Yang Ba and Wang Hui were busy catching up. Behind them, the air began to scream. Zhou Yi was floating, wreathed in crackling arcs of divine electricity. A blinding light exploded from his core. Boom! Thousands of violent lightning bolts lashed out in every direction. The ground shattered. Debris flew everywhere. The entire area was swallowed by a storm of dust and destruction. Even the golden lion had to back off, growling at the explosion with pure caution. Zhou Yi checked his HUD. The divine lightning skill, level 1, had officially activated. The synergy with his divine sword heart talent was absolute perfection. Lightning damage buffed by 20%. Even the original owner wouldn't believe a trash skill book was hiding 3 god-tier abilities. This was a massive jackpot. As the lightning storm faded, Wang Hui walked up to the crater. Looks like a decent haul, kid. We are talking about the god race lineage here. Angelic skills start at rank A+, minimum. But nobody knew the true extent of his power better than Zhou Yi himself. Insane physical stats, maxed out elemental affinity, and a stack of high-tier skills. No wonder these god race freaks are so overpowered. Yang Ba, however, didn't sugarcoat it. A+ is trash tier for the god race. Real power starts above S+. Zhou Yi paused. That was news to him. Wasn't S+ the level cap? Pouring a drink, the old man dropped some lore. S+ is only the ceiling for human job classes, but the god race, they play by different rules. Wang Hui suddenly grinned with an idea. I'll have a junior show you the ropes at the guild. One snap of his fingers, and click-clack high heels hit the floor. Ning Xin bowed with perfect grace. Old guild master, you summoned me? The old man hadn't forgotten her request. Deacon Wei, didn't you always want to meet my student? Well, I brought him right to your doorstep. This stunner was one of the 3 great deacons of the Tianwu Guild. She extended a hand, radiating pure class and authority. Student Zhou Yi, a pleasure. I am Wei Ningxin, deacon of Tianwu. I tried to scout you at Qingjing University, but you were already gone. He shook her hand, confused. You were looking for me? Wang Hui stepped in to clarify. Deacon Wei handles headhunting for the Tianwu Guild. When she sees a top-tier prospect, she can't help herself. Yang Ba grunted a warning. He is a freshman. Don't drag him into guild politics yet. The old master and I need to catch up. Take Zhou Yi for a tour. Ning Xin nodded immediately. Understood. Right this way. As they walked, she dropped the history lesson. Tianwu Guild, established 45 years ago. This is our primary stronghold. Most members live right here. It used to be wild mountains, but after years of development and 5 expansions, it is basically a fortress city now. They looked out over the sprawling base from the ramparts. She smiled. And we are just about to break ground on expansion, number 6. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sensed something massive. He looked up, his pupils constricted in pure shock at the sight above, high on the cliffs. A silver dragon was on the move. Every step it took shattered the bedrock, sending debris crashing down. It found a comfortable spot and curled right back to sleep. Zhou Yi rubbed his eyes. Was he dreaming? An Eastern dragon? A legendary beast in the flesh. Even seeing one on TV is rare. Ningxin beamed with pride. That is the guardian deity of the Tianwu Guild. It has watched over us for 32 years, but stay away from those peaks. It has got a nasty temper. Zhou Yi wisely decided not to push his luck and look down instead. A massive crowd was snaking through the plaza below. What is with the line? What are they doing? She explained enthusiastically. That is the dungeon tower. We have gold, zombie, and legend instances available for guild members to grind. Then she made a generous offer. Want to give it a shot, rookie? Put it on my tab. Zhou Yi did not hesitate. Perfect timing. I need to test out my new gear and skills. Ning Xin watched her points drain away instantly with a sigh. Hey, easy on the spending, you ungrateful brat. He vanished into the portal. System alert, nightmare difficulty. The realm of size. He had not been there 5 seconds before the trouble started. A horde of local monsters locked eyes on him immediately. This dungeon required level 20 to 30, meant for a full squad. The air itself reeked of plague and rot. These things were magic-stripped zombies, mindless, rabid, and absolutely hungry for fresh meat. Wave 1, the zombie tsunami. Ugly green level 20s rushing in with claw strike, and level 22 elites ready to blast him with scream. Time to get serious. Golden lightning crackled and exploded around Zhou Yi's fist. He sliced through the horde like he was playing a fruit-slicing game. That was divine lightning, apocalypse stance, S rank, level 1. Status immunity boosted by 50%. Lightning damage amplified by half. Duration, 14 seconds. He grinned. Apocalypse stance could spike his power a whole tier for a short burst. He knew how to maximize his limits, even though level 1 only gave him 14 seconds of God mode. In a real fight, That is an eternity. The next attack was even more savage. A golden lightning tornado ripped through the battlefield. He was confident he could sweep this whole place. Ding. Congratulations, Stage 1 cleared. 200 kills in 35 seconds, easy money. Opening Stage 2, the Mutant Village. That power-up was definitely worth it. Once I level up, I will clear this trash even faster. He stepped through the portal and gagged. The stench of rotting flesh was overwhelming. Stage 2, start. He went on high alert. This toxic mist was thicker than windy mountains. Visibility was dropping fast, he had to watch his back. Eerie whispers echoed in the dark as the light vanished. Oh, it stinks. Reeks of humanity. Zhou Yi wasted no time selecting his next skill. Stage 2, time to test drive the legendary weapon. Voices hissed from the shadows. Kill him. Kill him now. Kill him. Another low-level mongrel seeking death. My babies are starving. A useless paladin? He stinks. I will shred him to pieces. Their trash talk ended abruptly. Zhou Yi unleashed a slash. Found you creeps. Get out here. The mist cleared, revealing the horrors. Level 25 zombie hounds. They lunged with razor-sharp bites, but his blade met them head-on. But these freaks aren't acting alone. Some puppet master is pulling the strings. We got a level 25 butcher zombie here, packing heavy slash, whirlwind spin, and berserk roar. That massive cleaver in its hand screams murder, just waiting to slice and dice. But honestly, this just makes Zhou Yi's blood boil with excitement. Perfect timing to test out the new toy. Divine Thunder Punishment Blade, S- rank, level 1. Holy Lightning gathers on the blade faster than a heartbeat, pure, off the charts. Lightning damage. He doesn't hesitate, boom. One clean slash, and the charging zombie is split straight down the middle. The move ends, and he's already patting himself on the back. Not bad. Tougher than the trash on floor 1, this guy actually survived for 2 whole seconds. The ground splits open, and the zombie squad freezes, totally glitching out. Then, they actually start chattering, planning a strategy in some weird monster tongue. Suddenly, one of them triggers Berserk Roar. A shockwave blasts out from the center, sending every mob nearby into a total frenzy mode. They go from frozen to ferocious in a split second, jaws unhinging as they rush him with renewed courage. Paladin, you reek of life. Today is your funeral, puny human. You have no idea who you're messing with coming here. Zhou Yi stares at the babbling idiot. What is this trash even saying? He shrugs it off and dives back in, harvesting them like it's a farming simulator. Flash Sword, S rank. He unleashes his slash so fast it blurs, dealing massive hybrid damage numbers. The zombie hound mutates instantly, skin tearing apart as its fangs grow huge. Then gross, its head splits into 2 creepy halves. That nasty evolution doesn't scare Zhou Yi one bit. He jumps up and swings. Home run. A perfect parabolic arc sends the zombie hound flying into the horizon. A chill runs down his spine. Level 26, Plague Spreader incoming. Zhou Yi spins around just in time to block the attack. He tanks the hit while the system flashes a warning, Plague Breath. Get hit by that toxic gas, and you're infected instantly. It's a nasty duty that drains health points every second and can leave you paralyzed. But with god-tier precision and skill, he flips his grip and slices. Off goes the monster's head, tumbling through the air. Zhou Yi flicks sticky green slime off his hand in annoyance. Disgusting. Just then, a cold mechanical voice chimes in, death resistance activated. Any damage taken is healing up at turbo speed. He sheathes his weapon, analyzing the meta. Warhammer for range was okay, but for close quarters, I'm dropping it to use the skill. Pure white blade, then switching to long sword for counters. Looking at the swarm of zombies, Zhou Yi sighs. Killing 20 mobs in a minute? That's way too slow. Zero thrill at all. Guess I need to bust out the punishment blade on the elites to max out my grinding efficiency. No more playing around. He forms a seal on his forehead, unlocking his hidden potential. Time to clear the screen with some high-level magic. Boom! Divine Storm summons a massive tornado. The gravitational pull is insane, sucking countless enemies into the meat grinder with violent force. Butcher zombies, plague spreaders, hounds all deleted. As the notifications pop up, Zhou Yi steps straight into the teleport gate. Congratulations, Stage 2 cleared. 100 zombies down. Time, 1 minute, 50 seconds. The path to the 3rd floor is now open. The Forbidden Church, dark, red, and creepy. A level 45 zombie bishop struts down the stairs, spouting some philosophical nonsense. You come here full of doubt about your life. As he gets closer, the priest drops the bait. It is okay. The god welcomes all who have lost their way. Zhou Yi raises an eyebrow. God? Seriously. The creep keeps whispering, trying to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the god of life and death, we find the true meaning of existence. He spins a delusional fantasy. Life is weak and short. but follow our God, and you gain immortality. Break the cycle of reincarnation. This is the ultimate honor. Rise above those mortals struggling to survive. Finally, he drops the recruitment offer to catch the big fish. Come, drop that sword, it represents pettiness. Join us, and enjoy the endless bliss that eternal life brings. The promise of power seems to shake Zhou Yi's resolve. Seeing him hesitate, the bishop smirks. Hook, line, and sinker. That is right, young man. This is the chance everyone dreams of. Zhou Yi finally speaks up, a question burning in his mind. I have one thing to say. The bishop nods benevolently. Speak, child. The god is listening. He wasn't expecting a sword to the face. I don't give a damn. The blade flashes, cutting through the lies. If that rotting corpse look is immortality, then you're just selling your soul. I'd rather die. The recruitment failed, so the bishop screams, stupid human. You will regret this. Even with his body sliced apart, he barks orders. Go. Holy maidens. Show him the tragic ending of those who blaspheme the god. The nuns accept the order, summoning weapons instantly. Their eyes snap open, glowing with a demonic red light. Spears ready, formation set. Facing the killer squad, Zhou Yi grips his staff, electricity crackling around him. He is absolutely pumped. The wooden staff transforms Divine Sword Heart, S+ rank. He blocks their aerial strike, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Zhou Yi vanishes into the dust cloud. The nuns look confused. Where did the enemy go? Sudden death. He reappears with Divine Thunder Punishment Blade, S- rank. Instant wipeout. One nun can only watch her squad turn to ash. She looks up and screams in rage. Zhou Yi steps closer, grinning like a predator. Oh, so you things can talk? Game over. He shakes his head at how fast she dropped. You looked intimidating, but man, you guys are tragically weak. Zhou Yi's blade became a blur, a whirlwind of steel that slaughtered the elite zombie nuns in a single, breathtaking rotation. Again and again, his sword danced through the air, painting beautiful arcs of death that severed limbs before the monsters could even react. Their sharp spears were deflected effortlessly, clattering uselessly across the cold stone tiles. His attacks were a tempest, sweeping away the trash mobs like dust in the wind. The corrupted priest, who had been watching the chaos from the sidelines, finally opened his mouth. Look at this lightning. This flesh and blood is merely mortar to fill the cracks of this sinful world. Even now, the fanatic clung to his madness. Our screams are but a symphony offered to the divine. The higher the pitch, the deeper our altar sinks into the molten heart of hell. Zhou Yi stood firm on the rotting floorboards, a mountain of charred remains piling up behind him. His expression darkened as he issued his challenge. You are next, old man. The priest merely smiled, a gentle, twisted expression, like a father looking at a rebellious child. But then, his eyes flashed with malice, and black smoke began to coil around him, aiming straight for our hero. Zhou Yi froze for a split second, surprised by this sudden shift, but before he could dodge, coils of death energy snapped around his ankles. By the time he regained his focus, he was already trapped in the center of a glowing magic circle. Shock and suspicion flooded his mind. When the hell was this formation set up? Thinking back to the easy slaughter just moments ago, Zhou Yi realized the truth. Those attacks weren't just a fence, they were a distraction to build this trap. No wonder the mob density was high, but their damage was pathetic. It was all a covert operation. Suddenly, a rotting hand burst from the ground within the circle and clamped onto his leg. Zhou Yi looked down in horror as countless undead monks began to claw their way to the surface. Confusion flashed across his face at this bizarre turn of events. He stared at the floor, his expression turning grave as his body suddenly felt like lead. His strength was draining away rapidly. The pressure wrapping around him was suffocating, as if a colossal beast buried beneath the earth was dragging him down to the abyss. The thing restraining Zhou Yi was a formation called the Touch of Wither, a massive area of effect skill requiring 10 seconds to cast. It inflicted a rot curse, weakening enemies within range and scrambling their spirit and will. As the system notification faded, he took 2 hits of damage instantly, his attack, defense, and health all plummeting by 100 points. He activated his skill, and golden light erupted, blasting away the tentacles clinging to him. Thank God for death resistance. His magic immunity managed to block a portion of the rot curse. Zhou Yi stared at his arm, nearly half of it infected, and fell into deep thought. From a distance, Priest continued his creepy sermon. Young one, accept the blessing of the gods. You will use your most beautiful form to exist in this world. In stark contrast to the villain's arrogance, Zhou Yi stood half-trapped in the magic circle, completely ignoring the dark energy trying to grab him again. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. You just keep repeating the same lines over and over. What are you? A glitched NPC. Within the red glow, a spark ignited. The holy flame crown manifested behind Zhou Yi's head, the symbol of the fire god. It granted the power to manipulate the fire element, boosting his own stats and increasing fire and light damage for all allies by nearly 40%. A pillar of holy fire crashed down from the heavens, engulfing him and the magic circle entirely. Zhou Yi broke free from the restraints, soaring into the air like a phoenix, shaking off the burning monks. They were incinerated instantly, turning into fireballs that scattered across the room. He summoned the Spear of Victory, a bolt of pure light, and hurled it straight at the priest. But the dark shield blocked the strike. Not only did it absorb a massive amount of damage and grant immunity to physical and magic attacks, but it also reflected a portion of the damage back as dark corrosion. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He swung his sword, unleashing a flash strike aimed perfectly at the defensive barrier. Faced with this overwhelming power, the priest's shield began to crack, leaving him speechless with shock. He raised his hands in a desperate attempt to defend himself, screaming out a summons. "Great Asia, show your wrath. Punish this insignificant ant." Zhou Yi, mid-attack, paused as the name registered in his mind. Asia, his eyes darted to the three-eyed statue glowing with gold light, and his pupils constricted in disbelief. That name. Is it the evil god the bear monster spoke of? Does that thing exist here too? He halted his assault, staring straight at the priest, who was now transforming, wrapped in a cocoon of black aura. Zhou Yi gripped his holy sword, his mind racing. I don't know what's about to happen, but I definitely can't let him finish that transformation. That shield absorbs damage, and it reflects attacks, so I need one massive hit to shatter his defense completely. He swung his blade, unleashing the mighty holy lightning. Heavenly revelation, roaring at the top of his lungs. Arg! If one hit isn't enough, then take another. He followed up instantly with the holy lightning, blade of heavenly punishment. This strike didn't just shatter the priest's shield, it sent his head flying from his shoulders. The body, drowning in black smoke, collapsed, while the half-transformed head spun through the air, its face frozen in shock. It hit the ground with a wet thud, spraying vile fluids everywhere. But Zhou Yi didn't lower his guard for a second. He quickly shifted into his angelic form. The black corpse melted into a sludge, reforming into a dark entity with glowing red eyes. You brat, if you won't submit, then allow me to devour you in the name of the Great One. Zhou Yi smirked, a look of pure challenge on his face. Honestly, you look way better now than you did a minute ago. The priest, now a monster, charged in a rage, launching spheres of darkness straight at his enemy. Zhou Yi wasn't a sitting duck. He dodged effortlessly. His figure weaved through the pillars of red energy erupting from the black orbs. He scanned the battlefield with a serious gaze, then calmly clasped his hands to cast a spell. Holy Light Heart Shield. At his command, a sacred temple materialized above, blasting a beam of light downward. Zhou Yi immediately followed up with Holy Lightning, Heavenly Prison Lock. As the words left his lips, the energy transformed into lightning bolts, pinning the monster to the ground. The creature, still conscious, howled in agony. "Let me go, you wretched human." Even suppressed, he refused to yield, screaming with pure hatred. "You will pay for what you have done. Great God, punish this non-believer." Zhou Yi looked down with a sneer, crushing the priest's delusions. "Stop hallucinating. Your evil god can't save you now. Accept the judgment of the light." He raised his hand for the finishing blow, activating the ultimate skill, Heavenly Prison Lock, and with his command, thousands of chains stabbed down into the shapeless abomination. The monster shrieked in pain. "Release me. Lord Asia will scatter your soul to the winds." A system window popped up, displaying the details of the S-rank skill, Holy Lightning Heavenly Prison Lock. It controls holy lightning to form an inescapable prison, locking the target down. Zhou Yi scanned the golden screen, breaking down the 5 pillars of a job holder's arsenal. Offense, defense, buffs, debuffs, and crowd control. Sure, summoning and crafting existed, but those were niche classes. The real unicorn in the skill tree. That was hard crowd control. Ignoring the priest thrashing against the golden chains, his mind raced. Control skills weren't just useful. They were the absolute kings of the battlefield. Zhou Yi watched the freak struggle and came to a simple verdict. You can have all the nuke-level attacks you want, but if they can be dodged, you're trash. But if they can't move, you can't miss. Even bound and helpless, the corrupted priest howled into the void. Lord Asia's wrath will turn you to ash. Your soul will scream for eternity. Zhou Yi scoffed. Who is this Asia you won't shut up about? The monster's eyes bulged, black veins pulsing with madness. It craned its neck toward the giant statue and shrieked a fanatical prayer. Lord Asia is the supreme god. Infinite power. He crushes armies with a wave of his hand. Traitors get eaten, but the faithful gain eternal life. Zhou Yi kicked the mutated head with pure disgust. Eternal life? Look at you. You're a deformed freak. The priest snarled, "You know nothing," before plunging into a nightmare of the past. Once, He was just a nobody, a humble priest in a quiet village, treated like family by everyone who lived there. He dedicated his life to healing them. But then the plague came, a black tide of death that swallowed the village, leaving only agony in its wake. They begged him for salvation, but he was too weak, too useless. Desperate, he ran to the city, crawling to the high-ranking priests for a miracle. He endured their sneers and disgust. He swallowed his pride, begging them to show just a shred of mercy for his dying people. He knelt before the high priest, but the answer was cold. To them, his villagers were bugs, not worth wasting a single drop of mana on. Broken, he returned to the hellscape, lying through his teeth with a twisted smile. "I'm back. We're saved." From that moment, he broke. His body rotted, consumed by darkness, but he kept grinning, clutching a corrupted cross as he ran back to his flock. He knelt beside a dying villager, praying for a miracle, but there was no grace here. The body exploded, knocking him into the dirt. That's when the horror hit him. It was all a lie. He buried the remains of his friends, drowning in endless grief. The village was dying. The screams never stopped. "Father, please, save us. It hurts. Have mercy." The voices haunted him. He hated his own weakness. He hated the arrogant high priests who left them to rot. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered useless apologies, but in the depth of his despair, a dark, mysterious power answered his call. He embraced the darkness. The plague vanished. Even the dead rose from their graves. The faces twisted by pain were finally smiling again. No more sickness. No more pain. Looking at those walking corpses, he convinced himself he made the right choice. Looking like a monster, small price to pay. It was all worth it. Even now, his faith in the darkness was unshakable. Lord Asya chose us. I will spread his glory to the ends of the earth. Everyone will receive his blessing. Zhou Yi sighed, bored by the blind fanaticism. This guy was too far gone. There was no intel to be gained here. Time to end this. With a clean swing, his blade sliced the cultist in two. Yet, even at death's door, the freak kept praying. "Lord Asya, show your power. Save your servant and smite this infidel." Zhou Yi looked down with ice-cold eyes. "Still betting on your trash god?" He delivered the brutal truth like a final blow. "He abandoned you a long time ago. Today, you're just another corpse." But the priest screamed, clinging to his delusion. "You dare insult Lord Asya? I'll drag you down to hell with me." Zhou Yi smirked at the threat, trying to self-destruct. "Not on my watch." Chains shot out, canceling the explosion. Zhou Yi raised his hand, summoning blinding divine energy. Holy cross judgment. The seal locked in, burning the corruption. Writhing in agony, the priest begged the void one last time. "Lord Asya, save me." Silence. The stone statue stood cold as the zombie bishop dissolved into black sludge. System notification. Target eliminated. Zhou Yi landed softly, dusting off his hands. The loot screen popped up. 12,323 experience points, high-grade health potions, and mana recovery crystals. Plus the guardian chest plate and boots. "Not a bad haul," he muttered, though the experience wasn't quite enough to level up yet. Suddenly, the hair on his neck stood up. The evil aura. It hadn't faded. He kicked his weapon up from the ground, gripping it tight. He marched toward the ominous statue, ready to crush it. "You're next, you ugly piece of rock." A golden light. Boom. His attack shattered the idol into dust. The system chimed again. "Congratulations. Evil god statue destroyed. Hidden reward unlocked." Now that was a surprise. Ho. Red text flashed before his eyes. Item name, Divine Crystal. Description, Ancient Relic. Contains divine power required for the second class advancement. Drop location, deity-level dungeons. Zhou Yi stared at the glowing orb hovering in front of him. First time seeing a second awakening item, he mused. "Looks like I'll be farming this dungeon a few more times." He stepped out of the portal. Officer Ning was waiting, looking impressed. "Not bad. 10 minutes and 25 seconds on your first clear. That puts you in the top 20 on the leaderboards." Zhou Yi tossed the loot bag at her, cutting to the chase. "Officer Ning, keep the trash." "I'm going back in." She blinked, confused. "You just came out. Why go back so soon? That dungeon drains your mental energy like crazy." Zhou Yi's mind flashed through the old records set by previous players. He clenched his fist, a cocky grin spreading across his face. That first run, just a warm-up to map the terrain. This time, I'm gunning for the speedrun crown. The #1 spot is going down today. He felt the adrenaline kicking in. Ning Xin tilted her head, giving him a skeptical look before dropping a reality check. "Listen, kid. Everyone in the top 10 is a level 30 pro. If you want to scratch that leaderboard, you need to be at least level 27. Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. "I've done the math. Don't worry about it." Realizing she couldn't stop this train, Ning Xin just sighed and gave him a final warning. "Fine. Just watch your back in there. I won't charge you for the dungeon rewards this time. Keep it for gear. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. Auntie, yo, Auntie, you here? She gasped, totally caught off guard. Zheng Ming, when did you get back? The guy scratched his head, looking sheepish. Just now. Took me 2 whole months to wipe out those disgusting dimensional bugs. Man, I'm dead on my feet. Zhou Yi overheard the chatter, his mind instantly connecting the dots. Wiping out dimensional creatures. Is he talking about the space rift? He stepped silently into the new instance, his brain still chewing on the intel. Back at the Hurricane Mountain range, I noticed low-level mobs crossing through medium-tier space rifts. Master mentioned the military raised the threat level to Tier 3 and deployed a legion to purge the area. Outside, Ning Xin's voice trembled with worry. Was the casualty rate high? Zhang Ming's face went dark as memories of his fallen squad mates hit him. Our squad had over 12 people. Only 8 made it back. He grit his teeth, and that was with a legion protecting us. If they weren't there, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. A heavy silence fell before she sighed. 1/3 of the team gone. That's tragic. Ning Xin crossed her arms, shifting into scolding mode. Zhang Ming, did you call your mom yet? You reckless brat, taking a mission that dangerous without saying a word. He laughed nervously, trying to deflect. That's why I came to find my favorite auntie first. I hid the mission from her. If I tell her now, she'll skin me alive. She shrugged, acting cool. Not my problem. Deal with it yourself. He immediately clasped his hands together, begging for a cover-up. Come on, auntie. Look, I'm fine. Right? Not a scratch. Instead of answering, Ning Xin turned her head, spotting someone walking toward them. She frowned, confused. Zhou Yi, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He looked at her calmly. Deacon Ning, I just came out. Her hands flew to her mouth in pure shock. Huh! He pointed a thumb at the refreshed leaderboard. God's Breath Realm. Nightmare difficulty. Rank 1, Zhou Yi. Level 23. Clear time, 1 minute and 59 seconds. He smirked, enjoying the moment. See for yourself. Ning Xin muttered, eyes wide as saucers. Under 2 minutes? On nightmare difficulty? And he's only level 23. Zhou Yi didn't give her time to breathe. Deacon Ning, unlock abyss difficulty for me. She let out a long, defeated breath. Her eyes mixed helplessness with grudging respect. You really are a little monster. Go. Take my access card. Grind it as many times as you want. Zheng Ming finally snapped out of his daze. Wait, you? You're Zhou Yi, the legendary top freshman from Suhang University. 2 months flew by, but the legend of the God's Breath Realm Clear was still the hottest topic. Students on campus couldn't stop buzzing. Damn, the abyss difficulty record just got crushed again. 1 minute and 29 seconds. That's actually insane. Dude, at 1 minute 29, I was still stuck at the first gate. Terrifying. That's the personal disciple of Guild Master Wang for you. Another student chimed in, shaking his head in disbelief. Did you guys see the nightmare run a few days ago? 59 seconds. My brain went numb just watching it. Even a second awakening pro isn't that fast. Zhou Yi exited the dungeon, beaming. He thought back on the crazy grind of the last few days. These 2 months, totally worth it. After Master Wang, who he found out I was raiding the Heavenly Martial Guild's dungeons, he gave me his unlimited point card. He checked his stats. Unlimited grind glitch unlocked. With no restrictions on points, naturally, I had to power level like a maniac. 2 months living in the guild, and I finally hit level 29. It's time. I can finally accept the class advancement quest. Zhou Yi started plotting his next move. I need to hit up Master Wang Hui to get the Paladin transfer letter. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Beep! A summons from Principal Wang Hui himself. His phone dangled with a cute keychain given to him by Jiang Churen. It was a blind box monster pet from Ning and City Super Rare. I pulled forever to get this Kapu-style one. Moments later, Zhou Yi stood in the principal's office. Master. Wang Hui looked him over, nodding with approval, just as I predicted. 6 levels in 2 months. Not bad. He walked over, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder mysteriously. I could have taken you to the wild to hunt beasts. Power leveled you to 40, maybe even 50. But do you know why I didn't? Zhou Yi answered without hesitation, his voice steady. Because a third awakening player with no foundation is just a paper tiger. Without combat instincts, I wouldn't be able to unleash my full potential. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. A true class holder only becomes a top-tier powerhouse by surviving life or death battles. Wang Hui cast a spell, golden light flickering as he spoke. It's rare for someone your age to understand that. He slammed a class transfer letter onto the desk. The world is full of rich kids who bought their levels with their parents' resources, but they get crushed the moment they hit the second or third awakening. Since you're level 29, Get ready for your second awakening. Wang Hui continued the briefing. The second awakening for a paladin is the Apocalypse Bringer. It massively boosts holy light control and fixes the weak offensive power of the first class. But honestly, your power is already broken. This is the transfer letter. Inject your consciousness into it to see the unlock conditions. A system interface popped up in front of Zhou Yi. Item: Paladin Class Transfer Letter. Effect: Triggers class advancement conditions. Activation: Evolve from Paladin to Apocalypse Bringer. He closed his eyes calmly. He focused, absorbing the power from the letter. Lines of text scrolled across his vision. Advancement conditions: First Class Paladin. Level requirement: 29. Materials: 100 Holy Crystals. Special: 100 Thoughts of Repentance. Zhou Yi scratched his head, confused. Thoughts of repentance? Like the regret of cultists who worship the evil god? Demon Lord. Master, do you remember that thing I looted from the abyss level of God's Breath realm? Wang Hui listened to the question and smirked. To extract the thought of repentance, one must utilize the soul summoning technique. But there's a catch. It must be cast within 30 minutes of the target's death, or the soul will dissipate into nothingness. Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he pinpointed this critical flaw. Professor, how did you know I possessed that skill? Wang Hui answered with casual confidence. Rumor has it, you completely swept the Sighing Realm dungeon. A drop like that was inevitable for someone of your caliber. With your overwhelming power, gathering 100 holy crystals must have been child's play by now. Zhou Yi felt a sudden surge of emotion. The professor, he had been planning my second-class advancement all along. He nodded respectfully. That is correct. Wang Hui didn't waste a beat. Then only one hurdle remains. Complete the fourth mission, and your second awakening will be within your grasp. The professor then offered a crucial tip. Check the Academy network. There is a new mission involving the evil cultists. It is your best bet for harvesting the thoughts of repentance. Go. See for yourself. Zhou Yi bowed with a single word. Understood. The moment he returned to his quarters, he logged into the official Academy portal, eyes scanning the database for the mission list. A flood of data scrolled across the screen, making him pause. Suhang University, one of the top 3 elites in the nation. Yet, the total student population was shockingly low. Across all 4 years, barely 5,000 students were enrolled. That wasn't even a third of a standard university's capacity. His fingers flew across the keyboard, analyzing the data as he initiated the search. The entry standards for Suhang were astronomical. Only the monsters among monsters got in. But while the students were few, the missions were endless. Most were standard credit farming runs. I don't have time for trash mobs. I need the evil cult. He applied the filter. Boom. Results loaded instantly. A combat mission. Eliminate the target, CK. Target. Level 34, Evil Cultist. Status, Fugitive. Bounty, 400 credits. But then an investigation mission caught his eye. Location, Longfeng City, Songshan Province. Suspicious activity reported. Reward, 100 to 1,000 credits depending on intel. Zhou Yi rubbed his chin, calculating. I need 100 strands of repentance thoughts. Killing one guy won't cut it. The first mission is trash. Where exactly is Longfeng City? He pulled up the map. It wasn't a metropolis, but it was famous for the abyss fruit. Definitely more developed than the backwater of Lijiang. If the evil cult is operating there, it's a hunting ground. The chance to farm, thoughts of repentance was high. Zhou Yi clicked accept. Immediately, a red warning box slammed onto the screen. Warning, high-risk mission detected. 2 previous agents have lost contact. Status, unknown. Do you wish to proceed? Zhou Yi blinked. High risk? Seriously. His brow furrowed as he broke it down. Just like dungeon instances, Academy missions were graded on a 4-tier scale. Simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A sharp glint flashed in his emerald eyes. High risk, that implies a mortality rate exceeding 70%. But fear, that wasn't in Zhou Yi's dictionary. Evil cult missions are never a walk in the park anyway. He stood up. I need to prep before I deploy. He raised a hand, mana flaring. Come forth, void butterfly. The spectral creature fluttered into existence, voice trembling with reverence. Master, do you have orders? He didn't waste breath on words. In silence, he activated the positioning skill. A magical chart illuminated the room, data streaming rapidly. The void butterfly's ability. Mark a coordinate within the chaotic void. It allowed for instant spatial transposition to the designated point. Zhou Yi finally spoke, his tone absolute. If we hit a wall, we can't break. Rely on your speed. Get us out. Now, the trip to Longfeng City had a safety net. An escape route was secured. Preparation complete. Zhou Yi strode out of the dormitory, the campus wind hitting his face. He tapped his phone, purchasing a bulk supply of mana recovery potions from the academy store. That should be enough. He was ready to roll. But from the distance, two female students froze, eyes going wide. No way. It's God Yi. God Yi is still alive. Her friend smirked, admiration dripping from her voice. What did you expect? They don't call him the leader of the Golden Age for nothing. That aura, it's suffocating. Even the fourth-year seniors don't feel that oppressive. Meanwhile, inside the Dean of War's private alloy training chamber, Wu Mang was a whirlwind of destruction, soloing 7 combat androids at once. Between bone-crushing strikes, he shouted to Su Mi, "Did you say Zhou Yi took the high-risk assignment? Has he already left campus?" Su Mi nodded, her voice cutting through the noise of battle. Affirmative. Destination, Longfeng City, Songshan Province. Target, the evil cult. Crash. Wu Mang shattered a robot into scrap metal. Hunting the cult, huh? The kid is definitely grinding for his second-class advancement. He's got guts. I'll give him that. He paused, a frown creasing his forehead. Wait. Longfeng City. Didn't you brief me on that specific mission earlier? Su Mi glanced at her datapad, verifying the file. It started as a normal grade mission. However, after 2 agents levels 26 and 28 went dark, the threat level was upgraded to high risk. The Academy AI predicts that only a second advancement awakened can survive it. Wu Mang laughed, not stopping his assault on the remaining droids. They're definitely hiding a trump card over there. For a normal student, a death sentence. But for Zhou Yi, it's just another Tuesday. With a savage grin, he ripped the head off the nearest android, then launched himself forward like a cannonball. His mind raced as fast as his fists. 2 months of hell in the Tianwu Guild's dungeon forged him. At level 29, he won't lose, even against a second advancement user. The kid has more aces up his sleeve than a cheater in a casino. Boom! Wu Mang obliterated the final wave with a single devastating strike. Dusting off his hands, he made a command decision. Mark Zhou Yi's schedule as authorized leave. Don't interfere with anything else. He turned to Su Mi, eyes narrowing. But when he gets back, remind him. He still has to complete his mandatory vacation itinerary. A bullet train tore through the landscape, blurring the world outside. The direct line from Su Heng to Longfeng spanned 100,000 kilometers, cutting straight through hazardous zones. To get here, he'd started at the Ning and University portal, endured 12 teleportation jumps, and switched trains 7 times just to reach Yongxing in Songshan Province. Exhaustion weighed heavy on Zhou Yi as he leaned his head against the cold glass. Just a 2-hour subway ride left. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. Notification chime. Brother Zhou Yi, have you arrived? His fingers tapped out a quick reply. Close. ETA 1 hour. The response was instant. Understood. Call me when you land. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the seat next to him. Whoa, is that a squeak mouse charm? That's a Ning and City exclusive. Kui Lianana leaned in, eyes sparkling. Are you from Ning and too? Zhou Yi gave a polite nod. That's right. You as well? She beamed, a bright smile lighting up her face. I guess you could call me a half-local. My grandma lives there. I grew up in those streets, but now I only get to visit during summer break. Su Heng and Songshan are just worlds apart, you know? So, heading to Longfeng for tourism or business? Zhou Yi's expression remained calm, but secretly, he activated his appraisal skill. Just some errands to run. What about you two? Sightseeing. The appraisal data flashed in his retina. Class, pharmacist, level 13. Both of them. Oblivious to the fact that she had just been scanned, Kui Liana kept chatting, completely unguarded. That's the plan. We're crashing Longfeng's hot springs to chill. Name's Ku Nana, and this is my bestie, Liu Jie. But hey, your level is totally grayed out. My scan can't even touch it. Judging by that killer aura, you're a combat class, right? Zhou Yi just gave a cool grunt. Classic strong silent type. See? I told you my sixth sense is never wrong. I seriously worship combat job holders. Though honestly, to him, it sounded a bit cringe. But the gap between us, support classes and you frontline fighters, it's like heaven and earth.
Well, getting caught was inevitable. Desperate to make a connection, Queen Nana shoved her phone in his face. Hey, handsome, let's swap digits. We're both pharmacists, see? If you ever need to juice up mana potions, healing elixirs, whatever, hit us up. Family discount, 20% off, just for you. Zhou Yi felt a bit awkward, but free discounts? He couldn't say no. Sure, thanks. Finally, the high-speed train screeched into Longfeng City. Nana stretched as they stepped onto the platform. Time flies when you're having fun. She grabbed her bags, winking at Zhou Yi one last time. Don't be a stranger. Call me whenever. But she was too busy yapping and slammed right into a passerby. Shi Yun looked down,
eyes lighting up as he saw the fresh-faced beauty in front of him. He immediately ditched his dignity to peddle his cult garbage. My apologies, beautiful lady. But look, the Holy Spirit cult can offer you eternal bliss. He turned his creep mode on Liu Ji next. Our church is holding a special event soon. It's a rare chance to witness the divine grace firsthand. If you're curious, come seek the truth. He didn't even spare Zhou Yi. And you, young master, your aura is extraordinary. You definitely have a destiny with the divine. Cheap flattery meant nothing to a guy like him. Still, Zhou Yi glanced at the flyer. As he read the fine print, the alarm bells in his head started ringing louder. He let out a cold snort. Humph. That single sound drained the color from Xie Yun's face. Terrified, the cultist snatched back his paper and bolted. He screamed back a blessing while running. May the Holy Spirit Lord protect you forever. Liu Ji, bless her heart, seemed totally clueless about the Holy Spirit cult. She tilted her head. Is religious culture super trendy in Longfeng or something? But Cui Nana snatched the flyer from her hand. Trash. Get rid of it, now. Talk about bad juju. Liu Jie blinked, confused by her friend's sudden aggression. What's wrong? Is it dangerous? Nana sighed, ready to drop some dark family lore. It makes sense you don't know. My brother's worked here for years. He told me the cult started creeping into Longfeng about a year ago. Back then, the Holy Spirit cult was just a shadow organization. But get this, people who joined started getting free attribute boosts and leveling up. But there was a catch. They looked the same, but their personalities did a total 180, like they were possessed by strangers. Nana's voice dropped as she recalled the horror. My brother's friend used to be a saint. After joining, he turned into a rage monster, terrified his whole family. The cult claims it's just passionate devotion, but I call it psychotic. Something is seriously wrong with them. Liu Ji absorbed the story, then asked, So, what's this divine miracle they keep talking about? Nana tossed the crumpled flyer into a bin, looking disgusted. Who cares? Just stay away. That stuff is poison, and we are not getting involved. Who knows what darkness hides in there? Zhou Yi crossed his arms, analyzing the situation. Back in the Qiangfeng Mountains, his consciousness had briefly touched the light god, and divine miracles were never good news. This had to be the trail to the evil sect. They always hide behind the mask of a legitimate religion. Night swallowed Longfeng City. 8:30 sharp. Neon lights blazed from the Hengyang shopping center, painting the street in artificial daylight. The ninth floor was packed like sardines. The buzz was electric. Think we'll see a real miracle tonight? No clue, but that's why I'm here. My neighbor swore on his life after witnessing the miracle. His intelligence stat jumped 20 points instantly. His power level skyrocketed. Gu Man, blending into the sea of people, scoffed. Using free power-ups as bait to lure in sheep, gotta admit, it's effective. Jiang Shang nodded. No kidding. The Holy Spirit cult dominated the scene in just 1 year. You don't get that big without some dirty tricks. Despite the snark, he stayed focused. Yeah. Just make sure to record their fraud in 4K. Xiao Ling, standing nearby, kept her voice low. Gu Man, focus. We just need proof the miracle is fake. Do not dig too deep. One slip up on an A+ mission means death. When a level 19 sword fighter gives an order, you listen. Understood. Intel only, no engagement. Satisfied, she turned to their level 18 mechanic. Jiang Shang, are the micro-drones in position? He grinned, eyes twinkling behind his glasses. Relax. I've got eyes on every corner. Suddenly, Wu Han, who had been casting appraisal, cut in. Wait, why is that guy's data blank? Zhou Yi was standing right there, plain as day, but her system interface was screaming error. The other three activated their appraisal skills simultaneously. Huh? I can't read his stats either. Gu Man, what about you? He shook his head, looking just as baffled as Zhao Ling. Blocked. If none of us can scan him, he's at least level 20. Jiang Shang frowned. A generic cult meeting. Attracting a monster above level 20, it didn't add up. Then Wu Han dropped a bombshell. There's a faint trace of divinity clinging to him. Is he one of them? Could he be a high-ranking enforcer for the Holy Spirit cult? While they bickered, Zhou Yi suddenly turned, shooting a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. Panic surged. All four froze as their blood turned to ice. Zhao Ling didn't hesitate. That look just crushed my spirit. Defense. He's a second-class transfer expert. Do not engage. Do not draw attention. Wu Han squeaked out a Roger, while the men shut up, accepting their place in the food chain. As they sized him up, Zhou Yi was dissecting them. Those four aren't civilians, but they are my problem. He turned away. My target is the cult. Suddenly, clang. A clear bell chime sliced through the noise. The atmosphere shifted instantly, silence falling like a heavy blanket. A figure stepped forward, arms spread. Welcome, lost souls, to the Holy Spirit gathering. You are all destined for greatness. I am Father Li Shu Yuan, your guide to divine grace. Zhou Yi watched from the shadows. 1, level 18, 217s. Small fry, his eyes narrowed. Let's see what kind of circus act they're pulling. Li Shu Yuan continued his sermon, voice booming. We worship the Spirit Lord. Our doctrine is the path to light and salvation. In the eyes of our Lord, all living things are equal. Yeah, right. This guy kept weaving sweet lies for his followers, promising that with enough faith, the Lord would grant them epic loot. From free cultivation dungeons to precious resources like mana potions, and even rare heavenly herbs to boost stats, they claimed to have it all. Then, he dropped the ultimate bait. Every single month, the church would give every member a salary of 8,000 credits just for operating costs. This bombshell made the crowd go absolutely feral. I bust my back for a whole month just to make 4,000, but joining this cult gets you 8 grand? Plus free grinding resources? Who knows? Maybe I could actually change my fate and become a top-tier powerhouse. 2 Yuan kept pouring sweet poison into their ears, hyping them up for the big scam. This is the Lord's love for everyone, so you never have to worry about the struggles of life again. You can focus your heart and soul entirely on worshiping our Lord. His next words were the signal for his 2 lackeys. Everyone, the Holy Spirit's power is infinite. Next, as your priest, I will personally demonstrate the Lord's immense power. He walked up to a mysterious statue that looked suspicious as hell to start his little magic show. This is a rare opportunity granted by the Lord. Witness the glory of God with your own eyes and feel his vast grace. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes at the object, calculating. He couldn't be 100% sure, but he could sense the dense mana radiating from that statue. It was definitely some kind of magic tool, not a miracle. Zhao Ling's squad had their own agenda, the Holy Spirit statue. They're about to fake a miracle. We need to record everything and get hard evidence this time. 2 Yuan stood before the statue, arms raised high, screaming like a fanatic. Holy Spirit, Lord, show us your power. The desperate look on the crowd's faces just made him shout even louder. Let these devout believers witness your magnificent miracle. The moment he stopped talking, his assistant rang a small bell. Ding, ding, dang. With the chime, the statue started glowing with a soft gold light. In seconds, it exploded into a blinding halo that forced Zhou Yi to shield his eyes. He stared in shock at this so-called miracle, which now took the form of a goddess embracing her believers. Suddenly, someone screamed out, "What is this?" That shout broke the dam. The crowd went wild. A miracle. It's a real miracle. This light. I feel power overflowing in my body. The silhouette from the statue began chanting weird spells. The believers looked around, confused but entranced. Strange. Do you guys hear something? The miracle is speaking. Guman's team was getting hit by the spell too. Except for Wuhan, everyone looked like they'd been hit with a high-level mind control skill. Then, Xiaoling stared at her hands, her voice trembling. I've advanced to a second job class. That statement terrified Wuhan, who was safe inside his protective barrier. Next to him, Guman laughed maniacally. Sister Ling, look at all this money. With these resources, I'll be the strongest warrior. No rival can escape my claws now. Mom, I'm finally the top mechanic in the country. The family will be so proud. Wuhan shivered. He realized this was a high-tier mass hypnosis spell. Wuhan stared helplessly as the miracle kept spreading. His mind control immunity necklace had a cooldown it could only trigger once every 30 minutes. He had to wait for the cooldown or try to wake up one teammate and force a breakout. But wait, Zhou Yi was the second person standing completely unaffected. Zhou Yi grabbed a nearby guy by the head, analyzing the situation. Dark hypnosis arts, is this how the Holy Spirit Church recruits members? What a cheap trick. 2 Yuan watched the chaos with a satisfied smirk, as expected of the holy artifact gifted by the bishop. The effects are god tier. He immediately barked orders to the goons behind him. Start the operation. We wasted time earlier, and the other side is getting impatient. The mesmerizing bell rang again, sending sound waves everywhere. Soon, the whole hall was covered in ripples of golden light. But the moment the bell stopped, creepy tendrils of dark smoke started leaking into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers emerged from the black smoke, stepping onto the altar. 2 Yuan bowed low, terrified. Greetings, Lord Bishop. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with intensity. That vibe, those are evil cultists. Feng Li didn't waste a second and snapped. 2 Yuan, what took you so long? The priest panicked, clasping his hands. Lord Bishop, everything happens for a reason. Spreading the word of the Holy Spirit takes a little time to set up. The bishop dismissed him coldly. They are just consumables. Don't waste time next time. Feng Li reached out and touched the statue. After this sacrifice, you will officially join the Holy Spirit Church. Accept the Lord's blessing. Tu Yuan looked like he just won the lottery. Thank you for the promotion, Lord Bishop. Zhou Yi observed them, finally understanding. Cultists look like normal NPCs when they aren't using their dark powers. It's hard for job holders to tell the difference. But a holy knight like me is blessed by the light. I'm hypersensitive to evil energy. Those fives stand out like ink on white paper. On the altar, Feng Li began his villainous monologue. Eternal, Holy Spirit, immortal and undying. Great Lord, the sacrifice is ready. Please, feast upon it. Watching this scene, Zhou Yi's mind raced. A level 27 bishop? He must have a boss higher up. I need to wait and see if I can get more intel. After all, 5 cultists aren't enough of a lead. The statue flickered with gold light. Feng Li and his crew opened their arms, chanting the same phrase over and over. Eternal Holy Spirit, immortal and undying. After hearing the chant 5 times, the statue seemed to grin, its mouth stretching to its ears in a demonic smile. It opened its mouth and spewed out waves of glittering sound. The believers below soaked it up, looking euphoric, like a dry desert finally getting rain. Zhou Yi felt the madness in the air and clicked his tongue. They're pulling their souls out. The crowd began to blindly repeat the chant, Eternal Holy Spirit, immortal and undying. His brain went into overdrive. The soul is the key to resurrection. Whether it's a healer saving someone or a powerhouse saving themselves, a normal person's soul is weak and vanishes after death, but it's still essential. Zhou Yi finally realized just how twisted this sect was. They trap everyone's minds with illusions, but the real trap is draining their soul force. He recalled the intel he'd heard before. People who join the church look the same on the outside, but their personalities flip like they're totally different people. I finally found the answer to these weird events. The reason cult members change so much is because their souls are damaged. Zhou Yi watched the golden waves extracting soul power from the dazed crowd, confusion clouding his face. But why is that statue collecting all these souls? What is their endgame? Jiaoling marched into the 9th floor with guts of steel. But now, her soul was getting eaten alive by corruption. Wu Han grabbed her arm with everything he had. His heart was pounding like a drum solo inside his chest. If they waited for Sis Ling to snap out of it, they were all going to die. Sitting ducks, wake up, damn it. She ignored the risk and triggered the ice spirit art. Ice spirits, heed my call. Gather your power and freeze everything. Layers of frost coated Zhao Ling instantly. She cheered. It's working. We have a chance. But that hope? It died faster than a noob in a boss fight. The ice melted in a heartbeat. Useless. It vanished into thin air. But Wu Han's desperate move caught the eye of the cultist, Xu Yuan. Oh? Someone resisted the hypnosis? The cultist waved his hand, unleashing a storm of dark magic. Dark flame, go. Zhou Yi saw the death energy incoming. He didn't flinch. Sacred light shield, activate. But plot twist. There wasn't just one person awake in this crowd of zombies. Liu Ran threw out her own radiant shield just in time. The golden barrier slammed down in front of Wu Han, blocking the magic attack. Since her cover was blown, she went full offense. She hurled a radiant orb straight at the boss, Feng Li. But Feng Li wasn't the head of the spirit church for nothing. He swatted the attack away like a fly. After dealing with that scratch, he exposed her instantly. Radiant art? You're from the Light Temple. Liu Ran was a level 25 light mage, but seeing her shield shatter so easily, she was totally freaked out. How is this possible? My radiant art is level 15. That skill was supposed to one-shot a gold-ranked tyrant bear. The level suppression was real. She snapped back to reality and ripped open a teleportation scroll. But a cultist waved a hand and blocked the space. Access denied. Not good. These cultists are way too OP. She had to bail. Now, leaving as easy was just a song lyric, not reality. Feng Li wasn't about to let his prey walk away. You try to wreck my ritual and think you can just leave? He sneered. You think this is a convenience store? Come and go as you please. He cast swamp art. Disgusting mud rose from the floor, wrapping around her legs like snakes. Liu Ran reacted fast, jumping back with all her might. But Feng Li had backup. 2 cultists attacked at once. Wineblade, fireball. A golden light exploded, trapping her in the crossfire. Power of light, gather around me. Form the invincible shield, but fighting a 2v1, she was pinned down, front and back. This was a death trap. Out of 5 enemies, 2 were mages. If it was just one, she could have tanked a hit and used the scroll. But now, no chance. Her plan went up in smoke. Liu Ran gritted her teeth. Holy power, gather in the light and purge this evil. But inside, she was panicking. Even worse, a melee fighter was rushing her. If that guy got into close range, it was game over for a squishy mage like her. She spammed attacks desperately, trying to break their formation. At 18, she awakened a hidden class, a total prodigy. As a light mage, She was drafted straight into the Light Temple for elite training. But the Spirit Church cultists, they weren't training dummies waiting to be hit. They counterattacked hard. She was dodging for her life. 4 years of training. This was her first real mission. She thought she could solo this raid and be a hero, but was she going to pay with her life? Zhou Yi watched the mess and sighed. Pathetic. He couldn't watch this train wreck anymore. He raised his hand. Hammer of penance. The silent Hengjiang Mall suddenly roared as floors exploded one by one. Boom. The noise was deafening. Liu Ran fell to her knees, staring at the destruction. The other half of the building, gone. Reduced to a massive crater while Wu Han struggled to survive. Did he just kill them all? Xu Yuan pointed a trembling finger. Another intruder. That holy light. It's suffocating. Feng Li wasn't blind. He glared at Zhou Yi. Are you a high knight from the Light Temple? Zhou Yi didn't answer. He just sentenced them. Cultists. Scum of the earth. Your sins are heavy. Liu Ran shivered, trying to stand up. She realized something terrifying. 2 level 25 mages and a warrior. Wiped out instantly. Is he a second awakening class? Dragonwind City was definitely on the temple's radar. Feng Li hated being judged. He waved his hand. Kill him. He doesn't know who he's messing with. 2 cultists charged. Know your place. To Zhou Yi, even Feng Li was trash, let alone these minions. He swung his sword once. Clean cut. Feng Li couldn't believe his eyes. One move? Impossible. His old brain started calculating fast. Run. He had to run. He kicked his minion, Xu Yuan, forward. Block him. Xu Yuan didn't expect the betrayal. He was walking straight into hell. Zhu Yi didn't mind the free kill. Slash. He ended the guy instantly. Then, he summoned a blue butterfly. Void butterfly, track him. The butterfly zoomed into the dark portal before it vanished. Liu Ran timidly approached the monster of a man, respected high priest. She bowed, nervous as hell. I am Liu Ran, light mage from the Magic City branch. Standing this close, the holy light was blinding. It wasn't just strong, it was pure. This is the avatar of holy light itself. I can feel the purity washing over me just by standing here. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Magic City branch? Why are you all the way out here? She didn't hide anything. She was just grateful to be alive. I was out grinding experience and took a mission here. Thank God you showed up, sir. I was totally going to die. He turned to leave. Just a small matter. She scrambled after him. Wait, may I ask which high priest you are? I've never seen holy power this intense. Zhou Yi waved his hand dismissively. I'm not from your light temple. Boom. That answer hit her harder than the spell. Liu Ran was confused. Not. From the temple? She looked at the destroyed altar after he snapped his fingers. She blinked. But that thick holy aura. Only a high-ranking priest could have that. A crazy thought popped into her head. Wait, is he the Holy Son? Liu Ran searched her memory frantically. Holy Son, Holy Daughter. Titles reserved for the absolute gods of talent within the Light Temple. This wasn't just a privilege, it was the ultimate authority. They had access to the supreme cultivation resources of the Holy Court, bred for slaughter. They were invincible among peers, capable of annihilating enemies far above their rank. To survive the cult's assassins, the Holy Son and Daughter remained shadows before their grand awakening. Only the high priests knew the truth. Satisfied, she scanned the area. My lord, shall we awaken the unconscious masses now? He scoffed. Why waste energy playing nanny? Forget it. The situation is a mess. Let the trash cleaners from the security bureau handle the cleanup. Waking them now would only breed panic. Zhou Yi strode toward the corpse of a cultist, eyes cold. The bureau has protocols for this nightmare. They're better at coddling civilians. She scampered after him, pouring on the flattery. As expected of my lord, your wisdom knows no bounds. He pressed his palms together. Divine art, repentance, invoking the holy name to shatter the soul's corruption. Golden stardust drifted from his fingers, coating the rotting flesh. Sacred lilies bloomed from the blood. A screeching shadow of death writhed upward, followed by twisted souls suspended in the air. The very space groaned in agony. I have sinned. I repent for my atrocities. As the ghost wailed, Zhou Yi extended his hand, dispelling the magic with a casual flick. He clenched his fist, unsatisfied. Only 4 kills? Pathetic. He had released the bishop on purpose, a tracker bee, leading him straight to the hive. He should be there by now. Liu Ran watched his back, doubt gnawing at her. I know the repentance art, but compared to the Holy Son, I am nothing. If I could cultivate by his side, I would ascend to new heights. But am I even worthy in his eyes? Just as she spiraled, the sirens of the security bureau pierced the silence. They stormed in like a hurricane, hands in the air. Drop your weapons now. This is the Longfeng Security Bureau Enforcement Squad. Encircled by armed troops, a towering figure emerged. Captain Wang Hao, leader of the action squad. He approached Liu Ran, his aura demanding respect, yet surprisingly polite. I am Wang Hao. Honored Awakener, report the situation immediately. Startled, her instincts kicked in, and her hands shot up in surrender. Hello, Captain Wang. She put on her innocent act and spilled the tea. It was the Holy Spirit cult. Those psychos. They lured civilians here to harvest their souls for a blood sacrifice. Wang Hao's face darkened. Soul harvest? Did you single-handedly stop this madness? Liu Ran frantically waved her hands. No, it wasn't me. She turned to point at Zhou Yi, but the spot was empty. Huh? Where did he go? She pouted, mentally screaming. Lord, Holy Son, how could you ditch me like this? Meanwhile, Wang Hao barked orders, taking command of the chaos. Team 1, evacuate the civilians. Keep them calm. Team 2, scour the scene. I want every scrap of evidence bagged. Miss nothing. A mysterious energy ripple swept through the crowd, magic woven into the air. Wang Hao's voice continued to echo through the hall. Team 3, triage the wounded, move. As the magic took hold, the victims blinked, looking like they had just woken from a trance. Who are you guys? I want to go home. Wait, wasn't I just at a party? How did I get here? Weird. My whole body aches. It feels like someone is playing drums inside my skull. Jiang Shang rubbed his eyes, groaning in misery. Ugh, my brain. He stumbled toward his teammates. Did we win? Wu Han looked at him like he was an idiot. You naive fool. You were all hypnotized. I only survived thanks to my artifacts. And get this, the cult had 5 masters backing them, all level 25 or higher. His jaw dropped. Level 25? We should be dead meat. Wu Han's eyes gleamed. A second advancement cleric saved us. He wiped out the cult with a single strike. Jiang Shang lit up like a Christmas tree. A second advancement. High ranker. A true whale. Hell yes. My drone definitely recorded the fight. If we upload this, we'll break the internet. We're gonna be famous. He whipped out his bot to check the footage. But before he could play it, the ground violently lurched. The team froze, paralyzed by the sudden tremor. Meanwhile, in the abyss of shadows, a figure writhed within a cocoon of magical slime. Feng Li's voice dripped with venom and hatred. Curse him. Who was that monster? Since when does Longfang City harbor such a titan? He stumbled forward, his mind racing with terrors. Someone from the Holy Court? Impossible. I've been a ghost. I've never done anything to attract a high-tier exorcist. The hypnosis was perfect. The tracks were covered. Where did I slip up? Feng Li slammed open the massive iron doors. The ritual is ruined. 4 acolytes dead. The master will flay me alive for this failure. Panic clawed at his throat. What do I do? Suddenly, a shimmer of mana materialized, a spectral blue butterfly, fluttering with deadly grace. Behind it, the fabric of reality cracked. Zhou Yi tore the dimensional rift open with his bare hands, stepping through with casual elegance. The Void Beast's sensory power had locked onto the coordinates perfectly. Instantaneous teleportation complete. He was in the heart of the enemy base. Du Feng, the looming shadow, spotted the newcomer. Bishop Feng, you have returned. The voice boomed without pity. I sense 4 life signatures extinguished. Explain this incompetence. Feng Li dropped to his knees, trembling. Master, a catastrophe. An anomaly with terrifying holy light power interfered with the mission. He shattered the ritual and slaughtered our brethren. His power, it was godlike. I was an insect before him. Du Feng glared. Then why do you still draw breath? Feng Li slammed his head on the floor. Mercy. This servant deserves death, but please, spare my worthless life. I will redeem myself. I'll find double, no, triple the sacrifices. The shadow remained unmoved. Little success, followed by colossal failure. Feng Li shook like a leaf in a storm. Master, I swear on my soul, I gave everything. But that mystery man was a demon. Unnoticed, Zhou Yi stood among the ranks, cloaked in a cultist's disguise. His eyes narrowed, analyzing the massive orb of darkness pulsating with suffocating evil. This has to be the core. Over 100 cultists gathered in one spot. This scheme goes way deeper than just harvesting a few souls. Du Feng didn't want to waste another second, turning a blind eye to the small stuff. Save your breath. Your pathetic excuses mean nothing to me. Even though the sacrifice was interrupted, the ritual itself is complete. The grand design remains untouched. Feng Li, that spineless coward, stammered out, my lord. Does that mean the offering was a success? But I saw it get cut off with my own eyes. The master's soul tribute hasn't been fully collected yet. Do you want to incur his wrath? The creature couldn't hold back its fury, roaring at the incompetence. You absolute moron. Do you really think we orchestrated sacrifices across the entire city for a few scraps of soul power? Ugh, hopeless. He turned to another disciple, demanding a proper breakdown. Bishop Su, educate this imbecile. As you command. Su Ling stepped forward, a twisted, sinister grin stretching across his face. He spoke slowly, savoring every word. My lord, this is the Apocalypse blueprint. For 5 years, the Holy Spirit cult has executed 307 rituals, all planted at critical ley lines within Longfeng City. Every sacrifice lights up a specific node. He explained the madness with chilling enthusiasm, while Zhou Yi, hiding in the shadows, didn't miss a single syllable. Connect these nodes, and you get a massive magic circle enveloping the entire city, the Chaos Purgatory Array. To pull this off, we've embedded our agents in every layer of Longfeng society. We've been brainwashing the masses with the Holy Spirit's doctrine. The dark secrets just kept spilling out of his mouth. We lured in the power-hungry to expand our ranks and fuel the machine. At the same time, we spiked the city's water supply with a colorless, odorless magic toxin. It erodes the spirit and body, leaving them weak and ripe for control. Zhou Yi's mind raced. No wonder those high-level class holders were so easily brainwashed. But what's the endgame of this Chaos Purgatory Array? Meanwhile, Su Ling's voice continued to drone on, dripping with malice. We've carved out a labyrinth of tunnels beneath the city, linking every sacrifice point. They're lined with runic arrays to funnel all that gathered energy to one spot. He dropped the bombshell on the timing. The array activated tonight. Right now, the souls and life force of every living being in this city are being harvested. It's all flowing through the tunnels, straight to the seal of the Chaos Lord. The more he spoke, the more his face twisted into a mask of pure villainy. With the lives of the entire city as fuel, the great Chaos Lord will awaken. He will bring eternal darkness, unmaking reality and forging a new world in his image. The Lord is rising. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. The Chaos Lord? That ancient evil god. Mana surged as he prepared to strike, sacrificing a whole city to wake up a monster. Over my dead body. Feng Li panicked, bowing repeatedly. My lord, please, have mercy. I had no idea about the scale of this plan. Du Feng sneered at him. Bishop Feng, with a brain that's smooth, how could I possibly trust you with anything actually important? Mid-sentence, his aura flared. Who's lurking there? Zhou Yi froze, eyes widening. Crap. Du Feng fired a blast of magic straight at his hiding spot, triggering a massive explosion. Luckily, his reflexes were god tier. As the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi stood unscathed, blade drawn and ready for war. Holy Lightning. Apocalyptic Stance. Level 1. Entering Apocalyptic State. Crowd control resistance up 50%. Lightning skill damage up 50%. Duration. 14 seconds. Flash Sword launched instantly, landing a critical hit with massive hybrid damage. Feng Li pointed a shaking finger. It's you. Su Ling didn't hesitate, charging in with dark magic blazing. Shadow Rift Slash. Shadow energy coated his weapon, unleashing a black crescent specifically designed to shred through armor. Zhou Yi wasn't backing down. Holy Lightning. Blade of Divine Punishment. Rank S. Level 1. Divine Lightning condensed on his blade, slashing at light speed to inflict heavy elemental damage. Even Du Feng recognized the intruder. Zhou Yi. You again? Talk about enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. The underling immediately started snitching. My lord, that's him. He's the one who wrecked the Henyang village ritual. And now he dares to raid our headquarters? We can't let him leave this place alive. Smack. Du Feng backhanded him across the face. You led him right to us, you moron. I should kill you myself right now. Feng Li whimpered, clutching his swelling cheek. Du Feng kept roasting him. Brainless trash. If it weren't for your bloodline, you'd never have made bishop. Look at you, pathetic and weak. Without my mercy, you're just an insect. And you dare predict his death? You wouldn't even know how you died if I ended you. Meanwhile, the clash between light and dark raged on. Violet and gold energy slammed together, shocking the very air around them. The impact forced them apart, and Zhou Yi backflipped to create a safe distance. He activated his magic eye to scan the stats. Cannot identify. He gritted his teeth. This guy is on a whole other level compared to the bishop I fought before. A second-class transfer expert. Barely any difference in raw power. I finally met a real opponent. Su Ling gave him no time to breathe, swinging his scythe for a killer move. Phantom Scythe Barrage. Black moon-shaped blades erupted from the void, attacking from every angle to inflict multi-hit damage and disrupt his movements. The scythe spun so fast it formed a visible magic circle straight out of a movie scene. Su Ling locked eyes with him, offering a twisted compliment. A mere level 29 Holy Knight blocking 3 of my strikes? Not bad, kid. His eyes went cold as he prepped the finisher. But this is where your luck runs out. Abyssal Vortex. Darkness exploded from his core, forming a massive black singularity. It generated a terrifying gravitational pull, inflicting continuous dark corrosion on everything nearby. Su Ling's magic unleashed a chaotic storm of razor-sharp energy. The space where he stood had collapsed into a literal black hole. It threatened to devour reality itself. Zhou Yi braced his body against the overwhelming suction, but the situation was spiraling out of control. Holy Guardian! He stabbed his sword Saint Blade into the ground, anchoring himself. It was a tug of war for his life as the floor beneath them shattered into dust. Su Ling laughed, looking down on him. My abyssal vortex swallows even light itself. Your struggle is pathetic. For a first-class transfer, you're skilled. But against a second-class transfer, it's like an ant trying to fight a dragon. You're 14 levels too early to beat me. Zhou Yi knew the odds were stacked against him. My divine angel guardian can block most of the corruption, but this black hole, it's draining my mana and stamina like crazy. If this keeps up, I'll be a dry husk in seconds. But the fire in his eyes didn't fade, it blazed brighter. He roared back, challenging the impossible. In the face of absolute power, how long can that flickering candle of yours last? He sneered. But Zhou Yi didn't back down. My light is a sun that will crush your petty tricks into dust. A blinding aura erupted behind Zhou Yi. He analyzed the situation instantly. A battle of attrition is suicide. My mana and stamina won't last against his corruption. I need to end this. Now. Su Ling froze, hesitation creeping into his soul. This purity, it's impossible. This transcends any normal Holy Knight's power. Is he the Church's secret weapon? No, his level is too low. Su Ling's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. It doesn't matter who he is. Today, he dies here. Du Feng sensed the danger. Bishop Su, stop him, you fool. But the clock had already run out. The transformation was complete. Talent, Focus Halo, rank A. Skill, Holy Light Wheel, level 11, rank A. Secret Art, Angelic Divine Body, rank S+. Zhou Yi fired a beam of pure photons straight at him. Su Ling stared in horror, his reality shattering. My dark vortex, it's fused with the primal chaos core. It can swallow attacks from level 50 powerhouses. How is he tearing it apart? Panic set in. Impossible. All disciples attack. Kill him at any cost. He planned to drown Zhou Yi in a sea of bodies. The cultists were weak individually, but their numbers were endless. Drain his stamina. Bleed his mana dry. Su Ling roared his orders. Darkness coalesced into binding chains, screaming with the agony of 1,000 souls, rushing to seal Zhou Yi's movements. A massive water formation crashed down like a tsunami. But Zhou Yi remained calm. Eyes cold as ice, he drew his light sword. One slash. The entire flood evaporated. But the horde didn't stop. Fanatics poured in like insects. Zhou Yi scoffed. Too many small fry. Time to take out the trash. He spread his arms, stance unmovable. Light shield. Gemini shield, level 11. The approaching mob hit the barrier and was blasted back instantly. It was a one-man army. Zhou Yi unleashed a cinematic combo, dominating the battlefield. Su Ling realized he was outmatched, retreated into a defensive stance to prepare a counterattack. Shadow triple slash. Su Ling struck. But Zhou Yi didn't even sweat. A simple stretch, a burst of magical light, and the attack was shattered completely. Silence fell over the chaotic field. Su Ling was plastered against the wall, defeated. Du Feng's face twisted in rage. Useless trash. You can't even capture a level 29 Holy Knight. Feng Li trembled like a leaf. Are you kidding me? How do we fight a monster like that? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi clenched his fist, feeling the surge. The angelic divine body was incredible. With all buffs active, his level 29 status was a lie. His actual combat power was pushing level 40. Plus, Holy Light had a natural advantage over their filth. That's why he could dominate them. Du Feng exploded with blood-red killing intent. Useless idiots. Once the ritual ends, you're all dead. He looked down at the cowering Feng Li. Bishop Feng, why are you groveling in the dirt? Feng Li was losing his mind. He can't be level 29. He must have a legendary item hiding his true rank. M-Master, I'm waiting for an opening. I won't throw my life away. Zhou Yi saw the distraction and lunged. Du Feng screamed, block him. You gutless coward. Get in there and stop him. But the terrified rat didn't move an inch. Master, I'm still analyzing the timing. Now is not the time for excuses. Zhou Yi channeled his divine power, eyes locking onto them like a hawk. He dashed forward, blade pointed right at Feng Li's throat. Du Feng didn't hesitate. He grabbed Feng Li by the head and pulled him in front. Thwack. Feng Li took the blade meant for his master. Father. Why? Cough. Du Feng tossed the dying body aside like garbage. Trash remains trash. Zhou Yi watched the brutality, disgusted. Wasn't that your own son? Du Feng sneered. Son or not, dying for the Chaos Lord is the greatest honor of his pathetic life. Zhou Yi was speechless. Sacrificing his own blood for a void god? He's insane. Du Feng replied, his voice dripping with arrogance and mockery. When chaos descends, billions will be my children. Zhou Yi, you can't win. Don't die for a city destined to burn. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. You know who I am. Du Feng laughed. The #1 rookie from the National College Exchange? Your performance was memorable. Your fame precedes you. As they spoke, Zhou Yi's instincts screamed, something's wrong. Su Ling launched a sneak attack. Zhou Yi parried just in time, but while he was distracted, Du Feng made his move. Damn it, it's a trap. Flash, Zhou Yi vanished into thin air. He reappeared instantly above Su Ling. Void Beast skill, spatial jump. A barrage of invisible fists rained down. Holy Fist combo, level 9, rank B. Bam, bam, bam. Su Ling screamed as his bones shattered. Du Feng watched the spectacle and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it's true. You snatched the Void Beast without lifting a finger. Zhou Yi didn't waste breath on him. He simply charged his next attack. Skill. Light of Punishment, level 16, rank A. Su Ling was finished, but Zhou Yi's mind raced. How did he know about the Void Beast? The pieces clicked together. There's only one way. Dean Feng He, Zhou Yi said coldly. You're the traitor. Knowing the jig was up, the figure stepped out of the magic circle. Correct. His voice dripped with greed. The Chaos Lord will reclaim this world. And I will stand as a god in the new order. His eyes were white with madness. He stumbled forward, radiating malice. If you hadn't interfered, the Chaos Lord would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, you and that Void Beast belong to me. A feast to fuel the Chaos Lord's power. Zhou Yi stood his ground, but his mind was calculating the odds. The Dark Faith has boosted his strength. He's a level 49 assassin, but this pressure, it feels heavier than Dean Wu at level 52. Even with my angelic divine body at max power, this is going to be rough. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. Thousands of stone spikes erupted from the floor. In a split second, Zhou Yi was pinned. He summoned his light armor, struggling against the crushing earth. Feng, he watched the struggle with sadistic glee. Struggle all you want. For every minute you waste, 10,000 souls become fodder for the Chaos Lord. He threw his arms wide, embracing the destruction. He summoned a matrix of spikes raining down like hellfire. But luckily, Zhou Yi popped his defense just in time. Magic skill. Holy Light Guardian, level 13, rank B+. Suddenly, the enemy's attack curved midair. Zhou Yi tried to track it, but his reflexes were too slow. Boom! The blast shredded his right bicep, sending blood spraying everywhere. Zhou Yi stared at his shoulder. The wound was healing at a snail's pace. This wasn't normal corrosion. It was the manifested power of an evil god eating him alive. The dull pain was driving him crazy, so he did the metal thing, gritted his teeth, and carved out the corrupted flesh himself. Feng, he just lost his mind, laughing like a maniac in the darkness. Aha! Feng, he spewed a massive shockwave of energy straight at him. But did that wall of power make Zhou Yi run? Hell no. He stood his ground. With a single sword, our hero swatted away the energy that was tearing the sky apart. The sound of the apocalypse roared, but he didn't flinch. Flash step. He teleported right behind Feng He. The villain froze, staring helplessly at the light rushing toward him. A massive pillar of judgment crashed down, like a hammer from the gods dropping on Feng. He's head. Skill. Light of Punishment. Level 16. Rank A. Lucky for the villain, he was smart enough to pop a shield just in time, trying to lock down my movements and then hit me with a critical Light of Punishment. Huh. That guy's mouth is as toxic as his magic, but his analysis is spot on. Too bad you forgot I used to be the Dean of the War Academy, kid. Suddenly, creepy chains covered in mysterious red auras shot out from the corner. They had souls of their own and rushed to flip the script, dragging Zhou Yi backward to save Feng He. Zhou Yi got hauled toward a stone table while Feng He's voice echoed in his ears. I taught this combat theory to students 10 years ago. You're trying to school a master, but Zhou Yi had bigger problems to worry about. Those were abyss chains condensed from pure chaos energy, the ultimate counter to his holy attributes. Once those things grab you, it's game over. All light system skills get sealed, and your life force gets drained drop by drop. Feng He knelt down, waiting for his glory moment. Struggle all you want, this is your finale. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was pinned helplessly to the cold stone table. Limbs stretched out and chained to the four corners. This looked bad. Damn it, these chains are totally suppressing my holy power. Thunder boomed overhead, a massive bad omen. Feng He grinned and pinched Zhou Yi's cheeks. His long black nails dug deep into the hero's face, making him cough up blood in agony. The villain looked hyped, licking the fresh blood off his fingers while waiting for humanity's new era of suffering. Feng He could smell it, the evil aura rising. The atmosphere turned heavy, giving his dead eyes a spark of life. Suddenly, rocks started raining from the sky like a storm in the night, but in the center of the chaos, the debris avoided them as if it had eyes. Zhou Yi watched as red, blurry shadows materialized around him, vengeful spirits, wandering lost because of the dark energy covering the mortal realm. Feng He was ecstatic, like a clown lost in a nightmare circus. Listen, can you hear it? The footsteps of the Lord of Chaos are approaching. Thunderbolts slammed down, shaking the entire continent. Bodies littered the ground, setting the perfect mood for doomsday. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was still in shock at the scene. Hundreds of souls drifted past the stone table where he lay trapped. Walking among the strangers were two familiar faces, Bai Na and Liu Ji. They walked past him like mindless robots. Both stood silent, along with the others. While others waited for the evil aura to wrap their souls, a dark vortex turned his friends into cold, lifeless statues standing guard around him. Zhou Yi boiled with rage at this inhuman cruelty from Feng He's master. You animal. But Feng He just gave a cold, dismissive reply. This is a necessary price. A moron like you wouldn't understand. Amidst the mess, Zhou Yi went quiet, calculating a new plan. I could let the void beast warp me out of here. But everyone in Shenlingfeng City would die. No way. I have to stop him right here. Even if I'm not his match, I won't be a deserter. Secretly, he summoned a glass vial filled with golden liquid. Congenital Earth Milk, rank S+. It boosts resistance to negative effects massively and speeds up body recovery. He chugged that strange brew in one desperate gulp. Negative resistance plus 100%. Physical recovery plus 100%. To Feng He, though, he just looked like a dying fish flopping around at the end of its life. Keep struggling. Zhou Yi ignored the mockery. A golden aura exploded behind him, fueling his will to fight, using the name of the divine to wake the conscience of the souls. Seeing his confidence, Feng He actually panicked. What the hell are you trying to do? Zhou Yi looked calm as he passed sentence on the world ender. Repent. He activated his skill to suck the remaining spiritual power from the bodies lying on the ground. Exhaustion was written all over his face, collecting thoughts of repentance. 104 stacks complete. Inside his body, he forced two opposing energies, true chi and internal energy, to crash into each other. The pain was insane. He coughed up a mouthful of blood from the reckless move. Heavenly warriors rose up within him. The Ice Corpse Legion answered the call. Two incompatible forces clashing violently inside his gut. Boom! A massive shockwave ripped through his insides. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, forcing his body to absorb the chaotic storm of energy. Feng Yi stared blankly at the spiritual aura swirling around him. This power. Is he trying to break through? His twisted brain finally clicked. Second awakening. When he realized the plan, Feng He laughed like a maniac. Forced second awakening? Haha, you've officially lost it. Despair has made you stupid. The villain started explaining the mechanics to the guy currently dying from them. Normally, a second awakening needs tons of resources to support the magic gems. You need rare elixirs, items to reinforce your body. You need all that stuff to level up your power safely. You even need a master to guard you from outside interference. But right now, you're chained by the abyss. Your holy power is suppressed. You're trapped alone with no energy source. Inside Zhou Yi, the clash of elite armies was frying his nerves, making him twitch uncontrollably. That power won't obey you. It's like a wild horse off a leash. It'll rampage through your veins and tear you into confetti the second you fail. A twisted grin spread across his face as he watched his enemies writhe. From de-leveling to total soul erasure, he savored every second of their agony. Feng, he was cocky, sure, but he still launched his prep spell to crush the guy. But hold up, this kid was acting totally glitchy. Even with a 1 in 10,000 shot, he wasn't going to let that second-class transfer happen. Inside Zhou Yi's head, it was total chaos. Two opposing energies were silently fusing together while Feng He kept yapping, "Just die in the middle of your upgrade, loser." The final clash happened in silence, marking the end of that long, dull pain. Frozen spirits shattered into razor-sharp crystals, while the guardian angels morphed into shimmering golden leaves. Both sides of the war dissolved into loot, merging into one. The suffering was over, gifting Zhou Yi the sweet fruit of victory on his dark path to salvation. Boom! Acquired exclusive skill, the Adjudicator. God's Descent, Divine Summon, Sanity Restore, plus a massive 100 unassigned stat points. His body buffed with god-tier power, Zhou Yi looked absolutely savage. To celebrate his flashy debut, he sent Feng Yi flying into the stone wall like a ragdoll. Zhou Yi whipped the air, sending a blast of force straight into him. The guy froze, completely stun-locked and unable to fight back. Feng He was air-juggled by that overpowered hit. Even the ancient city took a massive L from Zhou Yi's rage, looking like Swiss cheese. After getting launched to the moon, it took forever for Feng He to finally faceplant into the dirt. His eyes popped out, realizing his lower half was literally deleted. But instead of raging, he cracked a smile that was straight-up nightmare fuel. Useless. You think some second-class paladin tricks can hurt me? Dense black gas poured out, patching up the gaping hole in his body. He barely stood up before summoning a horde of vengeful ghosts. I've eaten so many bugs like you. I've lost count. But Zhou Yi wasn't sweating that death aura at all. Save it. Your dying words are annoying. He raised a hand, sketching a complex array in the sky. God's Descent. Level 1, S rank. Using a mortal body to channel divine punishment, dealing massive crit damage to all dark creatures. But the cooldown is brutal. All stats drop 40% for 2 hours after use. With eyes spitting fire, he locked onto Feng, he charging straight at him. You're guilty. I sentence you. The hero played judge, jury, and executioner, deciding the fate of this unkillable rat. Death penalty, lightning rained down like divine wrath, targeting the traitor. But the more he got hit, the more Feng. He seemed to enjoy trolling Zhou Yi. You'll never win. My master's power is infinite. The air suddenly got heavy, making Zhou Yi pause to see what this freak would do next. Like every other soul, he sacrificed himself to chaos. Instantly, pitch-black mana chains uncoiled and shot out. They wrapped Zhou Yi up before he could even blink. A deep, nameless voice boomed from the chaos, submit. Destruction is bliss. Resentment seeped into his skin like lethal poison, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of black blood. Jagged bones pierced the ground, wailing in agony. The cramped space transformed into a literal hell on earth. Pain is the only truth. Join us. Scream. Red light flooded his eyes, wiping his expression. Zhou Yi was turning into something unrecognizable. Luckily, his mental fortitude was insane, and he snapped back. Chaos squeezed tighter with its tentacles, screaming, "Become part of my eternity." The holy power inside Zhou Yi reacted violently, shocking his brain awake. Arg. With slick combat moves, he broke free from the grapple. Holy light cloaked him in armor, and Zhou Yi charged back in with his sword. His corrupted consciousness was way higher level than some cheap hypnosis trick. His greatsword plunged straight into the heart of chaos. Too bad, you picked the wrong opponent. The deep wound inflicted a burning, constant pain. The formless monster hissed endlessly. The open wound revealed the chaos's kill spot. You actually dared? Zhou Yi ignored the salt. He replied, cold as ice, why wouldn't I dare? I'm a paladin. His soft voice was drowned out by the clash of dark tentacles and holy steel, specially designed to counter regeneration. The divine aura vaporized the tentacles into the wind, triggering an explosion from the unstable evil energy. The main body couldn't hold it together. Zhou Yi watched the fireworks, dropping his shield to catch a breather mid-round, but a demon blade silently rose from the ground. He heard the noise and whipped his head around, but before he could process the lag, chaos slashed him right across the back, making him choke. It was a speed blitz attack that splattered his blood right onto the beast's white fangs. Its disgusting tongue licked up the delicious crimson layer. The taste of blood snapped the mental chains, sealing its wild instincts. I'm satisfied. I am the Lord of Chaos. A god. A god can't be killed by a puny human. The ending was scripted from the start. Be my slave, and I'll give you demigod powers. Hearing that trash talk just spiked Zhou Yi's battle spirit while he auto-healed. How about a trade instead? You act as my punching bag, and I'll teach you what god-slaying power looks like. Also, there's a limit to LARPing as a god. He smirked, mocking the chaos. At best, you're just a clone of the evil god. That's why a human like me can hurt you. Keep bragging, and people will die laughing. Suddenly, the monster felt a glitch in the matrix. It stammered, This is impossible. You. Zhou Yi clutched his head, thinking, damn, this body can only hold out for 2 more minutes. Running out of time, he summoned the ultimate holy power, God. A pillar of light pierced the sky. A cold wave of his hand shook the entire map. The Heavenly Knight Legion spawned in, locked and loaded for war. God's Summon, Level 1. S rank. Archers drew their bows from the heavens, ready to fire. The Angel Legion's inheritance. In the ancient era, summoning a combat angel demanded a 30% sacrifice of one's life force. Note this well, the angel's existence will drain the host's mental energy until nothing remains. Yet, some stood calm in the face of doom. Even the mighty Chaos Beast panicked at the sight of that legion, roaring desperately just to keep its pride intact. You trash. Don't you dare try to stop me. At Zhou Yi's silent command, the legion's eyes snapped open. Purification sequence engaged. Divine punishment, execute. The celestial fortress crashed onto the battlefield. Holy light detonated like a nuke, delivering heaven's wrath upon the traitors. A berserk explosion swallowed everything in range. Ancient stone structures didn't stand a chance, crumbling to dust under the terrifying pressure. The shockwave ripped through the endless forest, shaking the earth itself. And there, in the dead center of the crater, Zhou Yi collapsed to his knees. Barely holding himself up, his body was a wreck. Golden cracks shattered his skin like broken porcelain, glowing with dangerous energy. A system alert popped up next to the floating crimson gem. Evil God's power crystal acquired, but the cost, immeasurable. He coughed up a mouthful of dark, ruined blood. His voice was just a rasp. Finally, his body gave out, crashing onto the freezing stone floor. You're not even worth calling a clone. The battlefield was empty, just swirling dust and smoke, as if the world had already abandoned Zhou Yi. High above, the cold stars and moonlight watched his lonely figure. It looked like this weary warrior would sleep forever, a permanent rest after a hellish battle. But no. Even as his bones screamed and cracked in agony, his hands slammed down. He pushed himself up with sheer, defiant will. Moving an inch felt like torture. Sirens blared in his mind. Critical warning. Life signs unstable. Immediate medical intervention required. Zhou Yi's glassy eyes tracked the floating text. Life limit breached. Current heart rate, 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure, 50/30. 17 fractures detected. Organ failure at 63%. System recommendation, heal or die. He burned his very last drop of life force for one final move. Blinding light gathered in his trembling hands. Activate. Divine recovery. Meanwhile, Liu Jie was screaming in panic at the unmoving figure. Nana, wake up, thank God. Kui Lianana finally stirred. Her head was spinning. Weren't we? At the hot springs? Why are we? Liu Ji wasted no time explaining the nightmare they just survived. It was a miracle. A literal miracle. Outside, a massive pillar of light tore through the clouds. Little cherubs rained down from the heavens. They danced around the fallen civilians, scattering light. This was Zhou Yi's doing. Divine recovery. Tier 1. Level 5. A sacred domain enveloped the entire city. It purified the corruption and snatched back every soul that hadn't yet faded away. But the cost was absolute. Divine divinity depleted. All stats reduced to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch-black void, the void beast's voice echoed. You forced a second awakening, tore your tendons to shreds, and still cast a mass healing spell. You're lucky you didn't kick the bucket right there. Why didn't you let me take you away? You could have run. You could have hidden. Then, how would I be any different from those cultist scum? Zhou Yi wheezed, fighting for every breath. Before I chose this path, I remembered the class change ceremony before college. That day, I chose to be a paladin. Memories of shining armor flooded his mind. Pure pride. I wanted the skill. I wanted the honesty. I wanted the courage. The glowing cross on my hammer of mercy isn't just decoration. It's a vow of justice. He slammed the hammer down in his memory. To do my duty. To honor the code. Even choking on his own blood, his conviction didn't waver. A life chasing justice and righteousness. That is what it means to be a paladin. He gasped, lungs burning. If I cling to life like a coward, I betray my own heart. And if I do that, what's the point of having power at all? Activate. Homing beacon. A blue magic circle instantly lit up beneath Zhou Yi, warping him straight to Suhang University. Suddenly, a voice drifted from the cliffs above. Captain, what the hell just happened? Wang Hao frowned, scanning the destruction below. A battle of this scale, it's beyond our comprehension. But I know one thing for sure. Some absolute legend burned their life force tonight to save Longfang City. Whoever he is, he's a hero. Meanwhile, the hero in question had crashed into his dorm room. Gasp. Wheeze. Every system screen turned blood red. Critical alert, soul damage detected. Life signs failing. Divinity exhausted. 0 stats for 10 days. Before the darkness took him, he muttered one last soft word. The last thing he saw was a timer ticking down. 239 minutes. 55 seconds. Time passed. The red warnings were gone. Slowly, painfully, Zhou Yi peeled his heavy eyelids open. Bubbles rose with his breath. He pushed himself up inside a bio-healing tank. Tubes and wires were hooked into every inch of his skin. You've been out for 2 days. Wang Hui sat nearby, voice sharp. So, you're finally awake. How does it feel to knock on death's door? Stopping an evil god ritual all by yourself? Should I call you brave? Or just plain stupid? Zhou Yi rubbed his head awkwardly. I didn't have a choice, sir. The golden veins still glowed faintly under his skin. Cough, cough. Wang Hui sighed and broke down the damage. Your meridians look like a fishing net that went through a shredder. Normal magic can only fix flesh. That's why I dumped you in this medicinal spring. To keep your soul from leaking out. Then came the threat. I dissolved 5 dragon pearls in that water. Do you have any idea how expensive those are? You better absorb every single particle. if you waste even a drop. Zhou Yi panicked, cutting him off. Wait, hold on, teacher. Are you kidding me? That is literally your foot bath water, he roared in protest. Wang Hui just grinned like a total idiot to dodge the accusation. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff. Keeping your head attached to your shoulders is what counts. The master's face hardened instantly. With a practiced swipe, he pulled up the holographic interface to brief him on the 2-day coma gap. The action captain of the Longfeng City Security Bureau didn't just preserve the battlefield perfectly, he also secured residue samples of the holy light. They both locked eyes on the data floating in midair. Look at this fluctuation graph. The frequency matches your holy power exactly. Anyone looking closely would track it straight to you. That's why I told the public I was the one who did it. Zhou Yi wasn't having it. Master, I don't need to hide behind your back. But Wang Hui stood his ground. You're still young, and your level is too low. If we broadcast your victory now, the evil god's fanatics would hunt you to the ends of the earth. Those lunatics don't forgive threats. So, I pulled some strings. Your involvement is now classified as SSS top secret. Once you hit your 3rd transfer, the glory is all yours. Zhou Yi's brow twitched in annoyance, but his mind flashed back to that life-or-death battle. He straightened up and declared, Master, after I crushed that evil god, I realized his body was just a crystallized fragment of power, and I summoned it back as proof. Zhou Yi was ready to let Wang Hui analyze the artifact for as long as he wanted. This is the evil god's true face. It looked harmless, yet it had slaughtered so many. But the moment he touched it, the sensation was overwhelming. The screams of countless wronged souls flooded his mind. A disgusting, tragic sludge of agony. Witnessing this horror pushed his rage to the breaking point. Just a single shard dared to cause this much chaos. Wang Hui instantly gathered a massive surge of aura in his palm. The very air rippled around him. Seal. In a split second, a glowing barrier encased the cursed crystal. Hongling's gardening shears froze mid-snip. That name struck a nerve. He spun around, suspicion narrowing his eyes. Wang Hui? Why would he show up there? The Phantom reported immediately. Intel confirms Wang Hui's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, was in Longfeng City on a mission. He caught Feng He making a move and radioed Wang Hui instantly. Hongling stroked his chin, lost in thought. Being spotted by Wang Hui, that is a headache. Tell all branches to go into deep sleep mode. Do not provoke the military. Understood, the subordinate bowed. The old man's gaze returned to the vibrant rose, fixated. Why does the name Zhou Yi ring a bell? The Phantom's next words jolted Hongling's memory. 2 months ago, he ruined Feng He's plan during the rookie tournament. We suspected he tamed the void beast and monitored him then. Realization dawned on him. I remember now. The kid with some tricks up his sleeve. His lips curled into a sinister, scheming smile. Let's send our little friend a greeting gift he'll never forget. A firm voice echoed from the shadows. Clear. Snip. The rose was severed mercilessly, falling onto the cold floor in the dead of night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shenling Feng stood alone in the pouring rain, facing the lit-up high-rise villa. His mind was a mess, questioning everything he knew about the world. That kid lives in a dump with no clan backing him. How did he breed such a monstrous level of power? It doesn't make sense. Suddenly, a dark object smashed through the villa window. Shenling Feng's head snapped up instantly. Who's there? A piercing scream tore through the silent night. Gah. His eyes went wide, trying to process the chaos. Inside, a looming shadow cornered Zhou Yun. Women and children. My favorites. The scent of your fear. Absolutely intoxicating. A raspy voice leaked through a savage grin of pearly whites. And you're a 2-for-1 special. Lu Ping gathered dark energy in his palm and lunged. Double the pleasure. But at the critical second, boom, something crashed between them, kicking up a cloud of debris. The sudden impact forced the villain to freeze. It was Shen Lingfeng. Power surging around him, he had arrived just in time to save her. Lu Ping gasped, the flame dragon bloodline. Furious, he launched another vicious attack. You're asking for a death sentence. Shen Lingfeng braced for impact. Meanwhile, a bolt of intuition struck Zhou Yi's mind like lightning. He sensed the danger from miles away. Snap. He tore off the medical sensors, his body floating upwards amidst splashing biofluids. Void beast. Space-guiding butterfly. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi was fully suited up. His voice was cold as steel. Spatial teleportation. Target, Zhou Yun. His expression was grim. Her life force is dropping rapidly. She's in mortal danger. Cut the chatter and lock on. The void beast shut its eyes, focusing its spirit. A butterfly-shaped magic circle blazed into existence. It warned him instantly, I'll use full power to shield your body, but the spatial tier will still hurt like hell. You better pray you survive the landing. Crack. The space around them shattered like fragile glass. Zhou Yi plunged into the void. Moments later, he emerged above the chaos, spotting Shen Lingfeng clashing with Lu Ping. Shen Lingfeng was losing ground, but he didn't waver. "Hey, little girl, can you still stand?" Zhou Yi nodded shakily. I think so. Good. Run. Go find your brother." He was facing an equal match, and blood was already dripping down his face. "Yo, little punk, you really got a death wish or what? Wrecking yourself like this for a chick. Was it worth it?" Shen Lingfeng gasped for air, every breath a struggle. "Seriously, was it?" Without hesitating for a split second, he blasted a massive spear of fire straight through the enemy's chest. "None of your damn business." Lu Ping took the full force of that dragon-level rage, instantly vaporized into dust. The only thing left behind was a scream that sounded like pure nightmare fuel. Arg. The scorching heat finally faded into the cold night breeze. Shen Lingfeng wiped a streak of hot blood off his chin like a total badass. The sticky, burning pain actually woke him up a bit. Zhou Yun didn't waste a second, tackling her brother Zhou Yi in a desperate hug the moment she saw him. But the guy looked like trash. His face went pale, totally drained. "Oh." She started rapid-firing the whole story to him, panicking. "You're finally here. That guy was a monster. He hurt little Kui." Zhou Yi patted her head, turning on the gentle big bro mode. "Chill, don't be scared. I'm here now." Then his eyes locked on Shen Lingfeng, who was shaking like a leaf in the distance. "Yo, why is Shen Lingfeng crashing this party?" Even half dead, the guy still had the energy to talk smack. "Oh look, the Messiah has arrived. Truly, the brother of the year over here. I thought your sister was going to turn into roasted pigeon." Zhou Yun jumped between them, snapping back. "Shut up. Don't you dare talk about my brother like that." Shen Lingfeng just smirked, a sarcastic edge to his voice. "Ouch. Little sister. That breaks my heart. I literally risked my life for you just now." But she drew a line in the sand. "I'll pay you back for saving me, definitely. But keep your mouth shut about him. Since we were kids, no matter the danger, my brother always stood in front of me first. He's the best brother in the world." Shen Lingfeng clutched his chest, trying to stop the bleeding. The cringe. "Hey, Joe. At least your sister knows how to say thanks. How come you don't have a single grateful bone in your body?" Blood dripped onto the cold floor. Tap, tap, tap. He threw in a jab, aiming right for the ego. Is this the legendary upbringing of a holy knight? Kinda pathetic, dude. Zhou Yun was about to explode again, but Zhou Yi grabbed her shoulder. "Little Yun, ignore him. He's just jealous I have such a cool sister. He's a hater, so he's acting crazy." The two brothers just kept roasting each other. Yeah, sure, Shen Lingfeng actually saved little Yun. But he's playing the victim card. Typical sour grapes, psychology can't have it, so he trashes it. That hit the mark. Shen Lingfeng started fuming. You. He looked like he was gonna puke blood from pure rage. Talking trash. Me? Jealous of you? Ha. Don't make me laugh. But he pushed himself too hard. Lights out. His eyes rolled back white like an empty shell, and he tipped over. Thwack. He impaled himself right on a steel spike, suspended in midair. Dark red blood painted the metal as he slowly slid down. Total horror movie vibes. Zhou Yi stared, eyes wide at the gruesome scene. He quickly shoved Zhou Yun's face into his chest so she wouldn't see that nightmare fuel. Suddenly, a weak voice piped up. "Zhou Yi, quit stalling. Hurry up and save me. I haven't logged out of life yet. Don't just stand there like a log." Zhou Yi shot back with a taunt. Shen Lingfeng, if you still have energy to run your mouth, you ain't hurt that bad." Then he got real. "Forget that. I'm more curious. Why were you lurking around my house, dude? Just a coincidence you saw her get jumped?" Shen Lingfeng kept his mouth shut. Flashback time. Memories rewound in his head like an old tape. You know that trend lately? Retracing the hero's path? The what now? Turns out Shen Lingfeng had been listening to the gossip on the streets. It's where you visit the old cribs of top-tier fighters. Supposedly, you can feel the vibes of their growth there. If we can soak up even a little bit, our power level goes up, right? What kind of nonsense is that? Don't scam me. Why would I scam you? Everyone's doing it. Coughing his lungs out, he made up a lame excuse. Cough, cough. Can a guy just pass by? You think the whole world revolves around you? Think everyone is here to worship you? Inside, he was dying. No way he could admit the real reason. That would be maximum embarrassment. Suddenly, Zhou Yun panicked. Zhou Yi turned into dead weight on her shoulder. "Brother, what's wrong?" His face went totally gray. Energy zero. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you." His arm looked gross, bulging gold veins leaking some thick, nasty fluid. She screamed, her voice cracking. "Brother." It pierced the deadly silence. Zhou Yi lay there, frozen, covered in cuts and bruises. Zhou Yun was terrified. She clamped a hand over her mouth to stop the sobbing, but the tears just kept rolling down her cheeks. Freaking out, she grabbed a phone nearby like it was a lifeline, hands shaking. What do I do? What do I do? She dialed, crying her eyes out, begging, "Brother, please, don't scare me. Pick up the phone, say something." Suddenly, a booming voice came from behind. "Yo, Zhou Yi. Your room is livelier than a battlefield right now." It was Wang Hui. He walked in, snatched the phone from her hand, and chilled her out. "Relax, kid. I'll handle this mess." Right then, Jiang Churan burst in from outside, breathless. "Brother Zhou Yi." She propped him up and shoved some weird green liquid at him. "Worried sick," she said. "Brother Zhou Yi, drink this stuff quick. It'll help, I promise." Wang Hui wasn't slacking off either. His hands glowed, pumping healing energy into Zhou Yi. "You little punk, you really know how to torture yourself. I just dragged your butt back from hell. You dove into a space-time storm with 0 mana protection. It's a miracle you're not dead. I'm no healer, but I can patch you up a bit." After a serious healing session, Zhou Yi finally blinked his eyes open. He looked around, totally confused at the squad in front of him. "Teach, Jiang Churan, what are you guys doing here?" Wang Hui scowled, looking annoyed. "The Void Beast snitched, said you got wrecked in the time stream. Once I brought you here, I immediately sought you out. I was with Jiang Churan at the time, so she tagged along for the ride. This energy signature matches the cultists from Longfeng perfectly. But instead of hunting you, they ambushed Zhou Yun in a blind rage. Clearly, they are in the dark about what really went down in Longfeng. Since you revealed yourself, they targeted her to vent their fury. Wang Hui's report was urgent for a reason. The military has launched a covert Great Purge against the Holy Spirit cult nationwide. We are in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. Staying here is suicide. You must head to the Zhou family estate immediately." Zhou Yi nodded, his expression grim but resolute. It was the perfect chance to escort little Yun home. The Zhou stronghold would be an impenetrable fortress for her. Though frustration gnawed at him, Wang Hui's concern for Zhou Yi's condition took priority. "Your internal injuries are catastrophic. Any form of teleportation would tear you apart right now. Your only option is the civilian sky ship departing nearby. It is a Class A vessel, armed to the teeth and heavily guarded. You will reach Yu territory in 48 hours. I will alert the clan to mobilize a reception team at the Sky Harbor." Jiang Churan stepped forward, eyes burning with determination. "I am going too. This time, I will be the shield that protects Brother Zhou Yi." But as they strategized, a whiny voice cut through the tension. Wang Hui paused, his senses scanning the room while he continued his briefing. "We do not know how deep the Holy Spirit cult's rot has spread. You must blend in as ordinary tourists. The lower your profile, the higher your survival rate." Suddenly, that eerie, complaining noise echoed again. Wang Hui's gaze finally snapped to the damp corner of the room. There, a pathetic shadow curled up, wailing in misery. "Hey, are you all blind? Did I vanish into thin air? Am I just a ghost to you people? I am injured too, you know." Wang Hui scanned the figure before facepalming with a sheepish grin. "Ah, my memory is terrible. Come here. Let me check your wounds. Aren't you the brat Zhou Yi crushed back in the rookie tournament?" Shen Lingfeng forced a fake smile through the pain. "Thank you for your concern, headmaster." Soon, at the bustling Sky Harbor, Zhou Yi sat composed in his wheelchair, flanked by Zhou Yun, Jiang Churan, and their reluctant new companion. Seeing Zhou Yi acting the part of a crippled young master triggered Shen Lingfeng. His face twisted in annoyance. "I object. Why does he get to play the pampered noble? And why is a glorious heir of the Flame Dragon bloodline reduced to being his servant?" Unfazed, Jiang Churan locked eyes with him, her gaze cold as ice. Her voice cut like a blade. "Another mouth means another risk. We did not want to bring you anyway. You were only here because you threw a tantrum." Shen Lingfeng practically exploded with indignation. "The headmaster was summoned away and ordered me on this mission. You think I want this? I am the Flame Dragon heir." Before he could rant further, Zhou Yun's joyful cry drowned him out. "The ship is here." A thick, mystical fog rolled in, swallowing the view ahead. Slowly, the mist parted, unveiling a sight that defied logic. Towering before them was a colossal spacecraft, a beast of metal and magic. From its hull, golden tentacles descended gracefully, touching the ground like silk ribbons. Zhou Yun's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward. "It is a giant flying octopus. Greetings, Mr. Tentacle Monster." She pointed excitedly, tugging at Zhou Yi's sleeve. "Big brother, look, the tentacles are glowing." Jiang Churan stepped in, her knowledge encyclopedic. "That is the mana recharging glow. The ship docks here specifically to refuel its core. Without a full mana charge, a leviathan this size cannot lift off. Furthermore, those tentacles are multi-purpose bioweapons. Right now, they are stairs. In battle, they weave together into an absolute defense shield. And finally, they can fire devastating mana cannons. In a blink, they boarded, stepping into a world of opulent luxury that screamed wealth. Suddenly, the PA system crackled to life with urgency. Attention passengers of the skyship. The boarding channels are closing immediately. Please verify your tickets at once. Noticing Zhou Yi's complexion pale, worry flashed across Jiang Churen's face. She gently supported his arm, her voice soft. Brother Zhou Yi, should we head to your cabin? The takeoff might cause spiritual turbulence. The cabins are reinforced with specialized isolation arrays. Hearing her concern, a faint, teasing smile touched Zhou Yi's lips. He decided to play with her a little. Is Jiang Churen treating me like a fragile child who needs protection? Crimson flushed her cheeks instantly. I did not mean it like that. I do not want you to be in pain. Zhou Yi wasn't ready to let her off the hook. On this trip, you worry I am hungry. You worry about the sun. You nag me about medicine. His gaze softened, locking onto hers with intense gratitude. I know my body's limits better than anyone. You do not need to carry this burden alone. Suddenly, a flashy silhouette sashayed into view. A woman in gaudy attire gasped, her eyes hungry. Magnificent. Without a shred of shame, she reached out, her fingers tracing Zhou Yi's jawline. Tisk, tisk. Look at this skin. It is purer than driven snow. Her gaze was a mix of predatory lust and mocking pity. Her voice dripped with poison honey. It breaks my heart to see such beauty wasted. Why not come with Big Sister? I will hire the supreme healers to fix this broken body of yours. Zhou Yi's companions froze, shock plastered on their faces at the audacity. But Jiang Churen snapped first. Fury exploded in her eyes. Before anyone could blink, her whip lashed out with the speed of a viper. Disgusted by the woman's touch, Jiang Churen's voice dropped to a lethal growl. Remove your filthy hand before I sever it from your wrist. The glamorous woman inspected her manicured nails, sighing dramatically. A smirk curled her lips as she looked down at Jiang Churen. Oh my, the little bodyguard actually wants to fight? Big Sister only wanted to invite the young master for tea and conversation. But your master has not even spoken yet. Why is the dog barking so loudly? Oh, I see. Is the bodyguard actually the little lover? Jiang Churen ground her teeth, her aura flaring with murderous intent. She looked ready to tear the woman into 1,000 pieces. No wonder. I barely touched him and you looked ready to eat me alive. Little sister, if you crave a man, just say so. Big Sister knows exactly how that tastes. Just as Jiang Churen was about to lose it and unleash hell, Zhou Yi clamped a hand on her arm. Hold it, he hissed, his grip like iron. He pointed a sharp finger at the warning sign looming above them. She's baiting you, rookie. Don't take the hook, he warned. Read the fine print. Combat on the Skyreach is strictly forbidden. Violators get their mana sealed and rot in the Suppression Brig's deepest dungeon. Crisis averted, he turned to the flashy hag with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If Madam is looking for a good time, try third class. The trash down there suits your style better. I'm afraid my fragile body couldn't handle your intensity. His words were polite, but his mental shields were maxed out. He knew exactly what she was doing. He played the fool, masking his true strength with a casual attitude. She's scanning us, he thought. Analyzing every move. She's not just playing games, she's hunting. Madame Hong had her own dark calculations. Third class is full of manaless garbage, she mused. Is he trying to insult me by grouping me with those peasants? Her eyes flashed with irritation. The little prince has a sharp tongue, she spat. You really know how to kill the mood. Before vanishing into the shadows, she dropped a final, chilling threat. They call me Madame Hong, and there is nothing in this world I cannot possess. Count the minutes, boy. Soon, you'll be begging on your knees to serve me. Wherever the madam walked, the staff bowed like terrified dogs, scraping the floor. Jiang Churen started to ask a question, but Zhou Yi cut her off cold. He turned to Shen Lingfeng instead. That bracelet on her wrist, it was dripping with sea energy. You've been around, Shen. Recognize it? Shen Lingfeng didn't hesitate. I've seen it. That's the blood-soaked insignia of the Mermaid Guild. He dropped his voice, ready to spill the lore. Jiang Churen is a country bumpkin from Sichuan, so she wouldn't know. The Mermaid Guild is the new financial titan of Jiangbei. On the surface, legit business. In the shadows, human trafficking scum. They hunt awakened ones with rare bloodlines and exotic looks. They turn proud warriors into broken toys for the elite. If you're lucky, you're a pet. If not, you're tortured until your soul breaks in their underground auctions. This Madame Hong isn't just a grunt, she's a high-ranking executive. Rumor has it their boss has eyes everywhere. Their web of connections is deadly. Even my old man warned me, never cross the Mermaid Guild. If you see them, run. But Shen held back the darkest truth. 3 years ago, the Mermaid Guild went to war with the Tianlin Zhou family. The Zhou family was crushed. Shen bit his lip, debating if he should reveal this painful history to Zhou Yi right now. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was running combat simulations in his head, connecting the dots. So, Madame Hong talks trash. She provoked Jiang Churan to test our power levels. She's appraising the goods. Among the four of us, Zhou Yun is the glass cannon. If they want a hostage, Zhou Yun is the target. After a tense pause, Zhou Yi made the call. Shen Lingfeng, listen up. For the next 2 days, stick to Zhou Yun like glue. Do not let her out of your sight. That witch is vindictive. She'll come for the weakest link tonight. Shen cracked his knuckles, grinning like a fool. Consider it done. Protecting a little girl? That's a walk in the park for me. The Skyreach drifted silently through the infinite void of the galaxy. A cleaning maid hummed in the hallway, pushing her cart, unaware of the death behind her. Suddenly, a blood-red aura detonated, tearing through the darkness. The crimson light slithered under the door of Jiang Churan and Zhou Yun's room like a snake. The eerie glow flooded the space with suffocating pressure. Then, the nightmare energy hunted for its next target, Shen Lingfeng's room. The room drowned in the color of blood as the shadows coalesced. It was Madame Hong. She scanned them like a venomous spider eyeing trapped flies. Found you, little prince. Her greedy gaze locked onto Zhou Yun first. I smell a succubus bloodline, extremely rare. You'll fetch a king's ransom on the black market. Then she turned to Jiang Churan. And another premium beauty? Tonight is a harvest. She prowled over to Shen Lingfeng, groping his abs without a shred of shame. This one? Plain face, but a sturdy build. He'll survive 10 years in the slave mines digging ore. That comment hit Shen harder than a physical blow. His ego shattered into a million pieces. Rage exploded in his eyes. Who are you calling plain? Your whole family is average looking. Screaming insults, he launched a rage-fueled kick at her gut. But Madame Hong just smirked, dodging him with absolute contempt. Shen's fury was volcanic. He charged again, screaming. I said, who looks average, you old hag? Neither side backed down. The room shook as the real battle kicked off. Mana collided, sparking violently in the dark. Shen gritted his teeth, attacking with a storm of blows. But Madame Hong danced through them, her silk scarf turning into a deadly weapon. The silk snapped like a whip, aiming for his throat. Jiang Churan woke up and chose violence, joining the fray. Suddenly, a spirit wolf lunged from the shadows out of nowhere. But the madam was too fast. Her silk coiled instantly, binding the beast's muzzle shut. Little Kui! Jiang Churan screamed in panic. Madame Hong stepped back, realizing she'd walked into a trap. Clever rats. You were waiting for me. Her cold eyes locked onto the flames dancing in the boy's hand. Dragonfire bloodline? Interesting. She glanced at Jiang Churan and the wolf. And the succubus. It seems you're more than just a pretty face. Just then, Zhou Yun helped Zhou Yi step into the light. He bowed theatrically. We have you to thank, Madame Hong. Your barrier blocked the ship's security sensors perfectly. Thanks to you, we can crush you without sounding the alarm. The hunter had just become the prey. She smirked, a look of pure disdain plastered on her face. So what if I did it? You're just a brat who still smells like milk. Today, Big Sister is going to teach you the definition of absolute domination. Shen Lingfeng didn't give Madame Red a second to breathe. He launched himself forward with godlike speed. He wasn't some weakling you could just push around. The realization that he had been played fueled his rage like gasoline. Madame Red gritted her teeth, activating her blood puppet art. Her true form revealed itself, a twisted crimson-haired monstrosity. Everyone else, stay back. Shen Lingfeng roared, throwing a fist wreathed in scorching flames straight at her face. You've gone too far, you witch. But his attack hit nothing but empty air. What he struck was merely a fragile strip of silk. It dissolved instantly, leaving his punch to land on absolutely nothing. In a split second, the silk reassembled behind him, a silent assassin taking shape for a lethal strike. A devastating counterattack was locked and loaded, aimed directly at Shen Lingfeng with terrifying force. Seizing the moment, Su Ran launched a blitzkrieg assault on Madame Red. Phantom Shadow Lotus Strike. But it was a trap. The moment she got close, the silk puppets snapped shut like a steel trap. She was instantly bound, immobilized by the crushing pressure. From head to toe, white silk wrapped her tight like a helpless cocoon. There was zero chance of escape. Madame Red let out a cold, mocking laugh, staring down at Su Ran with pit. Hey there, little beauty. How does it feel to be wrapped in my web? The silk puppet raised its razor-sharp threads, ready to snipe Su Ran from a distance. Despair washed over her. She had run out of cards to play. A heavy, critical blow slammed into Su Ran's fragile back. Madame Red turned her gaze to Zhou Yi, crossing her arms with a sadistic grin. She was enjoying the show. Well, little prince, do you have any tricks left? Better use them now, or I won't be so patient. You've really pissed me off. I'm going to turn you into a trophy." Zhou Yi forced his voice to remain ice cold. He analyzed every detail at light speed. He knew he was their last hope for survival. Every attack from the silk puppet forced Su Ran to burn through her mana defenses. At this rate, she would run dry in seconds. The artifact his master gave him could definitely shatter Madame Red's dimension, but using it would blow a hole in the hull. The skyship security would swarm them instantly. I need to wait. Let her get closer. Then I'll trap her with the secondary artifact. Meanwhile, Su Ran was fighting for her life against the brutal silk barrage. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a deep, blood-red crimson. A dormant, ancient power was waking up inside her. Madame Red reached out, surrounded by a hypnotic pink mist. Her voice dripped with poisonous seduction. "Stop fighting it, darling. Just use my power." Su Ran gasped for air, every breath a struggle. "Get away from me." Madame Red didn't back down. She stepped closer, her tone dripping with irony. "Why reject me? We are the same. I am you, and you are me. Think about your precious brother, Zhou Yi. Look at him, bleeding out. Shen Lingfeng is just a loud-mouthed loser. You are the only one who can save him. Are you really that selfish? Do you not care if Zhou Yi dies?" Su Ran, choked by the invisible grip, managed to wheeze out. "No, that's not true." Seeing her waver, Madame Red pushed harder. "Zhou Yi risked his life for you without hesitation. Now he's walked into a trap, and you're pretending to be helpless? Look at him. He can barely stand, yet he still wants to shield you." She laughed, a sound full of venom and contempt. "But look at you. You can't even break a few silk threads. What right do you have to protect anyone? Stop suppressing it. Unleash the true succubus power." On the other side, Zhou Yi silently activated his trump card. The artifact in his hand began to glow with a mystical light. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the silence. The silk puppets were blasted into the sky. At the same time, a chilling, otherworldly laughter echoed through the chamber. A familiar silhouette emerged from the smoke. It possessed the innocence of Su Ran, yet the deadly allure of Madame Red. She smiled, a captivating, dangerous expression. "Brother Zhou Yi. It's been a long time." Zhou Yi froze, unable to believe his eyes. Then it hit him. The girl standing there was her. It was the monstrous entity that had been sleeping inside Su Ran all this time. Even Madame Red couldn't hide the shock on her face. A pure-blooded succubus. Her eyes gleamed with greed, a twisted smile forming. Top tier. This is absolutely top-tier merchandise. Zhou Yi was still paralyzed by the transformation. Shen Lingfeng stared blankly at Su Ran, completely mesmerized. Her beauty and raw power made it impossible to look away. Zhou Yun and Little Kui were struck speechless. The scene was simply too godlike to comprehend. Having fully mastered her new power, Su Ran stood tall. Her voice was cold as absolute zero. "So, you're the one who wants to hurt brother Zhou Yi? You're just a measly, level 30 puppeteer." She exposed Madame Red's level without mercy. Madame Red snapped back, arrogance flaring. "You think a little succubus bloodline lets you rebel against me?" She lashed out instantly, sending thousands of razor-sharp ribbons at Su Ran. "I have enough succubus specimens in the Mermaid Guild's freezer to build a castle." Seeing the incoming danger, Zhou Yi screamed in panic, "Su Ran." But Su Ran just smirked, a smile filled with utter mockery. She raised her hand, gently intercepting the deadly silk. Her movements were graceful, confident, and terrifying. With a fluid motion of her long legs, she tore the silk ribbons into confetti. Su Ran dusted off her hands, her voice dripping with disdain. "Insects belong in a cage." Witnessing this explosive power, realization finally struck Madame Red. This is a domain. To be precise, it was the Violet Abyss domain, an innate skill of the pure-blooded succubus. Inside this domain, all enemy stats are nerfed into the ground. Zhou Yi stood on the sidelines, his jaw hitting the floor. The energy radiating from Su Ran now was 10 times stronger than before. Realizing she was in trouble, Madame Red went berserk, launching every puppet she had. But on Su Ran's beautiful face, not a single trace of fear. She casually raised her jade-like hand. Her fingers moved, manipulating invisible strings of fate. In that instant, Madame Red felt death breathing down her neck. A catastrophic surge of energy erupted from the ground, blasting her away. What the hell? Out of nowhere, a titan's hand of stone crushed her throat. Madame Hong's face turned a violent shade of crimson as the air was squeezed right out of her lungs. Ancient memories flooded her mind like a broken dam. Coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, she wheezed out, "You! What the hell did you do to me?" Su Ran's eyes sparkled with twisted delight at the sight of her enemy's ruin. Her voice dripped with sarcasm, "I'm just helping you relive your golden days. Look how cute you used to be. This is the true face of terror. It's a forced memory loop that devours your very life force, manifesting your darkest trauma into reality. A total mental breakdown. Drowning in absolute despair, Madame Hong shrieked like a lunatic. Memory search? Spirit seal. You're destroying my brain. Her mind couldn't take the torture any longer. She roared in madness, dropped the innocent act. Why are you pretending? A pureblood succubus. You really are a monster among monsters. If that little boy you care about saw your true face. Su-Ran didn't even flinch at the insults. She was ready to end this boring game. Unleashing her ultimate move, Purple Abyss Demon Sword Seed, a surge of demonic energy erupted. The energy spread like a plague, locking Madame Hong in an invisible prison. Her face twisted in horror, eyes bulging as the reality of her doom set in. Seeing that look of pure terror, Su-Ran couldn't help but let out a cold, satisfied chuckle. She soaked in every second of it. She treated Madame Hong's desperate ramblings like a cheap comedy act. Smirking, she clapped back. Provoking me won't save you. In my domain, my word is law. Boredom washed over Su-Ran's face. She was done playing with her food. With an icy glare, she gave the final command, end it. The power exploded. The pressure was so intense the world around them began to shatter into dust. And then, time itself seemed to ravage Madame Hong's face. Her beauty withered instantly, replaced by deep, ugly wrinkles. In a split second, her skin cracked all over like dry earth. She looked like an ancient porcelain doll about to crumble, drained of every drop of life. But, wait, the thing that just fell was nothing but a sacrificial pawn. The real Madame Hong sat untouched, casually puffing on a pipe. She blew out a cloud of smoke and yawned, stretching her body like a lazy cat. She muttered, amused by the show, a succubus, a flame dragon, and someone from the Chu clan. Her eyes scanned the intruders, sparking a new idea. Related to the Tianlan Chu family. Perhaps? She paused, then barked an order to her subordinate. Tell the old man. I'll be choosing this year's tribute personally. Back on the battlefield, Su-Ran switched modes instantly, her voice dripping with sickly sweetness. Brother Zhu. Zhu Yun sensed the weird vibe and moved to step in. Brother Shen, Sister Ran looks wrong. But Shen Lin blocked her path immediately. Stay back, she's a ticking time bomb right now. Su-Ran, looking totally different, clung to Zhou Yi desperately. You promised you'd come for me. Your Ran has been waiting forever. Zhou Yi didn't seem to hear her, his eyes dead and cold. Since when? He asked softly. Su-Ran leaned in, putting a finger to his lips to silence him. Like this, you'll remember, right? A sudden flash of memory hit Zhou Yi. The intimacy, the heat. The image of their kiss burned clearly in his mind. It clicked. She was the one who stayed by his side when he almost turned into a monster. Zhou Yi froze, his eyes locked on the girl standing before him. He stammered, "It was you. You guarded my last breath so I could fight the forbidden spell and tame the void beast." Hearing this, Su-Ran's eyes lit up like stars. She beamed with a radiant smile. Brother Zhu, you finally remembered me. I'm so happy. But suddenly, Shen Lin charged from behind. With killing intent skyrocketing, he roared, "Get away from him." Bam! Su-Ran countered instantly with a lightning-fast punch. Her eyes flashed with cold murder. She pinned Shen Lin down with a gaze sharp as a dagger. Is the little flame dragon throwing a tantrum? Don't forget, we're on the same team. Head spinning, Shen Lin still managed to spit back with pure venom. Cut the crap. You aren't the Su-Ran I know. You're just the consciousness of that cursed bloodline taking over. You think I don't know you're a monster? But mid-rant, he froze. His eyes went wide, witnessing true horror. Su-Ran raised a fist charge with enough power to level a city, aimed right at him. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Keep talking, and I'll rip your tongue out for a snack. Zhou Yi panicked, screaming. Su-Ran, wait, don't. Luck was on his side. Shen Lin barely dodged the fatal blow. But Su-Ran wasn't letting him off the hook. She chased him down with terrifying speed. Boom. This time the hit connected. Shen Lin was sent flying, his face twisted in agony. Su-Ran grabbed him by the hair, completely losing control. Shen Lin smirked through the pain. Did I strike a nerve? Monster, Zhou Yi watched in horror, coughing violently. Su-Ran snapped. She rained punch after punch into Shen Lin's face, beating him until he couldn't even lift a finger to defend himself. Her eyes were locked on him like a predator toying with its kill. Mercilessly, her grip tightened, twisting Shen Lin's hair until the scalp almost tore. She glared at the weak entity hiding behind him, mocking. That pathetic claw couldn't even scratch Madame Hong's skin, and you think it can hurt me? The flame dragon is as arrogant as ever. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Zhou Yi hurled an object forward, screaming, "Stop it." A blinding explosion of golden light erupted. It was the legendary Holy Force Shield, a rechargeable artifact that consumes 0 mana. In a split second, it deployed a barrier blocking all magic and physical attacks. A precious gift from Principal Wang Hui himself. Zhou Yi struggled out of his wheelchair, his voice trembling and gentle. almost begging. Su ran. Please don't hurt him. Wiping fresh blood from his lip, Shen Lin frowned deeply. His voice was urgent as he warned Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, wake up. I'm doing this to save you. If that succubus charms you, the principal's mission is doomed. Listen to me. That thing isn't the Su Ran you know. It's the bloodline demon taking over her body. If she doesn't disappear right now, Jiang Qiren was truly in mortal danger. But the moment the words left his mouth, the entity possessing her didn't hesitate to confess the harsh truth. You're sharp. I am not Jiang Qiren. That trash. She is so weak she couldn't even protect herself. She begged me to come out and save you, weeping like a pathetic stray dog. The insult snapped something inside Zhou Yi. Rage flared as he seized her wrist, his voice grinding out through clenched teeth. Shut up. I know her heart better than anyone in this world. Zhou Yi roared like a wounded beast. She ignored the backlash of her bloodline just to save my life. How dare you mock her? Don't you dare insult her sacrifice. Jiang Qiren is the strongest, most resilient girl I have ever met. I support every choice she makes. The anger in his voice melted into sorrow as he slowly released his grip on her hand. His gaze grew complex, swirling with conflicting emotions. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once at the freshman tournament, and again just now. If I can, I swear I will repay this debt 3-fold. But right now, I beg you. Let Jiang Qiren come back. There was no hesitation, only desperate longing in his plea. Tell me what I must do to send you back to where you belong. The girl fell silent, a playful yet dangerous glint entering her eyes before she finally spoke. You really are a lucky bastard. She leaned in, planting a soft, lingering kiss on his cheek. Consider this your first repayment. Shen Lingfeng panicked, instantly shielding innocent Zhou Yun's eyes from the scene. In that heartbeat, the entity's presence began to dissolve into the void. But before she vanished completely, a cold voice echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. The price of summoning me. She cannot afford it. Zhou Yi frowned, a shadow of dread creeping over his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. But what exactly was this terrible price? Moments later, Jiang Qiren, now back to her true self, collapsed softly into Zhou Yi's arms. Holding her close, he whispered, Shen Lingfeng. The sudden call made Lingfeng jump out of his skin. What now? Can't you see my beautiful face is almost ruined here? Teaming up with you, walking disasters. I'm going to end up in a crematorium sooner or later. Zhou Yi completely ignored the complaint, his focus razor sharp. That thing you mentioned earlier, the mixed bloodline consciousness. Explain it to me. Shen Lingfeng popped his dislocated shoulder back into place with a wince. I don't know the specifics. My old man says high-tier bloodlines are like sealing an ancient monster inside you. If the host is strong, it lends power. If the host is weak, it becomes a demon that takes over. One word struck Zhou Yi like a hammer. Possession? Shen Lingfeng didn't sugarcoat it. Exactly. Possession. Why else do you think Jiang Qiren turned into a completely different person? There are rumors about this. Some say it's a second personality born of madness. Others claim it's a remnant soul of an ancient ancestor, hiding in the bloodline, waiting to steal the body for rebirth. Zhou Yi gently laid the unconscious Qiren onto the bed as Shen Lingfeng continued his grim lecture. It is complicated, but one thing is certain. Drawing on bloodline power beyond your level has consequences. Either you go insane, or you get erased by a foreign entity and become someone else. There is even a chance the energies will reject each other, tearing the body apart from the inside out until death. The information hit hard. Zhou Yi's mind raced. The price she paid. Was it surrendering control of her own body? He looked up, his expression grave. The price of saving me was her autonomy. That explains her recent lack of focus. She's been fighting a losing battle to suppress it. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. Shen Lingfeng, do you know a cure? Do you know how to resolve this split consciousness? The answer was brutal, but expected. If I had a cure, do you think I would be standing here talking? I would have used it already. Suddenly, Zhou Yun stepped out from behind him, her eyes wide with hope. Big brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Ran, don't you? The innocent question left Shen Lingfeng speechless. I told you, I don't know. Bombarded by the siblings, Shen Lingfeng felt his head spinning. He snapped, rubbing his temples in frustration. Go back to the Zhou family and ask the patriarch. Those old fogies have lived for centuries. They've seen everything. If the Zhou clan can't handle it, go to the Jiang family. The Jiang clan is a titan. A small problem like this, they could fix it with a snap of their fingers. Just then, heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The skyship's elite security team was charging toward them, their faces grim and weapons ready. They were closing in on the source of the earlier disturbance. They kicked the door open, scanning the room with hostile intent. Who dares to fight here? You are violating the laws of the sky ship. The guard captain barked, spit it out. Do you think being wealthy science gives you the right to do whatever you please on the sky ship? Not on my watch. Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun exchanged a glance. Silence hung in the air. Then, in perfect synchronization, both siblings raised a finger and pointed directly at Shen Lingfeng. Their thoughts were identical. We have a scapegoat. Before Shen Lingfeng could react, the guards swarmed him, dragging him away like a sack of potatoes. Shen Lingfeng struggled and screamed, "Me? I am the victim here. Do you people have no conscience?" Moments later, in the brig on the lower deck, Shen Lingfeng was wailing without tears. "Injustice. This is pure injustice. Jiang Churen beat me up. So why am I the one in jail? Just wait. When I get out, I'm dismantling her wheelchair." Time flowed on. Finally, the mechanical chime of the broadcast system filled the air. "The skyship has docked at Skyport. All passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion." The man who had been dragged away screaming was now standing on the deck, looking impeccably groomed. It was obvious a large sum of money had smoothed over his legal troubles. Shen Lingfeng looked down at the docking bay, whistling low. "Zhou Heng, he is a big shot in the Zhou clan. The fact that they sent him to pick you up, your status really has skyrocketed." Zhou Yi. Indeed, a delegation was waiting on the tarmac. Among the stoic suits, a young girl was jumping up and down, waving frantically at the ship. Seeing Xiao Cui Liana's excessive excitement, Zhou Heng hissed a warning. "Keep it down. Liana, low profile. The principal ordered this to be a top-secret extraction. We can't draw attention." Chastised, Lina straightened up immediately. "Understood." Meanwhile, the silhouettes of Zhou Yi and his group finally emerged from the ship's ramp. Zhou Heng stepped forward with a beaming, practiced smile. "You have finally arrived. Little Yi, you've had a long journey. Get in the car, you need to rest." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow at the affectionate nickname, scratching his head awkwardly. "Little Yi. Since when were we that close?" "Whatever." Moments later, the luxury sedan tore away from the curb. The car vanished into the distance, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust. But in the shadows, Madame Hong was watching. She had hunted them all the way here. A glint of pure greed flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Zhou Yi, the #1 rookie of Suhang University, Principal Wang Hui's personal disciple. To think the Zhou clan was hiding a monster like this in plain sight. If I can bring him under my wing, my rank in the merchant guild is gonna skyrocket." Meanwhile, Jiang Churen scanned the interior, her sharp eyes dissecting every detail. She instantly recognized the object and gasped, "Holy crap, that's an S-rank tool. The Ice Soul Spider." Hearing her shock, Uncle Heng burst into laughter. "Miss Jiang Churen, you've got killer eyesight. As Principal Wang mentioned, this shield is the only place we can talk freely. It blocks all spiritual eavesdropping completely." Zhou Yi nodded, keeping it respectful. "You went through a lot of trouble, Uncle Heng." The old man waved his hand, flashing a fake smile. "Nah, don't mention it. Just doing my job." But his other hand was frantically signaling the person next to him. Like, "Come on, Serena Zhou, don't just sit there. Make your move." Getting the hint, she turned to Little Yun with a beaming smile. "Little Yun, I'm your cousin, Serena Zhou. Here, a little meeting gift just for you. Hope you dig it." Uncle Heng sat back, watching the scene play out while calculating his next move. Even though Zhou Yi rejected the hidden ice class transfer, letting Little Yun train with the Zhou family, that's a green light. As long as we keep her happy, roping in Zhou Yi is practically guaranteed. Little Yun accepted the gift, bowing politely. "Hello, cousin. Thank you so much." Seeing Little Yun's face light up, Uncle Heng couldn't help but smirk. His mind was already spinning with deep schemes. Zhou Yi's talent is god tier. Plus, he's got Principal Wang Hui and the Sky Marshal Guild backing him. If he starts looking out for the family, the Zhao clan will rise back to the peak of power alongside him. He decided to cut the crap and skip the meaningless small talk. He went straight to the core issue, his voice dropping low and heavy with authority. "Little Yi, I told you before, the Zhou clan's power is split between the Patriarch and the Elder Council. The old Patriarch guards the Ice Dragon Tower. He holds the Intersect Legacy and the core resources. But the Elder Council, that's led by the third Elder, Zhou Feng. They control the cultivation resources for the Outer Disciples. The Patriarch and the Council are constantly at each other's throats. The old man is terrified someone's going to get jealous of your talent and try to ruin everything." He lowered his voice, his expression deadly serious. "That's why only Serena and I know about your arrival. We took a secret route. Even the guards have zero clue we're here." Hearing this, Zhou Yi just smirked, replying casually, "You really went all out, Uncle Heng. So, what kind of place is this Ice Dragon Abyss the teacher mentioned?" Uncle Heng answered immediately. "That is the final resting place of the Zhou ancestors' partner, Frost Fang." He didn't stop there, his voice swelling with pride as he continued the tale. Back in the day, our ancestor met an ice dragon named Frostfang in the extreme north ice plains. Its scales were harder than mysterious iron. A single dragon breath could crack entire glaciers wide open. The ancestor spent a whole year battling it. 49 brutal fights in the freezing rivers. Finally, he used his own blood to sign a pact, taming the beast as his mount. Then the demon race invaded. Frostfang carried the ancestor, charging straight into the front lines. In the final snow demon battle, Frostfang used its massive dragon body to block the demon cave's entrance, covering the clan's retreat. By the time the ancestor fought his way back, Frostfang's body was dead, but its soul remained. But here's the tricky part. The ancestor was afraid the soul would scatter. So, he used the Dragon Strike sword and carved a sealing curse. He sealed Frostfang's soul right back into its own dragon corpse. The plan was to find a resurrection method and come back to save Frostfang later. But who could have guessed? In the chaos that followed, the ancestor vanished without a trace. Eventually, Frostfang's body and soul transformed into a mystic realm. The conversation rolled on as the tires crushed the first layer of thin ice. They had officially entered the path of eternal snow. Uncle Hang stared into the distance, explaining slowly. The ice dragon abyss today, the outer ice wall is Frostfang's scales. The central pillar is its bone. The ice lake is its blood. The realm is split into 3 stages. Any descendant of the Zhou bloodline can enter the abyss to face the trials. If you can reach the central zone or the 3rd floor, you go straight to the inner sect. Hearing this, Zhou Yi cut him off mid-sentence. Does Frostfang's soul still actively test humans? Uncle Hang didn't hesitate. Absolutely. In previous years, every Zhou descendant could enter the abyss for training, but because their ice bloodline concentration was too weak, most could only hang around the outer rim. When I was 30, I stepped into the 3rd floor and Frostfang's remnant soul instantly snapped 3 of my ribs and tossed me out. But after I healed up, my bloodline purity shot up by 15%. Uncle Heng made sure Zhou Yi understood the stakes. Just getting into the 3rd floor guarantees massive benefits, but the risk is insane. Frostfang doesn't recognize the Zhou bloodline anymore. 50 years ago, a 3rd-turn elder barged into the 3rd floor. Frostfang hit him with one breath. Boom. Frozen into a human popsicle instantly. Little Yi, you need to reach the 3rd floor, where the remnant soul waits. If you want to tame it, you need to show the same reckless, death-defying power the ancestor had back then. That's the only way to make Frostfang bow its head. Zhou Yi's face went dark with thought. Got it. Uncle Heng pressed on. So, when do you plan to enter the abyss? If you're not feeling 100%, there's a secret base near the entrance where you can crash for a bit. Zhou Yi didn't answer. He stared at his system interface. Status: Divine Miracle Exhaustion. All stats reduced to 0. Duration: 10 days. Countdown: 3 minutes, 52 seconds. Zhou Yi did the math. Just enough time. As the car rolled to a stop, he spoke calmly. No need to wait. I'm entering the Ice Dragon Abyss right now. He stepped out with the group, the bone-chilling air biting at their skin. Jiang Churan shivered, inching closer to Zhou Yi, her heart pounding with worry. She blushed, stammering out a request. Brother Zhou Yi, can I go with you? Zhou Yi shut it down gently. Wait for me outside. Trust me. He glanced at Shen Lingfeng. The guy didn't even need words. He knew the drill. Yeah, I got it. I'll babysit the little girl. Zhou Yi turned to the elder. Thanks, Uncle Heng. He turned and walked into the snow alone, bracing for what was coming. The system chimed. Divine Miracle Exhaustion ending. Innate talent. Outstanding is restoring all attributes. Name: Zhou Yi. Class: Adjudicator. Level: 30. Power level: 12 million. A faint, terrifying silhouette of a sword began to manifest in his grip. Check this out. It's called Dawn's Blessing, a literal gift from the gods. Zhou Yi grips that blade like he owns the place, strutting forward with an aura that screams, I'm the boss here. Picture this: ethereal butterflies dancing around a massive chunk of ice. But wrapped around that frozen prison, a nasty-looking monster, body like a snake, scales shimmering with a creepy blue glow. This thing's packing heat, dual-wielding razor-sharp blades. And it ain't alone. The place is crawling with them. Level 25 ice snake men, ready to rumble. We're talking gold-tier potential here. Skills: Frost Breath, Hive Mind Link, and Glacial Spike Rush. But Zhou Yi? He just steps up, twirls his blade for a warm-up, and drops a casual line. Man, 10 days without smashing anything? My bones are practically rusting over. The ice snakes don't wait for an invite, they spot him and charge instantly. They're hissing and snapping like starved beasts craving fresh meat. But Zhou Yi? Zero fear. He grins, eyes lighting up. Perfect. You losers are just what I need for a warm-up session. Boom. Before you can blink, Zhou Yi slices through the front line. His strikes are blinding fast, creating arcs of lightning through the chaotic dust. But the snake horde just keeps coming, wave after wave. Time to end this. Zhou Yi unleashes his ultimate divine storm. A massive tornado rips through the cavern, sucking the snakes into a meat grinder. Meanwhile, a nearby ice block starts cracking. In the freezing cold, a monster with a frozen head and a dragon-like body wakes up from its slumber. Meet the boss, the Ice Abyss Snake King. Level 55, Gold Tier Potential. This guy's loaded with nasty skills, Frost Breath, Rapid Ice Barrage, and Magnetic Field Distortion. But Zhou Yi's tornado? It's barreling straight for the big, ugly guy. Zhou Yi roars, face set in stone, light of judgment. Pure, blinding energy erupts, swallowing the monster whole. The giant beast crashes down behind him, totally wrecked. Does he look back at the explosion? Nope. He just walks away like a total badass. By morning, the snow stops falling, and the whole dungeon feels brighter, more open. Zhou Yi strolls through, muttering, weird. Why does this place feel so familiar? Suddenly, the void beast pops out, dropping knowledge. It's because of that frost bloodline pumping through your veins, genius. Any normal ice class job holder would have turned into a popsicle by now. Zhou Yi just grins at his little buddy. Yo, long time no see. Hey, thanks for fetching the teacher last time. I owe you. The void beast rolls its eyes, save the drama. Consider us even. Just don't go dying before our one-year deal is up. Got it? Awkward silence ensues, but not for long. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters bursts out, surrounding them from all sides. Zhou Yi and the void beast just stare at each other like, really? Then the beast unleashes Void Sever. Lasers of dark energy slice through the mob, vaporizing them instantly. Zhou Yi appreciates the assist. Thanks, buddy. The void beast scoffs, cold as ice, small fry. Don't mention it. But the party isn't over yet. Those giants weren't fully dead. They use their massive bulk to smash the ice bridge. The ground beneath Zhou Yi shatters, and he's scrambling to keep his footing. Just when you think he's done for, he leaps to a falling chunk of ice. But instead of climbing up, Zhou Yi makes a crazy call. He dives straight into the abyss. As he falls, he spots something wild beneath the ice. An army. Countless shadowy figures standing in formation, gripping ancient swords and shields. Undead warriors. And there, sitting on a throne of ice, is a skeleton wearing a crown. Blue fire burns in its empty sockets. Majestic. Terrifying. Definitely the boss of this level. Demons, Zhou Yi realizes. The falling ice crashes down right in front of the horde. These armored skeletons are identified as Ice Abyss Bone Demons, level 35. Legendary potential. Skills like Bone, Spear, Rain, Glacial Coffin, Cage, and Skeletal Symbiosis. This is the remains of the demon army that got wiped out by the ice dragon Frostfang, relics from the invasion era. Sensing intruders, the king wakes up, body glowing with eerie blue light. Zhou Yi steps out of the rubble, eyes narrowing as he activates his appraisal skill. A data ring scans the battlefield. The void beast starts panicking. Are you insane? There's at least 200,000 of them. Fighting this is literal suicide. You're only on the second floor. You need to save your energy. But the skeletons are already active. One of them rasps out, "Intruder alert." Zhou Yi doesn't flinch. He triggers Blessing of the Dawn. Dangerous light dances in his hands, and his aura explodes outward, suppressing everything around him. He smirks. The ice elemental concentration here is 10 times higher than outside. That's more than enough ammo to bury this entire army. Zhou Yi lets the power ripple out, light flashing across the gloomy cavern ceiling. The Skeleton King senses the nuke incoming and screeches. ALL units. High alert. Enemy in the sky. Too late. The energy forms a massive tornado, birthing a gigantic hand of light that slams down on the demon squad, flattening them like pancakes. Through the blizzard of debris, the survivors keep charging. Zhou Yi doesn't stop. His eyes glow with intense magical power. Deep freeze, he roars. A vortex spins into existence, and bam! Countless razor-sharp ice spikes erupt from above, trapping the demon army in a deadly cage. He waves his hand, channeling Divine Storm again. A violent gale picks up all those ice shards, turning the air into a blender. The wind shreds the skeletons apart, limb from limb, sweeping them away in a bone-crunching cyclone. The skeleton leader is losing his absolute mind. He bellows, "You cowardly rat hiding in the shadows, our warrior spirits are eternal. How dare a bug like you mock our glory?" The skeleton army starts banging their weapons against their shields. Clang! Clang! Weird soul fragments start floating off them, drifting toward the high walls. Up on the ramparts, lines of archer skeletons light up with blue fire. Zhou Yi scratches his head, staring at the creepy spectacle. What exactly is their problem? Suddenly, the bones start flying together. They merge, twisting and snapping into place to form a colossal, horrific bone giant. This is skeletal symbiosis. It's an auto-trigger skill, combining the remaining power of the fallen to resurrect as one massive unit. Zhou Yi looks at the Titan and scoffs. So, you're just a pile of recycled trash. Can these guys even die? Zhou Yi checks his system. Weird. I'm not getting any kill notifications. Usually, smashing bone demons grants XP. The giant monster's third eye flares open, and a deep, distorted voice booms. Found you. Zhou Yi isn't impressed. He draws his blade, grinning. Legendary rank, huh. Tough, but I don't buy it. He raises his sword, and the bone giant erupts with blinding golden light. Zhou Yi grits his teeth against the pressure. If I can't kill you individually. The light from the bone tower intensifies. It shines like a miniature sun, fusing every last bone together. Suddenly, the smaller skeletons start diving off the walls like lemmings, joining the main body. They were clad in heavy armor, each one a living weapon of mass destruction. Small skeletal remains free fell through the air like rain. He swung his sword in a sharp zigzag pattern, his gaze remaining cold and deadly serious. The colossal skeleton watched the chaos unfold with intense focus. Zhou Yi leaped high into the sky before crashing down beneath the wooden bridge. Quick as a flash, his face devoid of emotion, he rushed toward the skeletal giant. Zhou Yi skidded to a halt right before its massive, glowing eyes. He raised his blade. It suddenly unhinged its jaw, as if hatching some dark scheme. But Zhou Yi didn't give a damn what it was planning. He leaped up, sword raised, determined to slay the giant at any cost. Suddenly, he froze. Cold sweat trickled down his skin. Memories of the past flooded Zhou Yi's mind, his eyes filled with a sorrowful, aimless regret as he gazed at his surroundings. Screams erupted beside him. Zhou Yi is about to fall. Reinforcements, now. Zhou Yi walked forward, one dazed step at a time. Behind him, a towering figure rushed forward. The man slammed a hand onto Zhou Yi's shoulder and roared, "Chu Yan, hold the line." He looked back in confusion. Zhou Yi's attention was stolen by a young man struck by an arrow, flinging past him. Yet, the booming voice of the large man did not cease. Buy time for Lord Kang Ya. A swirling vortex of purple and pink tore open the sky, stunning everyone witnessing the anomaly. It was the dimensional gate of the demon clan. Armored skeletons wielding spiked hammers rained down from the abyss. Yet, the knights showed no fear. Steel for battle, a voice bellowed. Descendants of the Chu clan, hear my order. Fight to the death. We cannot let the demon clan escape our Tianlan territory. A knight was struck by a meteor hammer and sent flying. The large man fought on furiously, shouting amidst the carnage, "Live and die with Tianlan." A massive blue-white dragon materialized in the heavens. His voice echoed like thunder, "Live and die with Tianlan." The dragon opened its maw, revealing a jade-colored sphere. It blasted a beam of pure green light into the earth. Everything began to revert to its original state. Cheers erupted all around. Lord Kang Ya has arrived. We are saved. Kang Ya. Zhou Yi whispered, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and disappointment. So, does this mean I am currently standing on the battlefield of the demon invasion from 100 years ago? Kang Ya twisted its body amidst the radiating light. It swooped down menacingly toward the knights. Suddenly, swords flew from nowhere, slamming directly into Kang Ya's abdomen. It roared in agonizing pain. Kang Ya thrashed wildly, sending the knights flying like ragdolls. In the distance, onlookers watched in absolute horror. Far away, an armored skeleton swung a sword tens of meters long. It began its slaughter, skewering multiple knights with a single, devastating thrust. Zhou Yi now resembled a feral wolf, his eyes burning with hatred as he screamed, "You demon clan filth." The armored skeleton soared on a black crow, its voice booming, "Go to hell." But before it could reach its target, Kang Ya bit through the crow's wing, sending the skeleton plummeting. The crow was useless now. Kang Ya dove down without mercy. It glanced at its own wounds, blood gushing from where the swords had been pulled out. Kang Ya's gaze shifted back to the sky, where a pink vortex swirled. In its center, the head of a skeleton began to emerge. Kang Ya stared intently, realizing the truth. That foul stench. It is the heavenly demon. His thoughts raced. If I let them break through, all of Tianlan will become a demon domain. Every living soul will become fodder for the demon clan. To preserve the lives of the innocent. Kang Ya stomped in fury, shattering the ground beneath him. No, I cannot let them breach the seal. If the demon tide is unstoppable. He shot forward like an arrow. Then I will use my dragon body as a sacrifice. Kang Ya flew straight toward the armored skeleton, sitting calmly within the vortex. He charged deep into the abyss, dragging the skeleton down with him. The vortex sealed shut, emitting a blinding pink brilliance. Zhou Yi stood witnessing it all. He had to shield his eyes with his arm against the glare. The force was so immense the ground crumbled and shattered. The glowing portal flared one last time before shrinking. Everyone watched the portal with unblinking eyes. After a moment, the gate faded and vanished. The crowd cheered softly. The teleportation gate, it is gone. The group erupted in joy. The demon clan has been repelled by Lord Kang Ya. We held the Tianlan defense line. Only Zhou Yi stood in silent contemplation. He just threw his dragon core into the portal to detonate it. Around him, the cheers of victory continued to ring out. Long live Lord Kang Ya. As long as Kang Ya remains, Tianlan remains. Zhou Yi looked at the battlefield's aftermath and smiled inwardly. Good. I did not fail your promise. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Zhou Yi spin around. Kang Ya? A handsome man ran toward him. It was the ancestor of the Chu clan. Zhou Yi snapped back to reality. Instantly, a massive, razor-sharp blade swung at him. He barely managed to raise his weapon to block the devastating impact. He moved like a phantom to dodge and landed on the ice. The light emanating from the monster irritated him. What on earth is inside that thing? A cluster of blue light pulsed amidst the bones. Seeing clearly what lay within, he gasped, "A dragon scale?" Zhou Yi grinned with sudden arrogance. How did I not see it from the start? The movements of these bone demons are too flawless, yet their attack patterns are completely singular. Zhou Yi stared at the creature's loose skeletal frame. After a long silence, he laughed with certainty. I was right. These are the masterminds who caused Kang Ye's tragic death. The ancestor of the Chu clan was furious. How could he let the enemy die so easily? Sunlight illuminated the now motionless skeleton. His voice remained steady. After destroying the insect nest, he cast a cyclical curse. Infinite resurrection, powered by Kang Ye's dragon scale. He refined them into gravekeepers for Kang Ye. The moment anyone uses martial force to intrude, they will be attacked. Furthermore, these bone demons will reassemble after being shattered. Zhou Yi muttered as he walked. Even his second transfer master would struggle against such a battle of attrition. No wonder the descendants of the Chu clan always stop at the second level. If I abandon all aggression and appear harmless, these brainless things will naturally lose their target. He took a step onto the thick snow, musing aloud, truly, a method of revenge that is both terrifyingly intelligent and complex. Using their enemies' bodies as shields and their dying misery as eternal punishment, that isn't just revenge, that is a cruelty far worse than death. The biting wind cut deep, forcing Zhou Yi to shut one eye, but his focus remained unbreakable. Just like the first ancestor of the Zhou clan standing tall in the freezing hellscape. Mark my words, I will surpass you one day. Zhou Yi stood on the snowy peak, staring down at the colossal skeletal remains of Bone Fang. He dove straight into the abyss, but wham! An invisible force swatted him like a fly. He crashed against the jagged rocks, body slamming hard against the stone. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he thought, what the hell just happened? Then, Bone Fang manifested a massive, ghostly phantom radiating pure, terrifying majesty. Who dares trespass? Are you another dog sent by the mongrels who sealed me in this icy prison? Zhou Yi struggled up, gasping, Bone Fang. The beast snarled, baring razor-sharp teeth. Here to mock me? A level 30 piece of trash isn't even fit to pick my teeth. You leech. You pests only know how to suck the dragon race dry. You reek of the same filthy blood as those murderers. The beast roared, spitting insults. You want to see me snap, don't you? Selfish, greedy humans. You just want my body to forge your pathetic weapons. Zhou Yi tried to shout over the wind. Hold on. I possess the Zhou bloodline. I'm here to, but Bone Fang wasn't listening to any excuses. The Zhou bloodline? That's even worse. Rage exploded as Bone Fang launched an attack. How much longer do you plan to deceive me? Scum. I'll shred you into 100 pieces. Zhou Yi barely dodged the lethal strikes, thinking, damn, he's fast. The dragon opened its maw, blasting beams of pure destruction. Weaving through the barrage, he yelled, Bone Fang, wake up. You destroyed your own dragon core to seal the demon gate. You are the Zhou clan's greatest hero. But the dragon was deaf to reason. Bullshit. The dragon core is my heart. Why would I rip out my own heart? You humans stole it. Don't stand there with your fake sympathy. It's all lies. Nothing but lies. The blasts intensified, shattering the ice floor into dust. I will rip every single liar apart with my bare claws. Gritting through the agony, Zhou Yi tried again. Listen to me. Wham! A massive tail slam sent him flying, but he dug his heels in and stood his ground. Get lost. He's lost his memories, Zhou Yi realized. Centuries of imprisonment have driven him mad with grief. He's lashing out at anything that moves. His mind is shattered. As expected of the ancestors' contracted beast. Even after 100 years, that lingering dragon's soul pressure is terrifying. Zhou Yi's face darkened. He was battered and bleeding, but his eyes burned with defiance. Sure, his level was way lower than Bone Fang's, but quitting? Not an option. I didn't drag myself all the way to the Ice Dragon Abyss just to go home empty-handed. A cross-shaped sigil blazed on his forehead. He screamed, "You want to vent your rage? Fine. Come and hit me until you remember who you are." Golden energy erupted from Zhou Yi. Human and dragon power slammed into each other with a deafening boom. The beast unleashed another torrent of energy. The impact kicked up a blinding white blizzard, but from the smoke, Zhou Yi burst forward, sword in hand. "Bring it on. If the ancestor could tame you, then I can make you acknowledge your master again." Sword light flashed in a flurry of strikes. Meanwhile, miles away, Shen Lingfeng was casually licking a dragon-shaped popsicle. Munching on the Zhou clan exclusive treat, he quipped, "Yo, you've been standing there for 3 days straight, trying to turn into a statue or something." Jiang Churan shot him a death glare through the glass. "Do you want to keep that tongue attached to your head?" Shen Lingfeng turned pale, teeth chattering as he babbled. Right. You're the famous Jiang Churan." Suddenly, Xiao Quiliana burst through the door, breathless. "Disaster. You guys need to get out of here, now." Confused, they asked, "What's going on?" But she ignored them, rushing deeper inside, rambling like a maniac. "Before she gets here, Father said I have to get you out. Where is Zhu Yun?" Shen Lingfeng snapped, "Yo, speak English." "What's the panic?" Xiao Quiliana grabbed Churan's hands, terror in her eyes. I can't explain it. Just follow me." Churan remained icy calm. "If you don't tell us the problem, we can't provide a solution. Besides, Zhou Yi is still in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I'm not leaving this place without him." Shen Lingfeng stepped up, flexing. "Exactly. I, Shen Lingfeng, am not some weakling. Spill the beans, maybe we can handle it." Xiao Quiliana waved her hands frantically. "No, you don't get it. This isn't something you can just handle. If we don't leave now, we're dead." Suddenly, boom. An attack from Zhou Heng slashed past Madame Hong, catching her off guard. He stood his ground. "Madame Hong, the Tianlin Zhou clan is not a place where you can run wild." Behind him, Shen Lingfeng and Churan powered up their auras. Razor-sharp threads coiled around Madame Hong's fingers. She sneered, "Zhou Heng, please. You've wasted so much power suppressing that ice bloodline. You don't even have 30% of a level 40 strength. And you think you can stop me?" Zhou Heng shielded Zhou Yun, sweat forming on his brow. The Zhou clan protects its guests, no matter the cost. Internally, he panicked. Zhou Yi is at the critical breakthrough point in the abyss. I cannot let this witch interrupt him. Even if I burn my life force and damage my ice veins, I have to buy time until Zhou Yi returns. He unleashed a jagged path of ice spikes toward her, but suddenly, a voice whispered from nowhere, "Going somewhere?" Madame Hong was already leaning casually against the doorframe, blocking their exit. "Long time no see, little girl." Xiao Quiliana, Shen Lingfeng, and Churan froze in pure terror. You're still alive." Flashback, 30 minutes earlier, in the opulent clan hall. Madame Hong sat across from the Zhou clan patriarch. She smiled, sliding a box forward. "Clan leader Zhou. Behold, this year's ice marrow crystal." A piercing voice shattered the silence. "Why trouble Madame Hong personally for this trip?" She scoffed, claiming a lackey would have sufficed. Beside her, chests of radiant treasures gleamed in the light. Name: Cold Marrow Crystal. Rarity: Epic Class. Type: Energy Condensation. The third elder of the Chu clan, Chu Feng, barked a command. "Where are the attendants?" "Bring them forward." Seated beside the elder was the tense Chu Heng. Servants rushed in, presenting the offerings one by one. Item 1. Heavenly Silkworm Thread. Effect: grants high-tier stealth properties to crafted armor. Item 2. Mystic Ice Jade. Effect: imbues weapons with the passive skill Frost Fracture. The elder's voice was steady. As promised last year, the heavenly treasures are prepared in full. Madame Hong merely let out a cold, dismissive chuckle. She idly fingered the goods before sneering. "If you think this trash is enough, you are mistaken." Her tone dripped with venom. "The Chu clan hides the real treasures and offers me scraps." It was clear the negotiation for the cold marrow crystal was failing. Chu Heng shot to his feet, indignation burning in his eyes. "Madame Hong, what is the meaning of this?" "Our Chu clan. Every single year, we exhaust our resources to trade with you." She ignored him, gripping a frost halberd. Requirement: level 30. Base attack, plus 350. Ice attribute damage, plus 120. The elder grit his teeth, thinking, this greedy witch, her demands rise every year. What game is she playing now? Crack! She snapped the precious artifact like a twig. "I am bored of these flashy, useless toys." Her eyes narrowed. "This year, the price has changed. Satisfy my new condition, clan leader." and I will supply enough cold marrow crystals for a full year. The elder forced a smile, masking his dread. And what does Madame Hong desire? Chu Heng's gut twisted with suspicion. Something feels wrong. Madame Hong's voice dropped to a sinister whisper. A living sacrifice. The elder froze. A living person? She replied calmly. Zhou Yi. Chu Heng lost his composure instantly. What? He took a breath, trying to salvage the situation. Madame Hong jests. Surely, a living human cannot be currency. Internal alarms rang in Chu Heng's mind. Why does a monster like her want Zhou Yi? She stared back, her expression stone cold. Joke? You are the humorous one. One life to save your entire clan. Is that not a bargain? The clan leader slammed his hand down, his decision final. Madame Hong, please leave. Zhou Yi is a child of the Chu clan. He is not for sale. Madame Hong turned her back, her interest evaporating instantly. She examined her manicured nails, unbothered. Refuse me, and tell me, can your precious clan survive another 2 months? The elder turned to the patriarch, panic in his voice. Leader, last year, 3 children died because their blood froze. If the cold marrow crystal supply is cut off, the patriarch's heart weighed heavy. The Mamet Merchant Guild controls the only crystal mine. The Chu clan's ice bloodline is degenerating. We need the crystals not just to cultivate the bloodline, but to stop our very veins from freezing over. We are slaves to the Mamet Guild's monopoly. Finally, the patriarch revealed his resolve. Enough. Even if our bloodline is severed, the Chu clan will never stoop to selling our kin to survive. The elder trembled with rage. Patriarch, if you will not think of us old bones, think of the innocent children in the clan. Zhou Yi is a genius, yes, but he is a fledgling. He cannot save us all. The patriarch stood, his aura flaring. We survive so that we may one day rise. If we sell our souls, we are already dead. His voice dropped, filled with regret. Zhou Yi grew up without our protection. We have no right to sacrifice him now. The elder screamed, the children cannot wait, but the patriarch's will was iron. Madame Hong. Get out, he thought. You short-sighted fools. She forces this choice because she fears his potential. She sees the dragon rising within Zhou Yi. If we fail to protect him, the Chu clan has no future anyway. Madame Hong's face twisted into a demonic mask. Very well. If the Chu clan chooses death, so be it. She marched out with her minions, dropping a final curse. The supply is cut. Watch as your clan and you, old man, turn to ice and crumble. Back in the present, Madame Hong smirked at Lina. Thanks for the tour, little girl. Suddenly, razor-sharp silk exploded from her hands. The thread strangled Lina, crushing her windpipe. She blacked out, collapsing onto the cold floor. Madame Hong smiled. A predator looking at prey. Did that old fool think I was blind to his signals? Su Ran rushed in, panic on her face. Lina. But Shen Lingfeng was faster, charging with reckless fury. You die by my hand today, witch. Madame Hong's servants intercepted, their bodies moving like fluid silk. Shen Lingfeng didn't flinch, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Enemies swarmed Su Ran, but her blade was a blur. Slash, slash. She minced them into hundreds of pieces, gore rained down on the floor. Shen Lingfeng began his incantation. A barrier of roaring flames erupted to shield his team. Madame Hong merely clapped. 3 days apart and look at you now. Actual teamwork? How amusing. I am starting to enjoy this little game. She analyzed their auras. The succubus and the flame dragon, both on the verge of a breakthrough. She sighed dramatically. True geniuses. A pity you will all be dust before you can shine. Su Ran supported the unconscious Lina, gritting her teeth. I can't fight properly while protecting her. And that woman, didn't we kill her last time? Why is she at the Chu clan? Distracted by her thoughts, she missed the deadly thread slithering through the shadows. Lina groaned weakly. It's her. The thread coiled like a viper, unnoticed. Su Ran's mind raced. His brother Zhou Yi involved in this? Snap. The bindings tightened instantly. Your combat sense is lacking, child. Even Shen Lingfeng was ensnared by traps erupting from the ground. Typical. Talented trash from noble families, rotting in your ivory towers. Warm-up is over. Now, I will dismantle you personally. The wires yanked Su Ran into the air. Little succubus, where has that fearsome power gone? Bam! Shen Lingfeng was slammed into the wall. My blood threads adore your flames. Little fire dragon. They dangled helplessly like puppets. Madame Hong sneered at their struggle. You are 100 years too early to challenge me. Her expression darkened. Now speak. Where is Zhu Yi? He didn't give a damn about her orders. Let me go, you hag, or I'll torch you until there's nothing left but ash. Madame Hong just smirked, sauntering toward the curtains. Save your breath. Legend has it Zhou Yi solo raided the Gale Mountains just to save his little sis. With her as bait, he'll show himself. The guy roared in pure fury. Don't you dare lay a finger on her. Zhu Yun was trembling behind those drapes, but nothing escapes Madame Hong's eyes. Her voice dripped with venom, playing hide-and-seek. Think you can watch your big brother die from back there? Jiang Churan refused to stay down. She screamed with every ounce of grit she had left. Lend me your strength. Just one more time. Meanwhile, deadly crimson threads coiled around Madame Hong's fingers. That pushed the witch over the edge. Fine. If you want to die, I'll show you what true domination looks like. In a split second, an army of Madame Hong's puppets rose from the dead. These hulking monstrosities charged forward like a tidal wave of wood and steel. Blue cracks began to shatter across Zhou Heng's face. He was reaching his limit. He grit his teeth, realizing the enemy was going all out just to trap Zhou Yi. She really brought the whole squad for us, huh? As the mechanical horde closed in for the kill, Zhou Heng whipped out a massive chain and leaped into the sky. Jiang Churan, Shen Ling Feng, get Zhou Yun and little Lena out of here. I'll hold the line. Madame Hong wasn't letting her prizes escape that easily. Capture them, leave no survivors. Jiang Churan grabbed Zhou Yun while Shen Ling Feng scooped up little Lena, both shouting in unison, "You got it." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was charging up a sphere of pure destruction. He locked eyes with the beast, determination blazing. He launched himself forward, slamming a devastating blow right into its skull. Drop dead. Sacred fist barrage. Boom. Zhou Yi didn't stop there. He sidestepped with godlike reflexes as a beam of energy shaved past his ear. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing his ultimate counter. Holy Cross of Light. His voice thundered, purge evil. Right before the impact, the beast's eyes reflected only Zhou Yi's approaching figure. It whispered a single, weak word, "Master," then crack. A fist carrying the weight of a mountain slammed down. Hand of God. The explosion silenced everything. Dust swirled in the aftermath as Zhou Yi stuck the superhero landing. He dusted himself off, cold as ice. Finally, some peace and quiet. The giant beast groaned, Who are you? Zhou Yi didn't hide a thing. He looked it dead in the eye. I'm Zhou Yi, descendant of the legend, Zhou Fan. He sat down to let his HP regen, then started dropping the lore bombs. 100 years ago, you sacrificed your life force to shatter the demon realm's teleportation gate. You bought peace for the Tianlan continent. My ancestor, Zhou Fan, your master, took your broken body and soul. He sealed you here and went on a solo quest to find a way to resurrect you. But he never came back. Zhou Yi flashed a confident smirk, extending a hand. Roll with me, and I'll bring you back to life. Your soul was trapped here, going insane from the isolation. I had to rough you up a bit to knock some sense back into you. The dragon closed its eyes, a wave of sorrow washing over it. So that's the truth. My dragon core is shattered. Resurrection is impossible, but he refused to give up. It's been a century. Master is surely gone. Then, its piercing gaze locked onto Zhou Yi. You're here for the dragon's soul, aren't you? Frostfang didn't beat around the bush. I can see your foundation is trash right now, totally wrecked. You need pure energy to fix it. But absorbing the dragon's soul, it'll feel like 10,000 ants devouring your heart. Imagine your body being shredded into confetti 1,000,000 times over. You think you can handle that? Zhou Yi didn't even blink. Bring it on. Physical pain is nothing. Being too weak to protect the people I love, that's the real hell. Frostfang looked at him with newfound respect. The Zhou bloodline still breeds monsters, I see. It pushed a mass of energy toward him. Come and take it. An orange vortex swirled into existence, speckled with dancing blue lights. The frost blocking his veins began to melt away. Zhou Yi's entire body started steaming with an intense blue aura. Deep inside, the ice sealing his meridians shattered. Zhou Yi clenched his jaw, veins popping on his forehead as the agony hit him like a truck. Frostfang shouted, Hold it together. Your meridians were garbage. If you hadn't found me, you would have been dead in a month. The blue particles swarmed his body, reforging his very bones. Every crack, every deep internal injury was being stitched back together. But the price? Pain that would drive a normal man insane. Blood seeped from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The blue energy surged into his chest, reconstructing his heart beat by beat. Far away, Zhou Yun smiled, sensing the change. Even the Song Xiaolin squad felt the shift, but Jiang Churan squinted, looking behind them in shock. The black night sky was torn asunder. A silhouette stood tall before the massive dragon. System alerts flooded his vision. Scan complete. Ice Dragon Soul Fusion, 100%. Foundation, fully restored. Ice Element Affinity, increased by 500%. 2 majestic dragon horns erupted from Zhou Yi's forehead. Congratulations. Hidden Quest Perfect Second Awakening complete. Reward, Skill Dragon, God Physique. Frostfang's voice echoed one last time, protect Tianlin, for me, and for him. Back at the hideout, Madame Hong's puppet strings strangled a girl's frame. She stepped forward and cut the tension, letting the poor girl collapse hard onto the dirt. Madame Hong flicked a red silk ribbon toward Zhou Yun, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Come here, little sister. Big sis won't hurt you. Much. The silk snake wrapped tight around Zhou Yun. That's a good girl. Now, lead me to your brother. Suddenly, a bloody, dirt-stained hand shot out and clamped onto Madame Hong's ankle. Scram! Madame Hong looked down like she had stepped in gum, her eyes full of disgust. The little flame dragon is barely alive but still stubborn, trying to play the white knight. Shen Lingfang burned his last drop of mana to stop her. I said, don't touch her. Madame Hong sneered, look at you. You're like a beaten dog. You can't even save yourself, and you think you can save someone else? Don't make me laugh. But even with one foot in the grave, Shen Lingfeng refused to let go. You don't know Shen. I am Shen Lingfeng. I'll die before I let you touch a single hair on her head. Madame Hong's eyes went cold. Let go. Never, he roared. Tired of his defiance, Madame Hong lifted her heel and stomped down hard on his hand. Crunch. How about now? Bones cracked, but Shen Lingfeng's grip didn't loosen an inch. Zhou Yun watched through a blur of tears, her heart breaking. Brother Shen, please, just let go. Save yourself. My brother won't blame you. But Shen Lingfeng went feral. He opened his mouth and sank his teeth right into Madame Hong's leg. Don't let go. Zhou Yun is screaming her lungs out. Brother Shen. Madame Hong? She has officially gone psycho. She kicks Shen Lingfeng backward like he is nothing. You maniac. Shen Lingfeng slams his hands into the dirt, skidding to a halt. Zhou Yun is freaking out. Brother Shen. Madame Hong strokes her chin, actually impressed. This kid is tougher than I thought. He might actually be worth the trouble to make the Flame Dragon bloodline submit. Zhou Yi is the real prize here. Madame Hong snaps her fingers, totally bored with the small fry. You useless trash. I'm done playing with you. If he is in a rush to die, fine. She wraps her puppet strings around Shen Lingfeng's neck. Sayonara, loser. The strings tighten, choking him out. Shen Lingfeng's eyes are popping, mouth open in silent agony. Zhou Yun screams in terror. Brother Shen, run for it. Shen Lingfeng is out cold. Zhou Yun breaks down, sobbing and begging the witch. Stop. Please don't hurt him. I'll go with you. Just stop. Suddenly, boom, a massive pressure drops from the sky. Even Madame Hong feels the weight of it. What the heck? That pressure is insane. Wham! A blast of energy sends Madame Hong flying. Zhou Yi crashes the party. Golden wings, dragon horns on his head, he swoops in and saves Zhou Yun like a boss. Zhou Yun can't believe her eyes. Big brother? Zhou Yi looks at Shen Lingfeng's wrecked body. Cuts and bruises everywhere. Shen Lingfeng. He is not happy. Jiang Churan is turned into a pincushion by puppet strings. Jiang Churan, Zhou Yi scans the battlefield. Little Kui, Lena, Zhou Heng, his whole squad is down. He exhales a puff of smoke, cool as ice. His eyes shift instantly, one gold, one blue. Heterochromia mode activated. His power manifests as a massive iron chain. Holy thunder, heavenly prison lock. Madame Hong's eyes go wide, licking her lips like a creep. She's actually excited to see Zhou Yi finally show up. An army of puppets appears in her hands, all looking just like her. Creepy much? Zhou Yi finally decided to come out and play. The puppet army charges, and instant delete. Zhou Yi wrecks them easily. Madame Hong teleports behind him out of nowhere. Just be a good boy and come home with me. Zhou Yi ignores her completely. Stomp! The ground shatters beneath him. A shockwave of pure power slashes right at Madame Hong's throat. Holding his sister with one arm, he blasts the enemy back with pure aura. Madame Hong is shaking in her boots. That power. It is monstrous. Her trash mobs are dead. The elite high-level puppets are dodging for their lives against Zhou Yi's attacks. They are barely hanging on. My level 20 puppets are whatever, but my level 30 elites and level 40 guards took forever to craft. She is stressing over her gear. And he is wrecking my puppet army like it is nothing. She snaps. She jumps into the fray herself. She launches a storm of puppet strings. Her eyes bulge out. This is impossible. You are only level 30. You can't just bridge a 15-level gap like that. She is calling hacks. That just makes me want you even more. She commands a puppet. Cage him. The strings weave together into a giant red prison sphere. It traps Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun inside. Madame Hong is feeling cocky again. You are carrying baggage. Even if you can fight above your level, you are stuck. She slams into the red sphere with her puppet. Inside, Zhou Yi isn't even sweating. He is totally zen despite the chaos. He calmly whispers, "Holy storm." K-boom. A massive explosion rips the giant sphere to shreds. The shockwave flattens everything. Only the spot where Zhou Yi stands is untouched. Madame Hong realizes this isn't about levels anymore. This is bad. I'm out. She tries to flee. Zhou Yi steps up, cold as death. Bone Fang, Madame Hong panics. Wait a sec. She pulls the threat card. Zhou Yi, if you touch me, the Mome Chamber of Commerce will hunt you down. This is a top-tier warrant. You rip this, and you will be chased to the ends of the earth until you are dead meat. She thinks she has got him. You don't want the Zhou family to get wiped out, do you? Dragon eyes lock onto her. Murderous intent. 100%. Madame Hong is shaking. What the hell is that thing? She knows she is screwed. Fake smile activated. My bad. Mercy. Brother Zhou Yi. Total misunderstanding. The dragon binds her up tight. I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Zhou Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Jiang Jiang, Churan, or the others. Totally, my bad. Spare me, and I will give you all the cold essence crystals. I will even share the Mome Chamber's crystal mine with your family. Zhou Yi pauses. A mine, you say? Yes. It produces crystals every 1,000 years. Enough for the Zhou family for a century. She is desperate. With that mine, your family's frozen bloodline curse is gone. You can train in peace. Why beef with a nobody like me? She is begging hard. I will be your servant. Just say the word. I will climb mountains of blades for you. Total loyalty. But inside, she is plotting. Just need my string to touch me. Teleport jutsu, and I am gone. Just stall him for one more second. Zhou Yi tightens his lips. He sees right through her act. People like her don't beg unless it is a trap. Zhou Yi makes his choice. Denied. No thanks. Real bosses aren't scared of threats or tempted by loot. Madame Hong freezes. Zhou Yi unleashes the power. She tries to block with a puppet shield, but Zhou Yi's power smashes through it like wet paper. Madame Hong stares, jaw dropped. This guy isn't a normal knight. He is a god clad in holy light. Unbelievable. Trash taken out. Zhou Yi sets Zhou Yun down gently on the ground. He channels his energy. He shatters the strings holding Jiang Churan and catches her as she falls. He looks at the unconscious beauty. I'm back. Shen Lingfeng is watching, mind blown. I gave everything and couldn't scratch her. He wrecked her in seconds. How is he that strong? The lackey stared blankly, realizing his survival depended entirely on this monster's mercy. Zhou Yi placed a hand on his chest, bowing with rare sincerity. Thanks. He turned to Shen Lingfeng, his voice heavy with gratitude. Thank you for going all out to protect my sister. Shen Lingfeng smirked, and that smirk quickly exploded into a manic laugh. Then hurry up and heal me. Damn it. My HP is dropping to 0 here. I'm bleeding out. Meanwhile, in the main hall, clan leader Zhou stood in silence before a massive painting. It was a portrait of the founding ancestor. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. The clan leader turned to see Zhou Yi standing there and sighed. You've arrived? This is our first official meeting. For you to witness this disaster. As the clan leader, I am useless. It's truly shameful. Zhou Yi didn't have time for the old man's pity party. He cut straight to the chase. Skip the pleasantries. I need to know why the Zhou clan is so desperate for the cold marrow crystals. The Zhou clan needs absolute power to protect Zhou Yun. If you can't guarantee that, I'm not letting her step foot back into this place. I assume Zhou Heng told you something? The clan leader asked. Zhou Yi replied. He mentioned it, but it was vague. The old man observed Zhou Yi, hiding his shock. This kid just walked out of a bloodbath, yet his aura is as calm as a deep lake. The ruthlessness in his eyes. It's 100 times more intense than those greenhouse flowers raised in safety. The clan leader finally explained. The curse doesn't just lower the awakening rate of our ice bloodline. It makes the descendants' bodies too weak to handle the backlash. Every year, members of the Zhou clan freeze to death from the inside out. Your sister, Zhou Yun, had an attack before. Hers was a mild case, so the extreme frost lotus was enough to cure it. But for most of the clan, only the cold marrow crystal can suppress the freezing energy. The clan leader's expression darkened. Madame Hong knew this weakness. That's why she dared to increase the tribute demands every year. This time, she crossed the line, wanting to trade you for the crystals. His voice turned icy cold, that tribute. But before the old man could finish, Zhou Yi cut him off. Starting today, you don't need to pay a single cent. Clan leader Zhu leaned on his cane, shaking his head. Zhou Yi, chasing Madame Hong away only solved the problem for a moment. The Hermes Merchant Guild behind her is a massive powerhouse. They control the cold marrow crystal mines. We have no choice but to beg. Zhou Yi dropped the bomb calmly. Madame Hong is dead. The moment the words left his mouth, the clan leader's face went pale. His eyes bulged in disbelief. What did you say? The news hit him like a physical blow. He stammered, trembling. She She is a level 45 puppet master. She has hundreds of puppets guarding her. Even if you broke through in the Ice Dragon Abyss, it should be impossible. Zhou Yi shrugged, completely unfazed. She was arrogant. She didn't bring any backup. Plus, the Ice Dragon Abyss buffed my ice skills by 300%. Zhou Yi summoned Frost Fang, the blade floating before the old man. More importantly, I awakened Frost Fang in the abyss. The clan leader's eyes widened in pure ecstasy. Frost Fang awoke. Does it still remember the ancestors? Zhou Yi answered on the weapon's behalf. It remembers restoring my body and helping me crush Madame Hong, but its dragon soul is weak. I'm keeping it stored in my body. I won't wake it unless I have to. Hearing this, clan leader Zhou threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He was so hyped he threw his cane on the floor. He dropped to his knees, bowing to the ancestor's painting. Ancestor, did you hear that? A mere child gained the recognition of Frost Fang. This aura, this destiny. Even the ancestors can't compare. The younger generation is terrifying. The clan leader swelled with pride. I thought he was just talented. I never expected him to be a god-tier genius like this. He raised both hands to the ceiling, screaming with joy. Heaven hasn't abandoned my Zhou clan yet. Zhou Yi picked up the cane, looking concerned. Clan leader, maybe you should stand up first. After being helped up, the old man laughed awkwardly. Sorry you had to see that. I got a little too excited. Then, Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. Tell me the truth about the Merchant Guild. He thought to himself. The evil sect has eyes on Zhou Yun. I can't keep her in my pocket forever. If I wipe out the guild for the Zhou clan, this place will be her safest shelter. Clan leader Zhou stopped hiding secrets. He stroked his beard and spilled the tea. The Hermes Merchant Guild used to be a tiny shop on a street corner. The owner was a low-level warrior named Liu Xuan. He lived off smuggling ore scraps. The turning point was the winter 10 years ago. That year, a blizzard of the century hit Blackwind Valley. All trade routes were frozen solid. Liu Xuan took a few cronies and went into the valley. Half a month later, only Liu Xuan walked out alive. After that, he suddenly had an endless supply of cold marrow crystals and mystic ice jade. He even produced flowing frost stones and star silver ore that usually appears once a century. The clan leader opened a wooden box to show Zhou Yi. Liu Xuan claimed he found a mineral vein. No one knows how he got the mining rights. Over the years, plenty of people tried to sneak in to check. They either got lost or froze to death outside the valley. No one has ever seen the so-called cave entrance. Hearing this, Zhou Yi spotted the glitch in the story. That's way too coincidental. The clan leader's face turned grim. The coincidences don't stop there. 3 years ago, we could still buy stable supplies from wandering merchants. It was pricey, but enough to keep the clan alive. But that spring, every single wandering merchant vanished into thin air. The market went dry. Just when we were panicking, Madame Hong showed up at our door. She made us an offer. She claimed they had the mine and would supply us at half price. The condition? The Zhou clan had to handle some minor problems for them. Zhou Yi scoffed. Minor problems? The clan leader recalled the dark past and explained. To put it bluntly, they used the Zhou clan as thugs to suppress small families in Tianlan province who wouldn't bow to the guild. He continued. Most small families have bloodline defects. The guild offers resources, but the price is their most talented children. Those kids leave and never come back. Those families hate the guild, but they're terrified of losing their resource supply. We had no choice but to vent our anger on the Zhou family, treating them like the merchant guild's lapdogs. For 2 whole years, anyone from the Zhou clan stepping outside got jumped in the shadows. This move by the guild? It's a total setup to leave us isolated with zero backup. Hearing this, Zhou Yi rubbed his chin, his mind racing to decode the real dirty scheme behind this mess. First, they choked off our supply routes, then played nice with low prices. Next, they used the Zhou clan's blade to wipe out the monsters, only to set us up as the ultimate target for everyone's rage. Clan leader Zhu nodded grimly. Exactly. And after that, every single shipment from the guild came with a new, nastier set of chains attached. We knew it was a death trap, but with the kids in the clan dying for the frost essence crystal to survive, we had to swallow our pride. He pulled out a frost essence and tossed it to Zhou Yi. Check this out. The guild sent this batch last year. 3 years back, these things were pure ice blue, but lately, they've been getting stained with this creeping black rot. Zhou Yi reached out and snatched the crystal from the air. Clan leader Zhou spat out. Madame Hong claimed it was just natural impurities from deep within the mine. But our healers, they swear these crystals look like something's been gnawing on them from the inside out. The second Zhou Yi's finger brushed the crystal, golden smoke exploded out, coiling around his hand. The power surged outward, wild and untamed. But weirder still, trailing that gold aura was a pitch-black gas. In a flash, the golden energy crushed the black smoke into nothingness. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes, thinking, this demonic energy. It's faint. But damn, it feels familiar. I've definitely tasted this nasty aura somewhere before. Suddenly, a memory clicked. Wait, there's one more thing. Madame Hong dropped a hint to me once. Clan leader Zhao cut him off, mimicking her voice. Just wait until the Great Lord awakens. The Zhao family's curse will be nothing but a snap of his fingers. Zhou Yi frowned. The Great Lord. Is it Liu Xuan? But the clan leader shot that down instantly. No chance. Someone who can toss around rare ores like trash and make a level 45 puppet master like Madame Han their servant? There's a true monster pulling the strings from the shadows. Liu Xuan? He ain't even in the same league. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, knuckles turning white. I get it. Madame Hong is dead, and the guild is gonna come for blood. I started this fire, so I'll be the one to burn for it. Hearing this, clan leader Zhou shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. Why would you say something like that? You carry the Zhou bloodline. The same iron will as our ancestors flows through your veins. The old man slammed a heavy hand onto Zhou Yi's shoulder. Your fight is the Zhou family's fight. No matter how massive the storm gets, we face it together. Zhou Yi smirked, gripping the weathered hand resting on his shoulder. Chief, I hear you loud and clear. He turned his back, walking toward his crew. I've never been truly alone, have I? Shen Lingfeng kept his eyes closed, groaning, Man, you're taking forever. Wei Texan piped up. Brother Yi, the principal said you were in deep trouble, so he basically packed us in a bag and tossed us over here. Zhou Yi scanned his squad. Spirit Taoist level 23, Mage level 24, Warrior level 24. Zhou Yi couldn't hide his shock. 2 months without seeing them, and they've leveled up like crazy. Wei Texan laughed, slapping his chest. Of course, we follow the vice captain, we can't be dragging you down. Song Xiaolan rested her hands on Tang Lingxi's shoulders, a teasing glint in her eyes. You know, on the way here, Tang Lingxi wouldn't stop yapping about asking Brother Yi for ice magic tips. Why are you acting all scared now? Tang Lingxi clasped her hands, blushing hard. Brother Yi. Against the lush green backdrop, Zhou Yi stood there, face flawless and a rare, genuine smile making him look like a total heartthrob. He stepped forward, taking charge. Situation's critical. We talk on the move. The squad fell in line behind him. Standing back, leaning on his cane, the old man watched them go from the shadows. His gaze softened, full of pride, as he watched Zhou Yi's retreating back. He whispered, Zhou Yi, you really are the spitting image of the first ancestor. The crew was buzzing with chatter. I want to bring snacks for the road. Is Blackwind Mountain gonna be freezing? Check it. I got these killer boots, perfect for stomping through snow. The young master here ain't scared of the cold. My family's got ice in our veins. While they joked, Zhou Yi stood apart, deep in thought. Suddenly, I feel kind of unnecessary here. His eyes sharpened, calculating. If this was the old me, I would have just ghosted everyone and infiltrated solo. A glowing map projected in his mind, highlighting the path. After all, the Blackwind Valley's corruption doesn't work on me. Even if I ran into a boss 10 times stronger, I could just borrow the Void Beast's power and tactical retreat. A memory flashed him holding a girl amidst the wreckage of Madame Hong's defeat. Aside from basic quests, the system has been dead silent for ages. It feels restrictive, like it's forcefully sealing off my solo player route. Suddenly, a blinding gold system window popped up. System alert, timed mission activated. Objective, expose the Merchant Guild's dark secrets with your teammates. Reward, S rank plus skill book X, 1 for every participant. Zhou Yi lay back, chest heaving, shirtless and stripped down. The glowing system board hovered in front of him. This was the strongest support system. This thing doesn't do random. It's not about the mission itself, it's the condition. Go with teammates. A nightmare vision struck him, his friends, broken and bleeding out on the ground. My teammates always think they're strong enough. I always thought I was strong enough to protect everyone I care about, but I forgot the harsh truth. My strength alone isn't a guarantee. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Madame Hong proved that. She taught me that even a mighty lion has to sleep sometime. And when the lion naps, if there's no one guarding him, even a stray dog can come in for a bite. Wei Texan's shout yanked him back to reality. Brother Yi, if we don't move, we're gonna lose the light. Seeing him space out, Jiang Churan stepped closer, worry written all over her face. Brother Zhou Yi, are you okay? Zhou Yi closed his eyes for a second, then snapped them open. I'm good. Let's roll. He turned to the squad, voice booming. To the teleportation array. We make it before the gates lock. One of them laughed. That's what I've been saying. Another chimed in. Wait, aren't we grabbing food first? I'm starving over here. He watched them walk ahead, stopping to look back and smile at him. Pride swelled in his chest. Wei Texan, the reckless braveheart. Song Xiaolan, the flashy but sharp tactician. Shen Lingfeng, sharp tongue with a heart of fire. Tang Ling Shi, shy but made of steel. And Jiang Churan, gentle yet unbreakable. They are my crew, the rear guard that lets the lions sleep in peace. They aren't baggage, they're my shield. Time blurred as they traveled. One day later, the world had transformed. Majestic peaks pierced the sky, wrapped in eternal white snow. But clashing against the white was a suffocating, blood-red fog. Black Wind Valley. At year's end, the snow tries to bury it, but the valley remains choked in a thick, crimson mist of death. Stepping into this death trap? Yeah, don't expect a return ticket. A military-grade beast of a truck tears across the snow lane like it owns the place. But the vibes here, straight up sketchy. The Maze Merchant Guild's lair is completely unguarded. Liu Xuan is acting way too cocky, like he doesn't care if we find his dirty secrets. Zhou Yi's squad bundles up, everyone rocking thick coats to survive the freeze. Su Ran drops the intel. This is the spot. The public map says there's a valley here, but the structure reads as totally hollow. Zhou Yi keeps his cool, hands in pockets like a boss. Figured as much. He summons a blue butterfly with a flick of his wrist. Locate. The little guy is ready to go. Yes, sir. Skill window pops up. The void-guiding butterfly burns pure mana to tag spatial coordinates. The void beast uses its senses to lock on. Ripping through reality, they teleport to the target instantly. Wyatt Tyson blows warm air on her hands, shivering. What kind of hellhole is this? The wind has actual thorns. Zhou Yi thinks to himself. No kidding. This place makes the Ice Dragon Abyss look like a summer vacation. It's 3 times colder. He activates his skill, exploding with golden aura, buffing the whole squad. Weapon Blessing. Dawn Blessing. Divine Grace. Guardian's Protection. He barks out orders. Stay sharp, everyone. Xin Lingfeng stares at the glowing light on his body, totally shook. This is his first time tasting a high-tier power-up from Zhou Yi. It's exactly like the rumors said. His status panel flashes open. Name, Shen Lingfeng. Class, Berserker. Level 22. Strength 204 plus 61. That's a 30% boost. Speed 190 plus 57. Vitality and intellect skyrocketing. Just talking about the skills makes his combat power go through the roof. I can test this right now. But suddenly, creepy vine-like wires sneak up behind the team like living shadows. Tang Lingxi gets yoinked into the air, screaming, help. Shen Lingfeng whips around, shouting, what the hell is that? Something fast scuttles across the snow and launches into the air. It's Zhou Yi. He catches Tang Lingxi in a Princess Carrie smooth operator style. His other hand slashes, creating a beautiful golden arc that severs the wires. He lands softly. Tang Lingxi blushes, thanks, brother Yi. Shen Lingfeng glares at the wriggling wires sprouting from the cliff. What kind of nasty freak show is this? Looks like the Red Lady's puppet strings. Is that witch still alive? Zhou Yi steps up, face serious. He pumps some spiritual energy into the severed wire to test it. The wires get zapped by the energy and recoil instantly. Not puppet strings, Zhou Yi realizes. These are tentacles. Living things. Zhou Yi turns. Song Xiaolan, scan the wall with Spirit Dao Arts. Song Xiaolan triggers her skill, floating up like a goddess surrounded by glowing talismans. Mysterious sect of heaven and earth, root of 10,000 energies. She claps her hands and pushes forward. The talismans fly out like homing missiles, plastering the cliff face row by row. The talismans form a blinding golden bagua formation. Song Xiaolan shouts, open. The array activates, lifting her higher on a vortex of wind. Panic starts to set in on everyone's faces. They're all thinking the same nightmare thought. Is this entire snowy mountain actually a monster? The mountain illusion vanishes. Instead of rock, it's a writhing mess of tentacles and hundreds of gross eyes. What are these things? Suddenly, the tentacles twist together, forming sharp arrows aimed right at them. Song Xiaolan reacts fast, drawing a rune in the air. Hidden Thunder, summoning order, suppress evil, protect my cage. A massive giant talisman shield materializes, Spirit Dao evil suppression. It blocks the attack, but black spots start spreading across the paper surface. Corrosion. The talisman dissolves into smoke. It's destroyed. Song Xiaolan takes to the air, dodging the tentacles lunging at her. Their slime absorbs spiritual power, she realizes. Her Spirit Dao arts run on mana, which just feeds these things. This is a hard counter to my build. Zhou Yi sees the danger. Heads up. The tentacle swarm encircles Zhou Yi's squad. Defensive positions. Shen Lingfeng is not having it. He rages out, conjuring a fireball. His hair turns into blazing flames, looking like he's ready to burn the world down. Disgusting trash. He launches waves of fire at the incoming tentacles. But it's useless. The fire just flickers and dies while the tentacles keep coming. Shen Lingfeng clicks his tongue in annoyance. Shh. Inside the mass of tentacles, creepy humanoid shapes emerge, puppets with dead eyes surrounding them from all sides. Their bodies are wrapped in vines, faces pitch black, with soulless glowing white eyes. They march forward like zombies. Absolutely terrifying. Wei Txin cracks her knuckles, grinning. Finally, some action. Su Ran stands next to her, expression cold as ice, hand hovering over her sword hilt. Zhou Yi stops them. A golden screen pops up. Talent, Divine Sword Heart, rank S+. Holy Light Guardian. I'll handle this, he says. You guys stay put, don't move. It looks like these freaks are scared of the holy light. He dashes in a golden blur, slashing them down before they can even twitch. Zhou Yi wipes out most of them and shouts his analysis. Energy attacks are garbage here. Physical damage only. He yells, Wei Tixin. Su Ran, you're up. The two fighters grab their weapons and dash to him instantly. Zhou Yi lays out the strat. Wei Tixin, tank the front and break defense. Su Ran, watch the flank. We form a triangle and push. Wei Tixin is hyped. My turn to show off. Zhou Yi orders the rest. You three stay inside the barrier. Do not step out. Shen Lingfeng looks salty about being benched. He points at himself, totally dissatisfied. Hold up, I'm a berserker. I don't just use fire. Shen Lingfeng summons a wicked red spear with sparks dancing on the tip. He grins wildly. Zhou Yi nods, changing the plan. Fine. Shen Lingfeng, you're with us. Tang Lingxi and Song Xiaolin stay back and analyze their weak points. The girls nod in sync. Roger that. Shen Lingfeng launches himself into the air, leaving a trail of golden rings. The young master has arrived. Wei Tixin jumps, swinging a massive axe at the eye on the tentacles. Mountain-breaking strike. The axe slams home, and the tentacles dissolve into nothing. She laughs maniacally. Now that's what I'm talking about. Shen Lingfeng and Su Ran aren't lagging behind. Shen Lingfeng skewers the monsters like meat kebabs, shouting, check out my power. Su Ran slices through the beasts cleanly, cutting them in two. Zhou Yi swings his golden sword, vaporizing monsters with every hit. Shen Lingfeng and Wei Txin are on a rampage, attacking non-stop. The black tentacles writhe like a nest of vipers, locking together in a chaotic knot. Zhou Yi watched from the shadows, his combat instincts kicking in. Slashing them was a waste of stamina. For everyone they cut, a fresh nightmare clawed its way out of the mountain's ribs. Suddenly, a dark object blurred past Tang Lingxi like a phantom wind, but her reflexes were top tier. She snapped her head around, eyes locking onto the projectile instantly. Freeze frame. She recognized it. Tang Lingxi spun toward the battlefield, waving frantically. Brother Yi, check this out. Zhou Yi flashed to her side as she held up the blood-stained item. Brother Yi. The monster dropped a command token from the Tianlin aristocracy. Nearby, Song Xiaolin snatched up a torn scrap of fabric from the ground, ancient runes etched into the weave. Zhou Yi's mind raced, piecing the puzzle together. 80% chance these were small fry clans, scavengers who came looking for the scraps left behind in Blackwind Valley. That explained the horror. These silver vines didn't just drain mana and spirit energy, they devoured life force itself, twisting the victims' corpses into bioweapons. Realization hit like a truck. Zhou Yi dropped into a stance, his sword dragged back for a heavy swing. The source of the vines was the mountain itself. Every monster was hardwired into the canyon walls. Forget the mobs. Cut the power cord. Zhou Yi unleashed a devastating slash, tearing a jagged line through the earth. The ground groaned and split, a massive fissure ripping open before them. Let's see what secrets you're hiding. The rune-etched rocks on the surface shattered like glass, the entire cliff face crumbling into dust in seconds. A barrage of boulders rained down, but Zhou Yi's squad stood untouched beneath a shimmering barrier. As the dust settled, the true scenery began to emerge from the chaos. Shen Lingfeng and Wei Tixin froze, pupils dilating in pure shock. Her jaw practically hit the floor. Beneath the clearing smoke lay a graveyard of bones, half fused into the earth like a twisted mosaic. Surrounding them were massive crystal monoliths, each one reflecting their twisted expressions. Wei Txin shouldered her weapon, confused. Yo, is this some kind of genjutsu? An illusion. Zhou Yi stepped forward, his reflection stalking him in the ice. He shut that theory down immediately. No, this isn't a mind trick. He faced the mirror, dropping the bombshell. It's camouflage for a dungeon entrance. Blackwind Valley isn't a natural formation. It's a high-tier hidden instance that fused with a blue star. The integration was so seamless that nobody realized they were walking into a death trap. The team hung on his every word. Zhou Yi tapped his chin, analyzing. No, wait. Liu Xuan knew. The Commerce Guild left this place unguarded on purpose. He knew the dungeon was the ultimate security system. Any trespasser just becomes fertilizer for the core. Shen Lingfeng shoved his hands in his pockets, scoffing. So much drama for a trap. Tang Lingxi paled as it clicked. Wait, so those monsters we just fought, were they previous adventurers? Zhou Yi didn't deny it. He tapped the ice, sending a ripple through the surface. Yeah, stage 1 was the mountain. You die, you become part of the architecture. A blinding light erupted from his touch. Heads up, stage 2 is booting up. Above them, the sky shattered like a broken mirror, fragments raining down like glitter. The squad snapped into a defensive circle, backs tight. Shen Lingfeng roared, "This broken mirror wants to play dirty." Zhou Yi barked orders. Tang Lingxi, double-layer defense, ice and earth. Don't let them catch us slipping in the chaos. On it, she shouted. The falling shards reflected their anxious, battle-ready faces. Zhou Yi stared dead ahead, nerves of steel, waiting to see what nightmare was loading in. Through the dissipating fog, a silhouette began to walk toward him. Scene switch. Tang Lingxi was suddenly alone, surrounded by towering, ancient trees. She spun around, panic rising. Brother Yi? Song Xialan? Where did you guys go? She gripped her staff until her knuckles turned white, scanning the shadows. Cut to Shen Lingfeng's shirt gone, muscles flexing, rage building. He clenched his fists, growling like a beast. What kind of disgusting trash is this? Meanwhile, Song Xialan crouched behind a pillar, a massive talisman ready in hand. Heaven and Earth Mystery, Origin of 10,000 Key. Jumped to Jiang Churen. She stood on a transparent platform, sword locked in a death grip as she screamed her battle cry into the void. Over to Wei Taixing. She swung her massive axe through a graveyard. Mountain-breaking strike. The blow landed, but a doppelganger caught it barehanded. The impact shockwave shattered the earth beneath them. She spat, furious. An illusion? This copycat even stole my strength stats. The fake Wei Taixing stared back with dead eyes, mimicking her voice perfectly. An illusion. This copycat even stole my strength stats. Wei Taixing looked at the thing like it was something stuck to her shoe. Cringe. She yanked her axe free. In a blur, she threw a heavy left hook, but the clone's hand snapped up to block it instantly. But that was bait. She spun and landed a vicious back kick to the ribs. Boom. The clone launched like a missile, smashing through tombstones and sending debris flying. Wei Taixing swaggered forward. Idiot. You don't understand feints, do you? In the rubble, the clone laid there, monotonously repeating, Idiot. You don't understand feints. Wei Taixing crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. It can only macro the perfect combo. No battle IQ. Doesn't know how to adapt. Suddenly, the ground shook. Wei Taixing threw her arms up in a guard. The clone burst from the smoke with a counterattack, slamming into her defense. Gritting her teeth, Wei Taixing realized the glitch. Wait, its learning algorithm is speeding up. I gotta end this now before it patches its own weakness. Back to Shen Lingfeng. A pillar of light slammed into the ground. Dragon breath. Shen Lingfeng, dragon scales rippling on his arm, was skid-marking backwards from the impact. Stop learning? Huh. Resorted to copying my flame dragon body, the clone lunged, but Shen Lingfeng sidestepped with supernatural agility. Shen Lingfeng powered up, half-dragon mode engaged, his weapon wreathed in roaring flames. Time to show you the difference between the original and a cheap bootleg. He unleashed a hellish slash, but the clone weaved past it. Suddenly, a matching spear materialized in the clone's grip. Shen Lingfeng smirked. Reverse engineering? Not bad. He charged, his spear spinning into a fiery drill. If you want to learn the moves, then let me give you the full tutorial. The flame drill expanded, screaming with power. Burning sky strike. The two spears collided in a blinding supernova, cracking the very foundation of the arena. Out of the explosion, the clone slashed horizontally. Shen Lingfeng ducked under the blade, gripping his spear, coiling his muscles for the counter. Momentum carried him into a spin, his spear creating a blazing wheel of fire defense. The clone walked forward, zombie-like, and thrust its spear straight into the fiery vortex. Impossible. It threaded the needle, dodging every rotation of the flame wheel with zero emotion. The clone's spear buried itself deep into Shen Lingfeng's chest. Critical hit. Shen Lingfeng's entire body erupted in a blinding aura, his expression darkening as his eyes glowed with lethal intent. You think you can just copy-paste my ultimate move? You can't even keep up with the shifting tides of the fire dragon force inside me. But the creature didn't even flinch. As if pain didn't exist, the doppelganger grabbed the spear shaft buried deep in its own chest. Its dead, soulless eyes just stared back at him, a hollow mirror image. You brainless moron! Shen Lingfeng roared, his voice shaking the air. Behind him, the golden whirlwind intensified, spinning into a frenzy until the majestic avatar of a dragon manifested in the void. He looked like a war god descending to judge the wicked. Go to hell. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Paper talismans sliced through the air like razor-sharp daggers. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the ground, throwing up a smokescreen of dust and debris. Haley stood amidst the chaos, covered in cuts, gripping a hidden talisman beneath her coat. Her eyes darted through the smoke, pure predatory instinct. Suddenly, 3 talismans formed a spear formation and shot straight at her. She spun around, adrenaline spiking. Haley sprinted away just as the charms detonated, looking back to see that same empty, expressionless face on her clone. Haley circled the enemy, a sneer curling her lip. And here I thought you actually had some skill. That is not how you use Taoist arts, you poser. She didn't stop moving, biting her thumb hard enough to draw blood. Taoist spells borrow energy from the heavens and earth. You're just copying the shape, you don't have the soul. Around her, raindrops defied gravity, pausing in midair and beginning to glow. Look at this rain, feel this wind. These aren't just elements, they are part of the Taoist heart. Haley swept her hand forward, leaving a trail of golden light, her face radiating absolute authority. The heart is the form. The force is the tool. She screamed, "You have no heart. You don't respect the Tao, so nature rejects you. Your spells are just empty shells." The suspended raindrops suddenly turned into bullets, firing toward the clone at light speed. The clone bit its finger to copy the blood pact, but instead of magic, grotesque tentacles burst from the wound. The clone's eyes went wide in panic. This is impossible. The clone's body convulsed as horrific tentacles tore through its skin from the inside out. The scene shifted to the base of a massive tree, where Lexi slumped down, battered and bruised. Her clone stood over her, mocking and arrogant, blocked by a barrier. "Lexi, little sister, stop struggling. Even if I'm a copy, you can't beat your own reflection." Lexi clung to her staff, blood dripping from her wounds, her mind racing. "I'm not struggling, you idiot. I'm waiting for you to make a mistake." She glanced at her ruined legs, analyzing the data. "It's only been 10 minutes. It went from mimicking my voice and looks to copying my skills. And now it's setting traps specifically designed for me. This thing is leveling up at a terrifying rate. But even a dungeon boss has a strategy guide." The clone unleashed a barrage of magic, forcing Lexi to scramble and dodge, barely staying alive. The clone smirked, basking in superiority. "Look at you, still running away?" It fired ice spikes, its voice dripping with fake sweetness. "Come here, Lexi. Let's become one." Lexi stared at the incoming ice. No runic inscriptions. A spark of realization hit her. "Wait, I get it now." The clone walked forward, chest puffed out in confidence. Lexi slammed her staff into the ground, standing tall. "I was suspicious from the start. What kind of skill could perfectly replicate decades of training in seconds? Turns out, you only copied the skin. You have absolutely no control over the elemental precision." Blood soaked her clothes, but her eyes burned with intelligence. The clone frowned. "What are you talking about?" Lexi placed her hand on the tree, and glowing patterns surged up the bark. Blue fire ignited behind the tree, blazing with intensity. "Take ice magic. A noob summons water drops. A master condenses ice needles. But you don't even have the basic bone structure runes. That just proves your understanding of magic is trash." She gripped her staff and drove it deep into the earth. Light exploded from the cracks in the ground. And that is something you can never learn. It's not just a detail. Ice surged from the fissures, rushing straight at the clone's face. Lexi shouted, "The true power of an elementalist is combining forces." The clone's jaw dropped, confused by the spectacle. Dozens of magic circles lit up the air, layering over each other. Lexi's voice was weak but defiant. "Magic isn't copying moves, it's understanding the elements. I bet if I gave you time, you might figure it out." A blinding pillar of light began to form, vibrating with destructive power. "But why the hell would I give you time?" The fake Lexi was vaporized instantly by the beam of light. Nearby, Chase was locked in a duel with his own doppelganger. Holy wind storm. Their swords clashed in a symphony of steel. The impact triggered a massive explosion, shockwaves rippling out. 2 beams of light shot out from the dust cloud. Chase's eyes widened. He used the Holy Cross slash just 0.5 seconds after the last skill, and he adjusted the angle by 0.1 degrees. His imitation accuracy is upgrading in real time. His movements aren't robotic anymore. It's fascinating. Fighting him feels like he's actively decoding my weaknesses. Chase's grip tightened. I can't let him farm any more XP. Chase launched himself forward, sword gleaming. They clashed in midair, a blur of motion, neither giving an inch. Wait, his reaction lagged by half a second. Why? Does merging new data crash his system? Does your database get corrupted when you try to think? Chase gritted his teeth, staring coldly at the face that looked exactly like his own. The fake Chase sheathed his sword and landed. The real Chase scoffed. "You don't talk much. You really are just a machine." Chase asked icily, "What exactly do you want from me?" The clone stroked its chin, looking puzzled for a moment. Basically, it smiled a twisted, evil grin. "I just want to see how far this body can go." Facing Chase's overwhelming aura, the clone declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chase looked at him with pure disdain. "Is that so? You know, in my country, we have an old saying." He raised his hand, razor-thin golden wires glimmering around his fingers. "Talk big." Chase finished the sentence with a dark smirk. "And you'll bite your tongue." Suddenly, a massive hole blew open in the clone's stomach. Cracks spread across its body like broken porcelain. You knew," Chase replied calmly. "Since the start of the fight, that mirror over there has been reflecting me. Every time you lagged, it was because of the reflection delay. Everything you learned came from watching me in the mirror, not reality. You tried to hide it with flashy combos, but you can't hide a glitch like that from me." A voice cold as the grave whispered in his ear, "Don't get it twisted. You were born from my power. Every dirty little secret you have, I own them all." Tang Lingxi whipped her head around, eyes wide with shock. Through the choking dust and debris, Zhou Yi emerged like a titan. She didn't hesitate, rushing to his side. "Brother Yi, you finally broke free from that hellhole." But there was no time to celebrate. Tang Lingxi was frantic, practically shoving him. "Go. You have to save Sister Ran right now." Zhou Yi's expression darkened instantly. What happened to Xiao Ran? Meanwhile, Jiang Churen was locked in a nightmare duel against the demon living in her own soul. The entity smirked, mocking her restraint. It kept poking the bear, taunting her endlessly. "You're too cowardly to even touch your own bloodline power. Pathetic. And they call you a prodigy?" Jiang Churen gritted her teeth so hard they almost cracked. Inside, chaos reigned. She could feel the demon's consciousness pulsing, like a second heartbeat gone wrong. 1,000 clawed hands trying to rip her apart from the inside out. But then, a different voice echoed in her mind. "Just let me handle this." Jiang Churen refused, stealing her will. "No way. I will not lose control again." The mysterious whisper turned sinister. "You're too slow to dodge what's coming next." She fought the urge, clinging to one thought. She had to stay sane to finish this mission with Zhou Yi. The voice knew exactly where to strike. Imagine the look on Zhou Yi's face. When he sees you beaten into the dirt, it kept whispering poison. "I am your true potential. Accept me." Jiang Churan squeezed her eyes shut and roared. "Get lost. My power belongs to me alone." But the demon shadow didn't care, lunging forward with a blade. "Fine then. Let's see if those weak, stubborn hands can stop me without your bloodline's help." A deadly slash tore through the air. Jiang Churan barely managed to weave past the demon's edge, but the shadow was relentless. Attack after attack, giving her zero room to breathe. "Do you see the difference in our strength now?" The clone grinned, listing every secret terror Jiang Churan held. "You're weighed down by too many fears. Worried about Zhou Yi's opinion, scared of going berserk. I have no such weakness." Another sword strike flew in. Jiang Churan leaped back, dancing on the edge of death. "Your swordsmanship is sharp. Your magic is decent. But without unleashing your bloodline, you're basically just an average scrub." The demon kept pushing her breaking point. "Oh, I remember. Your precious Zhou Yi told you kindness wasn't a flaw, right? Well, look around. Your kindness is getting you absolutely wrecked when I grind you into dust. Do you think he'll mourn a weakling?" Jiang Churen mumbled, shaken. "I'm not. I can't be." The inner voice seized the moment. "Open your eyes. This is what happens when you keep me locked away. That thing is just a cheap copy. It thinks a little demonic energy makes it a god. Let me out. I'll rip her to shreds and keep you safe." Back outside, Tang Lingxi was pacing nervously. "We just need to kill the clone to clear the stage, right?" They realized the mirrors were broadcasting the duels, but something was wrong. Sister Ran is obviously stronger. Why is she getting dominated by a fake? He land-dropped the grim truth. The longer this drags on, the stronger the clones get. They even develop their own egos. Jiang Churan is in serious trouble. Shen Lingfeng scratched his head, completely lost. It didn't make sense. Why is she holding back? Just use the bloodline power and end it. Zhou Yi stared silently, understanding the unspoken war. She's not just fighting a clone. She's fighting her own ego. It's not about strength. It's the trauma of losing control in the past. She's terrified of her own potential. But that clone, it has zero morals and zero fear. It's unleashing everything without a second thought. Shen Lingfeng snapped, punching the mirror. "Let her out. Stop hiding behind the glass. Why play nice with a counterfeit?" Wei Tiexin was trembling. "Brother Yi, what's the play? Can we just smash this thing?" Zhou Yi stayed quiet, calculating the risks. That mirror world is linked to her mind. If we smash it recklessly, we might shatter her consciousness too. He stepped forward, aura shifting. Playing by the rules won't save her. It's time to break the game. He warned the team. Get back. Far back. Energy exploded from him as he transformed. With one hand, he crushed the mirror into dust. The team watched, jaws on the floor. He wasn't just breaking glass. He was forcibly deleting the dungeon's energy node, tearing the instance apart to drag her out. Inside the reflection, the demon had Jiang Churen pinned. Look at you. Pathetic. Jiang Churen coughed up blood, eyes darting to the side. A brilliant light pierced the darkness. It slammed into the clones like a meteor. In an instant, the demon evaporated into nothingness. Jiang Churen blinked, sitting up in the wreckage. Outside the shattered dimension, Zhou Yi reached out. His voice was soft but firm. Don't be scared. I've got you. Tears welled up as she bit her lip, overwhelmed. But the nightmare wasn't over. The space around her began to glitch and crack. Jiang Churen's eyes went wide with terror. She smashed through the barrier with her sword. But the moment she was free, she didn't hug him. She swung her blade right at Zhou Yi's throat. Zhou Yi couldn't believe it. Jiang Churen. He couldn't counterattack without hurting her, so he threw up a fist to block the steel. Even his passive defense was too much. The impact sent Jiang Churen flying backward like a ragdoll. The rest of the squad gasped in horror. She slammed into the earth, shattering the pavement. Zhou Yi frowned, analyzing the energy. The holy light. It's burning her. That makes no sense. Her constitution shouldn't react to holy light like that. But before he could think, she charged again. Zhou Yi charged his light, then killed it instantly. No good. Lightning and holy light are toxic to her right now. He switched elements. A wave of emerald mist rolled out. It solidified into vines, wrapping around her wrists, then her ankles, locking her down. She was completely immobilized. It was the only way to stop her without breaking her bones. Zhou Yi stepped close, voice commanding. Jiang Churen, look at me. Snap out of it. Suddenly, the dungeon walls began to melt away. The whole team spun around, confused. What the hell is happening now? The debris swirled together, forming a massive, unfamiliar face looming over them. A voice boomed with digital rage. You dare break the dungeon rules. Initiating ultimate deletion sequence. Check out this ugly mug. It is the Silver Thread Spider, level 20. Corpse tier trash. Its skills, spitting silver threads, creating shadow clones, and stabbing you with spikes. Then there is the Magma Soldier, level 30, gold tier potential. Skills include Magma Crash, Harden, and War Trample. And that creep, the Bone Vine Puppet, sitting at level 34, gold tier. It uses Bone, Spike, Raid, and Vine Strangle. Don't forget the Bone Warrior, level 23, corpse tier. Moves, Shatter Slash, Will Plunder, and Ugh, Sticky Water Monster, gross. That one is level 33, gold tier. Spitting acid and regenerating like a cheat code. But Tang Lingxi, she dives straight into the mosh pit and slices those freaks in half like butter. But the joke is on us. After getting chopped, their bodies start stitching themselves back together. Tang Lingxi screams out. They are still fusing. The silver threads are forcing them back into one piece. Helan whips out a talisman and starts chanting like a boss. Bing, ding, fire command. Break the illusion. Explosion, talisman, go. Instantly, the monsters get lit up in a blazing inferno. Wei Tiexin charges in, axe ready to feast. She swings that heavy metal straight at his skull. Then she chucks the axe, creating a shockwave that wipes out everything in its path. Total destruction. Shen Lingfeng just smirks, cold as ice, and catches a monster with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is analyzing the situation. These silver threads, something else is pulling the strings. He locks eyes with Jiang Churen. The logic of every dungeon is survival of the fittest. Just like the first gate, losers get stuck in the selection pool. They get puppeted by silver threads and turn into gate monsters. Even though he brute forced the energy node of the second gate, the mental test, Xiao Ran could not fully break free. Silver threads are swarming her body. Her succubus bloodline is going haywire, totally unstable right now. Perfect time for the dungeon to fish in troubled waters, hijacking her consciousness. And whoever is pulling these strings, they definitely see Zhou Yi as the biggest threat on the board. The enemy unleashed every single monster to clear the board, thinking they are the final boss. Zhou Yi summons his aura, determined to drag the puppet master into the light. Cowards who use mental manipulation always hide their real bodies deep in the shadows. But if he wants to save Xiao Ran completely, he has to force the final boss out of hiding. He looks at Jiang Churen and says, "Sorry, Xiao Ran. What I am about to do, you are probably going to hate it." Boom. A wall slams into the ground, then another. They smash together, forming a literal prison box with Jiang Churen trapped dead center. Zhou Yi stares at the box, ice in his veins. He turns to Helan. Helan, use the Qi Lock Talisman. Seal off Xiaoran's surrounding energy, now. He-Lan shouts, on it. She pulls 3 talismans at once, executing Zhou Yi's orders. Heaven and earth have boundaries. Chi flows with limits. External evil, blocked. Internal chaos, sealed. The 3 talismans fly out, locking Jiang Churen inside. This is the forbidden sector, seal. Tang Lingxi is fighting for her life and yells, second brother. Too many bogeys. We cannot hold the line much longer. Shen Lingfeng feels the pressure too. They just keep coming. He grits his teeth. These things are devouring each other to evolve. Zhou Yi realizes the truth. Killing them is useless. The dungeon just emptied its entire clip at us. If they try to tank this, they will be out of juice in less than 30 minutes. Plus, Zhou Yi has to split his focus to babysit them. Decision made. He shuts his eyes, condensing a massive ball of energy in his chest. No time to play nice or save mana. He needs the nuclear option. Immediate and overwhelming force. Zhou Yi barks a warning. Everyone, fall back. Max defense. Protect yourselves. And whatever you see, do not get distracted. The crew shouts in unison, Roger that. Shen Lingfeng adds, your little master gets it. Just do your thing, man. Suddenly, Zhou Yi is engulfed in titanic energy. Jiang Churen peers out from her prison box, watching the aura surrounding him, expanding like a shockwave. Facing that crushing pressure, the monsters freeze up and start dissolving. Their outer shells melt away, revealing the nasty cluster of threads inside. Wei Tixin screams, what the hell is that? The monsters are not disappearing. They are fusing together into one giant nightmare. Is the dungeon combining every mob into a single raid boss? Tang Lingxi gasps, my magic perception. It is like a vortex in the center of the silver threads. The energy intensity is double everything we fought before. Zhou Yi exhales. Suddenly, blinding pillars of light pierce the heavens. Godly summon. Level 1, S rank. Massive white wings blot out the sky. A figure descends, clad in shining silver armor. It holds a bow, aiming straight at the enemy. Behind Zhou Yi, a legion of silver-armored knights materializes. Shen Lingfeng points a shaking finger. Eyes bugging out, he asks, that kid Zhou Yi can summon backup at this level. Wei Tixin gasps. Is that the paladin's ultimate skill? Tang Lingxi shudders. Terrifying energy. It even froze the chaotic space of the dungeon for a split second. After the pause caused by Zhou Yi's power, the giant monster roars again. Zhou Yi bites his lip. Summoning the angel instantly drained 30% of his HP, and every second that angel exists, it burns through his mental mana. Once this mess is over, he definitely needs to level up Godly Summon to lower the cost. He shouts the command to his knights, target, eradicate all monsters. Instantly, the sky turns black with a volley of arrows. The arrow storm zeroes in on a single target, the giant abomination. The monster raises its arms, trying to tank the hit. But against that god-tier power, useless. The monster gets wrecked instantly. But the beam of light does not stop, it keeps charging forward. Tang Lingxi is in awe. Too strong. That power exceeds the dungeon's limit. But He-Lan is panicked. Brother Yi cannot hold that for long. A summon of that rank is absolute destruction for his mental state. With the monster dusted, Zhou Yi finally breathes a sigh of relief. He turns his gaze to Jiang Churen. The angel can handle the trash mobs. I have only got one target. He starts walking straight toward her. He flares his aura and barks an order. I am counting to 3. Come out, or I nuke this entire place. 1 second late, and it is over. Jiang Churen just purses her lips, staring daggers at him. Zhou Yi starts the countdown. 1, 2. On the final count, a massive dark shadow rises behind Jiang Churen. Zhou Yi nods. Dungeon boss. Finally decided to show your ugly face. Huh, I knew it. Seeing the boss's corrupted black body, Zhou Yi realizes it has been tainted by a dark creature. It is a heart eater, corrupted state, level 50. Legendary aptitude, unknown skills. Zhou Yi's gaze was ice cold as he faced the dungeon boss. The heart devourer studied him, a spark of intrigue in its eyes. Countless years, countless intruders. You are the youngest to make it this far. Yet your aura, it crushes those elders into dust. Silver threads danced, puppeteering Su Ran's helpless form. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, shielding his eyes from the sight. The heart devourer leaned in close, its voice dripping with venom. Relax. I didn't come here to brawl. It glanced behind him, a twisted smile forming. On the contrary, I'm offering you a choice. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him. A treasure trove manifested out of thin air. The essence of purification, pulsing with pure, cleansing light, capable of shattering any curse. And the heart-calming elixir, a divine remedy to suppress the berserk bloodline factors and stabilize a chaotic physique. The Crimson Dragon Crystal, containing violent flame energy, Fuse it with a weapon, and fire damage skyrockets by 50%. The Darksteel Core. High-density spatial ore. Perfect for crafting. Blink boots to slash cooldowns by 15%. And the Spirit Breath Jade. Overflowing with the essence of life. Socket it into armor for auto-regeneration. For a healer class, the effects are doubled. Then there's the Mass Shield Wall Skill Book. Summon a protective barrier within 10 meters, lasting 10 seconds. And Weakness Detection. For 1 hour, the enemy's level and fatal flaws are laid bare before your eyes. Tang Lingxi trembled with excitement. If I fuse that dragon crystal into my dragon scale arm guard. One punch, and those monsters turn to ash. Helan's eyes lit up at the sight of the loot. Healing gear, defensive artifacts. This is a massive haul, but Zhou Yi remained ice cold. The eternal curse of the Zhou family. That essence of purification could end it. He wavered for a split second. And that heart-calming elixir. It was practically made to save Su Ran. The Heart Devourer draped an arm around Zhou Yi. Tempted, aren't we? Look at how much she's suffering. Just one drop, and she sleeps peacefully. No more fear of her bloodline exploding. It whispered poison into his ear. These are merely appetizers. Come closer. Prove you've conquered the dungeon's trials. This is your reward. Take it. And leave this place. Facing the ultimate temptation, clarity struck Zhou Yi. You're trying to bribe me? If I choose to stop here, I could walk away with a king's ransom. But then, memories of life and death battles with his team flooded his mind. The limited-time quest. Exposing the dark secrets of the Mamic Guild. Zhou Yi looked the Heart Devourer in the eye. These items are certainly tempting, but you've misunderstood one thing. Swing. He drew his blade and slashed at the entity. I didn't come to Blackwind Valley for some handout. He continued his assault, voice rising. The system's quest. My teammates' vengeance. Even the Zhou family curse. None of it will be solved by your pathetic charity. The Heart Devourer gasped. You throw away a fortune within your grasp? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. You know too much about everything around me. You even know about the curse. It's obviously a trap designed specifically for me. Zhou Yi's body began to mutate. He muttered, the essence, the elixir. I'll take them all, but you must die. Dragon God physique. Zhou Yi charged, his blade cleaving the Heart Devourer in two. The ground beneath them shattered. The Heart Devourer dissolved, merging with the earth itself. A colossal stone golem rose from the abyss to face Zhou Yi. Without a word, the Heart Devourer slammed a massive fist into the ground. Boom! The earth quaked violently, bedrock crumbling into dust. In an instant, chaos swallowed the battlefield. Zhou Yi moved like lightning, barely escaping the collapsing floor. But Su Ran wasn't as fortunate. Defenseless, she plummeted into the darkness. Panic in her voice, she screamed, Zhou Yi. Hearing her cry, Zhou Yi lost his composure. Su ran. He dove into the void, reaching for her. But his hand passed right through her body like smoke. Illusions. Trying to mess with my mind? Enraged, Zhou Yi unleashed a devastating strike at the real body. But the monster didn't panic. It smirked. Is that all you've got? Zhou Yi's voice dropped an octave, vibrating with power. Why don't you find out the hard way? The Heart Devourer prepared a new technique. White lightning crackled ominously in its eyes. I wanted to reward you, to let you leave. But you are foolish beyond redemption. Countless faces flashed through the Heart Devourer's mind. Deletion sequence initiated. I have analyzed your pattern. Now, test your might against them. It stretched out, shattering the illusions. But suddenly, it sensed a disturbance. What? Zhou Yi emerged from the shadows, flanked by his allies. I never said I was fighting you one-on-one, as the words fell. A majestic azure dragon materialized, roaring into existence. Soldiers behind Zhou Yi unleashed a rain of arrows. Bone Fang charged into the fray, fangs bared. All attacks converged on the shadow monster, burying it in a storm of destruction. In a split second, its form began to disintegrate. No. Kaboom! A shockwave ripped through the cavern, shattering the surrounding rock. Dust obscured everything. But then, mysterious shards of glass floated in the air. Zhou Yi froze, stunned by the anomaly. The mirror shards refused to fade. Through one fragment, Zhou Yi saw a man falling to his knees, a silhouette that felt painfully familiar. Is this? He reached out. Instantly, golden energy enveloped him. Time rewound. 10 years ago. Blackwind Valley. Black tentacles constricted around a desperate man. A voice boomed from the abyss. You wish to save your daughter? Though terrified, the man forced out an answer. The high priest of Tianlan said, without the 1,000-year black ice jade, she won't survive the winter. I heard legends of you in the black market. I beg you, grant us your blessing. The monster purred, amused. Blessing. What a delightful choice of words. I can grant you enough wealth to buy every herb in the city, but in exchange, you must do 3 things for me." The man's fists trembled in fear. What? What things? Suddenly, a cascade of jewels rained down from above. The monster's demand followed, cold and absolute. "Use this wealth. Lure as many souls as you can to Blackwind Valley. The vitality of the weak shall be my nourishment, and the souls of the strong shall serve as my eternal gatekeepers." The dude's eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he heard the plan. "You seriously want to zero them all?" The monster just cackled, shoving its razor-sharp grill right in his face. "Chill out, man. They walked into the trap voluntarily, didn't they? Who turns down a chance to get rich overnight?" It was twisted logic, but there was no turning back now. So, the guy went back and scammed his best friend, claiming he dug up profound crystal stones in Blackwind Valley, swearing each piece was worth a cool 1,000 credits. His buddy was skeptical, asking, "Isn't that a zone of no return?" Last year, Wang Laowu took a whole squad there and got completely wiped out, not even a bone left. The trader scrambled for an excuse. "Nah, they just took the wrong path. I found a hidden vein, and honestly, I'm sure I'm manpower to mine it all. Roll with me, and I'll cut you in for 30% of the loot." Just like that, he fed wave after wave of people to the beast, the body count stacking up fast. At first, the guilt wrecked him, making him puke his guts out. Tears streamed down his face as he regretted his sins. This is bad karma, but hey, their own greed killed them. The monster, however, had zero chill. "You think this is wrong? Why do you think they came to Blackwind Valley? To help you? Get real. They just wanted to step on corpses to get rich." That twisted pep talk worked. He stopped crying and started recruiting again. "Elder Feng, the price is negotiable. Just help me hype this up." But karma works fast. Before long, his own backyard caught on fire. His panic-stricken lackey rushed in, shouting, "Boss, we have a major problem. The North City Guild demands an 80% cut or they shut us down. We have no backup, and those thugs will literally murder us if we don't pay up." Hearing this, rage exploded in the man's chest. The pressure snapped his sanity, turning him completely ruthless, ignoring every plea for mercy from his victims. "Boss Liu, I was blind. Please, have mercy. From now on, North City answers to you. I messed up. Boss Liu, I'll be your loyal dog. Just say the word." He listened to their desperate screams, "Please spare me." But the guilt was gone. His heart had turned as cold as stone. Standing before the monster again, he didn't even flinch. "My lord," Liu Xuan announced with terrifying confidence, "I'm starting a trade guild. On the surface, we mine and sell ore, but in the shadows, I'll handpick the perfect sacrifices to send into the valley." The monster grinned, obviously loving this new, darker vibe. "Sounds like a plan. What's the name?" The guy didn't hesitate. "Mermaid." The monster paused, actually confused. "Why name it after a fish woman?" Liu Xuan smirked darkly. "I survived a shipwreck once. Sirens look like angels and sing like heaven, but they lure sailors to their doom against the rocks. I was the only one who hugged the wreckage and lived." As he finished his villain origin story, the monster spat out a pile of fresh bones like a twisted reward. Fitting name. You might survive this too. From that day on, business was booming, and the death toll skyrocketed. "Boss, here's the monthly mining report. We have enough cold marrow crystals for the Chu family, plus 17 high-quality nutrition sacks inside the valley." Liu Xuan grabbed the list, looking like a total mafia boss. "Got it." He scanned the details, frowning slightly. "The quality of this batch of nutrition is trash. Tell Madam Hong to vet them better next time. Stop sending me random garbage." The assistant bowed low, sweating bullets. "Yes, sir." But Liu Xuan wasn't done. "Also, jack up the prices by 2% this year." Watching this play out, Zhou Yi felt a chill. These weren't just memories, they were the sins of the past. It was wild. These memory shards were recording 10 years of karma with insane clarity. More crystal fragments rained down around him like a digital storm. They swirled into a vortex in Zhou Yi's palm, condensing into a single, glowing purple stone. The green dragon, Shangya, appeared to drop some knowledge. That's the core of the Hell Mirror. Owning that means you own this entire dungeon. Even mid-sized guilds would kill to have a personal instance like this. You just hit the jackpot, kid. With that core, you've unlocked 30% admin privileges. You can literally bend the rules of this space now. Shangya kept hyping it up. "You'll never worry about resources again. This dungeon is a gold mine, practically a money printer. Your luck is actually insane. Go on. Use your mental energy to sync up with the dungeon." Zhou Yi didn't waste a second. He focused, absorbing the energy. Rings of power exploded outward, wrapping him in a dazzling, awe-inspiring light show. Over by Tang Lingxi, she was carefully supporting Jiang Churen, shielding her from the shockwaves. The power surge kept expanding, dominating the entire area. Zhou Yi pushed harder, his perception expanding. Whoa, I don't even need eyes. I can feel every single blade of grass in this dungeon. I feel like I can glitch the matrix and control everything. As his power peaked, a small, familiar figure popped up on his mental radar. Zhou Yi squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus, but when he opened them, the image was clear. His sister, Zhou Yun, was standing right there. What the hell are you doing here? Zhou Yun turned to him, looking innocent. Bro, I was worried. I found a walkthrough online and came to save you. Zhou Yi was a mix of furious and helpless. You. Zhou Yun realized she messed up and quickly apologized. Sorry. Shang Ya floated over, laughing. Your sister's got guts, and her luck isn't bad either. Since you're the admin now, she's safe here. No monster dares to touch her. Zhou Yi sighed, defeated by her cuteness. Just behave yourself, okay? Or I'm teleporting you straight home. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Mission update. Expose the secrets of the M Chamber of Commerce with teammates. Reward. S-rank skill book for all participants. Quantity. 1. Status. Completed. Distributing system rewards now. Zhou Yi's squad finally noticed Zhou Yun and their jaws dropped. Why is she here? Shen Lingfeng frowned, going into protective mode. It's dangerous. Why did you follow us? This isn't a playground, kid. Before he could finish his lecture, Zhou Yi tossed the notification window at him and shoved his sister in his direction. Shen Lingfeng, guard my sister with your life. Shen Lingfeng caught her, grinning like a fool. You don't even have to ask, bro. Then he looked at the reward. Wait, what is this? The stats flashed before them. Blood Rage. Level 1. Drains blood energy from enemies to form blood condensation beads. These beads merge into a soul blood orb to nuke the target. Violent blood energy threatened to detonate right there in the open. Shen Lingfeng stared at the item in his hands like a man possessed. No way. It was an S-rank skill book. Standing in the distance, Helan's jaw hit the floor when she heard the news. Say what? But Zhou Yi wasn't done. He tossed another tome straight at her. Everybody eats today. Helan stared at the book, questioning her own sanity. This was the real deal. Genuine S-rank. Even Tang Lingxi couldn't hide her shock. Why hand over something this god tier to us? That was exactly what Helan wanted to know. Brother Yi, are you crazy? Do you know what this is worth? On the black market, 7 million coins minimum, and people killed just for a chance to buy it. Zhou Yi shrugged it off like it was pocket change. Just a hidden dungeon reward, split by class. No biggie. Shen Lingfeng's brain short-circuited. You're seriously just handing this over? Even the mighty Shen clan only has 3 S-rank manuals in their entire vault. Helan felt the weight of the gift. It was too massive, too precious. We just tagged along for the ride. How can we accept legendary loot like this for doing chores? But the power was undeniable. S-rank 3 absolute array. Summon the formation, and every enemy trapped inside gets hit with a nasty curse. Life force slashed in half instantly. Zhou Yi insisted she keep it. We raided this dungeon together. I'm not taking all the credit solo. Tang Lingji still felt unworthy. This treasure could be sold for a mountain of gold. Even with class restrictions, flipping it would set them up for life. She held the S-rank elemental forbidden zone. It created a barrier that severed space itself. Summon elemental crystals, smash them, and boom. Secondary explosion. Massive damage to anyone unlucky enough to be close. Zhou Yi walked over and patted her head gently. He smiled. Is money worth more than your life? The path to the top only gets harder from here. I can't let my team walk into hell with empty hands. Shen Lingfeng didn't need any more convincing. He grinned like a maniac, clutching his gift. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Next time we fight, I'm soloing the boss. Zhou Yi just choked on air, speechless. Meanwhile, Wei Tixin hugged her book like a teddy bear, beaming with joy. My first S-rank skill. From now on, I'm leading the charge. Helan was buzzing with adrenaline nearby. I'll master the 3 absolute array perfectly. I promise I won't be a burden. Tang Lingxi felt the same fire igniting in her chest. Me too. Shen Lingfeng couldn't help but flex on Wei Tixin. Look at this. I absorb enemy blood energy and use their own life force to trigger an explosion. How cool is that? Wei Tixin wasn't having it and snapped back instantly. Mine can instantly vaporize low-level trash. You still have to save up blood. Too weak. She held the S-rank Raging Earth Smash. One hit to the ground triggers a massive shockwave. Enemies in range take heavy damage, and weaklings just turn into gas. Zhou Yi listened to them bickering like kids and finally stepped in. All right, cut it out. Master your skills first. Then we hunt the big bad hiding in the depths. Shen Lingfeng smirked, confidence overflowing. Watch me. 10 minutes, and I'm a pro. Wei Tixin scoffed. Stop capping. Give me 5 minutes to learn the basics. He Lan chimed in. Let's get moving before they leave us in the dust. Suddenly, a hand tugged at Zhou Yi's shirt. Jiang Shuren looked up at him, beaming with admiration. You really know how to keep this crazy team tied together. Zhou Yi laughed awkwardly at the praise. Maybe because we're true teammates. Oh wait, he pulled out a vial. This is purifying liquid. It suppresses berserk genes and stabilizes your unique bloodline. I want you to have it, Jiang Shuren. I can't fix your bloodline issue permanently yet, but keep this for emergencies. He didn't stop there. He looked straight into Jiang Shuren's eyes, his voice rock steady. Jiang Shuren, I will use every ounce of my power to keep you out of danger. Jiang Shuren heard his vow, and tears began to stream down her face. Seeing this, Zhou Yi panicked. Wait, why are you crying again? Did I say something stupid? Jiang Shuren buried her face in his chest, eyes red but happy. No, I just trust you, big brother Zhou. Meanwhile, at the Merchant Association HQ, panic erupted. On the top floor, the massive crystal core pulsed with alien energy. The rogue energy blasted the researchers back, but they seemed hypnotized. Ignoring their injuries, they crawled back toward the deadly light like zombies. One grunt looked at the boss in terror. Master, look at this. A man stood calm amidst the chaos. It was Liu Xuan. The core has been linked to Blackwind Valley for 10 years without a glitch. Never has it gone chaotic like this. This was the man Zhou Yi had met before. With that entity guarding it, Blackwind Valley should be an impenetrable fortress. Intruders usually just end up as fertilizer delivered to Liu Xuan's doorstep. But now, chaotic energy spikes. Did an accident happen inside the dungeon? Suddenly, his eyes went wide with horror as he witnessed the impossible. Another researcher got splattered against the wall by a shockwave, screaming in agony. People were dropping like flies. Absolute chaos. Someone screamed out, "We're doomed." Liu Xuan sensed disaster approaching. He barked orders instantly. Contact Madame Hong. Tell her to get to Blackwind Valley immediately and find out what the hell is causing this riot. The subordinate bowed, trembling. Yes, boss. Madame Hong was a mess, hair wild, clothes torn, clutching her wounds in pain. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't been careful all these years and spent a fortune on that revival item, I'd be dead right now. Too bad the item only reshaped her body. It didn't restore her to full power. Right now, forget the puppet formation, she couldn't even control 10 measly corpses. Her power was rock bottom. She needed 6 months of recovery in the base. But just as she thought that, the notification pinged. The boss ordered her to investigate the energy anomaly in Blackwind Valley. Immediately, the command hit Madame Hong like a thunderbolt. Go to Blackwind Valley, now. That was a suicide mission in her current state. The energy anomaly in the valley. Is that bastard Zhou Yi playing games with me? In my current state, crossing him is a one-way ticket to hell. But if the guild finds out I'm critically wounded, those vultures will descend like hounds smelling blood. They'll tear apart the empire I built from nothing without a second thought. Do they have any idea how much blood and sweat I sacrificed to get here? I won't let it all go down the drain. But defying Liu Xuan is not an option either. Swallowing her rage, she forced her broken body to move. A puppet on a string, with no control over her own fate. Prepare the car. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was deep in meditation, devouring the energy. Chaos flooded his mind. The steel prison wasn't just a jail, it was guarding something ancient and dark. The truth of these dark creatures is hidden in the fragments. Finding the core means holding the enemy's throat in my hand. But then, a strange pulse called to him. Curiosity killed the cat, but Zhou Yi reached out anyway. The moment he touched it, boom, dragged straight into a demonic nightmare. Visions flashed through the shards like broken glass. Reality blurred, and suddenly, he was surrounded on all sides. Zhou Yi's eyes were shut tight, cold sweat drenching him. In a haze of spectral bones, a radiant pearl shone at his dantian. Watched by a hungry dragon shadow, he snapped awake, anxiety tightening his jaw. The signal was too chaotic. Something was jamming him. His eyes flashed a piercing emerald green sharp as blades. He honed his will, cutting through the static like a radar in a storm. Zhou Yi filtered out the noise, tuning into the frequency of the void. A horror show revealed itself, tentacles violating a sacrifice, forcing their way down a throat. A massive memory shard materialized before him. It showed a void gate devouring the earth, sucking boulders into a black hole. Another shard revealed a legion of nightmares screaming for blood in their domain. Open. The fragments accelerated, rushing at him like a meteor shower. The blinding light forced Zhou Yi to shield his eyes from the glare. He jolted back to reality, gasping for air as if waking from a terror. Cold sweat rolled down his face. Bonefang noticed the shift. You saw something, didn't you? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Zhou Yi spoke slowly, his eyes still haunted by the vision. The passage. I see. That explains why the demonic aura in the frost marrow crystal felt so familiar. Bone Fang narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Zhou Yi laid it out. Months ago, at the Gale Mountain Rift, I fought the Demon Clan. The energy here, it's an exact match. Bone Fang realized the gravity. You mean the Demon Clan is inside this mirror core? A vision of a maw lined with razor-sharp fangs flashed in his mind. Tentacles coiling around the planet, smiling a grotesque smile. It's worse. I accessed the memories of the mirror prison core. That dark entity isn't just a monster. It's a gestation pod for an otherworld gate. It's funneling resources from their world straight to Blue Star. The guild is feeding it living humans. They call it life supply, but it's a blood sacrifice to crack the dimension open. The horde is just waiting for the door to open. Once it absorbs enough life force, it's game over. A true gate opens, and the demon army floods our world completely. Bone Fang went silent, ancient memories surfacing. He looked at Zhou Yi, scared. Zhou Yi stared at the orb, not fear. Caution. Getting hype won't solve anything. Ironheart and the squad are running on fumes. They haven't mastered their new powers yet. We are not at peak performance. His expression hardened, fist clenching. Rushing in isn't bravery, it's suicide. The enemy isn't invincible, but both we and the enemy need time to level up. Bone Fang nodded. Smart kid. Caution keeps a hunter alive. But how do you plan to train them? Sitting around meditating won't forge warriors. Zhou Yi held the orb up, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. Who said anything about sitting? Don't you think this entire mirror prison is the ultimate dojo? I can hack the system. I'll spawn simulation clones to create the perfect sparring partners. They can unleash their S-rank skills without fear of dying. Absolute limit testing in a safe environment. I'll even crank up the pressure to extreme levels. Bone Fang cackled. Now that's what I like to hear. Zhou Yi turned to his squad, voice commanding. Listen up. Change of plans. We are halting the advance. Shen Lingfeng blinked, confused. Huh? Why? Zhou Yi dropped the truth bomb. Because what's down there makes our previous enemies look like jokes. I won't let anyone die because we weren't ready. The stakes are too high for mistakes. Before the final boss raid, you all need special training. Ironheart scratched his head. Special training? In this hellhole? Shen Lingfeng, however, lit up like a kid on Christmas, fists pumping. Training? Heck yeah. What's the drill? Zhou Yi projected the aura of a puppet master. I will twist the dungeon's energy to create clones. They will match your strength exactly, or even exceed it. Infinite combat. Brutal reality. I'm going to squeeze every drop of potential out of you. Master your power, or die trying. Shen Lingfeng bounced with adrenaline. Battle sims? Sign me up. I got dibs on first. Tang Lingxi panicked, reaching out. Shen Lingfeng, you're still healing. But the battle junkie wasn't listening. Shen Lingfeng waved it off. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Zhou Yi cut him off, voice ice cold. Shen Lingfeng, this isn't a game. The pain is real. I control the difficulty, and trust me, you will experience death 1,000 times. Instead of fear, a wild grin spread across Shen Lingfeng's face. That's exactly what I wanted. Zhou Yi exhaled, a satisfied smirk forming as he saw the fire in their eyes. He ignited the power. Let the nightmare begin. The orb went supernova. Swirling golden light exploded outward, mesmerizing everyone watching. But Shen Lingfeng, he just stood there, letting the energy wash over him without flinching an inch. Total badass energy. The purple mist faded away, revealing Shen Lingfeng standing in a digital cave simulation. Suddenly, a bandaged freak burst from the shadows. Sword drawn, moving fast as lightning, it was an ambush. But Shen Lingfeng's senses were razor sharp. He spun around instantly. Ding! A system window popped up in midair. Simulation type, Shadow Stalker. Level 35, rank, Gold. Skills, Shadow Step, Sever, and Fatal Strike. Suddenly, the enemy's hair ignited like a raging inferno. Ears pointed up, massive horns sprouted a full-on half-beast transformation. Shen Lingfeng didn't wait. He condensed a roaring fireball in his fist and launched a punch straight at the monster's face. The fire punch connected with nothing. The enemy dissolved into smoke, dodging the hit perfectly. Shen Lingfeng's eyes went wide. He was actually shook. He threw a flurry of strikes from every angle, but the guy was untouchable. Shen Lingfeng was spinning like a top. Realizing the gap in skill, he raged. Shadow type, you annoying little pest. Slash. A cold blade grazed his neck, drawing fresh blood. Shen Lingfeng froze, completely stunned by that insane velocity. How could anyone be that fast? He threw another haymaker, but the bandaged creep dodged it effortlessly. Meanwhile, outside the simulation, Zhou Yi wove hand seals, pouring power into the array. His eyes were locked on the screen. He was studying every frame of Shen Lingfeng's fight. Turns out, he could track the combat trajectory. This meant he could tweak the enemy AI and the environment in real time. God mode active. Shenling Feng sucks against shadow types, he thought. Better lower the environmental interference first. Once he gets good, I'll crank up the difficulty. Back in the fight, the enemy tried to close the gap. But Shenling Feng unleashed a torrent of dragon fire from his mouth, aiming to roast the guy alive. The dragon flames consumed the bandaged fighter, turning him into a pile of ash. Victory. But Shenling Feng just scoffed, looking down on the remains. Great, I still have to carry this guy for the team formation. Outside, power flooded into the orb as Zhou Yi addressed the crew. You guys ready? He Lan, Tang Lingxi, Wei Tixin, and Jiang Churen glowed with determination as the energy enveloped them. Zap. They vanished. Only Zhu Yun was left standing there, hugging her wolf pup, looking totally confused. She and the wolf looked up at Zhou Yi with big, sparkling puppy eyes. But he read her mind instantly. Don't even dream about it. He shut her down cold. Rejected. Her face dropped, and she pouted hard. Since she couldn't go, she sat down to build a snowman. Nearby, Kang Ye watched Zhou Yi and asked, Hey kid, how does it feel to manipulate the mirror core? From the orb in his hand, the battle scenes of the others were playing out in high definition. It's magical, Zhou Yi admitted, staring at the artifact, like holding a key that's heavy, but fits the lock perfectly. It feels weak now, but the connection is getting deeper. Every time I build and maintain a simulation, my link to this space gets clearer. I can mobilize a bit more power now. Kang Ya looked pleased, though he wouldn't admit it fully. I guess you have a little bit of talent, after all. Listen up, this thing is like a new limb. You gotta use it, grind with it, until it obeys you. When you hit 100% mastery, every single blade of grass in this mirror prison will bend to your will. While they talked shop, Zhou Yun was nearby, bowing playfully to her snowman. Suddenly, her innocent look vanished, her eyes filled with killing intent as she chopped the snowman's head off. Kang Ya ignored the violence and finished his thought. That is the true power of the dungeon master. Standing before the majestic green dragon, Zhou Yi declared, I'll do it. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun was panting, chasing after the rolling snowball head. She crouched down to hug the massive snowball right next to an ice wall. But then, she saw it. The ice reflected a group of people creeping closer. Her eyes went wide with pure terror, cold sweat dripping down her face. She scrambled backward, falling on her butt. Even the little wolf started growling at the threat. Brother, she screamed. In a heartbeat, Zhou Yi was there. Crash. He shattered the ice wall with a single, clean strike. He looked down at her, calm but alert. What is it? Zhou Yun stood up, clutching his arm like a lifeline. She couldn't stop shaking as she pointed a trembling finger ahead. It's her. She's here. That wicked woman in red. I saw her in the mirror. They both stared at the shattered ice. The image burned into her mind. She's inside the mirror world. Scene change. The entrance to Black Wind Valley. A woman draped in red silk appeared, looking exhausted but dangerous. Behind her stood massive thugs, wrapped head to toe in crimson bandages. She barked orders. You 6, scout ahead. Keep your heads down and stay hidden. Do not get caught. The snowy path ahead was blurry and ominous, like a beast waiting to snap its jaws. Sensing the strange energy, Madame Hong suddenly raised her hand. Hold position. 2 of you take the front. 2 circle back and sneak in through the rear cracks. She looked down, anxiety etched all over her face. The rest of you, guard me. Unknown to her, Zhou Yi was watching. My mental link with the mirror core is so deep now, he thought. My senses cover the entire Black Wind Valley. It's like I have CCTV cameras on every rock. She can try 1,000 tricks, but she'll never escape my palm. His eyes went cold as he tracked the intruders. So, she didn't die after all. He noted her jagged breathing. She probably used a forbidden revival art, but she's far from recovered. He patted his sister's head, a cruel smirk forming. Her condition is trash. She's literally walking into her own grave. Little Yoon, don't be scared. Big Brother is going to show you a fun new game. Zhou Yun blinked, her fear fading slightly. What kind of game? Zhou Yi's face darkened with calculation. Cat and mouse. Back at the valley, Madame Hong crouched in cover. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Her gut was screaming at her. I feel eyes on me everywhere, like the whole valley is watching. She gritted her teeth. I have to find the source of this anomaly to report back to the boss. She signaled the wrapped goons. Move out and stay invisible. The 2 red-bandaged thugs sprinted along the ice walls with unnatural speed. Madame Hong dashed along the ground below, her eyes scanning the ruin. The first gate, completely destroyed, she stared at a massive slab of ice split clean in 2. Looks like a single sword strike sliced it, she analyzed. And this residual energy, it feels familiar. Suddenly, glowing yellow tentacles emerged from the debris. They writhed in the air, begging for salvation. Madame Hong slammed on the brakes, her boots smoking against the ground as she stared in horror. The golden tentacles were sprouting from the earth itself. Tisk. Madame Red ground her teeth. Holy light. Yeah, right, that scumbag is definitely pulling a fast one. She glared at her wrist comm, scrolling through her options. Should she snitch to the big boss first? Let him handle the dirty work? Nah, bad move. That would blow her cover wide open. Game over, mission failed, 0 XP. Better to ping the hidden surveillance node in the valley. Just a quick recon check. If she could lock onto Zhou Yi's coordinates, she'd have the upper hand. But reality hit like a lag spike. Her bracelet flashed angry red connection terminated. What the hell? Even the trade guild's S-tier encryption got firewall blocked? Spatial jamming? Impossible. Madame Red shut her eyes, focusing her aura. Crimson threads manifested from her fingertips. It was puppet master time. These soul-bound strings ran on spiritual energy, totally bypassing standard interference shields. But ever since she entered this valley, the lag was real. A crushing pressure was throttling her connection speed. Through the haze of red strings, she sensed her 2 red bandage puppets flickering online. Boom! A blinding flash lit up the server. The puppets turned and snap. Madame Red coughed up a mouthful of blood. Connection lost, signal dead. Those unfeeling tanks were blitzing through the mountains 1 second, and the next? 2 massive impact forces deleted them. They unraveled like cheap yarn. Her face went dark, panic mode engaging. Did her other units get wiped too? Does Zhou Yi actually have spatial hacks? Or is he running a full party raid? Damn it, Madame Red's fist trembled with pure rage. 4 combat puppets gone in a blink. They were spawn camped before they could even react. With her HP this low, 1 versus 1ing him now was suicide. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. A twin-tailed brat was staring down at her with a smug grin. Yo, Madame Red. Why do you look like you just saw a ghost? The girl teased. Why are you even here? She dropped to the ground with a superhero landing. Just passing through. Courtesy of the sect, Shadowlash looked at her with fake pity. Remember when you were bedridden? I was the one grinding quests for you back then. So you're here to steal my kill on this mission too, huh? Madame Red spat, eyes narrowing. Did you destroy my puppets, you little brat? Shadowlash flipped her pigtail, looking bored. What is Blabbermouth yapping about? I don't speak loser. Looks like you bit off more than you can chew, though. Go recover your mana before you feed. The enemy might not be solo. Don't get fragged out here. Madame Red turned paler. Still got that toxic tongue, I see. Shadowlash grinned mischievously. Learn from the best, didn't I? Madame Red didn't argue. She grabbed her remaining puppets and booked it in the opposite direction. Fine, go be cannon fodder. But suddenly, a massive chunk of ice slammed down, cutting off Madame Red's escape route, frozen solid. She scrambled back, terrified. Shadowlash looked up, confused. What the? Dozens of figures were raining from the sky like an airstrike. Clones, are you kidding me? Shadowlash dodged a lethal strike and screamed, Hey Red, since when do you have copies of me in your inventory? Yo, Madame Red. Explain this glitch right now. But Madame Red was zoned out. She stared into the ice, seeing a reflection that looked pathetic and broken. Screams echoed from the ice surface. Her expression went blank, Madame Red. Ah Hong, please, we were besties. Why did you push me off the edge? You sold your soul for rank. You killed us all. Meanwhile, Shadowlash was stuck in a boss battle. The clones were leveling up mid-fight, their screams getting louder. These aren't normal mobs. What kind of OP monster material did that witch use to craft these things? Shadowlash spammed her defensive skills, but the clones were adapting. They learned her moves instantly and countered with double the damage. Oh, now I'm pissed. Terrifying aura exploded from her body. She locked eyes with the dolls. You think a bunch of bootleg copies can beat the original? If I lose to these NPCs, I'll never hear the end of it. She unleashed a massive shockwave, grabbing the nearest clone by the throat. Die. I've been through hell too, you know. Boom. One-hit KO. The rest of the clones were deleted in a single, devastating combo. Back in the nightmare, Madame Red was surrounded by ghosts. Ahong, don't let the loot corrupt you. Remember the stale corn cakes we shared in the slums? Did you delete those memories? Please. I won't snitch. I'll log off. I'll leave the server right now. I'll never come back to Skyland Province. Your goons took my girl. They said they'd humiliate her in the streets if I didn't comply. Have mercy. I'll spill all the secrets. Just don't do it. My son is 10. He's waiting for me at the spawn point. If you PK me, he's an orphan. I'm begging you, for the kid's sake. Let me live. I'll sell my body. I'll do anything. Just let me see him level up. Can you at least leave my corpse intact? Let me say goodbye to my mom before you execute me. Damn you, Madame Red. You frag your own team just for a promotion. Is Master Liu's gold really worth more than 20 years of co-op gameplay? Is it? Then, the final boss appeared. A woman with a gentle smile, reaching out. Hungry, little one? Wipe that blood off your face. Come with me. Your new IGN will be red. Tears welled up in Madame Red's eyes. Foster mom. But in a glitchy framed skip, the woman's face twisted. Pure hatred burned in her eyes as she lunged. I thought you were just a rebellious noob. I gave you the best gear, the best food. I didn't think you'd turn into a griefer who'd stab me in the back. You used my own build against me. Madame Red blocked the strike, screaming. Get out of my head. She fired crimson fabric, wrapping it around a giant, spectral skull to control the chaos. Madame Red was losing it, screaming back at the voices. I grinded for this. I live in a palace with gold floors. People bow down and serve me rare items. The Ahang who ate trash died in the freezing slums years ago. I put too many skill points into controlling Skyland province to let some loose ends ruin my empire. You're dead. If I let you live, if I let you have your sentimental ending, my reputation score would crash. I'd be the server's biggest joke. Forget your last-minute begging. I'd rather show you exactly how high the price is for being a stubborn fool. Oh, so now your memory decides to work? Hanging around me was always a death sentence for bystanders anyway. And you? A washed-up courtesan preaching morality? Don't make me laugh. I'm not running a charity here, and I don't do discounts on reality. That guy died and left an orphan because of you. You're the toxic mother who ruined him, so don't try to pin that tragedy on me. Master Liu didn't just hand me this empire of gold and glory. I clawed my way to the top using my own twisted genius and ruthless schemes. That power is worth way more than 20 years of your fake, floaty, motherly love. You call me an ungrateful brat. Well, congratulations, Mom. You're the one who raised this monster. If I actually meant anything to you, you would have helped me conquer the world instead of clinging to your pathetic, peaceful little existence. Stop living in a fantasy. You were too slow to keep up with my greatness, trying to drag me down into the mud with you. Screaming her final insult, she channeled a massive burst of dark energy through the crystal skull. The blast obliterated the phantoms of her past, shattering the living nightmares that had dared to haunt her. Her attack pierced the mirror, but the glass fought back. A blinding beam of light reflected the energy right back at her face. And just like a ghost, Zhou Yi materialized directly behind her. Damn it. I was inches away from being sliced and diced by those copycat freaks. Now, you better start talking, or things are going to get ugly. Madame Hom barely had time to blink before she was mummified in binding cloth. The energy she fired came crashing back, swallowing her whole. A flash of light, and boom, she was tossed into a brand new hellscape. Desolate ruins? This is my memory? How is this even possible? Suddenly, a massive beast loomed behind Madame Hong, its maw gaping wide to swallow her into the void. She spun around, fury blazing in her eyes. Damn you, give it a rest already. But the monster was gone. In its place stood a single, mocking mirror. A mirror maze laced with illusion arts? Ha, just a cheap trick to cage me. Razor-sharp red threads erupted from her fingertips as her gaze turned icy. You think I'll tap out that easily? Dream on. One by one, her sinister creations emerged from the shadows. Guardians, rise. Level 35 guard puppets, front and center. She roared the command, smash every last one of these mirrors into dust. But before her puppet could land a hit, the glass surface shimmered, capturing its reflection. A pitch-black clone crawled out of the puppet's own shadow like a demon. The original froze, sensing the killing intent, but it was too late. The brawl erupted instantly. The sound of metal crunching metal was enough to make your skin crawl. Madame Hong watched in total panic as her own loyal army started tearing each other apart. Stop it. Ceasefire right now. Have you all glitched out? I am your master. Obey my command and freeze. Watching their armor shatter into scrap metal, she shrieked. I said, stop. Are you deaf? But her words meant nothing. The frenzy continued with brutal intensity. Finally, the carnage ended, leaving them broken and battered. Madame Hong trembled, her voice cracking. What the hell are you doing? Suddenly, one of the puppets turned its head slowly to face her. It cracked a twisted, unnatural smile, and then vanished into thin air. Her nerves snapped like a twig. She scanned the area in terror. This isn't just an illusion. It's total domination. He can even hijack my own puppets? What kind of broken, god-tier power is this? Cold sweat poured down Madame Hong's face as the fear truly set in. Her brain was short-circuiting. Zhou Yi's control over the Black Wind Valley broke every rule of logic she knew. And the worst part, she was completely alone in the lion's den. Screw this. Rule number 36, when in doubt, get the hell out. She had to escape and leak this intel to the boss. He'd figure out how to crush this brat. She sprinted back the way she came, clinging to hope. The boss will fix this. But beneath her feet, the ground groaned and splintered. She looked down in horror. The path had vanished. The floor morphed into a treacherous slide of ice. Madame Hong lost her footing and went skidding helplessly into the abyss, her control threads snapping like cheap twine. Bam! She slammed face first into a solid wall. Dazed and desperate, she glared upward. Her puppet strings were useless. He's toying with me. I'm just a fly caught in a spider's web now. A pathetic toy in your hands. Is that it? You think you own me? Zhou Yi, if you've got the guts, come out and kill me yourself. Stop hiding in the shadows like a coward. Outside the illusion, he watched her pathetic meltdown with cold eyes. His voice boomed from everywhere and nowhere, echoing in her skull. Struggle all you want, just like the innocent people you treated as sacrifices. Taste that despair. Choke on it. He shifted the mirrors to surround her, forcing her to look at her own wretched reflection. Welcome to the hunting ground I built specifically for your demise. Madame Hong switched to bargaining mode, desperation leaking from her voice. Zhou Yi, listen. The Merchant Guild is more powerful than you can imagine. The boss still has an ace up his sleeve. Let me walk away, and I'll put in a good word for you with Master Liu. His reply was ice cold, not interested. Her composure shattered, and she screamed like a banshee. Zhou Yi, the guild's army is already on its way. You can't hold me here forever. A grotesque doll materialized in her hand, a top-tier explosive puppet, the ultimate suicide bomb crafted by the guild's elites. This is the only one in existence. Even you can't control this kind of chaos. Let's see you try to tank this, you freak. Unleashing a torrent of energy, she howled so the whole valley could hear. Even if I have to drag myself to hell, I'm taking this place down with me. The explosion tore through the air, leaving Madame Hong battered and choking in the dust. She felt lighter. Wrong. A strange numbness washed over her as the smoke cleared. She looked down and froze. Her legs were gone. Vaporized. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the silence like a blade. You want to die? Sorry, I haven't given you permission yet. Clutching her head, she broke into a hysterical, sobbing laugh. You're a monster. A straight-up devil. Just finish it. Kill me already. He sounded almost bored. I thought you loved watching your prey squirm in hopelessness. Why the rush to die now that the shoe is on the other foot? Hypocrite much? Madame Hong slumped back, her spirit completely crushed. If you control the Black Wind Valley, then that other woman. You killed her too, didn't you? She lowered her head, muttering deliriously. You want to take my place. Just like she did. Zhou Heng, Zhou Xiao, and Kui Liana. They're all still at the Zhou estate, aren't they? She jerked her head up, staring into the empty void. It was as if she could see him standing beyond the veil of reality. His voice was absolute granite. Correct. The confirmation hit her in the unspoken name, Zhou Yun, like a physical blow. And let's not forget your dear little sister. Glowing blue chains materialized from the darkness, shooting toward Madame Hong like vipers. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. The chains snapped tight instantly, stringing Madame Hong up like a broken doll in a twisted spiderweb of steel. Zhou Yi's voice went soft, but his eyes were stone cold as he glanced back. Zhu Yun, look away. I'm about to take out the trash. But Zhou Yun didn't flinch. She stepped forward, eyes blazing. No, brother. Let me handle her. Zhou Yi blinked, genuinely surprised by the fire in her eyes. She tried to kidnap me. She hurt you and Sister Xiao Ran. I used to be terrified of her. Zhou Yun clenched her fist over her heart, her voice steady and loud. But if I keep running, she'll always be my nightmare. I'm done being the scared little girl. I can't live in fear forever. Let me end this. Zhou Yi smiled and ruffled her hair, a rare gentle moment in the chaos. Okay then, I've got your back. In a flash, he warped them both right in front of the bound and bleeding witch. Madame Hong just smirked like she expected it. Oh, the little brat came to play. She sneered at the siblings. You think having a bodyguard makes you tough? You want to kill me too. Her face twisted into a maniacal grin as she screamed. Do you have the guts? She thrashed against her bonds like a wild animal, causing the chains to dig deeper, slicing into her flesh until blood sprayed out like a fountain. A few hot drops from her mangled legs splattered right onto Zhou Yun's face. Zhou Yun wiped the blood away, and with it, the last of her fear. You witch! Ice mana surged, coalescing into sharp crystals around her. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Madame Hong laughed, spitting blood. That's it? That pathetic parlor trick. I still remember you crying behind Zhou Yi's back like a loser. And now you point a weapon at me? Please. But Zhou Yun stood tall, unbothered by the trash talk. She launched a jagged ice spike straight through the witch's gut, shattering the chains. Even while dying, Hong raved like a lunatic. I am Madame Hong. Zhou Yi and the Zhou family belong to me. She grabbed a shard of broken ice, blood dripping from her lips. I will not lose to a brat like you. With her last breath, she hurled the sharp ice straight at Zhou Yun's face. Die. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in panic. Zhou Yun. But Zhou Yun didn't flinch. Aura exploded from her, crushing the incoming attack in mid-air. You will never stand before my brother again. She clenched her fist, pulverizing the shard into dust. Then, a blizzard of ice blades materialized and skewered Madame Hong from every angle, blood exploding everywhere. Her eyes rolled back, white and lifeless. But Zhou Yun wasn't done. Mirror shards swarmed the corpse like piranhas. The shards drained every drop of blood. Dungeon absorbing target's energy. Control over the mirror prison core increased to 35%. New Guardian acquired, Red Spider Phantom added to database. Zhou Yun turned to Zhou Yi, holding a glowing ice crystal, her voice calm. Brother, I won't let anyone use me to get to you ever again. Sensing her resolve, Zhou Yi hugged her from behind, pride swelling in his chest. It's over. You did great, Zhou Yun. You've really grown up. Hearing his praise, tears finally welled up in her eyes as she squeezed his hand. Madame Hong faded into nothingness. The crybaby was gone. A warrior was born. Meanwhile, in a much darker place, a man sat staring at a map covered in red danger zones. A figure stepped out of the shadows, standing silently behind Liu Xuan. His voice was bored. I know, she was useless anyway. But this intruder, they're not your average pest. Liu Xuan frowned at the compass in his hand. The secret is out. The Dark Compass, an epic tier artifact forged from demon bones and abyssal crystals. Its core held the fragmented soul of a demon lord. The wielder could merge with the demon lord's energy, boosting their dark stats to insane levels. Lightning crackled around the compass as Liu Xuan spoke one word, Dark Void. Instantly, shadows warped into human shapes, kneeling before him, eyes dead and obedient. The Dark Void Squad, a level 41 Dark Wind Elf, a level 42 Bone Curse Necromancer, a level 43 Darkstone Warrior, a level 42 Bloodblade Swordsman, and a level 40 Great Shadow Assassin. Liu Xuan rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Blackwind Valley is a mess. I have to clean it up. Our master is sleeping. Do not disturb him. Kill the intruder. Fast. He waved his hand, and floating red pills drifted toward his minions. Use the blood marrow pills if you have to. Push your limits. A blond man stood up and bowed. Don't worry, boss. The intruder won't leave alive. Liu Xuan snapped. Useless trash. He stood up, wrapping them in purple energy. Just go. His voice dropped an octave. Find the rat and crush them. Back in the dungeon, a blurry image flickered a glimpse of the infinite hell. Flames roared, burning skin and flesh, accompanied by a complaining voice. So noisy. Behind Madame Hong, dozens of people were bound like livestock. The memory shifted. She was kneeling like a dog before a mysterious man. I have offered 177 people to the master this month. The memory shard shattered. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth, fury boiling over. The Mermaid Chamber of Commerce, you pieces of filth. His blue eyes glowed with terrifying light, killing intent rising like a tsunami. That female assassin wasn't absorbed by the dungeon. That means the guild knows Madame Hong is dead. Liu Xuan is probably on his way to kill us right now. As for the human sacrifices and the demon deals, this needs to go straight to teacher. He swiped open his interface. Only he has the power to mobilize forces fast enough to stop Liu Xuan and wipe this guild off the map. Wang Hui picked up immediately. Zhou Yi, calling me at this hour? This better be good. Zhou Yi didn't waste time. Teacher, code red. I'm at Blackwind Valley, and I just found the dirty secret at the heart of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. The Mamet Consortium wasn't just feeding living humans to the beasts of Blackwind Valley. They were hiding a far darker secret. Regarding the Mirror Prison core, Zhou Yi knew he couldn't reveal the whole truth to his master just yet. He had to pin everything on the intel he squeezed out of Madame Hong. With a poker face that could fool the devil, Zhou Yi spun his web of lies without blinking an eye. According to the intel extracted from Madame Hong, that dark creature isn't just a beast. It's a living, breathing dimensional gate in its incubation phase. The human sacrifices, pure fuel to accelerate its awakening. Once that gate fully matures, the demon race will flood into our world like a plague. Central Xia is staring down the barrel of an apocalypse not seen in over 100 years. Wang Hui listened, his expression as cold as ice. He crossed his arms, unfazed by the impending doom. What is the current status of the gate? Zhou Yi reported with military precision. It gorged on too much energy. It's currently in a hibernation state to digest the power. That digestion period is the only countdown we have left. Once it wakes up, the connection will be permanent. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Hui nodded and immediately issued his commands. Understood. I'm invoking my highest authority to contact the military command. They will deploy the elite special forces to lock down Blackwind Valley at top speed. As for your team, you are to retreat immediately. That is a direct order. However, hesitation flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. Master, I. Before he could finish his sentence, the sky tore open. Crimson lightning, red as fresh blood, scarified the heavens. The signal instantly scrambled. The link with Wang Hui was severed completely. He's here. Liu Xuan arrived way faster than they predicted. Sensing the terrifying atmospheric shift, the rest of the squad reacted instantly. In seconds, they rallied to Zhou Yi's position. Jiang Churan looked up at the bleeding sky, fear and confusion warring in her eyes as she sought confirmation. Brother Yi, is that? Ignoring her question, Zhou Yi whipped around. Everyone, look at the prism, now. Code red, gather round. The prism projected a nightmare scenario. Liu Xuan and his death squad were closing in fast. Zhou Yi's mind raced, calculating their only path to survival. Listen closely. He brought 5 subordinates, all above level 40. Liu Xuan himself is level 46. The power gap is insurmountable. A head-on clash means certain death. I'll warp you guys out of here first. I'll hold the line until the military arrives. But before the words settled, Shen Lingfeng roared in protest. The hell I'm leaving. He scratched his head aggressively, unable to mask his worry with soft words. Send them if they want to go. But I'm a man. I didn't train this hard just to turn my back and run like a coward. Besides, leaving you here to play the lone hero? Keep dreaming. Zhou Yi didn't appreciate the sentiment. His eyes narrowed in a harsh glare. Shen Lingfeng, this isn't the time for your ego. The gap between level 40 and level 26 is an ocean. But it wasn't just the hothead. Even the usually gentle Jiang Churan stepped forward, defiance in her eyes. Brother Yi, I'm staying too. Her voice was soft but unbreakable. One by one, the rest of the team chimed in, refusing to abandon their leader. We are a team. No one faces death alone. We're done being baggage. We can't let you shield us from the world forever. We all awaken S-rank skills. We can fight. We will be useful. Zhou Yi's face remained as flat as a board. He looked at them with his signature dead fish eyes, completely unimpressed. Low-level idiots with a hero complex. What a headache. But he didn't push them away this time. Instead, he sighed and shifted into tactician mode. Fine. If you want to die, listen up. I'm changing the plan. I will forcibly distort the spatial dimensions around us. I'm going to split Liu Xuan from his lackeys. I'll drag the 5 subordinates into isolated pocket dimensions. Each of you will take one. One-on-one. I'll be supporting from the sidelines, but get this through your thick skulls. This isn't a simulation. This is war. Unleash everything you have. But rule number 1, do not seek a warrior's death. Your primary objective is to buy time. Stall them until the reinforcements drop. The second you feel overwhelmed, signal me immediately. I will teleport you to safety. Do you understand? His long-winded lecture didn't dampen their spirits. It ignited them. That's what I'm talking about. Loud and clear. Leave it to us. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan strolled into view. Seeing the brats standing their ground instead of fleeing made his blood boil. A suffocating purple fog exploded from his back. Insolent trash. Get out of my sight. Zhou Yi raised his hand, a geometric cube of light manifesting in his palm. Let the games begin. In a split second, golden threads of mana erupted from the void, ensnaring Liu Xuan's squad like a spider's web. Strange, glowing glyphs ignited beneath their feet. Sensing his minion's presence fading into other dimensions, Liu Xuan sneered. He recognized this magic instantly. Spatial distortion? Clever trick. Meanwhile, the assassin known as Shadow Strike was warped into a desolate ruin. But she wasn't alone. Jiang Churan was lying in wait. The moment the enemy materialized, Jiang Churan launched herself into the air. With a roar, she brought her massive greatsword crashing down. Whoosh! Her blade sliced through nothing but a fading afterimage. The real Shadow Strike stood unharmed meters away. Oh? The little mouse is actually a little girl? The assassin smirked, her face devoid of fear. It was the arrogance of a level 40 predator looking at food. What a pity. What can a level 26 weakling possibly do to me? Jiang Churan didn't waste breath on words. She spun her colossal blade like a feather, thrusting forward with the speed of a bullet. Strike. Another miss. Another afterimage. Yet, the fire in her eyes didn't dim. Instead, her pink-purple irises glowed with lethal focus. With a snap of her wrist, she used the momentum to pivot, unleashing a devastating backhand slash. CLA hit. Shadow Strike was forced to catch the blade with her bare hand. Her tone shifted from mockery to mild amusement. Not bad. You can see through my chaos shadow step. Jiang Churan remained silent as the grave. She twisted the sword hilt, gripping it with both hands. She unleashed a tornado of steel. It was a desperate gambit against a master assassin. Rip. The blade only managed to graze the hem of the assassin's robe. Shadow Strike landed effortlessly on a nearby mound. Jiang Churen tried to steady her breathing, but panic was beginning to claw at her throat, even for an assassin class. Her raw strength is monstrous. Level 40 is no joke. I can't keep this up. From his vantage point, Zhou Yi watched the duel unfold. He closed his eyes, his voice projecting directly into her mind. Jiang Churen, stop trying to overpower her. Her stats eclipse yours in every category. Listen to me. Use your bloodline, tap into the sensory perception of the succubus, lock onto her soul signature, then trap her with the sword array. An assassin's greatest weapon is stealth. Strip that away, and her power drops by half. Shadow Strike totally lost her cool after getting spammed by Jiang Churen's attacks. She stopped dodging and launched a reckless, suicidal assault straight at her. Razor-sharp steel blades tore through the air, but Jiang Churen didn't flinch. She slammed her heavy blade into the earth with a deafening boom. The world seemed to freeze, time slowing to a crawl. Clang! The projectile struck her blade and ricocheted harmlessly. Beneath her feet, a mystical rune lit up. The formation circle expanded rapidly. A spectral avatar, a mirror image of her own soul, emerged to disrupt the battlefield. Behold the terrifying power of the Ghost Soul Sword Shadow Array. Let me break it down for you noobs. The level 1 array summons a sword soul to hunt down the enemy. It inflicts a stiffness debuff and drenches the target in a lethal poison state. And when that sword soul vanishes, boom, it triggers a devastating final strike. It didn't matter how many fake clones Shadow Strike created with her illusions. The sword's shadow sliced through every single one of them. Shadow Strike was still busy trash-talking the level 26 array when the spectral blade slashed right across her body. Shadow Strike froze. Her brain couldn't process the agony exploding in her chest. What the hell? For the first time, terror gripped her heart as she stared at the demonic formation. Inside this kill zone, her speed plummeted with every passing second. Her perfect stealth mode, completely useless. She couldn't maintain it. Worse yet, the wound wasn't just bleeding. It was corroding her flesh. Her face went ghostly, pale, sweat pouring down like rain. That wretched brat actually poisoned the blade. Desperate, Shadow Strike dived into the earth, phasing through the ground like it was water. In a flash, she burst from the ground, her body looking pristine again. She thought, my level is superior, but her assassination skills were trash inside this suppressing formation. A head-on clash was suicide, Shadow Strike muttered to herself, launching her body straight at Jiang Churen in a frenzy. The center of the array is that damn girl. If I kill her, the formation shatters. She thrust her hand forward, aiming to pierce right through Jiang Churen's gut. She shrieked viciously, convinced victory was in the bag. Even now, Shadow Strike was blind to reality, drunk on her arrogance about the level gap. Just look at the difference in our lev. But suddenly, Jiang Churen gripped the girl's wrist and ripped the hand out of her own abdomen. Shadow Strike's eyes bulged in pure horror. What are you doing? Jiang Churen locked her in place, ignoring the crimson blood soaking her robes. Above them, it looked like dozens of ghostly hands were gripping the massive spectral blade. The sharp tip aimed straight at the heavens. Jiang Churen stared into her soul. This was the end. Checkmate. Sword soul, eternal silence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the earth was scarred with massive trenches, as if a god had ripped the ground apart. A deafening boom shook the heavens. Shen Lingfeng's berserk dragon claw smashed down, but was completely stonewalled by the enemy's towering steel shield. Yet, he didn't back down. It was like he'd injected pure adrenaline. He roared, Flame Dragon Strike. Let's see how many of these your turtle shell can take. 2 hidden limiters unlocked instantly. Blood Berserker mode. Crimson Flame Fist. Shen Lingfeng's opponent was a hulking warrior with brownish gold hair. One hand on the shield, the other gripping a spear. The enemy thrust forward. Die, you insect. Shen Lingfeng reacted instantly, summoning a Dragon Chi barrier to deflect the lethal tip. In a split second, the battlefield was divided by 2 clashing auras, but Shikai's spear was far sharper than Shen Lingfeng anticipated. Even though he blocked, the force didn't dissipate. The attack drilled forward, extending with relentless momentum. Shen Lingfeng was being grinded backward. Cracks spider-webbed across his dragon shield where the spear point dug in. Watching from afar, Zhou Yi sent a telepathic warning. Shen Lingfeng, listen. That guy is a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and power are maxed out. You cannot win a head-on collision. Use your dragon breath to burn him, drain his stamina, piss him off. Your only chance lies in the split second after he goes berserk. Shikai, sensing victory, smirked. He put on a superior, mocking expression. Well, well. This is the first time I've met someone with moves more savage than mine. Your technique is decisive, 0 openings, and to reach level 26 at your age, impressive. What a waste. Shikai flexed his muscles, driving the spear deeper with a surge of power. If it's a contest of brute strength, I never lose. Remembering Zhou Yi's advice, Shen Lingfeng switched tactics. He dissolved the dragon's shield and slammed his fist into the earth. I'm not dying with you today. This seemingly desperate move caught Shikai off guard. Debris and dust exploded upwards, blinding the enemy. Seeing the one-in-a-million opening, Shen Lingfeng didn't hesitate. He launched himself like a human missile. There's the opening. He opened his maw, unleashing the attack just as the strategist advised. Sensing the catastrophic danger level, Shikai instinctively thrust his spear, forcing Shen Lingfeng to twist away midair. The dragon breath dissipated uselessly. Shikai's eyes burned with madness. He stomped the ground, pivoting violently on his heel to launch a countercharge. His spear gleamed with lethal light as he roared. I showed you that opening on purpose, you fool. Did you really think a battle with a level 43 would be that simple? Yet, Shikai felt a chill of genuine danger radiating from Shen Lingfeng. Panic set in. He thrust the spear with everything he had. Die! But Shen Lingfeng was tougher than a cockroach, his body bending in impossible ways to dodge. He weaved through the barrage of stabs, still finding breath to talk trash. Patui, you naughty iron turtle. You actually almost had me there, but that was just bravado. Internally, sweat was pouring. He had barely scraped by those attacks. As time dragged on, the absolute gap in their levels became undeniable. If this keeps up, I'm going to run out of blood. Then, the inevitable happened. Shen Lingfeng's agility faltered, and a heavy blow sent him flying backward. But this was exactly what Zhou Yi had been waiting for. Now, his power has peaked, but his defense is completely exposed. The voice echoed in Shen Lingfeng's mind. He scrambled up, wiping a streak of crimson from his lip. That was a hell of a hit. Seeing Shikai charging like a rabid beast, not giving him a second to breathe, Shen Lingfeng just laughed maniacally. The harder you hit, the more excited I get. Shen Lingfeng reached out his hand. It was time to return every ounce of pain with interest. Didn't you say you like using brute force to crush people? Today, you learn the hard way. Blood pays for blood. Lost in his berserk state, Shikai didn't even see the attack coming. In an instant, the battlefield became a crimson hellscape. Blood rained from the heavens and erupted from the earth, consuming everything in its path. With a single command from Shen Lingfeng, massive spheres of blood converged from every direction like heat-seeking missiles. Evasion was impossible. The blood latched onto him like a second skin. As his power drained away, terror finally pierced through his madness. They were feasting on his very life force. Shikai frantically crushed the leech-like globs, desperate to get them off his body. His frenzy spiraled into chaotic panic. What kind of dark sorcery is this? He roared. Shen Lingfeng just stood there, laughing in pure satisfaction. That tough shell means nothing now, you iron turtle. Choke on your own power. He whispered the incantation. Sanguine fury. Let me break it down for you. Stage 1. Absorb the enemy's blood energy to create blood condensation beads. These beads condense into unstable soul spheres. And when they hit, boom, every single sphere clinging to Shikai detonated at once. A thick crimson mist swallowed the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the main dimension, Zhou Yi was glued to the monitors, his eyes darting everywhere. He had to micromanage every separate spatial zone. The first 4 spatial fragments were stable, thanks to his constant support. But disaster struck Song Xialan's sector. A skeleton warrior shattered her barrier, lunging forward to rip her into pieces. Zhou Yi's instincts screamed danger. He immediately channeled power into his geometric artifact, casting a long-range save. Guardian of Light. A blinding golden barrier materialized instantly, halting the monster's rot-filled claws. The holy light didn't just block it, it burned. The skeleton shrieked as the divine energy purified its wretched bones. Reduced to a pile of dust next to Zhou Yi's casual defense, Song Xialan's heart swelled with gratitude. But she wasn't done yet. Thanks, I can hold the line, she cried. Zhou Yi stayed silent, his focus already shifting to the next crisis. Managing 5 dimensions simultaneously, the mental toll was heavier than he expected. Thankfully, no one else was dying. In the 6th zone, his little sister Zhu Yun was safe, playing with a puppy. That sight gave him a moment of peace. But now, it was time to deal with a real nightmare. The main monitor showed pure destruction. Liu Xuan was on a rampage, slaughtering thousands with a single, lazy slash. To buy his team time, Zhou Yi had to go all out. He summoned his legion. Guardians, awaken! The ground cracked open. Hundreds of monstrosities clawed their way to the surface, writhing like a sea of nightmare worms. They kept coming. The entire kilometer was carpeted in summoned beasts. There was nowhere to step. Their only command, stop him at all costs. Yet, amidst this sea of danger, one man walked forward with terrifying calm. Liu Xuan didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He looked down at the writhing horde like they were filthy insects. Boom! His aura exploded outwards. The sheer pressure cracked the earth and made the very air heavy enough to crush lungs. As the dust settled, Madame Red emerged from the shadows. Eyes glowing with death, she charged, flanked by her crimson spider phantoms. Not bad, Madame Red. Liu Xuan smirked. He raised a hand, his eyes cold as ice. But you really should stay dead. Violet energy lashed out, binding her instantly. She was flung backward and slammed into the earth with bone-shattering force. Stop hiding behind your toys, Liu Xuan taunted, scanning the area. Come out and accept your death. A demonic compass materialized in his hand. Blood-red energy swirled around his indifferent face, condensing into a singularity. The energy took shape. A colossal blood avatar rose behind him. As Liu Xuan raised his arm, the giant mimicked him perfectly. Break, he commanded. The avatar's palm crashed down, obliterating the landscape in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the ruins, Zhou Yi hovered in the air, unharmed, but a follow-up attack was already closing in. Suddenly, a golden light blazed from his forehead. A barrier manifested, stopping the lethal strike dead in its tracks. Liu Xuan looked up, intrigued. A level 30 rat blocked half my power. Your secrets are tastier than I thought. The barrier faded, having done its job. In a blink, Liu Xuan launched himself into the sky. Face to face with Zhou Yi, he struck but hit nothing. Zhou Yi blinked behind him. Liu Xuan frowned. You stole the core of the mirror prison and mastered it this fast. Are you a once-in-a-century genius or just a fool rushing to his grave? You flatter me, Boss Liu, Zhou Yi replied coolly. Compared to your great work of sacrificing innocent lives, this is a cheap trick. I knew the summons couldn't stop him, Zhou Yi thought. They were just pawns to buy me a few precious seconds. That trash, Madame Red. She talked before she died, didn't she? Liu Xuan spot. People will trade anything for a chance to live, Zhou Yi shrugged. But it seems you don't know the true power of the core. It allows me to see the memories of its previous owners. Liu Xuan began to charge his energy again, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hand it over. I might make your death quick. Hell, I might even hire you. Zhou Yi unleashed his true form, a wild cackle tearing from his throat. You've played the lapdog for so long, you've forgotten what it means to stand as a man. Liu Xuan sneered, his voice dripping with venom. True heroes know when to bow to fate. Submit now, and I might just accelerate the demon race's awakening for you. Black Wind Valley is already doomed to fall. Why die with it? But Zhou Yi, fully transformed and radiating power, scoffed. You don't have the guts. Isn't your precious Commerce Guild just spreading lies to hide the truth before your master wakes? Admit it, he isn't ready. A blind lackey like you will never see the light. That struck a nerve. Liu Xuan's face twisted, veins bulging like snakes beneath his skin. He roared, waving his hand wildly. Sharp tongue. I'll rip your very soul from your body and show you a hell worse than death. But before he could strike, the heavens answered. A golden array blazed into existence above him, crashing down with blinding judgment. Liu Xuan threw his hands up in panic. From the light, a golden avatar manifested, majestic and terrifying. It summoned a colossal blade, raising it high for an executioner's strike. The giant sword plummeted, aiming straight for Liu Xuan trapped within his crimson barrier. His eyes glowing blood red, he screamed his counterattack. Hellstream torrent, massive waves of dark energy surged out, a corrosive river of destruction meant to rot everything in its path. Zhou Yi watched the chaos. Inside that sphere of darkness, a blinding speck of light expanded. Skill activated, Judgment of Justice, level 5. The divine magic array unfurled. A storm of light blades rained from the sky, followed by the Angel of Justice hurling a spear of pure radiance. Boom! The impact was catastrophic. Yet, Liu Xuan's voice echoed through the dust, striking first to seize the initiative. Your combat instincts are commendable. But in the face of absolute power, your little tricks are meaningless. The counterattack was already upon him. Zhou Yi slammed his palms together. Mirror shards materialized like a shield, reflecting Liu Xuan's twisted grin until a blast of crimson aura shattered them into dust. The death blow swept in. Zhou Yi was forced into the air, backflipping desperately to gain distance before skidding to a halt. Zhou Yi clutched his chest, blood trickling from his lip. Liu Xuan stood tall, his mystic compass spinning, and delivered his verdict. Not bad for a level 30 ant. But playtime is over. He initiated fusion. Demon Lord energy flooded his veins, skyrocketing his stats instantly. A demonic red avatar rose behind him. You should be proud, Liu Xuan scoffed. You forced me to tap into the origin compass itself. He raised a hand. Perish. Zhou Yi's eyes went wide as the air pressure alone threatened to crush him flat. The palm strike landed with the force of a nuclear bomb. The ground vaporized, and Zhou Yi was swatted away like a fly, helpless against the gale. As the dust settled, he was still sliding back, He dug his fingers into the earth, barely keeping himself upright. Damn it, he thought. Level 46 plus an epic tier artifact, his power has fundamentally evolved. Even with my class advantage, I can't bridge this gap. At this rate, I'm dead. He gritted his teeth and roared, Wei Texan. In the mirror dimension, she was losing. A blade slashed toward her neck, but Zhou Yi intervened, manipulating space to knock the weapon aside just in time. The dimension flickered into view. Liu Xuan laughed. So that's it. You're draining yourself using the mirror prison core to sustain 5 separate battlefields. He smirked triumphantly. I wondered why your attacks were so weak. You're fighting a war on 5 fronts while trying to duel me. Your friends are dragging you down. How can you hope to defeat me when you're so distracted? Zhou Yi stood up, eyes cold. Save your pity for yourself. But internally, he was screaming. Holding the mirror dimensions and fighting a boss, my spirit energy is bottoming out. I have to gamble. He pulled power back from the dimensions, channeling everything into the core. Liu Xuan lunged, a massive red axe materializing in his grip. Learn your place. The gap between 30 and 46 is heaven and earth. The axe slammed down, shattering the bedrock and sending boulders flying. Zhou Yi danced back and returned fire. Light's retribution. Golden lightning tore through the sky, hammering down on Liu Xuan's position. His gaze was razor-sharp. He wasn't just blasting, he was building a cage. Massive chains pierced the earth. They snapped together, sealing off the area. Divine Thunder, Heaven's Prison Lock. Rank S-, Level 3. The lightning cage slammed shut, trapping the enemy. Zhou Yi slid back to his safe range, planting his feet against a massive boulder. He coiled his muscles, using the rock as a launch pad. He launched himself forward like a bullet, but from the center of the lightning cage, a sinister red glow was already locking onto him. Boom. A critical blast obliterated the cage and shattered Zhou Yi's sword into dust. Sweat stung his eyes, but he thrust his palm forward. Hand of God. A spectral titan's hand materialized to catch the red beam, but the force was overwhelming. The hand of God crumbled under the pressure. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth against the agony, blood misting the air. Suddenly, Kangya roared, materializing from the void to shield his master. I've got your back. 3 forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion that scoured the earth. When the shockwave passed, both Zhou Yi and Kangya were down. Zhou Yi's transformation failed, reverting him to human form. Beside him, Kangya's spirit body was flickering, fading away. Trembling, Zhou Yi forced himself up. Kangya returned to the seal. As the spirit vanished, Liu Xuan floated down, arrogant as a god. A fading dragon soul? You're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. You fought well, for trash. But against me, your trump cards are jokes. He paused, his eyes narrowing at the mirror shards still floating in the air. Humph. The shards flickered, revealing the truth. In one dimension, Jiang Churan was being turned into a pincushion by razor-sharp feathers. In another, Shen Lingfeng was face down in the dirt, defeated. And Song Xiaolin, she was screaming, dragged by her hair by a horde of skeletons. The team was finished. In the 4th dimension, Ling Tong hung on the wall like a human pincushion, pierced by countless arrows. Xue Xin lay collapsed in the rubble, completely knocked out. Liu Xun laughed maniacally. You can't even save yourself, loser. And you still want to play hero for others? That is hilarious. With just one finger, he crushed Zhou Yi under massive gravitational pressure. A weakling like you isn't even qualified to save them. Zhou Yi's fingers dug into the ground, fighting against the 1,000-pound weight. He screamed in defiance, eyes blazing. Divine Thunder. Son of Apocalypse, Class S-, Level 3. Enter Apocalypse Stance. Resistance to status effects buffed by 60%. Lightning skill damage increased by 60%. 15 seconds on the clock. He summoned his majestic armor and launched himself straight at Liu Xuan. The shockwave shredded the ground, but Liu Xuan caught his wrist like it was nothing. One casual strike, and Zhou Yi's weapon went flying. A smirk of victory twisted Liu Xuan's face. He landed a brutal hit on Zhou Yi, crushing the mask right off the boy's face. He shoved a mirror shard in Zhou Yi's face, showing Ling Tong's suffering. Listen, watch. Feel your squad marching toward their doom. Let the despair soak into your very bones. Crack. Liu Xuan crushed the glass, sending spiderweb fractures across the reflection. Zhou Yi's eyes turned blood red with rage. Veins popped on his face, but he was powerless in the enemy's grip. Suddenly, a piercing screech ripped through the air. The atmosphere turned terrifying. Even Liu Xuan jumped back, looking totally shook. A massive gate materialized in the void, carved with mystic dragons. Liu Xuan stared at it, sweating bullets. This vibration is wrong. Zhou Yi watched the mirrors shake violently. The mirror prison core's energy was going critical. Boom. A dark red pillar of light erupted from nothingness, spiraling into the sky. A new energy source exploded, forcing Liu Xuan to drop Zhou Yi to save his own skin. Zhou Yi hit the dirt. His wrist, where Liu Xuan grabbed him, was turning a horrifying shade of black. That mental pressure is insane. Pure primal fear. This thing is at least level 60. Liu Xuan stared at the gate in panic. No. Impossible. The digestion phase isn't over. How did it wake up early? Was it the energy spike just now? Great Lord, please chill. I haven't prepped the sacrifices yet. The red gate creaked open. No answer, just a tsunami of black miasma pouring out. Tentacles shot out everywhere. The thing inside was desperate to escape. Zhou Yi gasped, trying to heal the corruption on his right wrist. He looked at the shattering mirrors. The spatial shields couldn't handle this level of interference. The dimensions were collapsing. Everyone was falling into the dark void. Space is deleted. Did your side finish the job? Blood blade? Too late. Black tentacles pierced the earth, cracking the ground into massive canyons. Monsters popped up like mushrooms, surrounding everyone. The tentacles smashed boulders like tofu, screeching, hungry, food, energy, eat. The girls huddled together, terrified, looking up at the monstrosity blocking out the sky. Debris flew everywhere. A massive body dragged itself out of the abyss. Bloodblade froze in fear, watching this titan destroy everything. Han Sui Xing. A tentacle snatched a girl and yanked her into the sky. She screamed, "Captain, save me." He shouted her name in horror, Feng Xuan. Liu Xuan muttered, "Shikai." Then his expression went cold and emotionless. Being chosen by the master is a blessing. He turned to his minions. "You guys defend the master. I'll go back and get a new batch of sacrifices." Lan Chang blocked his path, calling out the rat. "Boss, you're ditching us, aren't you?" Liu Xuan stepped onto the teleport array, shouting back, "Shut up. I'm getting more food to calm the master down." The tentacles were getting thicker. It's covering the whole map. It needs more food. Just kill those guys and feed the master. But one guy got grabbed and fought back. "No, let me go." The Bloodblade squad lost it and scattered, running for their lives. "Quick, use the blood-drunk pill." He threw the dark red pill into his mouth, crunching down. Swallow and boom, power surge. His eyes glowed red, spear ready. But the tentacles swept through the dust. The boss monster had arrived. No eyes, just a mouth full of razors and tentacles. It dragged people right in front of Zhou Yi, growling. Low-quality energy, noisy bugs. Zhou Yi's team stood in the shadow of the behemoth. Dead silence. Then thousands of eyes snapped open on its body. Hungry, delicious, pure. A tentacle locked onto Jiang Churen. Zhou Yi reacted instantly. He scooped Jiang Churen up and sprinted away from the strike. He spun around, hugging her tight, using his own back as a human shield against the onslaught. Brother Zhou Yi. He grit his teeth, swallowing back the blood. That acid damage is insane. My holy power is draining fast. The thing Liu Xuan called Master went berserk, roaring and shaking the earth. Thief stole my food. The tentacles aimed right at Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen again. You die. Xue Xin and Song Xiaolin screamed, but they were too far away. Brother Yi, Zhou Yi, he was running on fumes. Eyelids heavy. He mumbled, divine. Just then a pillar of blue light descended from the heavens. 5 beams pierced the tentacles, blowing the monster's body apart. Then came the orbital strike. Countless pillars of blue light slammed down, totally pulverizing that pitch-black monster into nothing but trash. Zhou Yi snapped his head up in shock, witnessing the glorious sight. Finally, a ray of hope pierced the gloom on his desperate face as a massive warship tore through the fog. Welcome to the demon hunting capital, the northwest war zone of Central Xia. If you aren't military, drop your gear and surrender right now or get wrecked. Standing high and mighty on the airship were Master Wang and Han Shan, arriving just in the nick of time. The hatch opened up white steam, hissing out like the breath of a mechanical beast. 2 rows of soldiers in sleek white armor stepped up armed to the teeth with top-tier gear. They dove off the ship like synchronized skydivers on the commander's signal. These guys were professionally chilled, dangerously calm. They hit the ground and immediately started exterminating monsters. Backup kept pouring in like an endless tide. The captain broke formation and rushed straight to Zhou Yi's squad, pulling out a crystal sphere with panic in his eyes. Student Zhou Yi, this place is a death trap. Coordinate with me and retreat to the safe zone immediately. He didn't wait for an answer, hurling the sphere at them so fast it left a blur of blue light. The crystal shattered, encasing Zhou Yi's crew of 5 in a protective glow. 4 bubbles formed around them, lifting the squads into the air like anti-gravity magic. Zhou Yi held Jiang Churen tight, but his voice was shaking with bad news. Not good. The energy reading on that thing is spiking. We just made it seriously angry. The second he shut his mouth, the monster's tentacles went berserk, sweeping the sky so hard the fighter jets couldn't get close. One by one, they got swatted out of the air and exploded in the cramped space. Smoke from the explosions was thick, but twisted monsters started rising up behind it, eyeing the reinforcements. And somehow, their numbers just kept multiplying like a glitch in the system. They all charged like maniacs, only to get gunned down by laser fire. Beams punched right through their bodies, sending them back to the dirt. The backup team held the line like absolute units, nobody flinching despite the horde. Fighter jets swarmed back into the battlefield for round 2. Shells rained down like a storm, turning the world into a sea of fire. Han Shan stood there shouting orders like a boss. Squad 1. Squad 2, lay down covering fire, stop those demons from spilling out and plug that hole. Squad 3, sweep the stragglers. Squad 4, set up the barrier and lock the space down. He barely finished shouting when Master Wang walked up Han Shan. This mess is way more complicated than we thought. The awakening level is off the charts. Han Shan turned to look at him. Doesn't matter, even if that gate is fully formed. I'm slamming it shut today. He whipped his head back to face the chaos. Your star pupil is here. Sure enough, Zhou Yi landed safely on the deck, still holding Jiang Churen along with the others. Safe and sound, he immediately yelled out in panic, Master. The medical team rushed in, everyone scrambling to treat wounds and recharge the squad's energy. A medic knelt down to check Jiang Churen and frowned hard. Don't move, she's been poisoned deep. The toxin already hit her cardiovascular system. His teammate raised a staff, pumping out healing magic while dropping the stats. To fully clear this poison, I'm gonna need at least 30 minutes. Zhou Yi watched as Jiang Churen weakly opened her eyes. Brother Zhou Yi, I'm okay. Just go handle your business first. That's when Master Wang stepped up. Hands behind his back, looking all zen. Stop forcing it, just listen to the doctors. We're taking over the battlefield now. Zhou Yi stared at him. Master, that gate is absorbing attack energy. If you keep blowing stuff up, it's gonna go south. I saw it clearly from down there every time firepower hits it. The black gas on the surface gets way thicker. Han Shan chimed in with a calm vibe to chill Zhou Yi out. Kid, I get why you're stressing. His face didn't twitch, but his eyebrows were knit tight. But in my dictionary, there ain't a problem a cannon can't fix. And if there is, you just add another cannon. Zhou Yi tried to stop him. Wait, this isn't some normal otherworldly gate. But Han Shan was already back to commanding the raid. All units listen up, switch fire pattern to chaotic saturation bombing. Randomize elemental energy every 30 seconds. Barrier team, lock the space down tight. Don't let a single mosquito fly out. The fire squad shouted back instantly. Yes, sir. The barrier team roared like thunder. Yes, sir. Every single one of them was hyped up to fight to the bitter end. Yes, sir. The fighter jets unleashed hell. Bullets rained down so thick it looked like a wall of lead, all focusing on one spot until it detonated. They didn't stop there. Following Han Shan's lead, the firepower shifted every second. Missiles screamed down, dragging out the explosion like an endless beat drop. A squad of mages with staffs lined up straight, looking serious, emitting pure, intimidating aura. Following Han Shan's lead, they set up the formation. Multicolored barriers lit up the sky, elemental cannons locked and loaded. Pillars of colorful light blasted the monster mob. Explosions rippled out, tearing the beast formation to shreds. The massive impact forced them back. The blasts got bigger and bigger, messing up visibility big time. A wave of fighter jets fired until their barrels glowed red, wobbling and crashing, turning the whole airspace into total anarchy. Those jets looked like they disconnected from the server, dropping from the sky completely out of control. Then everything blew up, shaking the whole zone with a blinding flash. Suddenly, in the middle of that bullet storm, Kui Heng showed up with his magic swords, charging in to throw hands with those black tentacles. One move, and he chopped those tentacles into confetti. Kui Heng landed, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the pieces rained down around him. He stood there, staring ahead with intense focus, not daring to blink. But right then, he probably realized just how tiny he was compared to that freak of nature. Kui Heng's pupils turned purple, reflecting a vortex that looked like it was sucking out his very soul. He stood there frozen, basically turning himself into a target dummy for the starving monster. A burst of blue light shot out from that mouth-like thing, flying everywhere without aiming. But every single beam homed in on Han Shan's high-altitude jets and the troops on the ground. The white armor didn't save them from sharing Kui Heng's fate. Han Shan panicked as his screen turned blood red. That cursed gate actually just. All attacks deflected. 0 damage. A frantic scout screamed the report. General, the target's evolution speed is off the charts. It's adapting too fast. Physical and energy resistance are skyrocketing. Master Wang's expression darkened as he analyzed the battlefield. This is a catastrophe. Han Shan, standard firepower is useless. We need to shatter its core immediately. Han Shan grit his teeth, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. In the old days, we paid for that knowledge with a mountain of corpses. We used to sacrifice thousands just to locate the weak point by watching how it reacted to mass slaughter. His booming voice snapped, Zhou Yi back to reality. 9 squad, gear up. You have 60 seconds before we execute the core search mission. Zhou Yi released Su Ran. his eyes locking onto the two seniors with intense focus. Master, this core. It's a volatile energy singularity, right? The most unstable point in the structure? Master Wang nodded instantly. Precisely. The core is the dimensional gate's central nervous system and its fatal weakness. Shatter the core, and the gate crumbles. That is the bloody wisdom the military has bought over centuries of war. The lesson ended, but the tension remained. Zhou Yi dropped a bombshell that stunned them both. I think I can pinpoint its exact location. He raised his hand, summoning a floating, mysterious cube. The iron prison core. It has tasted the dark energy of this gate before. It still holds a resonant signature deep inside. Through this connection, I can sense a convergence point, a heartbeat inside the gate that reacts to every strike. Han Shan crouched down, meeting the boy's gaze. A vague sense isn't enough, kid. The space around the gate has warped a force field that twists trajectory. We can't hit what we can't lock onto. Zhou Yi stared at the relic in his hand, processing the general's words. He clenched his fist, absorbing the artifact, eyes burning with sudden resolve. Then I'll pave the way. I can force open a temporary shortcut, dive straight into the belly of the beast, and mark the core myself. But I need the army to unleash hell. A full-scale decoy attack, so it doesn't see me coming. Master Wang roared immediately. Absolutely not. It's a suicide mission. I have to. Zhou Yi looked at his teacher, his voice steady. Master, look at the radar. The gate is still evolving. If we stall, the body count only rises. He stood tall, calm, amidst the chaos. Master, some paths must be walked, no matter the cost. Master Wang's heart ached, seeing his student choose the path of martyrdom. But suddenly, Shen Lingfeng and Wei Teixin stepped forward, aura blazing. Count me in, Brother Yi. We fight together, we bleed together. Master Wang snapped, his mana flaring. Silence. You insolent brats, I forbid it. What level do you think you are? Entering that gate is a death sentence. Stay put. Han Shan cut in, staring down the young hero. Kid, do you understand the price? The dark energy inside will corrode your mind. You could lose your humanity and become the very monster you're fighting. Zhou Yi didn't blink. I know, but I have to try. The general grinned, a savage light in his eyes. He slapped Zhou Yi's shoulder hard. You've got guts, kid. Survive this, and I'll treat you to the finest wine in the city. Han Shan spun around, facing the tactical displays, his command voice taking over. All units, listen up. Protocol Omega. Main cannons, turn that gate to ash. Light attribute classes to the front. Suppress that demonic miasma. Draw its aggro. The army moved as one, summoning a colossal sphere of radiant energy. Formation shift. Holy mages, assemble. In the name of the sacred light, purge the darkness. Prepare to fire. The main cannons hummed with lethal energy. Target locked. Dimensional core. Await my signal. Unleash full power. Boom. The defensive line shuddered under the counterattack. Shields are fracturing. Water mages, reinforce the barrier. Do not let them breach the line. Behind the chaos, Master Wang stepped up, channeling his mana into Zhou Yi's iron prison core. I will stabilize the holy force. You just focus on the mission. The core drank the energy, erupting with blinding light. Sweat poured down Zhou Yi's face, his teeth grinding against the crushing pressure. Then, his eyes snapped open. Golden flames ignited in his irises. He dissolved into a streak of pure radiance, soaring over the elite troops and piercing straight toward the abyss. Zhou Yi had become a divine avatar of light, using his spirit to hunt the heart of the darkness. The mages roared, pouring everything they had into the distraction. Everyone fought with desperate resolve to keep the monster's eyes on them. Forbidden spell. Earth Aegis. The dimensional gate groaned, tearing open. A colossal demon with obsidian horns clawed at the edges, desperate to break into their world. It anchored its massive claws, dragging its body out of the void. While the titan raged, Zhou Yi, a speck of golden light, wove through the chaos. He bypassed the horde, diving deeper into the inferno. And there it was, a massive sphere, pulsating like a malignant heart, tethered to the abyss by countless veins and guarded by a swarm of beasts. The sphere was alive. As Zhou Yi's golden aura approached, a giant, grotesque eye snapped open on its surface. Zhou Yi froze, his soul trembling under that malevolent gaze. Damn it, I've been spotted. The eye sensed the intruder and instantly shifted to extermination mode. Thousands of pitch-black tentacles erupted, lashing out at him. Zhou Yi danced through the storm. Crash. The tentacles smashed into the ground, obliterating even the demons standing in the way. The horde realized there was an intruder. Shrieking, they swarmed up, desperate to tear him apart. But at that moment, the iron prison core on Zhou Yi's chest flared, casting a fragile barrier against the incoming hellfire. Zhou Yi was safe for a split second, but the shield was cracking under the barrage. He didn't wait for death. He locked onto his target. His entire being condensed into a golden arrow of judgment, launching straight at the unblinking eye. He pierced the center of the sphere, marking the core. Instantly, the gate began to collapse. A single golden beam tore through the closing rift at max speed. Master Wang watched, breath held, as the light burst free. Han Shan roared, Zhou Yi did it. His fingers flew across the screen, syncing with the Godspeed data to calibrate the Voidbreaker cannon. Override authorization. Alpha, 10 seconds to mark and obliterate. His finger hovered over the launch rune as the countdown ticked away into nothingness. Inside the gate, the eye went berserk. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated rage exploded outward, replacing its silent fury. Gravity collapsed. Everything was being sucked into the abyss. Hold the line. The dimensional gate had gone rogue. Brace for impact. The formation crumbled under the shockwave. Radars fried. Emergency descent. Thrusters offline. Steering systems dead. It was total chaos. Warriors drove their blades into the earth, anchoring themselves against the storm. Priests, front line. Wounded, fall back. Tanks, hold the left flank. Mages channeled every ounce of mana into the mothership. Han Shan's eyes bulged, locked on the zero. Fire. At his command, the main cannon unleashed hell. A beam of absolute destruction tore through the sky. It hit with the force of a hurricane, ripping the earth apart and sending debris flying like shrapnel. Bullseye. Right on the mark, Zhou Yi painted. The demons could only watch in horror as the gate's core drained their own life force just to survive the hit. Even Zhou Yi was terrified by the sight. That thing was devouring its own kind to block the attack. Han Shan screamed until his veins popped. All units, full open fire. It's weekended now. On his signal, the support fleet focused their fire into a single, blinding lance of energy aiming for the core. The awakened dug deep. Anyone who could stand fought. They poured every last drop of mana into this one strike, blasting that cursed eye with everything they had. Then, Master Wang stepped into the fray. Hand signs blurring, eyes shut tight. When they snapped open, pure golden ice, the gaze of a god. Golden clouds split the void. Master Wang's massive spectral blade descended, but the core twisted reality itself, warping space to patch its wounds. It's still regenerating. Zhou Yi looked up, mesmerized by the blinding light of Master Wang's summons. That's his legendary grade weapon, the Sacred Verdict. Floating there, wrapped in holy golden light, the old man looked like a literal celestial descending to earth. I am the guardian of order. In the name of the light, I judge thee. Evil. His colossal sword slammed into the ground. The earth shattered. Dust choked the sky. Absolute purification, Sinbreaker. The ultimate strike landed, piercing straight through the regenerating core like it was paper. At that exact second, Zhou Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering the iron prison core. Su Ran, barely recovered herself, screamed in panic as he collapsed. Zhou Yi. Han Shan scanned him. Bad news. The kid's consciousness had been shredded by the dimensional gate's backlash. Severe spirit damage. We need deep immersion therapy. Now. He barked orders for the healers. Prep the S-Class life support pod. Move. Hang in there, brother. Han Shan didn't waste a second on grief. He was already coordinating the evacuation. Attention all forces. The gate is down. Sweep the battlefield and save the wounded. The core was toast, nothing left but a gaping, bottomless pit. But they celebrated too soon. From the abyss, red threads thin as silk shot out, weaving together. A voice boomed with ancient rage, shameless invaders. The dimensional rift turned blood red. The threads lashed out, stitching the gate back together. No way. That's impossible. Zhou Yi heard it. Trembling, he forced the words out to Han Shan. It's using the blood and flesh of the demons. It's forging a new link. Master Wang sensed the danger instantly. Punishment domain. Purify. Waves of golden light crashed down, sweeping across the battlefield in blinding rings. Eyes closed, brows furrowed in concentration, he clamped down on his mana. The punishment domain expanded, obeying his iron will. Holy beams rained from the heavens. The creatures of the void shrieked as the light burned them, thrashing in agony. The light pierced everything, turning that regenerating core into a sieve. The entity roared, humans of Blue Star. You think destruction is enough? Rifts will open everywhere. We will reclaim what is ours. With a final curse, the core detonated. You will pay the price. The demons trying to flee with it, vaporized. Not a single one escaped the purification. Total wipeout. In the end, only a deep crater remained. And a swirling crimson orb. Cut to the infirmary, Zhou Yi was floating in the stasis tank. Su Ran stood guard, eyes filled with worry. Seeing the master enter, she started, Master, is Zhou Yi? But Wang cut her off with a reassuring hand. Relax. With the holy light boost, he'll wake up any minute. And just like that, Zhou Yi's consciousness began to surface. His eyelids fluttered open, heavy as lead. Through the oxygen mask, he wheezed, "Master, we are the ones. The plunderers." Master Wang froze for a second, then summoned a calming golden light. "Rest now. Clear your mind. Leave the rest to me." Warm light flowed from his palm into the incubator, soothing Zhou Yi into sleep. Wang turned to the girl. "Su Ran, watch over him. I need to oversee the cleanup." She looked at Zhou Yi with unwavering determination. "I won't leave his side. Not for a second." Outside, the chaos had settled. The wounded were meditating, the rest working. Han Shan looked up from his data pad, grinning as Wang approached. "Old friend, we only survived thanks to you." And Zhou Yi finding that core. Wang shook his head. "I just did my job. What's the butcher's bill?" Han Shan handed over the tablet. 30-odd KI, over 120 wounded. The mages took the heaviest hit. But the gate is destroyed. No demons got out. In this line of work, that's a miracle. Master Wang stared at the names of the fallen. Record every hero. "I will visit their families personally. They deserve that much." Suddenly, a holographic screen popped up. "Captain Wang, Captain Yu, code red. We have a situation at the abandoned Mado mine. Energy fluctuations detected. Signature matches a sworn-type rift." Master Wang stood like an unshakable mountain, his face unreadable. "Any sign of a breach?" Han Shan raised a brow, scanning the perimeter. "Civilian evacuation is complete. The mine is dead silent. We've locked down everything within a 5-kilometer radius, per HQ's orders. Have the elite squads move in for assessment immediately." The response was instant. "Understood. We move out now." But Han Shan hesitated, a shadow crossing his face. "Old Wang, listen. That kid, Zhou Yi. His sensitivity to dark energy is unlike anything we've ever seen. If we send him in, Master Wang cut him off, his expression darkening with fury. "Absolutely not." The refusal was so sharp it left Han Shan speechless. Master Wang gazed out at the looming battlefield. "Han Shan, tell me, why do we wear this uniform? Why do we carry these weapons? Is it not to shield the next generation, so they can grow up in peace? We don't ask a 19-year-old to shoulder the burdens meant for us. To carry the weight of the entire world?" Memories of a blood-soaked past flooded his mind. 20 years ago, I mentored a student just like him. He could sense the darkness, too. He was only 25. And we treated him like a damn radar tool. In the end, we couldn't even recover his corpse. Master Wang's voice turned into a low growl, chilling the air around them. "Zhou Yi is not a tool. He is the key to ending this war. I will not let you treat him as cannon fodder before he's even spread his wings. If the sky falls today, it's on us giants to hold it up." The tension broke as Han Shan laughed, slapping Wang's shoulder. "Damn it, you're right. I was getting desperate. Come on then. Let's go crush that monstrosity ourselves." Master Wang straightened his uniform, composing himself. "Watch your strength, you brute. Send the order, all active units. Assemble in 5 minutes. Leave supplies to the logistics team." Their eyes locked onto the horizon, sharp and cold as hunting leopards. The real battle had begun. Meanwhile, within the silence of the recovery ward, a solitary figure stood watch. Her gloved fingers traced the glass. He looks so obedient when he sleeps, unlike the prickly hedgehog he usually is. Miss Jing leaned closer to the healing pod. She scrutinized his resting face. This brat, annoyingly handsome. Even my niece was begging for an introduction. Lost in thought, she missed the twitch of his hand, though I had to tell her to give up on that dream. Sudden movement. She jumped back, hand flying to her mouth to hide her flush. Quickly, she composed herself, forcing a professional smile. "Student Zhou Yi, you're awake?" Zhou Yi blinked, confusion in his eyes. "Executive Jing, did the teacher leave instructions? How did you know?" A mischievous grin spread across his face as he vaulted out of the pod. "Teacher isn't here. But you, a high-ranking executive waiting personally for me. I assume teacher ran into trouble." He shrugged. "I'm used to it, miss." Jing crossed her legs elegantly. "The guild master is en route to the Demon Nest Rift. The situation at Black Wind Valley escalated beyond prediction. He only intended for you to use the Ice Dragon Abyss to stabilize your second awakening. He never meant to drag you into a full-scale war. He feels responsible. He hopes you'll take refuge with the Zhou family for now. We'll discuss the rest upon his return." Her tone shifted, becoming official. "There is one more message from the guild master. Liu Xuan has been detained by the military. He faces a court-martial. His entire organization, Dark Sound, has been seized. A few rats escaped, but they pose no threat." She materialized a golden token. "For turning the tide of battle, your merit is undeniable. The military has made a ruling. Full ownership and jurisdiction of Black Wind Valley are hereby transferred to your name. This is the land deed. The guild master believes the resources there will solve the Zhou family's impending crisis. Zhou Yi took the document, his eyes narrowing. He means the lost cold star essence? Ha! Teacher really sees everything. She stepped closer, her gaze lingering on the deed. The message and the gift are delivered. I'll take my leave. As she brushed past him, her eyes sparkled with allure. One last question, Zhou Yi. Still no interest in joining the Tian Wu Guild? His answer was instant and cold. None. She didn't look back, the click of her heels echoing as she vanished. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, letting out a frustrated sigh once she was gone. He pulled out the core of the Iron Prison. The power of the Second Awakening is insignificant in the face of true war. A spectral wolf, Chang Ya, materialized beside him. Even a lone wolf tires on the path to the summit. Using others' strength is not weakness. He remained silent for a moment. Chang Ya, this road is treacherous. What I need is not just strength. His eyes burned with emerald fire, hard and unyielding. I need absolute control. The scene shifted to the warmth of the family reunion. Zhou family estate brother. You sent little Ku to fetch me so suddenly. I thought you were hurt. Zhou Yi pulled Zhou Yun into a gentle embrace. I couldn't let the battle at the valley reach you. He turned his grateful gaze to the others. Uncle Heng, cousin Xiao Chui Liena. Thank you. Taking care of Yuner is our duty, they replied warmly. The arrangements from your letter have been made. Uncle Heng gestured down the hall. Follow me. Zhou Yi nodded sharply. Lead the way. Little Zhou Yun tugged his sleeve, confused. Brother, where are we going? He patted her head with a soft smile. To the heart of the family, to reclaim the power that belongs to you. Inside the great hall, the elders muttered around a round table. Why has the patriarch summoned us all? I heard the news. Madame Hong is dead. Panic rippled through the room. What? Then what becomes of our cold star essence supply? There are dozens of children waiting for bloodline suppression. Patriarch, this threatens our very existence. We must find a new source. The third elder narrowed his eyes at the patriarch. The main seat sat empty. The old man remained silent as a statue. Who exactly is he waiting for? The vibe in the room was totally off. Just as the old man started getting suspicious, a noise shattered the silence, snapping every head in that room to one spot. Boom! The heavy doors swung open. While everyone stared in shock, Zhou Yi strolled in like he owned the place, dragging Zhou Yun along, with Zhou Heng and Xiao Cui Lena right on his heels. The third elder's scowl deepened enough to crush Cole, his eyes locked onto the intruder. But Zhou Yi, he just walked up to the patriarch and dropped his smirk and a bow. The patriarch said, Yi, my boy, take a seat. And guess what? He did. He pulled out the empty chair at the head of the table, the seat of power, and sat down. Hands clasped, face stone cold. He sat on the throne, looking at the round table like a king. The third elder watched this smooth move and looked ready to pop a vein. Slam! The elder exploded, screaming, Zhou Yi, you think you're worthy of that seat? Do you have zero respect for your elders, you brat? The second elder grabbed his shoulder, forcing a fake smile. Zhou Yi, sure, your bloodline is high tier, but isn't this crossing the line just a little bit? Zhou Yi leaned forward, eyes predatory like an alpha wolf. I didn't come here to chat with you lot. I want the Zhou family to promise me one thing, right now. His next words hit like a bomb, shocking even the girl. Zhou Yun will be the next heir of the Zhou family. The clan will pour every single resource into making her a legend. She gets absolute priority over everything. The third elder couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up, pointing a trembling finger right in Zhou Yi's face. You arrogant punk. Do you know what an heir means? The Zhou family heritage has stood for hundreds of years. We can't let a returnee dictate our future. Patriarch, you have to stop this madness. He thinks a little talent makes him a god. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to hand our centuries-old legacy to a little girl. That's when Zhou Heng stepped in, voice ice cold. I can verify it. Her Zhou bloodline purity is 3 times higher than mine. With her, the Zhou family might actually reclaim its lost glory. Xiao Cui Lena chimed in too. Sister Zhou Yun is a prodigy. The frost arts I taught her last week, she mastered the basics in a single day. Zhou Yi cut back in. If she has the frost blood, she is the true orthodox Zhou heir. As for whether she can lead, a terrifying pressure exploded from his body, silencing the entire room. The power forced the third elder to shield his face, but he still barked out, presumptuous. You dare use force in the council hall? Instantly, a wave of internal energy locked down the room, trapping everyone. Zhou Yi's eyes glazed over with a chilling, misty frost. He locked eyes with his target. Energy poured out of him like a breaking dam, sending waves of pure terror through the crowd. No one dared to move a muscle. The pressure slammed into the third elder, sending him flying back as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Within that crushing power, a phantom azure dragon flickered into existence. The elder's defensive shield, it started cracking like cheap glass. True fear finally flooded the third elder's eyes. He screamed desperately. Zhou Yi is still just a child. She just came back. Making her heir is reckless. Where does that leave our other elites? I will never agree to this. Inside, his mind was racing. This pressure. He's only at the second transition, so why does it feel like level 40?
And that dragon, that royal aura. What is this monster?
Zhou Yi's voice dropped to 0 degrees. Discussion over. If I don't crush your outdated rules, you parasites will never understand reality. Sitting amidst the chaos, he declared, I am the new rule. The patriarch sat in silence, analyzing the boy's perfectly controlled power. This kid's growth speed is terrifying. Zhou Yi continued. Every year, the Zhou family bleeds money to the Mi Chamber of Commerce for frost essence. But now, the Black Wind Valley belongs to me. The crystal reserves there are beyond your wildest dreams, and I'm handing the mining rights to the clan. Send your most loyal men to harvest it. With these resources, the Zhou bloodline won't have to worry about a thing for generations. And this is just the appetizer. I will find a way to break the curse. The patriarch didn't hesitate. Do exactly as Zhou Yi says. Heng, take 100 men to Black Wind Valley immediately. Establish a base and start transporting those crystals. Zhou Heng stood tall. Understood. The patriarch beamed. Heaven hasn't abandoned the zoos. No. The entire clan will remember this great debt. The second elder looked rattled. Wait, isn't this just a hostile takeover with extra steps? He's using brute force to seize the throne. Zhou Yi caught that look. Submission? The things I'm offering. No one else in this world could give you. He turned back to the third elder. Third elder, tell me, how much do we pay every year just to buy entry slots for dungeons? How many favors do we burn just to get our kids inside? That's just how the world works, the elder grunted. Why ask? Zhou Yi smirked. But what if the Zhou family owned a fully matured dungeon of its own? A private hunting ground recognized by the eternal rules? The room went dead silent. Suddenly, the third elder burst into manic laughter. He jumped up again. I knew it. You're young, but you're completely delusional. 90% of the dungeons in China are held by the 3 great guilds and the military. A family owning a private dungeon? You can count those families on one hand. And you're telling me you have one in your pocket? Zhou Yi flared his aura. Real or fake? See for yourself. As he spoke, small shards of energy slammed together into a massive structure. A polygon floated into the air. It pulsed with blinding 7-colored light before freezing into a colossal block of ice. Diamond rank dungeon, mirror hell, Zhou Yi announced. Difficulty, nightmare. Level requirement, 15 to 35. Party size, 1 to 10. I've set the permanent entrance right here in the Zhou family center. From now on, any Zhou descendant can grind here whenever they want. That is my second promise. Xiao Sui lay aghast, covering her mouth. It's actually a real dungeon instance. That's an Empire tier resource. Even major clans kill for this. Zhou Heng nodded, eyes wide. Exactly. Every month, just to get our disciples in. My Chu clan was bleeding over half its profits just to survive. But owning a private dungeon changes the game completely. Zhu Yun stood there, stunned by the realization. This wasn't just help. It was a stairway to heaven for our family. Chu Yi stood up abruptly, his presence dominating the room. The Chu clan now possesses an infinite training ground, he declared. Resources without end. He turned his back on them, no longer needing to care about their pathetic opinions or pay a single cent. His gaze swept over the crowd like a predator. So, third elder, do you still dare to test the mental state of this madman? The old man's mind raced in panic. The gate is real. It's undeniable. This kid didn't just bring resources. He rewrote the Chu clan's entire destiny. This young man, his power is an abyss I cannot fathom, the elder thought, trembling. The crowd erupted instantly. No need. We were blind. We were fools. Miss Zhu Yun is the rightful heir. I agree 10,000 times over. Young Master Yi is a peerless genius. Heaven has truly blessed our clan. Absolutely. Completely deserved. The clan head stepped forward, his voice booming. Since no one dares to object. From this day forth, Zhu Yun is the sole young patriarch of the Chu clan. Chu Yi added coldly. Seeing her is the same as seeing me. Her word is absolute law. Scene shift. Mana surged and pulsed in the secret chamber. Chu Yi sat in meditation, channeling his inner energy. Most of the Chu disciples range from level 13 to 20. Basic mob parameters shouldn't be too high then. I'll set the terrain to a glacial zone perfect for the Chu family's ice arts. First floor mobs, ice demon wolves. Level 10. Low intelligence, high spawn rate. On death, they trigger a frost nova, creating a localized slow zone. If the disciples want high scores, they'll They'll have to master kiting mechanics, control the rhythm. Standing still and spamming skills will just get them killed. Second floor. The environment shifts into a shifting ice crystal maze. I'm adding the crystal armor trait to the monsters. Frontal attacks will do 0 damage. It forces them to find weak points and observe attack patterns. This spot is perfect. And here too. He muttered to himself, a wicked grin forming. For the Hell Mode boss, I'll use the Crimson Phantom, born from the core of the Crimson Lady herself. That hag exploited the Chu clan for years. Now, her shadow will serve as training fodder for our descendants. Consider it her final contribution. Suddenly, the crystal before him erupted with blinding light. It felt like the mana of heaven and earth was flooding into that single point. A refreshing, bone-chilling cold swept out. Even the spirit beasts roared in pure ecstasy. Golden runes danced in the air, weaving a magnificent tapestry. Within the light, a girl's silhouette flickered. Zhou Yi's eyes widened slightly. Shangya? I only have 35% control, yet the precision is this high. He couldn't hide his satisfaction. Just 35% lets me play God in this dungeon. If I reach 100%, could I rewrite the laws of leveling itself? I could manifest these monsters and powers into the real world. Whack! A sharp blow to the back of his head cut off his power trip. Zhou Yi yelped in pain. It was Shangya, looking unimpressed. You designed this to strengthen your family, not to satisfy your ego as a creator god. Remember this, a true powerhouse controls power. He is never consumed by it. Zhou Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Understood, you're always right. A massive spectral cat slowly materialized beside him. Zhu Yun walked in, her expression cool and deep. Zhou Yi approached her immediately. Yun heir, that outfit suits you perfectly. Tomorrow is the grand ceremony. Why the long face? Zhu Yun looked up, her voice trembling slightly. Brother, these past few days, everywhere I go, everyone smiles and bows. Greetings, young patriarch. Please look after us, young patriarch. She paused, biting her lip. But, can I really handle this? Can I bear the weight of the title, young patriarch? I don't want to let you down, brother. I don't want to fail everyone. Zhou Yi looked at her, genuinely surprised. He reached out and pinched her cheek affectionately. Silly girl, you have never disappointed me, and you never will. Yuner, do you know what the Chu clan really is? She hugged his arm, confused. What is it? Zhou Yi's voice turned cold. It's a massive, rotting ship stuck in an old dream. On the outside, it shines with gold. On the inside, it's falling apart. They were ready to beg our enemy, Han Suijing, just to survive another day. But we shouldn't mock them. We are passengers on this ship too. Without this boat, we just have to find another. In peaceful waters, maybe we could just drift along. But in the Blackwind Valley, I saw real war. Compared to that hell, the trials we faced before were just children playing in a sandbox. When the real tsunami hits, the rats on this old ship will run. They'll just wait and beg for a strongman to save them. Their fate will always be in someone else's hands. Yonair, we can't just be passengers anymore. We need to be the captains. Personal strength has limits. I need a faction, an army that belongs to me. Zhu Yun realized his plan, but building a new faction from scratch takes too much time and money. The Chu clan has the foundation. It's the perfect starting point. She looked at him, eyes wide. So, you helped the clan just to turn it into your own warship. Zhu Yi didn't deny it, exactly. But to make this ancient, rusty vessel reborn, to make it obey my commands, I need a core, a linchpin. He closed his eyes, concentrating. A golden seal ignited on Zhu Yi's forehead. He tapped his finger against Zhu Yun's brow. Her eyes glazed over as the power transferred. The seal burned bright on her skin. Your pure ice bloodline is perfect, Zhu Yi said seriously. Listen to me. I'm not handing this position over for the sake of the clan. The elders trust me, but they fear an outsider holding the reins. Yuner, you are the perfect bridge between me and the family. You are the only one I trust. You are the orthodox heir they accept. With you in control, we can condense the clan's scattered power and forge the strongest alliance imaginable. Tears welled up in Zhu Yun's eyes. She wasn't just a puppet, she was his partner. She wiped her tears and beamed. Brother, I understand now. Her smile was radiant, filled with new resolve. If I stay the little sister hiding behind your back, letting you face the storms alone, then what was the point of awakening this bloodline in the first place? Bro, seriously, chill out. I've got your back completely. This heavy lifting, I can handle it, no sweat. Zhou Yi pinched her cheek like she was still a toddler. That's the spirit. From this moment on, it's you and me against the world, ride or die. Zhou Yun puffed her cheeks out, annoyed. Bro, come on. I'm the young master now. You can't just squish my face like that. Zhou Yi smirked. All right. Whatever you say, Oh great, young master. Shuangya watched from the shadows, totally impressed. Did this kid unlock a passive charm skill or something? One pep talk and he's got this fiery girl ready to conquer the world for him. She's basically ready to expand his territory right now. Scene switch. A booming voice echoed through the hall. Let the descendant of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yun, ascend the platform. Two girls watched from below, one looking nervous as hell, the other acting like she owned the place. Zhou Yun strutted in, cool as ice, taking her sweet time. The gossip started immediately, buzzing like flies. Yo, is that her? The one who's going to be our new young master? She looks tiny, like actual child size. But damn, that aura isn't playing games. Wait, are you living under a rock? You haven't heard. Her ice bloodline purity is at 70%. That's insane stats. Peef, so what if her purity is high? Running a clan isn't about blood stats, it's about management. Keep your voice down, moron. Her biological brother is the #1 rookie at National University this year. He's standing right over there, staring down the outer disciples. She secured an ownerless dungeon and gifted it to the clan. That's why she got the heir title. An ownerless dungeon. No wonder. If I had a dungeon, I'd demand a military officer rank. That's why you're a loser with zero vision. Shen Lingfeng was losing his cool. Look at these cowards, trash-talking behind her back. Pathetic. Song Shilin chimed in from the side, rolling her eyes. Shen Lingfeng, I swear you simp for little Yun even harder than Brother Yi does. Meanwhile, the girl stepped up to the plate. Zhu Yun greets the patriarch. The old man didn't waste a second. Today, with the authority of the patriarch, I declare Zhou Yun the young master of our Zhou clan. Seeing the young master is the same as seeing me. Her word is law. All clan matters are under her command. He turned his back to the crowd and whispered to Zhou Yun, kneel before the goddess. Just offer your sincerity. She didn't hesitate. Knees hit the floor immediately. Descendant of the Zhou line, Zhou Yun, pays respects to the ice goddess. I declare Zhou Yun as the young master of our Zhou clan. Seeing the young master is like seeing the patriarch. Everything in this clan follows her command. I swear right here and now, I will inherit the will of our ancestors. I won't shame the responsibility of this bloodline. I won't fail the trust of my people. I fear no danger in the future. I seek no personal glory, only the rise of the Zhou clan. Goddess above, let this heart and mind be seen by heaven and earth. If I ever break this oath, let the frost consume me and strip my power forever. Strange markings swirled around Zhou Yun's body. The patriarch's eyes widened. What is this? The crowd went into a panic mode. Did the ritual glitch out? The goddess rejected her. She's cursed. Her background is shady, she ticked off the deity. Seeing Zhou Yi step forward, Jiang Shuran quickly intervened. Brother Yi, chill. This isn't a bad thing. It's resonance caused by Little Yun's pure bloodline. It's a divine buff from the god. She pointed frantically. Look, over there. Zhou Yun is perfectly fine. She knelt before the statue, totally unharmed. Suddenly, the stone statue actually spoke. Use this bloodline to freeze all who stand in your way. Protect your oath. The frost will become your authority. Zhou Yun raised her hand instantly. Power surged, wrapping around her arm like a serpent. The snowflake crest on her body bloomed, lifting Zhou Yun's body into the air like she was ascending. Zhou Yun stared at the entity, completely stunned. The patriarch gasped, a divine miracle. She just awakened an S-class talent. The divine baptism recorded in the ancient texts. He looked at Zhou Yun, trembling with curiosity. Young master. What is your talent now? Just then, a system window popped up. System alert. Legacy of the Ice Goddess. Rank S. Hearing this, the old man nearly cried tears of joy. Yes, that's the one. It's the exact same talent. It's the power our founder used to build this empire. The ancestors' glory has returned to the Zhou clan. The crowd went absolutely feral, cheering like crazy. Heaven bless the Zhou clan. Heaven bless the Zhou clan. Heaven bless us. An S-class talent. A literal legend. Our clan actually has a hope of revival now. In that moment, Zhou Yun finally found her nerve. She stepped forward, eyes blazing. Clan members, I am Zhou Yun. I know I'm young. I know my qualifications are low. Standing in this spot, yeah, it's terrifying. But the goddess didn't bless me because I'm special. She blessed us because the Zhou clan needs hope. We need a revolution, a completely new future. Starting today, I am willing to walk this path with you. We have the resources. We have the power. The road to becoming stronger is right beneath our feet. The crowd roared, accepting her as their leader. Young master, young master, young master, Jiang Churan grinned. Little Yun finally leveled up. Zhou Yi nodded, satisfied. She was always brave. She just needed the stage. Up on the platform, Zhou Yun gathered her internal energy. Then she blasted it forward with everything she had. A majestic, terrifying scene materialized out of thin air. The crowd went dead silent, staring at the screen. Diamond rank dungeon, mirror prison. Difficulty, nightmare. Level requirement, 15 to 35. Party size, 1 to 10. Zhou Yi pointed at the icy gate she just summoned. Behind this door lies the foundation of the Zhou clan's future, the mirror prison. This will be the grindstone that sharpens our blades. As young master, here's my first command. She frowned, radiating pure authority. Starting today, the mirror prison will have a contribution point system, the top 3 on the leaderboard every month. I don't care about your birth. I don't care about your background. You can enter the treasure pavilion and take whatever you want. Top 10 get priority use of the purest ice marrow for cultivation. I, Zhou Yi, promise right here and now. Every single resource belongs to those who bleed for this clan. Everyone's eyes lit up with greed and ambition. She had them, hook, line, and sinker. The roar of the crowd shook the ground. Everyone was losing their minds, inner and outer disciples alike. Did I hear that right? Before, we had to bribe the elders just for a chance. Now anyone can get in? Finally, screw having connections. Daddy's gonna use pure skill to get those resources. Remember last year at the Wolf Guild's dungeon? We risked our lives and they took 70% of the loot. But now, we have our own diamond rank dungeon. Zhou Yi's face brightened as she watched the morale skyrocket. The third elder stepped up immediately. First, the divine ritual established the hierarchy, and then boom, the dungeon revealed to steal everyone's hearts. And let's be real, that leaderboard system? Absolute fire. It completely shatters the intersex monopoly on god-tier resources, mobilizing everyone's hype like this. Zhou Yi is playing 4D chess. That little girl beside him, she's definitely no ordinary NPC. Elder Hai Long strokes his beard, realizing the truth. The Zhou clan, it's about to undergo a legendary transformation. Zhou Yi steps up to the high platform, voice booming. Who has the guts to be the vanguard for the Zhou clan? Who's going to take the first step on this new journey? The crowd starts murmuring. You go first. Is it buggy? I don't know if it's stable yet. What if we glitch out and get stuck inside? Just as the noobs were hesitating, one girl steps up like a boss. I'll scout the path for everyone. Zhou Yi didn't expect her to be the first volunteer, eyes widening in shock. It's Xiaolina. She flashes forward, landing right in front of Zhou Yi with main character energy. Before turning to enter the gate, Xiaolina drops a truth bomb. Young master, the Zhou clan has been trashed here for too long. I won't let my generation get wrecked. You better save those top 10 rewards for me. Suddenly, the fear is gone. The crowd catches the vibe. Young master. I want in on the dungeon too. I need to prove my stats. Young master, let me go. We're going as a squad. It's safer. Under Zhou Yi's calculating gaze, everyone starts shouting. I'm gonna show that brat from the Lin family just how OP I am. Right at that moment, Zhou Yi channels his internal energy. From the void above, a massive holographic screen manifests. Gasps echo through the crowd. They can actually spectate the raid inside. Live streaming? Isn't this high-level military tech? Now we can record the gameplay and study the pro strats. No more dying without knowing what hit us. Seriously, just what kind of background does our young master have? The first squad begins to log in. Huang Fan, class, pugilist, level 18. Difficulty, easy. Party size, 4. Zhu Ruran, class, mage. Level 18, difficulty, easy. Party size, 4. Mo, class, assassin, level 18. Difficulty, easy. Party size, 4. Zhou Donger, class, priest. Level 18, difficulty, easy. Party size, 4. Inside the instance, a thick fog swallows the mountain peaks. Magic beasts are lurking in the shadows, their AI clearly set to aggressive mode. Ruran calls it out, mob density is high, and in this fog, their speed is insane. The wolf pack doesn't hesitate, they lock onto the players and charge. Xiaolina takes command instantly. Huang Fan, use Earth Tremor Fist to break their charge. Ruran, drop a frost fog to cover our backline and blind them. Mo, wait for the fog to rise, then stealth. Focus fire on the slowed wolves. Huang Fan grins. You got it. The moment Lina gives the order, the whole squad flares their aura. Huang Fan slams the ground. Boom. The earth tremor shockwave ripples out, dealing chip damage and massively debuffing the enemy's movement speed. The battle is heating up. The snow on the ground starts to crack under the pressure. Momo isn't slacking off. She dashes into the fray immediately. Momo's eyes are colder than the snow wolves themselves. She scans for a crit spot. But the moment her blade sinks deep, the wolf takes 0 damage. She freezes in shock. How is that possible? Boom! An explosion blasts her backward like a rag doll. Blood sprays from Momo's wounds, her leg gashed open. Just as she's about to hit the ground, a voice cuts through the chaos. Holy shield. Momo finally realizes these mobs have reactive armor and a self-destruct passive. Everyone watch out. The system screams a warning, frostbite effect active. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Xiao Lena, from the backline, adjusts the strat on the fly. Huang Fan, switch to knockbacks and crowd control. Create space for 1v1 duels. Ruren, use ice spikes to root their legs. Momo, chain your CC and only execute the wolves that are critical health and about to blow. The spectators outside are losing their minds. Sister Lena is a priest, but her crowd control skills are god tier. Those reflexes are insane. That self-destruct is nasty huge AoE and a massive slow debuff. Watching Momo's movement now. After taking that one hit, she's completely predicting the wolf's attack patterns. The synergy between the four of them, flawless. Even the clan head is nodding in approval. I get it now. This level is a mechanics check. It forces teamwork. Solo players get wiped. He glances at Zhou Yi, thoughts racing. Ice armor, death explosions. This dungeon design is genius. It's not just grinding XP, it's teaching them how to survive on a razor's edge. The 50-year foundation of the Zhou clan's future is being forged right here. Zhou Yi is so casual about it, sacrificing such a legendary treasure just to secure his position as young master. Am I really judging a giant with the mind of a dwarf? The third elder is in denial. Impossible. He must have an ulterior motive I haven't seen yet. Back inside, only 10 minutes have passed, and the wolf pack is wiped out. The system pings. Loot and rewards drop instantly after the kills. Xiao Lena checks her status window, jaw-dropping in surprise. The team cheers. Let's go. Lena, you actually leveled up directly. I still need 1,000 XP for level 9. Next stage, I'm grinding harder. It was the team's synergy. If it wasn't for you guys, I never would have got this much XP. Xiao Lena has finally regained her confidence. Move out, stage 2. Let's get everyone a level up today. The crowd outside goes wild. That's the level up light. Sister Lena actually leveled up inside the dungeon. I saw it. She leveled up. One run and she levels up. What are we waiting for? I'm going in. I need that XP. LF1M tank. Need big burst damage. Priest looking for party. Guaranteed win. What role do you guys need? The Zhou clan's generosity is undeniable. We have our own dungeon now. No more begging for scraps of XP. The Zhou clan's power is about to skyrocket. Zhou Heng whispers to Zhou Yun, young master. Seeing Lena level up was better than any speech. The hype train has officially left the station. Zhou Yun smirks and announces, don't rush. The dungeon opens in waves based on level tiers. Everyone gets a turn, guaranteed. The ritual ends here. Anyone who wants to raid, go register your party. First group drops in 30 minutes. The crowd erupts into cheers once again. All right, listen up. Good call on the strategy. For the Crystal Ice Wolf, our priority is crowd control on its ult. High-level mages, find a tank to hide behind, keep your spacing tight, and blast it from the backline. Zhou Yi stood in the rear, eyes sharp like a hawk, watching the raid party argue over tactics. While channeling his inner energy, Zhou Yi's mind was racing. The crystal mining goes to the third elder, the dungeon management to the clan head, and the basic control rights of the mirror prison core, that goes to Yuner. Divide the loot, balance the power. They have to support Yuner if they want a taste of the resources they crave. But make no mistake, the ultimate authority and the absolute power of the mirror prison, that stays in my hand. Watching Yuner work is interesting, though I didn't expect her to awaken the S-rank Frost Goddess legacy. Total curveball. But damn, S-rank talents burn through resources like crazy. I'm gonna need to squeeze some benefits out of my teacher next time. I remember seeing a chunk of 10,000-year ice essence in his secret chamber. Back in his room, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, cycling his energy. Suddenly, the system pinged. Congratulations, SSS rank daily quest crushed. Reward, 20 free attribute points. Bonus reward, 10 vials of grade A recovery potion. He let out a sigh and pulled up his status window. A wall of text flooded his vision. Zhou Yi crunched the numbers. After grinding in Tianlu for days, his XP bar only moved by 200,000. The gap to the next level was still a massive canyon. He swiped across the holographic interface, scanning the loot. Grade A, B, and C+ potions. Honestly, this gear is trash tier for me now. Whatever, I'll dump it into the clan's treasury. The stronger they get, the more solid Yuner's footing in the Zhou family becomes. Suddenly, Bone Tooth materialized, floating in the air. Brotherly love, huh. I thought you actually considered that girl the core of your operation. Zhou Yi's expression turned dead serious. Yuner needs the fame, The Zhou family needs a figurehead to worship. What I gave her is the right to manage. But the real power? That trigger will always be under my finger. He paused, then narrowed his eyes. Bone Tooth, you noticed something. I'm getting stronger, but my control of the prison hasn't budged. Yet, back when I devoured the Red Madam, it shot up to 50%. He scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. I've got a theory. The mirror prison. It's unfinished. It's bugged. It needs to consume strong souls and merge their power to patch itself up. So, it looks like I'm gaining control, but really, I'm just upgrading its completion rate. If that's true, then wasting those dark signals from Blackwind Valley was a huge loss. The core should have eaten them. Bone Tooth nodded. Yeah, and Liu Xuan too. That guy was the toughest boss we've faced so far. If the mirror prison had swallowed him, the XP drop would have been insane. The spirit paused, his voice dropping an octave. But kid, don't forget, Liu Xuan's level was trash, but he borrowed power from a demon lord. If the military hadn't stepped in, the winner of that fight was still a coin toss. Chase power all you want, but don't let greed blind you. Zhou Yi stretched his arms, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Relax. The enemy capable of taking me down? They haven't even been born yet. Bone Tooth scoffed. Arrogant brat. Zhou Yi shot him a side eye. Anyway, about that dimensional gate in Blackwind Valley. Before he could finish, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Young master, a butler from the Jiang family is here. Miss Jiang Churan is asking for you. Zhou Yi's mind clicked. A Jiang family butler. This late at night? He swung the door open. Uncle Fu, what brings you to my humble abode? Uncle Fu stepped in, voice dripping with fake politeness. This old servant greets the young miss. Staying in this tiny Zhou family must be tough. You just finished training, didn't you? Churan cut in. My daily training is fine, actually. Uncle Fu, you must be tired from the trip. Want to come in and grab some tea? The old man slowly pulled out a handkerchief, his movements practiced and dramatic. Uncle Fu dabbed at dry eyes. The mistress misses you so much. Plus, the internal family tournament is coming up. There's a mountain of prep work waiting for you back home. She specifically ordered this old servant to bring you back to the estate. Churan frowned instantly. I know about the tournament, but I literally talked to Mom yesterday. She didn't say a word about me coming back. As soon as she spoke, Uncle Fu stopped his fake crying. A smile plastered onto his face. Maybe the mistress wanted to surprise you. Family business is piling up like a landfill, miss. Please understand and let's hit the road. Just then, Zhou Yi stepped forward, blocking their view. Jiang Churan. Is this guy an elder from your clan? Churan nodded quickly. Yeah, Uncle Fu has watched me grow up since I was a baby. Zhou Yi flashed a charming smile and shook the man's hand. Hey, Uncle Fu. I'm Zhou Yi. What's the rush? Internally, his alarm bells were ringing. This old guy's aura is strong. Uncle Fu kept smiling, but he was sizing Zhou Yi up too. Churan sighed, looking torn. Brother Zhou Yi. I guess I have to go back for a bit to see my mom. He raised an eyebrow. Your mom? Huh? Zhou Yi smiled and pulled her into a hug. All right, that's good news. Just go. And hey, say hi to your mom for me. Uncle Fu bowed slightly, hiding his eyes. Young Master Zhou really understands the situation. Secretly, Zhou Yi began channeling his internal energy into her back. Jiang Churan, thanks for always having my back. Uncle Fu's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. He stared at Zhou Yi, a frown cracking his composure. Churan felt something warm. She looked down, stunned to see her body glowing with golden light. She giggled. Using holy light to dry my hair? Only you would do something so extra, Brother Zhou Yi. He didn't deny it. Stay safe. If you run into any trouble, call me instantly. Uncle Fu was losing patience. Miss, we really need to move. Churan blushed, turning red as a tomato. Oh, right. I'll go change and we can leave. Before walking out, she turned back one last time. Brother Zhou Yi, wait until I get back. I'll bring you those spicy rabbit heads from Sichuan province. I promise, they're so hot you'll breathe fire. Once she was gone, Bone Tooth materialized. What's up? Your vibe feels off. The smile vanished from Zhou Yi's face. His expression turned icy. I can't put my finger on it, but Sichuan and Tianluo are connected by the government's teleportation array. Rushing off in a car like this, it doesn't add up. Night fell, and silence swallowed Zhou Yi's room. He looked at Bone Tooth. By the way, I wanted to ask you. Before that dimensional gate was destroyed, it said humans from the blue planet are the real invaders. You've lived for centuries. Do you know the truth? The spirit sighed. My memories before the eternal descent are a chaotic mess. Just a lot of screaming, endless rage. I can't tell who was who. A voice echoed from the shadows, heavy with history. We have been searching for the answer to this problem for decades. Zhou Yi spotted Master Wang approaching and frowned. "Master, you're wounded." The old man waved it off lightly. "It's nothing." His expression darkened. "The rift in the demon city has been sealed for now, but the price we paid was far beyond our worst nightmares. The light element mages took the hardest hit," he explained grimly. "Their holy light is the natural enemy of dark magic, which made them the primary targets for slaughter." Master Wang tossed an object through the air. "Catch. That is the core of a level 48 demon lord from the rift. Try to sense the energy dormant inside it." Zhou Yi stared at the object in his palm, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce light erupted from his gaze. He connected with the artifact. Visions flooded his mind. Colossal beasts towering over the world. A surge of pure darkness exploded from the core. Zhou Yi stood frozen as the entity lunged straight for his face. It didn't stop there. Two beams of light clashed violently in his vision. He stood paralyzed, his face a mask of shock. Unable to handle the intensity, Zhou Yi instinctively slammed the cursed object onto the ground. Master Wang nodded solemnly. "It shares the exact same energy signature as the demons from Black Wind Valley. That means they come from the same dimension, perhaps even the same faction." He looked up at the sky, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The demons are pushing through with an intensity and scale we have never seen before. They want into our world." The scene shifts to the front lines. The military and top guilds had pushed deep into the otherworld rifts, uncovering something impossible among the ruins. It wasn't demonic architecture. It was an abandoned city. The ruins bore the mark of a civilization identical to the lost ancient era of our own Blue Star. The military combined hundreds of intelligence reports, confirming the terrifying truth. Master Wang looked Zhou Yi in the eye. In an era long forgotten, a supernatural civilization from Blue Star launched a colonial war against that dimension. Zhou Yi was stunned. Then, what exactly is the eternal game? Is our current world an accident, or a conspiracy eons in the making? Master Wang continued, his voice grave. "Why did the eternal game descend upon us? Our current strength is too weak to uncover the truth. The only certainty is that we have inherited a legacy heavy with sin and danger, a beginning forged in guilt and vengeance." He stared intensely at his student. "Prepare yourself, Zhou Yi. This world is going to need you." Wang summoned a hologram of the Blue Star. "Look," he pointed to the map. "The medium-sized rifts are held back by the army and great guilds. But the small rifts, we barely have the manpower to notice them. Last week, a small village in the south was overrun. 3 small rifts opened up. Demon hounds poured out and butchered half the population before help arrived. Our defense line is being eaten away from the inside. If this continues, we won't need the big rifts to break us. Terror alone will destroy the people. This is why I came to find you." Zhou Yi cut to the chase, his eyes sharp. "What do you need me to do?" Master Wang smiled, a glint of steel in his eyes. "The Hidden Dragon platform, usually reserved for those with supreme merit or potential recognized by the High Command." He paused. "You and your team proved yourselves at Black Wind Valley. You proved you have the power to crush small rifts. The military has authorized your access to Hidden Dragon. Your mission is to hunt down these small fractures." Staring deep into his student's soul, Wang challenged him. "Do you dare to accept?" Zhou Yi grabbed the badge, grinning with absolute confidence. "Is there anything I don't dare to do?" "Good," Wang said. "I've handled your leave from the academy. Just be back before finals. And remember, if you hit a rift you can't handle, call the military immediately." Zhou Yi beamed. "Don't worry, Master. We won't let you down." But that night, as Zhou Yi returned to his dorm alone, the smile faded into determination. A message popped up from a proud Master Wang. 10,000-year ice marrow acquired. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, and the 2 blocks of ice vanished into his inventory instantly. The system chimed, identity verification passed. "Welcome to the login." He stared silently at the interface, the prompt waiting for his personal data. Following the prompt, Zhou Yi input his stats into the panel. He sat slowly on the bed, watching the strings of code and text cascade before his eyes. Inner thoughts raced. Small rifts are more dangerous than dungeons, but the rewards are higher. This is the perfect grindstone to sharpen my blade. More importantly, these rifts might hold surprises. A feast for the mirror prison. He finalized the calculation and hit enter. Special hell training starts now. Late that night, the moon hung full and bright. Deep in the forest, a group of shadowy figures moved with mysterious intent. Suddenly, the earth cracked open. Dust billowed up, startling the civilians. They stared in horror at the creature clawing its way out. What is that? A monster. Roaring, the beast lunged at the group, drooling with hunger, but in a split second, a blinding beam of light slammed into its body like a hammer of judgment. One civilian fell back in terror, but the monster was already obliterated. He scrambled around, looking desperately for his savior. Who could have done that? The tension broke. Zhou Yi descended from the sky like a deity. Don't get greedy for kills. Focus on coordination. But the pack wasn't done yet. Seeing their fallen kin, the other beasts charged. Shen Lingfeng soared through the air. I've been waiting for this. Smashing puppets in the mirror prison is nothing compared to the real thing. Blood Rage activated. Body of the Flame Dragon. He unleashed a crimson flame fist, smashing a beast's skull. Die for me, he screamed in ecstasy. The team went into a frenzy. Power of the earth, hear my command. Tear them apart. Rock spear piercing, strike. On the flank, Song Xialan was engaging another target. Heavenly bind, too slow. The beast snapped its jaws. Clang, a barrier appeared just in time. The girl beside her countered instantly with Glacial Mountain Slash. Zhou Yi analyzed the battlefield from above. Song Xialan, your casting delay was 0.3 seconds too long. Penalty, half an hour of extra mirror prison training today. She responded instantly, yes, Captain. Shen Lingfeng ripped a monster in half, laughing. Damn, you're looking at the details. Zhou Yi turned his cold gaze on him. Shen Lingfeng, your Crimson Flame Fist leaked 17% energy. You wasted stamina on 2 useless moves. Penalty, 1 hour of power condensation training. Hearing the punishment, Shen Lingfeng's grin froze, but he couldn't help but laugh. 15 minutes later, the battlefield was silent, littered with the carcasses of the fallen. Immediately, the bodies dissolved into light. Dungeon absorbing energy. Mirror prison core control increased to 36%. New guardian detected. Hell Demon Dog added to the database. Zhou Yi looked at the panel, a satisfied smirk forming on his lips. Mission accomplished. The next rift opened 50 clicks from the drop zone. Bystanders gaped at Zhou Yi's squad in total shock. Who are those guys? Special forces or something? Sick. Those are level 3 devil dogs. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng looked like a walking corpse. Eyes rolling back, the guy was about 2 seconds away from passing out. He flopped backward onto the dirt. I'm dry. Not a drop left. Can't even spark a lighter right now. The team panicked immediately. Brother Yi, the poison mark mob is endless. We can't wipe them all. My mental energy is tanked. Hands are shaking. I can't draw any more talismans. Whoosh. A pillar of holy healing light smashed down on them. Shen Lingfeng's gray face instantly flushed with color. His breathing leveled out. Shen Lingfeng stretched like a cat, the fatigue deleted from his system. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Zhou Yi checked the HUD. HP and mana recovery at 85%. 27 poison marks remaining. You have 60 seconds to clear the map. Or it's 2 hours of mirror prison hell training. 1 minute. The crew freaked out. Shen Lingfeng screamed and charged in, with Song Xialan flying right behind him. Captain, you can't burn out the healers like this. Song Xialan raged, completely unwilling to accept this. This is slavery. Pure exploitation. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the chaos. Song Xialan, your movement trajectory is off by 15 millimeters. The ambusher on your right is about to melt your back with acid. She listened instantly, snapping her legs to the side. Hiss. Acid dissolved the ground where she just stood, burning a massive hole. Song Xialan shivered. That was close, but a few drops still splashed onto her back armor. Zhou Yi's eyes were absolute zero. He stared right through her. Song Xialan trembled under that icy gaze. Thanks for the save, Captain. From behind, the last monsters finally dropped dead. Zhou Yi rushed over, checking the data. Team combo efficiency is trash. Link rate is less than 40%. He threw heals while lecturing them. Why Teixin? You face tanked 17 hits you could have dodged. 2 reliant on defense. Total waste of stamina. Zhou Yi turned. Lin Shi, 3 bad spell placements. You almost nuked Song Xialan with friendly fire. And when Shen Lingfeng got mobbed from all sides, your crowd control lagged. You forced him to burn way too much energy. However, he noted Shen Lingfeng's desperate move when his mana hit 0. He forced a flame dragon transformation and soloed the variant boss. Saved the team from a dangerous drawn-out battle. Zhou Yi looked serious. Remember that feeling. Squeezing power out of despair. That split second is the key to your second-class awakening. 5-minute break. Then we hit the mirror prison training. The squad collapsed on the ground. Yes, sir. Time flashed by. 1 month later. Yo, check that out. That outer disciple from House of Zhu is rocking B-tier enchanted boots. What a flex. The crowd buzzed with rumors. Word is they unlocked a diamond-ranked dungeon. Open to everyone, inner and outer members. I shaved 1 minute off my clear time, and the Patriarch dropped this A-tier frost silver dagger on me. Grind in there every day, and you'll become a beast. At this rate, House of Zhu is going to take over the server. Zhou Yi spoke up to his team. We only have to give up 50% of the loot tax. Even outsiders like us can run their dungeon. Way better deal than the Wicked Wolf Guild. Let's go sign up. Suddenly, a menacing aura spiked nearby. Everyone froze, sensing danger. Crash. A massive truck slammed into the scene, dust choking the air. Zero respect for the locals. Zhou Yi's squad blinked. The hell? A dude stepped out, radiating pure arrogance. It was G. Where's the Zhou manager? Get your ass out here. Kui Liana stepped forward, eyes flashing. Wicked Wolf Guild? What are you doing at the House of Zhou? Don't play dumb. The dungeon business in Tianlan province has always belonged to the Wolf Guild. We make the rules. Wham! He slammed a Zhou disciple into the dirt. You punks are breaking protocol. Stealing our customers? He smirked like trash. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Kui Liana frowned, her voice sharp. This dungeon is Zhou private property. We don't owe you squat. When Wolf Guild monopolized the market and bled us dry, where was the logic then? G laughed so hard he held his gut. Logic? Listen, girly. In Tianlan, the Wolf Guild's fist is the logic. 1. Hand over the dungeon. 2. We flatten House of Zhou today. Kui Liana flared her aura. She'd swallowed her pride for too long over this dungeon business, forgetting she was the queen around here. Suddenly, a hand pushed her back gently. Shen Lingfeng stepped up, voice dripping with sarcasm. Where'd this stray mutt come from? Barking at people's front doors? G glared at him. Idiot. You haven't even hit puberty and you want to mess with me. Do you know who I am? Some little hero? Shen Lingfeng grinned, holding up 3 fingers. Listen, kid, I'll count to 3. Take your pack of dogs and vanish from my sight. Yi snapped. You have a death wish. Boys, cripple this brat first. He swung a massive staff at Shen Lingfeng's head. But Shen Lingfeng wasn't worried. I gave you a chance. Too bad you're stupid. Wei Tiexin slammed into the fray instantly. Immovable fortress. Boom. 1 hit, and the 2 goons went flying. Ji's eyes popped. Skills. Everyone, pile on him. 2 more thugs rushed Shen Lingfeng from behind. Song Xiaolan locked onto the targets. She threw 2 talismans. Universe Method. 5 elements bind. Gravity Charm. Slow Charm. Go. The thugs charged, ignoring the paper slips. Big mistake. Runes exploded out, wrapping them up like mummies in midair. Song Xiaolan slammed the next 2 into the dirt. Ji stood there, stunned. His squad got wiped in seconds. Cold sweat started to drip. What the? Who are these freaks? Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind him. Ghostly fast. It was Shen Lingfeng. He launched a direct strike. Ji sensed the power level and gasped. Level 27? Pow! A fist to the face sent him seeing stars. Shen Lingfeng dusted off his hands. Level 27? Yeah, plenty to handle a scrub like you. Kui Liana covered her mouth in shock. 1 punch. A level 33 Vice Guild Master. Wrecked by a level 27 rookie in 1 hit. Roar. Ji lost it, his body twisting into a massive white wolf. He lunged forward, growling like a rabid dog. That weak-ass punch didn't even tickle. You filthy little piece of trash. Let's see if you can talk after I rip that mouth right off your face. But the moment he moved, 2 glowing spell talismans slammed him to a halt. The mystic runes bound him tight, leaving him raging in helpless fury. Damn, so heavy. But Ha wasn't quitting yet. He roared, baring his fangs like a beast. I've still got teeth. Tang Lingxi cut him off instantly. Rock Golem, rise. A jagged stone spike erupted from the ground. Pain exploded as Ha felt his jaw being pried apart by the earth itself. Shen Lingfeng looked down with pure disgust. You really are a piece of work. Even a rich young master like me has standards, and you are way below them. Song Xiaolan and Tang Lingxi synchronized their mana currents. Fire Attribute Enhancement. 5. Thunder's Body Protection. Shen Lingfeng delivered a brutal haymaker straight to the face. You animal. Blood sprayed everywhere as Ha collapsed, completely wrecked. Panic finally set in. Monsters. These guys are total freaks. Shen Lingfeng stared him down cold. You dare raid the House of Chu with that pathetic level of skill? Should I call you naive, or just plain brain dead? Face pressed to the dirt, terror filled his mind. There's no way these guys are just level 27. That force control, that battle instinct, only comes from surviving endless hellish battles. The rewards they got from that dungeon must have been insane. Yet, Ha still had the guts to talk back. Hey, brat. It took 4 of you to barely draw with me. Our guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight. He will wipe you all out. Suddenly, a weapon whistled through the air from the distance. Hand over the dungeon ownership now, unless you want our boss to slaughter every last one of the Chu family. Thwack. The spear slammed into the ground, millimeters from Ha's crotch. Shen Lingfeng didn't even flinch. He turned to the side. Hey, want me to end him? Zhou Yi stood above him, looking bored. No need. He glared at the thug. Scram, and tell your guild leader to guard his own territory while he still can. Come back here again, and it won't be me you have to worry about. It'll be our captain. Scene shift. A massive fortress bathed in blinding light like a castle. Inside, the hall buzzed with angry voices. We risked our lives for this. My squad was nearly wiped out just to secure this loot. And you want 80%? That's straight up robbery. Big brother, the old rule was 70%. We need the rest for potions and gear repairs. Wu Qi stomped hard on the guy's chest. He roared, "Shut the hell up." The crowd froze. Captain. Wu Qi's expression turned icy. This dungeon belongs to our guild. My turf, my rules. Option 1, pay 80%. Option 2, stay here. Permanently. The beaten hunters lay broken, glaring at him with pure hatred. His teammate quickly stepped in to hold him back. Let it go, Captain. Last week, a guy resisted and they locked him inside the dungeon forever. Nearby, 2 guards smirked. That crazy fire user tore them to pieces. Once we wipe out the men of the Chu family, the women in the dungeon are all ours. But suddenly, a golden butterfly fluttered past them. Instantly, both guards coughed up blood and collapsed. At the entrance, 2 more stood watch. Flash! A streak of golden light blasted them backward. The man raging inside was the Wolf Pack Guild Master, a level 42 Dark Knight. To think someone dared humiliate the Wolf Pack Guild like this. This insult will not stand. Yan Jia stepped forward. Based on Ha's report, the enemy is dangerous. Especially that Zhou Yi character. Lena chimed in, her voice grim. News from Bloodblade. They refused the contract. Said the target is high risk. A level 32 cursed mage and an assassin. Scared. Lei Hai spat on the floor. Pa, bunch of useless cowards. Boss, let's just gather the boys. We strike tonight. Wipe out the Chu family. Leave nothing alive. Not even the dogs. He was a level 33 heavy armor warrior. Yan Guang shook his head. Charging in blindly is for idiots. If Bloodblade has no guts, contact Poison Scorpion and Iron Hand. Tell them the Chu family is a feast waiting to be eaten. We'll share a slice of the pie. I want the world to see what happens when you cross the wolf pack. Ha licked his fingers menacingly. Boss, just killing them is too merciful. Once we break them, let's tie up that Chu Xiao girl and Lena first. Oh, and Zhou Yi has those 2 chicks, Song and Tang. Tie 'em all up. Daddy wants to play Zap. A beam of golden light wrapped around his throat before he could finish. Ha's eyes bulged out of his skull. He choked out a roar. Who's there? Then splash. He vomited a fountain of blood. Ha clutched his throat, gasping for air. The shadows parted. Zhou Yi stepped forward, ice in his voice. Looks like the lesson I taught you earlier was a bit too gentle. The guards outside are down. I just knocked out the small fry. He glared at the leaders. But for you, elite trash, I'll handle you personally. Shen Lingfeng cracked his knuckles, grinning. I've been waiting for this. Yan Jia squinted at the intruder. So you're Zhou Yi? A measly, level 3 dares to walk into my house? Wu Qi charged first. He channeled his energy angel's physique. Yan Jia also powered up, but then froze in shock. My curses. They're being suppressed. How is this divine power so overwhelming? Boom. The attack slammed directly into him. Punishment of light. In less than 5 seconds, Yan Jia hit the floor. His body was charred black. The others trembled in horror. Lei Hai desperately raised his shield. Iron Fortress, Berserk Charge. Go to hell, you brat. Zhou Yi didn't even blink. He flicked his hand, sending the tank flying like a ragdoll. Lena tried a dirty sneak attack from behind, but just like the others, she was blasted away instantly. Zhou Yi floated into the air. Holy Cross Judgment. Lei Hai tried to hold his ground, but he was completely outclassed. Zhou Yi, you're gonna pay with your life. Dark Domain. Seeing his crew get wrecked, Yang Guang panicked. He stared at the floating figure and screamed, Zhou Yi, I'll kill you. A massive demon fish avatar manifested, roaring, die. Soul-rending slash. Facing the monster, Zhou Yi just sneered. Pointless struggle. He released a surge of power. Crack. Yan Guang's weapon shattered into dust. He stood there, trembling, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. This power. There's no way you're just level 3. Zhou Yi stared down at him with eyes like ice. Did I say you could leave? It was over. The chains of judgment tightened around Yan Guang instantly. Judgment of justice. No, impossible. Screams tore from his throat as a blinding radiance. Hot as the sun, crashed down upon him. Zhou Yi watched with eyes as cold as ice as his enemy crumbled. Zhou Yi didn't waste a second. He devoured the high-level energy, boosting the Thorn Core's control to 38%. New Guardians unlocked. Dark Knight, Shadow Assassin, Cursed Shaman, Heavy Shield Warrior. The system chimed, masterless dungeon core detected. Fuse, fuse, he commanded without hesitation. But suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the earth. A glowing orb shot toward him like a meteor. What is this? Zhou Yi stood frozen. It wants to resist? He stared at the floating object, intrigued. Even without a master, its survival instinct is strong. Submit. Golden light flooded Zhou Yi's eyes. He unleashed his aura, crushing the artifact's will. The golden light and the azure energy collided and merged. It didn't take long. The energies stabilized. Ding. Fusion complete. Acquired dungeon, the Screaming Forest. The Thorn Core was limited to summoning one dungeon, he calculated. Owning a second domain opens up infinite tactical possibilities. However, this dungeon is unique. If he released it now, the vultures would claim the Zhou family framed the evil wolf guild to steal their assets. He had to keep this card hidden. The Zhou family was rising, but pushing too hard would only invite destruction from jealous rivals. His thoughts were cut short. Crack. The floor beneath him crumbled into the abyss. Gravity took hold, and Zhou Yi plummeted into the darkness. He landed amidst a pile of objects. What on earth? Appraisal. His eyes scanned the contents of the chests surrounding him. His expression darkened. This hoard, it's massive. It went far beyond a normal guild's earnings. This was blood money, squeezed from the tears and sweat of low-level players. Inventory. Take it all, he roared. With the loot secured, he explored the ancient ruins. Click. He stepped on a loose slab, and reality warped before his eyes. Zhou Yi stood in a trance. The world dissolved into a magnificent battlefield. Suddenly, a golden silhouette tore through the sky, startling him. That armor. He whispered in awe. The legion of knights below raised their weapons. The atmosphere grew heavy with the intent to kill. A symphony of destruction began. The knights unleashed hell, slicing the incoming beast tide into ribbons. Limbs flew, monsters fell. The system's voice boomed. Do you wish to undergo the Apocalypse Dragon Knight trial? To wield the authority of war and face the shadow of destruction? The Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Zhou Yi smirked. I never turn down power, no matter the risk. I accept. Boom. Ancient energy flooded the chamber, forcing him to squint against the pressure. Power, raw and untamed, surged through his veins. So this is the power of a legend? The interface flashed red. Mission, slaughter the Beast King. Come and get some. Zhou Yi settled into a combat stance. The Beast King lunged, sinking its fangs into bone tooth. Tentacles erupted from its back, binding his summon in a vice grip. Get off him. Light condensed into a radiant blade in Zhou Yi's hand. He became a blur of motion, charging forward like a general of old, slashing wildly. The beast roared in confusion as its tentacles were diced into pieces. Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with golden fire. Summon, he bellowed. Dragon breath. Bone Tooth obeyed instantly, unleashing a blast of pure energy. The Beast King was pinned down, crushed by the overwhelming pressure. Now die. Zhou Yi and Bone Tooth launched a synchronized assault. He leaped high, bringing his blade down like the wrath of heaven. Sever. The vision shattered. He was back in reality, clutching a stone slab. That power. It could destroy the heavens. It reminded him of his duel with Liu Xuan when the child of Apocalypse form briefly awakened. Zhou Yi frowned. This is different. The armor other knights wear is just mass-produced trash. But his condition, it was primal. I can't force that transformation yet. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. A hidden quest. A wolfish grin spread across his face. Hidden quests meant god-tier resources. Whether for the inheritance or the War Soul System rewards, I will claim it all. He strode out of the chamber, stepping over the corpses of his enemies without a second glance. Shen Lingfeng and the crew were waiting outside, spirits high. Boss. It's a wipeout, Shen Lingfeng cheered. Core members dead, no survivors. And we found a mountain of gear and potions. Zhou Yi nodded. Distributed all to the independent players outside. Shen Lingfeng blinked. What? Why? That gear is worth a fortune. It's a small price, Zhou Yi said calmly. We're buying their loyalty and erasing the evil wolf's toxic legacy. Besides, look at this. Wei Txin leaned in. What is that? I found it in the vault, Zhou Yi said, holding up the slab. It feels distinct. Have you seen this pattern before? Helan stared at the carving, her eyes widening. Wait, I know this, she whispered urgently. I've seen this exact thing. When? Zhou Yi demanded. Where? When I was 6, she recalled. A fireball fell from the sky behind our 6 mountain. It was catastrophic, burned half the forest to ash. When the flames finally died, only a helmet remained in the crater. It had these exact markings. The clan elders thought it was a treasure. They analyzed it for weeks, but nothing. No one could figure out how to use it. It had no stats, no skills. Just a glorified ornament, She shrugged. It looked useless. But because of its celestial arrival, the elders believed it was a dormant artifact. They stored it in the Myriad Elephant Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with intensity. If she's right, that helmet is the war soul. The key to the hidden quest. Getting into the Myriad Elephant Treasure Pavilion? Yeah, right. That place is locked down tighter than a glitched raid boss. He grinned like she knew something. Yo, Zhou Yi, you trying to loot our sex vault? He nodded. Damn straight. Vital quest item inside. Shenling Feng rolled his eyes. Let me guess. Another hidden dragon platform quest? Probably just some trash tier rift loot. Zhou Yi kept his poker face. Can't tell these noobs I have a system. Sure, let's go with that. Helan hyped it up. Lucky you. My sect throws a brawl every 3 years. Winner takes all literally anything from the vault. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. When's the show? Helan dropped the bomb casually. Tomorrow. Zhou Yi almost choked. Tomorrow. Cut to the grind. Warp signatures flared as Zhou Yi's squad blasted out of yet another portal. Shenling Feng looked green. That was portal number 5. My dinner is literally fighting its way back up my throat. Wei Tixin didn't even flinch. Suck it up, Shenling Feng. We're on the clock. Even Tang Lingxi looked like she was about to crash. Lan. Everyone looks like they're spinning. Helan tried to keep the vibe up. Chill. Next stop is Spirit Creek Sanctuary. She added, only 3 more warps after that. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the nausea like a blade. Move out. We don't stop. The squad snapped to attention. Yes, Captain. But inside, Zhou Yi was calculating. To hit the tournament tomorrow, we're speedrunning these warps. Massive distance in 0 time. Tearing through space this fast is shredding our mental stats. Gonna need anti-vertigo training later. Blue light exploded in a dizzying spiral. Boom! They landed. Shenling Feng finally lost the battle with his stomach. While he hurled, Helan stretched like a cat. Good game, guys. Warp torture over. Welcome to the Heavenly Dao sect. This place was legendary. The Guardian Array walled off the outside world like a separate dimension. No warp point goes directly inside. Helan put on a serious face. Sect rules, fam. To show respect to the barrier, we gotta hike the last leg with pure hearts. Shenling Feng looked dead inside. You gotta be kidding me. Zhou Yi calculated. 100 kilometers sprint? We can make it. Shenling Feng started pulling his hair out. Are you for real? Helan covered her mouth, a mischievous smirk breaking out. She flashed a VIP card. Psych. Look at your faces. You think a spirit Taoist walks? Nah, I got the VIP pass. She gathered her aura. Watch this flex. Clouds is my path, wind is my crew. Magic swirled as a massive paper crane materialized from thin air. It soared up. Tang Lingxi gasped, eyes sparkling. Whoa, that aesthetic is fire. Helan hopped on. Get in, losers. The flying crane charm has a timer. We're taking the aerial express. The bird launched into the sky. The mood flipped instantly. This beats a pet mount any day. Taoist magic is straight up broken. Way smoother than those nausea portals. Zhou Yi watched Helan, his gaze softening just a bit. Zhou Yi didn't beat around the bush. Helan, keep it real. You don't want to go home, do you? She looked away. Huh. Why ask that? Returning to the place where it all began. Who wouldn't want that? Zhou Yi noted that she seemed more open since they hit the road, but that smile of hers, it was painfully forced. Furthermore, every time the sect tournament was mentioned during their journey, her gaze would shift away. Her subconscious was screaming at her to hide from the topic. He leaned in close. You're overcompensating. What are you scared of in there? Helan felt her face burn. Busted. She sighed. Sharp guy. Shenling Feng interrupted. So the winner gets access to the treasure pavilion? Helan nodded. Plus the 9 Heavens Thunder Art, the founder's ult skill. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Thunder Art? Sounds OP. Helan got serious. It's broken tier. Even at low levels, you can craft S-rank gear and pills. It's an infinite money glitch for resources. Self-sufficient grinding. That's why big clans simp for spirit Taoists. Zhou Yi thought. Self-reliance. No wonder she's salty. I won first place when I was 12, she whispered. The whole sect treated me like a goddess. Elders took me to the ancestor statue for the skill transfer. Everyone thought I was the chosen one, the future carry of the Heavenly Dao sect. But then, her voice cracked. During the ritual, the statue straight up rejected me. No thunder art, nothing. The memory still stung. Elders checked everything but found 0 bugs. It was like the founder himself banned my account. Overnight, I went from genius to the sect's biggest weirdo. She didn't cry, but her eyes looked empty. Suddenly, loud sobbing broke the mood. Helan blinked. Tang Lingxi, her teammate, was bawling. Tang Lingxi glomped her. We've been roomies forever and I never knew. Lan. I'm gonna spoil you rotten from now on. Maybe that old statue was just senile. It couldn't see your true potential, but I do. You're the best. Cielan had to comfort the weeping girl instead. That ancient history, I buried it ages ago. Look at me now, I'm living my best life. Zhou Yi grinned, his vibe totally chill. The heavenly Dao sect severed my path, so I carved a new one. Going to Suhang University, that was my destiny. It led me to all of you. He smirked. Satisfaction radiating off him. Perfect. Time to show those old geezers exactly what kind of diamond they threw away. As they chatted, the paper crane drifted into a new teleportation array. The landscape shifted pure celestial paradise. The squad was hyped as they soared forward. But suddenly, a voice dripping with venom cut through the air, startling Xialan. Well, look what the wind blew in. A figure, riding a phoenix, swept past. Isn't this the once-in-a-century genius of our heavenly Dao sect? The one the ancestor personally slammed the door on? Song Xialan, right. It was Chen Lei, the sect leader's second disciple. What's the matter? Couldn't hack it in the mortal world? Xialan swallowed her disgust, keeping it classy. Senior brother Chen. Long time no see. Chen Lei sneered. Cut the polite act. If the ancestor rejected you, you're nothing to me. Crawling back to beg for scraps and resources, Shen Lingfeng snapped. In a heartbeat, flames erupted, catching Chen Lei completely off guard. My phoenix's feathers. Realizing the danger, Chen Lei shrieked. Holy spring summon. Water crashed down, drenching his mount instantly. Shen Lingfeng howled with laughter. Look at you. A drowned rat. Or rather, a wet chicken. Matches those pathetic wings perfectly. Chen Lei sputtered. You. Shen Lingfeng mocked him. Wrong. It's blah blah blah, not you. Chen Lei's face darkened. Damn it. Aside from that mystery guy on the left, the rest are trashed here. They dare challenge me? If the tournament wasn't starting, I'd crush them right here. He switched back to mocking mode. Song Xialan, heading to see that stubborn old master of yours? Save your breath. It's a wasted trip. You won't even find his shadow. Xialan froze, panic rising. What happened to my master? Speak. He smirked. Go see for yourself. I'm done talking to trash. Xialan screamed in frustration, but Zhou Yi stepped in, blocking her path. His voice was ice. Did I give you permission to leave? Chen Lei paused, staring at Zhou Yi, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Whoosh! Golden chains exploded forth, binding Chen Lei and dragging him helplessly to Zhou Yi's feet. Zhou Yi approached slowly. Chen Lei snarled. Attacking a disciple inside the sect? You have a death wish? But then, murderous glares locked onto him like a pack of wolves. Chen Lei grit his teeth. Is this a joke? This pressure. It's heavier than the sect leader's rage. Who is this guy? Zhou Yi stared him down. Looking for what? Chen Lei trembled, lowering his head. Zero doubt. If I twitch, I'm a corpse in the next second. And the others, their aura just spiked. Damn it. Where did Song Xialan recruit these monsters? A wise man knows when to fold. I'll swallow this insult for now and report her to the sect leader later. He stammered. The disciplinary hall. They won't let you off. Then he switched back to his sneer. Fine, Song Xialan. You want the truth? After you left, the sect leader ordered Master Bao to take a new disciple. He refused. Dead set against it. Xialan's face went white. Because of you, he abandoned his duties for years. He stopped refining weapons, stopped making pills. His cultivation stagnated while he wasted time on useless ancient texts. The sect leader snapped. 3 months ago, he banished him to guard the Universal Treasure Pavilion. No alchemy, no cultivation, zero resources. That's all I know. Tang Lingxi rushed to comfort Xialan. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the air. Scram! Chen Lei slinked away, humiliated. Xialan whispered, when the ancestor statue rejected me, the whole sect treated me like a freak. Only Master never gave up on me. He searched everywhere for a cure. He was the one who told me to leave, to find my destiny in the outside world. He is the only reason I still care about this place. Chen Lei yelled from a distance. Song Xialan, you let outsiders attack a disciple. I'm only letting this slide out of pity for your pathetic master. Shen Lingfeng roared. Hey brat, you think you can just walk away? He hurled an attack. Chen Lei shrieked, Arg. Holy Spring Defense, Water Shield activate. Xialan was trembling. Brother Yi, I need to get to the pavilion. Now, done. The paper crane banked hard, accelerating to max speed. Scene, Universal Treasure Pavilion, Xialan gasped. The 12 Zodiac soul-locking formation, the sect leader used a forbidden seal. This is worse than I thought, Master. Hang on. I'm coming to save you. A booming voice echoed from below, charged with energy. Halt. Xiaolin shouted back, I'm here for Elder Bao. Stand aside or face the consequences. Lin Xuan stepped forward. The treasure pavilion is off limits. Trespassers will be executed on the spot. Talismans flare to life. Heavenly thunder, earth fire vines, Bagua energy guide. By the power of the three pure ones, thunder fire web, a massive net of lightning and flames surged toward the paper crane. Zhou Yi looked at Xiaolin. You got this? Her eyes burned with determination. Yes. She raised her hand, energy swirling around her in a display of absolute mastery. Crimson talismans blazed into existence midair. The moment they manifested, a spiritual net began to devour everything in its path. Song Xiaolan roared, devour. Cold sweat dripped down Lin Xuan's face. That was the gluttony-breaking axe. Only elders or legacy disciples could wield that beast. Who the hell was this girl? Panic flickered in his eyes, beads of sweat betraying his fear. But Song Xiaolan was already airborne. Sorry, not sorry. Smack. Her hand connected with Lin Xuan's face in a disrespectful slap. Seeing their leader disrespected, the mob charged in. But they were not stopping there. One of them screamed the kill code, Purple Lightning. Boom. A deafening blast rang out, but Song Xiaolin tore through the smoke straight at him. She slapped a talisman right onto his chest. Taste my purple lightning. Another massive explosion rocked the ground. A sharp blade whistled past her ear, slicing a few stray hairs. Lin Xuan had ghosted behind her, his sword aiming for a lethal strike. But she was faster. With just 2 fingers, she caught the steel blade cold. Bam. A vicious back kick sent Lin Xuan flying into the stratosphere. He stuck the landing and launched himself back into the fray. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, but she dodged them like he was moving in slow motion. Song Xiaolan leaped high, ready to end this. She bit her thumb, letting fresh crimson flow. Smearing the blood on the stolen blade, she smirked. Hey, senior brother, thanks for the loaner. She became a blur of speed, her sword dancing a deadly waltz. Lin Xuan stumbled back, totally overwhelmed. He could not block a single hit. Song Xiaolan paused, looking bored. Listen up, brothers. I just want to see my master. I do not want to hurt you guys, so stop being annoying and move. Lin Xuan summoned a wall of spirit swords. No can do. The sect leader said absolutely no visitors. Song Xiaolan stepped up, eyes flashing. Heavy press coin. Lin Xuan stared at the coin, weighing down his shoulder in horror. That energy signature. He screamed, it is the 8 trigrams trap array. Everyone, get out of here now. Too late. Coins materialized on every single disciple. The talisman in Song Xiaolan's hand ignited with spiritual fire. Her voice turned icy as she chanted, Kunlun spirit veins, open the gates. Mystery Palace, crush them. Instantly, a blinding cage of energy slammed down, trapping the entire squad. Mountain form, she whispered. She placed a hand on the tower wall, staring into the stone like she was hacking a computer system. Lin Xuan yelled desperately, that is the 12 Zodiac spirit lock. Even if you beat us, you cannot crack the sect leader's security system. Song Xiaolin just scoffed and tapped the wall with 2 fingers. Buzz. The golden barrier dissolved into thin air. She shot them a look that said, you were saying, I cracked the 12 Zodiac code when I was 8 years old. I just did not get along with the other 11 grumpy seniors back then. Lin Xuan collapsed, muttering, she is a total monster. Song Xiaolin kicked the tower doors open. Master. But she froze, her jaw hitting the floor at the sight inside. The place was a pigsty. Zhou Yi was lounging around, gnawing on a pastry while eyeing a chicken leg on a scroll. She did not even look up. Who is disturbing my vibe? Zhou Yi bounced up, eyes sparkling. My favorite disciple, finally back? Song Xiaolin felt tears welling up. Master. They said you were being punished and starving in here, I thought. Zhou Yi laughed, pinching her cheek. Silly girl. Does this look like torture to you? It is peaceful here. No annoying people. I can finally focus on my weird experiments. She winked. And as for food, your master just scribbles a few charms, crafts some junk, and boom, unlimited snacks. Tang Lingxi whispered from the back. Brother Yi, does Song Xiaolan's master act like a literal toddler? Zhou Yi shrugged. When you reach that level of cultivation, you get a bit eccentric. Song Xiaolan introduced the squad. Master, these are my ride-or-die friends from the outside world. Zhou Yi stepped forward, respectful. Junior Zhou Yi, Shen Lingfeng, Tang Lingxi, and Wei Texan greet the 3rd elder. Shui Ying scanned them, impressed. Level 32 Arbiter, Level 29 Berserker, Warrior and Mage at 28, you kids are cracked. Reaching those levels this young is insane. She slapped Song Xiaolan on the back. And my Lan hit level 29 too. You guys must have been grinding hard out there. It was all thanks to Captain Yi carrying us, Song Xiaolan said modestly. We came back to help him snag an item from the treasure pavilion. Zhou Yi got serious. The internal vault? No way. Without the sect leader's key card, it is impenetrable. That is the law. I know. That is why I am entering the sect tournament. I will win my way in. Hearing this, Sui Ying aggressively bit into her cake. She posed hands on hips. Then your master is going to help you cheat. I mean, win. The scene cut to a gloomy sky over the massive arena. Below lay the heavenly Dao Sect's Grand Colosseum. Standing at the top like a boss was Yang Zi. He glared down, hands clasped behind his back. Time is up. Lock the selection pool. He flared his aura to seal the deal. Hold your horses, a voice boomed. A beam of spirit energy shot through the air, bypassing the lock and slamming into the sky tier pool. Sui Ying smirked, crossing her arms. Registration complete for my disciple, Song Xiaolan. Yang Zi pointed a shaking finger. Third Elder, that is the sky tier pool. The crowd went wild. Oh my god, she tossed her into the sky tier. That is for second transformation monsters only. Shui Ying blinked innocently while everyone gossiped. The third Elder always pulls the craziest stunts. Is Elder Bao senile? She suddenly grabbed her face. Oh no. My hand slipped. I am getting old and shaky. Ref, cancel that. Undo. Undo. Let me do a do-over. Zhou Yi whispered to Song Xiaolan. When the tag went into the black tier, someone sniped it with energy and knocked it into sky tier. She narrowed her eyes. Someone wants me dead. Song Xiaolan looked at him. Did you see where the shot came from? From the VIP box. Very stealthy. Song Xiaolan nodded. Got it. Yang Zi stepped forward, looking smug. Sister Bao, everyone saw it. The system picked sky tier. He looked down with a cold sneer. You are an elder. Stop treating the sect's sacred rules like a video game. Shu Ying slammed her hand down, radiating defiant energy. Sect Master, the rules clearly state that wherever the token falls, that is the will of the heavens. The manual never said I could not have Butterfingers. I slipped. It was a total accident. Accidents are not calculations, right? I demand a reroll. The three elders instantly panicked, rushing to stop her chaos. Senior Sister Bao, the rules are absolute. You need to pull your disciple Song out of this mess immediately. The heavenly arena is filled with monsters above rank 30 with second awakening power. Sending her up there is literally a death sentence. Junior Sister, those elites can channel the force of heaven and earth. She has zero chance of winning. Exactly. Pull the token back now before it is too late. Sect leader Yang Zi spoke with ice-cold authority. Song Xiaolan, if your courage fails you, I will allow you to withdraw from this meaningless struggle right now. Xue Ying looked at her student with trembling eyes. Lan, we should. But Song Xiaolan stepped forward, bowing respectfully but radiating an unshakable resolve. Sect Master. Her voice was steady as steel. If the token has chosen the heavenly arena, then that is my destiny. This disciple accepts the result. As she walked toward the danger zone, Song Xiaolan's mind raced with cold logic. On the high platform sat the sect master and the elders. Someone rigged this the moment I returned to the sect. Who's trying to erase me? She raised her voice, cutting through the tension. I also invite the sect, master, and all the martial uncles to witness with their own eyes whether my years in exile were wasted or not. The crowd of onlookers instantly erupted into toxic gossip. She has lost her mind. She actually accepted that is suicide. Does she value her pride more than her life? A reject thrown out by the ancestors actually wants to humiliate herself publicly. Yang Zi spread his arms, his voice booming. Since your will is set, fate shall have its way. Let the tournament officially begin. The moment his words dropped, the atmosphere shifted. The massive array lit up, announcing the first matchup of the heavenly arena. First bout, Song Xiaolan versus Lei Zhe. The surrounding disciples gasped in horror. Senior brother Lei Zhe, the sect master's personal legacy disciple, it is over. She is absolutely cooked. When senior brother Lei strikes, you do not just lose, you end up crippled. She courted death, so she cannot blame anyone else. This match is a joke. Chen Lei smirked, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Song Xiaolan, let us see how you talk your way out of a beating. Shen Lingfeng watched them with crossed arms, sneering at the crowd. A bunch of frogs in a well who know nothing of the sky. Ling Hai whispered, is he that strong? Song Xiaolan smiled, her expression cool and unbothered. He is just the #1 rookie. Nothing to lose sleep over. Shu Ying patted her head gently. Go get them, kiddo. Song Xiaolan gave a confident nod and leaped onto the martial stage, her fighting spirit igniting. Suddenly, the sky cracked open as a bolt of violent purple lightning slammed into the arena. Lei Zhe walked out from the lightning dust, looking down his nose at her. Junior Sister Song, kneel and surrender now, and you might keep some dignity. Song Xiaolan summoned her talismans, circling her like satellites. Cut the chat. Let's dance. In a blink, Lazy launched a devastating strike, but Song Xiaolan was faster, phasing backward like a ghost to dodge the blow. His eyes narrowed, tracking her movement. He manipulated his purple lightning into a whip, snapping it toward her. Song Xiaolan leaped high, firing talismans, but Lazy deflected them effortlessly with his lightning lash. Below the stage, Zhou Yi rubbed his chin, analyzing the flow. He is using wide-range attacks to suffocate her movement, forcing Song Xiaolan into a corner. But his spirit energy is too wild. It is overkill. He is wasting at least 1/3 of his power on flashy effects just to look cool. He is level 35, yet his control is this sloppy. Did Song Xiaolan rattle him that much? Ling Hai clenched her fists. Lan, watch out. Xue Ying buried her face in her hands, wailing dramatically. My precious treasures, you prodigal student, do you know how much those talismans cost? Lazy grit his teeth. My speed doubled, so why can't I touch her? This lightning form is draining my mental energy too fast. I need to end this. Dazzling blue sparks erupted beneath Lazy's feet. He shot into the sky, roaring with fury. Let us see you dodge this. The disciples below watched in awe. Here it comes. Senior brother Lay's ultimate move. Thunder Prison of the Nine Heavens. The power, the speed, the angle is textbook perfection. Yangzi thought to himself, impressive force, but zero concentration. He is wasting 30% of the impact. Song Xiaolan held up a talisman, her eyes scanning the chaos. Lazy was now a blur of purple energy, ready to swallow her whole. Instantly, a massive blinding golden lotus bloomed beneath Song Xiaolan's feet. Xue Ying's jaw dropped. The reverse flow technique, that girl. Her mind has truly opened up since she left the mountain. Lazy's lightning crashed directly into the lotus. Xue Ying analyzed rapidly. Inside the lightning, the brutal energy is being guided by the rotating petals. She is splitting the flow and harmlessly discharging it outwards. The lightning struck with apocalyptic force, yet the golden lotus spun calmly, untouched. The fourth and second elders nodded in shock. Circular defense, internalizing the force, she is using soft technique to break brute strength. Incredible. What kind of legendary encounters did this girl have in the outside world? Lazy screamed in frustration. Cheap tricks. None of this belongs on a sacred stage. Earth element, heed my call. Earth binding formation. The ground beneath Song Xiaolan shattered, cracking into massive, jagged plates. Suddenly, a colossal stone spike erupted from the floor, transforming into a giant fist aimed right at her. It moved with crushing speed. Song Xiaolan channeled her mana, but the flow stalled. A huge opening. Xue Ying frowned. A basic spirit-gathering talisman? Why draw a beginner charm at a time like this? Song Xiaolan completed the seal. Universal return. Spirit reversal. The massive stone fist froze inches from her face as if hitting an invisible wall. A second later, the giant rock construct crumbled into dust, scattering debris everywhere. The crowd screamed in disbelief. Did she just use a spirit-gathering charm to suck the mana dry from his earth-binding formation? Are you kidding me? That charm is only for peaceful meditation. Can it even be used offensively? Xue Ying coughed, hiding her pride. She didn't take energy from the sky. She drained the formation itself. That move. No, that mastery. She is truly the disciple of the great Bao Xue Ying. The second elder could not hide his panic. She literally deconstructed his attack by eating his mana. Lazy's face twisted into madness. Heretical trash. Let us see you eat this. He summoned a blizzard of offensive talismans. Thunder, Lord of the Nine Skies, hear my decree. The sky turned black as talismans and thunder collided. A bolt of judgment lightning crashed down, ripping the arena floor apart. Song Xiaolan stood calm in the eye of the storm, surrounded by lightning. She began to circulate her internal power, preparing the counterattack. Heaven and earth positioning, mountain and lake resonance, star shifting array. An explosion rocked the arena, sending dust clouds billowing. Lazy stared blankly into the smoke. How? How did she set up a formation that fast? From his blind spot, Song Xiaolan materialized like a ghost. Your lightning domain? It is trash. All flash, no substance. You lack the flow of water to give it form. You are just spewing chaotic destruction. Your 5 elements are a mess, and your foundation is cracked. Lazy snapped, hurling a bolt of lightning. Shut up. But she was already gone, dancing out of range. She flicked her wrist, unleashing a storm of talismans. True talisman arts are not about brute force. It is about balance, countering your enemy's nature. The paper charms came alive, swarming the sky like angry hornets. They zeroed in on Lazy's formation, detonating in a symphony of deafening explosions. Lazy looked up, eyes trembling. His domain. Shattered? Impossible. What kind of dark magic is this? Song Xiaolan stood untouched, staring him down. Senior brother Lazy. You wield the lightning's shape, but you lack its soul. Her voice cut through the smoke like ice. All you care about is destructive power. You never bothered to understand the intricacies of the formation. Lazy bit his lip until it bled, staring at her with pure venom. The memories flooded back, the bitter taste of being second best. I was a prodigy. At 12, I crushed opponents 3 levels above me at the Imperial Arena. My talisman talent was unmatched. I was the future. Then you joined the Heavenly Dao sect. Suddenly, nobody gave a damn about me. It was all eyes on Song Xiaolin. I slaved away for 10 years. Blood, sweat, and tears. But you just show up and steal the spotlight. The so-called pillar of the future. Yeah, right. Unlimited potential. What a joke. You stole everything that was mine. The resources. The attention. Even Master's expectations. Lazy laughed, a twisted, broken sound. When you finally fell, oh, I thank the ancestors. Finally, the fraud was exposed. You left in disgrace, and it was the best day of my life. The world was finally right again. I was the star. The only genius of the Heavenly Dao sect. I clawed my way to the top, seizing every scrap of power to get here. So why? Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. Why did you come back? Song Xiaolin, you should have stayed dead. And stop looking at me with those pitying eyes. She did not flinch, gazing down at him like he was an insect. Lazy roared, his robes shredding from the pressure. 9 heavens, divine lightning. Burn my life essence. Lend me your power. His muscles bulged, veins blackening as he screamed at the sky. Thunder dragon descent. The clouds split, and a massive, glowing dragon roared into existence. Lightning crackled, the air pressure crushing the onlookers into the dirt. The disciples gasped in horror. That is the forbidden technique, the final form of the 9 heavens lightning art, world-ending thunder dragon. Is he insane? He is trying to kill her. But amidst the chaos, Song Xiaolin remained perfectly still, watching the beast with cold calculation. Shu Ying crossed her arms, unimpressed. Idiot. Forcing a breakthrough like that destroyed his foundation. Even if he wins, he has ruined his future for a moment of glory. The second elder screamed in panic. Lazy, disperse the energy now. Do you want to shatter your Dao base forever? Lazy ignored him. This was my ace in the hole. But for you, Song Xiaolin, I will burn it all just to see you turn to ash. Song Xiaolin raised a single finger. Pathetic obstinacy. Beneath her feet, the hidden talismans pulsed with light. Snap. At her command, they shot into the sky like reverse rain. She closed her eyes, weaving the energy. Scatter as dust. Gather as a fortress. 10,000 forms returned to the flow. Thousands of charms interlocked, forming a massive barrier in the heavens. Lazy's face was a mask of madness. Die. Turn to smoke and dust. With a deafening roar, the thunder dragon charged, tearing through the sky. Song Xiaolin's eyes snapped open. Hand seals blurring. Spirit web bind. A colossal net of golden light materialized, catching the dragon mid-flight. The net tightened, crushing the beast into a dense sphere of crackling energy. Song Xiaolin clenched her fist. Disperse. The sphere began to glow violently from within. She stared at the trapped energy, her voice absolute. Divergent flow. Beams of pure spiritual power erupted inside the sphere, piercing the dragon from every angle. Her fingers danced, forming the 5-petal lotus of purification. The dragon shrieked as it dissolved into nothingness. The crowd below did not dare blink, terrified they would miss a second of history. Song Xiaolin thrust her palm forward. 5 elements cycle. Reverse the flow, return to origin. Shatter. Boom. The sky erupted in a blinding shockwave. No, my thunder dragon. Lazy howled in despair before his body gave out. He coughed violently, spraying blood across the arena stones. He was finished. Pitch black blood stained his chest. Song Xiaolin walked over, her expression unreadable. It was not my formation that destroyed you, and it was not that dragon. It was your own neglected foundation. Lazy slumped forward, defeated. I lost. High above on the dais, sect leader Yang Zi watched with a face like thunder. His cold gaze swept over the arena. The duel is over, he announced, his voice void of warmth. I declare the winner. Song Xiaolin. Down below, Zhou Yi's crew cheered wildly. But the sect leader was not done. However, this victory changes nothing. The smiles instantly died on their faces. Yang Zi glared at her with icy contempt. Song Xiaolin. Years ago, the founder himself rejected you with the judgment of lightning. Fate has denied you. Since the heavens have rejected you, you have no place in the Heavenly Dao sect. If not for the third elder's begging, I would have kicked a failure like you out years ago. Song Xiaolin clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Sect leader. The truth of that day was never proven. I won fair and square today. Does that not prove my worth? There are 3,000 paths to the Dao. The founder's way is not the only one. Insolent brat. You use cheap tricks and opportunistic tactics. You mock the foundation of our arts. This only proves your path is crooked. The founder saw through your rotten nature years ago. As for your so-called victory, the heavenly Tao sect does not acknowledge it. For your master's sake, I will not cripple your cultivation. But from this day forth, we are done. You are banished. Never step foot in this sect again. Boom! A massive invisible force slammed into her, forcing a mouthful of blood from her lips. This pressure, it is overwhelming. Disciple. Sui Ying rushed forward, panic in her eyes. Song Xiaolan, Shen Lingfeng, and Tang Lingxi screamed in horror. Sui Ying trembled with rage, shielding her student. What do you think you are doing? The fourth elder stepped in, blocking her. Senior sister, stand down. Obey the sect leader's command. Song Xiaolan will live. Just let it go. Shui Ying did not listen. Dozens of talismans ignited around her, ready for war. You old dog. A level 55 master bullying a level 29 child. You are crushing her Tao foundation on purpose. Get out of my way, junior brother, or I will put you down. The atmosphere was suffocating. Suddenly, Tang Lingxi pointed, sweat dripping down his face. Look, it is brother Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi channeled his spiritual energy, instantly manifesting a protective barrier in front of He Lan. He dropped to one knee to check on her, before shooting a look of pure disdain at the enemy. So much for the great heavenly Tao sect. Tell me, old man, who exactly defined this heavens will you keep yapping about? Is it you, or that stone idol that can't even speak? Zhou Yi's voice was ice-cold, dripping with rebellion. And this righteous path you claim to uphold, what is it, really? Is it Lei Jui's narrow-minded ego, or is it the great Tao forged by the sweat and blood of millions of cultivators across the world? He stabbed a finger accusingly at Yang Zi, his voice booming like thunder. He Lan, a mere level 29, crushed a level 35 opponent. She did it with her own foundation, her own realized truth. 10,000 eyes witnessed her glory. Yet you label it heresy and seek to slaughter us all. As a sect leader, you trample on genius instead of nurturing it. You don't speak reason, you only know oppression. Are you truly guarding the ancestors' legacy, or just your own absolute authority? There is no doubt left you are completely unworthy of the title of sect leader. Yang Zi roared, unleashing a devastating strike. Insolent brat. How dare you slander the sect and the ancestors? Zhou Yi smirked, completely unfazed. Did I hit a nerve? Flying into a rage because the truth hurts? His gaze pierced through the old man like a blade. It seems the heavenly Tao sect is nothing but a den of hypocrites. No honor, no justice, just bullies preying on the weak. Shui Ying suddenly let out a wild laugh. Well said, kid. She leaped into the air, two talismans flaring in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. That was music to my ears. She shifted into a battle stance, aura flaring. My disciple walked through hell, forged her own path, and returned a hero. Yet you stubborn old fossils didn't even ask why. You opened your mouths only to destroy her future. She unleashed a barrage of attacks, screaming, Destiny? What a load of crap. Back then, in front of the ancestors' statue, which of you cowards dared to seek the truth? You cling to the rules like dogs to a bone, but you've forgotten their purpose. The ancestors established them to enlighten and educate, not to crush dissent and seize power. Yang Zi's voice dropped to a menacing growl. Bao Shui Ying, you repeatedly violate sect laws, disrespect your elders, and slander the ancestors. Your rebellious heart is exposed for all to see. He summoned a golden pagoda, his brow furrowed in killing intent. Today, I will use the 9 revolutions smelting tower to cleanse the sect. The penalty is death. 2 elders behind him cried out in panic, Sect leader, please reconsider. But Yang Zi didn't hesitate. He hurled the artifact with lethal force. The 9 revolutions tower expanded instantly, threatening to crush the trio into paste. Shui Ying grit her teeth. That's Shuin Yang Zi's life-bound artifact. It melts gold, dissolves iron, and incinerates the very soul. The old bastard is actually trying to kill us. She channeled her internal energy and flung He Lan to safety. Get out of here. As He Lan and Zhou Yi touched down, she screamed in terror. Master. Zhou Yi grabbed her shoulder. Trust your master. Don't distract her now. Shui Ying clasped her hands, her aura exploding. You think you can suppress me? Dream on. She wove hand seals with blinding speed. Heaven and earth, wind and mountain, 4 symbols, great barrier, rise. A colossal wall materialized, halting the falling tower. Yang Zi's face darkened with contempt, insignificant tricks. As he spoke, a dragon made of pure flame materialized around the tower. The fire dragon roared and slammed into the barrier alongside the tower. A blinding flash of destruction erupted, stealing the sight of everyone present. Sui Ying bit her thumb, drawing blood. I'm not finished yet. She channeled her essence into a desperate countermove. Fire, water, lake, thunder. Myriad manifestations, defense. Dozens of radiant phoenixes ascended, clashing with the fire dragon. But the dragon was relentless, tearing into the phoenixes with savage fury. The tide was turning against her. Yang Zi spoke coldly. Your talisman Dao has indeed reached the realm of perfection. 5 elements in harmony. You cast the myriad manifestations art as easily as breathing. If you had focused on the orthodox path, perhaps one day you might have even surpassed me. Sweat poured down Zhou Ying's face, but she bit her lip, refusing to yield. He raised his hand, his voice filled with pity. A shame. The 9 Revolutions Smelting Tower is the sect's supreme treasure. It contains a fragment of pure Yang law. No matter how versatile your techniques are, against absolute origin power, you are merely an egg striking a rock. The tower descended with crushing weight. The phoenixes scattered in panic, and the fire dragon hunted them down, tearing them to shreds. Boom. The pressure obliterated Zhou Ying's defense, sending shockwaves shattering the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her body going limp as she collapsed backward. Lan broke down, tears streaming down her face as she wailed, Master. Zhou Ying turned her head, a bloody smile on her lips. Silly girl, why are you crying? Your master is a 3rd Revolution talisman venerable. This rusty old tower is 100 years too early to refine me. She flicked an object toward Lan. All these years, I scoured the forbidden texts of the treasure pavilion. I tried everything, and found this is the only artifact that resonates with your soul. It is no ordinary object. Guard it with your life. Take your friends, leave the Heavenly Dao sect, and never look back. Lan scrambled forward, screaming in denial. No, disciple will not leave you, master. The tower slammed into the earth with apocalyptic force, swallowing everything in dust. Tears blurred Lan's vision as she watched the devastation. High above, Yang Zi looked down with a cruel, satisfied smirk. But the objects Zhou Ying threw had landed in Zhou Yi's hand. System alert, detected soul of war. Hidden quest progression updated. His eyes narrowed. So this is what I came for. The soul of war. The object trembled in his grip not from fear, but from anticipation. Zhou Yi gripped the helmet tight. It doesn't crave a master. It craves a vessel capable of bearing the will of war. Without hesitation, he slammed it onto his head. Prepare for battle. Violent energy erupted from the helmet. Zhou Yi roared. I am the vessel you've been waiting for. A pillar of light pierced the heavens, releasing a suffocating pressure. The onlookers froze in shock. Lan's sobbing ceased instantly. She turned, eyes wide, staring at the terrifying power manifesting beside her. Zhou Yi was now clad in full battle armor. No fear, no hesitation. He launched himself straight at the fire dragons. The beasts opened their maws to swallow him whole. Boom. He unleashed a punch packed with internal energy. The shockwave distorted space itself. The massive 9 Revolutions tower shuddered, tilting precariously under the impact. Another deafening blast sent boulders flying like pebbles. Yang Zi clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Impossible. What is this monstrous power? From the dust, Zhou Ying emerged, battered but alive. Did you miss me? Looking at her master, Lan's mind drifted back. Back to those years ago. The cold glares. The ridicule. The gossip echoing through the sect. After the ancestor's statue rejected me, I spent countless nights drowning in self-doubt. Powerless, confused about the so-called orthodox thunder methods. Screw that. All those doubts shattered in an instant. Crack. I finally get it. While the crowd panicked over their precious sect leader, asking if he was hurt, Helen ignored them all. She asked herself the only question that mattered. What is the true essence of lightning? Watching snow, the crowd muttered among themselves. It's not about taming the spell like a pet. It's not about trapping the power in a paper charm. Helen charged forward, her aura blazing. Heavenly thunder isn't a tool. It exists to purge the filth, to uphold justice, to shatter every chain holding us back. Lingxi and Tetsu watched from the sidelines, breathless. Her gaze turned icy sharp. Grand Master, if you truly founded this sect on the pillars of fairness and honor, then open your damn eyes. Look at how your orthodox teachings are blinded by greed. Look at how your truth is twisted by corrupt power. Helen screamed at the heavens. Tell me. Tell all of us. The crowd stared, terrified. Has she lost her mind? But she didn't stop. What is the true way of lightning? Suddenly, the heavens answered. A golden beam pierced the horizon like a galaxy crashing down to earth. The winds began to howl. Trees snapped like twigs. Even the beasts in the wild trembled in fear, but that wasn't all. Something ancient had woken up. The weapons in every disciple's hand began to vibrate violently. What the hell? My artifact. It's moving on its own. My Bagua mirror is freaking out. Then, jaws dropped to the floor. Oh my god, look up there. It's the Grand Master. He's actually manifested. All eyes turned to Hallen. Even Snow stood frozen, totally stunned. A disciple stammered, shaking like a leaf, G-Grand. Master? Instantly, the entire sect fell to their knees. They roared in unison, greetings, Grandmaster. But the old legend didn't look happy. He fired a blast of pure energy straight at Hallen. She didn't blink. She faced it head-on. Boom. Agony ripped through her, forcing a gut-wrenching scream. Snow shrieked in terror. Hallen. Cold sweat drenched Hallen immediately. It felt like every bone in her body was being crushed into dust. She collapsed, powerless. Then, a thunderous voice boomed from the sky. You fool. Only by facing tyranny do you learn justice. Only through injustice do you find your true self. The true intent of lightning. Have you awakened to it yet? In that instant, Hallen was reborn. Her impurities vanished, her hair grew wild and long, and her old uniform shredded apart to reveal her new form. The voice continued. The heavenly sect kept my rituals but lost my soul. Today, I use my last shred of will to validate you. Inherit the legacy. Wield the authority of heavenly thunder. Become the judge of heaven and earth. Hallen hovered in the air, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying beauty. The pressure was so immense that the ground beneath began to crack and shatter. The earth crumbled into debris. Zhou Yi watched, impressed but alert. He couldn't let his teammates get caught in the shockwave. He dashed forward, shielding them from the blast. Meanwhile, Hallen bowed respectfully in the sky. Thunder Disciple, Song Hallen, thanks the Grandmaster for his grace. Yang Zi looked like he'd seen a ghost. Impossible, the Grandmaster's remnant. He gave her a direct second awakening. That's the Ancestor's hidden class, a personal transmission. The Grandmaster's voice thundered again. Ex-Yuanying. The sect leader dropped to his knees, trembling. Disciple is here. The Ancestor's aura turned terrifying. You were meant to protect the Tao. Instead, you let power rot your heart and blind your reason. You suppressed true geniuses out of petty jealousy. You nearly destroyed our entire legacy. For this sin, you shall be punished. Yang Zi went pale. Grandmaster, please, Zap. A bolt of lightning gagged him before he could finish. The Grandmaster declared, I hereby seal your cultivation completely. You are banished to the deepest level of the Abyssal Thunder Prison. 10 years of lightning torture to cleanse your heart. If you don't repent, you will rot there forever. Yang Zi screamed in terror. No, Grandmaster, have mercy. I was wrong. The second elder fell back on his butt. The sect leader is level 55, and he's being handled like a toddler. The Ancestor ignored the pleading. The position of sect leader will be managed by the Council of Elders for now. However, any major decision requires the approval of Thunder Taoist Song Hallen. He turned his gaze back to her. You have reached level 50. Your heart is clear. When your thunder arts reach perfection, you will take full command of the heavenly sect. Make it shine again. The second elder bowed low. We obey the Ancestor's decree. Finally, the Grandmaster looked at Zhou Yi. And you, young outsider, you carry great destiny. Your war thunder is what woke me from my slumber. This creates a wonderful karmic bond. With a satisfied smile, the Grandmaster began to fade into particles of light. But before he vanished completely, he left one final comment. Excellent work. Silence fell over the mountain as he disappeared. Then chaos. Snow tackled Hallen in a bear hug. Yes, yes. My Hallen is the best. The Grandmaster chose you. You're the true heir. Lingxi and the others cheered wildly. Hallen, you're an absolute legend. You were so cool up there. Hallen finally relaxed, her confidence returning. Master. Lingxi. Tetsu. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she beamed. I think I've finally found my own way. High above, Zhou Yi deactivated his flight and landed softly beside her. His battle armor retracted. Ding! A system window popped up. Hidden quest complete. Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Soul of War secured. Shen Lingfeng grinned, walking over. So, that little Taoist girl is going to be the boss of a major sect now. Zhou Yi shot back. Better than a playboy like you running things. Shen Lingfeng frowned. Excuse me, but suddenly something changed. In the distance, a thick, ominous fog began to swirl. Far away, in a mysterious palace, a woman with golden hair cascading down her back stood still. Two maids brushed her locks, but beads of sweat were racing down her face. She thought, panic rising. This energy signature. It can't be. She activated her clairvoyance immediately. The Apocalypse Dragon Knight, the harbinger of war, I pledged my eternal loyalty to. He died in the final battle. His authority should have scattered across the myriad worlds. Energy gathered in her palms. She summoned a pillar of pale golden light, standing tall and regal. I never imagined it possible that after 10,000 years, the broken legacy would be reborn. In a mere mortal boy. A beam of power shot from her palace, seeking its master. Suddenly, a golden light pierced the air, carrying a voice that resonated with divine authority. Zhou Yi. If you can retrieve the second war fragment and prove you possess the destiny and qualification to bear this authority, I shall personally inherit it to you. The voice faded, leaving Zhou Yi frozen, his eyes wide in shock. Seeing him standing there like a statue, Shen Lingfeng couldn't help but crack a joke. Yo, what's wrong? Did a bird decide to relieve itself on your head or something? Zhou Yi didn't hide anything. I just felt a gaze, like I was being watched. That was when Shen Lingfeng panic stared at the helmet in Zhou Yi's hand. Huh? Why the hell is it cracked? Zhou Yi thought back. Facing the 9-turn smelting tower, even a divine legacy artifact couldn't withstand that kind of pressure without scars. The cracks were spreading like a spiderweb. Panic rose in Zhou Yi's chest. No good. My holy light power can't repair this. If I try, it might shatter completely. The hidden quest for the Apocalypse Dragon Knight legacy should be continuous. We found the helm, so why hasn't the next phase triggered automatically? Just then, the system window flashed open. Zhou Yi tapped the interface. It was as he feared. He needed to repair the item before the quest line would reactivate. It all made sense now. The damage was blocking the quest trigger mechanism. First order of business, fix the helm. Shen Lingfeng was still drooling over the gear. Man, that helm is wicked cool. Shame about the cracks, though. But hey, the Heavenly Dao sect specializes in artifact refining and talismans. Once Song Xiaolan handles her sect business, we can ask her. She might have a fix. Zhou Yi stared at the helm and gave a hesitant nod. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, inside the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, the silence was deafening. The atmosphere was heavy enough to crush bone. The portrait of the Grand Patriarch hung high, his painted eyes seeming to stare right into the souls of the disciples below. Everyone stood at attention, focus absolute. No one dared to even breathe loudly. Then, Song Xiaolan's voice boomed. Since the Grand Patriarch founded the Heavenly Dao sect, he established the doctrine of 10,000 arts returned to the origin. It has been a century. Yet, for the last 30 years, this sect has strayed down a crooked path. I summoned the entire sect today for one reason. Suddenly, the black seal left by the ancestor manifested on her forehead, radiating an overwhelming, majestic aura. Her voice rang out like a judgment bell. To restore order, to purge the corruption. Instantly, the crowd below bowed their heads and knelt in submission. At that moment, the second elder unfurled a scroll. His voice projected power. After 3 days of rigorous investigation by the disciplinary hall, we have confirmed the 7 great crimes of the former sect leader, Shuang Yangzi. First, abuse of power and embezzlement. In his 37 years of rule, he siphoned off 70% of pills and 60% of artifacts produced annually. Using waste and trials as excuses, he secretly funneled them to his worldly clan, the Lei family. He wasn't done yet. Second, altering the legacy and severing the Dao. To secure the Lei family's dominance in the outside world, Shuang Yangzi claimed other arts were impure and banned 42 legacy texts unrelated to the Thunder arts, reducing our 10,000 arts to a mere name. The crowd erupted into whispers. I knew it. I wanted to study Feng Shui face reading back then, but I couldn't find a single text. It was banned all along. No wonder we've only known Thunder arts and alchemy for decades. Xu Ying stepped forward, fury in her eyes. Third, oppressing dissidents and persecuting fellow disciples. When Song Xiaolan was rejected by the ancestor's statue years ago, it wasn't the will of the heavens. It was that old thief's dirty trick. He had already chosen his nephew, Lei Zi, as the successor. How can he let a true genius block the way? Rage spread through the hall like wildfire. He's right. My father once questioned the unfair resource distribution, and the very next day, he was banished to the back mountain to farm herbs. 10 years without return. And what about senior sister Ming Xing? She had the rare spiritual rhino summoning talent, but he called it a heretical path and forced her to cultivate thunder arts instead. Song Xiaolan's voice cut through the noise, listing the remaining sins. Bribery, nepotism, falsifying merits, disrespecting the ancestors. Every crime has been documented and will be posted on the bulletin board for 3 days for all to see. I know many of you were coerced into silence or obedience. Today, the disciplinary hall opens the hall of confession. Anyone who steps forward to confess or expose others will receive leniency. Power began to swirl around Song Xiaolan as she spoke. But if you hide the truth, her smile turned icy. If you stubbornly resist, there will be no mercy. Standing on the sidelines, Shen Lingfeng grinned with satisfaction. Song Xiaolan is a beast. That is the true aura of a grandmaster. She handled that perfectly. Shuang Yangzi treated this sect like his personal piggy bank for too long. If he pulled that stunt in my Shen family, we would have broken his legs and fed him to the demon beasts ages ago. After settling matters with the sect, Song Xialan returned to the group. I'm back. Tang Lingxi immediately launched herself into a hug. Lan, you were incredible. Total worship. I want to be that cool. Shen Lingfeng interrupted the adoration fest. By the way, where is that guy? Chen Lei. He was Xuanyang Zi's second direct disciple, right? Need me to teach him a lesson. Song Xialan shook her head. Chen Lei confessed to doing Xuanyang Zi's dirty work for years. Per sect rules, his cultivation was crippled, his memories wiped, and he was expelled from the mountain. Justice has been served. Now, about repairing that helm, I found the only person in the Heavenly Dao sect with refining skills rivaling Xuanyang Zi, Elder Mo Chui, who lives in seclusion behind the mountain. He couldn't stomach Xuanyang Zi's corruption. 20 years ago, he resigned and secluded himself in the refining hall. Song Xialan continued, I sent word to him 3 days ago. Today, he replied. He says we can try using the Earth Core Thunder Fire. She explained the catch. The Thunder Fire furnace is located in the forbidden area. To maintain the furnace array, we need the spiritual power of at least 3 elder-level experts. Listen up. Me, Master, and the second uncle could totally handle this gig. But Elder Mo Chui, he was dead serious about one specific condition. During the restoration, that iron helmet is going to react violently with the Thunder Fire. We need someone with insane mental strength and a bond with the artifact to stabilize it. And that guy? It's got to be Zhou Yi. Shen Lingfeng was shook. Say what? Then she dropped the bomb. This isn't just going to hurt. It's going to feel like tossing a piece of your soul into a blast furnace. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. His gaze sharpened like a blade. When do we start? He Lan snapped back. Tomorrow. Rest up, cause this is going to drain every drop of your spirit. It's going to be a long, grueling grind. Time flew by, and before we knew it, D-Day had arrived. The crew followed He Lan to the back mountain. The second elder Mo Chui saw Zhou Yi. He charged forward like a bull. You're Zhou Yi. The kid bowed respectfully. Junior greets Elder Mo Chui. The old man eyed him. Kid, you got any clue how this differs from fixing regular trash gear? Zhou Yi played it humble. Enlighten me. Mo Chui grinned. Ordinary tools break in form and need materials to fix. But this bad boy, it's broken in spirit. We need willpower to forge it. The Earth Core Thunder Fire is pure destruction. It can melt anything or forge laws. But it's too wild. We need 4 steps to tame it. Step 1. The Fusion Talisman Formation. We gotta lock this place down from the outside world. Mo Chu roared. Return to Origin Formation. Open. Boom. Step 2. Link the Earth Veins to keep the spiritual power pumping. The pressure was already making the second elder buckle. Mo Chui didn't stop. Step 3. Use the Will of Thunder as a hammer. Smash that thunder fire right into the cracks. He glared at the girl, screaming, Girl, bring the thunder. He Lan didn't hesitate, channeling her inner energy like a beast. 9 Heavens response, 10,000 thunder strike. She blasted energy at the lotus, and wham, the flower bloomed instantly. Mo Chui seized the moment, leaping into the air. Now, wielding a massive heavy hammer, he rained blows on the lotus while shouting to Zhou Yi. Step 4. Use your holy light as a bridge. You gotta balance the thunder fire and the conflicting will inside that helmet. One slip up, and the helmet survives, but the spirit inside gets wiped. It'll be nothing but a useless hunk of metal. Inside the forge, the Golden Knight's helmet was getting patched up. But suddenly, Zhou Yi panicked. What the hell? The crack is getting bigger. Mo Chui turned on him, screaming, Kid, freeze. Bonk. His hammer smashed right into Zhou Yi's skull, leaving him dazed. He Lan gasped, What are you doing? The old man grinned. Chill. That soul-breaking strike just knocked 70% of his consciousness straight into the helmet. The spirit in there is fighting back. Someone's got to dive into the core and beat it into submission face to face. A massive explosion erupted like a volcano. Shui Ying scowled. You crazy old bat, you're gambling with his life. If his soul gets eaten, they both die. Meanwhile, inside the void, Zhou Yi was freaking out. This was the helmet's inner world, shattered and chaotic. He spoke to the chaos like a bro. Look, I know you're salty about losing, but keep resisting and you're gonna self-destruct. Let me patch you up. Let's make you whole again. Suddenly, a massive warrior avatar manifested from the helmet. A deep voice boomed from the void. Filthy mortal ant. You dare look down on the authority of war? You think you're worthy of my power? The giant foot came crashing down. Zhou Yi panicked, throwing his hands up to block before he got squashed like a bug. In the real world, Zhou Yi coughed up blood. He Lan screamed, Yi is bleeding. Mo Chui held her back. Don't touch him. Interrupt him now, and he becomes a vegetable forever. He's got to own this fight. Inside, Zhou Yi tried to reason with the beast. Your war ended when your old master died. You need a new boss. But the war soul wasn't having it. The rage was off the charts. It roared in defiance. Suddenly, PING system alert, judgment of justice activated. Holy magic array open. Blades of light rained down from the sky. The angel of justice hurled a spear of pure light, dealing catastrophic damage to the enemy. But the war soul was stubborn, still trying to crush Zhou Yi. A blinding golden light erupted from above. Zhou Yi dodged by a hair. But the war soul charged again, aura blazing with killing intent. He scanned the enemy. His mana spiked. System. Holy Cross / level 5, grade B / The war soul flinched and dodged in fear. Zhou Yi grinned. He wasn't scared anymore. He charged up again. Punishment of light. Divine lightning crashed down on the target. The damage multiplier from his light affinity went through the roof. One man versus one spirit. The battle was insane. Zhou Yi landed another devastating blow on the giant, but Zhou Yi coughed up more blood. He was taking heavy damage too. He dropped to a knee, gasping, wiping the red from his lips. His eyes went cold as ice. Burning light erupted from his back like wings. The war soul charged again, but Zhou Yi stood his ground. He roared, "I'll force you to submit to my will of war." It was a combo fest. Hammer of Repentance, Holy Fist combo, Divine Storm, Judgment Descent, bam, bam, bam. The golden helmet started glowing with massive energy. Outside, Lan was freaking out. Why are the energy fluctuations so violent? Mo Chui smirked. Maybe the kid has a special way of comforting it. Inside, the war soul's black aura faded. It was beaten. It looked down at Zhou Yi and finally spoke one word: protect. Judgment, purification, unyielding. Insane how these conflicting powers can coexist. Such wild, chaotic battle intent. Finally, the battle soul quit being stubborn and accepted him. Fine, I admit it. You actually have the guts to carry our legacy. Just like that, everything bounced back to normal. Zhou Yi's wounds, gone in a flash, like they never even happened. Inside the weapon furnace, that shattered helmet wasn't just fixed. It was reborn. The golden lotus in front of Elder Mo erupted with blinding light, leaving the old master completely shook by the spectacle. Elder Mo grinned like a maniac, pure hype in his eyes. Success. The artifact wasn't just passive. It was alive and actively cooperating with the restoration process. Final step. A piercing beam of cold light shot straight from the helmet, stabbing into the sky like a beacon. The crowd below froze, jaws hitting the floor, too stunned to even breathe. One guy finally broke the trance, shouting, "The heavens are reacting. Our heavenly Dao sect is witnessing the birth of a legend today. Fam." The helmet polished itself to a mirror finish, looking absolutely fresh. Then whoosh, it flew straight to Zhou Yi's side, instantly choosing its master. The system interface popped up with that sweet notification sound. Iron Will War helmet restoration complete. Status, perfect perfection. Spirit binding, active. Trait, lightning fire affinity. Massive level up to elemental resistance and damage absorption capabilities. War resonance, synced with host's will. Attack, skill, power, and judgment significantly buffed. Boom. A hidden quest just unlocked. Quest 2. Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. The unyielding will bury deep in the earth, bearing the weight of 1,000 mountains under the dragon's spine. Find the unyielding Greaves. Location, Black Rock Mountains, Dragon Spine Mine. Rewards pending. Elder Mo laughed. You crazy kid. You didn't just fix it. You tamed it. I've forged treasures for years, but I've never seen a freak of nature like this. Item. Just then, Shuir rushed over in a panic. Are you okay? Zhou Yi wiped a streak of blood from his lip, casually replying, I'm good. Just burned a bit too much mana, that's all. But the loot? Totally worth it. I couldn't have pulled this off without the elders going full try-hard mode for me. Zhou Yi bowed with mad respect. I'm a noob when it comes to forging, so keeping this material would be a waste. Elder Mo, take this as a token of my gratitude. Elder Mo's eyes bugged out. Starfall, divine metal? He hugged the massive rock like it was his long-lost child. This is a holy S-tier crafting mat that grants its own luck and spirit. This is God-tier stuff. And a chunk this huge? This is enough to craft a legendary family heirloom, bro. Zhou Yi grinned. It's yours now. Elder Mo caressed the rock like a lover. Little friend, any forging favors you need, I'm your guy. Thanks in advance, Elder. Elder Mo suddenly added, wait, with this divine metal, I can actually buff the link between you and the helmet even further. But there's a catch. I need that Xia girl to refine it with her, lightning fire for half a month. Zhou Yi blinked. Half a month? Song Shaolin stepped up. Brother Yi, just chill at the Heavenly Dao sect for a bit. But Zhou Yi looked at her with serious eyes. The helmet gave me a clue. It's pointing to another part of the set. Song CLN nodded, understanding immediately. Makes sense. High-tier god artifacts usually attract each other. It'll lead me to the next piece. Don't worry, keep the helmet here. Zhou Yi smiled apologetically. Sorry to dump this on you, Song Shilin. But she just beamed brightly. Total sunshine energy. Master wants me to reorganize the sect anyway, so I can't join your party this time. Where's the next target? Zhou Yi dropped the location. Black Rock Mountains, Dragon Spine Mine. Song Xiaolin gasped. That place? It's famous for farming black obsidian and earth crystals. Tang Lingxi and the squad walked in. Glad you're safe. Shen Lingfeng turned to the girl beside him. Wei Tixin, you know that mine, right? Wei Tixin smirked with a mischievous glint. Dragon Spine Mine. That's where my godfather, the martial emperor Zhen Yue, lives in seclusion. Shen Lingfeng rubbed his chin. Martial Emperor Zhen Yue, big rep. Is he strong? Wei Tixin shot back instantly. Insanely OP. 30 years ago, he was already a famous grandmaster on the continent. Her eyes suddenly darkened with a heavy vibe. Tang Lingxi asked, but what? 30 years ago, a disaster cost him his right arm. He changed completely, went off the grid, and rarely sees anyone now. He made a strict rule. Unless the mine is about to explode, anyone who trespasses gets thrown out by him personally. Shen Lingfeng asked, we aren't there to start beef, just to ask for a favor. Can't we just talk it out like civilized people? Won't he see his daughter's friends? Wei Tixin sighed. You don't get it. He's stubborn as hell. I don't want you guys wasting a trip or getting wrecked. Zhou Yi stepped in, voice firm. Wei Tixin, thanks for looking out for me, but I have to go. No choice. If I can't get in, I'll find a way. If he won't see me, I'll give him a reason he can't ignore. Wei Tixin stared at him. True. Rules are dead. People are alive. Let's send it. Her eyes softened, and that confident smile returned to her lips. Zhou Yi thought to himself, a one-armed emperor in hiding? Wei Tixin is worried. There's definitely more to this than just a bad temper. There's got to be some deep lore there, but whatever. The system gave the quest, so failure isn't an option. Elder Mo chimed in, I know that Emperor. His ores are top tier, but ever since the ban, nothing comes out of there. Supply chain is dead. Song Xiaolin got anxious. How about I take some elders and roll up with you first? Maybe flex our status? With the heavenly Dao Sect's face, maybe he'll talk? Elder Mo waved his hand. Useless. Xuan Yangzi already tried that strat. He even offered free forging services and got rejected. Zhou Yi calmed her down. The sect needs you. This is your battlefield now, Song Shilin. Stand tall here, and in the future, the whole sect will be your army. The others nodded. We'll scout the mine ahead of time to clear the path. In half a month, bring the war helmet and meet up with us. Song Xiaolin felt a fire light up inside her. Got it, Brother Yi. I'll protect this place and learn everything I need to be your support. Half a month, I'll be there with the gear. Guaranteed. Before leaving, Tang Lingxi shouted, Lan, fight on. We'll miss you. Eat properly and don't just stare at talismans all day, okay? Song Xiaolan waved back, keeping it cool. Safe travels, guys. Hit me up if anything goes down. But before dipping out, Zhou Yi threw a sly look and secretly left a blue butterfly behind. The little spy flew forward, but bam. A massive green light blocked its path immediately. Zhou Yi watched it happen, thinking, damn. The energy in this mountain guarding formation is no joke, but every system has a glitch. There is a tiny gap at the node connection, perfect for the void guiding butterfly to drop a coordinate. Maybe we will not need it, but hey, having a backup plan never hurt anyone. If the Heavenly Dao sect goes crazy later, or we gotta crash back here in an emergency, we have got a backdoor now. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolin was lost in her own thoughts. Brother Yi, I swear I am gonna level up. I will get so strong I can smash any challenge the future throws at me. But right after they left, beep, a loud electronic noise cut through the air. Yo passengers, we have arrived at the Dragon Spine Mine. Everybody off. And before driving off, the driver just had to add, do not forget to rate me 5 stars. All right. Tang Lingxi started freaking out a little. The vibe here was super heavy, like even breathing took way too much effort. Zhou Yi analyzed the scene. This mine is massive. So why is it dead silent? No miners in sight, not even the hum of machinery. It is like a total ghost town out here. Wei Tixin took the lead, stepping up. My foster father's place is just up ahead. Stick close to me and keep your mouths shut. I will handle the talking. She tried to step forward, but Zhou Yi was not having it. He grabbed Wei Tixin's hand and yanked her back instantly.